In a world where Marvel and DC intertwine, contact with the opposite sex grants one the ability to acquire their physical prowess. Thus, Nian declares, falling in love makes me stronger. With the powers of Kryptonian superhumans, ancient Greek deities, the Venom symbiote, dual star modes, scarlet magic, and magnetic field control. The more formidable the girlfriend, the greater the power. Nian proclaims, the Avengers? The Justice League? How about a girlfriend alliance? Our mission is to save the world through love. Quicksilver interjects, boss, Superman. No, your uncle is on his way with a sword. Chapter 1. The Reincarnator, Nian. In a timeline devoid of divinity. Beneath the indigo night sky, the neon lights of the modern city gleamed brilliantly, appearing far more vibrant than the daytime scenery. A golden figure plummeted diagonally from the pinnacle of a skyscraper, as swift as lightning yet more direct, like a shooting star but more diminutive, darting past billboards and massive screens suspended 100 meters above, crashing down onto the rooftop terrace of a lowly 5-star hotel. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The hard tiles shattered, leaving a gaping hole, yet the owner of the figure merely groaned and scathed as he rose slowly, his right hand gripping a silver longsword. Facing the biting, frosty night wind, the dust settled, revealing a pair of deep, bright black eyes. With a round shield on his back and a longsword in hand, Nian bore a look of despair, his lips twitching slightly as he gazed at his current attire. He donned a snug, petite, golden-red battle armor that left his neck and shoulders bare, with a pronounced structure designed for certain anatomical features. His lower garment was an ensemble that seamlessly integrated with the upper armor, a dark blue skirt that exposed more than the trendiest miniskirts or hot pants, creating an absolute domain with the golden knee guards. His wrists adorned with silver armlets, and atop his forehead sat a silver crown of starlight. This attire, which would cause even the most elite models to feel a pang of shame, was undoubtedly the superhero costume dubbed Wonder Woman. Yet, Nian, clad in it, was unmistakably male, of the masculine variety. What on earth am I doing? Nian lamented, nearly in tears. Just that morning, he was an ordinary high school student, believing that all extraordinary and supernatural matters were unrelated to him. To his astonishment, he had become a manifestation of the extraordinary. Before he could gather his thoughts, a great buzzing sound filled his ears, the air vibrating high above the city as a police helicopter approached, its powerful spotlight sweeping the surroundings. The gust from a helicopter's rotor made Nian feel a chill beneath him, instinctively wanting to pull down his skirt. But such concerns were now irrelevant. If this were to be captured by the helicopter, he felt he might have to change cities or even planets overnight. Gritting his teeth, Nian raised the vintage longsword once more, resolutely ignoring the ground that sent shivers down his spine. With a mighty push from his toes, he inadvertently shattered the rooftop beneath him. As the spotlight illuminated him, Nian leapt high once more, propelling himself toward another building several dozen meters away. The events leading to this spectacle began 12 hours prior. 12 hours ago, in the heart of Washington, D.C., in a residential area adjacent to the main street. Nian awoke with a yawn, faintly hearing the clear enunciation of a female host from the television in the living room beyond the door. The current time in Washington is 7 o'clock in the morning. Today's weather is cloudy with light snow, with outdoor temperatures ranging from 5 to 3 degrees Celsius. We advise all viewers to wear snow jackets and bring rain gear when venturing outside. Nian silenced his alarm clock and glanced at the time, which read, December 21st, 2011, 7 o'clock. Christmas was fast approaching once again. Time flies, he mused, locating his slippers on the nearby blanket and changing into a pre-prepared winter school outfit before leaving his room. Pushing open the door, Nian habitually called out, Annie, good morning. His greeting went unanswered. In the living room, the cold morning light streamed through the glass door of the balcony, casting a pallid hue over the already dull floor, reminiscent of drifting ice on the sea. The television continued to broadcast local morning news, while a pristine modern dining table was set with a breakfast of the usual milk, eggs, and toasted bread. In the stagnant cold air of the living room lingered a faint scent of violet, yet the source of its owner was nowhere to be found. Did she leave so early? Nian murmured, shrugging it off, as he turned toward the adjacent bathroom. The bathroom contained a modest array of items, face towels, a rinsing cup, and toothbrushes, all in a singular color scheme, with 2 sets, one large and one small. Naturally, he used the smaller set. Despite his numerous requests to switch to the larger size, he had been denied on the grounds of his minor age. As he began his morning routine, the mirror above the vanity reflected a youthful visage. With black hair and brown eyes, he was unmistakably of Asian descent. His delicate features bore a hint of youthfulness, and his skin was excessively fair, a clear indication of a typical student who often returned home. Dressed in a white knit sweatshirt and a simple long scarf, his overall appearance leaned towards the androgynous. Nian, with foam at the corners of his mouth, managed a wry smile. He was unable to change the aesthetic preferences of the household's owner. Fortunately, his height was commendable, having surpassed the critical threshold of 1.7 meters during his growth spurts at the age of 16. Returning to the living room, Nian began to tackle the breakfast laid out before him, only to be quickly drawn back to the morning news on the television. Yesterday afternoon, Iron Man was spotted in Iraq and Iran, delivering devastating blows to local crime organization bases within half an hour. That evening, Tony Stark, accompanied by his secretary Pepper Potts, attended a bar banquet in New York, earning the title of a master time manager. Data indicates that Gotham City has seen a significant reduction in crime rates over recent years, attributed to Batman's effective crackdown on local criminals and the establishment of Arkham Asylum to detain and manage numerous dangerous offenders. Reporters noted that Metropolis has recently witnessed small-scale protests, with some citizens expressing discontent towards the superhero Superman residing in their city, with specific reasons yet to be determined. It seemed that any reports not linked to superheroes were deemed irrelevant in the current zeitgeist. This was the trend of the times. Nian had grown accustomed to such news, yet after sipping a warm mouthful of milk, savoring its silky warmth, he couldn't help but sigh. What a strange world. Indeed, Nian was a reincarnator. The reasons for his previous death and subsequent rebirth had become inconsequential. What mattered was the world he had been reborn into. An exceedingly modern and fantastical realm. This is what Nian learned during his youth, perusing geography and history books. It is akin to the First World War on Earth, where the true god of war participated, ultimately leading to the legendary goddess bringing the conflict to an end. As for the subsequent Second World War, it was instigated by the malevolent organization Hydra, which aspired to dominate the world, but was ultimately halted by the superhero Captain America, thus terminating the protracted conflict. These are merely significant events in the torrent of history, with countless lesser-known disputes occurring, featuring extraordinary heroes of justice and wicked villains engaged in daily battles behind the scenes of the world. This world bears a resemblance to what Nian had heard from friends about the settings of American comics, though he had little interest at the time and thus lacks a basis for comparison. In the present world, technology reigns supreme, magic ascends to divinity, mutations hold sway, and extraterrestrial invasions loom. However, none of these matters significantly pertain to Nian. He is but an ordinary young man, having lived in Washington for 16 years without his daily life being disrupted by supernatural events, except for the sudden awakening of his superpower last weekend, on his 16th birthday. As long as there is physical contact with a member of the opposite sex, and an exchange of liquid substances occurs, one can temporarily grasp the abilities possessed by the other. Simple, straightforward, and somewhat crude. Nian has named this power, reminiscent of something seen only in comics from his past life, Master of Kinship. After all, this superpower seems tailor-made for a villain. Its nature rivals that of common abilities such as mind reading or time manipulation. Of course, Nian has no intention of employing this power for nefarious deeds or to become a superhero. Frankly, he finds this ability rather superfluous. Compared to Mr. Stark's Iron Man suit, Superman's invulnerable physique, or Captain America's super soldier enhancements, he certainly cannot pause in the midst of battle to find a girl to gain a buff. Can he? Furthermore, if the girl possesses an ordinary constitution, it would merely provide a slight boost in combat prowess. Moreover, for Nian, who has remained single in both lives, this so-called superpower is equivalent to nothing. Soon losing interest in the gossip about Iron Man Tony Stark's latest romantic entanglements, Nian's gaze drifted to the side of the television, where a wooden shelf was filled with his photographs, documenting his growth from infancy to adolescence. Most of these were personal photos, none featuring his aunt, not even a simple silhouette. His aunt does not enjoy taking photos, especially selfies. Nian is well aware of this. It is not that his aunt is unattractive or unphotogenic. He would boldly declare that his aunt is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, rivaling and even surpassing the starlets and models featured on television. Since the day she picked him up on Christmas Day in 1995, he has always perceived her beauty as unchanged by time, a veritable goddess untouched by age. I must ensure to take a photo with my aunt next time. I should be a bit more assertive. Perhaps some coaxing will work? As Nian resolved this, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be? Nian furrowed his brow in his memory. His aunt had never forgotten her keys. As he walked from the living room to the door, a photograph slipped through the gap at the bottom of the door. Upon seeing the photo, Nian froze, halting all movement. The image was a rare black and white photograph, its pixelation and natural yellowing indicating it was an artifact from the last century. The city ruins in the background suggested it was taken at a battlefield during the First World War. What struck Nian was the figure in the photograph, surrounded by officers and soldiers, bearing a striking resemblance to his aunt. Chapter 2. Gwen Stacy. On a winter morning, large snowflakes fell from the heavens, blanketing every corner of the bustling metropolis. In the early hours of dawn, Washington, as an international city, radiated its vitality, with students and office workers weaving through the freshly cleared streets. A local police car slowly approached and parked along the road of a neighborhood. The door opened, and a charming blonde girl hopped out from the back seat, her backpack in tow. "Gwen, slow down, your water bottle." From the driver's seat, Officer George, dressed in his police uniform, hurried after her, holding her thermos. His voice, tinged with affection, revealed a hint of indulgence. "Are you sure you don't need me to drive you to school? The roads are slippery, and it's still snowing." Gwen took the water bottle and placed it in her backpack, responding cheerfully, "No need. I have my rain gear and my non-slip boots." But Officer George began. But at that moment, Gwen's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she bounced toward a figure in the distance, waving her arms enthusiastically. "Nian, over here." "Here." "I knew it." Officer George sighed inwardly, turning to see the familiar silhouette of a young man appearing at the street corner. Upon hearing his name called, Nian looked up and smiled, greeting them warmly. "Gwen, Uncle George, good morning. What a coincidence to run into you again." He was well acquainted with them. Gwen, whose full name is Gwen Stacy, lived in a nearby neighborhood and was of the same age. Since childhood, Nian and Gwen attended the same kindergarten and progressed through elementary and middle school together, now studying at the same high school, forming a deep bond of childhood friendship. Her father, Officer George Stacy, was a respected figure in the local community, overseeing the public safety of their area. "Indeed, what a coincidence," Gwen replied, her eyes gleaming with delight. The snow around them sparkled white and crystalline, yet Officer George's expression darkened. A coincidence? Hardly. This was clearly a deliberate encounter, orchestrated to ensure this young man would cross paths with his daughter. Of course, Officer George would not dare to expose his daughter's youthful affections. Furthermore, he had investigated Nian's background 10 years ago and found him to be a kind-hearted and unfortunate boy. Nian, why aren't you wearing a hat or carrying an umbrella?" Gwen exclaimed, her concern evident as she quickly approached him, already brushing the frost and snow from his hair and brow before he could respond. "I was in a hurry and forgot," Nian replied with a carefree smile, temporarily setting aside his inner turmoil. "Still, you must remember to keep warm. What will you do if you catch a cold?" Gwen puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance, adding a playful charm to her demeanor. Without a second thought, she placed her fuzzy hat on Nian's head, holding her hands to her warm breath and gently blowing it onto his slightly cold face. To others, such an act might seem intimate, but for the two who had grown up together, it was merely a familiar and unremarkable gesture. "It's cold outside, let me drive you both to school," Officer George finally interjected, unable to suppress his concern any longer. Gwen offered no response, but instead gazed up at Nian. "The school isn't too far, still." Nian had initially intended to decline, but feeling the sharp gaze of Officer George, he nodded in agreement. Then, "Thank you, Uncle George." Upon witnessing this, Gwen smiled and added, "Then we shall trouble you for a ride, Father." "Not at all," Officer George replied, standing tall and proud, clearly having embraced the role of a devoted father. Moments later, the police car roared to life, merging onto the main road toward the high school. Inside the warmly heated vehicle, Gwen and Nian occupied the back seat. As they drove, Nian's gaze wandered outside, lost in the fleeting winter scenery, his expression occasionally distant and contemplative. Suddenly, a gentle, soft hand clasped his own, and he turned to see the concerned face of a young girl beside him. Gwen asked, "Nian, how are you feeling today? You look a bit troubled. Is something bothering you?" Nian hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The source of his preoccupation since stepping out was undoubtedly that photograph mysteriously thrust into his hands at home. Although he had later opened the door to investigate, the enigmatic person who had slipped in the photo had vanished, leaving behind a multitude of peculiar mysteries. Was that photograph truly taken during the Great War? Who was the woman in the battle armor, strikingly resembling his aunt? His aunt's mother? No, that couldn't be right. The Great War was nearly a century ago, which would make her his grandmother's mother. If he sought assistance from Gwen's father, perhaps he could uncover the identity of the person who had clandestinely slipped him the photograph. After a moment's hesitation, Nian replied, "I'm fine, just a bit cold." "Then this should warm you up," Gwen said, wrapping her arms around his left arm. The proximity allowed them to feel each other's warmth distinctly. Officer George stole a glance in the rearview mirror, nearly overwhelmed by the sight. To witness his precious daughter, so pure and innocent, willingly approach the boy was a sight that no father could bear, regardless of the boy's handsome features, having watched him grow up. Wait a moment. As a father, George's instincts kicked in through the mirror. He observed the two teenagers. It was evident what his daughter intended, yet the boy seemed oblivious to her affections. The trials of fatherhood were indeed more challenging than he anticipated. The police car halted before the high school entrance, immediately drawing the attention of several students as Gwen and Nian alighted. It was then that Nian took a closer look. Today, Gwen donned a new beige down jacket, beneath which lay a snug, handcrafted sweater. Her long legs were encased in fitted white jeans, complemented by knee-high black boots that accentuated her height. The essence of youthful vitality radiated from the 16-year-old girl, her short, radiant golden hair framing a delicately beautiful face, making her the object of envy for many. Having known her since childhood, Nian had grown accustomed to her charm. However, upon witnessing the envious glances from other students, he suddenly realized that Gwen's popularity at school was quite substantial. "Gwen, perhaps you should let go of my hand," Nian suggested. "No, this is warmer," she insisted, tightening her grip, enveloping his right arm in a comforting warmth. The exquisite softness of her embrace bore an inexplicable resilience. Nian, however, remained oblivious to such thoughts. Nearby students glared with envy, their hearts screaming, "Let go, let go, let go. If you don't let go soon, I might just perish under their gaze." Nian chuckled wryly, contemplating the absurdity of being slain by mere looks. "Did you ever fear trouble when you confronted knife-wielding thugs in elementary school?" Gwen teased, her laughter ringing like silver bells. She finally released his arm, her cheeks flushing in realization. "Please don't keep bringing up my past," Nian muttered, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. In his youth, inspired by a documentary on Captain America, he had fancied himself a potential superhero. Had the police not intervened in time, he might have met a far worse fate. Having lived 16 years as an ordinary individual, Nian had long since come to terms with reality. How many true superheroes could there be? With a global population of over 5 billion, only a handful Captain America, Iron Man, Batman, and Superman had graced the stage as true champions. And Superman, no less, was an extraterrestrial. "It's not that I fear trouble." Ignoring the seething students, Nian stepped into the comparatively warmer corridor of the school, glancing at the girl beside him as he quipped, "I have no qualms, but I think this might not be good for you. I've heard your popularity is soaring. They say you're on the verge of becoming our number one." "Where did you hear that?" Gwen retorted, unable to suppress her surprise. In that moment, however, Gwen realized that being childhood friends might not be as beneficial as she once thought. Sometimes, when a relationship becomes firmly established over time, altering it subtly becomes quite challenging. As Nian and Gwen walked through the corridor, a girl wearing glasses in the last row of a 10th grade classroom stared vacantly out the window, her gaze following the pair as they passed. "Kara, what are you looking at?" A classmate leaned closer, curious. "Nothing." Kara Danvers quickly averted her eyes. "Really?" Her friend questioned skeptically, following Kara's gaze, only to see a blank white wall. The solid wall obstructed any view of the happenings outside the corridor. Chapter 3. Touching the extraordinary. After a day of lessons that seemed to slip through his fingers, Nian hurriedly made his way home. Yet, upon arriving at the threshold, he abruptly halted. Could it be that the constants of the past decade and more would be altered by an old photograph? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing a sudden tightening in his chest as he stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the silent, closed door. Approximately 10 seconds passed. The winter chill seeped in from the staircase outside, while his palm, clutching the key, began to sweat. Just as he resolved to turn the knob, the door creaked open from within, revealing a woman who, under any discerning scrutiny, was undeniably flawless. She appeared to be around 28, her dark hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of intellect. Her lightly made-up face was exquisitely perfect, and her eyes resembled the silhouette of a clear blue sky. framed by elegantly arched brows that hinted at a touch of nobility. Dressed in a loose-fitting, stylish white blouse and trousers, she revealed a glimpse of her graceful, statuesque form. Yet, what truly captivated was the way her regal aura intertwined with a hint of natural ease, nobility, and nonchalance. These two contrasting qualities coalesced in a subtle, harmonious blend at that moment. Nian instinctively called out to the woman before him. "Aunt." "Come in," Diana Prince said, without inquiring why he lingered at the door. She slightly crouched, her silhouette creating a perfect arc from her neck to her lower back. Retrieving a pair of home slippers from the shoe cabinet beside the door and placing them on the carpet before him. "Aunt." Nian opened his mouth, feeling the weight of unspoken truths, a burden he had carried for 16 years. Yet, he faltered, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. "Let us have dinner first," Diana interrupted, as if sensing his hesitation, before turning to enter the living room. Relieved, Nian placed his backpack on the hook by the door and slipped into the slippers, following her into the warmly lit room. In the living room, the dining table was adorned with 2 servings of spaghetti, wafting appetizing aromas, accompanied by beef sauce, chili oil, and cool boiled water. Diana and Nian, one adult and one child, sat facing each other in silence as they began to tackle their meals. "Spaghetti again," Nian murmured, recognizing the familiar dish, momentarily forgetting the heavy atmosphere that had preceded. To his surprise, Diana, with a cool expression, retorted, "Having food is already a blessing. Do you dare to complain?" "Indeed," Nian replied with a grimace, swiftly picking up his fork to consume the colorful pasta before him. Diana was impeccable in every aspect, yet lacking in culinary prowess, resulting in a taste that remained predictably average. Nevertheless, as he savored the dish, Nian found himself reminiscing about his childhood, recalling a time when his aunt was utterly incapable of cooking. Cough, cough. As Nian ate too hastily, he accidentally choked. Diana, who had been attentively observing him from across the table, promptly rose and approached, gently patting his back. "Take your time," she advised, offering her water cup without hesitation. Nian took a generous gulp of warm water, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Seizing the moment, he declared, "Auntie, this morning, someone slipped a photograph into our house." Saying this, he placed the photo from his pocket onto the table and recounted the morning's events at home. Diana appeared unfazed, listening intently to his narrative, although a faint ripple of emotion flickered in her eyes upon seeing the black and white photograph. Once Nian concluded his account, Diana tucked the photo away and returned to her seat, her voice gentle yet firm as she reassured him, "I know who sent the photograph. I will handle this matter, so you need not worry." "All right," Nian replied, completely confident in his aunt's capability to resolve any issue. However, curiosity and concern prompted him to ask, "Auntie, who is the one clad in that peculiar battle armor in the photograph?" "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you," Diana said, her usually serene demeanor now tinged with gravity. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began earnestly, "Indeed, she is my grandmother. She passed away long ago, but I have heard she once aided the army in combating mysterious forces during the Great War." "Mysterious forces? Could they be the legendary deities?" Nian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, for the most widely circulated cause of the Great War was indeed the god of war. Diana shook her head. "Those events are too distant in the past. I only recall my mother mentioning them when I was a child." She paused, then added, "However, there's no such thing as deities in this world." "That makes sense," Nian thought, feeling a sense of relief. After all, the most one could encounter now might be extraterrestrial beings, still within the realm of scientific understanding. Diana, too, felt a sigh of relief within her heart. "I have an appointment with a friend and will be stepping out for a while. I may return later," Diana softly informed him, taking a sip from her water cup, only to find Nian intently fixated on it. "What's the matter?" she inquired, setting her cup down, curiosity piqued. "Nothing, nothing at all," Nian replied, shaking his head. He suddenly recalled a thought. He had just used his aunt's cup, and now she had used it again. Wasn't that akin to an indirect kiss? The notion of an indirect kiss with his aunt felt inconsequential. After all, during his childhood, they often bathed together. This early familiarity was a significant factor in why he found it challenging to notice other girls. It was akin to being enraptured by a masterpiece daily, rendering all other creations somewhat bland in comparison. However, a new question arose. Would this indirect kiss trigger the master of kinship? Nian pondered. Having yet to experiment with his superpowers, he was only aware of the 3 prerequisites for activating the master of kinship: the necessity of the opposite sex, physical contact, and the exchange of liquid medium. His aunt, undoubtedly, was the opposite sex, and a remarkably exquisite one at that. Regarding intimate contact, One wonders if the earlier pat on the back counts. The primary concern lies in the exchange of bodily fluids. Even if there was an exchange, it would have been neutralized by the water in the cup. Therefore, it should be of no concern, right? Nian, lost in thought, pondered this question until the conclusion of the evening's light meal. Don't wait for me. You should head home and sleep early, Diana said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, leaving Nian somewhat amused yet bemused. He replied, understood. Just be cautious out there. Our city lacks permanent superheroes. At present, only New York City, Gotham City, and Metropolis boast the presence of Iron Man, Batman, and Superman, respectively, owing to their residence in these locales. Rest assured, I have always been fortunate. As for you, take good care of the house and refrain from wandering about. With a wink and a reassuring smile, Diana donned her winter high-heeled boots and exited the home. Inside, silence enveloped the space once more. Nian gazed at the closed door, feeling an inexplicable emptiness, and began to reflect on their earlier conversation. Had the matter of the photograph truly passed just like that? He murmured. If the underlying significance of that photograph merely represented his aunt's grandmother, what intentions lay behind the person who placed it in their home? This matter seemed far more intricate than it appeared. Distracted, Nian began to tidy his utensils when he suddenly heard a sharp, explosive sound. Startled, he looked down, and his pupils dilated in shock. The cup he had been holding shattered entirely, as though it had endured a violent force beyond its capacity. Glass shards scattered across the floor like a rain of tiny crystals. This cup? No, it is my body. Nian's palm bore no injury whatsoever. Instead, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his hand, a sensation as if he could shatter anything and overcome all obstacles. Was it an illusion or a delusion? Stunned, Nian glanced at the metal cutlery held in his other hand. As his fingers twitched, the metal swiftly bent and deformed before his very eyes. A clear fingerprint indentation appeared on the handle of the cutlery. With every movement, he exhibited extraordinary prowess. Wait, Nian was utterly bewildered. Chapter 4. The emergence of the marvelous man. Meanwhile, Diana, having stepped outside, turned at a couple of corners and soon arrived at a vintage CAF not far from home. Given that it was the dinner hour, the CAF was not overly crowded, and Diana quickly spotted her appointment. In a secluded spot by the window sat a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, with slightly wavy hair and sunglasses. What would you like to order? The tall and fashionable Diana immediately became the center of attention in the CAF, even catching the eye of a young female server, who approached with a polite inquiry. A cup of hot coffee will suffice, Diana replied with a smile, as she gracefully sat down in the chair opposite the woman in sunglasses. Diana Prince. It has been an eternity. The middle-aged woman removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes imbued with a chill colder than winter itself. Diana nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been a long time, Barbara Minerva. Encountering this former colleague, friend, and rival once more stirred a complex array of emotions within her. After more than 2 decades, you remain unchanged, as youthful as ever. One might say you truly are a scion of the gods. Barbara chuckled softly, gazing at Diana's flawless and familiar visage, and quipped. Ever since I lost the abilities of Cheetah and with the passage of time, I've inevitably acquired crow's feet, and my physique has gradually succumbed to the ravages of age. My skin no longer possesses the resilience and elasticity of my youth. Are you still dwelling on the past? Diana inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she asked directly. Is that why you secretly slipped my old photographs into my home? Barbara leaned back, unable to suppress her laughter. We're not even reminiscing before diving straight into the matter at hand. It seems you care deeply for that child. Diana remained non-committal, responding earnestly. He is merely an ordinary person. Ah, therein lies the reason for your photo insertion. You, a goddess of lofty stature, soaring through the skies and ageless, have taken in an ordinary human child? What are you attempting to achieve, to fully integrate into our human realm? Don't jest. In her fervor, she rose from the table, hands striking its surface, her emotions aflame with resentment and fury directed at Diana. Yet, Diana maintained an air of composure, her long legs elegantly crossed, effortlessly exuding an unshakable presence even while seated. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, I, at one point, harbored profound disillusionment towards humanity, devoid of hope. What are you saying? Barbara's face was etched with confusion as she ultimately retook her seat. Diana cast a glance out the window at the snow-laden street and continued, until 16 years ago, on that Christmas Eve. What is happening to me? Nian gazed incredulously at his own hands, attempting to pierce his arm with a metal fork, only to discover that his skin was remarkably resilient. He felt but the slightest sting when applying force. Yet the fork's sharp prongs bent before they could penetrate. Suddenly, He recalled that for over a decade, his aunt had never sustained an injury. No way. Nian seemed to grasp everything in that fleeting moment, lifting his gaze to behold the ceiling of his own living room. Yet, over the years, what had seemed a minimalistic and empty expanse now prominently displayed a silver longsword, a dark golden round shield, and a set of wild-themed feminine battle armor that should not exist. These enigmatic artifacts, which ought not to be, were all connected by a shimmering golden thread that appeared and vanished, adorned at both ends with a peculiar and opulent crown, silver bracelets, and golden greaves. They do not exist, Nian murmured to himself. Perhaps they had always been there, merely hidden from his sight until now, when he could finally behold them. Nian instinctively reached upward, and just as his fingertips brushed against the golden rope suspended in midair, it instantly transformed from solid to ethereal, vanishing completely. Suddenly, Nian realized something was amiss. The sword and shield, which had been hanging from that rope along with the armor, plummeted to the ground as the golden thread dissolved. For a moment, Nian was taken aback, but his reflexes and speed were already extraordinary. He swiftly extended his hand to catch them, his movements nearly becoming an indistinct blur. What caught him even more off guard and drove him to the brink of madness was that the instant his hands grasped the crown and silver bracelet, they seemed to meld into his very being, fastening onto his forehead and wrist. Nian's mind went blank as he gazed at the feminine armor he had caught, fully anticipating the events that would unfold. This was not happening. No matter how vehemently he resisted internally, in the next moment, he found himself helplessly donning the upper garment and short skirt of the armor, his previous attire vanishing without a trace, leaving his arms and thighs exposed where the armor did not cover. In the chill of winter, this attire was likely to be quite frigid. Yet due to his unique constitution, Nian felt no cold at all. Instead, after donning this raw and primal armor, his blood surged like molten lava, filling him with an overwhelming urge to shout and charge into battle. Thud, thud, thud. Nian faintly heard what seemed like the distant echoes of drums from a bygone era. Igniting his fervor, who was beating the drums? No, suddenly it dawned on him. There was no drumming. It was the powerful rhythm of his own heart. How exhilarating. Unable to contain himself, Nian exclaimed, as the bloodline abilities within him began to awaken fully while clad in this distinctive Amazonian armor. He sensed an ineffable power, or rather a source of energy, swirling just beneath his skin. At that moment, Nian was unaware that he now wielded the strength of a demigod. With a surge of uncontrollable divine power coursing through him, it erupted forth, rising uncontrollably. In the living room, Nian clenched his teeth, shield on his back and sword in hand, as a devastating white light spilled from the roots of his raven-black hair. Just a few strands of this radiant light shattered the nearby lampshade into dust. This almost materialized energy of divine power propelled his short hair to grow at an astonishing rate, shifting from black to white, cascading wildly over his lower back, shoulders, and face. Adorned with silver locks, Nian was utterly bewildered, hastily checking the hem of his skirt. Soon, he sighed with relief, thankful that his gender was still intact. Yet the dire situation remained unresolved and spiraled further out of control. An ordinary individual suddenly possessing the might of a demigod was akin to a child unexpectedly holding the launch button for a nuclear missile. The extraordinary initial experience is marked by an incessant trend of deterioration. I can no longer remain here. If this continues, I shall ruin everything. Realizing this, Nian lifted his foot to act, but his strength had waned significantly. It was akin to shifting from pedaling a bicycle to that of a high-performance sports car. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, surging forward with great momentum. In a split second, everything in the living room that obstructed Nian's path, tables, chairs, lampstands, was obliterated. His velocity remained undiminished as he became a stream of human light, crashing into the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony. Bang! The glass shattered with a resounding crash. Unprepared, Nian soared out of his 16th-floor apartment. Chapter 5. The emergence of the female Spider-Man Knight had fallen, and less than 500 meters away. In the adjacent neighborhood, within a room, Gwen, having finished dinner, taken a shower, and donned her long loungewear, lay sprawled on her bed. Like a youthful ostrich, she buried her head amongst her plush toys, her vibrant, youthful form remaining motionless. However, the rhythmic kicking of her feet against the duvet unmistakably revealed her concealed sorrows. Officer George, still clad in his police uniform, approached the door and gently knocked, inquiring through the closed portal, "Would you like a cup of hot cocoa?" "No. I'll gain weight." Inside, Gwen remained still on her bed, her voice somewhat weak. With a hint of confusion, Officer George responded, Who is it that said in their childhood they wished to live in a castle made of chocolate and cake as a princess? Dad, stop bringing up my past. Gwen retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her voice. Especially when, abruptly, her words trailed off. George sighed and continued, especially at your school, right? When that boy was around. That is not true. He already knew anyway, Gwen replied, though her tone grew increasingly despondent, causing the plush toys that pressed against her head to tremble slightly. Gwen, Officer George inhaled deeply, as if making the most pivotal decision of his life, and resolutely declared, if you truly like that boy Nian, then express your feelings. I will undoubtedly support you from behind. Within the room, the plush toys that had been pressing against the girl's head ceased their quivering. After 3 seconds of silence, they were flung aside onto the floor. Dad, what are you saying? Gwen sprang up from her bed, sitting cross-legged on the comforter, her hands kneading her pillow into a distorted shape. Her face, whether from being buried for too long or from the embarrassment of having her innermost thoughts probed, flushed a vivid crimson, giving the impression that steam might soon escape. Sweat beads formed, and a few golden strands of hair clung to the girl's cheeks. I do not like Nian. Gwen, overwhelmed with a mix of shame and indignation, instinctively yearned to retort, yet a brief hesitation rendered her words as insipid as blank parchment. Very well. I merely suggested a hypothetical scenario. Officer George, standing just outside the door, grasped the unspoken tension and was about to articulate his thoughts when, fortuitously, his pager emitted a series of urgent beeps. Officer George here. What is the situation? He promptly answered, his demeanor shifting as he learned of an emergency unfolding. Inside the room, Gwen, sensing the gravity of the moment, fell silent. What? You mean to say a woman in bizarre attire descended from the sky to rob an armored vehicle? His expression grew increasingly severe as he processed the report relayed by his subordinate. Understood, it's not far from my location. I shall proceed immediately. With that, Officer George set down the pager, hastily called out to Gwen inside the house. Gwen, I must step out for a moment. Stay safe at home. All right, Father. Please be careful, Gwen replied. I will, he nodded, before swiftly departing. Within the confines of the room, Gwen felt her temperature cool slightly, pondering her father's words. Murmuring to herself, a woman descending from the sky? Could she be a mutant or possessing superhuman abilities? Her brow furrowed with growing concern for her father's safety. In this world, those endowed with extraordinary talents were exceedingly rare, but certainly not non-existent. After all, she was one of them. Gwen hurried to her wardrobe, pushing her garments aside to unveil a hidden compartment at the back. There lay an entire ensemble of a peculiar black and white bodysuit. The suit was white from the neck to the chest, transitioning to black from the chest downwards, enveloping the abdomen, hips, and legs. Accompanying the suit was a white hood that could cover the head, along with an additional full-body hood adorned with a web-like black and red pattern. In the compartment, she also discovered a pair of specially crafted green low-top shoes. Without further thought, Gwen extracted the hood, suit, and shoes, and from the lowest drawer of her wardrobe, retrieved 3 ordinary adhesive bandages, which she bit open. In no time, her home attire, along with the garments beneath, lay scattered across the floor as she donned the entire spider suit. Now clad in her arachnid attire, Gwen placed her palms gently on the floor, adopting a predatory stance as she moved stealthily, akin to a spider traversing its territory. Silent as the night, she tuned the radio on her desk to a channel of pure music, crafting the illusion of diligently completing her homework, then opened her bedroom window. Casting a glance back at the firmly shut door, she gripped the window ledge, exerted a slight force, and gracefully maneuvered her body outside. It is noteworthy that although Gwen's residence is not as lofty as Nian's, it still boasts a 10-story elevation, reaching nearly 30 meters into the sky. From Gwen's perspective, the city below, shrouded in the cloak of night, is inverted and reflects vividly in her eyes. With a graceful leap, she propels herself 10 meters into the air. Just as she is about to plummet downwards, she deftly twists her wrist, releasing an inconspicuous white silk thread that accurately strikes the eave of the adjacent high-rise. Pulling on the resilient thread, Gwen adjusts her petite frame and launches herself once more, hastening towards the street below where police sirens wail. At that moment, at the intersection across the street, parked vehicles simultaneously emit automated alarm sounds. Numerous pedestrians scream in panic, fleeing as they realize a robbery is underway. In front of the central bank, an armored cash transport vehicle stands, its supposedly bulletproof roof now marred by a massive dent. A woman clad in peculiar battle armor, wielding a vintage longsword, lies atop the wrecked vehicle. A multitude of greenback bills has been scattered from the shattered cabin, illustrating the tremendous force of her recent descent. Indeed, This so-called strange woman is none other than our classmate Nian. It is no surprise that others misjudge her gender. The armored dress she wears is unmistakably feminine, particularly accentuated by her flowing silver hair cascading down her shoulders, further solidifying her apparent femininity. Who on earth are you? Demand two heavily armed SWAT officers stationed near the cash transport, momentarily stunned. Yet, under the pressure of their training, they draw their weapons and bark their inquiry. However, the tremor in their legs betrays their fear. If I were to say I accidentally fell from my home on the 16th floor to land here, would you believe me? Though Nian yearns to respond thus, articulating such a statement would undoubtedly reveal his true identity as a boy. Moreover, at this juncture, any explanation would likely seem ludicrous. After all, it is preposterous for a normal person to emerge unscathed from a fall of such height. Thus, after contemplating for less than half a second while lying atop the cash transport, Nian disregards the armed officers aiming at him. With astonishing speed, he flips himself upright and leaps off the vehicle, dashing along the roadway to escape the scene. His current velocity is astounding, his movements leaving behind afterimages. By the time the SWAT officers regain their composure, he has already covered a distance of 10 meters. Chapter 6. The Long Journey Home. Stop. Don't even think about running. I will shoot. Caught completely off guard by Nian's swift and decisive escape, the two officers are momentarily dumbfounded. In a fit of urgency, one officer disregards their surroundings, aiming his weapon at Nian's back and pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunfire sends nearby pedestrians into a frenzy of screams. As Nian runs, he glances back, clearly able to see the bullet racing towards him, even noting the intricate spirals etched upon its tip. Despite living in a nation where gunfights are a daily occurrence, this was the first time he had witnessed real bullets, and he never anticipated they would be aimed directly at him. One would expect an ordinary person to recoil in fear at the sound of gunfire. After all, even the weakest modern handgun can deliver a lethal blow to vital areas of the human body. Yet, at that moment, Nian felt no trace of terror. To him, the bullets appeared agonizingly slow, so slow that he believed he could outpace them with ease. Naturally, as he moved at high speed, he casually shifted his body to evade, allowing the pursuing bullet to pass through his disheveled silver hair. Suddenly, a sense of alarm struck him as he caught sight of a vehicle stationed at the intersection ahead, waiting. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Nian instinctively thrust his empty left hand forward, astonishingly catching the bullet that had just whizzed past him in his palm. What had he done? How was this possible? The special police officers witnessing this scene screamed in terror. A faint ache and warmth radiated from his palm. Glancing back at the officers, Nian discarded the bullet, now resembling a crumpled metal button, onto the ground and turned to leave. This time, the two officers stood in stunned silence, their weapons raised, frozen like wooden statues. As if Pandora's box had been opened, the night's events were far from over. They had only just begun. Turning at the intersection, Nian spotted 3 police cars racing towards him down the road. Moreover, the sharp wails of sirens echoed ominously from the roads flanking him. All he wished was to return home. Was that too much to ask? Furthermore, how could their response be so swift? A twitch of annoyance crossed his lips. In films, when robberies or crimes occur, the police typically arrive only after the chaos has subsided. Why was it different for him? This defied logic. Regardless, he could not remain on the bustling streets any longer. Wishing to avoid endangering innocent bystanders, Nian surveyed the nearby buildings and quickly selected a relatively low 4-story convenience store. He accelerated forward, and with a powerful push from his toes, he attempted to leap onto the rooftop. However, this time, he had overexerted himself. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, and he only managed to leap approximately 6 meters, falling short of the building and beginning his descent. Below him, the police vehicles raced towards the scene from various intersections. Damn, don't toy with me. In midair, Nian flailed his limbs, feeling the familiar sensation of falling, watching the rooftop recede further from his reach. Just then, with a whoosh, a shimmering golden rope materialized from the air as he inadvertently swung his left hand forward, gracefully weaving through the cityscape. One end of the golden rope was firmly grasped in his hand, while the other extended forward like a lasso, eventually securing itself around the lightning rod of the building ahead. With no time to investigate the origin of the rope, Nian swiftly tugged at it with his left hand, propelling his suspended body upwards once more, landing gracefully on the rooftop of a nearby 4-story building. What a close call. Nian, still shaken, retracted the golden rope and diverted his gaze from the empty police car to the towering structure beside him, using it as a springboard to hastily escape the scene. Below, 5 or 6 police vehicles screeched to a halt at the very spot where Nian had leaped. Who on earth could that be? One officer emerged from the driver's seat, staring in disbelief at the pavement marked with footprints. It's certainly isn't an ordinary person, another officer chimed in. Obviously, many officers were at a loss for words. Catching bullets barehanded, moving at speeds exceeding 100 miles, leaping 4 stories high. It's absurd to think they could be just an ordinary individual. What should we do next? Just as the officers felt helpless, a siren-blaring police car finally arrived, joining the others on the street. The door swung open, and Officer George stepped out with authority, quickly inquiring of the gathered officers. Where did the suspect go? Officer, they flew. No, they jumped away. The officers on the scene saluted, gesturing towards the towering building over 10 meters high. It took Officer George 5 seconds to grasp the meaning of this so-called jumping away. After a brief contemplation, he spoke with a grave tone. Immediately request support from the local police helicopter. We cannot allow such a dangerous, unknown individual to wreak havoc in this city. Yes, sir. Nian swiftly navigated the densely packed skyscrapers. Although he had yet to fully master his extraordinary physique, he was gradually becoming accustomed to the movements outside. So, this is what it feels like to fly. With the assistance of the golden rope in his grasp, he soared from rooftop to rooftop, utilizing the lasso to ensure his safety whenever he exerted too much or too little force, preventing himself from plummeting off the edge. He was astonished to discover that, even if it was not a tangible object, but merely a wisp of black smoke rising from a chimney, the golden rope could ensnare it as if it were a solid entity, providing leverage. Nian even speculated that he might be able to ensnare clouds, or even the concept of a soul, should such a notion exist in this world. Surely, he must have evaded them by now. Upon reaching the pinnacle of a skyscraper, he stood near a railing, nearly suspended in midair, gazing down at the vehicles and pedestrians below, which appeared as mere black dots, and felt a surge of primal apprehension. It was time to return home. With this thought, Nian once more leaped into the air, intending to cast the golden lasso to bridge the distance between himself and the adjacent building. But it was only when his left hand made the motion to throw that he noticed the golden rope, which had timely appeared to save him, had inexplicably vanished once more. Could it be? Is this a game? His heart tightened painfully. Marking the 3rd time that night, he was greeted by an overwhelming sensation of falling. Newton would be thrilled. Thus, we returned to the scene we had first witnessed. Nian crashed onto the rooftop of a 5-star hotel, spotting the police helicopter in pursuit, and he could only rely on his unstable strength to flee. 10 minutes later, even Nian himself could not ascertain how long he had been leaping from high buildings. He only knew he was moving further away from the urban area near his home. Once more, he concealed himself in the shadow of a water tower atop a skyscraper, watching as the helicopter patrolled in the wrong direction until it completely vanished from his sight. With a sigh of relief, the heat emanating from him was sufficient to evaporate the frost, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Finally, could he return home? He whispered softly to himself. Just as his words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows, gracefully and lightly landing atop the water tower. Chapter 7. The battle above in a western city nearing Christmas. The night grew increasingly cold, especially at the top of a 21-story skyscraper. The wind howled fiercely enough to topple an adult, carrying with it a swirling frost and snow. The entrance to the top floor had long been locked from within, and typically, not even in the bright daylight would anyone venture up there. Yet now, on this rooftop, one person crouched low atop the highest water tower while another leaned against the railing of the terrace, the two confronting each other in the night, separated by about 10 meters. Who are you? Gwen's eyes widened, her scrutinizing gaze piercing through her spider mask and landing upon the other figure. The sight was breathtaking. The woman before her appeared not particularly muscular. Her skin exposed beneath the armor was delicate and fair, devoid of prominent muscles, making it difficult to fathom the source of her extraordinary strength. The armor she donned, along with her weapon, crown, and boots, exuded an ancient wildness and nobility. Standing on the icy floor, she braved the cold night wind atop the terrace. The moon's silvery glow cascaded down, illuminating her wild, flowing silver hair, giving her an ethereal radiance, as if she were cloaked in a layer of silvery divine light. She resembled a deity emerging from the annals of ancient Greek civilization. So beautiful, one could not help but exclaim. Despite the woman slightly turning her body, coupled with her wildly dancing silver hair and the obscuring night and frost, one could not discern her exact features. Yet still, how beautiful! This admiration was genuine. Gwen found no other words to describe it. As Gwen appraised Nian was equally observing Gwen. Although the body was tightly encased from head to toe in a snug uniform, it was distinctly different from his own counterfeit appearance. The figure before him, with its attire and movements, unmistakably embodied that of a genuine woman. After all, in comparison to the feminine armored dress he currently wore. This tight-fitting uniform made it exceedingly difficult to conceal one's gender. No matter how one wrapped it, a male in such attire would inevitably reveal a slight protrusion, unlike the flat and unobstructed silhouette of the woman before him. What captured Xinyan's attention was the black and white spider uniform donned by this enigmatic female, which perfectly accentuated her slender and delicate form. She resembled a predator poised to pounce on her prey. The spider suit exhibited a streamlined grace, with muscles taut enough to convey strength without appearing overly robust, perfectly balanced. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Her voice, crisp and cold, resonated with a sense of familiarity he couldn't quite place. It was both foreign and oddly known to him, igniting a dissonance within. Then, as she complimented his beauty, Xinyan felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the high-rise. "Who are you? Are you not going to answer my question?" Gwen leaned slightly down from her perch on the water tower, her gaze fixed on him. Xinyan remained silent. "I can sense that the weapon in your hand is quite dangerous. If you were to act, those police officers and even the helicopter would be unable to stop you. Why do you merely flee?" Beneath the spider mask, the girl's expression grew increasingly curious. Xinyan continued to hold his silence, his eyes drawn to the vintage long sword in his grasp. Despite their earlier escape, he had not loosened his grip on the hilt. This sword was a relic hidden away by his aunt, and for that reason alone, he could not afford to lose it. As for why he did not wield it, that was obvious. He simply did not know how to use a sword. Moreover, it seemed Gwen discerned his thoughts, concluding, "You do not wish to harm those police officers or ordinary people." Xinyan nodded, a sudden realization dawning upon him that he should express himself. He pressed the sword's tip against the rooftop floor and drew it forward, leaving a conspicuous line etched into the surface, as if it were mere tofu. Gwen observed the marks separating them, quickly grasping his intent. "Do not cross this boundary?" Xinyan gave a slight nod, positioning the long sword before him to signify his resolve to draw it should she continue her probing. He had no desire to confront someone who might possess similar extraordinary abilities and hoped to deter her with this display. "Very well," Gwen replied unexpectedly with a sense of acquiescence. Yet, in that fleeting moment of Xinyan's relaxation, a glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes as her wrists flicked forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 strands of white silk shot forth from Gwen's wrists. One ensnared the vintage longsword in Xian's grasp, while the other secured itself firmly to the railing behind him, effectively trapping Xian between them. "Show me your true self," Gwen exclaimed, yanking on the strands with all her might. Although she was unable to dislodge the sword from Xian's grip, the remarkable elasticity of the silk propelled her forward like a human cannonball, hurtling towards Xian at breakneck speed. Social demise was imminent, yet in that fleeting moment, Xian's battle instincts ignited. A flash of insight crossed his mind. He relinquished his hold on the sword and forcefully hurled it in front of himself. With a sharp swish, the sword sliced through the air, transforming into a silver streak. Gwen's pupils dilated in alarm as she prepared to evade, only to find the sword merely grazing past her, dragging the silk tethered to her wrist along with it. Gwen's mouth fell slightly agape as her lithe body came to a sudden halt midair, before being yanked backward by the silk. The long sword embedded itself into the iron door on the top floor, burying itself up to the hilt. In that moment, Gwen displayed reflexes far exceeding those of an ordinary human. Just as her body was about to collide with the iron door, she grasped the silk connected to the railing. Dissipating some of the momentum, she executed a half-turn in midair, landing gracefully on her feet against the door. Before she could turn around, a shadow surged towards her from behind. "Get away from me!" Gwen retaliated with a swift kick, but Xian anticipated her move, capturing her ankle with one hand while pressing his knee firmly against her lower back, forcefully pinning her against the door. Fearing that she might employ her web-slinging abilities again, Xian decided to lower Gwen from the door to the floor, sitting firmly on her bent back. He held her ankle tightly with one hand while securing her wrists with the other. The fluidity of his counteraction was astonishing, as if he had rehearsed this dance countless times, leaving even Xian himself astounded. He had previously struggled to control his own strength. It was simply a testament to his overwhelming will to survive. Social demise? Not a chance. Gwen, though she had struggled, was clearly outmatched. The disparity between the extraordinary was evident. In terms of physical strength, Gwen was utterly defeated. This realization astonished her even more. She was aware that her strength could lift an ordinary car. Yet now, pinned beneath Xian, with her wrists and ankles restrained, she found herself unable to move an inch. This feeling of helplessness was unprecedented since she had attained her spider-like abilities. Chapter 8. The other side of the world, let me go. Gwen shouted in indignation. feeling the weight of another pressing down on her, even knowing that her assailant was also a woman. She struggled fiercely, gritting her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Nian found himself in a quandary. Due to Gwen's initial aggression, he was compelled to engage in self-defense to prevent her from inflicting harm and to conceal his true visage. However, despite having subdued her, he found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action. Should he release the female Spider-Man? Setting aside the question of whether she would retaliate, the proximity of their bodies posed a significant risk. If he were to loosen his grip, she could easily turn and recognize his identity. Nian was determined to keep his true self hidden, for his abilities were derived solely from his aunt, not from any inherent talent. Perhaps his powers were merely temporary, set to fade by dawn, reverting him to an ordinary human. Yet, he could not maintain this stalemate indefinitely. What if he rendered her unconscious instead? A flicker of hesitation crossed Nian's mind, concerned he might inadvertently exert too much force. While contemplating how to incapacitate the female Spider-Man momentarily, she suddenly arched her body, using her only free foot to launch a high kick, her petite foot encased in a green, low-top shoe curling around Nian's neck like a hook. What? Nian felt her agile foot tighten around his throat, forcing his body to lean back. Realizing that she aimed to escape his grasp, he held his breath, his left hand firmly gripping her ankle while his right hand intensified its hold on her wrists, denying her any chance of liberation. The sound of cracking bones echoed like popping beans as the two engaged in a battle of endurance, their bodies nearly touching in a fierce tug-of-war. Gwen, positioned beneath, arched her body into a crescent, her slender waist appearing as though it might snap at any moment. Nian, seated atop her, could distinctly sense the astonishing flexibility and strength of her form beneath him. "Release me," Nian longed to shout. Yet, Gwen beat him to it, pleading, "Let go of me." Her delicate foot pulled vigorously against his throat, her petite frame twisting and writhing in struggle. Suddenly, Nian's eyes widened as he felt his own body shifting backward due to her relentless tugging and squirming. What had begun as a firm position on her back transformed into a precarious one. He found himself seated upon something notably softer. Bewildered, he realized he was clad in a short skirt. Oblivious to this fact, Gwen mistook his momentary stillness for fatigue, prompting her to strain and twist even more fiercely. The quality of her spider suit was undoubtedly exceptional, yet designed for outdoor activity and breathability. It was thinner than an ordinary jacket or jeans, failing to conceal the graceful curve of her figure. The vigorous movements of the protagonist proved detrimental. Nian inwardly lamented, uncertain whether this constituted pleasure or torment, as the fervent blood coursing through him began to surge. What was this? The female Spider-Man finally recognized something amiss. An enigmatic object was pressing against her through the layer of her spider suit. Nian suddenly relinquished his grip on her left ankle, seizing the remaining white silk nearby to bind her hands several times, while simultaneously ensnaring the small foot around his neck. He executed these actions with remarkable swiftness. With a powerful leap, Nian sprang from the female Spider-Man, drawing the archaic sword that had been fixed to the iron door, and without a backward glance, he soared toward the towering edifice across the street. Perhaps it was sheer luck, or perhaps the series of extraordinary encounters that night had granted him a certain proficiency with his newfound powers. This time, Nian expertly controlled his leap, soaring over 20 meters and landing precisely on the water tower of the opposite building. After a few more strides and leaps, his figure, shield in hand, vanished into the increasingly heavy snowfall that enveloped the city night. 10 seconds later. "Damn it, I will kill you. Where are you? Show yourself." The female Spider-Man, her face a mask of indignation beneath her hood, was wildly thrashing about in her black and white suit, which seemed to burn with fury as she swung between the skyscrapers. Even from half a street away, Nian could hear her furious cries. "This isn't my fault," he mused wryly, glancing down at the conspicuously bulging hem of his skirt. He sought refuge in a corner on the top floor of a building. After a short while, the female Spider-Man sped past, swinging on her web from a nearby high-rise, rapidly disappearing into the night. Finally, he could return home, exhaling a sigh of relief. Nian emerged from the shadows of the building, sword in hand, and surveyed his surroundings. Recognizing the nearby distinctive structures, he soon confirmed that he was at the intersection of Washington's inner and outer districts, over 10 kilometers from the city center where his home lay. Heaven knows how he had managed to arrive here. Did he have to jump back? Feeling a twinge of helplessness, he prepared to head homeward when an unexpected occurrence jolted him. Boom. The building he occupied suddenly trembled. What was this? Initially suspecting it to be a mere illusion, he soon felt the distinct tremors of the structure beneath him once more. Quickly, He glanced around at the surrounding architecture. It was not only the building he stood on that was shaking. Nearby skyscrapers were visibly vibrating. Was this an earthquake? As that thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. No. His heightened senses and consciousness transcended human perception, allowing him to detect phenomena beyond ordinary comprehension. The source of the tremors seemed not to emanate from beneath the city's surface, but rather originated from a specific location on the surface of the surrounding urban area. Boom, boom, boom. Every second or few seconds, the ground and buildings of the surrounding city tremble slightly, as if an enormous hammer were relentlessly striking the earth. Not far from this place, Nian murmurs to himself while standing atop a building, gazing down at a particular point on the city streets below. It seems to validate his extraordinary perception and judgment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts in Nian's line of sight as a structure in the city, 2 or 3 kilometers away, collapses with a deafening crash. The tranquility and serenity that enveloped the city under the winter night sky are abruptly shattered by an unknown, terrifying force. And this is merely the prologue. Bang, bang, bang. The ear-splitting sounds of gunfire and artillery follow in rapid succession, dense and unrelenting, resembling the thunderous claps of a summer storm, erupting from the very center of the fallen edifice. Fiery explosions surge skyward, swiftly spreading in all directions, igniting several bustling streets and setting the urban skyline ablaze. A chilling roar resonates from this instantaneously transformed hellish battlefield, a sound that unmistakably does not belong to any human or animal, overpowering the modern artillery's relentless bombardment. What is that? Nian's eyes widen as he peers into the heart of the flames and smoke, catching a fleeting glimpse of a vast, yellow-green shadow, as if he were witnessing the true underbelly of this world. Chapter 9. The emergence of abhorrence. The underbelly of the world, concealed in shadows that sunlight struggles to penetrate, stands in stark contrast to the overt reality of existence, things that ordinary individuals cannot truly comprehend. This underbelly naturally refers to realms that transcend the average human understanding, intimately connected to the extraordinary, even birthed from the extraordinary itself. Superheroes are among the quintessential manifestations of this phenomenon. Although Nian has lived in this world for 16 years, having gleaned from history books in elementary school the tale of the first superhero, Captain America, and having heard whispers of Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman, who has vigilantly watched over the sins of society for over a decade, he still feels that these extraordinary entities residing in the world's shadows are exceedingly distant from him. This distance is reminiscent of his previous life, having always dwelled in a peaceful superpower. He occasionally learned through the news of modern warfare erupting in small regions on the other side of the globe, yet such knowledge felt nebulous, unreal, and difficult to empathize with. The chasm between ordinary humanity and the underbelly of the world is far more ruthless than the ancient divide between slaves and nobility. After all, even the so-called wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Yet, whether through technology or mutation, transcending the threshold of normal perception to attain the extraordinary is an exceedingly rare occurrence among humanity. Years ago, Nian relinquished his aspirations of becoming extraordinary, accustomed instead to the mundane existence of an ordinary person. Until tonight, Nian unexpectedly acquired an ineffable extraordinary power from his aunt, and outside the city, he encountered a female Spider-Man endowed with arachnid abilities. Now, he found himself witnessing a fierce battle against a green monster engaged with an elite military force. Never before had he glimpsed, so vividly, the other side of this world, or perhaps he had already stepped halfway into it. Was it possible that within the city he had always resided in, so many extraordinary phenomena lay hidden? A bitter smile crept upon Nian's lips as he felt his worldview utterly shattered. However, the realization that the most extraordinary among them was his aunt, with whom he had cohabited for over a decade, made the situation seem less daunting. Nian's attention was drawn to the intense combat unfolding not far away, where steel and concrete structures crumbled to the ground, and the cacophony of gunfire permeated every inch of the streets. The frost and snow falling from the night sky evaporated before touching the ground, while bullet casings and debris replaced the white snow scattered across the streets. Yet, the human military found itself at an absolute disadvantage. At the epicenter of the urban battlefield, a specially designed military vehicle was equipped with a Gatling gun, its barrels glowing red as they spat forth tongues of fire. A relentless stream of bullets surged forth like a torrent of steel, converging upon the depths engulfed in flames and smoke. There stood a towering creature, 3 to 4 meters in height, its muscular form resembling iron clumps, with a terrifyingly stark white skeletal frame protruding. This green, Giant monstrosity was clad in nothing but a large pair of shorts, embodying the very essence of horror and malice. A single glance at it sent shivers down one's spine, an endless chill surging from the base of its spine. It bore an exceedingly fitting name, Abomination. Amidst the hail of bullets, the Abomination leaped between the buildings and ruins of the streets, its agility and speed astonishingly contrasting with its corpulent physique. With each rapid movement, it demonstrated a power capable of shaking the very earth and surrounding city to its core. It crushed the ground and shattered walls. The Abomination disregarded the bullets that struck its body, leaving not even a scratch on its skin as it thundered down upon a specially designed military vehicle, flattening both soldiers and machinery alike as if they were mere tin cans. With a casual motion, it seized an abandoned taxi from the road, hoisting it overhead like a sandbag, and hurled it 30 meters away, crashing it into another military vehicle laden with soldiers. In that moment, modern automobiles appeared no more substantial than children's toys. Boom! A rocket-propelled grenade soared through the air, trailing flames as it sped toward the Abomination. It raised its arm to shield itself, and in an instant, the explosion engulfed its form in flames, the shockwave shattering all the windows of the buildings lining the street. But then, the next scene unfolded, instilling despair in the hearts of the remaining soldiers on the battlefield. Amidst the explosive chaos unleashed by the rocket artillery, searing flames cascaded along the white skeleton and verdant sinews, revealing a visage twisted into a grotesque and terrifying grin reminiscent of a demon. The ensuing conflict, nay, it should be regarded as a one-sided massacre, persisted unabated. From a distance, Nian furrowed his brow. The presence of this yellow-green monstrosity instilled within him an overwhelming sense of peril. Even should he plummet from several stories, he would sustain no injury, yet encountering this beast could very well spell his demise. His extraordinary perception sharpened his instincts, discerning that this creature posed a lethal threat to his current existence. It was already late. Perhaps it would be best to avert his gaze and return home. His aunt would be worried. Reluctantly, Nian turned away from the scene of merciless slaughter that unfolded in the distance. Having never entertained the notion of becoming a superhero, merely fantasizing about the prowess they wielded. As for the adage that greater power entails greater responsibility, in a situation devoid of life-threatening danger, he would willingly lend a hand. But this was a matter of life and death. Having perished once in his past life, he held a profound appreciation for his own existence. In this lifetime, the only one worthy of his sacrifice was his aunt, with Gwen being a distant second. Just as Nian resolved to depart, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure weaving through the gaps between towering edifices, swinging on strands of web, and heading towards the war-torn cityscape 2 kilometers away. It was none other than the female Spider-Man he had encountered on the rooftop moments prior. No, don't go that way. His heart raced. He understood all too well that the female Spider-Man was no match for the monstrosity. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The likely outcome of her engagement with the creature could only be one: death. Yet, it was too late for him to intervene. Nian could only watch helplessly as the delicate silhouette of the female Spider-Man ventured into the city, where the sounds of gunfire gradually faded. I'm sorry. My life is but a single thread, and it can only be woven for those two. Gritting his teeth, Nian resolutely chose not to gaze any longer, turning instead to leap away from the battlefield, heading in the opposite direction. Chapter 10. God is dead in less than 10 minutes. An entire battalion of well-armed modern American troops fell to the hands of the Abomination. Humanity wailed in despair, flames raged unchecked, and a once thriving and tranquil corner of the city was reduced to a hellish inferno. The Abomination emerged as if from the depths of hell, born for slaughter. Its feet trampling over flattened vehicles, oozing thick, crimson blood. It glanced down at its clenched fists, reveling in the unparalleled power coursing through its being. As a deranged and satisfied grin twisted its human-like features. Please, don't kill me. The sound of a firearm clattering to the ground echoed sharply. The sole surviving American soldier stood before the ruins of a once mighty structure, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the shattered bodies of his comrades. In that moment, his spirit and resolve seemed utterly crushed, and he found himself kneeling on the blood-soaked earth, utterly devoid of strength. Along with his comrades, his lifelong faith crumbled as well. The overwhelming manifestation of a power that transcended all reason led the soldier to question whether a deity, if one existed, could also be vanquished by the monstrous entity before him. The embodiment of malice sneered at the soldier, showing no intention of sparing him, and took a step forward, each footfall resonating like the harbinger of death, causing the ground to tremble in mournful lament. The soldier remained motionless, his hands weakly supporting him on the ground as he awaited his demise. Just as the embodiment of hate contemplated whether to crush the soldier with its hands or to reduce him to mere pulp beneath its feet, a fleeting silhouette darted across the night sky illuminated by flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 strands of silken web struck the creature's bare skull, causing it to reach back instinctively, its palm becoming ensnared in the resilient, sticky threads. Taken aback, it turned to see a black and white clad girl perched atop the now damaged clock tower. "Hey, big guy, care to play?" Gwen, the Spider-Woman, taunted, beckoning with a flick of her fingers before effortlessly swinging away on her web. With a ferocious roar, the creature ignored the American soldier, launching itself backward with tremendous force. The ground beneath cracked and splintered as it hurtled like a human missile towards the clock tower's apex. Without any sign of slowing down, it pursued the agile Gwen, who was deftly maneuvering through the air. The American soldier, still in shock, witnessed this spectacle until a youthful voice broke through the chaos. "Hey, old man, aren't you going to take this chance to get out of here?" Instinctively, he turned towards the voice. But all he saw was a sea of flames engulfing the ruins, with no one in sight. Yet, this realization snapped him back to his senses, and he struggled to rise, stumbling away from the indelible horror of the battlefield. Nearby, in a building that had been safely evacuated, a silver-haired youth stood behind a windowsill. Shield in one hand and sword in the other, it was none other than Nian. With a soft sigh, Nian pondered. Even he could not comprehend why, after weighing the consequences, he had chosen to follow the Spider-Woman back into the war-torn city, despite having decided to leave. There was an inexplicable attachment to the solitary figure of the Spider-Woman who had ventured into the conflict zone. Despite being a mere stranger with extraordinary abilities, he felt compelled to see it through. "Well, since I'm here, I might as well observe." Nian gripped the antique longsword in his left hand and leaped from the windowsill, landing gracefully on the rooftop of the church, 30 meters above the ground. Nearby stood the clock tower, now a mere fragment of its former self, having been ravaged by the monstrous abomination. He crouched low, concealing himself as he observed the cityscape ahead. The female Spider-Man seemed aware that a direct confrontation with the abomination would be unwise. Thus, she deftly swung through the deserted streets, her agile form weaving seamlessly between towering edifices, slipping through windows that barely accommodated her size. Nevertheless, the abomination clung relentlessly to her trail, the distance between them not only failing to widen, but diminishing instead. The creature cared little for the structures ahead, employing sheer brute force in its relentless pursuit, obliterating anything in its path into dust. With a thunderous crash akin to that of a human missile, the abomination vaulted over the female Spider-Man, smashing a gaping hole in the exterior wall before it clung to the ledge, reaching out with its massive hand towards her. In a moment of peril, she deftly pulled on the webbing trailing behind her, narrowly evading the grasp of the abomination, which merely grazed her white hood, shredding it into tatters. Roaring with fury, the abomination continued its chase, pursuing the female Spider-Man as she darted into a narrow alleyway. The scene was harrowing even from Nian's elevated vantage point, yet an understanding dawned upon him. She was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. However, he realized that merely prolonging her escape would not suffice. No, she was not simply fleeing. Nian's eyes brightened with insight as he focused on the female Spider-Man, who was intentionally luring the abomination into the densely populated areas of the city. The walls of the alleyway bore the scars of destruction as the abomination charged through, its visage caked in dirt and debris. It glared at the female Spider-Man as she once more slipped into another narrow passage, veins on its forehead pulsating with rage. With a thunderous roar, it lunged into the alleyway, expanding its width by 2 to 3 times in its furious rampage. Yet, as it barreled out of the opposite end, it unwittingly entered what appeared to be a vast spider-s lair, surrounded by meticulously crafted strands of white webbing anchored to adjacent buildings, forming an enormous trap. Typically, the abomination might have evaded such a snare, but in its current state of wrath and hatred, it plunged headlong into the web trap. Now was the moment. Observing from the heights of the church, Nian's assessment was validated. The female Spider-Man, her back pressed against the high wall, swiftly unleashed her webs, binding the abomination's head and limbs with strands as unyielding as iron, securing the other ends to the surrounding structures. Approximately 5 seconds later, Loathing was almost encased in a gigantic cocoon spun from silken threads, her face and mouth sealed, completely merging with the surrounding structures that confined her. Remarkable. I had truly underestimated her. Nian, observing from the shadows, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Exhausting nearly all the silk she possessed, The female Spider-Man finally sighed in relief, utterly fatigued as she perched upon the exterior wall at a great height. Perhaps due to the solitude of her surroundings. She slightly lifted the lower edge of her mask, revealing the delicate and exquisite chin of a young girl, a small mouth that breathed heavily, and a finely sculpted nose. No way. A sudden shiver coursed through Nian. Despite the partial unveiling of her face, the female Spider-Man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Chapter 11. For whom tamed, for whom angered after midnight, the patrons of the coffee shop gradually increased. Yet many of them, regardless of gender, found themselves frequently casting glances at the perfect woman seated at a corner table, too intimidated by her formidable aura to approach closely. Like a striking landscape, Diana stood from her chair and bid farewell to Barbara across the table. That's all I wanted to say. There's nothing more. I must take my leave. It's late, and my child will be worried at home. What? She has a child. The cups in the coffee shop immediately shattered onto the floor. The gentlemen and ladies at nearby tables, who had intended to initiate conversation, were instantly stripped of their feigned elegance upon overhearing Diana's words, their expressions collapsing into despair and desolation. Barbara, equally stunned by this unexpected revelation, was now convinced of Nian's significant place in Diana's heart. Yet, who would have thought? A deity could truly become family with a mortal. Barbara gazed at Diana for a prolonged moment before finally whispering, "You cannot keep this from him forever." "Of course," Diana replied, her flawless visage adorned with a gentle smile. "When he turns 18 and comes of age, I will reveal everything he wishes to know. He can choose the life he desires. I respect his decisions. However, for now, I will not allow anyone to disturb that child's life." As she spoke those final words, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Diana's eyes before she turned and strode out of the coffee shop in her boots. After all, he is merely an ordinary human boy. Barbara shook her head in disbelief, recalling Diana's earlier words, and suddenly found herself smiling as she murmured, "Nian Prince, how on earth did you manage this? If only I had the chance to meet you properly. A child raised by a deity, yet he tamed the divine." As Diana exited the coffee shop, she glanced up at the gentle flakes of snow drifting from the night sky, pondering inexplicably. Is that child diligently working on his homework at the table, lounging on the sofa watching television, or has he already succumbed to slumber in his bed? Regardless of the scenario, Diana suddenly yearned to see Nian, to kiss the child's cherubic face, cradling his body with the same tenderness that had characterized their ordinary days over the past 16 years. It dawned upon her that she too was gripped by fear. Gently cupping the snow in her palms, she felt its icy touch, whispering softly to herself. This morning, upon learning that Barbara had shown Nian photographs from the era of the Great War, she realized that, like Nian's anxiety and trepidation, her own fear mirrored his. Diana feared that once Nian discovered he was a scion of the gods, that he had lived for centuries untouched by time, he might perceive her as a monster, creating an insurmountable chasm between them, thus shattering the life they had shared. Therefore, Diana concealed her true identity as Wonder Woman. After purchasing a hamburger from a nearby CAF, Diana began her journey home. As she descended to the street, she noticed police cars stationed below, officers patrolling with vigilant eyes, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over her. Hastening into the elevator, she arrived at her residence, inhaling deeply before unlocking the door and pushing it open. A gust of frigid wind rushed in through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony, tousling Diana's dark tresses as she stood at the threshold. The dimly lit living room was a scene of devastation, with furniture severely damaged and the floor marred by evident footprints and cracks. From her perspective, the armor and weaponry, starry diadem, silver bracelets, sword of Hephaestus, divine shield, lasso of truth, hidden in the ceiling above the living room had vanished without a trace. Something had gone awry. Clenching her fists, her beautiful eyes reflected a serene calm devoid of emotion. At that moment, the divinity within her surged, magnifying infinitely. Meanwhile, on the other side, pedestrians were evacuating the smoke-filled battlefield of the city. Perched atop the church, Nian gazed down, his face etched with disbelief. How could it possibly be her? He fixated on the battlefield below, where the female Spider-Man had unveiled her mask, revealing the lower half of her youthful visage. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood friend, Gwen Stacy, if not for the fact that she was currently ensnaring a formidable foe with webbing and perched upon the exterior wall of a 10-meter-high building. Nian might have already deduced her true identity. Yet, the voice of the female Spider-Man sounded distinctly wrong. Was it merely a coincidence of appearance? Before Nian could ponder further, the battlefield shifted dramatically. The sound of several resilient strands of web snapping echoed through the air, and under the astonished gaze of the female Spider-Man, several webs suddenly succumbed to the strain. Although more webs remained affixed to the building's exterior, they too were about to face a catastrophic collapse as the structure was pulled down with them. The ground trembled violently, clouds of dust replacing the snow. The very building upon which the female Spider-Man sat crumbled, and she was caught off guard, plummeting into the abyss below. In the air, she was poised to unleash a new strand of webbing, soaring upwards, when suddenly, a massive green hand violently tore through the spider silk and the outer wall, grasping the waist of the female Spider-Man with a grip akin to iron claws, binding her hands in the process. Amidst the dust, a pair of icy, terrifying green beastly eyes opened wide. "Let me go?" The female Spider-Man cried out in struggle, but no matter how vigorously she fought, that hand remained utterly unmoved. The inhuman strength invoked memories of the grotesque figure she had encountered earlier atop the building. With a sinister grin, the monstrous entity, towering over 3 meters, made the petite female Spider-Man appear as fragile as an infant. It kept its left hand firmly clutching her, while raising its other hand to envelop the tightly clenched left. As the abomination exerted pressure with both hands, the grip constricted inch by inch, diminishing the female Spider-Man's struggles, blood trickling from her tightly pressed lips. It was evident that the creature intended to crush her alive. Gradually, Gwen's legs began to droop as she lost the strength to resist, her consciousness fading into a murky haze. "Am I to die here? But I haven't even donned my white wedding dress yet," Gwen thought with reluctance before darkness enveloped her. Yet, in the fleeting moment before her consciousness slipped away, she heard the most familiar voice, as if from a vivid dream. "Let her go?" A glimmer of silver flashed forth, splitting the dark night and the crimson flames above. The abomination was completely unprepared for an ambush, even if it had anticipated it. It wouldn't have cared. After all, even heat weapons like rocket launchers failed to penetrate its defenses, so the mere thought of cold weapons was dismissed. Yet this time, it was mistaken. With a swift thrust, the vintage sword pierced through the tightly shut eyelid, shattering the right eye within, the blade plunging deep into the creature's eye socket. How is this possible? The abomination was momentarily stunned, its remaining eye widening in disbelief as it fixated on the silver-haired youth descending upon its arms. "I wonder," he mused, "does the monster experience pain?" Perhaps due to the divine nature inherited from his abilities, Nian's face remained eerily calm, devoid of any emotional display. Yet, it was precisely this calmness that revealed his extraordinary fury at that moment. Chapter 12. The Collision of Imposters. Do monsters feel pain? Nian, clad in female battle armor, inquired expressionlessly, stepping onto the raised arms of the abomination. With both hands gripping the vintage sword, he pressed downward, forcing the intricately designed blade deeper into the eye socket. A howl of agony escaped the creature as its right eye was obliterated, the searing pain overwhelming it, compelling the abomination to finally release its grip on the female Spider-Man. As she was poised to plummet to the rubble below, Nian swiftly withdrew the long sword, sending a spray of putrid green blood gushing forth. With a swift motion of his left hand, he grasped the slender waist of the female Spider-Man, making a hasty retreat from the smoke-laden urban battleground. As he and the female Spider-Man dashed several meters away, a figure stood behind them, clutching the bloodied socket of his right eye, unleashing a furious roar akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. The piercing, terrifying howl reverberated with such intensity that it disturbed the very air within a 100-meter radius, causing the flames to retreat in fear from the area occupied by the abomination. Countless glass objects shattered under the sonic assault, while vehicles abandoned on the road blared their horns in alarm. The wounded abomination was truly enraged this time. Before Nian and the female Spider-Man could escape 100 meters, he sensed a menacing force hurtling towards them from behind. Turning to look, he realized it was a military four-wheel drive vehicle, soaring through the night sky of the city. But it was not alone. In addition to the military vehicle hurled by the abomination, there were taxis, vans, and even an enormous long-distance bus. 4 or 5 vehicles descended like meteors, carrying immense kinetic force. Nian, clutching the female Spider-Man and wielding his longsword, leaped forward with remarkable speed, narrowly evading the oncoming vehicles. The forsaken vehicles crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending sparks and debris flying, culminating in an explosive fireball. Barely escaping the third van that rolled past him, Nian found his maneuvering space severely restricted. Before he could catch his breath, the incessant blaring of a bus approached rapidly. The enormous shadow cast by the bus enveloped both Nian and the female Spider-Man, leaving them with no escape route. In that split second, guided by divine instinct, Nian exhibited an unsettling calmness. He abruptly halted, his feet skidding to a stop, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground. Turning to confront the oncoming bus, he inhaled deeply and swung his vintage longsword with all his might. With a whoosh, the air, smoke, dust, and flames before him were cleaved in twain. The bus met the same fate, its body severed in half, the metal edges glimmering as smooth as a mirror. The 2 segments of the bus continued their trajectory, rolling away on either side of him, transforming into heaps of flaming scrap metal. Nian's hand, still gripping the longsword, trembled slightly as he exhaled a puff of murky, heated breath. Suddenly, a colossal greenish figure descended behind him without warning, causing the ground beneath to buckle under its immense weight. It was the abomination. Nian's silver-hued pupils narrowed slightly as realization dawned upon him. The recent barrage of vehicles was merely a ruse to mask its true intentions. He had underestimated the abomination. Injured and filled with rage, the creature had unexpectedly abandoned its previous reckless approach, employing a battle tactic that few would dare to utilize. With a grotesque, twisted visage, the abomination landed and delivered a powerful punch to Nian's back. The air cracked and chaos ensued. The vintage longsword slipped from his grasp and embedded itself in the ground as Nian, along with the female Spider-Man he cradled in his arms, was forcefully propelled away by a mighty punch, soaring through the air for 20 to 30 meters before crashing through the outer wall into a building. Coughing, Nian rose from the ground, tightly holding onto the female Spider-Man, having absorbed the impact with his own body. He felt his internal energy muddied. Yet against the overwhelming force capable of toppling skyscrapers, he bore only minor injuries. A thought struck him as he reached behind his back to retrieve the vintage round shield he had been carrying. The dark, golden shield shimmered with subtle ripples of energy, which quickly faded into silence. Its unblemished surface, crafted from an unknown material, bore no marks of damage. It was this shield, Nian realized, his eyes brightening. He had nearly forgotten it. Given that the elusive golden rope possessed extraordinary qualities, capable of stretching and manifesting to ensnare any tangible or intangible entity, and that the vintage longsword was sharp enough to sever even metal with ease, it followed that this shield was no ordinary shield. Now, having withstood and negated the punch from the abomination, it had indeed proven its remarkable nature. Furthermore, the remaining battle boots and bracelets might also harbor hidden extraordinary abilities. Am I clad in a full set of divine armor? Nian was momentarily taken aback, yet a clarity dawned upon him. At this juncture, escaping with the female Spider-Man was impractical. To vanquish the monstrous entity before him, he, the imposter goddess, must harness the true potential of his equipped weaponry. Stay away from me. At that moment, within the building where Nian had crash-landed, a man in a U.S. military uniform cowered in a dark corner of the second-floor hall, visibly alarmed at the sight of Nian and the female Spider-Man. Is it you? Nian instantly recognized him. He was the soldier who had nearly fallen victim to the abomination, perhaps due to the rampant chaos wrought by the abomination in the area. The American soldier had been unable to escape and had chosen to hide here, awaiting troop reinforcements. Without further thought, Nian placed the female Spider-Man on a sofa and addressed the American soldier. Keep her safe. The soldier nodded in panic. As he turned back to Nian, he saw him wielding the dark golden shield and leaping from the second-floor windowsill. The American soldier steadied himself against the wall and peered out the window. As his gaze followed Nian's figure confronting the abomination, his jaw dropped in astonishment, his perception of reality collapsing and reforming in bewilderment. After a moment of silence, the American soldier activated his communicator once more, his voice trembling as he reported, "This is Zero frontline area. Our forces have been completely routed. A mysterious individual is currently engaging the abomination. Repeat, someone is fighting the abomination. Acknowledgement required." The communicator crackled with static, likely due to poor signal, and there was no response. On the streets, where both earth and sky were ablaze, the abomination, upon witnessing Nian's emergence, found itself momentarily perplexed. Beneath its proud and invincible power, a full-force punch surprisingly failed to claim the life of its opponent, nor did it inflict significant injury. What rendered the creature of hatred further perplexed was the audacity of Nian to take the initiative in this confrontation. This act was the utmost humiliation. The night sky of the city reverberated once more with the furious roar of hatred, as it transformed into a primal, savage beast, recklessly charging at Nian. No longer relying on any so-called strategic cunning, for such tactics were merely the crutches of the feeble human race. With its formidable body, standing at the apex of the biological pyramid, it believed itself superior to strategies, technology, and all else. This was the unassailable conviction of hatred. As Nian surged forward with increasing speed, his silver eyes were cold and merciless, reminiscent of an ancient god reborn. In the face of the impending clash with hatred, he executed but a single maneuver, a shield bash. Chapter 13. The true unveiling of the artifact. A figure clad in yellow and another in silver collided at breakneck speed in the streets of Washington. When the grotesque muscles of hatred's right fist met the dark golden round shield raised by Nian, the U.S. soldiers observing from the rooftops would likely never forget the harrowing scene unfolding before them. At the very moment of impact between fist and shield, the air seemed to freeze, and the entire street fell into a deafening silence. It was so quiet that one could hear the beating of their own heart and the sound of their breath, causing the survivors to instinctively hold their breath. In the next instant, centered around the green monster and the silver-haired youth, a terrifying, semi-transparent shockwave erupted outward. The ground beneath them was stripped of its surface layer, and the already dilapidated street lamps, windows, car glass, and glass doors were utterly shattered by the shockwave. It resembled a modern missile detonating on impact or a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Even from nearly 30 meters away, the American soldiers were thrown back by the residual force, their ears ringing incessantly, their bodies hurled into the living room, pinned down by the overwhelming pressure of the wind. And this was merely the commencement of the battle. Hatred's fist pressed against the dark golden shield, exerting relentless force. The surface of the shield shimmered with a mystical energy, absorbing a considerable amount of power and impact. Yet, even the scant remnants of force still shattered the ground beneath Nian's feet, absorbing hatred's punch with the shield. Nian's peripheral vision caught sight of the long sword embedded at an angle in the earth behind the creature. Without the vintage sword, even the creature's surface defenses could not be breached. This was why Nian chose to strike first. He bore the dark golden shield without retreating a single step, intending to maneuver past hatred and reclaim the vintage sword. Hatred seemed to anticipate Nian's intention, grinning maliciously as it brought its other fist crashing down from above. It offered no opportunity for escape. Bang! The road beneath him, resembling a spider's web, was marred by cracks, and it was the first to succumb to the pressure, collapsing into a circular pit half a meter deep. Nian stood at the center of this abyss, his battle boots sinking deeply into the earth. Faced with an unprecedented crisis, his body remained resolutely upright, his hands firmly bracing against the dark golden shield. Just moments ago, he had been an ordinary high school student. Now, Nian's calmness astonished even himself. Perhaps the divine essence inherited from his aunt's abilities had rendered his emotions transparent, or perhaps he was simply born for combat. As he defended against the frenzied onslaught of the abomination with his shield, his mind raced to devise a strategy. What other weapons did he possess apart from his longsword? Suddenly, an idea struck him. At that moment, the abomination abruptly released its fist to grasp the dark golden shield, while its other hand swung violently towards Nian's head. Without hesitation, Nian relinquished his grip on the shield, raising his arm to serve as a makeshift barrier. The enormous green fist struck against the back of his hand, or more accurately, against the silver bracelet adorning his wrist. A surge of vibrant silver energy radiated from the bracelet, forcefully countering the abomination's blow. I knew it, Nian exclaimed in delight. He was indeed adorned with divine artifacts, a notion not to be taken lightly. Failing to land its strike, the abomination suddenly swung its head forward with tremendous force, resembling a colossal green hammer, propelling Nian and his shield 50 meters away. He skidded across the ground, crashing against the door of a car, which dramatically crumpled inward. That was close. The silver crown, was it not a defensive piece? Nian nearly gasped. Lying flat on the utterly wrecked vehicle, feeling a sharp sting on his forehead, he decided to remove the silver crown from his head. The crown showed no signs of damage, its surface intricately adorned with exquisite patterns. Yet it seemed rather inadequate as a defensive gear compared to the shield and bracelet that bore divine protection. However, observing the form of the silver crown in his hands, Nian was soon struck by a thought. Could this crown resemble a form of ranged weapon? What if? As a possibility crossed his mind, Nian stood up, raising the silver crown and casting it forward with all his strength. Would his aunt scold him if she found out? This fleeting thought crossed his mind. With a whoosh, the crown soared through the night, transforming into a barely perceptible silver glimmer. The advancing abomination hesitated, and then blood erupted from its left eye as the silver crown circled around it, spinning before returning to Nian's grasp. Gazing at the crown in his hand, still pristine and regal, devoid of any bloodstains, Nian felt a chill run down his spine. Who would have imagined? The most exquisite and noble silver crown appears to be a most insidious weapon of darkness. One might say that this is the true unlocking of its divine potential. After the right eye is reduced to a gory abyss, the left eye bears a conspicuous scar. The abomination, filled with loathing, cannot accept the unfolding events. It glares with its blood-soaked, fissured single eye, its bloated form roaring in the wind, reckless in its mad charge towards Nian. The silver gaze reflects the encroaching malevolence. And without hesitation, Nian swiftly raises his left arm, adorned with a bracelet, to shield himself. Feeling this may not suffice, his right hand follows suit. What Nian did not anticipate was that when his hands crossed defensively, the bracelets clasped around his wrists clashed together, triggering a unique mechanism. The impact of the bracelets resonated with a clear chime, and in that fleeting moment, Nian felt his divine power ignite and coalesce towards the intersection of his crossed wrists. An unknown, vast energy erupted before Nian, yet it inflicted no harm upon his being. Instead, everything around him, including the dust and the advancing abomination, was violently propelled away by this devastating force. Crash, crash, crash. The flung abomination collided with a building behind it, piercing through to emerge from the rear, only to crash into a second structure. Finally, it slammed against the exterior wall of a third edifice, halting its furious momentum, seething with rage and frustration. Wishing to spit blood, can one imagine? Just as it reached its pinnacle of power, believing itself invincible in this realm, a level 70 adversary dared to provoke it. As it sought to grind its opponent into the ground, the rival revealed a full set of max-level divine gear. Chapter 14, The End of the Great Battle. Lying sprawled amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, the abomination could not accept the current reality, that its form, rivaling even the Hulk, had been bested. This was the most inconceivable outcome. Roaring in fury, the abomination emitted a sound that was tinged with exhaustion. It yearned to tear its foe apart, to pulverize every morsel of flesh and bone, to use the blood of its adversary to avenge its own injuries. Consumed by hatred and malice, the abomination harbored these thoughts. But before it could rise again, its left eye obscured by blood, a glimmer suddenly illuminated the verdant haze ahead. Whoosh! The dust enveloping the ruins was pierced by the tip of a sword, shattering the sound barrier in the process. Thus, the sword's tip struck first, followed by the thunderous sound of its breach. The abomination, quick to react, grasped the blade of the long sword, yet the tip was already poised at its throat. The sharp, antique blade slicing through its tough hide and plunging deep into muscle, causing a torrent of blood to spout forth. All of this transpired far too abruptly. At that moment, the abomination finally caught sight of the silver-haired youth dashing towards it. Do you still believe yourself to be the sole hunter upon this field? The silvery hair of Nian cascades wildly behind him, his eyes devoid of emotion, fixated with disdain. The moment he chose to confront with shield in hand, the identities of hunter and prey were irrevocably reversed. When he inadvertently unleashed his powers, sending the abomination reeling, and reclaimed his ancient sword, he seized the initiative of the battle. Now, buoyed by his success, Nian is determined to convert this fleeting advantage into a decisive victory. I have never killed a person, but you are merely a monster, so it matters not. Nian coldly articulates these words, simultaneously channeling the remnants of his divine energy and all remaining strength into his hands and feet, propelling the ancient sword forward with all his might. Hiss! The corrosive green blood oozes relentlessly from the abomination's throat and palms as the ancient sword gradually penetrates deeper, akin to a massive nail driven into its throat. Caught off guard by his dire predicament, the abomination's singular eye widens in disbelief, its incredulous expression fading, replaced by a maniacal grin. A sense of foreboding envelopes Nian. Yet he knows he cannot relent or retreat. Should he squander this opportunity, he would not only fail to vanquish the abomination, but perhaps even find himself unable to escape. Yes, he too has thrust himself into a perilous situation. Suddenly, the abomination releases its grip on the sword's hilt, allowing the blade to delve deeper into its flesh. An unexpected maneuver that takes Nian by surprise. Immediately after, the abomination's hands lunge forward, fingers wrapping around Nian's body and head, tightening with ferocious strength. In an instant, Nian feels as though he is being crushed between two mountains, struggling to breathe. So this is its intent. Nian comprehends the abomination's strategy. In this critical moment of life and death, it has relinquished its defenses to pursue a relentless assault. Creak, crack. Every bone in Nian's body groans as he is pressed down, his entire being on the verge of bursting under the pressure. Enveloped by the abomination's colossal hands, he cannot discern its current state. Even with its throat pierced, is it still impervious to death? If this continues, I may very well be the first to perish. Nian is acutely aware of this, yet he understands that the abomination is forcing him to cease. It too must be nearing its limit. Otherwise, with its strength in close combat, he could not possibly endure for 10 seconds. The fact that he has lasted over 10 seconds signifies a waning of its power. Should he halt or surrender, it would indeed spell defeat. Gritting his teeth, Nian perseveres, exerting every ounce of strength to drive the sword forward, then attempting to swing it to the left. But the sword feels as if it is ensnared between muscle and bone, no matter how hard Nian strives. He cannot budge the ancient sword even a fraction, within the shadowy confines of the structure. In a fierce confrontation between Nian and the abomination, Nian plunged his long sword into the creature's throat, while the abomination grasped Nian's body tightly, their struggle teetering on the brink of conclusion. Yet, until the very last moment, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious, who would taste defeat, or if they would both meet their demise. Nian's body was on the verge of collapse, unable to wield his sword any longer. Was this the end? Filled with reluctance, he channeled the last vestiges of his strength into the blade. With a sudden thrust, the sword swerved left, and Nian was momentarily taken aback as he felt his grip weaken, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the abomination, nearly dismembered, its throat barely tethered by a strip of flesh, the single eye still glimmering with intense resentment. Had I truly won? For a fleeting moment, disbelief washed over Nian, and he forgot his exhaustion, only to succumb to the ground, his legs unable to support him. Yet, instead of collapsing onto the rubble, he fell into a familiar embrace. What do you say? A melodious voice echoed in his ear. Nian's eyes widened as he recognized the one person he longed to see in that perilous moment. Auntie, he exclaimed, surprised at his own emotional outburst. Look at what you've done to yourself, Diana chided, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. I'm sorry, Auntie, Nian replied, his demeanor shifting from a fierce fighter to a chastened youth, eliciting both amusement and exasperation from Diana. More than anything, she felt a sense of relief that she had arrived in time. We'll talk later. Diana, standing over 6 feet tall and clad in resplendent golden armor, resembled a radiant knight. With swift decisiveness, she scooped Nian into her arms in a princess carry. In her embrace, the adolescent Nian appeared diminutive, his silver hair cascading over her golden armor, resembling a knight and his princess. Well, that seems quite fitting, he thought, tugging at his skirt to avoid any embarrassing mishaps. Though he was aware that no one was watching, glancing down at the lifeless body of the abomination, Diana suddenly produced a golden lasso, which she used to shatter the remnants of the building above them. With Nian in tow, she soared into the sky, the lasso snaring an unseen object in the night. The two ascended rapidly, vanishing into the shadows of the evening. By the way, as Nian clung to Diana's slender neck high above, a thought crossed his mind. What is it? Diana inquired, maneuvering through the air with the truth-binding lasso. Nothing. It's fine, Nian replied, glancing back to catch a glimpse of a fleeting silhouette darting through the cityscape below. At that moment, amidst the lingering flames and smoke of the devastated city, he pondered. Had it truly come to an end? Gazing at the colossal, decapitated corpse of the abomination in the distance, the American soldier remained entranced for a considerable time, only to be roused by the sound of his communicator. Support troops were soon to arrive at the scene, and surviving soldiers were requested to report on the situation. The situation? The target is dead. Does that not qualify as a situation? The soldier felt as though he were lost in a dream, grappling with the reality that the creature, which had so effortlessly annihilated their entire unit, had ultimately met its demise at the hands of another. He briefly relayed the circumstances over the communicator, fully aware that upon returning to base, both his verbal and written reports would be dreadfully lengthy. Yet, to be alive after tonight was already a blessing from the heavens. What more could he complain about? Turning his gaze back to the room, he was astonished to find the living room's sofa empty. The female Spider-Man, who had been lying there in a state of unconsciousness, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, unnoticed at the edge of the urban battlefield, a green figure, reminiscent of the abomination yet slightly smaller, lurked in the shadows of a building. Sensing the life force of the abomination fade away, the green giant glanced toward a corner of the night sky, filled with curiosity and a hint of aggression. Ultimately, its form slipped back into the darkness, as if it had never been there at all. The city was rife with undercurrents. The events unfolding here, including certain recorded details, would soon spread across the world in a matter of mere half an hour. Regardless of the circumstances, this extraordinary battle would soon reach its conclusion, and the repercussions that followed would undoubtedly be profound. Chapter 15. A gift from the gods. With a resounding thud, Diana, clad in golden battle armor, gracefully descended from the night sky, cradling Nian as she landed accurately on her balcony. The floor-to-ceiling window had already been shattered, prompting her to take a few more steps forward into a disheveled and dimly lit living room. With a casual toss, she flung her golden lasso onto the ceiling, its radiant glow serving as temporary illumination within the room. Bathed in the golden light, her tall figure adorned in shimmering armor was nothing short of breathtaking. What is the meaning of this attire? Nian could not help but gaze in awe, perceiving her outfit as regal and austere, reminiscent of the goddesses described in ancient Greek mythology. Diana regarded Nian calmly, stating plainly, "The battle attire I usually wear while out has been donned by you, so I had no choice but to wear the spare golden eagle armor at home." "Ah, that makes sense," Nian replied. But his mind went blank as he suddenly realized he was still dressed in women's clothing, each piece being rather form-fitting. This was truly an embarrassing predicament. He felt as though he had been caught in a compromising situation. "How does it feel?" Diana inquired, her penetrating gaze appraising Nian from head to toe, a playful smile hinting at her lips. "What do you mean by that?" Nian feigned ignorance, tugging at the hem of his short skirt while calling out in a flustered manner, "Auntie, please put me down." As Diana gently released Nian from her embrace, he suddenly froze, feeling as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The silver hair that had cascaded over his shoulders began to retract, returning to its original length, and the lustrous strands faded back to black. His once divine silver eyes quivered slightly, swiftly transforming back to the ordinary dark brown of a human. The extraordinary qualities that had enveloped Nian peeled away like a receding tide. Along with them went the weaponry and armor he had donned, the vintage longsword, the dark golden shield, the silver bracelets, the noble crown, and his ornate battle attire, all of it detached from him, each piece suspended by the golden cord above. Instinctively, Nian glanced at the grandfather clock in the living room. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Had his ability to conjure bonds truly waned after approximately 4 hours? He exhaled softly, lowering his gaze to his attire, which had reverted to the long shirt and casual pants he had worn prior, albeit now drenched in sweat. It felt as if the events of the evening had been but a fleeting dream. Yet, looking up at Diana, adorned in her golden eagle armor, and the radiant golden light of the cord above, he understood that everything had transpired in reality just moments ago. Diana, clad in her majestic armor, and Nian, returned to his ordinary self, exchanged a brief glance before quickly averting their eyes. The evening had been rife with unexpected twists, each revealing the concealed truths they harbored. Thus, caught in a tangle of guilt, concern, fear, and embarrassment, both Diana and Nian found themselves at a loss for words, the living room enveloped in a palpable tension. "You." Diana began to speak, but just then, Nian raised his hand, as if to find an excuse, and hastily retreated toward the bathroom. I'm quite dirty. I need to bathe first." He left Diana standing alone in the living room, the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, casting a solitary glow upon her. With a decisive click, Nian shut the bathroom door behind him, leaning against it and releasing a breath of relief. If one were to suddenly learn that their only kin was not human, it would likely be unbearable for an ordinary person, yet Nian, perhaps due to his nature as a reincarnate, felt little dismay. Even in the face of non-humanity, his inner conviction had never wavered. However, perhaps due to the embarrassment of being seen in women's attire, along with his own misdeeds and the secrets he had kept, he found himself unsure of how to confront Diana. Thus, he chose to evade, albeit temporarily. After all, he was merely a child. With this rationale, Nian consoled himself as he stripped off his soiled garments, turning on the hot water in the bathtub, and allowed his weary body to sink into the spacious tub, surrendering to the warmth and solace it provided. Despite the extraordinary power having completely departed from his body, the residual effects of the recent confrontation with loathing, along with the fatigue and depletion accumulated within him, still lingered. As the scalding water poured into the bathtub, the humid steam enveloped the bathing chamber, and Nian exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the tension that had tightly wound around his heart begin to ease. He picked up a damp towel and placed it upon his aching forehead, closing his eyes and reclining back in the tub. Just as he began to clear his mind and thoughts, a series of knocks echoed from the door of the bathing area. The fresh clothes could simply be left outside. Nian did not open his eyes, remaining motionless in the bathtub. Silence reigned beyond the door until, in an instant, it creaked open. There was no need for a special entrance. As he spoke, Nian glanced toward the entrance, only to be utterly taken aback. Entering the bathing chamber was none other than his aunt. However, at this moment, she was no longer clad in her golden eagle armor. One hand elegantly swept back her lustrous hair, while the other delicately held a white bath towel. The towel cascaded from her chest down to her legs, concealing some areas, yet leaving others tantalizingly exposed. Amidst the hazy steam, Nian suddenly recalled a legend. In Greek mythology, Athena was bestowed with all the beautiful blessings of beauty, strength, wisdom, and honesty by the gods. The beauty that stood before him now could only be sculpted by the divine. Despite having witnessed it countless times, Nian found himself momentarily entranced, quickly regaining his senses as he instinctively shielded himself with the towel from his forehead. What is there to see, anyway? Diana mused, uncertain whether she referred to herself or Nian, as she gently closed the door behind her and stepped barefoot into the bathing chamber. Why did you come in? Nian stammered. Diana offered no reply, instead approaching the edge of the bathtub and softly instructed, turn around, make some room. Oh, okay. Nian nearly acted on instinct, curling his legs and shifting to one corner of the tub. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a splash resounded as the water, already brimming within the tub, spilled over. Chapter 16. Myths and Family Matters. Steam lingered in the bathing area, the silence punctuated only by the gentle sound of droplets falling from the faucet onto the water's surface. Is our bathtub truly this small? Nian mused involuntarily, feeling as though his limbs could scarcely stretch within the confines of the tub. Diana chuckled lightly from outside. You've really grown up. It seems we ought to get you a larger bathtub. Nian realized he might have once again been underestimated and couldn't help but mutter. Stop treating me like a child. I'm 16 now. According to Washington state law, I am of legal marrying age. Indeed, it has been 16 years. Time flies so swiftly. Diana remarked softly. Nian fell into a contemplative silence, striving to clear her mind. Diana reminisced. I suddenly recalled my childhood, my mentor, who was also my aunt. Mentor? Nian's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Diana recount her early years. Indeed, my mentor, she and my mother resided in a place known as Paradise Island. Diana continued. There exists a barrier, left by Zeus, the king of the gods, which has isolated us for millennia. We, the Amazon tribe, dwell in Paradise Island, leading a tranquil and unremarkable existence. Diana spoke as if recounting an entirely ordinary tale. Nian had not anticipated that such astonishing secrets of the ancient Greek deities would be revealed in this seemingly light-hearted domestic setting. Diana elaborated. I was originally a princess of the Amazon tribe, nurtured with great care by my mother and mentor. One fateful day, an aircraft crashed into the waters near Paradise Island. I left the island and entered the world beyond, during the tumultuous period of World War I. Later, I discovered that the chaos of the human world war was orchestrated by Ares, the god of war. Hence, I participated in that brutal conflict, which was a calamity for humanity. Diana recounted not only her origins and background, but also her experiences as Wonder Woman during the war, ultimately choosing to remain in the human world. From her initial admiration for humanity to her profound disillusionment, she had concealed her demigod identity among ordinary people for nearly a century within human cities. With remarkable composure, Diana shared this, as if imparting common knowledge to her family. The myths and legends, once inaccessible to mortals, transformed into light-hearted family conversations beneath the night sky. Wonder Woman? A princess of a tribe? Daughter of Zeus? Nian found herself entranced, astonished by the profound lineage Diana possessed. If Zeus were still alive, would he strike her down with lightning? Nian could not help but wonder. After unveiling her identity and experiences, Diana's gaze grew somewhat complex as she remarked, I believe you now understand. The woman in that old photograph from the morning, set against the backdrop of World War I, is indeed me. I intended to reveal my identity to you only after you turned 18. It was never my intention to deceive you. I understand, Nian exhaled, replying, you have always protected me from extraordinary phenomena, safeguarding me for these 16 years. Diana fell silent before asking, do you feel anger or fear regarding this? Why would I feel anger or fear? Nian shook her head, smiling as she said, even if you suddenly declared that you are a demon intending to devour me, I would willingly accept that. Moreover, you are, after all, a descendant of legendary deities, living alongside the beautiful goddess and the superhero. What do I have to fear or be angry about? Nian, feeling somewhat liberated, danced about, causing water to splash everywhere. What goddess? What superhero? Calm yourself, Diana admonished, tapping Nian on the head. Yes, Nian replied, slightly wincing as he covered his head. In that moment, both he and Diana exchanged knowing smiles, dissolving the tension and barriers that had existed between them. In its place emerged a harmonious understanding, each considering the other's feelings. Diana suddenly remarked, by the way, Tell me the truth about your escapade in my battle attire, confronting monsters outside. Please spare me. I was just about to explain. Nian raised his hand in surrender, gathering his thoughts. Actually, a week ago, I unexpectedly awakened a certain superpower. He disclosed the details of his newfound abilities to Diana without any concealment. Upon hearing Nian's account, Diana furrowed her brow, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her eyes. So that is how it is. You triggered this ability while we were having dinner. Indeed, Nian replied with a wry smile. I never imagined that merely using a water cup as a medium could activate such power. Diana's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she expressed her astonishment. This superpower seems to adhere to the laws of causality. Yet, you can even control the powers of divine bloodlines. She recalled her past encounters with wishing stones, realizing that only divine relics possessed such extraordinary effects. However, despite the temporal limitations of Nian's ability, it bore no adverse effects and demanded no price. Diana's mind raced with possibilities, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she murmured to herself, I mentioned I would offer you the chance to choose your path in the future. I didn't expect you to possess such conditions to choose from. What are you talking about? What conditions? Nian inquired, perplexed. Nothing. I was merely contemplating your awakened superpower. Diana refrained from elaborating, instead posing a question. I wonder, considering you only exchanged cups, how could you master all my abilities within 4 hours? Yet, you have not activated the power of the patron. That is indeed the case, Nian nodded. Is there a problem with that? What I am pondering, Diana inhaled deeply, reflecting seriously, is whether increasing the medium or altering it might yield different outcomes. Nian sensed the danger in Diana's thoughts, yet he had not considered this aspect. Could it be that the manifestation of the patron's abilities truly varied due to the influences of the medium, in terms of time or other factors? Chapter 17, Supergirl. Kara Danvers. The following morning, as Kara Danvers, donned with a pair of austere black glasses and clutching her backpack, stepped through the school gates with her head slightly bowed. The cacophony of the expansive high school seemed to welcome her presence. The cacophony of fervent footsteps and the sounds of basketballs and soccer balls being kicked reverberated across the expansive school playground. While the slightest tremor of a hibernating insect could be detected in the small grove behind the classroom building, the boisterous discussions and hushed whispers of students nearby mingled with the distant, weary yawns of the gatekeeper at the school's far end. Even if Kara did not intentionally listen, the overwhelming auditory information permeated her consciousness effortlessly. She furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, more than 3 months had passed since she awoke to her heightened auditory perception, displaying not a hint of abnormality. She proceeded into the classroom as if it were any other day, in stark contrast to Kara, who could instantly perceive the secrets of those around her. The students in the corridors merely cast her a fleeting glance before swiftly diverting their gazes. To them, Kara, a girl who neither adorned herself nor displayed a sociable demeanor, was an insignificant presence within the school. This realization brought a sense of relief to Kara. She had not attracted the attention of her classmates in the classroom, and with a light step, she made her way to her seat nestled against the wall in the corner, gently pulling out the sturdy chair. She acted as if she might inadvertently damage it, only relaxing into her seat once she was fully settled. Such meticulous movements were a ritual she enacted daily. You can do this, Kara, she reassured herself, a radiant smile gracing her face, a beauty that even her thick glasses could not conceal. Regrettably, this moment went unnoticed by anyone. Indeed, Kara was a Kryptonian concealed within the mundane world of ordinary humans, one of the last surviving members of her race, whose true name was Kara Zor-El. The first Kryptonian, of course, was her cousin, the renowned superhero Superman, known as Kal-El. As for why Kara appeared younger than her cousin, merely a 15-year-old girl in the prime of adolescence, the tale began with the destruction of Krypton. At the time of Krypton's demise, her parents sent her to Earth with the intention of safeguarding the infant Kal. Unbeknownst to them, Kara encountered a wormhole during her interstellar journey and lost over a decade in the process. By the time her spacecraft reached Earth, it was already 6 months ago. Kal, now fully matured as Superman, no longer required her protection and instead assisted her in finding a foster family, the Danvers, allowing her to live as an ordinary person in the urban landscape of Earth. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, she noted that there were approximately 5 minutes remaining before class commenced. She retrieved her textbook in advance to review, while the sounds of the school continued to envelop her. This day, unlike others, the conversations predominantly revolved around the morning news rather than the usual gossip about school couples or famous superheroes. Although it was reported as morning news, the events transpired the previous night. A colossal creature, adorned in hues of green and yellow, emerged in a suburban area of Washington. Armed forces were swiftly deployed to suppress the chaos, yet they suffered heavy casualties. Amidst the disorienting footage of the scene, one could witness the terrifyingly powerful monster ravaging both city and military alike. Following this, the battlefield was graced by the appearances of the female Spider-Man, the silver-haired goddess, and the golden, armored knight. Notably, a brief segment of the confrontation between the silver-haired goddess and the greenish-yellow beast was broadcasted, showcasing their fierce duel of shield and fist, which ignited a tremendous uproar across the globe. The most captivating topic of conversation undoubtedly revolved around the silver-haired goddess, who triumphed in defeating and decapitating the green monster. I hereby declare her as my superhero idol. How absurd. Just the other day, I proclaimed my admiration for Superman. Who says one cannot support the silver-haired goddess while still holding Superman in high regard? Even fans of Batman find themselves enamored with her, attributing her allure to her undeniable coolness. In just a single morning, the silver-haired goddess ascended to the status of the most celebrated female superhero in Washington. Many teachers in local high schools, especially the male ones, were seen enthusiastically pounding their desks and exclaiming, "Does this imply that the silver-haired goddess is a superhero residing in our very own Washington? It is uncertain." A teacher rationally observed that for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, the distance between cities may not be as insurmountable as we perceive. Others nodded in agreement. Just as with Superman and Iron Man, though the public is aware that they reside in Metropolis and New York City respectively, their remarkable powers would render their appearances on the opposite side of the globe unremarkable. I care not. She shall forever be my dream goddess, and I will purchase all merchandise related to her, declared one resolute male teacher. However, one wonders what his reaction would be if he were to learn of the silver-haired goddess's true identity. The silver-haired goddess, the female Spider-Man, and the colossal monster. Kara murmured these names softly, yet felt no inclination towards them. Quite the contrary, Kara was solely intrigued by the affairs of ordinary humans. As a Kryptonian, her existence represented the utmost extraordinary aspect hidden within the city of Washington. Thus, there was little that warranted her attention. As class was about to commence, Kara briefly hesitated, sifting through the myriad of voices in the school, only to find that she did not hear the one gentle voice she longed to hear. That person had not passed by the corridor wall adjacent to her seat, as was customary. Ding! The school bell rang, signaling the start of lessons. Kara quickly glanced towards the upper levels of the teaching building, where, to her perception, several walls became translucent, revealing a classroom filled to the brim with students. Notably, 2 seats remained conspicuously vacant. The male teacher, who had just been discussing purchasing merchandise related to heroes, approached the podium with a thermos in hand and explained, "Today, 2 students, Nian and Gwen, have taken a day off due to feeling unwell." Unwell? Just yesterday, he appeared to be in perfect health. Kara furrowed her brow, increasingly aware of the hushed whispers circulating among the students in the classroom. What a coincidence that both of them would take leave simultaneously. It seems my suspicions were accurate. They must truly be a couple. Does this mean I have no chance? You never had a chance. Alas, my goddess Gwen. Upon hearing the heartfelt lamentations of several students, Kara felt a pang in her heart. Chapter 18. Visiting the sick. Gwen's room a sleepless night ensued. Nian lay in bed, watching as the night outside the window gradually yielded to the cool morning light. After all, the events of the previous night had been overwhelmingly intense, with the extraordinary mysteries he encountered surpassing all the experiences of his 16 years combined. Moreover, in the bathroom, when his aunt mentioned the awakening of his extraordinary ability as the master of kin, her attitude did not convey any disapproval or opposition to his utilization of this peculiar power. On the contrary, she seemed eager to explore the triggering conditions and limits of this ability, as if she were seeking an opportunity for him to conduct experiments, her curiosity palpable. Thus, it was not that Nian could not contain himself. Rather, the theoretical allure was too tempting. Unconsciously, his hand was raised, as if he wished to contribute his thoughts. Nian was uncertain whether his aunt noticed during the moment she was rinsing the shampoo from his hair. He only remembered her parting words in the bathroom. "Nian, what kind of person do you aspire to be? There is no rush to answer this. When the time is right, I shall present you with choices. Regardless of your decision, I will stand by you." Nian pondered throughout the night, but could not decipher the meaning behind his aunt's words regarding choice and support. What choices? How would she support him? Or rather, he dared not dwell on the implications of his extraordinary power as the master of kin, which could only be fully manifested with the assistance of an extraordinary female counterpart. Yet, this assistance required a series of stringent triggering conditions akin to passive skills. Without a suitable extraordinary female ally by his side, he could not wield his abilities as a regular power. Therefore, his aunt's notion of support could not merely be. Recalling her active suggestion that liquids could serve as a medium, more mediums equating to greater potency, Nian felt a heat rise within him, revealing the true reason he had been unable to sleep through the night. Fortunately, concerned about the potential after-effects of his abilities, his aunt had promptly informed the school, securing him a day off. Coincidentally, he learned that Gwen had also taken a day off. The image of the female Spider-Man's half-exposed face flickered through his mind. Nian pondered for a moment before suggesting to his aunt, "Gwen has caught a cold. I shall visit her after lunch." Diana, well acquainted with Nian's childhood companion, readily acquiesced. "That sounds fine. After all, it is quite nearby." She surveyed the chaotic state of the living room. "I will be arranging for someone to come over shortly to restore the living room and furnish it anew. This won't pose any inconvenience, will it?" Nian expressed some concern. The shattered footprints on the floor, the alarming pit holes, and the furniture and window sills he had forcibly damaged were unmistakably beyond the ordinary wear and tear of daily life. Coupled with the robbery incident that had transpired across the hall the previous night, it was likely that the truth would be unveiled. "Not at all," Diana replied with an air of composure, dressed in an exquisitely intellectual white blouse and tailored trousers, exuding elegance and tranquility. "I possess a few connections and know precisely whom to engage for this matter." "That is reassuring," Nian sighed in relief, though he remained curious about the nature of his aunt's connections. After lunch, Nian donned his winter coat and set out for Gwen's residence. It was but a short stroll of less than 100 meters through a pedestrian street before he arrived at the neighboring complex. The security guard on duty recognized him, greeting him warmly as he opened the gate. "Xiao Nian, it's been a while since you last visited, hasn't it?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time," Nian shrugged. "In my younger days, things were different. In recent years, Officer George has become increasingly vigilant. He even wondered if he bore some criminal gene that had drawn unwanted attention to himself." Soon, he found himself familiar at Gwen's door, but as he pressed the doorbell, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. Thankfully, perhaps fortune had finally smiled upon him, for a gentle female voice called from within, "Coming." The door swung open to reveal a woman in her late 30s. Despite the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her figure retained a certain grace, and her vivacious appearance bore a striking resemblance to Gwen. It was Gwen's mother, Mary Jane. "Nian, you've come." In stark contrast to Officer George's demeanor, Mary was visibly delighted to see him, pulling him inside. "Quickly, it's cold outside. Let us talk indoors. I heard Gwen was unwell, so I came to check on her," Nian said as he changed into house slippers on the carpet, casting a glance around the room. "Rest assured." Mary seemed to anticipate his thoughts, winking. "Gwen's father went out last night and has yet to return." "Ah, I see." Nian was at a loss for words. "Madam, your hairstyle is quite alarming," Mary continued. "Gwen woke up with a fever this morning. I have already given her some medicine, and she should be resting in bed now. In that case, I shall take my leave." Nian glanced toward the closed door to Gwen's room. "Let her rest undisturbed." "What do you mean by undisturbed?" Mary waved her hand to interrupt his words, urging, "You arrived just in time. Go in and see her." She pushed Nian to the door of Gwen's room, meaningfully advising, "Rest assured, the soundproofing in there is excellent. Nothing that happens inside can be heard outside." "Well, I'm merely here to visit," Nian corrected, his lips twitching slightly. "Of course, just a visit. An in-depth visit. As long as you don't catch anything yourself," Mary implied with a strong suggestion, opening the door and pushing Nian inside, even assisting in shutting it behind him. Is she truly Gwen's biological mother? Nian thought with a wry smile, suddenly realizing that Officer George seemed relatively normal by comparison. He lifted his gaze, finding Gwen's room much as he remembered, clean, tidy, and imbued with a faint, pleasant fragrance. There were numerous dolls, unmistakably a young girl's room, and the bookshelf held a considerable number of photographs. Many were of him and Gwen together, cherished memories he hadn't even developed himself. Unable to resist, he lingered on those images before directing his gaze to one corner of the room. A beautiful girl with golden hair resembled Sleeping Beauty, quietly resting under a snow-white down comforter. Her delicate features breathed evenly, though her rosy cheeks appeared slightly flushed, reminiscent of a cherub. Nian approached the bedside, lowering his voice to call out, "Gwen, Gwen?" There was no response. She seemed to have drifted into a deep slumber. After confirming his hands were not excessively cold, he gently brushed back her golden locks, placing his palm on her forehead, feeling a slight warmth radiating from her skin. Though the temperature was not alarmingly high, she was indeed running a fever. Nian silently withdrew his hand. He had come to visit Gwen for two reasons. Firstly, to check on her health, and secondly, to ascertain whether there was any connection between her and the female Spider-Man he encountered the previous night. At this moment, it seemed he had misjudged. After all, how could his childhood companion Gwen possibly be the formidable Spider-Man swinging through the city? He shook his head. However, as his gaze lingered near her, he noticed her slightly parted lips, perhaps a consequence of her fever, appearing more radiant and alluring than ever. Suddenly, he found himself entranced by a thought. Could he be mistaken? A simple trial would reveal the truth. Chapter 19. Band-Aids and the Old Steward. The most straightforward manifestation of the bond with a familiar spirit, it seemed, could be achieved through a kiss. It not only fulfilled the prerequisite for intimate contact, but also involved the exchange of fluids. With a notion of why not give it a try, Nian gazed at the peacefully sleeping Gwen, his hands gently bracing against the bed as he leaned in closer, narrowing the distance between them. Faced with her doll-like, exquisite visage so near, he could feel the warmth of her breath caressing his face, accompanied by an irresistibly sweet fragrance. At that moment, our dear classmate, Gwen, was feigning sleep. Late last night, upon returning home from the battlefield of enmity, I fortuitously encountered my mother knocking at the door. Gwen, clad in her form-fitting Spider-Woman suit, narrowly avoided exposure. Fortunately, she swiftly concocted an excuse of feeling unwell, thus refraining from opening the door. This morning, she cleverly utilized the same pretext to remain at home and recuperate. Although she sustained injuries in yesterday's skirmish, her resilient constitution ensured that the non-life-threatening wounds would heal rapidly. However, Gwen was utterly unprepared for the unexpected visit from Nian, who, despite not having classes, came to inquire about her health, with her mother ushering him into her room. Left with no alternative, Gwen feigned sleep. As for the feverish symptoms adorning her forehead, they were a direct result of Nian's presence the moment he entered her room, causing her body temperature to rise steadily. In that instant, despite her pretense of slumber preventing her from opening her eyes, Gwen could distinctly sense Nian sitting beside her bed. Leaning closer, his gaze fixated on her face, nay, on her lips. What on earth is happening? The young girl felt a surge of confusion, remaining silent while her hands, hidden beneath the comforter, clenched tightly. Meanwhile, a flicker of hesitation crossed Nian's eyes. His movements faltered momentarily before he fully lowered his body towards her. Gwen's body tensed slightly. A warm and delicate sensation emanated from her forehead, a fleeting touch that was quickly withdrawn. Nian swiftly straightened up, casting a guilty glance at the closed door. His fingers brushing against his lips, where a lingering warmth remained, undeniable in its intensity. What am I doing? Nian chuckled bitterly. Although they were childhood friends and comrades, she was still a girl, and such a kiss on the lips was surely inappropriate. Nevertheless, the increased warmth radiating from Gwen's forehead confirmed that she was indeed feverish. A twinge of guilt stirred within him as he gently adjusted the blanket around her. At that moment, something caught his attention, an adhesive bandage. 3 bandages had been concealed beneath the blanket, now fallen to the floor due to his previous actions. What is this? He picked up the bandages, noticing they bore signs of prior use. Yet the areas they covered were remarkably clean, devoid of any blood or dirt. A memory from childhood surfaced. Gwen had always delighted in placing bandages on herself, especially across her nose, feigning injuries while proudly declaring her intention to protect him. Bandages, however, are of no use against a cold. Silly girl. Nian smiled softly, pocketing the 3 bandages before exiting her room with measured steps. So soon. Outside the door, Mary, who had seemingly been eavesdropping, appeared quite taken aback. Nian, his forehead adorned with exaggerated lines of exasperation, emphasized, "Auntie, I truly was only here to check on her health." Was that so? Mary sighed, her expression unmistakably one of disappointment. "Madam, what exactly are you anticipating?" Nian lamented silently, as he continued to engage in trivial conversation with Mary, skillfully deflecting her persistent invitations and hastily making his exit from the Gwen residence. Neither Nian nor Mary were aware that within the confines of the closed room, almost the instant Nian departed and shut the door, the young girl feigning sleep on the bed abruptly sat up. Her cheeks were flushed, and she gasped for breath. Covering her still warm face with her hands, steam visibly rising from her forehead where Nian had touched her. The girl's mind seemed to stall momentarily as she stared blankly for a few seconds, before frantically tossing aside the covers to search. They were gone, the band-aids were missing, and Gwen was on the verge of tears from embarrassment. These 3 band-aids were the ones she had removed while changing out of her spider suit the previous night. While engaging in activities outside while wearing the snug uniform, she had found herself perspiring. Wearing ordinary clothing would have been suffocating and uncomfortable. However, going without was not an option either. Hence, each time she donned the spider suit, Gwen relied on 3 band-aids. In her haste to change out of the suit last night, she had neglected to dispose of them, leaving them behind on her bed. Could it be that Nian had taken them? The mere thought caused Gwen to bury her head beneath her pillow, steam hissing from the back of her head. No, she could not bear to face anyone. Upon returning home, Nian stepped out of the building's elevator only to be greeted by numerous staff members clad in uniforms. Lacking any visible company insignia, bustling in and out of his residence. Inside the living room, undergoing what could only be described as a terrifyingly efficient renovation, stood an elderly gentleman with graying hair, dressed in a suit, calmly directing the workers as they replaced furniture. Spotting Nian entering through the door, the old gentleman promptly removed his hat and offered a slight bow, greeting him with polite friendliness. You must be the young master of the Prince family, am I correct? Young master? Nian paused, taken aback. It was the first time in his life that someone had referred to him in such a manner. Unsure whether to nod or shake his head, he replied, I am Nian Prince. Then there is no mistake, the gentleman said, his eyes deep and warm with a gentle smile. My name is Alfred Pennyworth. It may be a bit difficult to remember, so you may simply call me Alfred, your butler. He introduced himself while retrieving a black business card from his suit pocket and graciously extending it to Nian. As Nian accepted the card, he found the butler's adherence to etiquette rather extraordinary. Though merely a butler, there was an inherent air of nobility about him, a demeanor that was both dignified and approachable, instinctively garnering Nian's favor. This was not an act easily performed. It was a quality cultivated over decades, perhaps even generations, within a distinguished family. The information inscribed on the card further corroborated this impression. On the business card, the name Wayne Industries is prominently displayed. Chapter 20. The Invitation from Batman. Wayne Industries. This name is undoubtedly synonymous with immense significance and value in this world. Although in daily news reports, Wayne Industries often finds itself overshadowed by Stark Industries in the realm of technological advancements showcased at expos. This merely underscores its undeniable foundation of superlative technology. Moreover, while Stark Industries predominantly focuses on sectors such as chemical engineering, metal fabrication, satellite communications, military technology, and artificial intelligence, Wayne Industries, represented by the Wayne Consortium, extends its reach into finance, pharmaceuticals, civil aerospace, railways, shipbuilding, and even the expansive realms of video games and toys. It is often said that nearly half of Gotham City's industries are owned by the Wayne Consortium, a statement that is likely not made in jest. Thus, Wayne Industries, the consortium, is indeed a titan of industry, holding a prominent position on the global stage. So, was it this network that my aunt mentioned this morning? As if sensing the thoughts swirling in Nian's mind, Alfred, the butler, gestured for the staff in the room to step outside. With a smile, Alfred continued gently. I am here on behalf of Master Bruce Wayne, the head of the Wayne family, to meet with Miss Diana and discuss some matters. Before he could finish, the door swung open, and Diana entered with elegance and grace. Miss Diana, Alfred said with a slight bow, his eyes filled with profound respect. Hello. Diana responded with a subtle nod, casting a calm glance at Alfred before taking Nian's hand and sitting on the couch in the living room. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Very well, Miss Diana, Alfred replied, taking a seat on the opposite couch, his posture remaining as straight as a pine tree. Feel free to speak openly. There is no need to conceal anything from Nian, Diana reiterated. Understood, Alfred said, a flash of surprise crossing his gaze as he gathered his thoughts. Originally, Master Bruce intended to come himself, but urgent matters in Gotham have prevented him from doing so, hence my visit. Nian furrowed his brow slightly. Bruce Wayne. This name is as renowned as Wayne Industries itself. After all, he is the current heir to the Wayne Consortium, wielding significant influence over Gotham's economic lifeline. However, much like Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, Bruce is not without his own notoriety as a well-known socialite. Alfred continued. Master Bruce wishes to establish a cooperative relationship with you, Miss Diana. Should you agree, you would be welcome to relocate to any residence in Gotham at your convenience. And Nian would have access to the finest educational and healthcare services available. Cooperation? What kind of cooperative relationship? Nian inquired with curiosity. Bruce Wayne, the illustrious Batman of Gotham City, was engaged in a conversation when Diana interjected, elucidating that he had recently conceived the notion of forming an alliance composed of individuals of exceptional talents, and thus sought her counsel regarding potential collaboration. Oh, so that is the case, Nian realized. This revelation left even Alfred, the dutiful butler, momentarily taken aback. Were an ordinary individual to discover Batman's true identity, they would likely be overcome with excitement. Yet, The child before them seemed unfazed, as if he had merely heard of something mundane. Little did he know that just the previous night, Nian's family had dealt with mythic matters as if they were domestic affairs. In comparison, what significance did Batman's true identity hold? The notion of collaboration and alliance was merely a preliminary idea at this stage. Young Master Bruce himself was uncertain whether it would ever come to fruition, for individuals of extraordinary ability are not easily found. Alfred smiled and remarked, however, "We are willing to spare no expense in hopes that you, Miss Diana, will consider establishing your residence in Gotham City. This is not merely my promise, but the commitment of young Master Bruce and the entire Wayne Foundation." He emphasized this statement with pride, which elicited no dissent or resentment from those present. If he were not proud in this moment, he would not be worthy of his esteemed position as the head butler of the Wayne Foundation. The promise of the Wayne Foundation could sway even the most powerful of leaders. Diana, however, maintained her composure and refrained from responding immediately, instead turning to Nian and inquiring, "Nian, what are your thoughts?" "Me?" Nian was momentarily taken aback. Alfred also paused, his gaze shifting as he regarded Nian anew. Prior to their meeting, he had perused numerous documents, aware that Diana was a woman of intellect and decisiveness. Yet now, when faced with a pivotal issue, she had solicited the child's opinion more than once, as though Nian were the master of the household. This revelation astonished and shocked Alfred. In that moment, Nian experienced an epiphany. It became clear that Aunt Diana was offering him an opportunity for choice. Should he agree to Alfred's proposal, he could immediately relocate to Gotham City, reaping the benefits of the finest education, entertainment, and healthcare, all under the benevolent oversight of the Wayne Foundation. Even without exerting effort, he could live a life of luxury akin to the upper echelons of society. However, Nian gently shook his head, indicating his rejection of the proposal. "Why?" Alfred queried, his confusion evident. "Young Master Nian, do you not yearn for life in Gotham City? With the support of the Wayne Foundation, you could attain nearly everything you desire." Nian continued to shake his head, his eyes bright with determination. "Alfred, you misunderstand my intentions. I do indeed long for the life that Gotham City offers. Truthfully, the prospect of receiving the Wayne Foundation's support is something few can resist. But why would you?" Alfred's bewilderment only deepened. "I do not wish for my choices to influence my aunt's decisions. Your desire for our family to move to Gotham City stems from your appreciation of my aunt's abilities, rather than due to my own circumstances, correct?" Nian calmly remarked, "If my aunt is genuinely interested in your alliance, I would be delighted to see her join, without any need for the Wayne Foundation's assurances or favors. However, if she chooses not to partake, no matter the allure of your offerings, I cannot accept your proposal." "I see." Alfred, the butler, reflected thoughtfully, his gaze towards Nian now imbued with profound admiration. "I share your sentiments." Diana, who had remained silent until now, softly interjected, "At this moment, I find myself disinterested in Bruce Wayne's alliance concept." "I apologize." "Not at all," Alfred replied with a smile, rising to take his leave. "I shall return to relay your thoughts to Master Bruce." "Alfred," Nian suddenly called out, expressing gratitude, "thank you for renovating my home. I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises." His sincerity was palpable. Alfred nodded, acknowledging his commitment to remember. Chapter 21. The Cat and the Unexpected Encounter. One morning, Nian donned his winter outdoor attire for school, marking the last day of classes for the week. The annual Christmas holiday was just 2 days away, and schools across America would soon be on break for an entire week. As he passed through the intersection, he noted the absence of Gwen, uncertain whether she continued her sick leave. Approaching a nearby corner by the community, a small orange creature suddenly leaped from the park's grass, startling Nian. Perhaps it was the extraordinary events that had begun the night before, having opened the door to the extraordinary realm. With one foot on the threshold of this otherworldly experience, Nian felt weary, his perspective continuously shifting, leaving him in a state of heightened alertness. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he spotted a small cat crouched on the ground. Less than a year old, its frail body covered in orange fur indicative of its breed. It was merely a small orange cat. A sigh of relief escaped him, accompanied by a wry smile. It seemed he had been overly sensitive lately. The world was vast, and encounters with the extraordinary were not so easily attained. "Are you hungry?" Nian observed the cat's lack of a collar and its pitifully dirty appearance, concluding that it was likely a stray abandoned in the park. After a moment's thought, he dashed to a nearby convenience store and purchased 3 sausage sticks before returning. Noticing the approach of this bipedal creature, the small orange cat quickly retreated into the grass, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes filled with wariness. "These are edible, see?" Nian unwrapped one of the sausage sticks in its presence, relishing the first bite. and placed the remaining 2 on the ground before the thicket. As the time for class approached, Nian did not linger. Upon stepping beyond the confines of the park and glancing back, he observed the grass swaying vigorously in the distance, while the sausages he had dropped had mysteriously vanished. A knowing smile graced Nian's lips as he continued on his way to school. Amidst the grass, a pair of emerald vertical pupils silently watched Nian depart. The little cat licked its paw, its petite belly showing no signs of having feasted, and the 2 sausages, along with their packaging, had utterly disappeared without a trace. At the school entrance, Nian encountered Gwen, who had also just arrived. Their eyes met, and they both paused momentarily in surprise. "Gwen, are you feeling any better from your cold?" Nian inquired as he approached her. However, Gwen suddenly puffed out her cheeks, deliberately ignoring him, and quickened her pace into the school. Nian was left bewildered. What was going on? The thoughts of a young girl were indeed inscrutable. Shaking his head in confusion, he decided to let it be. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to pursue her and quickened his steps. Yet, the faster he ran, the quicker Gwen seemed to dash ahead. The 2 of them raced into the academic building. At that moment, a girl in the corridor called out to Nian, "Senior, could you please stop for a moment?" He looked up to see a low-grade student who appeared to be around 15 years old. Her golden hair was tied back in a rather unflattering ponytail, with several strands carelessly falling over her forehead and face. The thick black frames of her glasses, coupled with her downcast gaze, gave her the appearance of a reclusive girl, an unnoticed presence within the school, or perhaps the perfect target for bullying among her peers. Nian had no distinct recollection of this girl, but out of politeness, he gently asked, "What can I do for you?" The girl hesitated, biting her lip, before summoning her courage to say, "Senior, my name is Kryptonian. We met at the opening ceremony." Recognition dawned on Nian as he recalled that at the opening ceremony, this girl had stood alone in a quiet corner, perhaps reminiscent of her experiences before encountering Gwen in her childhood. He had felt a pang of sympathy and approached her, explaining some of the school's policies and rules. However, that had been nearly half a year ago. "You remember me?" The girl's eyes lit up, and she lifted her head slightly, fixating her gaze on Nian. Her earlier hesitation seemed to dissipate, as if she had finally made up her mind. Whether it was her own keen intuition or a woman's sixth sense, Gwen, who had paused at the corridor's entrance, suddenly felt an ominous premonition upon witnessing this scene. She wanted to intervene and interrupt Kryptonian's impending words. However, sensing Gwen's intention, Kryptonian clenched her fists tightly and hastily continued with a surge of determination, "Senior, I like you. Please go out with me." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire corridor. Nian gaped in astonishment. Gwen's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply, and moments later, the students in the hallway erupted in a flurry of whispers. The joys of youth. A passing teacher, feigning ignorance, shook his head and muttered a remark. The bell rang. The sound of the dismissal bell echoed through the expansive high school campus, accompanied by a cacophony of chatter as students streamed out of the classrooms. Aside from a few who discussed the lessons and lunch, most were engrossed in conversations about the silver-haired goddess and the morning's confession event. Childhood friends turned into a sudden crush, ranked number 1 in popularity, yet also at the bottom. This is undoubtedly destined for the school news weekly. Fortunately, a week-long break awaited them after today. As the male protagonist of this incident, Nian gathered his belongings and exited the school premises early. Behind him, Gwen, with her bag slung over one shoulder, hurriedly caught up, having completely forgotten her earlier embarrassment. With a huff, she questioned, "Nian, you didn't actually agree to the girl's confession, did you?" "It wasn't our first meeting," Nian corrected her. "Consider it our second encounter." "Second? That's quite exaggerated," Gwen exclaimed in alarm. "Don't worry, I didn't agree to her. But you didn't refuse either." Nian paused, looking seriously at Gwen. "You know, confessing in public shows she summoned considerable courage." I haven't quite decided how to respond to her bravery and determination. At this point, Nian added apologetically, "I'm sorry, Gwen. I unintentionally involved you in this. It was never meant to concern you." Gwen stood there, gazing at Nian's retreating figure, her soft, supple lower lip unknowingly caught between her teeth. "It's not true. It has everything to do with me," she thought. Chapter 22. The emergence of Nian the Devourer. The sun was about to set behind the city, and as twilight descended, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Nian was on his way home, and paused to glance at the lawn as he passed through the park. The little kitten that had been nestled there in the morning was nowhere to be seen. In the biting winter, good luck to you, poor little creature. Nian exhaled, feeling the packaged sausage in his pocket, and stepped away, wrapped in his jacket. However, upon returning to his apartment building and seeing the open elevator doors, A bold line appeared above his head. "What are you doing here?" Nian wore a puzzled expression. Inside the elevator, a small orange cat was curled up in the corner, seemingly unaware of how long it had been lying there. As Nian approached the elevator entrance, the little orange cat stirred, yawning and rubbing its sleepy eyes with its paws, displaying an innocent demeanor. Nian was momentarily taken aback. How did this cat know he lived here? No, it must merely be a coincidence. Nian feigned ignorance, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for his floor. During the ascent, several residents entered the lift, and to prevent the little cat from being trampled, he chose to stand protectively in front of it. As the elevator rose, passengers came and went. Stealing a glance back at the small orange cat curled on the floor, he noted its quiet demeanor, obedient and still. Upon reaching the 16th floor, he remained motionless. Suddenly, the now awake little orange cat stood up and scurried out through the gap between his feet. Could it be? The corners of Nian's mouth twitched slightly as he exited the elevator, only to find the serene cat waiting by his front door. What on earth was this feline doing here? "Welcome back," Diana exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as she noticed Nian entering alongside the cat. Curiously, she inquired, "Did you adopt it?" "Actually, I was hoping to ask you first. Is it possible that you brought it home?" Nian replied, his tone weary. "Absolutely not," Diana responded firmly, shaking her head. "Over the years, aside from once picking you up, I have not taken in any other strays." "That's true," Nian mused, scratching his head as he observed the little orange cat, now comfortably at home. Hesitantly, he asked, "Auntie, can we keep it?" Given the cold winter outside, he felt a twinge of compassion at the thought of sending it back out. "I have no objections," Diana nodded. "However, you must be prepared to care for it moving forward." "Of course. In fact, I've wanted a cat for quite some time," Nian said, smiling as he lifted the little orange cat into his arms. Without a second thought, he declared, "From now on, your name shall be Little Emperor." The small orange cat blinked, utterly oblivious to the casualness of the name. Diana, embodying the essence of a nurturing aunt, smiled and encouraged, "Go wash up first. Dinner will be ready soon." "All right then, let us bathe together, Little Emperor," Nian decided, carrying the cat into the bathroom. In the bathtub filled with warm water, the little orange cat surprisingly showed little fear of the water, curiously perched at the edge as Nian gently massaged shampoo into its soft, orange fur, soon covering it in a frothy layer of bubbles. As he washed its belly, he turned the cat over, playfully rubbing its soft underbelly and murmured, "Little Emperor, it turns out you're a girl." The previously sleepy cat, now wide-eyed, inexplicably grew irritated and nipped at Nian's finger. Its small, sharp teeth pierced his skin, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the bathroom floor. "Little Emperor," Nian exclaimed in pain, quickly retracting his hand, realizing it had acted wrongly. The cat regarded his bleeding finger with a hint of guilt in its eyes. "All right, this isn't your fault. Just be careful next time. You mustn't bite people indiscriminately." Nian offered comfort and guidance, observing his bloodied hand, now tainted with the saliva of a cat. He intended to cleanse it with water when his body suddenly convulsed. Wait. This sensation, Nian's eyes widened in realization, as an unsettling yet familiar feeling engulfed him. His brown irises, typical of an ordinary human, abruptly shifted towards the coldly glowing, slitted pupils. The master of kinship had awakened. "Nian?" Upon hearing his call from the bathroom, Diana swiftly flung open the door. Almost instantaneously, a grotesque tentacle, bristling with barbs akin to a spear, lunged towards her face. Diana reacted with remarkable agility, dodging the assault. Peering along the tentacle into the bathroom, she glimpsed Nian, bare and standing in the bathtub, from whose back emerged several formidable and writhing tentacles, each edged with menacing, sharp teeth. In the corner of the bathroom, a small orange cat crouched, its eyes gleaming with curiosity as it beheld Nian's alarming transformation. "What on earth has transpired?" Diana pondered in bewilderment. "I'm not quite sure myself. The little prince bit me, and now my body is like this," Nian replied with a rueful smile, gazing at the wildly thrashing tentacles protruding from his back. Was it the blood and saliva acting as a catalyst that triggered the master of kinship's powers? Diana cast a glance at the bloodstains on the floor and the small orange cat, still incredulous. How could a cat cause this? Suddenly, a tentacle instinctively recoiled, its maw-like opening snapping at Diana's back. Startled, she felt a terrifying gravitational pull akin to a miniature black hole erupting behind her. With a forceful struggle, she managed to escape the tentacle's grasp, although her clothing was instantly shredded, revealing a flawlessly sculpted form beneath. Not merely one tentacle, but 7 or 8 others writhed in a frenzy, consuming towels, shower gel, mirrors, and the water in the bathtub at a visible pace. clearing the bathroom of all its contents in less than half a second. The small orange cat leapt into Xinyan's embrace, narrowly evading disaster. One tentacle coiled around Diana's slender waist, and Xinyan distinctly felt a delightful sensation akin to a tongue. Wait, why was it reminiscent of a tongue? Securing the tentacle with one hand to prevent being engulfed by its inherent black hole, Diana hesitated to pull too hard, fearing for Xinyan's safety. She quickly deduced, if this was the cat's ability, then it must now also belong to you. Xinyan, try to control it. I'm trying. Xinyan gritted his teeth, closing his eyes. In the enveloping darkness, the sensations brought forth by the tentacles became extraordinarily vivid. Gradually, the tentacles extending from his back began to calm, and the one entwining Diana's waist slowly loosened its grip. Chapter 23, The Devouring Beast, a farce of truthfulness at the dining table. Unaware of the calamity he had unwittingly unleashed, the small orange cat indulged in its portion of meat, its eating behavior no different from that of an ordinary kitten. Seated beside it, Xinyan was clad only in trousers, his upper body bare. Diana, having changed into a fresh set of loungewear, stood behind him and softly inquired, "How does it feel now?" "I have an overwhelming urge to consume everything," Xinyan replied, gazing at the feast laid out before him. "Then go ahead and eat," Diana suggested. Stepping back slightly, taking a deep breath, Xinyan felt his back suddenly split open, revealing a grotesque maw, from which 8 tendrils twisted and grew. In an instant, they surged toward the table, devouring not just the food but also the plates, cutlery, and tablecloth, obliterating everything within a mere second. Once the tendrils retracted, Xinyan appeared as normal as ever, save for the eerie, soul-piercing azure glow flickering in his pupils. "How do you feel?" Diana delicately traced her fingers along Xinyan's back, continuing her inquiry. "I feel nothing at all," he replied, patting his abdomen. "The things the tendrils consumed didn't even reach my stomach." "Then it should be fine," Diana nodded, glancing at the gleeful orange cat. "It is a devourer beast." "A devourer beast?" Xinyan blinked in surprise. "Indeed. It is an extraterrestrial species that my mother once mentioned, though her knowledge was rather vague. All I know is that while it resembles a cat from Earth, it possesses terrifying abilities, capable of swallowing vast amounts of matter into dimensions unique to its kind. Such a creature is perilous." Diana squinted thoughtfully. "I wonder why this extraterrestrial species has manifested on Earth." "Really? I find that the little prince is not as dangerous as one might think," Xinyan mused. "If it were truly a threat, it would have used its devouring abilities on me the first time we met in the park. Moreover, just moments ago in the bathroom, it only nipped me like an ordinary cat, without employing its powers." "Is your choice to keep it?" Diana asked. Xinyan looked down at the small orange cat. "If it is indeed an alien species, leaving it outside would pose a greater danger. By keeping it close, we can at least intervene and guide it." "That makes sense." Diana agreed with his reasoning. She considered further, if the devourer beast truly has an affinity for you, even a reliance, it could provide protection or serve as a conduit for abilities in the future. "What are your plans for tonight? Can you fully control the tendrils?" Diana posed a question. "Probably not," Xinyan shrugged. "As soon as I approach anything, the tendrils instinctively yearn to consume it, much like how one breathes without thought. This devouring instinct is not easily controlled. It was akin to the semi-divine abilities he had suddenly acquired from his aunt. These powers were not innate, but rather abruptly bestowed, rendering the ability to switch them on and off at will a formidable challenge. It remains uncertain whether 4 hours will suffice, and Xinyan finds himself in a quandary. This time, rather than the indirect triggering of abilities experienced previously, it involves a direct exchange of liquids with the devourer beast. Should this continue throughout the night, sleep would be a distant luxury, as he might find himself consumed and exiled to an unknown dimension, lying in bed. Who could withstand such a fate? "I have a solution," Diana suddenly interjected. In the adjacent room, the air was suffused with a unique violet fragrance. Xinyan lay beneath an icy blue duvet, his upper body still bare, intermittently shimmering with a faint golden glow. Golden lasso encircled his form, binding his arms and wrapping around his torso. Diana, now clad in a delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown, reclined on the nearby bed, perusing archaeological texts under the dim, warm light of the bedside lamp. "I say, Auntie, is this what you mean by a solution?" "Being unable to move is quite daunting," Xinyan exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hurry up and sleep," Diana urged. "Very well," he acquiesced, shutting his eyes. It had been ages since they had shared a bed. The warmth felt oddly comforting. In the dim, warm glow, Diana's slender figure was accentuated by the thin fabric of her gown, revealing her alluring curves, with her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. Who could possibly find sleep in such a situation? "What is it?" Diana inquired, still flipping through the pages. Nothing, Nian intended to deflect, but the words escaped him. Auntie, you are truly beautiful. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room thickened with silence. Diana's hand froze mid-turn, her stunning visage momentarily stiffening. Nian's mind went blank. What had he just uttered? You. Diana's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, do not mind it. What binds you is the lasso of truth. Anyone ensnared by it will reveal their true words when questioned. Oh, is that so? Nian chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could vanish beneath the bed. How can one not mind that? How was your day at school? Diana deftly shifted the topic. Under the compulsion of the lasso of truth, Nian candidly stated, not much. Gwen inexplicably became upset. Also, a younger girl named Kara publicly confessed her feelings for me. A subtle silence enveloped the room once more. Diana seemed lost in thought for a moment before softly asking, do you like that girl? Nian continued to speak without hesitation. I have only met her twice. It cannot be said that I like or dislike her. However, I do have a favorable impression of her. You are indeed at the age for romance, Diana remarked, closing her archaeological book with a gentle smile. If you find a girl you fancy, make sure to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, Nian declared, I find you quite remarkable, Auntie. Diana's body quivered slightly at his words. She set aside the archaeological tome in her hands, reached out, and extinguished the bedside lamp. In the enveloping darkness, she calmly uttered, let us go to bed early. Nian remained silent thereafter. Was that final statement a truth compelled by the divine power of the truth-ensnaring lasso? Was it a sentiment that could only be expressed after disregarding their mutual relationship? He was uncertain. All Nian knew was that it was the very thought he yearned to convey at that moment. Chapter 24. A desire to take you to New York morning arrived at 7:30. Nian stood before the mirror, gazing intently as his pupils transitioned from feline slits back to the ordinary brown of a human. He attempted to grasp a new bar of soap, and to his relief, no tentacles emerged to consume it as they had the previous night. His devouring ability seemed to have vanished. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet the unexpected occurrence had granted him a deeper understanding of his power as a master of abilities. 12 hours. Engaging in liquid exchange with the opposite sex would allow Nian to possess their abilities within half a day, in comparison to the previous 4 hours. This represented a remarkable tripling of duration and efficacy. Beside him, the half-asleep devouring beast pup, Little Huang, gazed at Nian in the mirror with a peculiar expression. To its unique senses, the transformed Nian had reverted to his original state, eliciting a tinge of disappointment. If it were to take another bite, would it revert to its own kind once more? Little Huang was tempted to try. As if sensing its intentions, Nian sternly warned, Little Huang, you mustn't bite me again. Otherwise, I shall impose a day of fasting upon you. The small orange cat-like creature immediately drooped its ears, swayed its tail, and appeared utterly dejected. With his aunt having stepped out, Nian languidly reclined on the living room sofa, feeling both bored and somewhat delighted. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming. He preferred this carefree, ordinary existence. Let those who desire to save the world do so. He was no superhero. After lying there for a while, he picked up his phone and began scrolling through Facebook. To his astonishment, what began as a casual perusal turned into a revelation. He had anticipated that the discussions and topics would gradually fade away within a day or two. However, the fervor surrounding the Washington Battle Zone incident had only intensified online. With a deluge of targeted news reports flooding the media, reaching staggering levels of public discourse. Many had even transformed stills from a video of him in drag during the battle, mostly from behind, into various avatars, covers, and memes. Nian held his breath, staring at the screen for a long moment before exhaling. Oh dear. The sole silver lining was that he had not revealed his true identity that fateful night. The videos circulating online and in news reports were either too distant and blurry or merely captured his silhouette. No one knew that the newly emerged superhero, the silver-haired goddess who vanquished the abominable monsters, was merely an ordinary male Chinese high school student. The only individuals privy to the truth are Diana's aunt, the female Spider-Man, and the late Venom. However, as Nian gazed at his photos and women's attire permeating every corner of the internet, he nearly gouged a hole in the sofa with his toes. What constitutes a grand scene of social demise? This is it. Nian swiftly opened Twitter, only to be met with a plethora of posts from classmates, almost uniformly expressing their desire to wield the sword of the silver-haired goddess, publicly declaring themselves as fans of the silver-haired deity. His last shred of hope was utterly obliterated. Furthermore, what was his classmate's strange comment about wanting to be trampled underfoot? To make matters worse, a male teacher in their class had quietly changed his Twitter avatar to one of Nian's photos in women's clothing, subtly expressing his admiration. Nian's lips twitched. There was no salvation for this world. He began contemplating whether to annihilate the world or seek refuge on another planet. His expression was one of utter desolation. At that moment, a private message suddenly arrived on Twitter. Nian slumped on the sofa, weakly opening it. Gwen, what are you doing? Nian, just isolating myself. Gwen. She quickly sent a second message. All right, I'm no longer angry with you. Nian was at a loss. He still did not understand why she was upset earlier that morning. Gwen, however, you must promise me one thing. Nian, what is it? Accompany me to New York. New York? Nian was taken aback. Washington and New York are not too far apart, with a straight-line distance of merely 300 to 400 kilometers. With the convenience of trains and buses, one could reach there in as little as 3 hours. Yet, they were different cities. Even for shopping, it seemed unreasonable to travel that far. Nian, are we going to buy something? Gwen, of course not. Have you forgotten? At the end of this semester, which is in January next year, our class will organize a group outing. The class instructor has already decided on New York as the destination. As the class monitor, I want to take advantage of the current holiday to go there and plan the itinerary. Fearing that Nian might refuse, Gwen quickly added, you know, it's not very safe for a girl to go out alone. All right, Nian conceded. Gwen, then it's settled for today. Let us meet at the train station at 10 o'clock. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. Today, Nian frowned slightly. Having expected Gwen to postpone the trip until after Christmas, but she had scheduled it for before the holiday. Nevertheless, it made sense. Christmas Day and the following days are typically reserved for family gatherings, making long-distance travel inconvenient. With that thought in mind, Nian was preparing to rise from the sofa and make travel arrangements when another private message arrived on Twitter. This time, it was not from Gwen. Kara, good morning. Senior. It was from the newly added junior, Kara Danvers. Good morning. Nian responded, I apologize for neglecting to reply yesterday. After careful consideration, I must say that you are a truly wonderful girl. However, I lack any experience in romance and dating, and therefore cannot accept your confession. With that, he felt a sense of relief, yet he still held on to his phone when another message arrived. Then let's try going out on a date. Date? Nian found himself momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, another message from Carla came through on Twitter. How about today? At the train station. Nian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Before him stood two girls, obviously Gwen and Carla, in opposition to one another. Today, Gwen donned her signature beige jeans and black knee-high boots, complemented by a fitted hooded jacket. Beneath her radiant golden short hair, she exuded an air of competence coupled with a rare coolness often not found in young women, which could be described as an enchanting goddess vibe among students. As for Carla, upon first glance, both Nian and Gwen nearly failed to recognize her. Today, Carla wore no black-rimmed glasses and had not tied her hair up. Instead, her slightly wavy dark golden locks cascaded down to her shoulders and lower back, revealing a youthful and sweet visage when she slightly lifted her chin. On her feet were simple white canvas shoes, and although her attire was quite ordinary, lacking any elaborate embellishments, her natural beauty rendered her a strikingly lovely young girl. The juxtaposition of these two distinct styles of beauty drew the attention of many travelers at the station. Yet, upon noticing the young man standing between the two girls, the entire assembly of travelers quickly displayed looks of shared indignation and outrage. What a calamity! As the train gradually departed the platform, heading towards New York, Gwen and Carla sat across from each other, locked in a gaze that bore an ambiguous hint of animosity. Oblivious to this tension, Nian placed his backpack on his lap, and as he slightly unzipped it, a small orange head peeked out. A kitten? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Nian, when did you get a kitten? And it's an orange one. It's called Xiaohuang. I found it yesterday in the park. Nian is out, so I thought it best to keep it with me, Nian replied, gently massaging the soft chin of the little orange kitten, which responded with a content expression. I've always wanted to adopt a kitten, Gwen said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, who could resist such cuteness? However, Carla, from the moment she spotted Xiaohuang, exhibited a peculiar glint in her sapphire blue eyes. Let me hold it, Gwen said, extending her hand toward the little orange kitten. But before her fingers could make contact, Xiaohuang's fur bristled, and it swiftly retreated back into Nian's backpack. Through the zipper of the backpack, a dark void was visible, from which a pair of eerie, slit-pupil eyes exuded a faint azure glow. Gwen shuddered, instinctively retracting her hand, her fine hairs bristling like those of a wild beast. Clearly, both human and creature were taken aback. As an ordinary person, Nian was blissfully unaware of Gwen's unusual reaction. What is there to fear? She is, after all, my friend. While instructing the little royal, Nian smiled at Gwen, saying, Don't mind it, Gwen. This little fellow is quite wary. It won't even let my aunt approach it. It's fine. I'm fine, Gwen replied, shaking her head, though her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Nian's backpack, her eyes swirling with deep apprehension and astonishment. The spider's heightened senses distinctly perceived a fleeting sensation of impending doom, as if it were about to be devoured. Was it truly merely an illusion? All right, I'll take the little royal to the restroom for some water. It gets a bit restless when thirsty. With that, Nian departed with his backpack. As Gwen watched Nian's silhouette disappear into the train's restroom, her attention shifted from the small orange cat to the serene younger student sitting nearby. Speak. What is your true intention? Senior, what do you mean by intention? The brilliant sunlight streamed through the train window, illuminating Kara's formerly dark golden hair with a platinum sheen. The youthful beauty inquired curiously, is wanting to date Senior Nian a valid intention? Outrageous. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of embarrassment and indignation flickering across her face. And she lowered her voice. You may deceive others, but not me. You clearly. Gwen, Senior, Kara interjected, narrowing her eyes. You are not an ordinary person, are you? So what if I am? With the cards laid bare, Gwen readily acknowledged her status. From the moment she first laid eyes on Kara at school, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her. This sense of danger stemmed not from the typical rivalry of a love interest, but from a deeper, more profound dread that sent shivers through her being, far surpassing the fear of an imposing adversary. Regardless of your motives, you may approach me privately. Nian is merely an ordinary person. Gwen silently clenched her fists, bracing herself for a confrontation with Kara. Kara merely brushed her hair aside, her expression earnest as she replied. Senior, my criteria for a partner are quite standard. I have no personal interest in you. As for Senior Nian, if someone like you, who is not an ordinary person, can befriend him, why can't I aspire to be his future partner? It seemed a reasonable assertion. Gwen's brows arched slightly, sensing that Kara was not to be trifled with, yet it appeared that she bore no ill intentions toward Nian. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Gwen inquired, what do you think of that cat from earlier? It is certainly not an ordinary cat. Kara responded earnestly, not quite. It would be more accurate to say it merely resembles a cat in appearance. In truth, regardless of its intrinsic nature or race, it bears no relation to the feline species that inhabits this planet. Kara gently propped her cheek with one hand, pondering. This is the first time I have encountered such a creature. Its skeletal and visceral structure is remarkably unconventional, resembling a mobile miniature black hole. Is it not perilous for Nian to be alone with it? Gwen immediately rose, casting a worried glance towards the silent restroom of the train. Fear not, Senior. Kara blinked, addressing the metal partition of the restroom. I have been observing since a while ago. That creature is quite docile in the presence of my senior. Not unlike an ordinary kitten. You can see through things. Gwen exclaimed, turning to gaze at Kara, recalling her earlier analysis of the kitten. If she could not see through, how could she possibly discern the creature's internal condition? Surely, she must have perceived that I am not an ordinary person. Of course. Kara nodded as if it were a matter of course, gesturing towards the restroom. Look, Senior Nian is inside now. Close your eyes. Do not look any further. Gwen's face flushed crimson, and she covered Kara's eyes with her hand, preventing her from peering towards the restroom. Kara instinctively raised her hand, gently pushing Gwen away from her. However, with a thud, Gwen collided forcefully against the back of the opposite seat, her face displaying astonishment. Where did such formidable strength come from that delicate, fair arm? This time, Kara was also taken aback, hurriedly apologizing. I'm sorry, Senior. I didn't control my strength well. I can only say, fortunately, it was me. Gwen exhaled, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and nonchalantly stood up once more. Shortly thereafter, Nian returned to his seat, cradling a backpack that contained the little orange cat, gazing in surprise at the playful interaction between Gwen and Kara. The rapport between these two beautiful young women seemed even more harmonious than anticipated. Upon Nian's return, Gwen and Kara quickly resumed their composure, sitting serenely in their respective seats as if nothing had transpired, reverting to their personas of the aloof elder sister and the amiable neighbor girl. Nian, however, remained perplexed. Wait, why is there a dent in the back of the chair in front of him? Regardless, the train continued its steady course, drawing ever closer to its destination, New York. Chapter 26. The illusion of a battleground in New York. As the renowned economic capital of the world, New York boasts towering skyscrapers and dazzling billboards. Yet today, it is hardly a day of peace. Amidst the bustling streets, the distinctive wail of police sirens pierced the air every half hour, enveloping the city in an atmosphere of fervent freedom. In truth, Since Tony Stark publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man over a year ago, New York, home to Stark Industries headquarters, has experienced a notable degree of stability. After all, prior to committing their crimes, the perpetrators were uncertain whether that billionaire scion would suddenly don his exquisitely formidable iron suit and descend from the heavens at supersonic speed, sending them to meet their maker. Although everyone was well aware that Tony Stark rarely intervened to punish petty crimes such as bank robberies, the sheer desperation of encountering such overwhelming power left many criminal factions trembling in fear. This sentiment resonated with the current slogan, in 2011, "Technology makes the world a better place." Iron Man, the sovereign sealed by epic-defining technology, wielded a level of deterrence as a superhero that, in many respects, surpassed that of a city's police force. At this very moment, the illustrious Tony Stark, adorned with titles such as Iron Man, Playboy, and Billionaire, found himself in a renowned bar in New York, surrounded by an entourage of scantily clad dancers and models. "Tony, could you refrain from conducting serious discussions in places like this?" his friend in U.S. Air Force Colonel James Rhodes remarked, exasperated, as he maneuvered through the throng of women to reach Stark's side, his imposing, pristine military uniform starkly contrasting with the raucous environment. Yet, Rhodes' rank was sufficient to intimidate many, causing the women to scatter from Stark's magnetic presence upon his arrival. Changing venues was out of the question. It was a constant in Stark's life. "And you, could you not wear that outfit? It disrupts the atmosphere," Stark teased, casually swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. "I just managed to slip away from the base," Rhodes replied, though he too accepted a glass of wine from a passing server, raising it in a toast with Stark. The lights flashed, and the music pulsed. After a few drinks, Rhodes appeared enchanted, swiftly becoming engrossed in the revelry. "What brings you here all of a sudden in the middle of the day?" Stark inquired nonchalantly. I almost forgot the matter at hand." Rhodes jolted, adopting a serious demeanor as he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Haven't you been searching for individuals with extraordinary gifts or incredible powers over the past 6 months?" "Indeed, that is the case," Stark replied candidly, not concealing his ambition to establish a team of superheroes from his friend. If Rhodes weren't tied to the military, he would undoubtedly be part of this endeavor. "How is the progress?" Rhodes asked curiously. "Fairly well, I suppose. I've identified 2 or 3 candidates." Stark responded with a casual tone, though Rhodes sensed an underlying frustration. In truth, Stark had only found one viable candidate, one he had just discovered in recent days. The other 2 were recommendations from the director of SHIELD. Fortunately, the individual he had identified possessed intellect and abilities that were unparalleled. A solitary point of solace for Stark amid the challenges he faced. Do not be deceived by the vastness of the world. The number of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities is quite scarce. What are your thoughts on the newly emerged superhero in Washington, the silver-haired goddess? She has vanquished the Hulk's replica, the Abomination. Rod inquired with keen interest. "Naturally, I had Jarvis investigate that very evening." Stark shrugged, squinting slightly as he remarked. "Although information is limited, I can ascertain that she resides locally in Washington." In Times Square, throngs of people filled the streets, adorned with Christmas trees and festive decorations, creating a joyous atmosphere that enveloped the entire city. "Nian, what do you think of this?" Gwen, wearing a Santa hat, tugged at Nian's sleeve. "It looks lovely," Nian replied. "What about mine, Senior?" Kara chimed in, lightly shaking the reindeer bell around her neck, producing a delightful metallic chime. "It looks lovely," Nian affirmed once more. The trio, consisting of the industrious Nian accompanied by the vivacious Gwen and Kara, meandered through the bustling commercial streets, the 2 charming young women becoming a striking sight in the urban landscape. While being surrounded by such beauty was indeed a delightful experience, Nian remained focused on the task at hand. Upon reaching an intersection, he suggested, "All right, I will take this street, and you 2 can go that way." Gwen's smile vanished. "Why?" Kara queried, equally perplexed. "Gwen, have you forgotten? You came here for a tourism survey," Nian gestured. "Given the expanse of the streets, we cannot explore every corner. It would be more prudent to split up. You and Kara can ensure each other's safety." Gwen's mind went blank, realizing that her own reasoning had inadvertently led to her predicament. "Senior, Kara began, but was met with Nian's reassuring smile. "I entrust you with this, Kara. Please look out for each other." Kara's lips parted, wanting to protest that Nian himself was the least safe of all, but she could only reluctantly agree. "All right then. It's settled." With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Nian proceeded down one street, leaving the 2 young women to exchange glances, bewildered by how the situation had unfolded. Nian, capturing moments with his phone, wandered further down the street until a particular building caught his attention. It was a museum. Adults accompanied by children frequently entered and exited, some youngsters clutching plastic five-pointed star shields, their eyes alight with excitement and wonder. Seeing this distinct scene, it was evident which museum this was, the Captain America Museum. As the first superhero ever created in human history, Captain America's influence within this nation remains undeniable, even decades after his demise in a plane crash. In military circles, many American soldiers still regard him as the quintessential model of a soldier. Before this year, I had merely heard of it. Now, I stand at the entrance of the Captain America Museum for the first time. This is indeed a landmark for tourists in New York. As I hesitated on the steps of the museum, contemplating whether to venture inside, a tall young man emerged from within. The Caucasian youth was clad in casual trousers and a jacket, wearing a low-brimmed cap that obscured his features as he slightly bowed his head. However, from my vantage point below the steps, I had a clear view of his face. "Mr. Rogers?" I exclaimed in astonishment. The young man paused, glanced at me, and gave a slight nod. It was none other than the very subject of the museum, Captain America himself, Steve Rogers. Chapter 27. The beginning of the New York night mission. In a park in New York, a thin layer of transparent ice floated on the surface of the central lake, shimmering under the sunlight. On a wooden bench by the lakeside, the Caucasian youth and the Asian boy sat side by side. Steve Rogers, in a teasing tone, looked at me and said, "Thank you for not shouting just now. Otherwise, I might have drawn a crowd again. That's not something I wish to see. I prefer not to attract too much attention." I shrugged and, driven by curiosity, asked, "Captain, I thought you were dead?" "I was just recently excavated from the ice of the North Atlantic," Steve replied, gesturing with his hands. Perhaps both Steve and I did not perceive each other as extraordinary. Thus we engaged in a natural and effortless conversation. "You mentioned that you dislike drawing too much attention," Steve reflected. "In my time, everyone wished to have the spotlight on themselves. Has this generation of youth changed?" "Times have changed, Captain." I thought about criticizing that statement, but ultimately responded, "In fact, the intensity with which people seek attention today is even more exaggerated than in your era. I do not wish to attract attention. I simply prefer a peaceful, quiet daily life." Upon hearing my words, Steve's youthful and handsome face momentarily displayed surprise. "Captain, I actually have a question for you," I inquired curiously. "If given another chance, would you prefer to be an ordinary person or a superhero?" This question caused Steve to pause, seemingly caught off guard. After a moment, he quietly replied, "I think, after being a hero, I would prefer to be an ordinary person. Unfortunately, it is too late now." Despite appearing to be just in his early 20s, the helplessness and melancholy on his face resembled that of a centenarian. Yet, calling him a centenarian would not be entirely inaccurate. I began to understand the sentiment Steve was trying to convey. As a superhero, one often acts for the world, whereas, as an ordinary person, one does so for a specific individual. When the world remains, yet that individual is gone, many things lose their meaning. "Why would you ponder such questions?" Steve looked at Nian with a puzzled expression. "It's nothing, just a fleeting thought," Nian replied, shaking his head. This question would indeed become one of the most significant dilemmas he would face in his future. The choices mentioned by his aunt stemmed from this very point, the extraordinary versus the ordinary, a mere thought separating them. "Nian, Senior." Suddenly, two voices called from behind, and Nian turned to see Gwen and Kara approaching. How did they find their way here? "Kid," Steve suddenly patted Nian on the shoulder, his tone laden with meaning. "As someone who has been there, I urge you to cherish the present moment and take care of your health." "Captain, you've misunderstood." Nian's lips twitched slightly, contemplating how Captain America often lacked seriousness. "We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." He waved his hand and rose from his chair, heading towards Gwen and Kara with his backpack in tow. Steve made a gesture. "Nian, who were you chatting with just now?" Gwen inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed towards the distant bench. Nian turned back as well, but the figure of Captain America had long vanished from the lakeside seat. "Just someone I encountered along the way. We exchanged a few casual words," he replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Gwen blinked, somewhat skeptical, yet she chose not to press further. Kara, standing beside her, wore a contemplative expression. As Nian and his companions continued their exploration, they soon realized that night had enveloped the city. After dark, New York, the city that never sleeps, radiated an even more vibrant energy. For the young hearts experiencing the stirrings of first love, the night offered an opportune moment for miracles to unfold, especially when traveling. It provided the perfect excuse to rest away from home for a night, an ideal combination of time and place. In a local hotel in Queens, New York, Nian's brow furrowed at the front desk. "What? Only one room left?" After a moment's contemplation, he decisively produced his bank card and placed it on the counter. Then I shall take it. Nian, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Gwen blushed deeply behind him. This felt rather bold and stimulating for her. Senior, Kara hesitated, fidgeting slightly, her expression suggesting she had much to say but held back. What are you two thinking? Nian scratched his head and instructed, tonight. You both will stay here while I find another hotel nearby for myself. The two young ladies were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected decision. The hotel staff watched the scene unfold, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Please, just act like a decent person. After ensuring that his childhood friends, Gwen and Kara, were settled in their accommodations, Nian breathed a sigh of relief. With his backpack, from which a small orange cat had occasionally peeked, he ventured outside along the street in search of a place to rest. Beneath the night sky, neon lights flickered, illuminating the bustling thoroughfare teeming with vehicles. Nian blended into the crowd, while at the same time, on a corner of the same street. In the dimly lit, damp, and foul-smelling alley, a puddle of unknown stagnant water suddenly twitched as if possessed by an independent will. This viscous, black, gelatinous substance appeared to be teeming with life, slithering quietly toward the shadowy corner of the wall, as though lying in wait to observe the passers-by on the street outside. Was there a suitable human host for it to inhabit? The entity, restless and agitated, whispered in a raspy voice, devoid of limbs or a brain, merely a mass of black liquid, unsure of where its voice originated. At that moment, a young boy, burdened with a backpack, walked by from the street outside the alley. The black liquid creature surged violently, racing along the alley's wall in a frantic pursuit of the boy named Nian. Startled, Nian stumbled slightly, glancing back in surprise, sensing a gentle push against his back. However, there was no one behind him. Was it merely an illusion? He murmured to himself, unaware that within his backpack, a pair of feline eyes were fixated intently on a specific part of his body. Soon, Nian discovered a second hotel not far from where Gwen and the others were staying. The entrance featured a revolving door. As he approached to push it open, an unexpected tremor coursed through his body as he stepped into the inner space of the revolving door. A strange sensation enveloped him from within, filling his heart with unease. What was happening? Nian widened his eyes in confusion, staring at his hands, only to witness his body and the clothes he wore rapidly dissolve like a snowman in summer. Countless drops of black liquid dripped down, viscous and stringy, connecting back to the main mass. In an instant, Nian transformed entirely into a puddle of black liquid, collapsing alongside his backpack on the floor. Chapter 28. The triune entity Nian emerges. Just then, the revolving door isolated the interior of the hotel from the bustling street outside. Within the compartment, a dark mass of liquid writhed on the ground. Suffocation and oppression engulfed Nian like never before. It was not merely difficulty breathing. It was an inability to breathe. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense that he was ill-suited to exist on this planet. There was no doubt about it. The power of the progenitor had triggered an extraordinary transformation within him. If this continued, would he perish? Nian, like a boiling liquid, lay on the ground, writhing restlessly. Meow? The sound of a cat's meow captured Nian's attention. From the gap of the zipper in his fallen backpack, a small orange cat emerged. It was little Huang. Nian shuddered. And in that instant, driven by instinct, the black liquid that he had become lunged forward, enveloping the tiny orange cat, swiftly merging and adhering to its small body. At the hotel front desk, a voice echoed, "Welcome." The receptionist, noticing the revolving door being pushed open, instinctively glanced up, only to be met by the sight of a small black cat. Where did this stray come from? The receptionist hurriedly approached to shoo it away. The black cat paused momentarily, then swiftly picked up a backpack lying on the ground and dashed out through the still-turning door into the bustling street beyond. On the vibrant thoroughfare, pedestrians instinctively sidestepped as the black cat bolted out of the hotel, clutching the backpack, disappearing into an alleyway around the corner. Moments later, atop a 5-story building, the backpack lay discarded nearby as the black cat perched on the railing, gazing blankly down at the neon-lit modern street below. Who am I? I am a symbiote. No, I am Venom. No, I am a symbiotic beast, an infant. No. That's all wrong. The anthropomorphized black cat clutched its head in confusion, struggling momentarily before its eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. I remember now. I am Nian Prince, an ordinary human high school student residing in downtown Washington. What has happened to me? Taking a deep breath, Nian, now transformed into the black cat, felt a cacophony of chaotic voices reverberating in his mind. A hoarse, sinister voice exclaimed, "What is this human body? Why is he in control?" Infuriating, detestable, pitiful. Meanwhile, a tender, innocent voice inquired, Nian, are you all right? Ah, I can't control my body anymore. I've been confined in a little dark room. Everyone, quiet down. Let me sort this out. Nian rubbed his temples and crouched down to clear his thoughts. Through the shared consciousness, Nian quickly comprehended the nature of the transformation he had undergone. It all began with a voice in his mind, that of the symbiotic entity known as Venom. Venom originated from a distant planet in outer space, inadvertently arriving on Earth aboard a spacecraft from a biological research company in New York. As a symbiote, it could not survive independently and could only thrive by parasitizing other living beings. Venom discovered that certain human physiques were exceptionally conducive to symbiosis and, after a thorough search, ultimately chose Nian as its host. What followed was a more intricate dilemma. The symbiote possessed no definitive gender, being androgynous in nature. However, in certain respects, it could be perceived as both male and female. When the symbiote attached itself to Nian, an intimate bond was naturally formed. Moreover, as the liquid merged with Nian, a shared exchange of abilities occurred, awakening the latent powers of Nian's heritage. This explained the earlier phenomenon of his body melting into a black liquid. Subsequently, the situation simplified. Under the instinctual nature of parasitism, Nian coexisted within the body of a small orange cat named Xiaowang. In simpler terms, Venom has symbiotically fused with Nian, who in turn has parasitized the little emperor. This amalgamation of three distinct species, symbiote, human, and the devourer, has unexpectedly coalesced into a singular entity. Nian assumes the leading role, yet the thoughts of both Venom and the little emperor can be shared and communicated. Humanity possesses such extraordinary capabilities. The symbiote, Venom, recognizes the current predicament through this shared consciousness and inquires, if you have become a symbiote, how is it that I can still inhabit your being? Typically, symbiotes can only engage in a battle for dominance and cannot coexist. I believe I understand the situation, Nian sighed. He indeed acquired the abilities and characteristics of a symbiote, yet fundamentally remains human, resulting in the current triad of symbiotic existence. Venom parasitizing Nian, and Nian parasitizing the devourer. It is the first time I have encountered such a union of three biological entities. Venom's raspy voice echoed in Nian's mind. Suddenly, it exclaimed with excitement, wait. Though I cannot exert control, I can sense that the body we now inhabit is exceptionally powerful. Powerful? Perhaps that is one way to describe it, Nian replied, his lips twitching as he glanced at the pudgy, pudding-sized cat paw, unsure of how to articulate their current physical state. His body felt as though it were enveloped in a shroud of darkness, with streaks of white lightning flashing across his abdomen. Yes, precisely. This means we can defeat those adversaries, Venom declared enthusiastically. Nian tilted his head, quickly grasping the implications of Venom's words through their shared consciousness. There are not just Venom's kind among the symbiotes that have descended upon Earth. There are three others. These three adversarial symbiotes harbor a fierce colonial intent, seemingly aiming to control humanity and lead other races in invading Earth. Yet again, the annihilation of Earth. When will it cease? Nian rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. Suddenly, however, the small black cat trembled slightly, sensing something amiss, and turned to glance behind. On the opposite side of the building he occupied, a model ascended the outer wall with uncanny agility. The model, reminiscent of a marionette, moved with a stiffness. Her eyes were vacant, and her bare hands were adorned with brown spines. She is one of my kind. As symbiotes, we can sense each other's locations. Venom mourned loudly in Nian's mind. Why didn't you mention this sooner? With a swift motion, Nian transformed into a streak of black lightning and fled. Upon seeing this, the model pursued with inhuman speed, her brown spines on her arms swelling ominously, resembling two colossal, menacing hammers aimed at his diminutive feline form. In midair, Nian turned abruptly, a devilish grin spreading across his face, his tiny tail whipping back violently, slicing through the air with a razor-like edge. Transforming into a sword several times larger than his own body, a 4-meter-long blade. Whoosh! Two heavy hammers cleaved the body in half with precision. The symbiotic model girl was taken aback, never anticipating that the toxic venom from the Earth's kitten would be so formidable. Just as she contemplated retreating, a pitch-black, frigid sword, for meters long, descended, severing her from head to toe. Chapter 29. The Terrifying Triune Entity Washington. In the deep of night, the daylight lamp inside the room still illuminated the space. Clad in a beige home dress, Diana sat upon the living room sofa, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. Leaning beneath the lamp, she immersed herself in reading books on archaeology and law, exuding an air of intellect and nobility that seemed to cast a halo around her. However, despite her engrossment in the texts, she occasionally lifted her gaze towards the doorway. She was fully aware that Nian would be staying in New York tonight and would not be returning. Yet, she found herself instinctively and repeatedly engaging in this perplexing behavior that even she deemed strange. Was it due to habit? The habit of Nian returning home each day, cheerfully calling her auntie, circling around her, sharing tales of joy or sorrow. The familiarity of a warm and ordinary life for the past 16 years. The accustomed presence of Nian beside her. Am I feeling lonely? Diana pondered, somewhat astonished, gazing at the quiet, empty living room. Before encountering that child, she had lived alone in the human world for decades. Having traversed such a long time in solitude, why, now, after less than a day, did she feel an unbearable sense of loneliness? Indeed, loneliness. As a goddess descended from the bloodline of ancient Greek deities, she seemed innately detached from such emotions. After all, a fate destined for eternal survival is bound to be solitary. Yet, evidently, loneliness comes in varying degrees. Diana placed the book back on the shelf and gracefully walked towards the room, Nian's room. Without turning on the built-in lights, she sat at the edge of the bed and slowly lay down amidst the serene darkness. Her softly curled hair spread across the bed, blooming beautifully, while her delicate hands gently embraced the down comforter, enveloping herself in the familiar scent of the boy. Beneath the elegant white gown, her ivory-like legs gradually tightened only to soon relax completely. What is that child doing now? A faint blush graced Diana's cheeks as she naturally closed her eyes and drifted into slumber upon Nian's bed. Queens, New York. The Venom. I never said I wanted to kill her. The triune entity, the venomous feline Nian, widened his beastly eyes, momentarily suspended in the air above the rooftop, gazing at the model girl severed in two by the armed sword shaped by his tail. It was no longer the one-sided acquisition of an ant or the ability of the devourer. In this unique circumstance of symbiotic coexistence, Nian simultaneously possesses the formidable abilities of both the venom and the devourer species, maintaining an intrinsic control over the parasitic symbiote of Venom while externally manipulating the host body of the devourer. The complexity of mastering his current form has escalated to unprecedented levels. Fortunately, Nian is not alone in his erratic exploration of these powers. The consciousness of Venom and the devourer acts akin to a subsidiary system of the mainframe, aptly guiding Nian in harnessing his racial capabilities and proposing optimal strategies for subsequent actions. Indeed, this is a genuine triad synergy. It elucidates why Nian was able to respond with pinpoint accuracy and adeptly wield the transformative abilities of the symbiote, converting his tail into a formidable sword. The initial strike was a decision made by Nian himself, while the subsequent slash was executed under the guidance of Venom. It is far from easy to extinguish. Venom's voice resonated within Nian's mind. Complying with its words, within the reflection of Nian's slit pupils, the Model S severed body, cleaved in two, showed no sign of blood. Not even from the wrists of her bisected hands. Instead of crimson, a viscous brown liquid oozed forth, cascading from the gaping wound of the model's remains, coalescing rapidly to reassemble her fragmented form. Within approximately 2 seconds, the model was restored, unscathed, and fell to the ground. Venom's husky voice echoed, "This human woman is beyond salvation." Observing her current state and behavioral patterns, it is evident that the symbiote within her has assumed complete dominance. In such circumstances, her brain and body are nearly obliterated, akin to a vegetative state, retaining only the faintest vestiges of life, incapable of any conscious resistance. The recent injury has also been sustained under the symbiote's maintenance. Upon the symbiote's demise or departure from her body, she would succumb instantly. Is that so? In that case, there is little to be concerned about. Nian suddenly grinned menacingly, his small mouth stretching into a grin that encompassed half of his feline visage, revealing a maw filled with sharp, interlocking fangs. The previously adorable black kitten had seemingly transformed into a hellish demon. The ruthless ferocity of the symbiote and the savage wildness of the devourer continuously erode human rationality, rendering even Nian, who dominates this triad, capable of exhibiting unfathomable monstrous behavior. The symbiote residing within the model, aware of its lack of escape, immediately manifested a layer of hard, brown spiny armor upon its surface. Almost instantaneously after the formation of this defensive exterior, the black kitten moved forward. The model, caught off guard, felt a sudden void in her chest, allowing her to glimpse the world beyond her back without any preparation for attack or defense. What just transpired? The symbiote parasitizing the model was left in a state of shock. The resilient symbiotic protective armor, along with the flesh, bones, and even the internal organs within, were instantaneously pierced and compromised. Such swiftness. The speed was utterly unfathomable. No, it was not merely astonishing velocity. Such a feat could not be achieved solely by that. The model, clutching the gaping wound in her chest, felt the symbiote within her surge forth, attempting to mend her form. Futile. Such an assault cannot vanquish it. The symbiote possesses an almost limitless capacity for self-repair. The venomous entity rasped. Behind the model, a small black cat remained indifferent, continuing its lightning-fast charge forward. Its diminutive body akin to a supersonic missile. Boom. The model, still inhabited by the symbiote, suffered yet another dark void in the lower abdomen before her body could fully regenerate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black cat darted back and forth, leaving deep, elongated scratches across the rooftop, while the surrounding walls bore numerous indentations from its claws. As if besieged by an overwhelming tempest, the model stood paralyzed. Her body relentlessly ravaged and torn apart, the symbiote's attempts at restoration lagging far behind the destruction. Why, how could this be? The symbiote within her was engulfed in terror. That wretched venomous creature, what monstrous entity has it chosen to inhabit? Such a vast disparity in power. It could no longer contain itself. Brown liquid erupted from the Model's wrecked form, surging towards the crowded streets below. Stop it. It seeks to inhabit another human body. The Venom cried out sharply. Dream on. The black cat coldly waved a paw. Its armed claws, larger than its own body, shot forward like tentacles, firmly grasping the brown liquid still suspended above the street. You cannot kill me. The form of the symbiote, shaped like the brown liquid, writhed in a furious struggle. Oh! The black cat displayed a sinister smile, drawing the symbiote back to its vicinity before unceremoniously tossing it into its gaping maw, with a mere closure of its mouth. Without even a swallowing motion, the symbiote was utterly obliterated from this realm. It was not consumed in the conventional sense, but rather exiled to the other dimension of the devourer. Within that realm, devoid of a host, the seemingly indestructible symbiote would soon wither away. A swift resolution. In this current state, let us cleanse what remains. The black cat whispered malevolently, gazing coldly over the New York skyline under the night's cloak. As the duration of coexistence among the three extended, its behavioral patterns began to lean more towards those of the venomous symbiote and the devourer. The rationality of the human essence twisted and shattered. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that the power of the triad began to manifest in earnest. Chapter 30. The Black Shadow and the Green Hulk. In New York, amid the precious real estate, the recently completed headquarters of Stark Industries stands proudly here. The architectural design of the Stark headquarters exudes a striking sense of futuristic technology, featuring a sleek, upward-swirling silhouette that is grand enough to serve as a landing platform for fighter jets. Its unique Stark insignia stands out remarkably, even amidst the towering skyscrapers of New York City. At this moment, atop the Stark headquarters, within the opulent hall of the exterior viewing platform, we find ourselves amidst an intriguing scene. A gentleman clad in a perfectly tailored black suit swirls a glass of red wine, his arms proudly extended outward, the ethereal blue glow emanating from his chest illuminating through his shirt, creating an impression of embracing half the city visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind him, a disheveled man dressed in a gray long shirt, cargo pants, and combat boots, with tousled hair that starkly contrasts the sophisticated ambience, approaches. How should one describe him? The unkempt man adjusts his glasses perched on his nose and reflects thoughtfully. Indeed, it does embody your style and essence. Stark chuckles softly and replies, in the future, this will also be the headquarters of our alliance. Nothing could be better. This elevates our yet-to-be-launched alliance to a whole new level. The disheveled man shrugs nonchalantly. But I have no funds. I can only offer my assistance. Your contribution extends beyond mere strength. Stark gently shakes his head, gazing at him earnestly. Banner, I also require your intellect and knowledge. With your help, I believe many of my technological concepts and ideas will come to fruition in the future. The man known as Banner remains noncommittal, his expression unusually serene in response to Stark's somewhat exaggerated praise, for in the realm of technology, he indeed possesses the credentials. Banner, whose full name is Robert Bruce Banner, is a world-renowned physicist with 7 doctoral degrees. Had he not chosen to live in obscurity in recent years, he would frequently be a headline in scientific journals. Moreover, he harbors a lesser-known identity, which is the primary reason for his retreat from the limelight: the Hulk, the Green Giant. The abhorrence that recently appeared in Washington was a consequence of his indirect actions. Just as Stark is about to speak, an urgent alert sounds from somewhere on the top floor. Jarvis, what is happening? Stark inquires, his brow furrowed. Instantly, from above a table in the luxurious hall, hundreds of beams of light intertwine in the air, swiftly forming a three-dimensional virtual projection. The artificial intelligence responds in a calm, concise male voice. Sir, a special incident involving the extraordinary has just occurred in Queens. Here is the live footage. Curious, Banner turns his gaze towards the virtual projection. The video begins with a cacophony of screams, showcasing a muscle car, specially modified, roaring down the bustling, modern thoroughfare at full throttle. Red lights, an intersection. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks fly. The muscle car barreled through several vehicles ahead, as though in a frantic bid for escape, accelerating recklessly into oncoming traffic. Just as it seemed destined to crash into a cluster of parked cars, Stark and Banner's pupils dilated in horror at the ensuing spectacle. The speeding muscle car abruptly halted, vanishing like a shadow in a black mist, only to have its front crumple inward, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that split the vehicle asunder, as if torn apart by a dreadful force. Then, even more terrifyingly, fragments of human bodies tumbled from the disintegrating car, flung in various directions onto the streets. Two of these severed limbs landed amidst a crowd on the pedestrian street, frozen in shock. A wave of terror and bloodshed descended. What just leapt out? Run! The screams echoed anew as the shadowy figure darted down one of the streets. The virtual projection abruptly ceased. What just transpired? Stark inquired, his expression one of astonishment as he turned to Banner, who merely shook his head, equally bewildered. Jarvis, rewind the footage, Stark commanded, deep in thought. Yes, sir, the AI responded. The virtual projection began to reverse until it reached the moment before the muscle car's destruction. Stop here, enlarge the view of the front of the car, and play it back slowly, Stark instructed gravely. The footage resumed, and in slow motion, a small black shadow darted through the stationary cars, colliding violently with the muscle car's front like a cannonball. Play it frame by frame, Stark added. In that instant, the footage seemed to freeze, revealing the enigmatic object that had remained concealed at normal speed. Banner's eyes widened in shock. The shadow was, astonishingly, a cat. Yes, a hairless creature enveloped in a layer of smooth, resilient black skin. At the moment the cat struck the muscle car, the vehicle abruptly ceased its forward momentum. Then, the diminutive feline's body swelled dramatically, its limbs bulging with formidable sinew and muscle, as its vicious claws violently tore the car apart. This was the source of the muscle car's catastrophic explosion. In the instant it exerted its strength to rend the vehicle, the bizarre and terrifying black creature reverted to its previous form, racing at incredible speed toward a piece of the dismembered body. What manner of creature is that? Stark's expression grew increasingly grave, his alarm heightened by Banner's sudden pallor and labored breathing, as he began to twitch slightly. Jarvis. Stark instinctively stepped back, retreating to a more secure part of the opulent hall. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, swiftly comprehended his master's intentions. Beneath Stark's feet, a metallic platform ascended, and with the whir of a series of mechanical appendages and components, a resplendent crimson metallic armor adorned his form piece by piece. Within a mere 5 seconds, Stark was encased in a formidable suit of iron, his chest's energy core and metallic eye sockets emanating a brilliant white light, reminiscent of a deity forged from steel. Calm down, Banner. Stark, now transformed into Iron Man, raised his hand to reassure the pallid-faced Banner. I'm fine. Banner clenched his fists tightly, his breaths quickening as he sought to temper his mounting agitation. His complexion oscillated between shades of blue and white. Ultimately, he slumped against the table, the bulging veins in his neck subsiding. Observing this, Stark exhaled in relief and instructed, "Stay here and don't move. I'll handle the situation outside." "Wait, Tony." Banner, feeling somewhat faint as he leaned against the chair, called out to Stark, pointing at the shadow on the virtual screen with unease. "That creature is exceedingly dangerous. Seeing it feels like I'm pulling the trigger of a gun pointed at my own mouth. My body instinctively reacts, wanting to transform into the Hulk." Chapter 31. The Hunt for the Symbiote. Little spider on a pedestrian street veiled in neon lights. A decaying human remnant thudded onto the pavement, prompting horrified onlookers to scream and flee in panic. Whoosh! A dark silhouette darted past, landing gracefully beside the remains. Its slit pupils flickered with an eerie, pale blue flame, and the sleek, dark exterior of its form revealed a muscular definition reminiscent of an assembly line. Venom rasped within its mind. It has already parasitized another human nearby. Clearly, it possesses far greater strength than the first symbiote, capable of selecting almost any human as its host. Which human? The sleek black figure, akin to a top-tier predator, coldly surveyed the fleeing crowd. Among them, None appeared evidently afflicted by the symbiote. It soon dawned on him that the second symbiote sought to escape amidst the chaos. Where's the symbiote? He prodded impatiently, his lips curling into a smirk. The primal instincts of the symbiote and the feral urges entwined, pushing human rationality to the brink of collapse as malevolence, savagery, and indifference invaded both body and mind. This escalating savagery led to an increasingly reckless demeanor. Just as before, he tore apart the human host along with the symbiote. Even though he understood the human was beyond salvation and that prolonging the situation would lead to more innocents perishing, his actions were indeed the most pragmatic solution at that moment. Yet, this unhesitating, bloodthirsty brutality starkly contrasted with the thoughts he once held as a human. I can only sense within a 30-meter radius, but there are simply too many humans nearby, over 100, making it impossible to ascertain which one has been parasitized. Its voice grew increasingly hoarse and sharp, reminiscent of a demon whispering sinister suggestions. I believe the optimal solution at present is to eradicate all humans present. Otherwise, should they escape, even more lives will be lost. Do not hesitate. Make your choice quickly. The adversary is poised to blend into the crowd and flee. Silence. With a guttural roar, Nian, his voice gravelly, fixed his gaze upon the fleeing humans and suddenly plunged one of his claws into the ground beneath him. With a resounding tremor that shook the entire walkway, a multitude of terrifying fissures spread across the once smooth surface, radiating from Nian, who took the form of a black feline. Then, within a 30-meter radius, a series of tentacle-like appendages, sculpted from black, viscous matter, erupted from the earth, piercing straight upward toward the night sky, 10 meters above. These formidable tendrils coalesced into a dense barrier of barbed spikes, ensnaring all within the confines of that 30-meter span. Silence reigned. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. Countless individuals, gripped by sheer terror, raised their eyes in horror, recalling the humiliation of being imprisoned within a birdcage. Ahem, wrong set. Find it for me. With one claw embedded in the ground, Nian remained motionless, while the other morphed into a probing tentacle reaching toward the encircled individuals. Monster, stay back. Many shrieked, collapsing to the ground. Yet soon they discovered that the outstretched tentacle was soft and cushioned, akin to the paw of an ordinary cat. The appendage merely brushed against shoulders or chests before swiftly retreating, methodically inspecting each individual ensnared by the tendrils. Nian was utilizing this contact to search for the second host of the symbiote. After all, the symbiote could stealthily inhabit a host, often unbeknownst to the host themselves when not exerting control over their consciousness. As Nian progressed through the crowd, having examined more than half of the individuals, a middle-aged man standing toward the back suddenly furrowed his brow, inexplicably touching his chest. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form upon his skin, dampening his inner garment with an uncomfortable chill. Despite knowing that the tentacles would not cause harm, his fear had dissipated only partially. The dread lingered. He was terrified. Within the middle-aged man's body lay the second symbiote, which, sensing that its host was about to be discovered by the venomous host, trembled in terror. Previously, it had been unaware of the first symbiote, but now it understood that the first had been vanquished. After being detected by Nian, it continually shifted from one host to another in a desperate attempt to escape, experiencing the overwhelming strength of the venomous host. The disparity was vast. When existing independently, these symbiotes found it challenging to achieve even the most basic survival. However, upon parasitizing suitable organisms, they could unleash a plethora of capabilities, such as body hardening, transformation, superhuman strength, and extraordinary speed. These abilities were intimately connected to the nature of the host organism. After having rotated through numerous human hosts, the second symbiote discovered is far less potent than its predecessor, Venom. It remains oblivious to the fact that Nian's current state is not merely a demonstration of the parasitic capabilities of Venom. Rather, it is a culmination of its own nature, having been further augmented by the symbiotic relationship formed with the devourer beast. The effects are anything but simple arithmetic. The leader of the symbiotes is unlikely to come to my rescue. I am doomed to perish here. The second symbiote, agitated within the middle-aged man's body, sensed Nian's tendrils advancing toward its current host. What to do? What to do? Death is imminent. Overwhelmed by despair, the second symbiote suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. The man, possessed, turned his head and inexplicably gazed at two figures in the crowd. One was a woman in her early 30s, holding the hand of a boy around 10 years old. Despite her palpable fear, she whispered reassuringly to the child, "Peter, it's all right. Don't worry, Aunt May is here, and I will protect you." Peter nodded, his eyes wide with trepidation as he gazed at the terrifying black cat. Yet he summoned the courage to stand in front of Aunt May. Suddenly, his hair stood on end as he caught the hollow gaze of the middle-aged man. It felt as though he were being scrutinized by an abyss of malevolence, rendering Peter pale with fright. Instinctively, he pointed and exclaimed, "The monster the black cat is looking for is him." "What are you saying, Peter?" Aunt May was taken aback. "What do you mean? I am not a monster." The middle-aged man, baffled, instinctively retorted. Yet, in an instant, horror widened his eyes as a viscous gray-green liquid surged forth from his gaping mouth. Half of it remained within him, while the other half floated in the air, writhing as if it possessed a life of its own. This bizarre spectacle defied comprehension and left those surrounding them paralyzed in shock. "Found you." Nian, in its triadic form, was ruthlessly decisive. The moment the second symbiote revealed itself, its elongated tendrils transformed into hardened spikes, thrusting forward to strike. Piercing through the air, the tendril impaled the gray-green symbiote, pinning it against the rear tendril barrier. With a sizzling sound, the second symbiote writhed violently as it struggled to detach the pinned portion, while another segment of its liquid form burst forth like a jet of water, resembling a gray-green net, surging toward the woman nearby. "Aunt May, be careful," Peter exclaimed, stepping in front of her with outstretched arms, only to have the viscous liquid seamlessly infiltrate his body. Chapter 32. Venomous Spider, Brutality. A plaintive cry of anguish echoed through the night sky of New York, carrying far and wide. The moment the boy was invaded by the symbiote, he clutched his head in agony, his vision obscured by a gray-green haze, and he collapsed to the ground in excruciating pain. "Stay away from him." A voice, filled with terror, suddenly cried out, causing the crowd to retreat in a state of panic. Centered around the boy, who was being parasitized by the grotesque creature, everyone but Aunt May withdrew to a distance of 10 meters. "Peter, are you all right? Please don't frighten Aunt May." In the now desolate space, Aunt May felt a mix of fear and concern as she reached out to help the boy who knelt on the ground. However, her strength proved insufficient to lift his young frame. The boy, crouched low with his face obscured, supported himself with his hands on the ground. His cries of anguish and struggles growing feeble, gradually succumbing to an inexplicable calmness. This eerie tranquility sent chills down the spines of those nearby. 20 meters away, was another boy selected as the new host? Witnessing the second symbiote's desperate choice, the amalgamated being, Nian, felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he did not relent in his cold and decisive assault. With a swift motion, the sharp, hardened black tendrils pierced the air, lunging towards Peter, now infested by the second symbiote. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Something is amiss. I can vaguely sense that this child's physique is unlike that of an ordinary human," as if in response to the symbiote's venomous words. Just as the tendril was about to strike, the boy's small hand shot up like lightning, seizing the speeding tendril with a firm grip. The sharp tip of the darkened tendril abruptly halted, mere centimeters from Peter's chest. A raspy, chilling laughter erupted from the boy who held the tendril, his expression morphing into a grotesque grin. A viscous, gray-green substance began to ooze from his body, rapidly expanding, twisting, deforming, and hardening, shaping into a more complete and resilient gray-green symbiotic form. The entire scene resembled Peter's body undergoing a grotesque transformation, evolving into a towering, nearly 2-meter-tall gray-green extraterrestrial monstrosity. The imposing stature and the palpable strength emanating from its muscular frame momentarily recalled Nian's memories of revulsion, albeit with significant differences in appearance. The form displayed by the boy now possessed by the second symbiote was athletic and not bulky. His arms and legs exuded a sense of elongated resilience, particularly highlighted by the ghastly white markings resembling venomous spiders across his chest and back. To his astonishment, such a powerful physique existed among humans. Glancing down at his gray-green hand, the venomous spider grinned wickedly, baring its fangs and unleashing a crimson tongue, a wave of warmth emanating from its robust, misshapen body. Having taken possession of the human child, Peter, the symbiote's abilities were now fully manifested for the first time. It felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through it. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. The venomous spider had merely tested its limits, effortlessly withstanding the tendril assault launched by its host, an attack that would have previously been insurmountable. This only solidified its sense of security and capability. With this body as its parasitic host, I am the true master of this symbiotic entity. The venomous spider quivered with excitement, licking its sharp, grotesque fangs. "Peter, Peter." A woman's trembling and sorrowful voice echoed nearby. "You are not Peter." Aunt May gazed at the menacing venomous spider, suppressing her fear, and wept. "Monster. Please return Peter to me." "Huh. I will first kill you." and then eliminate both the Venom and its host. The venomous spider sneered coldly, raising its gray-green hand to strike at the woman's tear-streaked face. At that moment, a hoarse, chilling voice resonated from ahead. "Have you had enough?" "What?" The spider, startled, realized that the tendrils it had been gripping had suddenly reversed, locking its hand in place. The grip was not friendly, but rather exquisite. In that instant, the spider sensed an indescribable, terrifying force emanating from the dark tendrils, pulling its heavily fortified body with an undeniable strength. Nian's elongated appendages hurled the venomous spider high into the air, nearly 30 meters above, and then forcefully slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled in lament. The venomous spider crashed into the ground, debris scattering, creating a pit several meters deep in the street. Damn it! Covered in dirt. The venomous spider roared in fury as it surged from the pit. Twisting its wrist, it shot 2 strands of gray-green silk, anchoring them to the tendrils behind Nian. With a fierce tug of the web, the spider executed a swift sliding maneuver in the low air, violently kicking towards Nian. The black kitten remained motionless on the ground, one paw still embedded in the surface, forming a tendril barrier, while its tail suddenly lashed forward with ferocity. The air erupted. With a sharp crack, the venomous spider was sent hurtling through the air like a fly swatted away. How can this be possible? The spider once again made intimate contact with the ground. Utterly dazed. Why? Despite having increased its strength many-fold, in terms of power, speed, transformation, and other super abilities, it still could not match the host of the Venom. Or rather, in the symbiotic form of the human boy possessing the spider's abilities, the second symbiote could better comprehend the terrifying power of the triune entity, Nian. Who, then, is the true monster? The venomous spider leapt swiftly, shooting its silk towards the distant skyscraper. Realizing it could not defeat Nian, it sought to continue its escape strategy, but the dark tendrils were faster. They swiftly ensnared the spider's legs, and an increasingly impatient and furious Nian yanked it through the night sky and across the ground, tossing and slamming it repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. The number of times the venomous spider was thrown and smashed was countless. Only then did Nian slightly calm down and release the tendrils, revealing a landscape riddled with craters before him. Dust settled, lying in one of the pits. The venomous spider sprawled on the ground, its once formidable armored body now melted, resembling a damaged vehicle leaking a pool of green oil. Unable to maintain its complete battle stance, the scene could only be described with one word: devastating. Is there hope for its parasitic host? Nian barely retained a shred of rationality as he coldly inquired. The venomous entity whispered ominously, "It is difficult to say. The boy's constitution is indeed unique. Yet he is too young. We must see if he can reclaim dominance over his own body." A sinister smile crept across its visage. "My suggestion is to not delay. Simply eradicate both the host and itself." Nian remained silent, his tendrils transforming into a massive scythe. Poised above the venomous spider's head, the remnants of human reason dwindled, and the amalgamation of his being grew increasingly bloodthirsty and indifferent. Chapter 33. The Iron Man Triad. The invincible and terrifying little cat, akin to a reaper, held the black scythe above the venomous spider. Nian had already demonstrated a crucial point during his previous clash with the first symbiote. Even though the symbiote could rapidly mend its host's injuries, there existed a limit. Should the damage inflicted on the parasitic host far exceed the speed of repair within a short span of time, the symbiote would be unable to sustain the host's life state and would be compelled to depart. However, this would inevitably lead to the host's demise. "Please, do not kill him." Aunt May scrambled to the front of the venomous spider, arms outstretched, attempting to shield the black scythe with her frail body. At that moment, rationality crumbled within the triad of Nian, rendering him deaf to her pleas. He would resolutely execute what he believed to be right, even if his actions resembled those of a villain. In a critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted. 2 beams of laser pierced through one side of the tendril barrier, exploding amidst the astonished gazes of those trapped within. A figure clad in golden red armor descended from the heavens. Clang! The left knee and right fist struck the ground simultaneously, producing a resounding metallic thud. Rising like an artificial deity of steel, the being lifted its palm towards the engine, gathering blinding white light that would intimidate the scene. "Tonight, you are certainly lively here," the Iron Man quipped, disregarding the atmosphere. "It's Iron Man. Iron Man has arrived. We are saved. How wonderful." The dread and despair that had enveloped the crowd dissipated, and he became their pillar of hope. In the city of New York, perhaps only Iron Man could achieve such a feat. "This is not a fan meet and greet," Iron Man continued to jest. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please leave this place?" At his words, the crowd promptly reacted, fleeing through the breached tendril barrier behind Iron Man. From his entrance until now, Iron Man had exuded an air of ease and confidence, as though he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. However, what remains unknown to all is that at this moment, within the confines of the steel armor, Stark's expression was grave and taut, his gaze fixated on the seemingly innocuous black kitten on the battlefield. He murmured, "J-A-R-V-I-S. Can you ascertain the nature of this creature? Apologies, sir. The database currently lacks any relevant information. Scanning has failed to penetrate its biological makeup, but it can be preliminarily identified as an extraterrestrial organism." Two unknown alien entities engaged in a fierce struggle? Stark maintained a defensive stance, casting a glance at the venomous spider lying behind the woman, and deduced the situation with remarkable ease from the traces left behind. Just then, the black kitten stirred its claws embedded in the ground. Stark's heart raced, mistakenly believing the creature intended to harm the fleeing civilians, prompting him to unleash a burst of laser fire. The blinding beam illuminated the street, striking the kitten squarely on the head. Boom! The searing energy and flames engulfed the diminutive body. Nian withdrew its claws from the ground. Now that the symbiotic entity had been located, the tendril barrier was rendered unnecessary. It was Stark, who without a word, had fired a shot at its forehead. That truly incensed it. Under normal circumstances, Nian would have chalked it up to a misunderstanding. But now, Nian was a triune entity, a being in which human rationale had nearly vanished. It was feral, bloodthirsty, and inclined towards extreme malevolence. Thus, as the devastating wave of laser energy swept across the dark exterior, the black kitten transformed into a streak of shadow, breaking the sound barrier and violently colliding with Stark's abdomen. Bang! Stark felt as if he had been struck head-on by a miniature truck at full speed. The artificial intelligence, J-A-R-V-I-S, immediately issued a warning of structural damage as Stark's armored form was slammed against the exterior wall of a nearby skyscraper. "Fire at will," Stark bellowed, his anger boiling over as the armor became embedded in the wall. Instantly, the concealed strategic weaponry in the shoulder of the armor activated, launching four miniature missiles trailing flames towards the black kitten. Suspended in midair, Nian observed the incoming missiles and, in a sudden fit of fury, opened its mouth wide enough to encompass 3 to 4 times its own body size, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour the missiles. Upon impact, the missiles detonated within its mouth, causing its face to swell momentarily before quickly relaxing. It belched, expelling a plume of acrid smoke. Stark's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Now he understood why Dr. Banner had so urgently wished to transform into the Hulk moments earlier. This kitten was a genuinely extraordinary, unscientific monstrosity. Grinding his teeth, Stark ascended into the air with the aid of the armor's engines, unleashing a full barrage of missiles and laser fire. In that instant, it was as if the most resplendent fireworks had erupted. Suspended high above the ground, Iron Man transformed into a humanoid artillery, his entire frame aglow with brilliance. Under the instantaneous commands of artificial intelligence, a flurry of micro-missiles and laser beams intricately wove together to envelop the demonic figure of Nian below. With a grin reminiscent of a fiend, Nian's hardened black claws and elongated, tentacle-like tail struck with rapidity and continuity, swatting at the micro-missiles as though they were mere flies. The air was rent with explosive detonations as missiles and lasers detonated with precision, sending terrifying shockwaves that shattered every glass window lining the streets. Suddenly, one of the micro-missiles veered off course, hurtling towards Aunt May, who remained on the scene. Alarmed, Iron Man recognized the impending disaster but was too late to intervene. Aunt May's eyes widened in terror as the missile descended upon her, when, in a sudden twist, the incapacitated Spider-Man rolled over, shielding her with his grotesque, gray-green body, serving as a human shield against the explosion's impact. Amidst the roaring flames, half of Spider-Man's armored head melted away, revealing a glimpse of Peter's youthful visage, a tear that could only be described as human cascading down onto Aunt May's face. At the very center of an explosion powerful enough to reduce a skyscraper to rubble, Nian remained unscathed, his obsidian exterior intact, as he observed the condition of Spider-Man below. Venom, equally surprised, exclaimed, "That human boy has managed to reclaim a portion of dominance." However, it was likely a temporary reprieve. Soon, the symbiote within him would regain complete control. "Are you suggesting he still has a chance?" Nian's eyes flickered with a hint of clarity as the frayed threads of rationality began to weave together once more. Venom replied, "As long as there is a method to separate him from the symbiote, survival is possible." "I understand," Nian said. glancing down at Spider-Man before shifting his gaze upward toward Iron Man. A sudden epiphany struck him. His claws elongated and shot forth, ensnaring Iron Man's limbs. Confusion flooded Iron Man's mind as he was yanked downward, plunging into an abyssal void. Nian sealed his lips and gracefully descended back to the ground. The streets, shrouded in smoke, had completely lost the presence of Iron Man. This was the optimal strategy proposed by the creature he was symbiotically connected to. Chapter 34. Handling the symbiote silence. An utter, deathly silence. In the streets of Queens, as the triune Nian alighted upon the ground. Onlookers capturing the moment on their phones and media reporters broadcasting live stood frozen, their expressions akin to those of lifeless statues. Their mouths agape in horror. A chill far colder than the winter frost surged up their spines, filling their hearts with dread. In just a year and a half since his emergence as a superhero, Iron Man, Tony Stark, the undisputed champion of New York, has been devoured whole by an unknown monstrosity. It is akin to witnessing the demise of an omnipotent deity, a harrowing collapse of faith. This night is destined to be one of despair for countless souls in New York City. The perpetrator of this chaos, the villain known as Nian, hardly pondered the implications. He merely found Iron Man's interference bothersome, a significant hindrance to his pursuit of the symbiote, and thus chose to eliminate him. As he descended back to the ground, Nian approached the Venom, who was shielding Aunt May with its body. Despite appearing somewhat larger than an adult's palm and seemingly innocuous, the Venom, dominated by Peter's consciousness, comprehended the terrifying nature of the small black feline-like entity before it. As Nian drew closer, Venom, with its gray-green hands pressed against the earth and knees on the ground, revealed a distorted visage of Peter, intermittently expressing anguish, pleading, "Kill me, please, kill me before I lose control." As it spoke, the viscous gray-green substance enveloping its form began to writhe, akin to decaying, malevolent sludge, gradually encroaching upon the boy's exposed face. "No, Peter," Aunt May cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she reached out to peel away the grotesque liquid. But her efforts were in vain. It was evident that Peter was on the brink of being ensnared once more by the symbiote's invasive embrace. Nian, embodying a trifecta of forms, nodded indifferently and raised his clawed paw, declaring, "So be it, as you wish." The sound of cracking bones echoed as Nian elongated his claws, seizing Venom's arms from behind and hoisting its body upward, while his dark tail ensnared Venom's legs. Ignoring Aunt May's desperate cries, the feline's mouth widened grotesquely, far exceeding the contours of its face, transforming into a gaping maw lined with jagged fangs. In the recesses of Venom's mind, a sinister chuckle resonated. "It's about time. Just devour it whole." Nian dismissed the taunts, cryptically replying, "Just endure a little longer." Venom, parasitically residing within Nian, was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over it. "Wait, what do you intend to do?" Nian had no intention of consuming Venom within the realms of oblivion. Instead, he inhaled deeply, his chest expanding with such force that it resembled an inflating balloon. In mere moments, his form swelled 5 or 6 times its original size. Venom comprehended Nian's intent and roared in protest, "You've lost your mind. Stop. You must cease at once." But Nian paid no heed, resolutely pressing on. He lifted Venom high above his head, preparing himself, tilting his jaw upward. With a sudden motion, Nian's mouth aligned with Venom, and in the next heartbeat in the vicinity of 5 miles. The inhabitants instinctively clasped their ears as countless glass windows, car panes, and light bulbs shattered in a cacophony of chaos. A terrifyingly resonant roar erupted from the depths of Nian, reminiscent of an ancient beast bellowing towards the heavens, its sound waves crashing like relentless tides, reverberating violently through the nearby air. The auditory onslaught transformed into tangible sound waves, imbued with an indescribable force. Had it not been directed towards the night sky, the very earth itself would have been stripped bare. This formidable display unleashed ultrasonic waves, evoking in many minds the image of a distant deity of mankind, Superman. ZZZ. The venomous spider endured the onslaught of the ultrasonic waves, its resilient exoskeleton bursting apart like water boiling violently in a hot pot. Threads of gray-green slime detached from the spider's form, and under the impact of the sound waves, a second symbiote was compelled to separate from its host, Peter. Yet, it was not merely the second symbiote that bore the brunt of the sonic assault. "What are you doing? Stop this at once, or you too will unravel the symbiotic state." The anguished wails of the Venom echoed painfully, utterly astonished that Nian would resort to such a self-destructive tactic. In the absence of a single symbiote inhabiting a human form, It was inconceivable for mere vocalization to generate ultrasonic waves. This was only achievable in the combined state of the Devourer beast. Wait, what is happening? The Venom, on the brink of self-dissolution, swiftly realized that the sound waves had no effect on Xinyan's core. With the rationality of humanity restored, Xinyan smiled, responding telepathically, I have merely acquired your abilities. Without inheriting your associated weaknesses, the Venom suddenly comprehended. From the very outset, Xinyan had no intention of merely contending with the second symbiote. He had ensnared it in his scheme as well. Xinyan, you scoundrel. The Venom's words were cut short as its liquid form was forcibly separated from Xinyan, exiting the symbiotic state. However, due to Xinyan's parasitic existence within the Devourer beast, the Venom found itself trapped within the creature's body. Furthermore, as two symbiotes could not coexist within a single host, and with Xinyan's symbiote being overwhelmingly powerful and devoid of ultrasonic weaknesses, the Venom was left powerless to usurp the host's rights, inevitably succumbing to slumber within the Devourer beast. Emerging from the triad state, Xinyan continued to maintain his parasitism within the Devourer beast, embodying the nature of the symbiote's abilities. In his mind, the malevolent and negative thoughts that had once plagued him dissipated entirely, leaving only the gentle mewling of the Devourer beast. With a sigh of relief, Xinyan regained all his human rationality. Reflecting on his previous state, he felt a pang of trepidation. The power of the triad state was indeed unfathomably formidable. In such a state, thoughts and actions may become increasingly extreme and malevolent, ultimately devolving into that of a creature purely driven by the lust for slaughter. The symbiotic Venom appears outwardly compliant, yet it subtly guides him toward the abyss of reason, yearning to usurp dominion over this corporeal form. The symbiotic Venom has succumbed to a state of dormancy, akin to a machine in stasis. Xinyan, residing within the body of the Devourer beast, retains the overall form of a small black cat, yet the white markings on its underbelly have vanished, and the cold, sinister aura has dissipated, rendering it more akin to an ordinary little feline. Xinyan lifts his gaze to behold the second symbiote that has detached from Peter. Without hesitation, he widens his mouth, transforming it into an unfathomable black void, consuming the second symbiote that seeks to flee. Devourer, Banishment. Chapter 35. The final chapter of Night in an unknown and enigmatic realm. Darkness prevails in all directions, an endless void extending to an indeterminate horizon. It resembles a corner of outer space, devoid of any starlight. Iron Man navigates this space at an astonishing speed, akin to a spectral figure of steel, the radiant white light of his energy core and engine piercing through the fog, trailing a distinctly pale white plume behind him. No matter how he maneuvers, he cannot find a place to land. Jarvis, respond to me. Jarvis, Stark, confined within the iron suit, calls out for the 5th time. Yet, as ever, silence reigns. Since the moment he entered this realm, Stark has lost contact with the artificial intelligence Jarvis. The network's signal reads as non-existent. Logically, Stark utilizes his proprietary satellite signal. So such an inexplicable disconnection should never occur on Earth. Could it be that he is no longer on Earth? A sense of unease washes over Stark. Even when held captive in a cave by criminals before becoming Iron Man, he never felt such trepidation. For if this place is not Earth, he finds himself utterly powerless, devoid of any means of self-rescue or returning home. What is that? At that moment, Stark notices an object drifting toward him through the darkness ahead and instinctively propels himself closer using the suit's engine. Upon closer inspection, Stark is taken aback. It is a collection of corpses. These bodies, having existed in this realm for an unknown duration, have decayed to reveal white bones, adorned in the space suits of an unknown civilization, with peculiar laser weaponry affixed to their chests. Some of these corpses even possess tails or wing-like appendages. Stark's eyelids flutter, and a tempest brews within him. They are the remains of extraterrestrial beings. In a hotel room, the lights have been extinguished. The space is engulfed in darkness and tranquility, with only a few silvery beams gracing the windowsill. Kara, lying on the bed, suddenly opens her eyes and slightly turns to gaze out toward the windowsill. Is it merely an illusion? She had just perceived a low growl from an unknown creature, emanating from the far side of New York City, filled with an overwhelming sense of malevolence. The superhuman hearing of Kryptonians was a double-edged sword. Often, unwelcome sounds invaded her ears. As a result, Kara found herself awakening from slumber, plagued by doubts of auditory hallucinations, unable to discern whether the sounds were real or merely figments of her dreams. In terms of control over her abilities, she was far inferior to her cousin, Cal. After all, Cal, as Superman, had fully harnessed the Kryptonian powers, mastering their ebb and flow. Conversely, Kara had concealed her Kryptonian abilities to better adapt to the human world. If that growl had indeed been real, would there be any danger to Senior Nian? As she pondered this, she was about to rise. Just then, a hand and foot unexpectedly landed on her body from the side of the bed. Kara's body stiffened, and she turned to look. It was Gwen, who had long since fallen asleep, now rolling over and unwittingly using Kara as a plush toy. Asleep, Gwen's posture was far from the grace she exuded when awake. Appearing rather carefree, the blanket had slipped off, her dress disheveled, revealing her fair abdomen. Kara sighed softly, reaching out to cover Gwen with the blanket. Unbeknownst to her, Gwen was dreaming and, mistaking Kara for her own doll, murmured with a sweet smile, "Nian, you are truly shameless." Kara frowned slightly, unable to suppress a retort. She glanced at the windowsill and ultimately chose to close her eyes. After all, even if that growl were genuine, it was too distant from the streets of Queens to pose any real threat. Regardless, it couldn't possibly concern Senior Nian, could it? Having dealt with the second symbiote, Nian dropped the unconscious Peter onto the ground. The woman, Aunt May, whose ears still buzzed, rushed forward to embrace Peter. "He's fine," Nian remarked, as his sleek black form leaped forward, landing deftly on a lamppost and the exterior walls of the buildings. His agile leaps, though not as swift as the earlier combined entity, allowed him to vanish rapidly from the street. Only one symbiote remained, the leader among them. Until it was eliminated, there would be no resolution. From the venom of the previous symbiote, Nian had already pinpointed the location of the last one. This evening, its position had remained fixed, never shifting. 5 minutes later, at the Drake Biotech Company research facility in the Bronx, Nian, in his symbiotic state, arrived at the factory's entrance. Feeling the ground beneath him tremble violently, his luminous, vertically slit cat eyes rose, and he beheld the depths of the factory in a state of lockdown, where flames erupted like a volcano, signifying that a spacecraft was in the throes of launch. The third symbiote, the leader of the symbiotes that descended upon Earth, unexpectedly seeks to flee. At this moment, within the confines of the spacecraft, Dr. Drake, the founder of Drake Biotech, finds himself alone at the control panel. His eyes and neck are shrouded in darkness, a clear indication that he is the host of the last symbiote. The reason he is now piloting the ship away from Earth is due to his perception of the demise of the first two symbiotes and witnessing the formidable power exhibited by the trisymbiote. Nian, through news reports, no matter how arrogant the leader of the symbiotes may be, he acknowledges his inability to defeat Nian and is acutely aware that he is the next target in the hunt. Thus, he must flee Earth. What monstrous creature has taken residence within him, so incredibly powerful? Dr. Drake's expression contorts in fear as he contemplates the shame of fleeing the planet, an indelible mark upon his life. "Wait for me, I will surely return," he roars internally, while maintaining a facade of calm as he adjusts the spacecraft's launch controls. The spacecraft continuously propels itself upward, ascending toward heights exceeding 100 meters. Suddenly, the ascending spacecraft trembles inexplicably, as if struck violently by some unseen force. He has arrived. Dr. Drake's complexion pales. Outside the spacecraft, a black cat clings to the ship's exterior like a tiny thumbtack. "Now that you're here, you shan't leave," Nian declares, opening his maw to reveal 8 menacing tentacles adorned with sharp teeth, empowered and fortified by the dark, symbiotic layer. These appendages possess an extraordinary resilience akin to the legendary Kraken's limbs. With a cacophony of noise, the tentacles lash out fiercely against the spacecraft, causing the metallic shell to buckle and rupture, igniting sparks that erupt into flames. "No, don't." Within the confines of the cabin, Dr. Drake is engulfed by a despairing sense of futility, akin to a performance that will never take place, as he screams in desperation. If only the third symbiote understood that Nian is no longer the previous trisymbiote, but rather exists solely in a symbiotic form with the Devourer. Should it choose to confront him directly, the outcome remains uncertain, and one can only speculate on the feelings that would ensue. However, that remains a mere hypothetical. What awaits the third symbiote is the searing inferno raging within the sealed cabin. Boom, boom, boom. As the spacecraft ascends to 500 meters, explosions erupt throughout, transforming it into a massive fireball, the resounding blast drowning out the piercing shrieks of the symbiote known as Riot. Chapter 36, The Death of Iron Man? The curtain falls. Inside the biological research facility, within a locked and sealed office building, a man is poring over documents in the dark archives, illuminated only by the faint glow of a flashlight. Eddie Brock was once a renowned journalist in New York City. Recently, he stumbled upon the nefarious activities of the Drake Biological Foundation, which was conducting inhumane human experiments involving mysterious alien organisms, with the aim of cultivating more advanced strategic beings. Eddie intended to expose this colossal conspiracy to the public. However, he was dismissed by his media company instead, left with no other recourse. He infiltrated the biological research facility to seek and investigate evidence regarding the human trials and extraterrestrial entities. Eureka! Eddie suddenly jolted as he unearthed a document from the safe, promptly clutching a flashlight in his mouth as he perused its contents. The document detailed the alien symbiote's Venom, an erratic liquid life form capable of parasitizing suitable human hosts, bestowing them with extraordinary abilities. Among 5 human test subjects, only one successfully coexisted with the symbiote. As Eddie absorbed this chilling information, he hastily folded the documents and tucked them into the inner pocket of his jacket. Just as he prepared to depart, the entire office building trembled violently. The lights, desks, and cabinets shook incessantly, while dust cascaded from the ceiling. What was happening? Eddie pondered in confusion, glancing out the office window to witness the spacecraft from the facility igniting for launch. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft pierced the night sky, only to erupt in a catastrophic explosion hundreds of meters above the ground, illuminating the vast base below with an orange glow. In shock, Eddie observed the spectacle, instinctively retrieving his small camera to capture the scene. Countless fragments of the flaming spacecraft, accompanied by thick smoke, fell like meteors from the heavens, descending upon the city. In the lens of his camera, a fleeting shadow of a small black beast darted past amidst the wreckage, illuminated by the fiery glow. Within the mysterious dimensional space, a warning echoed repeatedly. Energy levels were critically low. The glow from Iron Man's chest and eye sockets dimmed, forcing him to maintain his suit's engine at a minimal power output, leaving him suspended in a void filled with alien corpses. The solitary white light flickered erratically, on the verge of succumbing to darkness. Was he truly destined to perish in this unknown abyss? Stark's lips curled into a wry smile as he realized that he was surrounded by countless extraterrestrial beings interred in this forsaken place. Moreover, the varied clothing and weaponry of these corpses validated Stark's long-held suspicions that beyond Earth, there existed a plethora of intricate and advanced alien civilizations. The establishment of the Avengers was indeed the right path for the future. Regrettably, knowing this now was of little consequence. Stark felt a sense of inevitability. His energy reserves were nearing depletion, signifying that this would be his final resting place. Upon reflecting on this, Stark found a sense of calmness wash over him as he softly spoke. Activate the built-in camera to record a personal video archive. The interior of Iron Man's helmet glowed, illuminating Stark's weary visage. For Pepper Potts, Virginia. By the time you see this, I should have departed from this world. Living in an era plagued by extraterrestrial invasions and rampant mutations, one can never predict when fate might arrive unexpectedly. Perhaps I should have been mentally prepared. Just as one moment I was in New York, and the next, I found myself trapped in an inescapable location. I truly did my utmost. However, you must understand, I am not leaving this as a mere complaint. I simply wish to convey how deeply I care for you. Plummeting from a height of 100 meters to the factory floor, debris scattered in all directions as Nian struck the ground, creating a crater. Nearby, the remnants of the spacecraft and fragments crashed onto the factory structure, igniting fierce flames. Nian remained vigilant, carefully sensing the surroundings to confirm that the third symbiote had indeed perished before finally exhaling in relief. Eliminating the third, and thus the last, symbiote proved to be far easier than anticipated. This was largely due to the symbiote's reckless demise in its attempt to escape via the spacecraft, ultimately sealing its own fate in the confined cabin, succumbing to a suffocating blaze. Of course, had Nian arrived a moment later, allowing the entity to escape Earth aboard the spacecraft, the outcome would have been drastically different. Now, with all 3 symbiotes extinguished, their venom lay dormant within the devouring beast. It was over. With a swift motion of his feline paws, Nian accelerated and leaped over the factory's railing, heading back towards the Queen's neighborhood where Gwen and Kara were lodging. Just as he reached the halfway point, the parasitic devouring beast suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. Oh, I almost forgot. Without pausing, he soared above the skyscrapers, his mouth grotesquely agape, spewing forth towards the streets below. With a resounding tui, a golden-red metallic form was expelled from his maw, descending in freefall. Nian did not linger. He accelerated, vanishing into the shroud of the city's night. A heavy metallic thud resonated upon impact with the ground, and Iron Man, drenched in viscous saliva, sat dazed and bewildered in the middle of the street. What had transpired? Stark felt a lingering disorientation, his eyes meeting the familiar, bustling streets of modern New York. where vehicles flowed like water and the sounds of Christmas carols began to echo through the thoroughfares. As the crowd gathered, some began to take photographs. Stark fell silent for a moment, devoid of any sense of survival's luck, instead overwhelmed by a desire to curse. Were my last words recorded in vain? Not long after Nian's departure, within the confines of the biological base factory's office building, Eddie gazed out at the flames that had already engulfed much of the factory, panic gripping him as he made a hasty escape. In his haste, he accidentally kicked a chair, sending him crashing heavily onto the office floor. The abrasions on his palm burned with a searing intensity, and as he struggled to rise, an eerie chill coursed through him from the wound. It felt as though something was seeping from his injury. Rising instinctively, Eddie glanced at his hand. Finding no visible marks or wounds, it was as if his palm had not been injured at all. The inferno was fast approaching the office building. Without a second thought, Eddie hurriedly pushed open the door and fled. Chapter 37. Christmas, hometown. In the early morning, a light snow fell over New York, bestowing a touch of romance upon the bustling metropolis. Today marked the annual celebration of Christmas, with festive trees adorning the streets and holiday melodies wafting through the air. Happy Christmas, Nian. Good morning, Senior. Two youthful maidens, each distinct in their charm, appeared. One donned a red reindeer hat, while the other jingled delicate silver bells at her wrist. Both small gifts purchased by Nian the day before. They trod upon the snowy street, undoubtedly the most striking sight on the bustling thoroughfare. Happy Christmas, good morning, Nian. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, waved in return while stifling a yawn. Nestled among his belongings, the small creature, the devourer, lay soundly asleep atop a pile of clothes. Nian, where did you go last night? Gwen inquired, eyeing the evident dark circles beneath his eyes with curiosity. Nian rubbed his somewhat disheveled black hair and replied wearily, I was reluctantly saving the world. You're lying, Gwen retorted playfully. Nian shrugged, anticipating Gwen would take his words as jest. Did you not sleep well? Kara asked softly. Indeed, Nian nodded, elaborating on Kara's observation. I'm not accustomed to hotel beds. He had a peculiar sensitivity to different sleeping surfaces. A sudden change could indeed disrupt his rest. Except for my aunt's bed, he added. Moreover, he had not even slept on a bed last night, instead resembling a stray cat as he dozed in a tree, making it difficult not to feel fatigued. Fortunately, his symbiotic abilities had worn off in time. Otherwise, he would have been unable to meet with Gwen and Kara in his human form. Nian sighed internally. Was it easy for him? After regrouping with Gwen and Kara, the trio continued to peruse the morning market. Following a simple lunch, they embarked on their journey back to Washington. On the train departing New York, Gwen and Kara perused their phones and newspapers, uncovering snippets of information regarding the previous night's events in the city. Iron Man was literally devoured? How frightening. What is that grotesque creature in a gray-green liquid form? So repulsive. Their initial discussions, while somewhat normal, quickly veered off course. Wow, that little black cat is adorable. I want to hold it. It's so impressive. Observing Gwen and Carla, Nian felt not fear, but rather an affection for the appearance of the black kitten. He blinked and remarked, that cat somewhat resembles Xiao Huang, doesn't he? At this, both Gwen and Carla turned their gazes towards the orange kitten sleeping on Nian's lap. In truth, the moment they laid eyes on the black kitten, they indeed perceived a resemblance to the little emperor accompanying Nian. However, upon hearing Nian's comment, they felt that Xiao Huang and the black kitten were markedly different. In terms of appearance, fur color, and even aura, the distinctions were glaring. Notably, the presence of the black kitten, as reported in the news, imparted a subtle sense of threat to Carla, whereas the current Xiao Huang, even if it were an extraordinary extraterrestrial creature, posed no threat in her eyes. Noticing Carla shaking her head, Gwen smiled and countered. Xiao Huang is nothing like that black kitten. Indeed, Nian nodded in agreement, feeling a quiet relief within. He had passed this hurdle as well. Yet, observing the black kitten, Gwen murmured with a hint of confusion, I can't shake this strange sense of familiarity. Me too, Carla replied, running her fingers through her platinum hair that sparkled in the sunlight, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of uncertainty. It feels as if I've seen it somewhere before. Is this what they call a woman's sixth sense? How could I have seen it? It's so dangerous and frightening. Even Iron Man has fallen victim to it. Nian quickly feigned ignorance, steering the conversation in another direction. Regardless, following the explosive discussions surrounding the silver-haired goddess of superheroes, the mysterious black kitten would soon become a nightmare for many. For instance, a certain billionaire heir would often awaken from his dreams, haunted by visions of being devoured by an unknown realm. This prompted Stark Industries to work overnight to develop a strategic weapon, ultimately codenamed Anti-Black Flash, Black Kitten. In Washington, as Nian parted ways with Gwen and Carla, especially when Officer George, who had driven to pick Gwen up, cast him a meaningful glance as he drove away. Nian pretended not to notice. After seeing Carla off in a taxi, the sky outside had darkened, and the myriad of neon lights shimmered through the snow. Christmas Eve was approaching. After some contemplation, Nian, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, did not head home, but instead set off towards another part of the city. At the Potomac River in Washington, the bustling commercial streets were imbued with a festive atmosphere, contrasting with the somewhat desolate trees by the riverside bridge, cloaked in frost. Upon arriving, Nian quickened his pace upon spotting a perfect figure seated on a wooden bench by the riverbank. "Auntie, you're back?" The elegant woman sitting on the bench turned her head, her exquisite and cold yet gentle features illuminated by the reflections of the boy. Nian's heart raced, and he smiled, nodding, "I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting." The two individuals had made no prior arrangements or established any form of contact, yet they arrived at this place with an unspoken understanding. After all, it was here where their paths first crossed, precisely 16 years ago on Christmas Eve. On this very day, a demigod thoroughly disillusioned with the human realm and a newly reincarnated soul, both alone, found solace in each other, becoming family to share the days ahead. "Please, take a seat," Diana urged, blinking playfully. Nian set down his backpack, preparing to sit on the wooden bench beside his aunt. Suddenly, she extended her arms forward, exclaiming, "The chairs outside are cold." "You still treat me like a child," Nian retorted, though his body obediently settled onto her long, supple legs. Who could resist such an irresistible allure? Diana gently inquired. "That little black cat in New York, was that you?" "Indeed," Nian nodded, recounting in detail his unexpected encounter with the symbiote's venom that led to the creation of a triad entity, along with the circumstances of hunting the symbiote. "So that's how it was," Diana mused, observing the small royal sleeping in the backpack, contemplating, unless absolutely necessary, try not to enter that uncontrollable state again. "I understand," Nian replied earnestly. The chaotic thoughts and extreme emotions that surfaced within the triad entity were far more distorted and terrifying than when the venom merely inhabited him. However, this also implied that he could not harness the power of the symbiote's venom upon its revival in the future. After all, once the venom took residence, he would be forced back into the triad mode. Until this issue was resolved, he could not coexist with the venom again. Presently, the venom lay dormant within the devourer beast, and though in a state of slumber, their essences may have already intertwined. This also meant that Nian could not access the physical abilities of the devourer beast through the Lord of the Kin. "I have an idea." His aunt's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Speak." Nian nodded attentively. "Come home with me," Diana suggested gently. "Aunt, what are you talking about?" "Of course, I can only return home with you," Nian responded, puzzled. "On Christmas, where else could I go?" "I do not mean our home here in Washington." Diana took a breath. "Speaking earnestly, I mean, come visit my homeland." "Homeland?" Nian was taken aback. Chapter 38. A Brief Sojourn to Paradise Island. Diana's homeland, as he had heard that night in the bathtub, was no mere city or town like New York or any other metropolitan area. It was a place known as Paradise Island, a relic of the ancient gods, inhabited by the warrior Amazonian tribe that had descended from the age of deities. He could sense the exquisite delicacy and resilience of her long legs even through the fabric, prompting Nian to ask, "Aunt, didn't you say you were exiled from Paradise Island?" Paradise Island. Created by Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, the island is enveloped by a magical protective barrier, rendering it imperceptible to even the most advanced human technology. Those who depart from its inner sanctum inevitably forget its precise coordinates, leading to an eternal exile from their homeland. Indeed, this is the truth. Diana nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wisdom. "However, not long ago, thanks to your assistance, I conceived a means to return to Paradise Island." "My assistance?" Nian was perplexed, unable to recall when he had aided his aunt. Diana softly replied, "Finding a way back to Paradise Island is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is whether you are willing to accompany me." At that moment, on the opposite bank, the modern streets thrummed with life, the night breeze stirring the thin layer of ice upon the river's surface. Nian suddenly realized that this was also a choice, to embrace the life, identity, and everything he had known for 16 years in the human world, or to follow his aunt. Was there any need for hesitation? He smiled. "I am willing." Diana, with a hint of doubt, inquired, "Even if it means never seeing your friends again?" "That would undoubtedly be a grievous affair." Nian paused, then sincerely responded, "However, if I could never see you again, I would perish." Throughout history, many heroes have succumbed beneath the skirts of women. Moreover, he was no hero. He was seated upon the skirt itself. Well, if you wish to stay on Paradise Island, my mother will not readily agree. Diana playfully tapped the back of Nian's head with her finger and smiled. It has been a long time since I saw my kin. It is merely a brief visit. We shall return together before your holiday concludes. When shall we depart? Nian asked curiously, pondering if this was akin to a few days' sojourn on Paradise Island. No, it felt more like accompanying his aunt back to her ancestral home. Diana, devoid of his extensive musings, replied with a gentle smile, now, at once. The following day, in the morning, aboard a grand three-tiered sightseeing cruise ship in the Aegean Sea. The Mediterranean climate of Greece rendered the winter mild. Bathed in brilliant sunshine, the ship's visitors flocked to the open deck, relishing the cool sea breeze and the romantic marine vistas. Tourists from around the globe, while indulging in leisure, also yearned for a delightful romantic encounter. The gentlemen donned the attire of dapper British gentlemen, while the ladies adorned themselves in vibrant, flowing gowns. Many engaged in lively conversations while admiring the seascape. When a woman ascended onto the deck of the cruise ship, all the gentlemen gazed in astonishment, while the competing ladies dimmed in comparison. The raven-haired woman donned a diagonal-shouldered, high-slit white gown, her exquisitely beautiful visage seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Her tall, mature form, elegantly enveloped in the flowing fabric, accentuated the enchanting curves of her silhouette. Each movement she made radiated an air of nobility and grace, while her sensuously curled locks shimmered like spun gold. Beside her stood a youthful boy, his face marked by the freshness of youth, handsomely attired in a fitted shirt. Together, they ascended from the cabin to the deck, resembling a pair of siblings separated by a decade in age. At that moment, a gentleman stepped forward, approaching the woman with courteous warmth. "Madam, may I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" Before the stunning woman could respond, the boy, asserting his claim, wrapped his arm around her slender waist and smiled politely. "Apologies, but this is my little girlfriend." Little girlfriend. In that instant, the crowd on the deck was taken aback, many doubting their own ears. The gentleman who had removed his hat to engage her was momentarily stunned, glancing at the woman in disbelief. Diana remained silent, her lips curling into a subtle smile, seemingly acquiescing to the title. The boy, Nian, blinked and said, "Excuse me, sir, could you please step aside?" "Sir?" The gentleman's lips twitched, struck by an unexpected blow, and he despondently stepped back. Other gentlemen nearby, witnessing the exchange, refrained from approaching further, suddenly finding the women around them less appealing. It was undeniable. The boy had reached the pinnacle of success at such a young age, driving an impressive car, making comparisons futile. Nian draped an arm around Diana as they approached the railing of the deck, where the vast, azure sea unfolded before them. Diana glanced at Nian and suddenly inquired, "What did you just call me?" "Little." Nian hesitated before decisively stating, "Annie." "Really?" Diana's expression remained impassive. "Of course," he added, "but please don't let go of my hand." "Oh." Nian awkwardly withdrew his hand, wearing a look of mild grievance. Diana seemed to realize her tone had been a bit harsh, and softly added, "Outside, let us not do that." Nian's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This implied that when they were at home, it was permissible to embrace freely. What a delightful understanding. "What if I wish to hold you tonight?" Nian couldn't help but voice his desire, feeling the need for explicit consent from his aunt. Diana turned her gaze to the vast ocean ahead, seemingly ignoring his words. It appeared there would be no chance. Nian felt little regret, knowing that if he were to hold her, he might end up feeling worse himself. Suddenly, Diana spoke, "I've recalled some details about the location of Paradise Island. That is wonderful. Please think carefully." Nian's eyes brightened, and he fell silent, allowing his aunt to concentrate. If she possessed divine insight, she would surely uncover the truth. At this moment, Diana's right hand clutched a golden lasso, the other tethered to her left wrist. This golden lasso, designed to bind others, compelled them to utter the truth. There existed an underlying principle. Even memories buried deep within one's mind, long forgotten, would be forcibly recalled. Inspired by her previous binding of Nian, Diana now employed the lasso of truth upon herself, harnessing the power of the divine artifact to counteract the laws of Paradise Island, thus enabling her to recall the precise coordinates of the island. Chapter 39, Arrival at Paradise Island. Identity, I remember. Diana suddenly opened her enchanting eyes and inexplicably remarked, "Nian, are you ready?" "Ready? Ready for what?" Nian turned to glance at his aunt, only to find her garbed in a diagonal-shouldered, high-slit white gown, transformed into a battle-ready crimson armor, complete with a shield and silver sword strapped to her back. The crown upon her brow and the bracelets on her wrists shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. "Aunt, you look..." Nian was taken aback, his hurried words faltering. On the deck, numerous tourists were still engaged in sightseeing and socializing, none casting a glance at the transformed Diana, as if they had ceased to exist on the deck in the eyes of others. Rest assured, they cannot see us. Diana reassured him while swiftly lifting Nian into her arms, raising the golden lasso with her right hand, her body slightly crouching in a poised stance. Realizing what his aunt was about to do, Nian exclaimed, "Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet." Before he could finish his sentence, Diana leapt into action, propelling them forward, soaring dozens of meters beyond the cruise ship. As they were about to land on the ocean's surface, Diana swung the elevated golden lasso forward, ensnaring the crest of a distant wave, utilizing its force to propel them further into the sea. It appeared as though they were gliding across the water's surface, sending ripples cascading behind them. "Look, what is that?" The tourists on the deck turned their gazes toward the ocean ahead of the cruise ship, witnessing only a straight white trail and mistakenly believing it to be some marine creature resembling a tuna. Watching as the white water arrow swiftly vanished into the depths of the Aegean Sea, Diana resembled a humanoid fighter jet diving just above the ocean's surface. In her arms, Nian retrieved a pair of wind-resistant goggles from his pocket, enabling him to open his eyes against the fierce oncoming gale. The vast sea receded continuously to either side, quickly leaving the yacht far behind until it disappeared from sight. Amidst the boundless ocean, only Diana and Nian soared through the air. Thus, they ventured forth, whether for 10 kilometers or 100, until with a soft pop, Diana and Nian passed through an invisible barrier. Nian's eyes widened as the previously endless deep blue sea abruptly transformed into a clear, shallower turquoise expanse. Amidst a grand array of towering rocks that stand like vigilant sentinels, magnificent islands rise majestically from the depths of this sea. The largest and most central of these islands is encircled by beaches of golden sands, with rugged mountains gracing its interior. Perched upon the peaks and cliffs are numerous white temples and sanctuaries, embodying the distinctive architecture of ancient Greece. Cascading waterfalls, like regal crowns adorning the mountaintops, plunge dramatically downward, creating a dazzling rainbow halo. Without the need for Aunt Diana's explanation, Nian could discern its essence at a mere glance. This is the fabled Isle of the old Olympic gods, an ethereal paradise, isolated from the turmoil of the mortal realm. On the sands of this heavenly isle, a group of fierce female warriors clad in the distinctive leather armor of ancient Greece, armed with bows, metallic spears, and other cold weapons, stand poised, gazing toward an unknown entity that swiftly approaches from the nearby waters. They raise their shields and draw back their bows, aligning the cold, sharp tips of their spears and swords outward. At the forefront, a commanding general sits upon a powerful black steed, wielding a silver sword, her face etched with resolute determination. Her bronzed muscles exude a fierce presence that surpasses that of most men. Just as the Amazons prepare to confront the intruder, the general, eyeing the encroaching figure, suddenly trembles and exclaims, "Everyone, lower your weapons." "General?" The female warriors, perplexed, nonetheless comply with the command and reluctantly sheath their arms. Thud, thud. An intruder? No. 2 intruders have arrived at the beach of the Paradise Isle with astonishing speed. As they lay eyes upon one of the women adorned in the distinctive crown of the Amazonian royalty, the Amazons are struck with astonishment, followed by a collective surge of excitement as they place their hands upon their chests and kneel on one knee in a display of loyalty and support. "Your Highness, Princess Diana, is it truly you?" The general dismounts from her steed, trembling with disbelief as she speaks. Diana gently sets Nian down and, unable to conceal her joy, strides forward. "Yes, Antiope, Aunt. I have returned." The two embrace tightly. Nian, with a knowing smile, stands to the side, refraining from interrupting the heartfelt reunion between aunt and kin. Antiope, once stern, now beams with joy, patting Diana's back, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. It is a blessing to have you back. Your mother and all of the Amazonian kin have long awaited your return." "How is mother?" Diana inquires softly. "She is well, though she is deeply concerned for you." Antiope replies with a smile, urging, "Come, let us return to the palace so that your mother and our people may see you." "Antiope, please wait a moment." Diana shakes her head. At this moment, the eyes of the Amazons converge upon Nian, standing behind Diana. A human? Numerous female warriors instinctively displayed sharp gazes filled with rejection and hostility. Princess Diana, Antiope regarded the nearby Nian, her expression reverting to its previous solemn indifference. "You must understand. Paradise Island forbids outsiders from trespassing. Moreover, it is an unthinkable act to allow a male human to enter." Antiope then addressed Xian. Who are you? I am Xian. He hesitated, confronted by General Antiope and a host of fierce, stoic Amazon warriors, suddenly unsure of how to articulate his identity. The most fitting description would be Diana's adopted son, yet Xian had instinctively rejected that label, referring to Diana as aunt since childhood, a title she had tacitly accepted. However, if he were to forego his identity as an adopted son and not claim kinship with Diana, it was evident that he would not pass muster with the Amazons. As Xian grappled with his uncertainty, Diana stepped forward. She uttered no explanatory words. Her exquisite, flawless visage remained serene. Standing closely before Xian, she abruptly raised her hands and removed the resplendent crown that signified her status. Princess Diana, what are you intending to do? Antiope exclaimed, seemingly realizing the implications of the moment, unable to suppress her astonishment. Ignoring Antiope's words, which bore a note of prohibition, Diana smiled gently. And under the astonished gazes of the Amazon warriors, she placed her silver crown upon Xian's head. Xian blinked, unable to comprehend the significance of this act. Chapter 40. You are her sovereign upon the sands of Paradise Island. General Antiope and the Amazon warriors wore expressions of shock, confusion, and rage, collectively descending into silence. No elaborate explanations were necessary. The moment Princess Diana adorned a human male with her sacred diadem, it had unequivocally declared her stance. His name is Xian, Xian Prince. Diana spoke softly, as if announcing something of great import. Good afternoon. The weather is quite lovely today. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Xian said, attempting to break the silence while donning the crown. Yet, no one responded, and the atmosphere grew even more somber. His hand, once waving in greeting, halted. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, as he felt the weight of awkwardness enveloping the scene. Even so, without the Queen's directive, he could not access the main island of Paradise. Antiope's chest heaved, her fists clenched, her gaze fixed on Xian with an icy intensity. Suddenly, Xian found that look eerily familiar, reminiscent of the way Officer George often regarded him. I understand. I shall prepare to meet my mother. Diana nodded and said, Antiope, could you please arrange accommodations for Xian in the nearby island structures? He will be staying here for a few days. Certainly, Antiope replied, in response to Diana's request. No matter how reluctant, Antiope ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Nian turned to Diana and gently said, You should follow my aunt, Antiope, to the designated residence. I will visit you later after meeting with the Queen Mother. All right, go ahead, Nian replied, thinking of it merely as a visit to a rather unimpressive tourist destination. Come with me, Antiope said, casting a stoic glance at him before mounting her black steed. Far from the palace and the dwellings of the Amazons, Paradise Island nestled against the cliffs on the seaward side. Here stood a magnificent and peculiar ancient round structure. Antiope led Nian to the entrance of this ancient edifice. Gazing at the remarkably intact building that resembled a relic of an ancient temple, Nian expressed his uncertainty. Is this really where I will be staying? It seems too grand. Antiope, riding ahead on her black horse, disregarded his words and approached the entrance, addressing the two silver-armored female guards stationed there. Prepare a spare guard room for him. Yes, General. The guards swiftly complied, their curiosity piqued as they observed the first human boy to arrive here. Upon noticing the familiar ornate crown atop his head, they displayed the same astonishment as the previous female warriors. What are you staring at? Nian thought to himself, perplexed by the significance of the crown he wore. Keep a close watch on him, and ensure he does not wander about. Antiope instructed the guards before leaving Nian alone at the entrance of the ancient building, without having exchanged a single word or glance with him. After Antiope departed in a cloud of dust, one of the female guards respectfully addressed Nian, Your Highness, please follow me inside. Your Highness? Nian was momentarily taken aback as he watched the guard enter the ancient structure, suddenly feeling that the people here were quite courteous. Following the guard inside, he felt increasingly uneasy as he ventured deeper into the building. The walls of this ancient structure were unimaginably thick, devoid of doors or windows. The sole entrance was a cramped passageway merely 2 meters high. Rather than a residence, it resembled a prison for captives or a clandestine storage space. This is it, the guard declared, halting at the side of the passageway without entering the building's center. With a push against the bricks, a hidden door within the wall slowly creaked open, sending a cascade of loose dust tumbling down. Ahem, both the guard and Nian coughed as the dust settled. Once the air cleared, a ghostly blue lamp illuminated the high wall of the inner chamber beyond the secret door. Peering into the light, they discovered a small, square room, scarcely 20 square meters in size. The room was furnished with weapon racks and 2 exceedingly rudimentary beds, but beyond that, It contained nothing else. Nian's lips twitched slightly as he surveyed the dimly lit room. A small black chamber that was not only neglected but also shrouded in a thick layer of dust on both the weapons rack and the bed, indicating it had not been inhabited for quite some time. "Your Highness, please wait a moment while I tidy up," the female guard said, apologetically waving away the dust within the room. This chamber was originally designed for the guards who watched over this building during the late hours. However, after most of the station guards withdrew, it has remained vacant and uncleaned. Watching over what? Nian pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. Has this place been turned into a prison for me? Or perhaps I am being treated like a criminal, stripped of my humanity. It's merely an object. The female guard continued her task that lies deep within this structure. Although there is nothing particularly remarkable about it, I have been guarding it for around 10 years. And prior to my tenure, our Amazonian people have been its custodians for over 1,000 years. Is it appropriate for me to reside in such a significant place? Nian's unease grew. The notion that something necessitating vigilant watch for a millennium could be contained here was hard to believe. It is of no concern, she reassured him. As long as it remains here, there have been no irregularities over the millennia, so rest assured. The guard shrugged, adding, "Moreover, you are the sovereign of that esteemed one. Residing here is a humble gesture for such a noble identity." "Wait a moment," Nian interjected, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean by sovereign?" The guard, equally perplexed, gestured towards the ornate crown adorning his head. "Is that not Princess Diana's?" "Indeed," Nian nodded in affirmation. "Then it is as I said." The female guard's tone grew solemn as she confirmed, "From the moment we, the Amazonian people, are born, we are bestowed with a crown. The royal ones wear the diadem, while warriors don the helm. It symbolizes our lifelong identity and honor. So this crown resting upon my head." Nian's eyes widened as the realization dawned upon him. "It signifies that she has entrusted you with her honor, identity, and everything of utmost value. You are her sovereign now, together in glory and disgrace. You shall advance or retreat on the same ground." As she spoke, the guard sighed, her gaze piercing through the slits of her iron helm as she regarded Nian. "I cannot fathom why that esteemed one would choose you, a mere human, as her counterpart. Naturally, it is not for me to judge. I can only respect her choice." Nian fell into silence. Rather than feeling elated, he found the crown atop his head to be burdensome, suffocating him with its weight. It was inconceivable that Aunt Diana would select him as her partner. This was likely akin to the time he had whimsically referred to her as his little girlfriend to deflect unwanted advances. It was merely a means to secure a more plausible identity on Paradise Island. However, to have an independent, intelligent, beautiful, powerful, and flawless woman like Aunt Diana, a being of such pride and nobility, now rendered as if an appendage, declaring that she would place everything she represented upon him, was a cost that even Nian felt was unjust for her to bear. Chapter 41. The trembling mother box. After the female guardian tidied up and exited the small dark room, Nian reclined alone on the relatively clean bed, clutching his aunt's starlit crown tightly. The flickering and cold glow of the fire illuminated him. Naturally, the crown could not be returned. Doing so would be a slap in Aunt Diana's face. However, the weight of this crown was undeniably burdensome. In every conceivable aspect, it represented the most precious possession in this world, immeasurable by any standard of value. Could I bear it? Nian lay on the bed for quite some time, ultimately sighing as he placed the crown back atop his head and rose to leave the room. Even without claustrophobia, the atmosphere here was stifling. He yearned for fresh air. Yet, as he approached the door, he recalled General Antiope's prior command to the female guardian to prevent him from wandering about. Now, he fully comprehended why Antiope's demeanor towards him was so harsh. If anyone dared to threaten Aunt Diana, his reaction would be 100 times more severe. Moreover, had he known the deeper significance of his aunt possessing the crown, he would have never allowed her to place it upon his head. If he were to assert his princely status and venture outside, the female guardian would likely not dare to impede him. However, Nian had no desire to create difficulties for her, so he turned around and retraced his steps down the corridor. Upon reaching his door, he suddenly halted, gazing into the depths of the ancient building's passage. At the end, a glimmer of light beckoned, accompanied by a subtle breeze that wafted through the dark corridor. If he were forbidden from wandering outside, surely it would be permissible to explore within, he mused, shrugging his shoulders. Furthermore, the female guardian had just mentioned that as long as he did not carry anything out, there would be no issues. Without overthinking, Nian pressed forward, delving deeper into the ancient structure. The walls were remarkably thick. The further he ventured into the passage, the more astonished he became. Aside from the dark chamber he had just occupied, this circular edifice contained no other rooms. It was comprised entirely of solid brick walls. with only a narrow passage leading inward. Can one imagine? Architecturally, this circular structure resembled a closed pockball. Once the passage was sealed, no one could escape from within. Perhaps only in a triad state could one forcibly break free while trapped inside. As he pondered, Nian suddenly recalled the devouring beast. His aunt had mentioned it was ill-advised to bring it to Paradise Island, so she entrusted it to a friend with prior pet care experience for a few days. That friend's name seemed to be Barry Allen. Nian soon arrived at the innermost part of the building, and as he stepped out of the passage, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. Inside lay an extraordinarily spacious retro hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with peculiar stone carvings and ancient Greek inscriptions, seemingly chronicling an unknown and ancient history of the old gods. In the upper hall, the star-shaped metallic lattice allowed beams of light, cool breezes, and air to permeate within. Delicate shafts of dust danced in the faint light, softly illuminating the stone altar at the center of the ancient structure. Towering 2 meters high, the altar bore a mysterious cubic object that resembled a rusted metal box. The iron container, its duration of repose here unknown, stood amidst the dim glow, floating dust, and the weight of time that had settled around it. Could this be the relic that had guarded this place for over a millennium? Nian found himself momentarily entranced, finally understanding why no one had dared to disturb it for 1,000 years. Setting aside the protective Zeus barrier of Paradise Island and the vigilant guardianship of the Amazons, who would desire such a pitifully decrepit box? Yet, it might conceal a hidden artifact of great significance. Nian had no intention of investigating it further. Instead, he stood before the altar and began to engage in a deep breathing exercise typical of a high school student. Drawing in a profound breath, he felt a surge of relief as the air within the grand hall mingled with the outside world. Suddenly, however, his peripheral vision caught something unusual. He halted his movements, his astonished gaze fixed upon the iron box atop the altar. Had it just moved? On Paradise Island, within the opulent Amazon Palace, every ornament and decoration, including the still utilized golden thrones and beaded curtains, would be treasured by collectors if placed outside. Queen Hippolyta, resembling her daughter Diana in both visage and vitality, adorned with a golden diadem, could not contain her genuine smile as she approached. She knelt beside a chair, extending her hand to gently touch Diana's face. "Child, you have suffered alone out there." "No," Diana replied softly, shaking her head as she grasped her mother's hand. "Mother, I am well and can take care of myself." "Of course I know. After all, you are my only daughter, the Amazon Queen." Hippolyta nodded with a smile before abruptly pausing, her gaze drawn to Diana's forehead. "Diana, your starry diadem?" "Mother, I was just about to tell you about that. I did not return alone this time." Diana's face radiated with joy, seriousness, and pride as she continued, "I gave it to someone, a human." Back in the ancient hall, Nian stared in bewilderment at the iron box. Hadn't the female guard just mentioned that this object had remained undisturbed for a millennium? Why, then, had he just seen it sway ever so slightly? Could his eyes have deceived him? It was possible. He had merely caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and it was entirely plausible that the interplay of light and shadow had misled him into believing the box had moved. To ascertain the truth, Nian held his breath and cautiously approached the altar. As Nian approached within 3 meters, he could discern more clearly the iron box atop the stone altar. Adorned with peculiar patterns reminiscent of stars and the sun, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The beams of light from the dome above bathed him in warmth. Instinctively, Nian reached out toward the iron box, intending to wipe away the accumulated dust. His fingers inched closer, but just before his fingertips grazed the surface, he hastily withdrew his hand. What was he doing? It was not a good habit to meddle with others' belongings. Yet, gazing at the dust-laden box, Nian confirmed that he had indeed misperceived. Had the box truly stirred, some of the dust would have surely been shaken off. Never mind, it was best to abandon this inquiry into the wretched box and turn away from the grand hall. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped out of the hall and into the corridor, the iron box on the stone altar trembled slightly, dislodging a considerable amount of dust. Before the dust could reach the ground, it inexplicably vanished into the space within the hall. The box appeared to quiver with a life of its own, as if it feared something, yet this tremor swiftly subsided, returning to the stillness it had maintained for millennia. It lay in wait, biding its time for an opportunity. Chapter 42. A new era within the palace of the Amazon Kingdom. Diana's bright eyes sparkled as she naturally met the gaze of the Amazon Queen. Resembling a radiant knight adorned with resplendent wings, rather than the beloved princess sheltered by the entire Amazon tribe. "Mother, did you not say when I was a child that humans are the most wondrous creations of the gods, powerful and endowed with infinite potential?" She paused, speaking earnestly. When I ventured into the human world, I was filled with anticipation, only to swiftly become utterly disillusioned. Thus, I effectively exiled myself, choosing to remain in that realm to seek answers for my heart. Have you found them? Hippolyta's furrowed brow softened as she regarded her only daughter with calmness. Yes, I have come to understand the words you spoke long ago. Diana smiled gently. Nian is the miracle I have chosen, and he embodies the answer I sought. Hippolyta fell silent for a moment, then softly inquired, "Do you have such faith in him?" Diana's spirited brow unfurled like the edge of a sword, her demeanor earnest. "I have confidence in myself, which is why I made this decision." She tenderly grasped her mother's hand, whispering, "Mother, you do not resent me, do you?" "How could I?" Hippolyta shook her head, looking at her. "You are my daughter. Whatever decision you make, I shall support you." At that moment, the fierce General Antiope stormed into the palace. Her voice low and resolute as she entered. "I do not agree." Antiope Hippolyta glanced at her. "Long live the queen." Antiope knelt in the grand hall of the palace and reiterated her stance. "I vehemently disagree with this choice made by Princess Diana. She is a princess of our Amazonian tribe. How can she risk everything on a frail and youthful human being? I find it incomprehensible and utterly unacceptable." Just as Diana was about to interject, Hippolyta gently tapped her hand and addressed Antiope. "Ah, you still possess that fiery temperament. Do you recall Diana as childhood?" Antiope furrowed her brow, uncertain of the queen's intent. Hippolyta continued softly. "In her youth, Diana delighted in secretly observing you and the Amazon warriors during training. Out of my affection for her, I often reprimanded her and expressly forbade her from handling weapons. Yet, in the end, she still found a way to sneak off and train with you." Antiope opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated. "I believe you are well aware of this," Hippolyta reflected. "Neither you nor I could sway the young Diana. How then could we influence her choices as an adult? You praise her brilliance. And now she has made her decision. How can you question her?" Antiope fell silent, her fists clenched tightly before gradually relaxing as she reluctantly uttered, I respect Princess Diana's decision." At that moment, as Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope ceased their objections, no one on Paradise Island could question Diana's choice any longer. This also indicated that the status and identity of Nian on Paradise Island would rise to the same level as that of Amazonian Princess Diana. Suddenly, Diana spoke. "Antiope, there is one more matter I wish to entrust to you regarding Nian." Queen Hippolyta was momentarily taken aback. Was it wise to place matters concerning Nian in Antiope's hands? Antiope raised an eyebrow and replied, "Princess Diana, please proceed." Diana spoke softly, "I wish for Nian too." In the ancient edifice, Nian lay exhausted on the bed in the small dark room when suddenly, the sound of clear footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. At last, someone had come. Nian sat up abruptly and saw the female guard hastily entering, holding a set of clothes. "Your Highness, quickly change into this. General Antiope wishes to see you." "Is it time for a meal?" Taking the clothes from the guard, Nian disregarded all decorum and swiftly removed his shirt, startling the guard into a hurried retreat. "What is the fuss? It's not like I'm unfamiliar to you," Nian muttered as he donned the garments and made his way outside the ancient structure. Upon emerging from the lengthy, dim corridor of the ancient building, Nian felt as though he was witnessing daylight once more. He glanced down at the attire he had just changed into, an authentic ensemble featuring a brown linen short-sleeved shirt and practical, fitted trousers, all reminiscent of the ancient Greek style. However, this pair of trousers exudes an air of having been recently tailored, with fresh threads still visible. Before Nian could ponder further, the sound of galloping hooves and neighing echoed ahead, as a contingent of female cavalry swiftly emerged before the ancient edifice at the cliff's edge. At the forefront, riding a black steed, was none other than the General Antiope. She cast a glance towards Nian at the entrance, quietly conferring with the female guard for a moment, then addressed her troop of horsewomen. "Bring a horse for him." "A horse?" Nian observed as a female cavalry member led a magnificent white stallion before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. "My lord, times have changed. Can we not procure some modern means of transportation?" Feeling the gaze of Antiope and the female knights upon him, Nian could only engage in a silent stare-off with the imposing white horse. The female guard, sensing his embarrassment, approached and inquired, "Your Highness, shall I assist you in mounting?" "I would greatly appreciate it," Nian replied, touched by her kindness. In an instant, he found himself effortlessly lifted 2 or 3 meters into the air by the female guard, landing upon the back of the white stallion. Startled, the horse bolted forward, galloping like an arrow released from its bow. "Go," Antiope commanded, her feet stamping as she led the cavalry in pursuit of the white steed. The stallion, now encircled by the cavalry, gradually slowed its pace. Still reeling from the unexpected ride, Nian managed to grasp the reins just in time, or else he would have been thrown off. As he regained his composure atop the stallion, Nian discerned that the cavalry's deceleration was not for his benefit, but rather because they had entered the town area of Paradise Island. The wide, smooth white stone path meandered through the mountains, flanked by countless white edifices. As the female cavalry escorted Nian through the town, hundreds, even thousands of local residents clad in flowing white dresses, along with armed sentinels stationed at various points, gathered along the roadside, their eyes fixed curiously upon the center of the procession. Nian was suddenly struck by the sensation of being scrutinized by a throng of relatives upon visiting a partner's home for the first time. Yet this was no mere gathering of kin, but a tribe, an entire ethnic group. What stood out even more was the uniformity of their gender. There was not a single male in sight, not even an elderly woman bearing the marks of age. Nian finally comprehended why the male garments he wore appeared newly sewn. In this realm, there was no need for male attire. Paradise Island. It would be more aptly named the Kingdom of Women. Chapter 43. Do not bow your head, for the crown shall fall leading the female cavalry. Antiope guided Nian through the town of Paradise Island to ascend a mountain peak. As he rode upon the white horse, Nian was dazzled by the sight before him. The summit of the mountain seemed as if it had been effortlessly cleaved away by a great force, revealing a naturally expansive platform, the ground carpeted with soft grass, opening to an endless horizon of sky and sea. On the pristine, natural training grounds, dozens of formidable female warriors, bare-chested and clad in battle skirts, engaged in earnest sparring with one another. Each of them possessed physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary humans, wielding real swords and genuine weapons. The fierce clash of blades sparked fiery flashes, and the resounding ring of metal reverberated in the air. These were the Amazonian warriors, against an equally matched modern human army. They would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. When faced with invaders, they would be the first to charge into battle. Upon witnessing Antiope arrive on her black steed, the female warriors in the training ground halted their movements in unison, respectfully saluting. General. Immediately following, their unabashedly hostile gazes, sharp as the edges of their blades, fixated on the youth standing behind Antiope. Without any need for explanation, everyone instinctively recognized the identity of Nian. After all, as a human male on Paradise Island, he was exceptionally distinctive, especially with the royal starlight crown adorning his head. If looks could kill, Nian would have undoubtedly perished countless times already. Nian sighed quietly, understanding the source of the Amazonian warriors' animosity. These female fighters were far more fierce and volatile than the female guards, and for them, who revered strength, he, as a mere minor human, was utterly unworthy of being associated with the Amazonian princess. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. They might belittle him as a human, but he was currently wearing the crown bestowed by his aunt, previously struggling to maintain his balance even atop a white horse. Nian's gaze turned piercing as he coldly met the hostile stares of the female warriors one by one. Bathed in golden sunlight, the starlight crown radiated a halo of authority, making Nian, seated on his white steed, appear truly regal. Many Amazonian warriors instinctively averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Antiope was somewhat astonished. Her intention in pitting the most valiant and powerful female warriors against Nian was to instill a sense of humility in him, to make him realize the weight of the illustrious crown he bore. However, Antiope's assumptions were profoundly misguided. In truth, Nian readily acknowledged that he could not bear the immense significance of his aunt's crown, yet as long as it rested upon his head, he would never yield to anyone, nor allow anyone to tarnish its brilliance. To bow would mean to diminish the dignity and honor of Aunt Diana. This was Nian's Achilles heel. Antiope seemed to suddenly comprehend this. Commanding the female warriors, "Why are you not saluting yet?" The warriors exchanged glances, and despite their reluctance, they bowed toward Nian and the magnificent crown he wore. "We pay our respects, Your Highness." Nian lightly tapped his white horse, which, at that moment, exhibited notable compliance, gracefully lowering its body. Antiope, having fallen from her black horse, issued instructions to the female warriors. "Rest here for now. We shall resume training after lunch." "Yes, General." The female warriors promptly began to stow their weapons. Before long, ordinary civilians arrived, bearing cheese, bread, and freshly roasted meat. The female warriors, unceremonious in their demeanor, formed circles to dine together on the grass. The horses were tethered nearby. Nian sat alone on the grass, and soon, a sumptuous portion of food was presented before him. "Your Highness, our Amazon warriors typically resolve lunch in this manner." If this is not to your liking, I can arrange for you to dine indoors, Antiope said, approaching with a roasted leg of lamb in hand. Perhaps Hesian's earlier actions had changed her perspective. Her expression was no longer as frigid as before. Consider it a picnic, a rather delightful experience, Hesian shrugged, washing his hands with fresh water before indulging in bread and roasted meat. He was indeed famished. Antiope observed Hesian relishing his meal, and she found her thoughts wandering. She recalled Diana in her youth, who, after receiving approval to train with the warriors, had refused to return to the palace for lunch, instead choosing to dine in the practice field's grass alongside them. Thank you, Antiope said. What? Hesian looked at her, puzzled. Thank you for preserving Princess Diana's honor just now. Antiope's face remained impassive. This does not require your gratitude. Hesian replied candidly, she is my family, it is my duty. A flicker of intrigue crossed Antiope's eyes at the mention of familial duty. After lunch, Hesian assumed he could return to rest. But he noticed Antiope suddenly rise and retrieve 2 gleaming ancient Greek swords from the weapon rack beside the training ground. Come, Antiope commanded, thrusting one sword into her grip while she placed the other sword point first into the grass before Hesian. What is the purpose? Hesian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the long sword. This spectacle drew the attention of all the female warriors, who turned to watch. I invite you to fight. This is my duty, Antiope stated coldly. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your obligation. Pick up the sword and battle me. I do not know how to wield a sword, Hesian began, but before he could finish, Antiope lunged forward with a swift dash, the air crackling around her as she swung the Greek long sword toward him. Wait, are you serious? Hesian's brown pupils dilated in alarm, and instinctively, he grasped the sword planted in the ground, drawing it to block. Clang! The sword whirled away, spinning several times before embedding itself in the grass behind him. Hesian stared at his empty hands, feeling a sharp pain in his palms. Antiope had advanced so swiftly that she had changed her strike to a thrust, sending Hesian's sword flying from his grasp. Duty requires the corresponding ability to fulfill it. Antiope cast a cold gaze upon Nian, exclaiming, You are far too weak. With such frailty, do you truly believe you can seize the most precious treasure of this island? As the guardian wolf of Princess Diana, Scorpion, it is my duty to sever your throat at any moment. Nian remained silent, instead turning to draw his long sword anew, gripping it firmly in his hand. Once more, he declared with unwavering confidence, facing the mightiest general of the Amazonian tribe, adorned with a star crown. Chapter 44, Lightning. The tide turns at this moment, in Washington. A young Caucasian man in his early 20s, burdened with a backpack, yawned wearily as he fished out his keys to unlock the door and return home. Upon entering, he slipped into his house slippers. Suddenly, Barry Allen recalled an important matter. A friend had entrusted him with the care of a small kitten the previous evening. The little feline had been sleeping soundly from last night until this morning, and Barry wondered if it had finally awakened. With this thought in mind, Barry retrieved a small can of fish from his backpack and made his way to his room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an open pet carrier on the table, the small orange tabby that had curled up within it now conspicuously absent. Where could it have gone? Barry murmured, although he felt little concern. Drawing from his extensive experience in pet care, he even planned to apply for a position at a pet store. He had secured all doors and windows before leaving home that morning and had even unplugged the electrical appliances. Even if the kitten roamed about, it should be safe. Wait. Barry seemed to realize something and stared blankly at his desk. Where's my chair? The large chair that had previously occupied the room had vanished into thin air. Just as Barry pondered whether his home had been robbed, a soft, plaintive meow emanated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a seemingly harmless little orange kitten standing at the doorway, watching him with a wary and defensive demeanor. Oh, there you are? Barry sighed in relief, shaking the small can of fish in his hand. Look, I've brought you something to eat. As he stepped closer to the little tabby, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The kitten suddenly bared its fearsome, gaping maw, and several thick, terrifying tendrils emerged, rapidly lunging toward Barry in the room. Barry's eyes widened in astonishment, and at that critical moment, a faint current of electricity flickered beside him. In the next instant, the kitten, the room, and indeed the entire world fell into a state of suspension. No, it was not mere stillness. Barry was moving so swiftly that time itself had come to a halt for him. In a state of heightened ability, Barry surveyed the almost motionless creature before him, the devourer, enveloped in silence. He suddenly recalled his friend's warning. This kitten was indeed special. Special? He thought. This is no ordinary cat. On Paradise Island, within the training arena, clang. Unbeknownst to the number of times, Nian found himself once again losing his grip on the Greek sword. which was sent flying from his hand and embedded into the grass. His palm was crimson, nearly seeping with blood. Nevertheless, he exhibited no intention of surrendering, resolutely striding towards the long sword once more, his right hand firmly clasping it anew. Once more, Nian gasped for breath, gripping the long sword with determination, facing the unwaveringly calm Antiope. Around them, a throng of female warriors encircled, while many Amazonian residents stood by the structures, observing the stark disparity in strength displayed in this combat. Futile. Antiope's expression remained impassive as she advanced towards Nian with a swift step, delivering a strike that combined both power and speed. Nian exerted every ounce of strength to block the blow, yet was sent tumbling, both he and the sword crashing onto the grass below. The surrounding female warriors and residents shook their heads, and only Antiope in the arena revealed a fleeting flicker of emotion. This time, Nian grasped the sword firmly, refusing to let it slip from his grasp again. Of course, it came at a cost. As Nian leaned on the long sword to support his body, a droplet of blood trickled from between his fingers, landing upon the hilt of the Greek sword. Antiope regarded the resilient youth as he rose, coldly stating, "Futile, concede sooner." "You speak the truth, Antiope," Nian replied, holding the long sword with a smile. "I must grow stronger if I wish to protect her in the future." He inexplicably remarked, "You are sweating, aren't you?" "It's merely the sun's heat. You have yet to make me sweat," Antiope retorted, casting a glance at her own body. Truth be told, Nian was indeed more tenacious than she had anticipated. Yet, that was all there was to it. She saw no glimmer of hope within him, which left Antiope feeling a pang of disappointment, rekindling her doubts regarding the princess's choice. Just then, Nian, as if dragging the long sword, charged towards Antiope. Antiope raised an eyebrow, completely unprepared for his audacious assault. Futile. She shook her head, poised to counterattack, only to find Nian hurling the long sword towards her mid-charge. Abandoning his weapon? "Foolish," Antiope exclaimed, sweeping her sword to deflect the thrown long sword to the ground. Yet, at the same moment, Nian closed the distance to Antiope, his sword hand now clenched into a fist, striking with all his might against her exposed shoulder. Antiope remained unmoved, as steadfast as a towering mountain, impervious to the strength of the human youth. "You have lost," she declared, her right hand transforming into a knife hand, aimed at Nian's neck. However, before the strike could descend, her wrist was suddenly seized by a firm grip. It was Nian's hand. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flickered in Nian's eyes as he twisted his waist sharply, combining it with his formidable strength to lift Antiope's entire body and hurl her fiercely into the adjacent open space. The sword in Antiope's grasp slipped from her hand, only to be seized by Nian. A loud crash echoed as not only Antiope, who fell over 10 meters away, but also the female warriors on the field were left stunned, gazing at Nian, the sole figure still standing. What had seemed like a one-sided contest had suddenly turned on its head. What transpired in that fleeting moment? Antiope, still bewildered on the ground, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. She had just felt a power emanating from Nian that was not just comparable to her own, but perhaps even surpassing it. Little did she know that at the instant Nian landed that blow, the blood coursing through his veins had exchanged with the sweat on Antiope's skin, fulfilling the prerequisite to awaken the bond of the chosen. Antiope's physical prowess had been transferred to Nian, resulting in this remarkable reversal. The general was repelled? How could this be? Incredible. Following the shock and murmurs of astonishment, applause erupted in the training arena. The Amazonian warriors, regardless of their previous opinions, found themselves filled with a newfound respect for the boy's resilience and courage, as well as his stunning turnaround, and felt a twinge of shame for their earlier rudeness. Gazing at Nian, adorned with a crown and wielding a long sword, who had changed their perception, Antiope revealed an expression of acceptance. "Your Highness Diana, is this the miracle you spoke of?" Chapter 45. The divine pillow under the starlit sky of Paradise Island, within an ancient circular building. The cool moonlight streamed through the gaps of the star-shaped iron windows into the dark, silent corridor, accompanied by the sound of rustling. A young figure dragged a heavy object into the space. "Mother box." Nian exhaled in relief as he placed the mattress from the small black room in a corner of the open main hall, then collapsed onto it in utter fatigue. The confinement of the small black room was stifling. He preferred the ventilation of the main hall, where the only other presence was a solitary box. "I hope you don't mind me sleeping here, my box neighbor." Nian, almost whimsically, cast a glance at the iron box on the stone altar and inquired earnestly. Mother box remained immobile. Silence implies consent. Nian winked, feeling reassured as he settled onto the mattress, pulling the covers over himself. "Mother box, Why did it stir? How dare it move? Nian pondered about his aunt, hoping she was well. As he drifted into slumber, he clutched the starry crown tightly in his arms. Today, he had encountered many on Paradise Island, yet he had not seen Aunt Diana. Perhaps she remained in the royal palace, having not ventured out after such a long absence from her mother. Lost in thought, he soon sank into a deep, distant dream. By midnight, the temperature in the main hall continued to drop several degrees. Nian suddenly felt a chill enveloping his body, though his eyes remained closed. He was vaguely aware of a familiar fragrance wafting towards him, reminiscent of a blooming patch of violets nearby. Startled, he opened his eyes wide and found himself gazing blankly at the figure beside him. A stunningly beautiful woman lay on the mattress, her black, slightly curled hair cascading casually across the bed. With her eyes closed, her elegantly arched brows and thick lashes appeared strikingly dark. Below her exquisitely crafted visage lay a tall and slender physique, with a magnificent bosom rising and falling with her steady breaths and long, graceful legs that could only bend and overlap to avoid extending beyond the edge of the bed. She was adorned in a regal gown of golden hues, the pure moonlight draping over her like a silvery veil, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. As if sensing Nian's awakening gaze, the woman slowly opened her gem-like eyes, which reflected the youthful face of the boy nearby. "Aunt, what are you doing here?" Nian wondered if he was dreaming. "Did you not say this morning that you wished to embrace me tonight?" Diana replied, as if her presence here was entirely natural. This morning? Nian suddenly recalled. In truth, he had merely spoken those words in jest. He never imagined his aunt would remember and come to fulfill that whimsical desire. "Aunt Diana, you are like a fairy tale come to life. Is it truly permissible?" His gaze fell upon her mermaid-like slender waist, and he felt his heart race uncontrollably. "Yes." Diana nodded gently. Thus, Nian's hand softly rested upon his aunt's waist. His first sensation was one of awe. Indeed, the royal attire of the Amazonian lineage was made of the finest silk, its fabric soft, warm, and smooth, imbued with a subtle strength, devoid of any excess. He could only imagine that beneath it lay a healthy hue. Nian treasured the moment, cautious not to apply too much pressure, as if measuring her waist with a ruler. He understood that even with the strength of Antiope, he could not harm his aunt in the slightest. A woman's waist is often considered sacred. The sensitivity in this area can sometimes surpass even that of the feet. After all, both above and below are of utmost significance. Gently embracing Diana's waist, Nian made no further movements. This was already a significant advancement compared to before. He sensed a slight tremor in her body and suddenly felt reassured, realizing he was not the only one feeling anxious. "Aunt, this crown," he began, recalling something as he retrieved the starlight diadem he had kept close to his heart. "Let me place it with you for now," Diana said softly. "You need it at this moment." "All right, I will take good care of it." Nian nodded, having ceased his resistance after the afternoon's battle. If he could not bear the weight of the crown himself, how could he expect the Amazons of Paradise Island to believe that he could endure and safeguard both the crown and his aunt's future? "This afternoon, it was I who instructed Antiope to engage you in combat." Diana gently tapped Nian's forehead with her cool fingers, playfully remarking, "Before my divine powers awakened, I too trained under Antiope. Thus, I wish for her to assist in your specialized training." To her surprise, he had not held back at all. Nian offered a wry smile, realizing that Antiope had been deliberately going easy on him. Rather than a true battle, it felt more like a unique sparring session. Otherwise, given Antiope's strength, he wouldn't have lasted even 2 exchanges. "For the next few days, you shall train with Antiope," Diana instructed. "You need to master a broader array of combat techniques. This way, once you activate your bond with the Lord of the Affiliated, you will be better equipped to adapt to and control the abilities of others, preventing incidents like the previous one where you accidentally shattered a window in a moment of loss of control." "Very well," Nian sighed, realizing that this leisurely trip had come to an abrupt end. "If you perform well," Diana mused, suddenly taking his hand and rising from the mattress to walk toward the corridor, leaving him with the words, "Tonight, I shall allow you to hold me for a while." Nian's eyes instantly brightened. A newfound goal and motivation surged within him, in pursuit of better adapting to his abilities and to obtain the limited-time anti-shaped pillow. Thus, the following morning, when Nian arrived at the training grounds, brimming with enthusiasm and energy, and proactively requested to be taught, the General Antiope appeared somewhat bewildered. Despite her surprise, Antiope resumed her rigorous and serious instruction of Nian. Swordsmanship, javelin throwing, archery, shield strikes, and horseback riding. Each day of basic training, by human standards, left him utterly exhausted. He could only find solace at night, embracing the exquisitely comforting pillow to heal both body and spirit. In this manner, 3 swift days passed. The final day for Diana and Nian on Paradise Island had finally arrived. Chapter 46. The Eve of the Divine on the 3rd day of training. As the sun sank halfway beneath the horizon, the sea appeared to blaze with fiery hues. Tomorrow marked the day when Diana and Nian would leave the island and return to the human realm. It would also herald the annual Amazon Warrior competition on Paradise Island, a long-standing tradition that honored martial prowess. This event, which spanned individual obstacle courses, swimming, horseback riding, archery, and javelin throwing, would select the mightiest warrior, drawing all members of the Amazon tribe to witness and celebrate, regardless of the form it took. The eve of the current day on Paradise Island was destined to be unlike any other. As General Antiope descended from the training grounds atop the mountain, she spotted the dark-haired, crownless Diana waiting at the crossroads leading back home. Princess Diana. Antiope began to bow, but Diana stepped forward first. Like the little girl she once was, Diana linked her arm with Antiope's and, with a playful wink, suggested, "Antiope, how about a stroll with me?" Antiope, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection towards her, nodded without hesitation. As night fell, the two made their way to the cliff beside the training grounds. Antiope, thank you for your guidance and training of Hyphen these past few days, Diana expressed. It was nothing, Antiope replied, shaking her head. Teaching him is no different from instructing other Amazon warriors. But have you truly made up your mind? Tomorrow, you will once again leave Paradise Island and return to the world of men? Antiope raised an eyebrow, expressing her dissatisfaction. It has only been 3 days. That boy has merely scratched the surface. To mold him into a true warrior will require much more time. Suddenly, Diana let out a soft laugh. Antiope, weren't you initially reluctant to teach him? Now, why do you wish to impart even more knowledge, just as you once secretly trained me in my youth? Antiope remained noncommittal. I concede that he possesses some talent for learning and combat. Yet, alas, he is still merely an ordinary human. No matter how hard he trains, he can only enhance his self-defense capabilities slightly. Diana replied, as long as he has a foundation, that is sufficient. Antiope unexpectedly recalled the peculiar moment from 3 days prior when Hyphen had unexpectedly turned the tide. After a moment of contemplation, Antiope looked at Diana and asked, "Is your mother still not planning to summon him? Some of the Amazons have gradually begun to recognize him since a few days ago." "That is still insufficient," Diana said, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Antiope, may I request one more favor from you?" "Of course, princess. Please, speak," Antiope responded with a solemn nod. Diana continued, "I wish to enroll Hyphen in tomorrow morning's warrior competition." "What?" Antiope exclaimed, momentarily doubting her own hearing as shock washed over her face. She quickly grasped the implication. If Hyphen performed admirably in the competition, he could gain the recognition of the majority of the Amazons, especially since the Amazon Queen would be present to witness the event. However, setting aside the fact that Hyphen was merely a human boy, even if he possessed the strength to defeat her as he did 3 days ago, he would undoubtedly struggle to stand out in the competition, with the likelihood of embarrassment being even greater. After all, the forthcoming contest was not merely a one-on-one battle. It was a comprehensive assessment of physical prowess and skill. "My princess, this could jeopardize your own standing," Antiope could not help but exclaim. She was certainly not concerned for the future of Nian. However, the bond between Diana and Nian was such that their fortunes were intertwined. One's glory was the other's glory, and one's misfortune was the other's misfortune. To allow a mere human boy, having trained for only 3 days, to compete alongside the most valiant and formidable Amazon warriors was a notion even Antiope found hard to fathom. Thus, the decision was made. Diana spoke this softly yet resolutely before turning to leave, leaving Antiope standing in a daze. Within the ancient circular structure, Nian sat upon the bed placed in the grand hall, awaiting the arrival of his aunt. The nightly rewards from his aunt had sustained him through the rigors of his training over the past few days. After all, who could resist the allure of a Wonder Woman-themed divine pillow? Moreover, each night's reward varied slightly, depending on his aunt's attire. On the first day, when she first arrived, she donned resplendent golden royal garments, exuding an air of noble elegance, making Nian feel that even the slightest movement would be an act of sacrilege. On the second day, she appeared in a white, knee-length gown that echoed the characteristics of ancient Greece, pure and beautiful, akin to a white peony. The delicate, soft fabric of the simple gown felt entirely different from the lavish royal attire. As for the third night, which was last night, she wore a familiar training outfit, a corset top paired with a leather miniskirt. The snug corset hugged her upper body, revealing the healthy curves of her slender waist. Thus, although the embraces shared over the past 3 nights were simple, there existed an indescribable distinction among them. Nian's heart surged with anticipation and warmth when he heard familiar footsteps echoing through the corridor. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Diana clad in her battle armor. The crimson attire befitting a superhero, her back adorned with a longsword and a round shield, her signature weapons. "Aunt, are we leaving Paradise Island?" Nian inquired with curiosity as he sprang to his feet. "Not yet. We shall depart tomorrow morning," Diana replied, her gaze steady upon him. "Tomorrow, you will participate in the Amazon Warrior competition." "All right," Nian nodded earnestly. "Do you know what the warrior competition entails?" Diana raised an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in her tone. Nian shrugged, responding plainly, "I vaguely heard the female warriors mention it, but I'm not quite clear on the specifics. Unfamiliar with the content, yet you agree to it?" Diana stepped closer, gently cradling his face with her left hand. Nian smiled. "Whatever you arrange, Aunt. Surely there is wisdom in your decision." "Then it is settled," Diana affirmed confidently. "Tomorrow, not only must you participate, but you must also strive for first place." "That might be a bit challenging." Nian's confidence wavered. Though he had limited knowledge of the competition, he understood it was a contest among the female warriors. "What if we approached it this way?" As Diana spoke, she suddenly lowered her proud head. "Huh." Nian's pupils contracted as if the universe were collapsing. He could distinctly perceive the nearby scent of violet, a delightful warmth emanating from his somewhat dry lips. Nian's eyes widened to their fullest as he beheld the exquisite visage mere inches away, his gaze abruptly transforming into an ethereal silver. He placed his hands upon that familiar slender waist, her once black hair now shimmering with an unreal silver hue, cascading chaotically over his shoulders. In that moment, Nian seemed to undergo a profound awakening, an unseen surge of demigod power radiating outward, dislodging a layer of dust from the nearby mother box. The ability, the Master of the Kin, had been triggered. Chapter 47. The demigod transformation of Nian the following morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight graced Paradise Island. The main island area erupted into a bustling commotion. The female warriors, fully armed and typically engaged in drills or duty, mingled with beautiful civilian women clad in white gowns, forming an immense throng that surged towards a colossal ancient edifice on the coast. The structure resembled an open-air arena of antiquity, with a vast, flat central plaza surrounded by tiered stone steps filled with Amazons. "Silence! Her Majesty the Queen has arrived." At the sound of Antiope's proclamation, the clamor of the crowd instantly quieted. Under the myriad gazes of admiration, respect, and affection, the supreme ruler of the Amazonian tribe, Queen Hippolyta, adorned with a crown symbolizing her power, appeared on an elevated platform at the edge of the arena, seated regally upon a throne of gold. "The princess has arrived," Antiope continued to herald from the platform. Following closely behind the queen, Diana emerged in her golden royal attire, prompting all Amazons to instinctively glance at her head. Gone was the previous silver tiara, replaced instead by a dazzling crown resting upon her dark locks. The princess truly relinquished her crown to a human. That was a sacred artifact of the Amazonian royalty, the starry diadem. How could the queen have permitted such a thing? Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the arena erupted into a chorus of astonishment and confusion, their faces reflecting shock and bewilderment. In recent days, only a handful of Amazons had witnessed this event, while many more had merely heard of it. Now, as they beheld Diana donning a crown in place of her tiara, they found it difficult to accept this reality. With a smile adorning her face, Diana gracefully stood beside the queen's throne, confidently showcasing her beauty and status as the strongest and most exquisite jewel of the Amazonian tribe. "Let us commence." Queen Hippolyta, seemingly unfazed by the murmurs, spoke calmly. Antiope nodded in agreement and leapt from the 10-meter-high suspended platform, announcing loudly, "The competition is about to begin. Now, let the participants take the stage." The tall and robust female warrior, clad in lightweight leather armor, strode into the center of the square, basking in the admiration and applause of the Amazons. 8 competing female warriors stood in a line across the square. Antiope cast a surprised glance behind them, noting the absence of Nian. Had she changed her mind? Perhaps this was for the best. Antiope sighed in relief and raised her gaze to Diana on the platform, only to find Diana smiling, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as they remained fixed on the entrance of the arena. Something was amiss. Before Antiope could lower her gaze, the fervent applause within the arena abruptly ceased. Everyone, from the Amazon queen to the commoners, turned their attention to the grand entrance. There, a figure emerged, arriving fashionably late to the vast arena. Nian, with her flowing silver hair, donned a white fitted attire, a striking crown adorning her head. and on her back rested an ancient sword with intertwined dragon handles. Every Amazon recognized that sword. It was the sword of Hephaestus, a formidable artifact capable of slaying deities. The significance of this divine blade far surpassed that of the celestial diadem. The former symbolized Diana's power, while the latter represented her identity and honor. At this moment, both exclusive artifacts were embodied by a mere mortal youth. In this competition, there would be no actual combat, rendering their weapons largely unnecessary. Thus, it represented Princess Diana's presence behind him. Queen Hippolyta gazed at the last contestant, Nian, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise at their unexpected first encounter in such a setting. In the arena, Antiope surveyed the participants, including Nian. Now that everyone is present, the competition is about to commence. Suddenly, Nian raised her hand and curiously inquired, "Could you please explain the details and rules of the competition?" An immediate silence enveloped the square. The participating female warriors appeared bewildered. How could they compete without knowledge of the content and rules? Antiope furrowed her brow, suppressing her frustration, and explained, "It's quite simple. Starting from this square, swim through the surrounding sea and land on the beach on the opposite side of the island. There, prepared horses await, and you must use bows to hit 3 targets set along the path. Finally, the first to return through the arena's entrance and successfully throw a spear through the circular ring of the arena's structure will be the victor." Concerned that Nian might not have comprehended the instructions, Antiope gently reiterated, "Do you understand? Is there anything unclear that I should clarify?" "No need for that. Let us get started." Nian waved her hand dismissively, appearing quite nonchalant. Antiope, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, gritted her teeth and declared, "I hereby announce that the competition officially begins." No sooner had the words left her lips than, apart from Nian, who remained stationary, the other 8 female warriors dashed forth with great speed. They ascended the towering ladder, stretching several meters before the plaza, preparing to traverse it into the adjacent waters of the arena. Observing the unmoving Nian, many assumed he had surrendered. Just as a female warrior neared the summit of the ladder, Nian finally prepared to make his move, adopting a slight crouch as a starting posture. In the next instant, Antiope's expression shifted dramatically. She could acutely sense that Nian had seemingly transformed into another being. His gaze, sharp and serene as that of a deity, exuded an aura that shifted from harmless to one imbued with palpable power. Divine power, how could this be? Antiope gasped in astonishment. With a resounding thud, Nian, now infused with divine energy, propelled himself upwards, soaring 2 to 3 dozen meters to land atop the deserted ladder. His silver hair danced wildly in the fierce wind as he surged forward, leaping towards the distant shore of the 100-meter expanse of water. Upon landing in the shallows, Nian took a powerful step, sending water splashing around him. Reaching the area where horses and bows were stationed, he opted against mounting a steed or seizing a longbow, deeming it unnecessary. Instead, he swiftly grasped 3 arrows and ascended the mountain path with a speed surpassing that of any horse. Spotting the first target along his route, he did not halt, but rather hurled an arrow with his bare hands, striking the bullseye without question. A plume of blue smoke, symbolizing his prowess, spiraled upwards into the sky like a beacon. Unlike the first time he acquired his aunt's power, perhaps due to the second infusion of strength or the results of his training over the past few days, the direct exchange of mediums and their enhanced essence enabled him to embody the power of this medium's owner even more flawlessly. At this moment, Nian resembled a demigod, as if he had been born as one. He continued to sprint along the mountain path, surpassing human limits in speed and physicality, navigating the remaining obstacles with ease. Inside the arena, although Nian's form remained unseen, everyone could clearly discern 3 plumes of blue smoke representing him, ascending from different islands almost simultaneously within a span of 10 seconds. The Amazons present were left in awe, as if witnessing a divine miracle. At last, a second color of smoke appeared in the sky above. Simultaneously, at the main entrance of the arena, a tumult of swirling dust erupted as the demigod Nian, accompanied by his afterimage, burst into the plaza. From departure to return, the time taken was less than a minute. Finally, let this be concluded. Nian approached the still-dazed Antiope, taking the unprepared spear from her hands and launching it towards the golden ring ahead with all his might. "Wait, the ritual is not complete," Antiope exclaimed in realization. But it was too late. The spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air. At that moment, a statue of the golden goddess ascended from the center of the square. The spear hurled by Nian struck her chest, piercing through her back. The spear, deflected yet unrelenting, grazed a corner of the metallic ring, sending sparks flying before vanishing into the distant horizon. Did I do something wrong? Nian inquired, gazing at the hollow center of the goddess statue, sheepishly touching the back of his head. Queen Diana and the entire Amazonian populace. Chapter 48. Return to the mortal realm. At noon, the sun hung high in the azure sky like a fiery orb. Outside Paradise Island, a colossal cruise ship, having just concluded a 5-day maritime excursion, was making its return journey. Against the backdrop of a refreshing sea breeze, a stunning beauty clad in a white dress with a diagonal slit, alongside a youthful boy donning his modern uniform, stealthily returned to the side of the third deck, unnoticed by the other tourists. "Aunt, I'm sorry, I messed up," Nian lamented, his ears drooping like a little prince. This morning, he had witnessed the Amazonian queen's displeased visage, a rare and grave loss for Paradise Island that had not occurred in millennia. "Just be more careful next time," Diana replied softly, refraining from scolding him. "I will certainly try, but will I have another chance?" Nian's lips twitched. Memories of Antiope's barely concealed fury and the stunned expressions of the warrior women and civilians flooding his mind. Would he be assaulted upon his return to Paradise Island? Of course not. Diana smiled gently, her gaze drifting towards the receding sea. "They have already acknowledged you and will welcome your next visit. In the future, I will take you to the palace to meet my mother." Nian observed the side profile of his Aunt Diana, his heart inexplicably racing. She was already exceptionally beautiful, but her smile rendered her even more enchanting. The alluring curve of her lips briefly evoked memories of the previous night's unspeakable events. A tingling warmth surged from her lips, spreading and enveloping him entirely. A gentle kiss, a step into the extraordinary. With his silver eyes wide open, Nian beheld the calm and composed Wonder Woman before him. "Consider this a reward for the embrace tonight," she said, her slightly unsteady tone betraying a calmness that was not as composed as it appeared, as if she were reassuring herself. "But this is also to enable you to inherit my power." Yes, merely that. Whether this was self-deception or not, it remained a fitting justification, a reason that allowed one to cross that threshold with a clear conscience, albeit briefly. "So it is," Nian murmured to himself, concealing his fervent emotions behind his divine gaze. Suddenly, he declared, "It's still not enough." "What?" Wonder Woman was taken aback, looking at Nian with confusion. "The medium. It's still insufficient." Nian was utterly calm, suddenly rising onto his tiptoes, capturing the warmth that had inadvertently escaped between them. "Is that so? The medium is still insufficient. And there's little to be done." Wonder Woman's gaze remained equally serene as she exhaled a sigh of resignation, subsequently lowering her head without hesitation to present a more tender and delightful offering. The silvery, resplendent moonlight cascaded into the hall, where the ancient mother box lay silent upon the stone altar, undisturbed for a millennium. Returning to Washington, Diana tidied up her home before departing for work. In truth, Diana's employment changed every few years. In the past, Nian was unaware of the reason, but now it was clear, with her aunt's ageless physique. Remaining in one place for an extended period, even with divine powers and spells to mask her identity, could potentially expose her extraordinary nature. Fortunately, with Diana's exceptional capabilities, she never faced difficulty in finding work. Currently, it appeared she held a partnership at a renowned private law firm in Washington. After finishing his shower, Nian finally turned on his phone, which had been off for a full 5 days. The moment he powered it on, an onslaught of notifications bombarded the screen, startling him to the point where he almost believed his device had been infected with a virus. Before he could peruse the messages, a sudden ringing at the door caught his attention. Curiously, he approached and opened it to find a robust young Caucasian man standing there, cradling a pet carrier. The young man, perhaps due to a lack of sleep, appeared somewhat disheveled, with prominent dark circles under his eyes. "Who are you?" Before Nian could finish his inquiry, the young man began to gesture animatedly, his movements oddly frantic as he spoke. "Hello. Is this the home of the princes? The residence of Miss Diana Prince? My name is Barry Allen." Barry Allen? Nian recalled that his aunt had mentioned entrusting a friend with the care of a little creature for a few days. "Is this yours?" Barry unzipped the pet carrier, and instantly, a small, orange figure leapt forth. "Wait," Barry exclaimed in astonishment, preparing to utilize his abilities. However, he soon realized that the little orange creature had no malicious intent. Instead, it sought comfort, nuzzling against Nian's arm like a genuine kitten, emitting plaintive mews. "Ha ha ha, little Huang. Have you been well these past few days?" Nian couldn't help but laugh as he affectionately rubbed the soft head of the feline. Barry stared in disbelief at the now harmless little cat. Had it not been for the mental gymnastics he had endured over the past few days with this creature, alongside his super speed that rendered him unafraid of its formidable abilities, He might have genuinely thought it was just an ordinary kitten. You're aware of its special attributes, right? Barry inquired directly. Nian glanced at the adorable creature in his arms and nodded without reservation. As long as it's safe with you, that's all that matters. Barry sighed in relief, preparing to turn away. He waved, saying, I'll take my leave now. Wait, Nian called out, smiling as he extended his hand. I'm Nian Prince. Thank you very much for your care. It must be quite exhausting looking after this little one. However, it does possess a certain charm. Casting a glance at the little prince, Barry grasped Nian's hand and sincerely remarked, Moreover, Miss Diana once assisted my father. So it is only natural for me to help care for the pet. Nian, my home is not far from here, at number 26 on Central Street. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted for you to visit. I will remember that, my friend. In the future, I will certainly bring the little prince to see you. Nian waved goodbye. Little prince, perhaps not. Nonetheless, should you choose to come, I would still extend a warm welcome. Barry's eyes twitched slightly. After watching Barry enter the elevator and depart, Nian blinked and looked down at the little prince in his arms, saying, he truly is a remarkable person, is he not? Meow? The little prince protested indignantly, as if acknowledging his own inability to compete. It seems he is also a person of extraordinary strength? Nian pondered, having encountered so many extraordinary beings. He was no longer surprised. After all, who in his household was not extraordinary? Chapter 49. New Year, Journey to New York, placing the little prince on the nearby sofa. Nian reclined against the comfortable soft back and opened his phone to check the messages he had not yet had the chance to review. The deluge of messages primarily originated from his personal social media on Twitter, with a few text messages as well. Nian's social standing at school was rather average, and the only person who would specifically seek him out on Twitter and send a flood of messages akin to a viral phenomenon was his childhood friend, Gwen. Hey bro, Gwen. Nian quickly scrolled through the messages. Gwen's initial ones were filled with Christmas greetings and photos of family celebrations. His finger swiped across a photo. Oh, this personal photo of Gwen in a pink bunny-themed pajama set looks quite delightful, indeed. Without hesitation, Nian clicked to save it. During this time, noticing his uncharacteristic silence, Gwen sent a follow-up message to confirm his safety and even called him. By the third day, Gwen had begun to worry that Nian had gone missing, prompting Officer George, unable to resist for the sake of his daughter, to investigate, only to discover that Nian's family had gone abroad. It seemed Officer George had now set his sights firmly on him. Nian let out a wry smile and quickly replied, Apologies, Gwen. I didn't mean to worry you. I went on vacation with my aunt, and in the rush, I forgot to inform you. The moment he sent the message, within half a second, Gwen responded, Humph. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? I require a sincere compensation. All right, when the time comes, you can propose your terms. And I will certainly fulfill what I can, Nian admitted, fully aware of his fault. That's more like it. I need to think carefully about my conditions. Don't even think about reneging later. After completing his reply, Nian continued to browse through other Twitter messages. He noticed that his junior, Kara Danvers, had also sent a Christmas greeting on the night of the holiday. After October 2023, there has been no further information. The last update on Kara's personal Twitter was on Christmas Eve, 5 days ago, and it seems she has not logged in since. Could she be on vacation abroad? Nian pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping on the screen to reply. He began with an apology, explaining his delayed response, followed by belated Christmas wishes, and concluded with a gentle inquiry about the other person's well-being and travel plans, expressing his concern as a senior. After sending the message, Nian perused the class discussion group information and discovered that the instructor had updated the group. The collective trip originally scheduled for mid-January has been moved up to January 1st, New Year's Day. Today marks the penultimate day of 2011. This meant a brief return to school after a week of Christmas holiday, followed by a 3-day trip to New York. Nian felt speechless. He still harbored some shadows regarding travel. He thought to himself that as long as it was purely a vacation, it would suffice. He hoped it wouldn't turn into another of those so-called trips where he was compelled to save the world or undergo rigorous training. Far removed from the essence of leisure and relaxation. Having finished browsing and responding to Twitter, Nian felt a wave of boredom wash over him, prompting him to scroll through online news articles. Upon doing so, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he instinctively straightened his posture on the sofa. His expression turned grave as he rapidly scrolled through the news updates on his phone. During Nian's stay on Paradise Island, 2 events had ignited widespread interest online. The first concerned the superhero Captain America, Steve Rogers. Following the death of former American agent Peggy Carter, Captain America, who had awakened from the ice after 70 years, made his first public appearance as one of the pallbearers. While his contemporaries had aged and passed away, Captain America remained youthful, appearing as if in his early 20s. Lacking peers and comrades with whom to fight, he could never fulfill his solemn promise. This was an incredibly cruel reality for a superhero. As he traverses time and has arrived in the 21st century, what lies ahead for Captain America is indeed a question. The second event revolved around the deity-like figure of Metropolis, Superman. Since his rise to fame a year and a half ago, after battling the Kryptonian warships, he had continuously aided humanity with his superhuman abilities, revered by many as a god among men. However, the tide of public opinion had recently shifted dramatically. Due to extensive collateral damage and injuries to civilians, a portion of Metropolis's citizens began to openly protest, leading the Metropolis court to announce that Superman would be summoned for a public trial. The trial date was set for January 2nd of the coming year. There was a strong possibility that the superhero Superman could face conviction and imprisonment. After absorbing this significant news, Nian couldn't help but furrow his brow. The emergence of extraordinary phenomena in the world is becoming increasingly prevalent. Only the extraordinary can contend with the extraordinary. Yet the remarkable often elicits trepidation and skepticism from ordinary individuals. The Earth is beset by both internal and external turmoil, mirroring the intangible trends of the era. Must one prepare certain measures in anticipation of future calamities? Nian mused to himself, glancing at the young Huang, who was soundly asleep on the adjacent sofa. The juvenile devourer, with its dormant venom, would hardly suffice in the absence of his aunt's assistance. Nian fell into contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, he must safeguard those dear to him. Under this premise, he remains undaunted, whether the adversaries be ancient deities, extraterrestrials, extraordinary beings, or monsters. 2 days later, on January 1st, New Year's Day, 2012, the weather was splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating the day. Traditionally, January is the coldest month, yet this year, the global climate seemed disordered, as temperatures surged unseasonably with the arrival of the new year. The outdoor temperature felt more akin to autumn, prompting many students to shed their heavy winter coats. At noon, a conspicuous yellow school bus came to a halt at the school's entrance. The male instructor, holding a megaphone, called out from the gate, urging the students to hasten their movements, gather their belongings, and find their seats on the bus. Students filed out of the classroom and boarded the bus. Nian, what are you doing? Hurry up and get on. The instructor suddenly shouted in his direction. I'm coming. Nian called back, rushing out of the building with his backpack. He had just made a brief visit to Carla's classroom, only to discover she was absent once again. Since Christmas night, she had not responded to his messages, and she had taken consecutive sick leaves from school, which was undoubtedly concerning. As he boarded the bus, he caught a glimpse of the instructor's thermos, his eyelid twitching slightly. Why would the thermos be adorned with a photo of him in women's clothing during his battle with the abomination? Who could withstand such embarrassment? With a sigh, Nian stepped into the bus and noticed Gwen waving at him from a seat further back. The coveted spot beside her was being occupied by a small backpack. He promptly waved back and made his way to the seat next to Gwen. All settled in, ready to depart, with the instructor's robust voice echoing. Nian's journey to New York was about to commence. Chapter 50. Gwen seeks to make amends. Beep. The bus horn sounded a signal, and the school bus began to roll slowly, merging onto the main road leading to New York City. Inside the bus, students gazed excitedly at the fleeting cityscape outside. Their spirits buoyed with exhilaration as they began to converse animatedly among themselves. Quiet down, please. Everyone, kindly settle down. The instructor, accompanied by a young teacher, stood on the bus platform beside the driver's seat. He set down the thermos adorned with the image of the silver-haired goddess and, wielding a megaphone, called out to the noisy bus compartment. The students inside the school bus immediately fell silent, turning their curious gazes toward the unfamiliar young teacher. Gwen, the class monitor, clearly possessed more information and whispered to Nian beside her, "That is the new assistant instructor." At that moment, the somewhat rugged instructor grinned broadly. "I believe you all know who I am by now. Nevertheless, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Roth Harrington, the instructor for this class. You may address me as Mr. Harrington or simply as instructor." With an enthusiastic clap of his hands, Mr. Harrington continued, "I am responsible for organizing all aspects of our class's upcoming group outing. I am both your teacher and your guide, so feel free to approach me with any concerns. Do not hesitate." He then leaned in conspiratorially, adding, "And let me share a little secret with you. I am a devoted fan of the silver-haired goddess." His playful remark elicited laughter from the students, effectively breaking the ice and fostering a sense of camaraderie. In the back of the bus, Nian facepalmed, displaying an expression of exasperation. There's truly no need for that, he murmured. Ah, and let me introduce someone else, Mr. Harrington said, fostering the friendly atmosphere before gesturing to the young man standing beside him. This is my temporary assistant and the co-instructor for our class trip. Please introduce yourself. The young man, sporting a hint of stubble, nodded and stepped forward, standing at the focal point of the student's attention. Suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, he spread his arms. Greetings. My name is Quentin Beck, though you may also call me the mysterious guest. In truth, I am a traveler from a parallel universe. The students on the bus were momentarily taken aback. Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that he had encountered a fellow countryman? Tap. Mr. Harrington lightly tapped Quentin Beck on the head, offering a wry explanation. Forgive your co-instructor. He suffers from a touch of delusion. Quentin Beck smiled. How was my performance just now? Quite convincing, wasn't it? My childhood dream was to become an actor, a Hollywood stuntman. The students exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Do not be fooled by his antics, Mr. Harrington interjected to ease the tension. He has recently been applying for a position at Stark Industries. And perhaps soon after his tenure as your co-instructor, he will join Stark Industries as a technician. Stark Industries? Technician? Upon hearing this, the students erupted into applause, filled with admiration and aspiration. At Stark Industries, any position is among the most elite in the world, and the remuneration is undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, the status of a technician far surpasses that of a university professor. Nian subconsciously touched his nose, realizing that he seemed to have banished a certain Stark Industries mogul to another dimension. Despite being in a state of trinity at the time, the school bus soon entered the highway after the two instructors concluded their self-introductions and mingled harmoniously with the students. The bus, lacking the speed of an airplane or train, would take at least 3 to 4 hours to reach New York. As the curtains on both sides of the bus were drawn, the interior dimmed considerably, with many students closing their eyes to sleep or playing on their phones, leaving only the sound of the bus's movement in the air. Nian had intended to lean back and catch a quick nap. At that moment, Gwen leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Do you remember what we agreed on the day before yesterday?" The day before yesterday? Nian paused for a moment, quickly recalling that Gwen wanted to make amends. What kind of compensation? Just say it, he replied readily, considering her as a close friend. I think I might have twisted my ankle a bit when I got on the bus. It hurts a little, Gwen said, her cheeks slightly flushed and her voice barely above a whisper. Is that all? Just put your foot up here, and I'll help you with it, Nian said without overthinking. Gwen hesitated for a moment, then bit her lower lip, steeling herself. The golden-haired girl sat by the window, turned away from the drawn curtains, and reached down to remove her black ankle boots. She slightly tugged at the hem of her denim shorts, lifting her feet and bending her knees to gently place them on Nian's lap. Nian was taken aback. In truth, the moment Gwen had taken off her boots, he sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was due to the warming weather, as Gwen's outfit today consisted of a blouse and denim shorts, with her legs clad in warm black tights. Therefore, when Nian looked down, he beheld a pair of delicate legs encased in sheer hosiery. Though he did not have a particular fascination with feet, his heart suddenly raced, and a glimmer of astonishment filled his eyes. Gwen's legs were already long and graceful, and upon closer inspection, her calves were straight and slender, displaying a beautifully supple curve from thigh to ankle. The most exquisite part of her legs, which Nian had never seen before, were her petite and dainty feet. Wrapped in high-quality black stockings, her toes resembled softly glimmering jewels, maintaining a flawless arc, akin to a masterpiece of craftsmanship. That's where it hurts, Gwen said, indicating her right ankle with a hint of shyness. I see, Nian replied, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Gwen was a close friend. He reminded himself of this and resolutely reached for her right foot. The girl's foot was remarkably small, easily fitting within his hand, as if he had grasped a cool, smooth gem. Nian, with determination, gently grasped the delicate right foot of the young girl and began to massage it. Gwen's face flushed crimson. The boldness of her earlier proposition made her feel rather audacious. As Nian held her foot and began to knead it, the girl's body stiffened, an electrifying sensation coursing through her foot. Wait. Gwen bit her lip, nearly unable to suppress the urge to leap from her seat. A brief note on animal anatomy. The legs of a spider are particularly sensitive. This is due to the presence of highly responsive vibration receptors on their thighs, allowing them to detect even the slightest movements transmitted through the silk beneath their feet. Suddenly, the school bus jolted violently, startling many students. The driver's apologetic voice echoed, I'm sorry, everyone, the speed was too fast. Chapter 1. The Reincarnator. Nian in a non-divine timeline. Beneath the deep blue night sky, the neon lights of the modern city sparkled brilliantly. appearing far more vibrant and bustling than during the day. A golden figure plummeted diagonally from the top of a skyscraper, swift as lightning yet more direct. Resembling a shooting star, albeit smaller, it soared past billboards and giant screens suspended 100 meters above, crashing down onto the rooftop terrace of a modest five-star hotel. Pain, pain, pain. The hard tiles shattered, creating a shocking hole, and the figure let out a few groans while remaining unscathed. Rising slowly with a silver longsword propped in his right hand. Facing the cold night wind laced with frost, the dust settled, revealing a pair of strikingly dark and bright eyes. Bearing a round shield and wielding a longsword, Nian wore an expression of utter despair, his lips twitching slightly as he glanced at his current attire. His upper body was clad in a snug, intricately designed golden armor, exposing his neck and shoulders, with a pronounced bulge on his chest for a particular purpose. The lower garment, a dark blue skirt, was integrated with the upper armor, revealing even more than the trendiest shorts, forming an absolute domain with golden knee guards, his wrists adorned with silver armlets, and a silver diadem of starlight perched above his forehead. This ensemble was undeniably one that would render even the most elite models feeling shameful, wishing to tug down the scant fabric of the skirt. It was undoubtedly an outfit befitting a superhero, a Wonder Woman-esque costume. Yet, wearing it was Nian, a male, indeed, one with male attributes. What on earth am I doing? Nian felt tears welling up in despair. Just this morning, he was an ordinary high school student, believing he was untouched by anything extraordinary or supernatural. Little did he know, he had become an embodiment of the extraordinary. Before he could gather his thoughts, a loud buzzing filled his ears as the air at 100 meters above the city vibrated. A police helicopter approached, its powerful spotlights sweeping towards him. The powerful wind generated by the helicopter's rotor blades made Nian feel an increasing chill beneath him, prompting an instinctive urge to tug at his skirt. However, such concerns were swiftly cast aside. If this moment were captured by the helicopter's cameras, Nian believed he might as well flee to another city or even a different planet to escape the embarrassment. Cursing under his breath, Nian gritted his teeth and raised the vintage longsword in his grasp, resolutely choosing not to glance at the ground that sent shivers down his spine. With a sudden surge of energy from his toes, he inadvertently shattered the rooftop of the hotel beneath him. Just as the illumination from the searchlight enveloped him, Nian leapt once more, propelling himself towards another building several dozen meters away. To understand the circumstances leading to this spectacle, one must rewind to half a day earlier, 12 hours prior, in Washington, D.C., within a residential area adjacent to the bustling Main Street. Nian, stifling a yawn, rose from his bed, faintly hearing the clear enunciation of a female host from the television in the living room beyond the door. The current time in Washington is 7 o'clock in the morning. Today's weather is overcast with light snow, and the outdoor temperature ranges from 5 to 3 degrees. We advise our viewers to wear snow-resistant outerwear and carry rain gear when heading outside. Nian swiftly silenced the buzzing alarm on his electronic clock, casting a glance at the time, which stood resolutely at 7 o'clock a.m. on December 21st, 2011. Christmas was fast approaching. Time indeed flew by. Sighing in reflection, he found his slippers on the blanket not far from the bed and donned a pre-prepared winter ensemble for school before stepping out of his room. Pushing open the door, Nian habitually called out to the living room, "Annie, good morning." His greeting, however, was met with silence. In the cool morning light streaming through the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows, the monotonous pale floor resembled a floating ice sheet. The television, left on, continued to broadcast the local morning news, while a clean, modern dining table was already set with breakfast, consisting of the perennial trio of milk, eggs, and toasted bread. In the stagnant cold air of the living room lingered a faint trace of violet fragrance, yet the source eluded him. Had she left so early? Nian murmured to himself, dismissing the thought, and turned into the adjacent bathroom. The bathroom contained only a modest array of items: a washcloth, a rinsing cup, and a toothbrush, all in simple colors and styles, with two sets comprising one large and one small. Naturally, Nian used the smaller size. Despite his repeated insistence on switching to the larger set, someone had persistently denied his requests on the grounds of his youth. As Nian began his morning routine, the mirror above the vanity reflected a youthful face, dark hair and brown eyes, unmistakably of Asian descent. His delicate features still bore a hint of youthful innocence, and his skin was excessively fair and slender, a clear indication of a student who frequently returned home. Draped in a white, gauzy sweatshirt and a plain long scarf, his overall appearance leaned towards androgyny. Nian curled his lips slightly, resigned to the fact that this was simply the aesthetic preference of his household's master. Fortunately, His stature was commendable. At the age of 16, during a crucial period of growth, he had effortlessly surpassed the threshold of 170 centimeters. Upon returning to the living room, Nian commenced to indulge in the American breakfast meticulously prepared on the table. Yet his attention was swiftly captivated by the morning news on television. Just yesterday afternoon, Iron Man had made his presence felt in Iraq and Iran, delivering a devastating blow to local criminal organizations within half an hour. That evening, Tony Stark, accompanied by his secretary Pepper Potts, punctually attended a bar gala in New York, epitomizing a master of time management. Statistical data indicated a significant decrease in Gotham City's crime rates over recent years, with investigative experts attributing this to Batman's vigorous and effective crackdown on criminals, as well as the establishment of Arkham Asylum to detain and manage a multitude of dangerous offenders. Journalists noted that a small-scale protest had recently emerged in Metropolis, where some citizens expressed discontent towards the superhero Superman's presence in their city. The specific reasons for which remain to be uncovered. It appeared that any report lacking a connection to superheroes could not be deemed relevant news in this contemporary era. Nian had grown accustomed to such news, but as he tilted his head back to sip warm milk, savoring its silky warmth as it settled in his stomach, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh. What a peculiar world. Indeed, Nian was a reincarnate. The specific reasons for his death and rebirth had become inconsequential. What mattered was the world into which he had been reborn, a realm of extraordinary modern magic. This was a world he had gleaned from his childhood readings of geography and history books. For instance, in this Earth, the First World War had witnessed the true involvement of a god of war, culminating in its conclusion at the hands of the legendary goddess. As for the subsequent Second World War, it had been instigated by the nefarious organization Hydra, which sought to dominate the world, only to be halted by the superhero Captain America, bringing an end to the protracted conflict. These were merely significant events in the river of history, overshadowed by countless unknown disputes, where extraordinary heroes and malevolent villains clashed in a daily spectacle beyond the veil of the world. This world bore a semblance to Nian's previous life, reminiscent of the American comic book settings his friends had mentioned, though he had never shown much interest in them at the time and had little understanding, rendering any comparison futile now. In this current realm, technology reigned supreme. Magic ascended to divinity, mutations ruled, and extraterrestrial invasions loomed. Yet, these matters were of little relevance to Nian. He was merely an ordinary individual, having lived in Washington for 16 years, untouched by supernatural incidents in his everyday life, except for the sudden awakening of his superpowers the previous weekend, on his 16th birthday. As long as there is physical contact with a member of the opposite sex, and an exchange of bodily fluids occurs, one can temporarily acquire the abilities possessed by the other. Simple, direct, and rather crude. Nian has aptly named this power, reminiscent of those seen only in past life comics, as the master of affection. After all, this extraordinary ability seems tailor-made for villains. Its nature rivals that of common powers like telepathy or time manipulation. However, Nian had no intention of exploiting this ability for nefarious purposes or to become a superhero. Frankly, he found this power rather trivial, compared to Mr. Stark's iron suit, Mr. Superman's invincible physique, and Captain America's enhanced soldier attributes. He certainly could not pause in the midst of battle to find a girl to enhance his strength. Moreover, if the girl were of ordinary constitution, the enhancement would be negligible at best, considering that Nian had been single in both lives. This so-called superpower was utterly meaningless to him. Soon losing interest in the gossip about Iron Man Tony Stark and his latest romantic escapades with a fashionable cover girl, Nian gradually shifted his gaze to the side of the television. There, a wooden frame was filled with his photographs, chronicling his life from infancy to adolescence. Most were personal photos, devoid of even a single glimpse of his aunt, not even a simple silhouette. His aunt despised being photographed, particularly selfies. Nian knew this well. It was not that his aunt was unattractive. He would proudly claim that she was a stunning beauty, rivaling and even surpassing the glamorous stars and models on television. Since the day she found him on Christmas in 1995, in his memory, his aunt's appearance had remained unchanged, a true ageless goddess. No, next time he must insist on taking a photo with his aunt. Surely, a little charm and persuasion would do the trick. Just as Nian resolved this, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? He furrowed his brow, recalling that his aunt had never forgotten her keys before. As he walked from the living room to the door, before he could peek through the peephole, a photograph slipped through the gap beneath the door from the outside. Upon seeing the photograph, Nian froze, halting all movements. The picture was a rare black and white image, its pixelation and natural yellowing indicative of an artifact from the last century. The background depicted what appeared to be the ruins of a city in a World War I battlefield, confirming its age. What sent a jolt through Xianan was the uncanny resemblance of a figure in this peculiar old photograph to his aunt, standing amidst a throng of officers and soldiers. Reading note: those unfamiliar with Marvel or its adaptations will find no hindrance in enjoying this book, as it contains many modifications. Please fasten your seatbelt while indulging in its content. Chapter 2. The Childhood Sweetheart, When a Winter Morning. As the snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, cascade from the heavens upon every corner of the bustling metropolis, the early morning light begins to dawn. Washington, as an international city of prominence, exudes its characteristic vitality. Students and office workers alike weave through the recently cleared streets, embodying the spirit of the city. Beep. A local police car glides slowly to a halt alongside the neighborhood road. The door swings open, and a delightful blonde girl hops out from the back seat. Clutching her backpack, "Gwen, be careful, your water bottle," calls Officer George, dressed in his crisp uniform, as he steps out of the driver's seat, holding her insulated water bottle. His tone, imbued with affection, softens as he gazes at his beloved daughter. "Do you really not want me to escort you to school? The roads are slippery, and the snow is still falling." Gwen accepts the water bottle, placing it into her backpack, and cheerfully declines, "No need. I've got my rain gear and my non-slip boots." However, Officer George is about to say more when Gwen's eyes suddenly sparkle with delight. Her cheeks flush with joy as she bounces excitedly, waving her arms fervently. "Nian, over here. Here." Just as I thought, Officer George sighs internally, turning around to see a familiar figure appear at the street corner. Nian, upon hearing his name, looks up and, upon spotting them, beams with a smile and greets, "Gwen." "Uncle George, good morning. What a coincidence to run into you." Nian is well acquainted with them. Gwen, formerly known as Gwen Stacy, is a peer residing in the nearby community. Their bond has deepened since childhood, having attended the same daycare, elementary school, and now, high school together, making them childhood sweethearts. As for her father, Officer George Stacy, he is a figure of some renown and authority in the local community, overseeing the safety of their neighborhood. "Indeed, what a coincidence," Gwen replies, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. The surrounding snow glistens brilliantly, yet Officer George's expression darkens. Is this mere chance? Hardly. It is evident that the timing was orchestrated to facilitate this encounter with the boy. Of course, Officer George, protective of his daughter's youthful sentiments, would never openly disclose his thoughts. Moreover, he had investigated Nian's background a decade ago and knew him to be a kind-hearted yet unfortunate lad. "Ah, Nian, why aren't you wearing a hat or carrying an umbrella?" Gwen exclaims, surprised, as she quickly steps closer to him, brushing the frost and snow from his hair and brow before he can respond. "I forgot in my haste," Nian replies with a casual smile, momentarily setting aside his jumbled thoughts. "But you must remember to keep warm. What will you do if you catch a cold?" Gwen pouts playfully, her cheeks puffing adorably, adding a touch of charm to her concern. She did not ponder much before placing her fluffy hat atop Nian's head, gently exhaling warmth towards his slightly chilled face. To an outsider, this could be perceived as an intimate gesture. However, for the two who had grown up together, it held no particular significance. "It's cold outside. Allow me to drive you to school," Officer George interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Gwen did not respond, but instead gazed up at Nian. "The school isn't too far." Nian initially intended to decline, but upon sensing Officer George's piercing gaze, he relented, saying, "Thank you, Uncle George." Gwen, witnessing this, smiled and added, "Then we appreciate your kindness in driving us, Dad." "Not at all," Officer George replied, chest puffed out, clearly ready to embrace the role of a devoted father. Before long, the police car roared to life and merged onto the main road, heading toward the high school. Inside the warmly heated vehicle, Gwen and Nian occupied the back seat. After getting in, Nian stared out the window at the swiftly passing winter scenery, his expression and gaze occasionally distant and lost in thought. Suddenly, a gentle, soft hand grasped his. Turning, he saw the worried face of the young girl beside him. Gwen inquired, "Nian, how are you feeling today? You look troubled. Are you unwell?" Nian hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. The source of his preoccupation since he had stepped out was undoubtedly the photograph that had been slipped into his home. Although he had since opened the door to investigate, the mysterious individual had vanished, leaving behind a plethora of strange enigmas. Was that photograph truly taken during World War I? Who was the woman in it? Clad in armor and resembling his aunt? His aunt's mother? No, that couldn't be right. The Great War was nearly a century ago, meaning it could well be his grandmother's mother. If he sought assistance from Gwen's father, Perhaps he could uncover the identity of the person who had stealthily inserted the photograph. After a moment of contemplation, Nian finally replied, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit cold." "Then let me help with that," Gwen said, wrapping her arms around Nian's left arm. At this proximity, they could distinctly feel each other's warmth. Officer George glanced at the rearview mirror, nearly losing his composure. Witnessing his precious daughter, so youthful and radiant, willingly approach a boy, even one as handsome as this, was a sight any father would find intolerable. Wait a moment. As a father, George's instincts kicked in, and he scrutinized the two adolescents through the mirror. It was evident to anyone that his daughter was expressing her feelings, yet this boy seemed oblivious. Oh. The trials of fatherhood were indeed more challenging than he had anticipated. The police car came to a halt in front of the middle school, and as Gwen and Nian exited, they instantly drew the attention of numerous students. Only then did Nian notice the spectacle around them. Today, Gwen donned a new beige puffer jacket, beneath which she wore a snug, handcrafted sweater. Her long legs were elegantly enveloped in white jeans, and at her feet were black knee-high boots that accentuated her height. The youthful exuberance of the 16-year-old radiated from her, enhanced by her striking golden short hair and a delicately refined visage that seemed to captivate the attention of those around her. Having grown up together, Nian was accustomed to Gwen's charm, but as he observed the envious glances from other students, he suddenly realized her popularity within the school was quite pronounced. "Gwen, perhaps you should release my hand," Nian suggested. "No, it's warmer this way," Gwen replied, tightening her grip, plunging Nian's right arm into an enveloping warmth. The contrast of such extreme softness was accompanied by an inexplicable resilience, though Nian himself was oblivious to this notion. Meanwhile, onlookers nearby felt a pang of jealousy, internally lamenting, "How infuriating! Let go already. If you don't release me soon, I fear I shall be slain by their gazes." Nian chuckled wryly, thinking that if stares could kill, he would have perished countless times already. "Would you fear a bandit armed with a knife if you had once threatened him with your bare hands back in elementary school?" Gwen giggled, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she finally relinquished her grip. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful realization. "Please refrain from bringing up my embarrassing past," Nian remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Back then, in his youthful naivety, he had recently watched a documentary about Captain America and fancied himself possessing the potential to become a superhero. Had the police not arrived in time, he might have met an untimely fate. Having spent 16 years as an ordinary person, Nian, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, had come to terms with the reality that true superheroes were a rarity. In a world of over 5 billion people, only a select few, like Captain America, Iron Man, Batman, and Superman, had graced the stage of history, and even Superman hailed from another planet. Not that he feared trouble. Ignoring the fuming students, he entered the comparatively warmer corridor of the academic building and turned to the girl beside him, teasingly remarking, "I'm indifferent. I merely think this may not bode well for you. I've heard your popularity is soaring, almost rivaling the top spot here." "Where did you hear that?" Gwen retorted, unable to suppress her indignation. Yet, in that moment, she suddenly realized that a childhood friendship could pose its own challenges. Sometimes, a relationship that has been long established becomes difficult to subtly alter over time. As Nian and Gwen strolled past the corridor, in a classroom for 10th grade, a bespectacled girl seated at the back corner appeared lost in thought, her gaze subtly following Nian as he walked by. "Carla, what are you staring at?" A girl from her class inquired as she leaned closer to her desk, curiosity evident in her tone. "Nothing." Carla Danvers quickly averted her gaze. "Is that so?" The female student, filled with skepticism, followed Kara's gaze, only to be met by a pristine white wall. The solid barrier obstructed any view of the bustling corridor outside. Chapter 3. Touching the extraordinary throughout the day, the lessons eluded him, and as soon as school was dismissed, Nian hurried home. Yet, upon reaching his doorstep, he abruptly halted. Could it be that the unchanging elements of the past decade would be altered by an old photograph? This thought inexplicably flickered through his mind, tightening his heart with a sudden pang. He stood still, his gaze fixated on the silent, closed door before him. Approximately 10 seconds passed. The winter chill seeped through the stairwell outside, yet the palm gripping his keys began to perspire. Just as he resolved to open the door, it suddenly creaked open from within. Standing in the doorway was a woman whose beauty was flawless, even under the most critical scrutiny. She appeared to be around 28 years of age, her dark hair neatly styled, exuding an air of intellect. Her lightly made-up face was exquisitely perfect, and her eyes mirrored the azure expanse of the sky, framed by subtly arched brows that hinted at an innate vigor. Clad in a loose yet fashionable white blouse and trousers, she revealed a glimpse of her graceful and statuesque figure. What was truly remarkable was how this woman, radiating a queenly elegance, simultaneously embodied a natural, unpretentious charm, nobility, and casualness. These two distinctly contrasting qualities harmoniously coalesced in her presence at that moment. Nian instinctively called out to the woman before him. "Aunt." "Come in," Diana Prince said, without inquiring why he stood at the threshold. She slightly crouched, her figure creating a perfect arc from the nape of her neck to her lower back. Retrieving a pair of house slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet and placing them on the carpet before Nian. "Aunt, Nian opened his mouth, feeling an urge to reveal the truth to this woman, an unwavering constant in his life for the past 16 years. However, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "Let us have dinner first," Diana interrupted, sensing his hesitation, and turned to stride into the living room. Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he placed his backpack on the hook by the door and slipped into the slippers, following her into the living room. The warmly lit space was inviting. On the dining table, 2 servings of spaghetti exuded a tempting aroma, complemented by beef sauce, chili oil, and a glass of cool water. Diana and Nian, one older and one younger, sat across from each other, silently attending to their meals. "Spaghetti again?" Nian murmured, glancing at the familiar dish, momentarily forgetting the heavy atmosphere that had preceded. To his surprise, Diana, with a cool demeanor, retorted, "Having something to eat is fortunate enough. Don't push your luck." "Indeed," Nian replied, a grimace on his face, and promptly picked up his fork to devour his colorful plate of spaghetti. Auntie is flawless in both appearance and character, yet lacks culinary talent, rendering her dishes perpetually ordinary. However, consuming this food now evokes memories of childhood for Nian. He recalls that Auntie was utterly inept in the kitchen back then. Coughing slightly, Nian, who had been eating too hastily, accidentally choked. Diana, seated before him and seemingly attentive to his every move, immediately rose and approached, gently patting his back. "Take your time," she urged, offering her cup of water. Nian took a generous gulp of warm water, feeling immediate relief in his chest. Thus, he boldly declared, "Auntie, this morning, someone slipped a photograph into our house." As he spoke, he placed the photo from his pocket onto the table, recounting the morning's events. Diana listened intently, undeterred by surprise, though a subtle ripple passed through her eyes upon seeing the black and white photograph. Once Nian finished his tale, Diana took the photo, returned to her seat, and softly reassured him, "I know who sent the photo. I will handle this matter. You need not worry about it anymore." "All right," Nian replied, fully confident in Auntie's ability to manage any situation. However, driven by innocent concern and curiosity, he asked, "Auntie, who is the person in the odd battle armor in the photograph?" "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you," Diana said, her cool demeanor turning serious as she paused briefly before continuing. "Indeed, she is my grandmother. She passed away long ago and, as I heard, played a role in aiding the army against mysterious forces during World War I. Mysterious forces? Could they be the legendary deities?" Nian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, recalling that the most widely circulated cause of the war was the god of war. Diana shook her head. "Those events are too distant, and I only heard of them from my mother in my childhood." After a brief pause, she added, "However, there are no deities in this world." Nian felt a sense of relief. After all, the most one could encounter nowadays would be extraterrestrial beings, which remain within the realm of scientific understanding. Diana, too, felt a quiet sigh of relief. "I have an appointment with a friend and will be out for a while, possibly returning later," Diana softly informed him, taking a sip from her cup, only to find Nian intently gazing at it. "What is it?" she inquired, placing the cup down with curiosity. Nothing at all." Nian shook his head, suddenly reminded of a thought. Earlier, he had used Auntie's cup, and now she had used it again. Wasn't that akin to an indirect kiss? There was nothing inherently wrong with an indirect kiss with Auntie. After all, during his childhood, they often bathed together. This familiarity might explain why he found it difficult to notice other girls, even to this day. It was as if he were perpetually enchanted by a masterpiece, leaving other works feeling rather bland in comparison. Yet now, a question loomed. Could this indirect kiss trigger the Lord of the Affectionate? Nian couldn't help but ponder. He had yet to experiment with his newfound abilities, only aware of the 3 prerequisites for activating the Master of Kin: the need for an opposite sex, physical contact, and the exchange of liquid mediums. Naturally, Nian's aunt was of the opposite sex, and she was nothing short of exquisite. As for intimate contact, he pondered whether the recent pat on the back counted. The most critical factor was the exchange of liquids. Even if there had been a transfer, it would have been neutralized by the water in the cup. Thus, he reasoned, there should be no cause for concern. Lost in thought, Nian mused over this matter until the conclusion of their light dinner. Don't wait for me. Just head home and get some rest, Diana said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, leaving Nian both amused and exasperated. He replied, understood. You take care out there. We don't have any resident superheroes in our city. At present, only New York City, Gotham City, and Metropolis, the three major economic hubs, house their own Iron Man, Batman, and Superman, respectively, due to their residence in those locales. Rest assured, I have always been fortunate. But you, do keep an eye on the house and refrain from wandering about, Diana said with a wink, leaving him with a reassuring smile as she donned her winter high-heeled boots and stepped out of the house. Inside, silence enveloped the room once more. Nian gazed at the closed door, an inexplicable emptiness washing over him as he began to reflect on their earlier conversation. Had the matter of the photograph truly passed him by? Nian murmured to himself. If the underlying meaning of that photograph merely represented his aunt's grandmother, what intentions did the person who introduced it into their household harbor? This matter seemed far from simple. As Nian absent-mindedly tidied up his utensils, he was abruptly startled by a sharp, explosive sound. He looked down, and his pupils dilated in shock. The cup he had been holding lay shattered in pieces, as if it had endured a force beyond its capacity to withstand. Glass shards scattered across the floor. This cup? No, it was my body, he realized. His palm bore no injuries whatsoever. Rather, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his hand, as if he possessed the power to shatter anything in his path. Was it an illusion, or merely a trick of the mind? In his astonishment, Nian turned his gaze to the metal knife and fork in his other hand. As his fingers twitched, he watched in awe as the metal rapidly bent and contorted before his eyes. A distinct fingerprint indentation appeared on the handle of the cutlery. Every movement he made exuded an extraordinary prowess. What? Nian was utterly bewildered. Chapter 4. The extraordinary hero emerges. Meanwhile, Diana had wandered a couple of blocks downstairs and soon arrived at a quaint, vintage-style CAF not far from home. Given that it was dinner time, the CAF was sparsely populated, allowing Diana to quickly spot her intended meeting partner. Seated in a secluded corner by the window was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, with slightly curled hair and sunglasses. What would you like to order? The lady inquired. The tall and fashionable Diana instantly became the center of attention in the store, even catching the eye of a young female employee who politely approached her with a notepad in hand. A cup of hot coffee will suffice, Diana replied with a smile, gracefully taking her seat across from the woman in sunglasses. Diana Prince, it has been a long time. The middle-aged woman removed her sunglasses, her eyes reflecting a chill colder than winter itself. Diana nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Barbara Minerva. Encountering this former colleague, friend, and adversary once more stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. After 20 years, you remain exactly the same, not a day older. One might say you truly are a descendant of the gods, Barbara chuckled, gazing at Diana's flawless and familiar visage, self-deprecatingly adding, ever since I lost my ability as Cheetah and with age catching up, I have developed crow's feet, while my body has gradually succumbed to time's wear. My skin no longer possesses the resilience and elasticity it once did. Are you still hung up on the past? Diana inquired, her brows slightly furrowed as she posed a direct question. Is that why you secretly slipped my old photographs into my home? Barbara leaned back, unable to suppress her laughter, jumping straight to the point without any pleasantries. It appears you care deeply for that child. Diana remained noncommittal, asserting earnestly, he is merely an ordinary human. Oh, and that is precisely why I slipped those photographs to you, Barbara remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You, a goddess of great stature, soaring through the skies and defying age, have taken in an ordinary human child? What on earth are you attempting to fully integrate into our human world? Don't be ridiculous. As she concluded, Barbara slammed her hands on the table and stood, her emotions surging with resentment and fury directed at Diana. Yet, Diana sat composed, her long legs elegantly crossed. Even in her quietude, her aura remained unshaken by Barbara's outburst. After a brief silence, she softly stated, I was once utterly disillusioned with humanity. Devoid of hope. What are you talking about? Barbara asked, her face a mixture of confusion, yet she eventually sat back down. Diana glanced out the window at the snow-covered street and continued, until 16 years ago, on that Christmas night. What is happening to me? Nian stared in disbelief at his own hands, attempting to stab his arm with a metal fork, only to find his skin remarkably resilient. Only with great force could he feel a modicum of pain, yet the sharp prongs of the utensil bent before they could pierce his flesh. Suddenly, he recalled that his aunt had never been injured in all those years. No way. It was as if a sudden realization dawned upon Nian. He instinctively looked up. his gaze landing on the ceiling of his own living room. But the once sparsely adorned ceiling, which he had always remembered as simple and empty, now prominently displayed a silver longsword that should not exist, a dark golden round shield, and a set of wild, feminine battle armor. These enigmatic artifacts, which ought not to exist, are all interconnected by a golden thread that appears and disappears intermittently, adorned at both ends with peculiar and splendid crowns, silver bracelets, and golden knee guards. They did not exist, Nian murmured. Perhaps they have always been present, merely unseen by him until now. Instinctively, he reached upward, and the moment his fingertips grazed the golden thread suspended in midair, it transformed from tangible to ethereal, vanishing completely. Suddenly, Nian sensed something amiss. The sword and shield that had been hanging from the thread, along with the armor, began to plummet freely the instant the golden thread dissolved. Stunned, he swiftly extended his hand to catch them, his movements blurring into mere shadows. What astonished him even more was that as soon as he grasped the crown and silver bracelet, they seemingly integrated into his being, fastening themselves onto his forehead and wrist. Nian's mind went blank as he beheld the feminine armor he had caught, dreadfully anticipating what was about to transpire. No, not this. Regardless of his inner resistance. In the next moment, he was inexorably clad in the armor's upper garment and skirt, his previous attire vanishing without a trace, exposing his arms and thighs that the armor did not cover. In the chill of winter, such attire would typically invite discomfort, yet due to his extraordinary constitution, he felt no cold at all. Instead, upon donning this primitive yet wild armor, his blood surged like molten lava, igniting an impulse to shout and charge into battle. Thump! 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 Nian faintly heard a distant drumming, reminiscent of ancient times, stirring his fervor. Who was beating the drums? No, he suddenly realized, there were no drums. Only the vigorous rhythm of his own heart reverberating. How exhilarating! Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, as the unique armor of the Amazonian tribe awakened his latent bloodline abilities. He sensed an indescribable power, or rather, a source of energy flowing beneath his skin. At that moment, he remained unaware that he possessed the strength of a demigod. With an uncontrollable surge of divine power coursing through him, it rushed upward, seeking release. In the living room, Nian clenched his teeth, shield on his back and sword in hand, as a destructive white light spilled from the roots of his dark hair. Just a few strands of this radiant energy shattered the nearby lampshade into dust. This divine power, nearly materialized, accelerated the growth of his short hair, transforming it from black to white, cascading wildly over his waist, shoulders, and face as he donned silvery locks. Nian was utterly bewildered, hastily reaching for the hem of his skirt. Soon, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his gender characteristics remained intact. However, the dire predicament remained unresolved, spiraling further out of control. An ordinary individual suddenly wielding demigod-like power was akin to a child unexpectedly possessing the launch button for nuclear missiles. This extraordinary initial experience was marked by an incessant trend of chaos. I cannot linger here any longer. If this continues, I shall obliterate everything. Realizing this, Nian lifted his foot to move, but his current strength was far from what it once was. It was as though he had transitioned from pedaling a bicycle to the accelerator of a high-performance sports car. With a moment's miscalculation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling himself forward with great force. In an instant, everything in the living room that stood in Nian's path, tables, chairs, lampstands, was shattered to pieces, his speed unabated. He became a streak of human light, crashing against the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony. Bang! The glass shattered with a resounding crash. Unprepared, Nian soared out of his 16th-floor home. Chapter 5. The rise of the female Spider-Man Knight had fallen, and just under 500 meters away in the neighboring community. A room lay quiet. Having finished dinner, bathed, and changed into her long homewear pajamas, Gwen lay sprawled on her bed. Like an ostrich, she buried her head among her plush toys, her youthful form motionless. Yet, the rhythmic kicking of her feet against the duvet undoubtedly revealed her concealed sorrows. Gwen, Officer George, still in his police uniform, approached the closed door and gently knocked, inquiring from the other side. Would you like a cup of hot cocoa? No, I'll gain weight. Inside the room, Gwen remained motionless on her bed, her voice tinged with fatigue. With a hint of curiosity, Officer George remarked, who said as a child that she wanted to live in a castle made of chocolate and cake. Dad, please don't keep bringing up my childhood, Gwen retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her tone, especially as she began to speak again, only to abruptly halt. Officer George sighed before continuing, especially in your school, and when that boy was around, right? Not at all. He already knew anyway. While Gwen said this, her tone grew increasingly despondent, the plush toys weighing down her head beginning to quiver slightly. Gwen. Officer George took a deep breath, as if making the most significant decision of his life, and resolutely said, "If you truly like that boy, Nian, then go express your feelings. I will always support you from behind." In the room, the plush toys that had pressed down on the girl's head ceased to tremble, and after 3 seconds of silence, they were collectively flung to the floor. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Gwen sprang directly from her bed, while the duck sat atop the quilt, its hands kneading the pillow into a distorted shape. Her cheeks, flushed with an intense warmth, or the marks of either prolonged pressure or the embarrassment of her innermost thoughts, radiating a heat that suggested steam might escape at any moment. Beads of sweat began to form, and a few strands of golden hair clung to the youthful contours of her face. "I do not like Nian at all," Gwen exclaimed, her voice tinged with shame and indignation. As a young girl, her instinct was to retort, but a brief pause rendered her protest as feeble as blank parchment. All right. I merely suggested what if, that's all." Officer George, who had been standing just outside the door, understood the implication. He was about to say something further when, fortuitously, his pager began to beep insistently. George promptly answered, "This is Sheriff George. What is the situation?" Realizing an emergency was unfolding, Gwen within the room fell into a swift silence. You're saying a woman in peculiar attire descended from the sky to rob an armored truck?" George's already serious expression grew even more grave as he absorbed the report relayed by his subordinate. "Understood, it's not far from my location. I will head there immediately." He set the pager aside and called urgently into the room. "Gwen, I have to step out for a moment. Stay safe at home." "Okay. Dad, please be careful," Gwen replied. "I will." George nodded and hurriedly exited their home. Inside the room, Gwen felt her temperature gradually cool as she reflected on her father's words, murmuring to herself, "A woman who descended from the sky. Could she be a mutant or someone with superpowers?" Her brow furrowed, her concern for her father's safety deepened. In this world, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities were exceedingly rare, yet not entirely absent, for she herself was one among them. Gwen swiftly approached her wardrobe, pushing aside all her clothes to reveal a hidden compartment at the back. Within it lay an entire ensemble of a peculiar black and white bodysuit. The uniform was white from the neck to the chest, while the lower part, covering the abdomen, hips, and legs, was a contrasting black. In addition to a white hood that enveloped her head, the outfit included a distinctive bodysuit with a hood adorned with a web-like black and red pattern. Alongside the unusual female spider suit and hood, there was also a pair of specially crafted green low-top shoes. Without further thought, Gwen retrieved the hood, uniform, and shoes, and from the lowest drawer of the wardrobe, she took out 3 ordinary adhesive bandages, biting one to tear it open. Before long, her loungewear and undergarments lay scattered across the floor, and Gwen donned the entire female spider suit. Gwen gently pressed her palms against the floor, moving with the stealth of a predator, akin to a spider scuttling silently. She tuned the radio on her desk to a channel playing pure instrumental music, crafting the illusion that she was diligently engaged in her studies, and pushed open her bedroom window. Casting a glance back at the firmly shut door, she gripped the window ledge and, with a deft motion, her lithe form slipped outside. It is worth noting that although Gwen's residence did not reach the heights of Nian's, it still occupied a 10th floor, nearly 30 meters above the ground. From Gwen's inverted perspective, the city below, shrouded in the cloak of night, was reflected in reverse. She leaped, soaring 10 meters into the air, and just as she was about to plummet downwards, her wrist flicked, and an inconspicuous white thread shot forth, striking the eaves of the neighboring building with precision. Pulling on the resilient web, Gwen adjusted her angle mid-flight, propelling herself towards the street below, following the blaring sirens of police cars rushing to the scene. At that moment, at the intersection of the opposite street, parked vehicles erupted with automated alarm sounds, and numerous pedestrians screamed as they fled, having witnessed a robbery. In front of the central bank stood an armored cash transport vehicle, its bulletproof roof now marred by a massive dent, as a woman clad in peculiar battle armor, wielding a vintage longsword, lay atop the wrecked vehicle. A multitude of greenback bills had been flung from the shattered cabin, a testament to the immense force of her fall. Indeed, this so-called strange woman was none other than our classmate Nian. It was no wonder that others misjudged her gender. The battle dress she wore was unmistakably feminine, especially with her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, reinforcing her apparent femininity. "Who on earth are you?" 2 armed special police officers stood nearby, initially taken aback for a few seconds. Yet, under the pressure of their training, they drew their weapons and demanded an answer. However, their trembling legs betrayed their fear. If I were to say I accidentally fell from my 16th floor apartment, would you believe me? Though Nian longed to respond in such a manner, speaking would undoubtedly expose him as a boy, which he wished to conceal. Moreover, no explanation seemed feasible. After all, it was absurd to consider that a normal person could survive a fall from such a height, let alone remain unscathed. Thus, after contemplating on the cash transport vehicle for barely half a second, Nian disregarded the armed officers aiming at him. Instead, he swiftly flipped himself upright, leaped from the vehicle's roof, and dashed down the road to escape the scene. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind only a blur by the time the officers reacted. He had already covered a distance of 10 meters. Chapter 6. The Long Road Home Stop. Don't even think about running. I'm going to shoot. Completely unanticipated, Nian dashed away with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, leaving the two special police officers momentarily stunned. In a moment of desperation, one of them disregarded the bustling urban surroundings and aimed his firearm at Nian's back, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot rang out, causing nearby pedestrians to scream in terror. Nian, while running, glanced back and could distinctly see the bullet hurtling towards him, even observing the intricate spiral markings on its tip. Although accustomed to the gunfire prevalent in America, this was his first encounter with a real bullet, and he was taken aback that it was aimed at him. Under normal circumstances, one would be filled with dread at the sound of gunfire. After all, even the weakest modern handgun can inflict fatal damage upon striking a vital area. However, Nian felt no trace of fear. To him, the bullet appeared excruciatingly slow. So slow, in fact, that he believed he could easily outpace it. Thus, as if it were the most natural thing to do, Nian made a slight evasive maneuver, allowing the pursuing bullet to pass harmlessly through his disheveled silver hair. Suddenly, he noticed a vehicle halted at the intersection ahead, and in a fleeting moment of hesitation, he instinctively extended his empty left hand, astonishingly catching the bullet in his palm. What had he done? How was this possible? The special police officers, witnessing this spectacle, screamed in terror. A slight pain and warmth radiated from his palm as Nian turned to glance at the officers, discarding the bullet, now crumpled like a metal button, onto the ground before pivoting to make his exit. This time, the two officers stood in stunned silence, their firearms raised, rendered motionless like wooden stakes. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and the night's encounters were far from over. Rather, they had only just begun. As Nian turned at the street intersection, he caught sight of 3 police cars racing down the road, clearly heading towards him. Moreover, the sharp wail of sirens echoed from both sides of the street. All he wanted was to return home. Was that too much to ask? And how could they respond with such efficiency? Nian's lips twitched slightly. In films, when robberies or crimes occur, the police typically arrive only after everything has calmed down to clean up the aftermath. Why, then, did they arrive so swiftly in his case? It was simply illogical. Regardless, he resolved to avoid lingering on the crowded streets any longer. He did not wish to inadvertently harm innocent bystanders. Scanning the surrounding buildings, he quickly selected a relatively low 4-story convenience store. Nian accelerated forward, pushing off with the tips of his toes, attempting to leap onto the store's rooftop. However, this time, he exerted too much force, and a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, resulting in a jump of only about 6 meters. He found himself plummeting toward the ground, having not yet reached the building. Below, the police vehicles raced in from every intersection. Damn, don't play with me. In midair, Nian danced exuberantly, savoring the familiar sensation of freefall, his eyes widening as the rooftop receded into the distance. Just then, a soft sound emerged. A shimmering golden rope materialized from the air, trailing like a dragon across the skyline. One end of the golden rope was firmly grasped in Nian's hand, while the other end extended forward like a lasso, ensnaring the lightning rod atop a nearby building. With no time to ponder the origin of this mystical rope, Nian yanked it, causing his suspended body to leap upwards and land on the rooftop of a 4-story building adjacent to the street. That was close. Heart still racing, Nian retracted the golden rope, diverting his gaze from the empty police car below and using the adjacent high-rise as a springboard to swiftly escape the scene. On the street below, several police cars screeched to a halt at the very spot from which Nian had launched himself. Who could that person possibly be? A police officer emerged from the driver's seat, gazing at the ground marked with shattered footprints, muttering in disbelief. Certainly not an ordinary individual, another officer chimed in. Obviously, many officers were left speechless, unarmed bullet-catching, sprinting at over 100 miles per hour, leaping 4 stories high. Such feats were absurd for an ordinary person. What should our next course of action be? Just as the officers felt utterly at a loss, a siren-blaring police car finally arrived, joining the others on the scene. The door swung open, and Officer George stepped out decisively, quickly surveying the assembled officers. "Where did the suspect flee?" he inquired. "Reporting, officer, the individual flew." "No, jumped away." The officers on site saluted and pointed to the towering buildings over 10 meters high. It took Officer George 5 seconds to grasp the meaning of jumped away. After a brief contemplation, he commanded in a grave tone, "Immediately request helicopter support from the local police force. We cannot allow such a dangerous, unknown entity to roam freely in this city." "Yes, officer." Nian moved rapidly amidst the towering skyscrapers. Although he had yet to fully master his extraordinary physique, he gradually adapted to the external movements. "So, this is what it feels like to fly." With the assistance of the golden rope in his hand, he soared between rooftops, bouncing from several stories to dozens. Using the lasso to secure himself to another building whenever his strength faltered or surged, ensuring he would not plummet off the edge. He was astonished to discover that this golden rope, of an unknown material, could stretch and latch onto railings, eaves, or even clothes hanging out to dry. He was astounded to realize that even an intangible wisp of smoke rising from a chimney could be ensnared by the rope as if it were a solid object, providing leverage. Nian even speculated that it might be possible to use it to grasp clouds, or even delve into the more profound concept of the soul. Should such a notion exist in this world, surely he must have escaped them by now. Nian arrived at the pinnacle of a towering skyscraper, standing perilously close to the railing, gazing down at the minuscule vehicles and pedestrians below, feeling an uncontainable heart palpitation arise from within. It was time to return home. As this thought crossed his mind, he leapt once more with great force, attempting to cast a golden lasso to bridge the gap between himself and the opposite building. However, it was not until his left hand executed the throwing motion that he realized the golden rope, which had appeared just in time to rescue him, had mysteriously vanished once again. Could it be? Is this a game? Nian's heart lurched violently for the third time that evening, ushering in an extended sensation of free fall. Newton would rejoice. Thus, we witnessed the scene that initially unfolded before us. Nian crashed diagonally onto the rooftop of a 5-star hotel, spotting a police helicopter in pursuit. He had no choice but to rely on his unstable strength to flee. 10 minutes later, even Nian himself was oblivious to how long he had been leaping among the skyscrapers, only aware that he was distancing himself further from his home city. Once more, he sought refuge in the shadow of a water tower atop a high-rise, watching as the helicopter patrolled in the wrong direction until it finally vanished from his sight. Only then did Nian exhale, his breath steaming enough to evaporate the frost. Fatigue evident in his eyes. At last, could he return home? He murmured softly. Just as he spoke, a figure emerged from nowhere, gracefully and lightly landing atop the water tower. Chapter 7. The battle above. As Christmas approached in the western city, the nights grew increasingly frigid. Particularly at the summit of the 21-story skyscraper, the wind blew fiercely enough to topple an adult, howling through the night, laden with snowflakes resembling cotton. The portal to the top had long been locked from within the building. Typically, not even during the brightest midday would anyone venture up. Yet now, at this height, one figure crouched low atop the highest water tower, while another leaned against the rooftop railing, the two standing about 10 meters apart in the night. "Who are you?" Gwen exclaimed, her eyes widening as her scrutinizing gaze pierced through the spider-like mask at her opponent. This sight left her utterly astonished. The woman before her appeared far from robust. Her skin, exposed beyond the armor, was delicately pale, devoid of prominent muscle, making it hard to fathom the source of her extraordinary power. Adorned in ancient and noble armor, wielding weapons, and crowned with an ornate headpiece and boots, she exuded an air of timeless wildness and majesty. Standing upon a floor blanketed in a thin layer of ice and snow, she faced the biting night wind atop the rooftop. The moon cast its pure, silvery light upon her, illuminating her wild, flowing silver hair, as if she were enveloped in a divine, silvery glow. She resembled a deity emerged from the annals of ancient Greek civilization. So beautiful! Gwen couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Despite the slight angle of her body and the swirling silver hair, shrouded by the night and frost, she could not discern the specifics of her features. Yet, the beauty was undeniable. This heartfelt compliment was solely inspired by her allure. No other word could encapsulate her essence. As Gwen scrutinized Nian, he too was observing her. Although his form was entirely enveloped in a tight-fitting uniform, unlike the counterfeit he bore, it was evident that her physique, attire, and movements were those of a genuine woman. After all, compared to the feminine armored dress he currently wore, the tight uniform concealed one's gender far less effectively. Regardless of how tightly it was wrapped, a man's body would inevitably reveal a slight protrusion, unlike the seamless flatness of the woman before him. What captivated Nian was the black and white spider uniform adorning the mysterious woman, perfectly accentuating her delicate and petite silhouette. Much like a beast poised to pounce on its prey, the spider uniform showcased a fluid, muscular grace. Any excess would render her too robust, while a lack would compromise her resilience, an exquisite balance. Upon hearing her inquiries, Nian was momentarily taken aback. The crisp, cool tone of her voice was one he could not recall, yet it evoked a strange sense of familiarity. This dichotomy of the unfamiliar and the familiar stirred an intense dissonance within him. Following her compliment, Nian fell into a state of profound introspection, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap from the rooftop. "Who are you exactly? Are you not going to answer my questions?" Gwen inquired, her hands resting on the water tower as she gazed down at him. Nian remained silent. "I can sense that the weapon in your hand is quite perilous. If you truly intended to engage, those policemen and even the helicopter would be powerless to stop you. Why, then, do you persist in fleeing?" Under the spider mask, the girl's curiosity deepened. Nian continued to remain mute, merely glancing at the vintage longsword in his grasp. Even during his hasty escape moments prior, he had not loosened his grip on the hilt in the slightest. This sword was a treasured possession hidden away by his aunt, and he could never part with it. As for why he had not wielded it, was it not obvious? He simply did not know how to use a sword. Furthermore, Gwen seemed to have perceived his thoughts, concluding, "You do not wish to harm those policemen, ordinary people." Nian nodded, suddenly realizing he could articulate his intent. He pressed the tip of the vintage longsword against the rooftop floor and drew it forward. The sword, forged from an unknown material, sliced through the floor as if it were mere tofu, leaving a conspicuous mark between them. Gwen, observing the line that now separated her from Nian, quickly grasped his message. "Do not cross this boundary." Nian gently inclined his head and positioned the longsword before him, signifying his unwavering resolve to draw it should she continue her probing. He was reluctant to confront someone who seemingly possessed extraordinary powers, hoping to intimidate and deter the opponent. To his surprise, Gwen readily agreed, and in a moment of relaxation from Nian, a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as her wrists swiftly flicked forward. Whoosh! 2 strands of white silk shot forth from Gwen's wrists, one ensnaring the vintage sword in Nian's grasp, while the other secured itself to the railing behind him, effectively encircling Nian from both sides. "Let me see your true face," Gwen exclaimed, yanking on the strands with fervor. Although she couldn't wrest the sword from Nian's grip, she utilized the incredible elasticity of the silk and propelled herself towards him at breakneck speed, resembling a human cannonball. The moment of social demise was imminent. Realizing this, Nian's combat instincts awakened. A flash of brilliance ignited in his mind. He relinquished his hold on the sword and forcefully threw it forward. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, transforming into a streak of silver light. Gwen's pupils dilated in shock as she prepared to evade, only to find the sword merely grazing past her while dragging the silk that was tethered to her wrist. Gwen's mouth fell slightly agape, her lithe body momentarily suspended in midair before the silk, anchored to the sword, yanked her backward at high speed. The sword embedded itself deep into the iron door of the uppermost floor. In that instant, Gwen exhibited a reflex speed far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Just before her body collided with the iron door, she grasped the silk connected to the railing, dissipating some of the force, and deftly rotated her body, skillfully planting her feet against the door. Before she could turn around, a shadow swiftly approached from behind. "Get away from me!" Gwen retaliated with a fierce kick, but Nian, seemingly prepared, firmly grasped her ankle with one hand while thrusting his knee forward, pressing against her back and forcefully pinning her against the door. Concerned that she might employ her silk-spinning abilities again, Nian decisively lowered Gwen from the door to the floor, sitting on her bent back while maintaining his grip on her ankle with one hand and twisting her wrists with the other. The entire sequence of counteractions flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times, leaving even Nian astonished, for he had previously struggled to control his own strength. One could only attribute this to his overwhelming will to survive. Social demise? Not a chance. Gwen had attempted to resist and struggle, but it was evident that even among the extraordinary, there existed disparities. In terms of physical strength, Gwen was utterly outmatched. This revelation shocked her further, as she knew her strength was sufficient to lift an ordinary car. Yet now, pinned down by Nian, with her wrists and ankles restrained, she found herself utterly immobilized. This sense of helplessness was something she had never encountered since acquiring her spider abilities. Chapter 8. The Other Side of the World, Let Me Go. Though aware that her assailant was also a woman, Gwen could not suppress her indignation as she struggled fiercely beneath the weight that pinned her to the ground. The one atop her, Nian, found himself in a quandary. Earlier, Gwen had instigated the altercation. In an effort to protect himself from harm and prevent her from witnessing his true visage, he had been compelled to retaliate in self-defense. However, despite having subdued her, he had not anticipated what to do next. Should he release the female Spider-Man? Setting aside the risk of her attacking again, the proximity meant that if he loosened his grip, she would surely see his face. Nian had no desire to reveal his true identity. His abilities were entirely derived from his aunt, not from any innate talent. Perhaps he would only possess them for this evening, reverting to his ordinary human form by dawn. Yet, he could not maintain this stalemate indefinitely. Perhaps he should simply knock her out. A moment of hesitation flickered in his eyes, worried that he might inadvertently apply too much force. As he contemplated how to render the female Spider-Man temporarily incapacitated, she suddenly arched her body, raising her sole, free foot high. Her petite foot, encased in a specially designed green shoe, hooked around Nian's neck like a snare. What? Nian felt the delicate yet tenacious grip tightening around his throat, forcing his body to lean back involuntarily. Realizing that Gwen was attempting to free herself from his hold, he held his breath, his left hand still firmly grasping her left ankle while his right hand tightened its grip on her wrists, denying her any chance of escape. Crack! The sound of bones resonated like popping beans. The two engaged in a relentless battle of endurance, their bodies nearly touching in a tug-of-war. Gwen, positioned beneath, arched her form into a crescent moon, her slender waist seemingly on the verge of snapping. Meanwhile, Nian, pressed against her Spider-Man suit, could feel the astonishing flexibility and strength emanating from her body with remarkable clarity. Let go. Nian yearned to scream. Yet, Gwen had beaten him to it. Hurry up and release me. With her foot gripping his throat, she pulled back with all her might, her petite frame twisting and writhing in an attempt to escape. Suddenly, Nian's eyes widened. As Gwen yanked back with her foot, coupled with her continuous struggles, his body began to shift backward. He had initially been seated firmly on her back, but now, his seat had transformed into a plush one, an exceedingly luxurious variety. Nian was bewildered, realizing he was clad in a short skirt. Unaware of this detail, Gwen misinterpreted his momentary stiffness as a sign of fatigue, intensifying her writhing efforts. The quality of the Spider-Man suit is undoubtedly impeccable. However, due to its design considerations for outdoor activities and breathability, it is even thinner than a standard jacket or jeans, failing to conceal the well-defined curvature of the Holy Valley. Coupled with the intense movements of its wearer, it became compromised. Nian internally lamented, unsure whether to regard this as enjoyment or torment, as the fervent blood coursed through him. What is happening? The female Spider-Man finally recognized something amiss, as an unknown object was pressing against her from beneath her skirt, through the layer of her spider suit. In a sudden decision, Nian released his grip on her left ankle and seized the remaining white spider silk nearby, using it like a rope to bind the female Spider-Man's hands several times, while also ensnaring the small foot around his neck. He completed this swiftly. With a leap from her, he drew the vintage longsword that had been embedded in the iron gate and, without a backward glance, soared towards the high-rise across the street. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps the series of encounters that evening had endowed him with a certain proficiency in extraordinary powers. This time, Nian flawlessly controlled his takeoff, vaulting over a 20-meter height and landing accurately on the water tower of the opposite building. After a series of sprinting leaps, his figure, burdened by the round shield, vanished into the increasingly heavy snowfall enveloping the city night. 10 seconds later. Damn it, I will kill you. Where are you? Show yourself. The girl beneath the spider mask was brimming with indignation, her face flushed with embarrassment, as her black and white suit seemed to blaze with fury, wildly swinging between the skyscrapers. Even from half a street away, Nian could hear her furious cries. This cannot be blamed on me. With a wry smile, he glanced down at his noticeably bulging skirt before seeking refuge in a corner on the rooftop of a building. After a while, the female Spider-Man swung by on her web from a nearby high-rise, speeding away. Finally, it seemed he could return home. As the skirt settled, Nian exhaled, sword in hand, stepping out from the shadows of the building. He surveyed his surroundings. By recognizing the nearby iconic structures, he quickly confirmed he was at the junction of Washington's inner and outer districts, over 10 kilometers from the city center near his home. Heaven knows how he had gotten there. Must he jump back? Nian felt a twinge of helplessness, but there was little he could do. Just as he prepared to head in the direction of home, an unexpected occurrence arose. Boom. The building where Nian stood suddenly trembled. What is this? Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, but the next moment, the building shuddered again. Nian quickly came to his senses, glancing around at the surrounding structures. It wasn't solely the building he occupied. Nearby high-rises were also exhibiting clear signs of tremors. Is this an earthquake? As this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. No, that is not right. His current senses and consciousness transcend human cognition, enabling him to perceive matters that remain elusive to ordinary beings. The source of this tremor does not seem to originate from beneath the city's surface, but rather emerges from a specific location on the surface of a nearby urban area. Thud, thud, thud. Every second or so, the ground and buildings of the surrounding city tremble slightly, as if a colossal hammer is relentlessly striking the earth. Not far from this place, Nian murmured to himself, standing atop the highest floor of a building, gazing towards a particular direction of the city streets below, as if to validate his extraordinary perception and judgment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in Nian's vision as a building several kilometers away collapsed with a deafening crash. The tranquility and serenity that enveloped the city in the winter night were abruptly shattered by an unknown and terrifying force. And this was merely the prologue. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of gunfire followed in rapid succession, relentless and unyielding, akin to the thunder of a summer storm, erupting from the collapsed structure's epicenter. Fiery flames shot up into the sky, swiftly spreading in all directions, igniting several bustling streets and the city's skyline. A chilling roar resonated from the instant the city transformed into a hellish battlefield, a sound that belonged neither to humans nor any animal, overpowering the modern artillery's relentless bombardment. What could that be? Nian widened his eyes, staring into the heart of the flames and smoke in the distance, catching a glimpse of a fleeting yellow-green shadow, as if witnessing the true underside of this world. Chapter 9. The Rise of Abomination. The world's underside, concealed in shadows untouched by sunlight, stands in stark contrast to the obvious surface of reality, representing matters that ordinary individuals cannot truly comprehend. This underside naturally refers to elements that transcend common human understanding, intricately linked to the extraordinary, and even birthed from the extraordinary itself. Superheroes serve as prime examples of this phenomenon. Despite having reincarnated in this world for 16 years, Nian, having gleaned from history books in elementary school about the birth and legendary journey of America's first superhero, Captain America, and hearing tales of Gotham City's Dark Knight, Batman, who has vigilantly guarded against evil for over a decade, still felt a profound distance from these extraordinary entities. Even with the billionaire heir of Stark Industries creating an iron suit and achieving technological supremacy in New York 3 years ago, and the Kryptonian Superman, having grown up on Earth, forcefully repelling the Kryptonian warships from outer space and transforming into a deity among men a year and a half prior, Nian remained convinced that these extraordinary phenomena, intertwined with the world's hidden aspects, were infinitely far removed from his own existence. This distance was reminiscent of his previous life. Having resided for an extended period in a peaceful superpower, my understanding of the modern wars incessantly raging in distant lands has been but a vague, almost surreal perception, difficult to grasp with genuine empathy. The chasm between ordinary humanity and the turmoil of the world is far more brutal than the ancient class divide between slaves and nobles. After all, even the so-called affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Yet, whether through technology or mutation, transcending the threshold of ordinary comprehension to attain the extraordinary is an exceedingly rare phenomenon within the human collective. Years ago, Nian relinquished the aspiration of becoming extraordinary, settling into the mundane existence of an ordinary person until tonight. This evening, Nian unexpectedly acquired an ineffable extraordinary power from his aunt, only to encounter a female Spider-Man with arachnid abilities outside the city. Now, he finds himself witnessing a fierce battle against a green monstrosity alongside an elite military unit. Never before has he so vividly glimpsed, or perhaps stepped into, the hidden world that lies beyond his own. The realization that his long-cherished city conceals so many extraordinary phenomena fills him with a bittersweet sense of disbelief. However, considering that the greatest extraordinary being is none other than his aunt, with whom he has cohabitated for over a decade, the situation seems less daunting. Nian's attention is drawn to the intense conflict unfolding not far away, where the steel and concrete structures are collapsing, reduced to rubble, and the artillery fire engulfs every inch of the streets. The frost and snow descending from the night sky evaporate before they touch the ground, replaced by shell casings and debris scattered like fallen snowflakes. Yet, the human military remains at a decisive disadvantage. At the heart of the city's battlefield, A specialized military vehicle mounts a Gatling gun, its barrels glowing red as they unleash a torrent of fire. Bullets rain down like a relentless steel tide, penetrating the very depths shrouded in flames and smoke. There, a towering monstrosity, 3 to 4 meters in height, with muscles resembling iron boulders and a grotesquely pale skeletal structure, stands half-clad in oversized shorts, a green giant, an embodiment of terror and malice. Its very presence sends shivers down the spine, emanating an aura of unending chill. This creature bears a most fitting name, Abomination. Amidst the hail of bullets, the Abomination leaps with astonishing agility and speed through the urban ruins, a stark contrast to its grotesquely bulky form. With each bound, it demonstrates a force capable of shaking the earth and surrounding cityscape. It crushes the ground and shatters walls. The Abomination disregards bullets that merely graze its skin, leaping onto a specialized military vehicle with a thunderous force, flattening both soldiers and machinery into mere sheets of metal. Seizing an abandoned taxi from the street, it hoists the vehicle over its head like a sandbag and hurls it 30 meters away, crashing into another military transport brimming with soldiers. In that instant, modern automobiles are rendered no more significant than children's toys. Boom! A rocket launcher, trailing flames, hurtled towards the Abomination at breakneck speed. The creature raised its arm in a futile attempt to shield itself, but the explosive flames instantly engulfed its form. The shockwave shattered the glass windows of buildings lining the street. However, what unfolded next plunged all surviving soldiers into despair. Amidst the remnants of the explosion, the searing flames cascaded along the white skeletal structure and green muscles, revealing the Abomination's grotesque, devilish grin and its unharmed body. The ensuing battle, no, it should be termed a one-sided massacre, was far from over. Observing this scene from a distance, Nian furrowed his brow. The presence of this yellow-green monstrosity instilled in him a profound sense of peril. Even a fall from several stories would not harm him now. Yet facing this creature could very well mean death. His extraordinary perception rendered Nian's judgment acutely aware. This monster posed a lethal threat to his current self. The hour was late. Perhaps it was best to ignore it and return home. His aunt would worry. Nian averted his gaze, unwilling to witness the brutal slaughter of the troops any longer. He had never entertained the notion of becoming a superhero. He merely yearned for the powers they possessed. As for the adage that with great power comes great responsibility, under circumstances devoid of life-threatening peril, he would gladly lend a hand. But now it was a matter of life and death. Having died once in his past life, Nian had developed a profound appreciation for life. In this existence, the only one worth risking his life for was his aunt. When could be considered a second? Just as he resolved to depart, a fleeting figure caught his eye. Weaving through the gaps between towering buildings, swinging on webs towards the city, now reduced to a battlefield, 2 kilometers away. It was the female Spider-Man he had encountered earlier on the rooftop. No, don't go over there. Nian's heart raced. He understood all too well that she was no match for the Abomination. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. If she engaged in battle, the outcome was almost certain, death. But it was too late to intervene. Nian could only watch helplessly as the slender figure of the female Spider-Man delved into the fading cacophony of gunfire in that urban expanse. I'm sorry. I have but one life, and it can only be devoted to those 2. Gritting his teeth, Nian resolutely turned away, leaping in the opposite direction of the urban battlefield. Chapter 10. God is dead in less than 10 minutes. An entire battalion of well-armed modern American soldiers was laid to rest by the Abomination. Humanity wailed in agony. Flames raged uncontrollably, and what was once a prosperous and tranquil corner of the city had devolved into a hellish nightmare. Loathing emerged like a monstrous beast clawing its way from the depths of hell, birthed for the sole purpose of slaughter. Its heavy, flat body oozed thick, crimson blood as it lowered its gaze to its clenched fists, reveling in the unparalleled, transcendent power coursing through its form. A twisted smile of madness and satisfaction contorted its otherwise human-like visage. No, please don't kill me, the soldier pleaded, as the firearm in his grasp clattered to the ground. The last surviving American soldier stood before the ruins of a once great structure, his heart gripped by terror as he beheld the shattered remains of his comrades. In that moment, his spirit and resolve seemed utterly obliterated, and he sank to his knees upon the blood-soaked earth, utterly drained of strength. Alongside his defeat, the faith he had held throughout his life crumbled. The overwhelming, all-encompassing power before him led the soldier to question whether, if a god truly existed, he too might be crushed by this unstoppable monstrosity. With a sinister grin directed at the American soldier, the loathing creature showed no intention of sparing him. taking a step forward that echoed the harbinger of death, causing the ground beneath it to tremble in mournful resonance. The soldier remained motionless, kneeling on the ground, his hands weakly supporting him as he awaited his demise. Just as the creature contemplated whether to crush the soldier alive with its hands or to grind him into a pulp beneath its feet, a lithe figure suddenly darted across the night sky, illuminated by the flames behind her. Swish, swish, swish. 3 strands of white web struck the creature's bare head, prompting it to grasp at the back of its skull, fingers becoming ensnared in the resilient, sticky threads. Startled, it turned to see a young girl clad in a black and white spider suit perched atop the now partially destroyed clock tower. "Big guy, care to play?" Gwen, the Spider-Woman, taunted, beckoning with a flick of her fingers before effortlessly swinging away on her web. Roaring in fury, the loathing creature disregarded the American soldier and propelled itself violently backward. With the ground beneath the highway cracking and collapsing, it plummeted like a human missile onto the tower's peak. There was no sign of hesitation or preparation as it surged forth in pursuit of Gwen, who was gracefully darting away on her web. The American soldier stood in stunned silence until a youthful voice broke through his daze. "Hey, old man, shouldn't you take this chance to get out of here?" Reflexively, he turned towards the sound, but found only flames engulfing the ruins. There was no one there to speak to him. Yet, this moment of distraction allowed him to regain his composure, and he struggled to rise, stumbling away from the unforgettable battlefield of horror. Within a nearby building, already evacuated and safe from harm, a silver-haired youth, bearing a round shield and wielding a long sword, stood behind the window ledge. It was none other than Nian. He sighed softly, perplexed by his own decision. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he wondered why, after choosing to leave, he had suddenly followed behind Spider-Woman. Returning to the chaos of the war-torn city, deep within him, he found it difficult to let go of the image of the lone Spider-Woman venturing into the war zone. It is merely a first encounter with a mysterious individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, since I have arrived, I shall observe further. Nian tightened his grip on the vintage longsword in his left hand and leaped from the windowsill, landing on the rooftop of a church 30 meters above the ground. Not far from him stood the bell tower, which had recently been ravaged by the abomination, leaving only a remnant of its structure. He crouched low to conceal himself, quietly scrutinizing the expanse of the city ahead. The female Spider-Man appeared to understand that a direct confrontation with the abomination was unwise. Thus, she deftly navigated the desolate streets using her webbing, her agile form weaving effortlessly between skyscrapers, slipping through windows barely wide enough for her frame. Yet, the abomination relentlessly pursued her, their distance not widening, but diminishing instead. The creature cared little for the presence of architectural cover ahead. It charged forward with brute force, obliterating anything that obstructed its path into mere dust. With a resounding crash, akin to that of a human missile, the abomination soared over the head of the female Spider-Man, smashing through the exterior wall of the building before her. Clinging to the edge of the rooftop, it reached out with a massive hand towards the fleeing Spider-Man. In a moment of peril, she deftly pulled on her webbing, narrowly evading the grasp of the abomination, her white hood barely escaping destruction as it was grazed by the creature's green hand. The abomination, now seething with fury, continued its relentless chase after the female Spider-Man as she darted into an alleyway. That had been a close call. Watching from his elevated vantage point, Nian felt a surge of trepidation, but he also began to comprehend the formidable prowess of the female Spider-Man, far beyond his initial expectations. Yet, even as she continued her evasive maneuvers, it seemed that her efforts would only serve to buy her time. No, she was not merely fleeing. Nian's eyes gleamed with realization as he focused intently on the female Spider-Man, who was deliberately luring the abomination into the denser parts of the city. The walls of the alley bore evident signs of destruction, with the abomination emerging from its frenzied charge, dirted and disheveled. It glared at the female Spider-Man as she vanished into another long, narrow alley, veins protruding in fury upon its forehead. With a roar that echoed like thunder, the abomination crashed into the entrance of the alley, forcibly widening it by 2 or 3 times its original size. Yet this time, as it burst forth from the other end of the alley, it unwittingly stumbled into a vast web of the spider's lair. Surrounding the alley, tightly woven white webbing clung to the intact buildings, nearly 100 strands creating an immense trap. Under normal circumstances, the abomination might have evaded such a snare, but consumed by rage and hatred, it barreled directly into the webbed trap. Now was the moment. As Nian observed from the church's heights, the female Spider-Man, pressed against the towering wall, swiftly maneuvered her wrists to unleash a barrage of webbing. The silken threads incessantly adhered to the grotesque creature's head and limbs, binding it like iron chains, with the other end of the thread secured to the surrounding edifices. After approximately 5 seconds, the abomination was nearly cocooned in an immense shroud of silk, its face and mouth sealed, completely enmeshed with the surrounding structures. Remarkable. I truly underestimated her, thought Nian, observing from the shadows, unable to suppress a note of admiration. Exhausting nearly all her silk, the female Spider-Man finally exhaled in relief, exhausted. As she perched on the exterior wall high above, perhaps due to the solitude of the surroundings, she slightly pulled back the lower edge of her mask, revealing the delicate and exquisite contours of her chin, a small mouth that breathed softly, and a finely sculpted nose. No way, Nian suddenly shuddered. Though only half her face was visible, the female Spider-Man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Chapter 11. For whom tamed? For whom angry in the late hours of the night, the patrons of the CF gradually increased. Yet, many guests, regardless of gender, while savoring their coffee or milk tea, frequently cast glances towards a perfect woman seated at a table in the corner, yet they felt intimidated by her formidable aura, hesitant to approach too closely. Like a captivating scene, Diana rose gracefully from her chair, bidding farewell to Barbara across the table. That is all I wish to say. There is nothing more. So I shall take my leave. It's late, and my child will be worried at home. What? She has a child? The sound of shattered cups echoed throughout the CAF. The men and women at nearby tables, who had intended to approach her, suddenly lost their pretended elegance upon hearing Diana's revelation, their expressions morphing into despair and despondency. Barbara, equally taken aback by this unexpected title, came to grasp Nian's significant place in Diana's heart. Yet, who could have anticipated such a reality? That a deity would become family to a human. Barbara gazed at Diana for a prolonged moment before finally whispering, "You cannot keep this from him forever." "Of course," Diana replied, her flawless visage adorned with a gentle smile. "When he turns 18 and reaches full maturity, I shall reveal everything he wishes to know. The life he desires will be his choice. I respect his decisions. However, for now, I shall not allow anyone to disturb that child's life." As she spoke the final words, a glint of cold resolve flashed in Diana's eyes, and she turned, her boots echoing against the CAF floor as she departed. "He is merely an ordinary human boy." Barbara shook her head in disbelief, reflecting on Diana's previous words, and suddenly chuckled, murmuring to herself, "Nian Prince, how did you manage this? I truly wish for the opportunity to meet you. Why has the child raised by a deity tamed the divine?" As Diana stepped out of the CAF, she looked up at the softly falling snow in the night sky, pondering inexplicably. Is that child now diligently writing homework at the table, or sitting on the sofa watching television, or perhaps already nestled in bed, asleep in his room? Regardless of the circumstances, Diana suddenly yearned to see Nian, to kiss the child's face gently, cradling his body with the same tenderness she had shown over the past 16 years of ordinary days. It dawned on her that she too was engulfed in fear. As she caught the falling snowflakes in her palm, feeling their icy touch, Diana murmured softly. This morning, upon learning that Barbara would show Nian photographs from her war-torn past, Diana realized that her own anxiety mirrored Nian's unease. She feared that once Nian discovered he was a descendant of gods, that he had lived for centuries without aging, he might regard her as a monstrous aberration, potentially shattering the life they had always known. Thus, she chose to conceal her true identity as Wonder Woman. After purchasing a hamburger from a CAF, Diana began her journey home, clutching the takeout bag. Upon seeing police cars stationed on the street below and officers patrolling vigilantly, an ominous premonition washed over her. She hurried into the elevator and arrived at her doorstep, taking a deep breath before unlocking the door. As she pushed it open, a gust of cold wind surged through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, tousling her dark hair. The living room was cloaked in shadows, filled with severely damaged furniture, and the floor bore the evident scars of trampling and cracking. From Diana's perspective, the armor and weapons she had hidden in the ceiling of the living room, the starry crown, the silver bracelets, the sword of the god of fire, the divine shield, and the lasso of truth, were all conspicuously absent. Something was amiss. Diana clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes betraying an unsettling calm devoid of emotion. At that moment, her divine essence seemed to amplify beyond measure. Meanwhile, on the other side, pedestrians were evacuating the smoke-filled battleground of the city. Perched atop a church, Nian wore an expression of incredulity. How could it be her? He gazed intently at the battlefield below, where the female Spider-Man had removed her mask to reveal the lower half of a youthful face. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood friend, Gwen Stacy. if not for the fact that she was currently ensnaring a formidable adversary with webs and was defying logic by sitting on the exterior wall of a 10-meter-high building. Nian might have almost deduced her true identity. Yet, the voice of the female Spider-Man was unmistakably different. Could it simply be a matter of resemblance? Before Nian could ponder further, the battle below shifted dramatically. Suddenly, several resilient strands of webbing snapped, and under the astonished gaze of the female Spider-Man, a few strands could no longer withstand the pressure. Although more webbing remained secured to the building's exterior, it soon succumbed to a complete collapse, pulling the structure down with it. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled, and dust replaced the falling snow. The very building where the female Spider-Man sat crumbled, causing her to tumble unexpectedly. In midair, she was ready to unleash a new web to soar, when suddenly, a massive green hand violently tore through the spider web and the exterior wall, firmly grasping the waist of the female Spider-Man, binding her arms as well. Amidst the dust, a pair of chilling, terrifying green beastly eyes opened. "Let me go?" The female Spider-Man cried out in desperation, but no matter how fiercely she struggled, that hand remained unmoving. The inhuman strength evoked memories of the grotesque figure she had encountered earlier on the rooftop. With a sinister grin, the abomination towered over her, its 3-meter frame rendering the petite female Spider-Man as fragile as an infant. It did not release its grip. Instead, it raised its other hand, encasing the tightly clenched left hand in its grasp. As the monster exerted its strength, the grip constricted inch by inch, diminishing the female Spider-Man's struggles, causing blood to seep from her tightly pressed lips. It was evident that the creature intended to crush her to death. As Gwen, the female Spider-Man, began to descend, her strength to resist waned, and her consciousness began to fade. "Am I going to die here?" she thought unwillingly, remembering that she had not yet donned her white wedding dress. Just then, darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. However, in the final moments of her awareness, she seemingly heard the most familiar voice of a young boy. "Let her go." A sliver of silver light appeared, splitting the inky blackness of the night and the crimson flames in two. The abomination was completely unprepared for an ambush. Even if it had anticipated it, it would not have cared, believing that even heavy weaponry like rocket launchers could not breach its defenses, let alone mere cold weapons. Thus, it merely allowed the sword's tip to magnify in the reflection of its pupils. This time, it was mistaken. With a swift thrust, the antique longsword pierced through the hardened eyelid, shattering the right eyeball within and embedding itself deep into the creature's eye socket. How could this be? The abomination was momentarily stunned, its remaining eye widening in disbelief, fixated on the silver-haired youth who had descended upon its arms. "I am curious. Does the monster know pain?" Perhaps due to the divine nature inherited from his abilities, Nian's countenance remained eerily calm, devoid of any outward emotion. Yet, this very tranquility betrayed the bizarre fury that surged within him. Chapter 12. The collision of imposters. The monster can feel pain? Nian, clad in female battle armor, inquired expressionlessly, his feet planted upon the abomination's raised arms, as he exerted force downward with both hands gripping the antique longsword, driving the intricately patterned blade deeper into the eye socket. With its right eye brutally punctured, the abomination could no longer contain its anguished scream, finally releasing its grip on the female Spider-Man. As she plummeted towards the rubble below, Nian swiftly drew his longsword, sending a torrent of foul, boiling green blood gushing forth. With a swift motion, he grasped the petite waist of the female Spider-Man with his left hand and fled at breakneck speed from the smoke-filled urban battleground. As he and the female Spider-Man dashed several meters away, behind them stood the grotesque figure of the villain, clutching the blood-soaked wound around his right eye, letting out a roar that echoed like a volcano on the brink of eruption. The piercing, terrifying scream manifested as tangible sound waves, causing the air within a 100-meter radius to ripple, while the flames recoiled in fear from the vicinity of the monstrous being. Countless glass objects shattered under the sonic onslaught, and vehicles abandoned on the streets blared their horns in alarm. The wounded villain was genuinely enraged this time. Before Nian and the female Spider-Man could escape 100 meters, he sensed a powerful force hurtling towards them from behind. Turning his head, he was startled to see a military four-wheel-drive vehicle soaring through the night sky of the city. No, there was more than one. Alongside the military vehicle hurled by the villain, there were taxis, vans, and even a massive long-distance bus. 4 or 5 vehicles descended like meteors from the heavens, carrying immense force. Nian, cradling the female Spider-Man and wielding his long sword, leapt forward with remarkable speed, narrowly evading one of the vehicles. The forsaken car crashed violently to the ground, sending sparks flying and debris scattering, ultimately erupting into a fireball. Just as he barely dodged a third vehicle that rolled past him, the space for Nian to maneuver became severely constrained. Before he could catch his breath, a bus, incessantly blaring its warning horn, bore down upon them. The colossal shadow cast by the bus enveloped both Nian and the female Spider-Man, leaving them with no avenue for escape. In that fleeting moment, guided by divine instincts, Nian remained unnaturally calm. He abruptly halted his steps, his feet skidding to a stop, leaving two deep impressions in the ground. Turning to face the oncoming bus, he inhaled deeply and swung his vintage sword with all his might. Whoosh! The air, smoke, dust, and flames before him were cleaved in twain within a mere 3 meters. Simultaneously, the bus was severed, its body split in half with a cut so smooth it mirrored polished metal. The two halves of the bus continued their trajectory, rolling past him and transforming into heaps of flaming scrap metal. Nian's hand, still gripping the vintage sword, trembled slightly as he exhaled a cloud of heated breath. Suddenly, a massive greenish-yellow figure descended without warning behind him, causing the ground beneath to buckle under the sudden weight. It was the villain. Nian's silver-hued pupils contracted slightly as he realized that the earlier act of hurling vehicles was merely a ruse to mask his true intentions. He had underestimated the villain. In a state of extreme rage and wounded in his right eye, the adversary had abandoned his previous recklessness and employed a strategy that few would dare to use in combat. With a twisted, menacing visage, the villain landed and delivered a powerful punch to Nian's back. The air shattered, and the winds were thrown into chaos. The vintage longsword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into the ground, as Nian and the female Spider-Man were forcefully propelled backward by a punch, soaring through the air for 20 to 30 meters before crashing through the outer wall and into the interior of a building. Coughing a few times, Nian rose from the ground, cradling the female Spider-Man in his arms, having absorbed the impact with his own body. He felt a tumultuous surge within him, yet miraculously, he bore no significant injuries from the monstrous blow capable of collapsing skyscrapers. As if a thought struck him, he reached behind his back to retrieve the vintage round shield he had been carrying. The dark golden shield shimmered subtly with a faint energy ripple, quickly fading into silence. Its unknown material bore intricate patterns, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. It is this shield, Nian mused, his eyes lighting up as he recalled nearly forgetting the shield he had brought from home. If that elusive golden rope contained extraordinary abilities, capable of freely extending, transforming, and ensnaring any tangible or intangible entity, and the vintage longsword was sharp enough to effortlessly sever even metal, then surely this shield was no ordinary artifact. Its capacity to withstand and negate the monstrous punch was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, the remaining gear, including the battle boots and bracelets, might also conceal hidden extraordinary powers. Am I clad in divine armor? Nian pondered in awe, finally grasping a fragment of understanding. Now, escaping with the woman was no longer a feasible option. To vanquish the creature before him, this imposter goddess must fully harness the potential of her armaments. Stay away from me. At that moment, inside the building where Nian had crashed, a man in a U.S. military uniform curled up in a dark corner of the second-floor hall, his eyes wide with panic as he beheld Nian and the female Spider-Man. Is it you? Nian instantly recognized him as the soldier who had nearly fallen victim to the monstrous entity, perhaps due to the rampant destruction caused by the creature in the area. The American soldier had been unable to flee and had chosen to hide here, awaiting reinforcements. Without further thought, Nian placed the female Spider-Man on a sofa and instructed the soldier, protect her. The soldier nodded in a daze. He then turned to Nian, who, gripping the dark golden shield, leaped from the second-floor windowsill. The soldier steadied himself against the wall, gazing out the window, and as his eyes followed Nian's figure confronting the monstrous entity, his jaw dropped in astonishment, the foundations of his worldview crumbling and reforming. After a moment of silence, the soldier activated his communicator, his voice trembling as he reported, "This is Zero Zone, the front line. Our forces have been utterly defeated. A mysterious individual is currently engaging the monster. Repeat, someone is battling the creature. Please respond." The communicator crackled with static, a sign of poor reception, yielding no reply. In the streets ablaze with chaos, the monstrous entity was momentarily perplexed by the emergence of Nian. Under its proud and invincible strength, a full-force punch surprisingly failed to annihilate its opponent, let alone inflict severe injury. What rendered the monstrosity even more perplexed was that Nian had the audacity to strike first. This was the utmost humiliation. The night sky of the city once again reverberated with the furious roars of the abomination, transforming it into the most primal, savage, and ferocious beast, charging recklessly towards Nian. Abandoning any semblance of cunning tactics, which were merely the crutches of the feeble human, it relied solely on its indomitable physique. Perched at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, believing it could transcend schemes and technology. This embodied the abomination's unassailable conviction of invincibility. Nian's speed surged, his silver eyes cold and unfeeling, reminiscent of an ancient god reborn. As the impending collision with the abomination approached, he executed a singular maneuver, Shield Bash. Chapter 13. The true unveiling of the artifact. A golden and silver silhouette collided at breakneck speed on the streets of Washington. When the abomination's muscular, sinewy right fist collided with Nian's raised dark golden shield, American soldiers observing the battle from a rooftop would likely never forget the horrifying scene unfolding before them. At the moment of impact between fist and shield, the air seemed to solidify, and half the street was engulfed in profound silence. The stillness was so intense that one could hear the beating of their own heart and the sound of their breath, prompting the survivors to instinctively hold their breath. In the next instant, centered around the green monstrosity and the silver-haired youth, a terrifying, semi-transparent shockwave erupted outward. The ground beneath them was stripped of its surface layer, and the already battered streetlights, windows, car windshields, and glass doors were utterly shattered by the force. It resembled a modern missile detonating on impact, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Despite being nearly 30 meters away, the American soldiers were still thrown backward by the residual wave, their ears ringing incessantly. Their bodies hurled into the living room, pinned down by the overwhelming pressure of the wind. And this was merely the onset of the battle. The abomination's fist pressed against the dark golden shield, exerting relentless force, as the surface of the shield shimmered with a mystical aura, absorbing a significant amount of power and impact. Yet, even the residual force shattered the ground beneath Nian's feet. Nian utilized the shield to counter the abomination's punch, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the long sword embedded at an angle behind the abomination. Without the vintage sword, even the abomination's exterior defenses would remain unbreached. This was precisely why Nian had chosen to take the initiative. He stood firm with the dark golden shield, refusing to retreat, intent on maneuvering past the abomination to reclaim the vintage sword. The abomination seemed to sense Nian's intentions, grinning menacingly, as its other fist descended like a hammer from above. It offered him no chance to escape. Boom! Beneath him, the road surface, riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, forming a circular pit half a meter deep. Nian stood in the center of the pit, his battle boots sinking deep into the ground. Faced with an unprecedented crisis, his body remained upright, hands firmly holding the dark golden circular shield. Just moments ago, he was merely an ordinary high school student. At this moment, Nian's calmness astonished even himself. Perhaps it was the divine essence inherited from his aunt's abilities that rendered his emotions, once characteristic of an ordinary human, transparent. Or perhaps he was simply born to fight. While defending against the frenzied blows of the abomination with his shield, his mind raced to formulate a strategy. Aside from the longsword, what other weapons could he wield? Suddenly, a thought struck him. At that moment, the abomination released its fist, seizing the dark golden shield with one hand, while the other swung menacingly towards Nian's head. Without hesitation, Nian relinquished the shield with his right hand, raising his arm to serve as a makeshift barrier. The enormous green fist struck against the back of his hand. No, more accurately, against the silver bracelet adorning his wrist. A surge of resplendent silver energy emanated from the bracelet, forcefully countering the abomination's punch. I knew it. Nian was elated. With such divine artifacts, this was no jest. When the abomination's strike failed, it suddenly lunged its head forward like a colossal green hammer, launching Nian and his shield 50 meters away. His body skidded across the ground, colliding with the door of a car, which grotesquely crumpled under the impact. That was close. The silver crown, it was supposed to be defensive, wasn't it? Nian struggled to catch his breath, lying flat on the utterly wrecked vehicle, his forehead burning with pain, and promptly removed the silver crown from his head. The surface of the silver crown bore no sign of damage. Its intricately carved patterns exuded opulence, yet as defensive gear, it paled in comparison to the shield and bracelet, which possessed inherent divine protection. However, gazing at the crown in his hand, Nian was soon taken aback. It bore a resemblance to some form of ranged weapon. Could it be? A possibility flickered in his mind as he stood up, clutching the silver crown, and lifted his gaze toward the pursuing abomination. Suddenly, he hurled the crown forward with all his might. Would his aunt scold him if she found out? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! The crown soared through the night, shimmering briefly before transforming into a barely perceptible silver streak. The abomination faltered mid-charge, a droplet of blood emerging from its left eye. As the silver crown circled around its body, spinning before returning to Xinyan's grasp. Observing the crown in his hand, pristine and regal, without a trace of blood, Xinyan felt a chill run down his spine. Who would have imagined? The most resplendent and noble silver crown appears to be the most insidious weapon of darkness. Or perhaps, this is indeed the true way to unlock the divine artifact. After the right eye was reduced to a gory pit, the left eye bore a conspicuous scar. The abomination, filled with loathing, could not accept the unfolding events. It widened its single eye, stained with blood and marred by fissures, while its bloated body roared against the wind. Recklessly charging towards Xinyan, the silver gaze reflected the approaching malevolence. Without hesitation, Xinyan swiftly raised his left arm, adorned with the bracelet, to shield himself. Feeling this might not suffice, he raised his right hand as well. To Xinyan's astonishment, when he crossed his hands in front of him, the bracelets clasped around his wrists collided with one another, seemingly triggering a unique mechanism. The sound of the bracelets ringing resonated, and in that fleeting moment, Xinyan felt the divine power within him ignite and converge towards the point where his wrists met. Buzz! An immense, unknown energy erupted in close proximity to Xinyan. Yet it inflicted no harm upon his physical form. Instead, everything around him, including the dust and the advancing abomination, was violently propelled away by this devastating energy. Bang! 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 The flung abomination crashed into a building behind it, only to burst through the back and continue its trajectory into a second structure. Ultimately, it collided with the outer wall of a third building, coming to a halt as it seethed with rage and frustration, nearly choking on its own blood. Can one imagine? Just as it had reached the pinnacle of its power, believing itself invincible in this realm, a level 70 dared to provoke it. When it sought to subdue its adversary, the latter revealed an ensemble of unparalleled divine gear. Chapter 14. The conclusion of the great battle lying sprawled amidst the ruins of a collapsed building. The abomination could not fathom the current reality, that its body, comparable to the Hulk and perhaps even surpassing it, had been vanquished. This was an outcome that should never have occurred. Roaring in fury, the abomination's voice bore a hint of fatigue. It yearned to tear the foe apart, to grind every morsel of flesh and bone into dust, using the adversary's blood to avenge its own injuries and humiliation. The abomination's malevolent thoughts consumed it. Yet before it could rise again, its left eye, obscured by blood, glimpsed a sudden flash of light amidst its green-tinted vision. Whoosh! The dust cloud enveloping the ruins was pierced by a sword's tip, shattering the sound barrier in its wake. Thus, the sword's point arrived first, followed closely by the sound of its breaking through the sonic barrier. The abomination reacted swiftly, grasping the sword's hilt, but the blade's tip found its way to its throat. The sharp, vintage sword slicing through its resilient skin and plunging deep into muscle, spilling forth blood. All of this transpired with alarming suddenness. At that moment, the abomination finally beheld the silver-haired youth charging towards it. Do you still consider yourself the sole hunter on this battlefield? The silver hair of Xinyan billowed wildly behind him, his eyes devoid of any emotion, fixated with disdain. The moment he chose to confront his foe with a shield, the roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably reversed. As he inadvertently unleashed a surge of power that sent the abomination reeling, reclaiming the ancient sword into his grasp, he seized the initiative in that fleeting moment. Now, emboldened by his advantage, Xinyan was determined to convert this brief reprieve into a decisive victory. I have not taken a life, yet your monstrous nature renders it inconsequential. Xinyan coldly uttered these words, simultaneously channeling the remnants of divine energy within him, along with all his remaining strength, concentrating it into his hands and feet as he propelled the long sword forward with all his might. Sizzling, corrosive green blood gushed forth from the abomination's throat and palms. As the ancient sword gradually pierced deeper, akin to a colossal nail driven into its gullet. Unexpectedly forced into a dire predicament, the creature's single eye widened in disbelief, its initial expression of shock fading into a frenzied, maniacal grin. A foreboding sense of dread washed over Xinyan, yet he could not afford to relent or retreat. Should he squander this opportunity, once the abomination regained its composure, he would find himself unable to slay it, let alone escape. Indeed, he too had unwittingly cornered himself into a perilous situation. Suddenly, the abomination relinquished its grip on the sword, allowing it to plunge deeper into its own body. A move that took Xinyan by surprise. In the next instant, the creature's hands lunged forward, fingers seizing Nian's form and head with a vice-like grip. Almost instantaneously, Nian felt as though two mountains were crushing him together, depriving him of breath. So this is its intent. Nian comprehended the abomination's strategy. In this life-or-death moment, it had forsaken defense in favor of relentless offense. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout his body, each inch of him feeling as if it were on the verge of bursting apart. Enveloped by the abomination's colossal hands, he could not discern its current condition. Even with its throat pierced, could it still evade death? If this continued, it was likely that I would be the first to perish. Nian was acutely aware of this reality, yet he also recognized that the abomination was forcing him to yield. It too must have reached its limits. Otherwise, with its prowess in close combat, he surely could not withstand even 10 seconds. The fact that he had endured for over 10 seconds indicated that its strength was waning. Should he cease his efforts, surrender, then he would indeed be defeated. Gritting his teeth, Nian persevered, exerting every ounce of energy to drive the long sword forward to its hilt before swinging it to the left. Yet, the sword felt as though it were wedged between muscle and bone. No matter how fiercely he strained, he could not budge the ancient sword even a fraction. In the darkened edifice, in a fierce confrontation between Hope and Malice, Hope plunged his long sword into Malice's throat. Malice clasped Hope's body with both hands, and the struggle between the two was on the brink of its conclusion. Yet, until the very last moment, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious or whether they would perish together. Hope's body was on the verge of collapse, his strength waning, and he found himself unable to lift the longsword. Was this the end? Filled with reluctance, he channeled the last vestiges of his strength into the sword. Suddenly, the blade erupted, slicing sharply to the left. Hope was momentarily taken aback, feeling the power drain from his grasp as the sword clattered to the ground. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Malice, nearly decapitated, with only a strip of flesh connecting the throat. The single eye that remained radiated an intense bitterness. Had I truly won? For a fleeting moment, Hope found it hard to believe. He forgot his own exhaustion and stumbled to the ground. Yet, instead of crashing onto the rubble, he landed in a familiar embrace. What do you say? A clear, melodious voice echoed in his ears. Hope's eyes widened as he saw the one person he yearned to see in such dire straits. Aunt Diana, he exclaimed, not even realizing when he had called out in such desperation. Look at what you've done to yourself, Diana chided, her tone laced with mild reproach. I'm sorry, Aunt, Hope replied, his ears drooping in a manner that made Diana both exasperated and amused. Yet, more than anything, she felt a sense of relief for having arrived just in time. We'll talk about this later. Diana, towering at over 6 feet, adorned in resplendent golden armor resembling a knight, acted with unwavering decisiveness as she scooped Hope into her arms in a princess carry. In her mature and statuesque presence, the petite Hope seemed small, his silver hair cascading over the golden armor like a knight and his princess. Well, it doesn't seem too bad, he thought, tugging at his skirt to prevent any accidental exposure, even though no one was watching. Diana cast a glance at Malice's lifeless body before pulling something golden from her own waist, a lasso. With a swift motion, she broke through the remnants of the building above and soared into the night sky with Hope in tow. The lasso ensnaring some enigmatic object in the heavens as they swiftly vanished into the darkness. By the way, Hope, clutching Diana's slender neck, suddenly remembered something. What is it? Diana inquired, guiding him through the air above the cityscape. It's nothing, Hope replied, glancing back. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting silhouette darting between the towering buildings below, shaking his head in response. In the city, where flames and smoke still lingered, the question remained, had it truly come to an end? Gazing at the colossal, slain body of the abomination in the distance, the American soldier remained entranced for an extended period until the communicator in his hand buzzed to life. Support troops are en route to the scene. Surviving soldiers are requested to report the situation. The situation? The target is dead. Is that not a situation? The soldier felt as though he were trapped in a dream. The very creature that had effortlessly decimated their entire unit had ultimately been beheaded. He provided a brief report through the communicator, fully aware that upon returning to base, the subsequent verbal and written accounts would be dreadfully extensive. Yet, to be alive after this night is already a blessing from the heavens. What more could one lament? The soldier turned to look inside the house, startled once more. The living room's sofa was now empty. The female Spider-Man, who had been lying unconscious there moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Moreover, no one noticed that on the outskirts of the battleground city, a slightly smaller green figure, reminiscent of the abomination, lay concealed in the shadows of a building. Sensing the life force of the abomination dissipate, The green giant gazed toward a corner of the night sky, filled with curiosity and a hint of aggression. Ultimately, its form retreated into the darkness behind, as if it had never been there at all. The city pulsed with hidden currents. The events transpiring here, including certain detailed recordings, would soon reverberate across the world in a mere half-hour. Regardless, as this extraordinary battle reached its conclusion tonight, the ramifications that would follow were bound to be profound. Chapter 15. A gift from the gods with a graceful step. Clad in golden battle armor, Diana cradled Nian and elegantly descended from the 100-meter night sky onto her balcony. Due to the shattered glass of the balcony door, Diana continued forward, stepping into a disheveled and dimly lit living room. With a casual throw, she hung her golden lasso from the ceiling. The lasso's radiant glow serving as temporary illumination for the room. Bathed in the golden light, her tall figure adorned in dazzling armor was nothing short of mesmerizing. "What is this attire you are wearing?" Nian couldn't help but gaze in awe, perceiving her outfit as both regal and austere, reminiscent of the goddesses depicted in ancient Greek mythology. Diana calmly regarded Nian and replied straightforwardly, "The battle gear I typically wear while out was taken by you, so I had no choice but to don the spare golden eagle armor at home." "Ah, that makes sense." However, Nian's mind suddenly went blank as he realized he was still in women's clothing, and everything he wore was rather form-fitting. This time, he had truly made a fool of himself. Caught in the act, no less. "How does it feel?" Diana inquired with an enigmatic gaze, appraising Nian from head to toe, her expression a blend of amusement and inquiry. "What do you mean?" Nian feigned ignorance, tugging at the hem of his short skirt in a flustered manner, exclaiming, "Auntie, please put me down." As Diana gently released Nian from her embrace, he suddenly stiffened, feeling as though his very essence had been drained away. The silver hair that had cascaded over his shoulders began to retract, reverting to its original length, the once lustrous strands fading back to a mundane black. The divine silver of his eyes quivered momentarily, transforming back to the ordinary dark brown of a typical human. The extraordinary essence that had enveloped Nian peeled away like a receding tide. Along with it, the weapons and armor he had adorned, the retro longsword, the dark golden round shield, the silver bracelets, the regal crown, and the battle dress, unfastened themselves from him, each piece strung up by the golden ropes above. Instinctively, Nian glanced at the grandfather clock in the living room. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Had his familial powers finally waned after approximately 4 hours? He exhaled softly, lowering his gaze to his attire, which had reverted to the long shirt and casual trousers he had worn earlier, albeit now soaked and drenched in sweat. It felt as though the events of the night had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Yet, as he raised his eyes to behold Diana, clad in her golden eagle armor, and the radiant golden light emanating from the ropes above, the reality of the moment struck him. It had all truly transpired, just moments ago. Diana, in her resplendent armor, exchanged a fleeting glance with the now ordinary Nian, both quickly averting their gazes. The night had unfolded with too many unexpected twists, unraveling the hidden secrets they each bore. Thus, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, guilt, concern, fear, and embarrassment, they found themselves at a loss for words. The living room enveloped in a palpable tension. "You," Diana began to speak. Just then, Nian raised his hand as if to find an excuse and fled towards the bathroom, exclaiming, "I'm filthy, I need to wash up." Leaving Diana alone in the living room, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, which rendered her somewhat forlorn. With a firm slam, Nian shut the bathroom door behind him, leaning against it with a sigh of relief. How would one bear the sudden revelation that their only kin was not human? Most would find it unbearable, but perhaps due to his nature as a reincarnate, Nian felt little disturbance. Even the notion of non-humanity had never shaken his understanding. Yet, perhaps because he had been seen in women's attire, or due to his own misdeeds and the secrets he harbored, he found himself uncertain of how to face Diana. Thus, he chose to evade, if only temporarily. After all, he was but a child. Using this rationale to console himself, Nian stripped off his soiled garments and turned on the hot water in the bathtub, letting his weary body sink into the spacious tub, seeking solace in the warmth. Despite the extraordinary powers having completely departed from his being, the residual energy from the recent confrontation with disdain, along with the fatigue and depletion accumulated within his body, lingered on. As steaming hot water was poured into the bathtub, the humid vapor enveloped the bathing chamber. Submerged in the warm water, Nian exhaled a heavy sigh, allowing the taut string of tension within his heart to finally loosen. He picked up a damp towel and placed it upon his slightly aching forehead, closing his eyes and reclining back in the tub. Just as Nian was emptying his mind and thoughts, a knock resonated at the bathroom door. The clothes for change could simply be left outside. Without opening his eyes, Nian remained motionless in the bathtub. Silence enveloped the space behind the door, but in the next moment, it suddenly creaked open. No need to bring it in, Nian murmured as he glanced toward the entrance. However, that fleeting glance rendered him utterly speechless. Entering the bathroom was none other than his aunt. Yet, at this moment, she was no longer adorned in the golden eagle battle armor. One hand elegantly tousled her luxurious hair, while the other delicately clutched a white bath towel. The towel cascaded from her chest down her legs, obscuring certain aspects while hinting at others. In the hazy steam, Nian was abruptly reminded of a legend. In Greek mythology, Athena was bestowed with all the blessings of beauty, strength, wisdom, and honesty by the gods. The beauty before him might only be granted and shaped by the legendary deities. Although he had seen this countless times, Nian was momentarily entranced, and upon regaining his senses, he hastily used the towel on his forehead to shield himself. "What is there to see since childhood?" Diana remarked, uncertain if she referred to herself or Nian, as she gently closed the door behind her and stepped barefoot into the bathing area. How did you get in?" Nian stammered. Diana offered no reply, instead gracefully approaching the edge of the bathtub, softly instructing, "Turn around and make some space." "Oh, okay." Nian instinctively curled his legs and turned to sit in the corner of the tub. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a splash erupted as the already filled bathtub overflowed with water. Chapter 16. Myth and family steam swirled within the bathroom. The tranquility allowing the faint sound of water droplets from the faucet landing on the surface below to be heard. Is our bathtub really this small? Nian couldn't help but ponder, feeling constrained in the confines of the tub. Diana chuckled from outside. "You've truly grown up. It seems we need to get you a larger bathtub." Nian sensed that he was being underestimated once again and couldn't resist muttering, "Stop treating me like a child. I'm 16 now. According to Washington state law, I'm of legal marriage age." "Indeed, it has been 16 years. How swiftly time passes," Diana replied softly. Nian fell into silence, striving to empty his mind. Diana reminisced. "I suddenly recalled my childhood, my mentor, who was also my aunt." "Mentor?" Hearing Diana recount tales from her youth for the first time, Nian's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed, my mentor. She and my mother resided on an island known as Paradise Island," Diana continued. "It is a realm enveloped by the barrier left by Zeus, the king of the gods. Isolated from the world for millennia, we Amazons dwell on Paradise Island, in peace and simplicity." Diana spoke as if recounting an utterly mundane event. Nian could scarcely fathom that such astonishing secrets of the ancient Greek gods were being revealed in this informal setting at home. Diana went on. "I was originally a princess of the Amazons, cherished tenderly by my mother and mentor, until one fateful day, an aircraft crashed into the sea near Paradise Island. I left Paradise Island for the outside world, which was amidst the turmoil of the First World War. Later, I discovered that the chaos of humanity's war was orchestrated by Ares, the god of war. Thus, I became involved in that brutal conflict, which was a calamity for mankind." Subsequently, Diana not only revealed her origins and background, but also shared her experiences as Wonder Woman during the war and her ultimate decision to remain in the realm of humanity. From an initial admiration for humans to profound disappointment, she had concealed her semi-divine identity among ordinary people for nearly a century, living in human cities. With no detail overlooked, Diana spoke with an air of naturalness, as if imparting common knowledge to her family. Those myths and legends, once untouchable by humanity, now became a light-hearted topic of conversation in the night. Wonder Woman? A princess of a race, daughter of Zeus? Nian was momentarily dazed, astonished by the depth of Diana's identity and heritage. If Zeus were still alive, would he strike her with lightning? Nian couldn't help but wonder. After narrating her identity and experiences, Diana's expression grew slightly complex as she said, "I trust you have come to understand. The woman depicted in the old photograph from the First World War you saw this morning is indeed me. Regarding my identity, I intended to reveal it to you only after you turned 18. It was never my intention to deceive you. I am aware of that." Nian exhaled softly and replied, "You have been protecting me, shielding me from extraordinary phenomena for the past 16 years. Diana fell silent and then inquired, "Do you feel angry or afraid about this?" "Why would I be angry or fearful?" Nian shook his head and smiled. "Even if you suddenly declared that you were a demon intending to devour me, I would willingly accept it. Moreover, you are, after all, a descendant of legendary deities, residing alongside the exquisite goddess and the valiant superhero. What could possibly provoke feelings of anger or fear within me?" Nian, in a moment of abandon, flailed his arms and legs, resulting in water splashing everywhere. What goddess or superhero? Please, calm down, Diana chided as she playfully tapped Nian on the head. Yes, yes, he replied, wincing slightly as he covered his head. Yet, a shared smile emerged on both their faces, dissolving the tension and barriers that had lingered between them. In its place blossomed a harmonious understanding, each considering the other's feelings. Suddenly, Diana remarked, by the way, about you donning my battle attire and rushing outside to confront monsters, I demand a full account. Please spare me. I was just about to explain. Nian raised his hand in surrender and gathered his thoughts. Actually, a week ago, I inadvertently awakened a certain superpower. Without withholding any details, he candidly relayed his understanding of this newfound ability. As Diana listened, her brow furrowed, and a flicker of comprehension danced in her eyes. So, it was during our dinner that this ability was triggered. Indeed, Nian sighed with a wry smile. I never imagined that merely using a water cup as a medium could activate it. A spark of wisdom illuminated Diana's gaze as she expressed her astonishment. This superpower seems to follow a principle of causality. Remarkably, you can even harness the abilities tied to the bloodline of a deity. Diana recalled her previous encounter with a wishing stone. Only artifacts left by the gods possessed such extraordinary effects. However, despite the temporal limitations of Nian's power, it bore no adverse effects, nor did it demand any price. A myriad of thoughts flooded Diana's mind, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she murmured, I mentioned that I would provide you with opportunities to choose your path moving forward. I did not anticipate that you would possess such conditions to consider. What are you talking about? What conditions? Nian asked, perplexed. Nothing. I was merely reflecting on your awakened superpower, Diana replied, shifting the conversation with a question of her own. I find it curious that merely exchanging cups enabled you to master all my abilities within 4 hours. Yet you have not activated the power of the patron. Indeed, Nian nodded. Is there an issue with that? What I am pondering, Diana inhaled deeply, her expression turning serious, is whether introducing additional mediums or altering the existing one may lead to different outcomes. Nian sensed the potential peril in Diana's thoughts. Yet, he had not considered this angle. Could it be that the manifestation of the patron's abilities truly varies with the medium, affecting time or other aspects? Chapter 17, Supergirl. Kara Danvers the following morning, as Kara Danvers, adorned with a pair of austere black glasses and clutching her backpack while slightly bowing her head, stepped through the entrance of the expansive high school, the entire atmosphere of the institution opened up to her. The cacophony of vigorous footsteps and the sound of basketballs bouncing on the school playground resounded alongside the subtle tremors of a hibernating insect nestled in the thicket behind the teaching block. Nearby, students engaged in loud discussions or whispered conversations, while in the distance, the weary yawn of the gatekeeper at the school's rear echoed. Even without deliberate intent to listen, a torrent of auditory stimuli effortlessly infiltrated Kara's ears. She furrowed her brow slightly, discomforting her. Fortunately, it had been over 3 months since she had awakened her super hearing, displaying not a hint of peculiarity. She strode into the teaching building with the same nonchalance as always, in stark contrast to Kara, who instinctively perceived the secrets of those around her. The students in the corridor merely cast her a fleeting glance before quickly averting their eyes. To them, Kara, a girl who neither adorned herself nor possessed a vibrant personality, existed as a mere shadow in the school, a transparent presence. This realization, oddly enough, brought her a sense of relief. She had not drawn the attention of her classmates, and with a light heart, she advanced towards her seat in the corner against the wall, entering through the rear door of the classroom. Gently, she pulled out the sturdy chair, as if fearful of inadvertently damaging it. Only once she was comfortably seated did she exhale a sigh of relief. This cautious ritual was one she enacted nearly every day of school. You've got this, Kara, she silently encouraged herself, a radiant smile illuminating her face. A beauty that even her thick glasses could not obscure, albeit a scene unnoticed by all. Indeed, Kara was a Kryptonian concealed within the mundane world of humanity, the second to survive the cataclysm of her home planet, known as Kara Zor-El. The first Kryptonian, of course, was her cousin, the renowned superhero Superman, Kal-El. As for why Kara appeared more youthful than her cousin, embodying the essence of a 15-year-old girl, it all traced back to the destruction of Krypton. In its final moments, Kara's parents sent her to Earth, intending for her to protect her infant cousin, Kal. Unexpectedly, during her cosmic journey, she encountered a wormhole that cost her over a decade of time. By the time her spacecraft reached Earth, it was already 6 months ago. At that point, her cousin had fully matured into Superman, no longer in need of her guardianship. and instead helped her find a foster family, the Danvers, allowing her to live like an ordinary person in the bustling city. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, she noted that there were about 5 minutes left until class began. She took out her textbook to review in advance, while the continuous sounds of the school reverberated in her ears. Among them, the most prevalent were the conversations and debates among students. However, today, unlike the usual gossip about school couples or famous superheroes, nearly 90% of the students were engrossed in discussions about the morning news. Though it is referred to as morning news, the events unfolded during the previous night. A colossal, greenish-yellow creature emerged in a suburban area of Washington, prompting an immediate military response. However, the armed forces suffered significant casualties. The news report, interspersed with hazy footage from the chaotic scene, depicted the monstrous entity wreaking havoc upon the city and the military with its terrifying strength. Subsequently, the battlefield witnessed the appearances of Spider-Woman, the silver-haired goddess, and the Golden Knight. Among them, the confrontation between the silver-haired goddess and the greenish-yellow creature captured a brief segment of footage, showcasing the clash of shield and giant fist, which incited a tremendous uproar worldwide. Naturally, the most captivating topic of discussion was the silver-haired goddess's triumph over the green monster. I hereby declare that she shall be my superhero idol from this moment forth. Bah! Away with you, for you once claimed your idol was Superman. Who says that adoring Superman precludes one from supporting the silver-haired goddess? Just as fans of Batman can also admire her, for she is undeniably cool, not only among students. Within a mere morning, the silver-haired goddess ascended to become the most celebrated superheroine in Washington. Even numerous teachers at the local high school, particularly the male faculty, were enthusiastically banging on their desks, exclaiming, "Does this imply that the silver-haired goddess resides in the very heart of Washington?" It is hard to say, one teacher rationally analyzed. The others nodded in agreement. Much like Superman and Iron Man, although the public knows they dwell in Metropolis and New York City, respectively, their extraordinary abilities would render their presence on the opposite side of the earth unremarkable. Regardless, she shall forever be my dream goddess. I will purchase all hero merchandise, declared one resolute male teacher. Yet, if only he knew the true identity of the silver-haired goddess, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. The silver-haired goddess, Spider-Woman. The colossal monster, Kara softly murmured, yet remained entirely indifferent. In stark contrast to ordinary people, Kara was only interested in the affairs of humanity. As a Kryptonian, her existence represented the utmost extraordinary within the hidden depths of Washington. Thus, there was little to concern herself with. The class was about to begin. Kara hesitated slightly, filtering through the cacophony of voices in the school, but did not hear the one gentle voice she longed to hear. That person did not pass by the corridor wall adjacent to her seat, as usual. Ding! The school bell rang, signaling the start of classes. Kara quickly glanced towards the upper side of the teaching building, and in her eyes, several walls became inconsequential, revealing a high-level classroom. In the crowded room filled with students, 2 seats were conspicuously empty. Just a moment ago, the male teacher, who had been discussing the purchase of hero merchandise, approached the podium with a thermos in hand and explained, "Today, 2 students, Nian and Gwen, have taken a day off due to illness." Illness? Just yesterday, he appeared perfectly healthy. Kara furrowed her brow, increasingly aware of the hushed whispers among the students in the classroom. What a coincidence that both would take leave simultaneously. It seems my suspicions were correct. They might truly be a couple. Does this mean I have no chance? You never had a chance to begin with. Alas, my goddess Gwen. Hearing the heartfelt lamentations of several students, Kara's heart involuntarily quivered. Chapter 18. Visiting the sick. Gwen's room a sleepless night. Nian lay in bed, watching as the night outside his window gradually surrendered to the cold light of dawn. After all, the events of the previous night had been overwhelmingly intense. The extraordinary mysteries he experienced surpassed all those of his 16 years combined. Furthermore, in the bathroom, when his aunt mentioned his awakened ability as the Master of Kin, her attitude was neither disapproving nor dismissive of his strange power. On the contrary, she appeared eager to explore the triggering conditions and limits of the Master of Kin's abilities. Seemingly seeking an opportunity for him to experiment with his powers, her curiosity palpable. Thus, it wasn't that Nian couldn't hold back. The theory was simply too enticing. His body unconsciously raised its hand, as if yearning to contribute his thoughts. Nian was uncertain whether his aunt noticed this while rinsing the shampoo from his hair. He only recalled her parting words in the bathroom. "Nian, what kind of person do you wish to become? There is no rush to answer this question. When the time is right, I will offer you the opportunity to choose. Regardless of your choice, I will support you." Nian pondered throughout the night. unable to grasp the meaning behind his aunt's words regarding choice and support. What choice? How would she provide support? Or perhaps, he dared not consider the implications of his power as the master of kin, realizing that its true efficacy could only be realized with the assistance of an extraordinary counterpart. Yet, this assistance required a series of stringent triggering conditions akin to a passive skill. If no suitable extraordinary partner was present, he could not utilize it as a conventional ability. Therefore, his aunt's notion of support could not merely be. Recalling his aunt's proactive suggestion that liquid could serve as a medium, and that the more mediums present, the stronger the effect, Nian felt a heat rising within him. Which was indeed the true reason he had not slept a wink all night. Fortunately, due to concerns about potential after-effects of his ability, his aunt had promptly informed the school, securing him a day off. Coincidentally, he learned that Gwen had also taken a day off from school. The image of the half-visible face of the female Spider-Man flashed through his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Nian suggested to his aunt, "Gwen has caught a cold. I shall visit her after lunch." Diana, well acquainted with Nian's childhood companion, readily agreed. "That sounds fine, considering the proximity." She surveyed the disarrayed living room. "I need to arrange for someone to come over and refurbish the living area, adding some new furnishings. It shouldn't pose any inconvenience, should it?" Nian expressed his concerns. The remnants of shattered footprints on the floor, the alarming holes, and the furniture and window sills he had forcefully broken were clear indications of damage beyond ordinary wear and tear. Coupled with the robbery incident that had transpired the previous night across the street, it could very well expose them. "No, it won't," Diana replied with poise. Dressed in an exquisitely intellectual white blouse and tailored trousers, exuding elegance and calm. "I still have some connections. I know whom to enlist for this matter." Relieved, Nian felt a surge of curiosity about what sort of connections his aunt possessed. After lunch, Nian donned his winter coat and ventured towards Gwen's residence. It was merely a short walk across a pedestrian street, less than 100 meters, before he arrived at the neighboring community. The security guard on duty recognized him, greeting him as he opened the gate. "Nian, it's been a while since you last visited, hasn't it?" Indeed, it had been quite some time. Nian shrugged. During his childhood, visits were frequent, but in recent years, Officer George had grown increasingly vigilant, almost as if he were suspecting Nian of harboring criminal tendencies. Soon, he found himself at Gwen's door, and as he pressed the doorbell, a wave of unease washed over him. Fortunately, perhaps luck was finally on his side. As a gentle female voice floated from within, "Coming." The door swung open, revealing a woman in her late 30s. Despite the faint lines around her eyes, her figure retained a graceful allure, and she bore a striking resemblance to Gwen. It was Gwen's mother, Mary Jane. "Nian, you're here." In stark contrast to Officer George's demeanor, Mary beamed with delight upon seeing him at the threshold, eagerly pulling him inside. "Come in quickly. It's cold outside. I heard Gwen is unwell, so I came to check on her," Nian said as he changed into house slippers on the carpet, casting a glance around the room. Rest assured, Mary seemed to sense his scrutiny, winking as she added, "Gwen's father went out last night and has yet to return." "Ah, I see," Nian replied, uncertain of how to respond. "Madam, your hairstyle is rather precarious," he remarked jokingly. Mary continued, "Gwen woke up with a fever this morning. I've already given her some medication, so she should be sleeping in her room now. Given that, I shall take my leave," Nian said, glancing at the closed door to Gwen's room. "Let her rest." "What do you mean by disturbing?" Mary retorted lightly. Mary waved her hand to interrupt his words and urged, "You've arrived just in time. Please, go in and see her." She gently pushed Nian to the door of Gwen's room, imparting a significant reminder, "Rest assured, the soundproofing in the room is excellent. Nothing that happens inside will be heard from outside." "Well, I am merely here to visit," Nian corrected. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Of course, just a visit. An in-depth visit, as long as you don't catch anything," Mary implied with a strong undertone. Before opening the door and gently pushing Nian inside, closing it behind him. One might wonder, is this truly Gwen's biological mother? Nian chuckled ruefully, suddenly finding Officer George to be relatively normal by comparison. He lifted his gaze. Gwen's room was much as he remembered, clean, tidy, with a faint, pleasant fragrance. There were plenty of dolls, truly a young girl's room, and the photographs on the shelf had noticeably multiplied. Many of them were pictures with him, cherished mementos that he himself had not developed. Nian couldn't help but glance a few extra times before his gaze settled on a corner of the room. A beautiful girl with golden hair resembled Sleeping Beauty, quietly lying under a snow-white down comforter, her delicate mouth and nose producing steady breaths. Though her tender cheeks were slightly flushed, reminiscent of a baby's, Nian approached the bedside, lowering his voice to call out, "Gwen, Gwen?" Yet, Gwen did not respond, seemingly lost in slumber. After confirming that his hands were not overly cold, he gently brushed aside her golden locks, resting his palm on her forehead, feeling a slight warmth radiating. Although the temperature was not high, she was indeed burning with fever. Silently, Nian withdrew his hand. His visit to Gwen was twofold. Firstly, a genuine concern for her health, and secondly, to discern if there was a connection between Gwen and the female Spider-Man he had encountered the previous night. At this moment, it seemed he had misjudged. Indeed, how could his childhood friend Gwen possibly be the formidable Spider-Man swinging through the city's heights? Nian shook his head, however, as his gaze lingered closer to the girl, noticing her slightly parted lips, perhaps due to her fever, which appeared even more rosy and alluring than usual. He was suddenly struck by an idea. Could it be a misjudgment? Wouldn't a simple test reveal the truth? Chapter 19, Band-Aid. The old butler to activate the power of the beloved one. The simplest and most direct method would likely be a kiss, fulfilling the prerequisites for intimate contact while allowing for the exchange of bodily fluids. With the thought of it might be worth a try, Nian gazed at the peacefully sleeping Gwen, gently resting his hands on the bed, leaning in slightly closer. As he approached within a breath's distance of her doll-like, exquisite face, he could feel the warmth of her breath caressing his skin, accompanied by an irresistibly sweet fragrance. At this moment, our dear Gwen was feigning sleep. Late last night, upon returning home from the battle zone of disdain, I fortuitously encountered my mother knocking at the door. At that moment, Gwen, clad in her female spider suit, narrowly avoided exposure. Fortunately, she swiftly concocted a pretext of feeling unwell, refraining from opening the door. This morning, she cleverly utilized this excuse to remain at home and recuperate. Although she sustained injuries in yesterday's skirmish, her robust constitution ensured that none of the wounds were life-threatening, allowing for a swift recovery. However, what Gwen never anticipated was that Nian would come to visit her during class, and her mother would unceremoniously usher him into her room. With no alternative, Gwen feigned sleep, concealing her predicament. The flush on her forehead, resembling a fever, was solely a result of Nian entering her room, causing her body temperature to rise steadily. At that moment, despite her pretense of slumber preventing her from opening her eyes, Gwen could distinctly sense Nian sitting at her bedside. Leaning closer, his gaze fixed intently on her face. No, on her lips. What on earth is happening? The young girl felt a bit bewildered, remaining silent while her hands, hidden beneath the duvet, clenched tightly. Meanwhile, a flicker of hesitation crossed Nian's eyes, causing him to pause momentarily before lowering himself completely. Gwen's body stiffened slightly as a warm, subtle sensation brushed against her forehead, only to vanish almost immediately. Nian quickly straightened up, casting a furtive glance at the closed door, his fingers brushing against his lips, where a lingering warmth remained unmistakable. What am I doing? Nian chuckled bitterly to himself. Despite their childhood bond and camaraderie, she was still a girl, and kissing her on the lips was utterly inappropriate. Yet, the heat emanating from Gwen's forehead confirmed without a doubt that she was indeed feverish. A pang of guilt stirred within Nian as he reached out to adjust the duvet over her. At that moment, something caught his eye, a set of band-aids. 3 band-aids, initially concealed beneath the covers, had fallen to the floor when he tugged on the duvet. What is this? Nian picked them up and noticed they bore signs of previous use, yet the areas they had covered remained pristine, devoid of any blood or dirt. Suddenly, memories of their childhood flooded back. Gwen had a penchant for adorning herself with band-aids, particularly on her nose, feigning injuries while proudly declaring her intent to protect him. Band-aids, however, are of no use against a cold. Silly girl. Nian smiled softly, pocketed the 3 band-aids, and stepped out of the girl's room with a measured pace. Oh, so soon? Outside, Mary, who had seemingly been eavesdropping, appeared quite taken aback. Nian's forehead was adorned with exaggerated lines, as he emphasized, "Auntie, I assure you, I only came to visit." "Is that so?" Mary sighed, her face unmistakably etched with disappointment. "Madam, what exactly are you anticipating?" Nian lamented in exasperation, continuing to exchange pleasantries with Mary while evasively declining her repeated invitations, eventually making a hasty exit from the Gwen residence. Little did Nian and Mary know. Within the confines of the closed room, the moment Nian departed and shut the door, the girl on the bed, feigning sleep, swiftly sat up. Her face was flushed, and she gasped for breath, her hands pressed against her still heating cheeks, while steam began to rise from her forehead where Nian had touched her. The girl, momentarily stunned as if her mind had short-circuited, frantically threw aside the covers to search for something. It was gone. The adhesive bandages had vanished, and Gwen was on the verge of tears from embarrassment. Those 3 bandages were remnants from the previous night when she had hastily removed her spider suit. They were left on her bed due to the sweat that had accumulated while wearing the tight costume. Normally, she would use 3 adhesive bandages to avoid discomfort when donning the suit, but in her rush to change, she had neglected to dispose of them. The thought that Nian might have taken them sent her into a panic, burying her face under her pillow as steam hissed from the back of her head. No, I can't face anyone. Upon returning home, Nian exited the elevator only to be greeted by numerous staff members clad in identical uniforms, entering and exiting his abode with alarming efficiency. In the midst of the chaos in the living room, which was undergoing a terrifying renovation, stood an elderly gentleman with graying hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, directing the workers with methodical precision. Upon noticing Nian's entrance, the gentleman promptly removed his hat and bowed slightly, greeting him with polite warmth. You must be the young master of the Prince family? Young master? Nian was taken aback. It was the first time anyone had addressed him in such a manner. Unsure whether to nod or shake his head, he replied, I am Nian Prince. That is correct. The gentleman responded, his eyes deep and kind. My name is Alfred Pennyworth. It may be somewhat difficult to remember, so you may call me Butler Alfred. He offered his business card, having deftly retrieved it from his suit pocket. As Nian took the card, he sensed an air of decorum that seemed almost out of place for a mere butler. Despite his station, Alfred exuded a refined elegance that was ingrained within him, eliciting an instinctive fondness from Nian. Such poise was not easily feigned. It was cultivated over years, perhaps decades, within a distinguished family. The information inscribed on the card further affirmed this notion. On the business card, the name Wayne Industries is prominently displayed. Chapter 20, An Invitation from Batman. Wayne Industries. This name is undoubtedly recognized by all, symbolizing immense significance and value. Although Wayne Industries is often overshadowed by Stark Industries in the realm of technological advancements showcased at world expositions, this only serves to highlight its undeniable reservoir of superlative technology. Moreover, in contrast to Stark Industries, which primarily focuses on chemical engineering, metal forming, satellite communications, military applications, and artificial intelligence, Wayne Industries, backed by the Wayne Consortium, also engages in financial investments, pharmaceuticals, civil aerospace, railways, shipping, and even the expansive fields of video games and toys. It is often said that nearly half of Gotham's industries are owned by the Wayne Consortium, a statement that is likely not made in jest. Thus, Wayne Industries, the consortium, is genuinely a titan on the global stage. Is this the network my aunt referred to this morning? Seemingly sensing the thoughts swirling in Nian's mind, Alfred, the butler, waved his hand, prompting all the staff to discreetly exit the room. With a smile, Alfred continued in a gentle tone. I am here on behalf of Master Bruce Wayne, the head of the Wayne family, to meet Miss Diana and discuss some matters. Before he could finish, the door swung open, and Diana entered with an air of elegance and nobility. Miss Diana, Alfred said, bowing slightly with profound respect in his eyes. Hello, Diana replied with a slight nod, calmly glancing at Alfred before taking Nian's hand and sitting down on the sofa in the living room. Make yourself comfortable. Very well. Miss Diana, I shall not be impolite, Alfred said, taking a seat on the opposite sofa, maintaining an upright posture as if he were a steadfast pine. Please, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need to hide anything from Nian. Indeed, I understand, Diana echoed her previous statement. Alfred's gaze shifted to Nian, revealing a flicker of surprise as he organized his thoughts before continuing. Originally, Master Bruce intended to come in person. However, urgent matters in Gotham have prevented him from doing so, thus he arranged for me to come in his stead. Nian furrowed his brow slightly. The name Bruce Wayne is as renowned as Wayne Industries itself, for he is the current heir to the Wayne Consortium, holding the economic lifeblood of Gotham City in his hands. Yet, similar to Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, Bruce's reputation leaves much to be desired. Often regarded as a notorious playboy, Alfred continued, Master Bruce wishes to explore the possibility of establishing a collaborative relationship with Miss Diana. If you are amenable, Miss Diana, you may relocate at any time to any residence in Gotham, and Master Nian will have access to the finest education, healthcare, and other premium services available. Collaboration? What kind of collaborative relationship? Nian inquired with curiosity. Bruce Wayne, known as Gotham City's Batman, was the subject of Diana's explanation beside him. She elaborated that he recently envisioned the creation of a league comprised of exceptionally gifted individuals, and thus sought her counsel regarding potential collaboration. Oh, now it became clear to Nian. This revelation left Alfred, the butler, momentarily speechless. Typically, One would expect an overwhelming excitement from anyone privy to Batman's true identity. However, this child appeared as though he were merely hearing commonplace news, devoid of any profound astonishment. Little did he know that just last night, Nian's family had dealt with mythological matters as if they were mundane household affairs. In comparison, what was Batman's true identity? The notion of collaboration and forming a league was merely a simplistic idea at this point. Young Master Bruce himself was uncertain if this concept would ever materialize, as finding such extraordinary individuals was no simple task. Alfred smiled and declared, "Nevertheless, we are willing to spare no expense in hopes that you, Miss Diana, will consider relocating to Gotham City." He emphasized that this was not merely his promise, but that of young Master Bruce and the entire Wayne Enterprises. At this juncture, Alfred's pride was palpable, and none would question or resent it. If he were not proud, he would not deserve to serve as the highest steward of Wayne Enterprises. The commitment of Wayne Enterprises could sway even a nation's president. Diana, however, remained composed and did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Nian and inquired, "Nian, what are your thoughts?" "Me?" Nian was taken aback. Alfred, too, paused, his gaze toward Nian shifting. Prior to this meeting, he had perused numerous documents, aware that Diana was a woman of true intellect and decisiveness. Yet now, in the face of such a significant matter, she had repeatedly sought this child's opinion, as if Nian were the true master of the household. This left Alfred astonished and bewildered. At that moment, Nian suddenly understood. Diana, his aunt, was offering him a choice. Should Nian agree to Alfred's proposal, he could immediately move to Gotham City, enjoying the finest education, entertainment, and healthcare services, all under the benevolent care of Wayne Enterprises. Even if he chose to be complacent for the rest of his life, he could lead a life of extraordinary privilege and affluence. However, Nian gently shook his head, indicating his rejection of the proposal. "Why?" Alfred asked, perplexed. "Young Master Nian, do you not yearn for the life in Gotham City? With the support of Wayne Enterprises, you could obtain nearly everything you desire." Nian continued to shake his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Alfred, you misunderstand my intentions. I do indeed long for the life in Gotham City. Frankly, the prospect of receiving the support and commitment of Wayne Enterprises is something that very few could resist." "But why then?" Alfred's confusion deepened. "I refrain from allowing my choices to influence those of my aunt. Your desire for our family to relocate to Gotham City stems from your appreciation of her capabilities, rather than my circumstances." Nian spoke calmly, expressing, "If my aunt genuinely has an interest in your alliance, I would wholeheartedly welcome her involvement, without the need for any assurances or favors from Wayne Enterprises. Conversely, if she chooses not to partake, no matter the allure of your offerings, I cannot accept your proposal." "I see." Alfred, the butler, reflected thoughtfully, his admiration for Nian evident in his gaze. "That is precisely my sentiment." Diana, who had remained silent until now, softly interjected, "At present, I find myself disinterested in Bruce Wayne's envisioned alliance. Thus, I must apologize." "Not to worry," Alfred replied with a smile, rising to take his leave. "I shall convey your sentiments to Master Bruce." "Alfred," Nian suddenly called after him, saying, "Thank you for renovating my home. When the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness." "This is my promise." The youth spoke with utmost sincerity. Alfred nodded, acknowledging that he would remember this. Chapter 21. A Cat. A fortuitous encounter. One more morning dawned. Nian donned his winter attire suitable for outdoor activities as he made his way to school. The final day of the week before the annual Christmas holiday commenced the day after tomorrow. Schools across the country would soon be closed for an entire week of festivities. As he passed through the intersection, he did not encounter Gwen as he typically would. He wondered if she was still on sick leave. However, as he approached the corner by the community, a small orange creature bounded forth from the park's grassy expanse, startling Nian considerably. Perhaps due to the recent events that had opened the door to the extraordinary, he found himself on edge, grappling with a heightened sense of awareness and fatigue. Cautiously, Nian scanned the area and spotted a diminutive cat crouched on the ground, less than a year old, its frail body adorned with orange fur indicating its breed. Just a small orange kitten, he thought, releasing a sigh of relief mixed with a hint of self-deprecation. He had become rather sensitive lately, with a world so vast. How could one so easily encounter the extraordinary? "Are you hungry?" Nian observed the kitten, noting its lack of a collar and its pitifully dirty appearance, suggesting it was likely a stray abandoned in the park. After a moment's contemplation, he dashed to a nearby convenience store and purchased 3 sausage sticks before turning back. Upon seeing Nian approach, the little orange cat swiftly retreated into the underbrush, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes filled with caution. "This is edible, see?" Nian unveiled the packaging before savoring one of the sausage sticks, placing the remaining two on the ground before the thicket. As the class hour approached, Nian did not linger for long. Upon stepping beyond the confines of the park and glancing back, he noticed the grass in the distance swaying vigorously, while the sausages on the ground had mysteriously vanished. A knowing smile crept across Nian's face as he continued his journey to school. Amidst the grass, a pair of emerald vertical pupils quietly observed Nian's departure. The little cat licked its paw, and its tiny belly showed no sign of having grown. The two sausages, along with their packaging, had completely disappeared without a trace. At the school entrance, Nian encountered Gwen, who had also just arrived. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of mutual surprise. "Gwen, how is your cold?" Nian inquired as he approached her. However, Gwen suddenly puffed out her cheeks, seemingly ignoring him, and quickened her pace into the school. Nian was left bewildered. What could be the reason for this? The thoughts of young girls are indeed perplexing. Shaking his head in confusion, Nian decided to dismiss the matter. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to pursue her, quickening his steps. Yet, the faster he chased, the quicker Gwen ran ahead. The two of them raced into the teaching building. At that moment, a girl in the corridor called out to Nian, "Senior, could you please stop for a moment?" He raised his gaze to see a girl around 15, a junior student. Her golden hair was pulled back into a rather unflattering ponytail, with several strands haphazardly falling over her forehead and face, coupled with a pair of thick black-framed glasses. Her averted gaze gave her the appearance of a reclusive individual, a mere shadow in the school, or perhaps the perfect target for bullying among her peers. Nian had no particular recollection of this girl, but out of courtesy, he gently asked, "What can I do for you?" The girl hesitated, biting her lip, then mustered her courage to say, "Senior, my name is Fusey. We met at the opening ceremony." A realization washed over Nian as he recalled the opening ceremony, where this girl had stood alone in a quiet corner of the crowd, perhaps reminded of his own childhood experiences before meeting Gwen. He had felt compelled to approach her and explain some of the school's policies and regulations. However, that encounter had occurred nearly half a year ago. "You remember me?" the girl exclaimed, her eyes suddenly brightening as she lifted her head slightly, fixating intently on Nian. Her earlier hesitation seemed to dissolve as if she had finally resolved to speak her mind. Whether it was an acute intuition or the instinctive sixth sense of women, Gwen, who had paused at the end of the corridor, felt an ominous premonition at that moment. She wanted to intervene and interrupt Caradan's impending words. Yet, sensing Gwen's intention to interject, Caradan clenched her fists tightly, her tone hastening with newfound determination. "Senior, I like you. Please go out with me." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated throughout the corridor. Nian gaped in astonishment. Just a moment too late, Gwen's beautiful eyes widened in shock. And moments later, the students in the corridor erupted into a clamor. The joys of youth. A passing teacher turned a blind eye, shaking his head in bemused contemplation. The bell rang. With a cacophony, the vast high school campus came alive as a throng of students poured out of the classrooms. Most of them engrossed in discussions about the silver-haired goddess and the morning's confession incident, apart from a few who were conversing about classes and lunch. Childhood sweethearts? The most popular and the least popular? Surely, this would make the school news weekly. Fortunately, a week-long holiday awaited after today. As the male protagonist of this event, Nian packed his belongings and exited the school early. Behind him, Gwen, clutching her backpack with one hand, hurriedly caught up, completely forgetting her earlier embarrassment. With an indignant tone, she inquired, "Nian, you didn't actually agree to the confession of a girl you just met, did you?" "It wasn't our first meeting." Nian corrected her. "Consider it our second encounter." "Second? That's an exaggeration," Gwen exclaimed in alarm. "Don't worry, I didn't agree to her," he reassured. "But you didn't refuse either." Nian paused, gazing earnestly at Gwen. "You know, confessing in public takes a considerable amount of courage." I haven't yet figured out how to respond to her bravery and determination. Upon saying this, he added apologetically, "I'm sorry, Gwen, for inadvertently dragging you into this. It really has nothing to do with you." Gwen stared blankly at Nian's retreating figure, her soft, supple lower lip unknowingly caught between her teeth. "It's not nothing," she thought to herself. Chapter 22. The emergence of Nian as the sun dipped below the city skyline. Dusk set in, accompanied by a light snowfall. On his way home, Nian passed by the park and glanced at the lawn. The little kitten that had been nestled there in the morning was nowhere to be found. "In this biting winter, good luck to you, poor creature," he exhaled, feeling the reassuring heft of the sausage in his pocket, and stepped away, wrapped in his jacket. However, when Nian returned to the entrance of his apartment building and saw the elevator doors open, a bold line of text appeared above his head. What are you doing here? Nian's expression turned to one of confusion. Inside the elevator, a small orange cat was curled up in the corner, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Upon his arrival at the elevator, the little orange cat yawned, stretching its paws to rub its sleepy eyes, displaying an innocent demeanor. Nian was taken aback. How did this cat know he lived here? No, this must just be a coincidence. Nian feigned ignorance, stepping into the elevator and selecting his floor. During the ascent, several residents entered, and to prevent the little kitten from being trampled, Nian chose to stand protectively in front of it. The elevator began its ascent, with passengers coming and going. Amidst this, Nian stole a glance at the small orange kitten nestled on the floor. It appeared well-behaved, making no sound. Eventually, they reached the 16th floor. Yet Nian remained still. Suddenly, the now alert little orange cat rose and dashed between his feet, exiting the elevator. Could it be? The corners of Nian's mouth twitched slightly as he stepped out and beheld the quiet kitten sitting at his doorstep. What on earth was going on with this cat? I'm back, he announced as he entered his home. Diana, upon seeing Nian enter with the kitten, was momentarily taken aback and curiously inquired, "Did you bring it home?" "Dear aunt, I must ask you first, did you find it?" Nian questioned wearily. "No," Diana replied decisively, shaking her head. "Over the years, aside from picking you up once, I have not rescued anything else." That was true, Nian thought, scratching his head as he observed the little orange cat comfortably entering the house. Hesitantly, he asked, "Aunt, can we adopt it?" Given that it had arrived, and considering the harsh winter outside, he found it hard to turn it away. "I have no objections," Diana nodded, "but you must be prepared to care for it." "Of course. In fact, I have wanted a cat for quite some time," Nian replied, smiling as he lifted the little orange kitten. Without a second thought, he declared, "From now on, your name shall be Little Emperor." The kitten blinked, oblivious to the casualness of the name. Diana, embodying the essence of a caring aunt, smiled and urged, "You should go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon." "All right, let us wash together, Little Emperor," Nian decided, carrying the kitten into the bathroom. In the tub filled with warm water, the kitten, surprisingly unafraid of water, perched at the edge as Nian applied shower gel to its soft orange fur, soon coating it in a layer of white foam. As he washed its belly, Nian turned the kitten over, gently massaging its soft, pale underbelly, and couldn't he help but murmur, "Little Emperor, it seems you're a female." The kitten, with its eyes still squinted, suddenly became irate and fiercely bit Nian's finger. The small, sharp teeth pierced his skin, and a drop of blood fell onto the bathroom floor. "Little Emperor," Nian yelped in pain, quickly retracting his finger, realizing it had acted wrongly. The kitten looked at Nian's bleeding finger, displaying an oddly human-like expression of regret. "All right, it's not your fault. Just be more careful next time and don't bite indiscriminately." Nian offered comfort and guidance, gazing at his bloodied hand, tainted with cat saliva, as he intended to cleanse it with water. Suddenly, his body trembled. Wait, this sensation jolted Nian into awareness. His eyes widening as an eerily familiar yet foreign feeling engulfed him. His brown pupils, typical of an ordinary human, abruptly shifted to the glimmering coldness of eerie vertical slits. The master of the kin had awakened. "Nian?" Hearing his voice echo from the bathroom, Diana swiftly yanked the door open. Almost instantaneously, a grotesque tentacle, barbed like a spear, lunged towards her face. Diana reacted with remarkable speed, evading the strike, and turned to peer into the bathroom. There, she beheld Nian, bare and standing in the bathtub, from whose back sprouted several terrifying, thrashing tentacles, each adorned with vicious barbs. In the corner of the bathroom, a small orange cat squatted, its eyes sparkling with intrigue as it observed Nian's monstrous transformation. What on earth transpired? Diana pondered, her mind swirling in confusion. "I'm not quite sure myself. The little prince bit me, and now this is what I've become," Nian replied with a wry smile, glancing at the tentacles that twisted and writhed manically behind him. Was it the blood and saliva acting as a catalyst that triggered the master of the kin's powers? Diana's gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the floor and the small orange cat, still incredulous. How could a mere cat do this? Suddenly, one of the tentacles instinctively recoiled and lunged toward Diana's back, clamping down with a grip akin to a gaping maw. Diana's heart raced as she felt an overwhelming, terrifying suction force erupt from behind her. She wrestled against it, managing to escape the tentacle's gravitational pull, but her clothing was instantly shredded, revealing a form sculpted to perfection. Not just one tentacle, but 7 or 8 others twisted and writhed, consuming towels, shower gel, the mirror, and the water in the bathtub at a visible speed, clearing the bathroom of all its contents in less than half a second. The small orange cat leaped into Nian's arms, narrowly avoiding disaster. One tentacle coiled around Diana's slender waist, and Nian could distinctly feel a delightful sensation akin to a tongue's touch. Wait, why was it reminiscent of a tongue? Firmly grasping the tentacle to prevent being engulfed by its black hole, Diana hesitated to pull at it too forcefully, fearful of injuring Nian. After a moment's thought, she swiftly deduced, if this was indeed the cat's ability, then it must also now belong to you. Nian, try to control it. I'm trying. Nian gritted his teeth, closing his eyes. In the enveloping darkness, the sensations brought by the tentacles became vividly intricate. Gradually, the tentacles extending from his back began to calm, and the one entwined around Diana's waist slowly loosened its grip. Chapter 23, The Devouring Beast, a farce of truth at the dining table. Oblivious to the calamity he has unwittingly caused, the little orange cat indulges in its portion of meat, displaying behavior typical of any ordinary kitten. Seated beside it, Nian is clad only in trousers, his torso bare. Behind him, Diana, now dressed in a fresh set of loungewear, softly inquires, "How do you feel now?" "I have an overwhelming urge to consume everything," Nian replies, gazing at the food laid out on the dining table. "Then go ahead and eat." Diana steps back slightly. Taking a deep breath, Nian's back suddenly splits open, revealing a grotesque maw, reminiscent of a gaping, bloodthirsty abyss, from which 8 tendrils grotesquely elongate. They surge forward, devouring not merely the food but also the plates, cutlery, and tablecloth in a singular, swift motion, all completed within the span of a second. Once the tendrils retract, Nian appears as ordinary as before, save for the flickering, soul-devouring azure light in his pupils. "How do you feel?" Diana's delicate fingers glide across Nian's back, continuing her inquiry. "I feel nothing at all," Nian replies, patting his stomach. "The things the tendrils consumed earlier haven't even reached my belly." "Then it must be correct." Diana nods, glancing at the cheerful little orange cat. "It is a devourer beast." "A devourer beast?" Nian blinks in surprise. "Indeed, it is a species from outer space, which my mother once mentioned, though not in great detail. All I know is that while it resembles a cat from Earth, it possesses terrifying abilities, capable of consuming vast quantities into a dimension unique to its kind. Such a species is exceedingly dangerous." Diana squints, pondering aloud. "I wonder why this extraterrestrial species has appeared on Earth." "Is that so?" Nian reflects. "I find the little prince to be less perilous than anticipated. If it were truly dangerous, it would have used its devouring abilities on me the first time we encountered it in the park. Furthermore, just now in the bathroom, it merely nipped me like an ordinary cat without employing its powers." Diana queries, "Do you intend to keep it with you?" Nian gazes at the small orange cat on the floor. "Since it is an alien species, wouldn't it be more perilous to leave it outside? If we keep it close, we can at least guide and teach it." "That's a valid point," Diana concedes. She contemplates further. "If the devourer beast truly harbors affection or even dependence on you, it could provide protection or serve as a conduit for its abilities." "And what are your plans for tonight? Can you fully control the tendrils?" Diana poses a question. "Perhaps not," Nian shrugs. "As soon as I approach anything, the tendrils instinctively yearn to devour it, much like the habitual act of breathing. This devouring instinct is not easily controlled. It mirrors the semi-divine abilities he previously acquired from his aunt. These powers were not innate to Nian, but rather suddenly bestowed upon him, rendering the switch of such abilities hard to manipulate at will. Uncertain, I wonder if 4 hours will suffice." Nian feels a bit unsure. This time, it is not the indirect activation of abilities as before, but rather a direct exchange of fluids with the devourer. If this persists throughout the night, he might as well forget about sleeping. Lying in bed, he could find himself consumed and exiled to an unknown dimension in the blink of an eye. Who could withstand such a predicament? "I do have a method," Diana suddenly interjected. Next door to Nian's room, the air within this chamber was rich with a unique violet fragrance. Nian lay beneath an ice-blue duvet, his upper body still bare, though subtly shimmering with a faint golden glow. A golden lasso bound Nian's body, entwining his arms and encircling his torso. Diana, now donned in a delicate camisole, reclined on the adjacent bed, perusing archaeological texts under the dim, warm light of the bedside lamp. "I said, Auntie, is this what you refer to as a solution?" Nian, immobilized, felt overwhelmed. He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Hurry up and sleep," Diana instructed. "Very well," Nian responded, closing his eyes. It had been quite some time since he had shared a bed with his aunt. How comforting, he thought. In the soft, dim glow, his aunt, clad only in a thin camisole, revealed her alluring curves, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. Who could possibly sleep under such circumstances? What's wrong? Diana continued to flip through the pages of her book. Nothing, Nian was about to deflect, but the words that escaped his lips were, "Auntie, you are truly beautiful." In an instant, the air in the room fell eerily silent. Diana's hand froze mid-page, her stunning visage slightly stiffening. Nian's mind went blank. Had he just said that? "You," Diana's cheeks tinged with a blush. She replied, "Don't take it to heart. The lasso binding you is the truth lasso. Anyone ensnared by it will reveal their true thoughts when questioned." "Oh, is that so?" Nian chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could vanish beneath the bed. Not take it to heart. How could he not? How was your day at school? Diana deliberately shifted the topic. Under the constraint of the truth lasso, Nian candidly replied, "Nothing much." Gwen inexplicably got upset. Also, a younger girl named Carla confessed her feelings for me in front of everyone. A subtle silence enveloped the room once more. Diana, lost in contemplation, paused before gently asking, "So, do you like that girl?" Nian continued, unhesitatingly revealing his truth. "I've only met her twice, so I can't say I like or dislike her. However, I do have a favorable impression of her." "You are indeed at an age for romance," Diana remarked, closing her book with a faint smile. "If you find a girl you fancy, be sure to seize the opportunity." Suddenly, Nian stated, "I think my aunt is quite wonderful." Diana's body trembled slightly. She set aside the archaeological tome in her hands, reached out to extinguish the bedside lamp, and calmly uttered in the darkness, "It's time to sleep." Nian remained silent. Was that final utterance a truth compelled by the binding power of the divine lasso? Was it only after disregarding their relationship that such words could be spoken? He was uncertain. All Nian knew was that it was precisely what he wished to convey at that moment. Chapter 24. A desire to take you to New York morning arrived at 7:30. Nian stood before the mirror, gazing intently at his pupils as they shifted from feline slits back to the ordinary brown of a human. He attempted to grasp a new bar of soap, and to his relief, the tentacles that had previously threatened to consume him did not manifest as they had the night before. His devouring ability seemed to have vanished. He exhaled in relief. Yet this unexpected turn of events provided him with a deeper understanding of his power as a master of abilities. 12 hours. Should he engage in liquid exchange directly with the opposite sex, he would be able to acquire their abilities within half a day. This was a significant increase compared to the previous 4-hour duration, a threefold extension in efficacy. Beside him, the drowsy little creature known as the devouring beast, Xiaowang, regarded Nian in the mirror with a peculiar expression. In its unique perception, seeing Nian transform into one of its kin and revert back again brought about a tinge of disappointment. Would another bite return him to his original form? Xiaowang was tempted to try. Seemingly sensing its intention, Nian sternly cautioned, "Xiaowang, you must not bite me indiscriminately again. Otherwise, you shall face a day without food." The little orange cat-like creature's ears drooped immediately, its tail swaying in a dejected manner. And he had left the house. Nian, feeling both bored and somewhat pleased, reclined on the living room sofa. So much had transpired over the past few days. He preferred this leisurely, ordinary life of a regular person. Let those who wish to save the world do so. He was no superhero. After lying there for a while, he decided to pick up his phone and scroll through Facebook. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. He had thought the discussions and topics would gradually fade away over a day or two. However, he was taken aback to discover that the fervor surrounding the Washington Battle Zone incident had surged online, with a deluge of targeted news reports and a remarkable level of public discourse. Numerous individuals had taken the footage of him and dragged during battle, mostly from behind, and transformed it into a myriad of avatars, covers, or memes. Nian held his breath, staring in disbelief, and finally exhaled, "No way." The only stroke of luck was that he had not revealed his true identity that night. The videos circulating online and in news reports were either too distant and unclear or merely captured his back. No one knew that the new superhero, the silver-haired goddess, who had vanquished the monstrous abomination, was merely an ordinary Chinese-American high school student of the male gender. The only ones privy to the truth are Aunt Diana, the female Spider-Man, and the now-deceased abomination. Yet, upon witnessing his cross-dressing photographs inundating every corner of the internet, Nian felt as if his toes were about to gouge a hole into the sofa. What constitutes a grand social death scene? This indeed. Nian swiftly opened Twitter, only to find his classmates uniformly posting about their desire to hold the sword wielded by the silver-haired goddess and publicly declaring their fandom. His last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Moreover, what was that comment from a classmate about wanting to be trampled underfoot? To add insult to injury, a male teacher from their class had surreptitiously changed his Twitter avatar to Nian's cross-dressing photo as a subtle expression of admiration. Nian's lips twitched in despair. There was no redeeming this world. Perhaps it was time to consider annihilation or relocating to another planet. With an expression of utter disillusionment, Nian slumped on the sofa when suddenly, a private message pinged on Twitter. Weakly, he opened it. Gwen, what are you doing? Nian, in a state of self-isolation. Gwen. She quickly sent a second message. All right, I'm no longer upset with you. Nian was at a loss, still unaware of what had caused her irritation that morning. Gwen, however, you must promise me one thing. Nian, what is it? Gwen, accompany me on a trip to New York. New York? Nian was taken aback. Washington and New York were not too far apart, merely 300 to 400 kilometers in a straight line, with efficient transportation options like trains and buses making the journey feasible in as little as 3 hours. Nevertheless, they were different cities, even for shopping. It seemed implausible to venture that far, did it not? Nian, are we going there to shop? Gwen, of course not. Have you forgotten? At the end of this semester, in January, our class is organizing a group trip. The instructor has already designated New York as our destination. As class president, I wish to take advantage of the current holiday to scout the area and plan the itinerary. Fearing that Nian might decline, Gwen hastily added, you know, it's not very safe for a girl to travel alone. Very well, Nian acquiesced. Gwen, then it's settled for today. Let us meet at the train station at 10. The earlier, the better. Today? Nian furrowed his brow, having anticipated that Gwen would plan the trip after Christmas, not before. However, it made sense. Christmas Day and the following days were reserved for family gatherings, making long-distance travel impractical. As he contemplated this, Nian was preparing to rise from the sofa to make travel arrangements when another private message chimed in on Twitter. This time, it was not from Gwen. Kara, good morning. Senior. It was Kara Danvers, the new classmate he had added yesterday. Good morning. Nian replied, I apologize for not responding yesterday. I have given it considerable thought. You are indeed a wonderful young lady. However, I lack any experience in romance or dating, and thus cannot accept your confession. He felt a sense of relief. Yet his phone remained in hand when another message arrived. Then let's try going out on a date. A date? Nian was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, another notification from Kara popped up on Twitter. How about today? At the train station. Nian felt overwhelmed. Before him stood two girls, none other than Gwen and Kara. Today, Gwen was dressed in her signature beige jeans, paired with black knee-high boots and a snug hooded jacket. Her radiant golden hair, short and vibrant, gave her an air of both professionalism and an uncommon coolness for a girl, embodying what students would refer to as a striking goddess type. As for Kara, upon first glance, both Nian and Gwen could hardly recognize her. Today, she was devoid of her usual black-rimmed glasses and had left her hair down, the soft waves of her dark golden locks cascading over her shoulders and lower back. When she slightly lifted her chin, her youthful and sweet visage was revealed. She wore a pair of simple white canvas shoes, and despite her ordinary coat and long pants, her natural beauty shone through, making her an exceptionally youthful and charming girl. The juxtaposition of these two distinct styles of beauty instantly captured the attention of many travelers at the station. However, upon noticing the boy standing between the two young ladies, the onlookers quickly shifted to expressions of shared indignation. What an injustice! As the train slowly departed from the platform, heading towards New York, Gwen and Kara sat across from one another, their gazes locked with an ambiguous hostility. Unbeknownst to Nian, who was seated between them with his backpack resting on his knees, the zipper had slightly opened, revealing a tiny orange head peeking out. A kitten? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. When did you get a kitten, and an orange one at that? It's named Little Emperor. I found it in the park yesterday. Nian is out, so I thought it best to keep it with me. Nian explained, gently massaging the kitten's soft chin with his thumb, eliciting a contented expression from Little Emperor. I always wanted to adopt a kitten, Gwen said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. After all, who could resist something so adorable? Yet, from the moment Kara laid eyes on Little Emperor, her sapphire blue eyes revealed an unusual glint. Let me hold it, Gwen said, extending her hand towards the tiny orange creature. However, before her fingers could reach Little Emperor, the kitten's fur bristled, and it swiftly retreated back into Nian's backpack. Through the narrow gap of the backpack zipper, an ominous darkness revealed a pair of eerie, slit-pupiled eyes glowing with a ghostly azure light. Gwen shuddered, instinctively retracting her hand as the fine hairs on her body bristled, akin to a beast's primal response. Clearly, both the person and the creature were taken aback. As an ordinary individual, Nian remained oblivious to Gwen's unease. What is there to fear? She is my friend. While admonishing the Little Emperor, Nian smiled at Gwen, reassuring her, don't mind it, Gwen. This little fellow is quite wary. It won't allow anyone near except for me. It's fine. I'm all right. Gwen shook her head, her gaze irresistibly drawn back to Xinyan's backpack, her eyes swirling with profound apprehension and astonishment. The spider's sensory abilities distinctly perceived that in that fleeting moment, it had experienced an overwhelming illusion of impending consumption. Was it truly an illusion? All right, I'll take the little emperor to the restroom for some water. It gets a tad anxious when thirsty. With that, Xinyan departed with the backpack. As Gwen watched Xinyan's figure vanish into the train's restroom, her attention shifted from the small orange cat to her serene junior beside her. Speak up. What is your true intention? Senior, what do you mean by intention? The radiant sunlight streamed through the train window, illuminating Kara's originally dark golden hair with a pristine platinum sheen. The youthful beauty inquired curiously, is wanting to go on a date with Senior Xinyan considered an intention? Shameless. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly, a brief flicker of indignation crossing her face, before she lowered her voice to say, you may deceive others, but not me. You are clearly, Gwen, Senior. Kara narrowed her eyes slightly and stated bluntly, you are not an ordinary person, are you? So what if I am? With the other party revealing her cards, Gwen readily admitted her truth. From the first moment she laid eyes on Kara at school, a profound sense of crisis surged within her, a feeling not born of rivalry, but a deeper, more unsettling dread that made her very being tremble. Regardless of your intentions, you may approach me privately. Xinyan is merely an ordinary person. Gwen quietly clenched her fists, prepared for confrontation against Kara. Kara merely brushed her hair aside, her small face adorned with seriousness as she replied, Senior, my standards for a partner are quite normal. Personally, I have no interest in you. As for Senior Xinyan, if you, an extraordinary person, can be friends with him, why can't I aspire to be his future partner? It seemed rather reasonable. Gwen's delicate brows arched slightly, sensing Kara was not to be trifled with, yet the latter appeared to harbor no ill will toward Xinyan. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Gwen inquired, what do you think of that cat? It is far from an ordinary feline. Kara responded earnestly, not quite. It should be said that it merely possesses a semblance of a cat's appearance. In truth, regardless of internal attributes or race, it bears no relation to the earthly species of cats. Kara gently propped her cheek with her hand, pondering, this is my first encounter with such a creature. Its skeletal and visceral structure is remarkably peculiar, resembling a mobile miniature black hole. Is it not perilous for Xinyan to be alone with it? Gwen immediately rose, casting a worried glance towards the silent train restroom. Rest assured, Senior. Kara blinked, addressing the metal barrier of the restroom. I have been observing since earlier. That creature is quite docile with my Senior, indistinguishable from an ordinary kitten. You can see through it? Gwen exclaimed, turning to look at Kara, recalling her earlier analysis of the kitten. If she could not see through it, how could she possibly discern the creature's internal conditions? She must have perceived that I am not an ordinary person. Of course. Kara nodded matter-of-factly, gesturing towards the restroom. Look, Senior Xinyan is currently inside. Close your eyes. Do not look any further. Gwen's face flushed crimson as she covered Kara's eyes with her hand, preventing her from peering into the restroom. Kara instinctively raised her hand to gently push Gwen away. Yet, with a thud, Gwen collided heavily against the back of the opposite seat, her expression one of surprise. How could such slender and fair arms possess such formidable strength? This time, Kara was also startled, hastily apologizing. I am sorry, Senior. I did not control my strength well. I can only say, fortunately, it was directed at me. Gwen exhaled, brushing off the dust from her clothing and rising unperturbed. Shortly after, Xinyan returned to his seat, cradling a bag containing the little orange cat, astonished at the playful interaction between Gwen and Kara. Their camaraderie appeared even more harmonious than he had anticipated. Upon Xinyan's return, Gwen and Kara swiftly resumed their composure, sitting calmly in their seats as if nothing had transpired, each reverting to her aloof, elegant demeanor and the image of the girl next door. Xinyan was utterly perplexed. Wait, why is the back of the chair in front of me dented? Regardless, the train continued its steady course, drawing ever closer to its destination, New York. Chapter 26, The Illusion of a Battlefield in New York. Renowned globally as the economic capital, New York is characterized by its towering skyscrapers and dazzling billboards. Today, it is another seemingly peaceful day, or so one might think. On the bustling streets, local sirens resonate every half hour, permeating the air with an atmosphere of fervent liberty. In truth, ever since Tony Stark publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man over a year ago, New York, home to Stark Industries, has experienced a considerable degree of tranquility. After all, the criminals here are uncertain whether the billionaire heir might suddenly don his dazzling iron suit and descend from the heavens at supersonic speeds to send them soaring to meet their maker. Although it is well known that Tony Stark seldom intervenes in petty crimes like bank robberies, the sheer desperation of facing such an insurmountable power, which offers no chance of escape, instills a sense of dread in many criminal organizations. This aligns perfectly with the contemporary slogan, in 2011. Technology makes the world a better place. Iron Man stands as the sovereign of an epic-defining technology. His immense deterrent as a superhero is, to a certain extent, more formidable than that of an urban police force. At this very moment, Tony Stark, known by titles such as Iron Man, the Playboy, and the Billionaire, is situated in a renowned bar in New York, surrounded by a bevy of scantily clad dancers and models. Tony, can we not meet in places like this when discussing serious matters? His friend, Colonel James Rhodes of the U.S. military, remarked with exasperation. As he endeavored to navigate through the throng of women to reach Stark's side, his pristine officer's uniform starkly contrasting the environment. Yet, the colonel's rank was sufficient to intimidate many, as the women began to disperse from Stark's magnetic presence upon Rhodes's arrival. Changing the venue was out of the question, a possibility that would forever remain elusive. And you, can you not refrain from wearing that outfit? It disrupts the ambience, Stark quipped, casually swirling a glass of red wine. I just managed to sneak away from the base, Rhodes replied, though he accepted a glass of wine from a passing server and raised it in a toast with Stark. The lights dazzled, and the music thumped vibrantly. After a few sips, Rhodes appeared entranced, swiftly embracing the moment. What brings you here in the middle of the day? Stark inquired nonchalantly. Oh right, I almost forgot the main matter. Rhodes jolted, adopting a serious expression as he leaned closer to his friend, lowering his voice. Haven't you been searching for individuals with extraordinary talent or incredible powers over the past 6 months? Indeed, that is the case, Stark replied candidly, revealing his aspirations to establish a superhero team without concealing it from his friend. Had Rhodes not possessed a military background, which often hindered his ability to act independently, he would undoubtedly be among those Stark sought. How is that progressing? Rhodes asked with curiosity. Fairly well, I suppose. I have identified 2 or 3 candidates, Stark responded. His tone still casual, yet Rhodes discerned an underlying frustration. In truth, Stark had only truly found one candidate, and only recently at that. The other 2 were suggested by the director of SHIELD. Fortunately, the individual he had identified possessed intellect and strength beyond compare, a singular point of solace for Stark. Do not be deceived by the vastness of the world. Individuals possessing abilities that transcend the ordinary are indeed quite rare. What are your thoughts on the newly emerged superhero in Washington, the silver-haired goddess? She has vanquished the Hulk's abomination, Rod inquired with keen interest. Of course, that very evening I had Jarvis conduct a search. Stark shrugged, narrowing his eyes, and remarked, although the information is scant, I can ascertain that she resides locally in Washington. Amidst the bustling crowds of Times Square, adorned with Christmas decorations, the festive spirit enveloped the city. Nian, what do you think of this? Gwen, donning a Santa hat, tugged at Nian's sleeve. Looks good, he replied. Senior, how about mine? Kara chimed in, touching the reindeer bell around her neck, which rang out a clear, melodious sound. Looks good, Nian affirmed. The entire outing was a delightful jaunt led by Gwen and Kara, accompanied by the ever-dutiful Nian, transforming the vibrant commercial streets into a picturesque scene. While being surrounded by these charming young women was indeed enjoyable, Nian remained focused on the matter at hand. Upon reaching an intersection, he suggested, all right, I will take this street while you 2 head that way. Gwen's smile faded. Why? Kara questioned, confusion evident on her face. Gwen, have you forgotten? You came here in advance to conduct tourism research, Nian pointed out. The streets are so vast, we could never explore them all. Why not split up? You and Kara will ensure each other's safety. Gwen's mind went blank. She had never anticipated that her earlier reasoning would lead to her own predicament. Senior, Kara began, but was met with Nian's smile. Then I entrust you with this, Kara. Look after each other's safety. Kara's mouth opened slightly, wanting to argue that he was the one truly unsafe, but she could only reluctantly agree. All right, then it's settled. Nian, carrying his backpack, walked alone down one of the streets, leaving the 2 young women, Gwen and Kara, exchanging bewildered glances. How had the situation evolved into this? As Nian strolled along, capturing photographs with his phone, he wandered until a particular building caught his eye. It was a memorial museum. Adult visitors with their children were frequently entering and exiting, with some children clutching plastic 5-pointed star shields, their eyes brimming with excitement and wonder. Observing this distinctive scene, one could easily discern the nature of the museum, the Captain America Museum. As the first superhero ever conceived in human history, Captain America's influence in this nation is undeniable, even though he has been lost to the annals of time for over half a century. Nevertheless, within the military, many American soldiers continue to regard him as the quintessential idol of valor. Years ago, I had merely heard of it, and now, for the first time, I stand before the Captain America Museum. This is indeed a landmark for tourists in New York. As I, Nian, hesitated at the steps leading to the museum, contemplating whether to venture inside, a tall young man emerged from within. Dressed in casual trousers and a jacket, he wore a cap with a brim pulled low, slightly bowing his head, obscuring his features. However, from my vantage point on the steps, I had a clear view of him. "Mr. Rogers?" I exclaimed in surprise. The young man paused, gazing at me, and nodded slightly. It was none other than the very figure commemorated by the museum. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Chapter 27. The beginning of the New York night adventure in a New York park. The surface of the central lake was adorned with a delicate layer of transparent ice, shimmering under the sunlight. On a wooden bench by the lakeshore, the young man and I sat side by side. In a teasing tone, Steve turned to me and said, "Thank you for not shouting just now. Otherwise, I might have been surrounded by onlookers again. That is certainly not something I wish to experience. I prefer to avoid drawing too much attention." I shrugged, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Captain, I thought you were dead?" "I was just excavated from the ice of the Arctic not long ago," Steve replied, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Perhaps neither of us regarded the other as particularly extraordinary, which allowed for a natural and easy conversation to unfold. "You mentioned disliking excessive attention," Steve mused. "In my era, everyone yearned for the focus of others' gaze. Has the younger generation changed?" "Times have indeed changed, Captain," I replied, suppressing a desire to critique his statement, ultimately rephrasing it. "In fact, the intensity with which people seek attention today is far more exaggerated than in your time. I do not wish for attention. I simply prefer a tranquil and peaceful daily life." Upon hearing my words, Steve's youthful and handsome face momentarily registered surprise. "Captain, I am genuinely curious. If given another chance, would you prefer to be an ordinary person or a superhero?" This question seemed to momentarily catch Steve off guard. After a brief pause, he softly responded, "I think after having been a hero, I would like to be an ordinary person. Alas, it is too late for that now." Despite appearing to be merely in his early 20s, the weariness and melancholy etched on his face resembled that of a centenarian. Yet, calling him a centenarian would not be entirely inaccurate. I gleaned the essence of what Steve sought to convey. As a superhero, one often acts for the world. As an ordinary person, one does so for a particular individual. And when that individual is absent, while the world persists, many things lose their significance. "Why would you ponder such a question?" Steve inquired, casting a perplexed glance at Nian. "It's nothing, just a fleeting thought," Nian replied, shaking his head. This inquiry would indeed become one of the greatest dilemmas he would face in his future. The choices his aunt spoke of stemmed from this very place. The extraordinary versus the ordinary. A mere moment's hesitation could alter everything. "Nian, Senior." Two voices called out from behind him, and Nian turned to find Gwen and Kara approaching. "How did they find their way here?" "Kid," Steve suddenly patted Nian's shoulder, his tone laden with significance. "As someone who has walked this path, I must remind you to cherish the present and take care of your health." "Captain, you've misunderstood," Nian replied, a hint of amusement tugging at the corner of his mouth as he wondered why Captain America was always so serious. "I hope to see you again, Captain." He waved goodbye, rising from his chair and making his way towards Gwen and Kara, his backpack slung over his shoulder. "Nian, who were you chatting with just now?" Gwen asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced towards the distant chair. Nian turned back to look, but the figure of Captain America had already vanished from the lakeside bench. "Just someone I encountered on the way. We exchanged a few casual words," he replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Gwen blinked, skepticism evident in her eyes. Yet she chose not to press further. Kara, standing nearby, wore a contemplative expression. As Nian and the girls continued their leisurely stroll, they soon realized that night had fallen. Once darkness enveloped the city, New York, the city that never sleeps, pulsed with even greater vitality. For the youthful hearts, brimming with burgeoning emotions, the night presented a perfect opportunity for miracles, particularly while traveling, providing an excuse to rest in a different locale for the evening. It was indeed the ideal time and place. In a local hotel in Queens, New York, Nian raised his brow at the front desk, incredulous. "What? Only one room left?" After a moment's thought, he decisively placed his bank card on the counter. "Then I shall take it." "Nian, is that really appropriate?" Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson behind him. The situation felt a bit too bold for her. "Senior," Kara fidgeted, her hands clasped nervously, as if hesitating to voice her thoughts. What are you two thinking? Nian scratched his head and instructed, tonight, you both will stay here while I find another hotel nearby to rest. The two young ladies were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The hotel staff gaped in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. Please, just be reasonable. After ensuring that his childhood friend Gwen and Junior Kara were settled in, Nian exhaled a sigh of relief. With his backpack, from which a small orange cat had occasionally peeked, he ventured out onto the street outside the hotel in search of accommodation. Beneath the veil of night, neon lights shimmered, and the bustling streets thrived with activity. Nian blended into the crowd, while, at the same time, in a corner of the same street. In the dim, damp, and foul-smelling alley devoid of illumination, a puddle of unknown stagnant water suddenly began to wriggle of its own accord. The viscous black, gelatinous substance exhibited a semblance of life, rolling quietly into the shadowy corner, as if lurking and observing the passers-by from the street outside. Was there a suitable human host for it to parasitize? The ambiguous entity, restless and anxious, whispered in a hoarse tone, lacking any discernible limbs or brain, merely a mass of black liquid, the source of its murmurs a mystery. At that moment, a boy with a backpack strolled past the alley's entrance. The black liquid creature surged violently, racing along the alley's walls in a frenzied pursuit of the youth. Suddenly, Nian stumbled, a sensation akin to a gentle push on his back prompting him to glance over his shoulder, finding no one behind him. Was it merely an illusion? Nian mumbled to himself, unaware that within his backpack, a pair of feline eyes were intently fixed on a specific part of his body. Soon, he discovered a second hotel not far from where Gwen and the others were staying, its entrance featuring a revolving door. Approaching, he reached out to push the door, but as he stepped into the inner space of the revolving door, his body suddenly convulsed violently. An unfamiliar sensation surged from within, flooding his mind. What was happening? He widened his eyes in confusion, astonished to see his hands, along with his clothes, rapidly dissolve like a snowman in summer. Countless droplets of black liquid cascaded down, viscous and stringy, tethered to the original mass. In an instant, Nian was reduced to a puddle of black liquid, collapsing to the ground alongside his backpack. Chapter 28. The triune entity, Nian emerges. The revolving door effectively separated the interior of the hotel from the bustling street outside. Within the compartment, a dark mass of liquid squirmed on the floor. A suffocating, oppressive sensation engulfed Nian's body and mind. Difficulty in breathing? No, it was an inability to breathe. In that moment, he felt utterly unfit for existence on this planet. Undoubtedly, the power of the Master of Kin had been triggered, transforming his body through some transcendent force. If this continued, would he perish? Like a boiling liquid, Nian lay on the ground, his entire being writhing restlessly. Meow? The sound of a cat caught Nian's attention. From the zipper of his fallen backpack, a small orange kitten emerged. It was little Huang. Nian trembled. And in that instant, as if driven by instinct, the black liquid that he had become lunged forward, enveloping the little orange cat, swiftly merging and adhering to its small body. At the hotel front desk, welcome. The front desk attendant noticed the revolving door swing open and instinctively glanced up, only to be met with the sight of a small, entirely black kitten. Where did this stray cat come from? She thought, promptly rushing forward to shoo it away. The black kitten paused momentarily, then, with remarkable agility, seized a backpack from the ground and dashed out onto the bustling street beyond the still-turning door. On the lively avenue, pedestrians swiftly stepped aside, their gazes fixed on the unexpected black kitten as it disappeared around a street corner, carrying the backpack. Some time later, atop a 5-story building, the backpack lay abandoned to one side, while the black kitten perched on the rooftop railing, lost in thought as it gazed down at the shimmering neon-lit modern streets below. Who am I? I am a symbiote. No, that's not right. I am a venomous creature, in my juvenile form. No, none of this is correct. The anthropomorphized black kitten cradled its head in its paws, struggling momentarily, before its eyes gleamed with newfound wisdom. I remember now. I am Nian Prince, an ordinary human high school student residing in downtown Washington. What has happened to me? Taking a deep breath, the transformed Nian sensed a cacophony of disjointed voices swirling in his mind. A raspy, malevolent voice demanded, what is the matter with this human body? Why is he in control? How infuriating, how lamentable. Meanwhile, a tender, innocent voice inquired, Nian, are you all right? Oh dear, I can no longer control my body. I've been confined to a dark little room. Everyone, be quiet. Let me think clearly. Nian massaged his temples and crouched down to organize his thoughts. Through the sharing of mental information, Nian quickly comprehended the nature of the changes occurring within him. It all began with a voice in his mind, that of a symbiotic entity known as Venom, hailing from a distant planet in outer space. Venom had inadvertently arrived on Earth via a spacecraft belonging to a biological research company in New York. As a symbiote, it could not survive independently and could only thrive within another organism. Venom discovered that certain human physiques were particularly suitable for symbiosis and, after a search, ultimately chose Nian as its host. Then came the more intricate issues. Symbiotes are devoid of gender, yet, in a certain sense, they embody both male and female traits. When the symbiote bonded with Nian, it naturally established a profound connection. Furthermore, during the merging of liquid and host, an exchange occurred, triggering Nian's latent powers. He thus acquired the characteristics and abilities of the symbiote Venom, which explained the earlier incident of his body transforming into a black liquid. From that point onward, it is simply understood that, driven by its instinctual need to bond, Nian coexisted within the small orange cat, Little Emperor. In simpler terms, Venom has parasitized Nian, and Nian, in turn, has become a host to the Little Emperor. Three distinct species, symbiote, human, and the devourer, have inadvertently fused into a singular entity, with Nian assuming the dominant role. However, the thoughts of both Venom and the Little Emperor can be shared and communicated. Humanity possesses such extraordinary capabilities. In this shared consciousness, the symbiote Venom has come to understand the current circumstances and, with a hint of confusion, inquires, "Since you have become a symbiote, why am I still able to reside within you?" Typically, symbiotes can only engage in combat and consume one another. Coexistence is not an option. Nian sighed, beginning to comprehend the situation. He had indeed acquired the abilities and characteristics of a symbiote, yet at his core, he remained human. Thus, the current state of being, a triad of symbiote, Nian, and the devourer, had emerged. It is the first time I have encountered such a fusion of three species. Venom's raspy voice reverberated within Nian's mind. Suddenly, it exclaimed, "Wait. Although I cannot exert control, I can sense that this body we have formed through parasitic coexistence is exceptionally powerful." Powerful? Perhaps that is an apt description. Nian's lips twitched as he glanced at the pudding-sized cat paw, unsure of how to articulate the current state of his body. It felt as though he were enveloped in a dark shroud, with white lightning-like patterns adorning his lower abdomen. "Exactly. This is it," Venom exclaimed with excitement. "With this, we can defeat those adversaries." Nian tilted his head, quickly grasping the meaning behind Venom's words through their shared consciousness. There were more symbiotes that had descended upon Earth. Not just Venom. There were three others. These three symbiotes were hostile towards Venom, driven by a strong colonial instinct, seemingly intent on subjugating humanity to lead their kin in an invasion of Earth. Once again, the destruction of Earth. When will it ever cease? Have the inhabitants of this planet somehow wronged you? Nian rolled his eyes, feeling a sense of annoyance. Just then, the small black cat's body trembled slightly, as if sensing something. It turned to look behind him, where, on the opposite side of the building he occupied, a model was scaling the outer wall. The model moved stiffly, like a marionette, her eyes vacant and her bare hands covered in brown barbs. "She is one of my kind. As symbiotes, we can sense each other's locations." Venom warned loudly in Nian's mind. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Nian's limbs propelled him like a bolt of black lightning as he fled. Upon noticing this, the model pursued with inhuman speed, her arms' brown barbs expanding like two massive, grotesque hammers aimed at the diminutive cat's body. In midair, the black cat suddenly turned, a devilish grin spreading across its face. Its tiny tail whipped back, slicing through the air with a sharpness that transformed it into a sword, a 4-meter-long blade, 10 times the size of its own feline form. Two heavy hammers cleaved the body in a perfectly smooth manner. The parasitic model, startled, never anticipated that the toxic venom derived from the Earth's small feline could wield such formidable power. Just as she contemplated retreating, a pitch-black, frigid sword, 4 meters in length, descended, severing the model from head to toe. Chapter 29. The Terrifying Trinary Entity Washington. Late at night, the daylight lamp within the room still illuminated the space. Diana, clad in a cozy beige long dress, sat gracefully upon the living room sofa, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. Leaning beneath the warm glow of the table lamp, she immersed herself in reading books on archaeology and law, exuding an air of intellect and nobility that seemed to envelop her like a halo. Yet, despite her engrossed focus, Diana occasionally lifted her gaze toward the door, fully aware that Nian would be staying in New York tonight and would not return. Nevertheless, she found herself instinctively repeating this behavior, which she herself found bewildering. Was it simply a matter of habit? A habit formed from the years of Nian returning home daily, exuberantly calling her Andy, and circling around her to share tales of joy or sorrow. A habit cultivated over 16 years of a warm and ordinary life. A habit of having Nian by her side. Am I truly feeling lonely? Diana mused, slightly astonished, as she gazed at the tranquil emptiness of the living room. It was clear that prior to meeting that child, she had lived alone in the human world for decades. After such a lengthy period of solitude, why, after just a single day, did she now experience an unbearable sense of loneliness? Yes, loneliness. The goddess, descended from the bloodline of ancient Greek deities, seemed to possess little profound understanding of this sentiment, for a fate destined to endure through the ages is inherently solitary. Yet, it was evident that loneliness comes in varying degrees. Diana placed her book back on the shelf and gracefully made her way to the room, Nian's room. Without turning on the built-in lights, she settled beside the bed in the tranquil darkness, slowly reclining. Her softly curled hair cascaded over the bed in a splendid bloom, while Diana's delicate hands gently enveloped the down comforter, drawing in the familiar scent of the boy. Beneath her elegant white gauze gown, her ivory-like legs instinctively tightened before gradually relaxing. What might that child be doing now? Diana's cheeks flushed slightly, and she naturally closed her eyes, drifting into slumber on Nian's bed. New York, Queens. Venom. I never said I would kill her. The trinary entity's venomous feline, Nian, widened his beastly eyes, momentarily suspended in the air above the rooftop, gazing at the model, now cleaved in two by the armed sword formed from his tail. This was no longer the one-sided acquisition of an ant or the powers of the devourer. In this unique circumstance of parasitism upon parasitism, Nian simultaneously possesses the formidable abilities of both Venom and the devourer, internally controlling the parasitic symbiote of Venom while externally manipulating the host body of the devourer. The complexity of mastering his own form has escalated to unprecedented levels. Fortunately, Nian is not alone in this chaotic exploration of his powers. The consciousness of Venom and the devourer acts like a secondary system to the mainframe, providing timely reminders of Nian's inherent capabilities and suggesting optimal courses of action. Indeed, this represents a true triad of synergy. This explains why Nian was able to respond with remarkable precision and adeptly employ the transformative abilities of the symbiote, morphing his tail into a formidable sword. The first strike was a conscious decision made by Nian himself, while the second was delivered under the guidance of Venom. It is not so easy to extinguish. The raspy voice of Venom echoed in Nian's mind. He complied with its words. In the reflection of Nian's slit-pupiled eyes, the model's body, cleaved in two, revealed no trace of blood, not even from the severed wrists of her hands. Instead, a viscous brown liquid oozed forth from the gaping wound, intertwining and swiftly reassembling the four segments of her body. Within mere seconds, the model was restored, entirely unscathed, landing gracefully on the ground. Venom's gravelly voice broke the silence. This human woman is beyond salvation. Her current appearance and behavioral patterns clearly indicate that the symbiote within her has assumed complete control. In this state, her brain and body have been nearly obliterated, rendering her akin to a vegetative state, with only the faintest flicker of life remaining, incapable of conscious resistance. The injuries she sustained were also sustained by the symbiote maintaining her existence. Should the symbiote perish or detach from her, she would instantly succumb. Is that so? In that case, there is nothing left to fear. Nian suddenly grinned wickedly, his small mouth stretching into a sinister arc that dominated half of his feline visage, revealing a maw lined with sharp, interlocking fangs. The once adorable and soft black kitten had transformed into a diminutive hellish demon. The merciless ferocity of the symbiote and the wild savagery of the devourer continuously erode the rationality of humanity, causing even Nian, who holds dominion in this triad, to exhibit bizarre and monstrous behavior. The symbiote residing within the model realized that escape was futile. A layer of hard, brown spiny skin emerged across its surface, almost instantaneously forming a defensive exoskeleton. Just as this symbiotic defense was established, the black kitten surged forward. The model felt a disorienting shift, and, before she could mount any form of offensive or defensive response, she belatedly glanced down to find her chest hollowed out, exposing the objects behind her. What had just transpired? The symbiote within the model stood in stunned disbelief. The resilient symbiotic protective armor, along with its flesh, bones, and even internal organs, was pierced in an instant. Such swiftness. An almost imperceptible velocity. Yet, no, it was not merely astonishing speed. Such a feat was beyond mere swiftness. The model, clutching the gaping wound in her chest, felt the symbiote within her surge as it endeavored to restore her body. Futile. This could not kill it. The symbiote possessed an almost infinite capacity for self-repair. The voice of Venom rasped. Behind the model, a small black cat, indifferent to the chaos, continued its lightning-fast assault, its diminutive frame akin to a supersonic missile. Boom. Once again, a dark void appeared in the lower abdomen of the model, whose body was still in the process of healing from the symbiotic infestation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The rapid movements of the black cat traced a path of lightning across the rooftop, leaving deep, long scratches in its wake, while the surrounding walls bore numerous indentations from its claws. Like a tempestuous storm unleashed, the model stood paralyzed at the center, her form continuously ravaged and torn apart. The symbiote's healing efforts far outpaced by the onslaught. Why, how could this be? The symbiote within her was engulfed in terror. That damned Venom. What kind of monster was it parasitizing, that there could be such a vast disparity in power? It could no longer contain itself. A brown liquid erupted from the remnants of the Model S form, racing towards the bustling streets below. Stop it. It seeks to inhabit another human body. Venom shrieked sharply. Such a naive thought. The black cat coldly waved its paw, its claws, larger than its own body, propelling forward with astonishing speed, firmly grasping the brown liquid still hovering above the streets. You cannot kill me. The symbiotic liquid writhed in fury, frantically struggling against its capture. Oh, the black cat revealed a sinister grin, drawing the symbiote back towards itself and unceremoniously tossing it into its gaping maw. With a snap of its jaws, the symbiote vanished from existence, not consumed in the conventional sense, but exiled to the otherworldly realm of the devourer. In that dimension, devoid of a host, the seemingly indomitable symbiote would soon lose its vitality. Swiftly concluding the matter, in this current state, let us eliminate the remnants. The black cat whispered with a sinister rasp, coldly surveying the city of New York beneath the night sky. As the duration of their coexistence lengthened, its behavioral patterns gradually aligned more closely with those of Venom and the devourer. The rationality of humanity twisted and unraveled. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that the power of the Trinity began to manifest in earnest. Chapter 30. The Black Shadow, the Green Hulk. In New York, in the golden area where every inch is precious, the newly completed headquarters of Stark Industries stands proudly. The architectural design of the Stark headquarters, exuding an aura of futuristic technology, features a striking upward spiral form, complete with an expansive observation deck spacious enough to accommodate military aircraft. The distinctive Stark logo stands out brilliantly even amidst the towering skyscrapers of New York City. At this moment, on the uppermost level of the Stark building, within the luxurious hall of the observation platform, a gentleman clad in a well-fitted black suit swirls a glass of red wine, his arms proudly raised. The radiant cerulean glow emanating from his chest illuminating through his shirt, creating an impression of embracing half the city beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Approaching him is a disheveled man, dressed in a long gray shirt, cargo pants, and marten boots, his unkempt hair contrasting sharply with the sophisticated environment. How to articulate this? The scruffy man adjusts his glasses perched on his nose, ponders for a moment, and remarks, "Indeed, it is your style and distinctiveness." Stark chuckles softly, replying, "In the future, this will also serve as the headquarters of our alliance." "That would be splendid," the scruffy man responds with a shrug. "This elevates our yet-to-be-launched alliance several notches. I cannot contribute financially, but I can offer my efforts," the scruffy man adds. "It is more than mere strength." Stark gently shakes his head, looking at him earnestly. "Banner, I also need your wisdom and knowledge. With your assistance, I believe many of my technological concepts and ideas can come to fruition in the future." The man known as Banner remains non-committal, his expression remarkably calm in response to Stark's somewhat exaggerated praise, as he indeed possesses the credentials to warrant such admiration in the realm of technology. Banner, whose full name is Robert Bruce Banner, is a world-renowned physicist with 7 doctorate degrees. Had he not been living in obscurity in recent years, he would frequently grace the pages of scientific journals. Additionally, he harbors a lesser-known identity, which is the primary reason for his reclusive existence: the Hulk, a green giant. Recently, the abomination that appeared in Washington was indirectly a consequence of his actions. Just as Stark was about to speak, an urgent alert echoed from somewhere on the top floor. "Jarvis, what is happening?" Stark inquired, furrowing his brow. Instantly, hundreds of beams of light interwove in the air above a table in the opulent hall, rapidly forming a three-dimensional virtual projection. The artificial intelligence responded in a calm and succinct male voice. "Sir, there has been a peculiar incident in the Queen's area related to the extraordinary domain. Here is the footage from the scene." "Curious. Banner turned his gaze toward the virtual projection. The video commenced with a cacophony of screams, showcasing a heavily modified muscle car roaring down a bustling modern thoroughfare at full throttle. Red lights, intersections. Boom. Sparks flying. The muscle car barreled through several vehicles that stood in its path, as if in a frantic bid for escape, accelerating recklessly against the flow of traffic onto the main thoroughfare. Just as it appeared poised to crash into a cluster of parked cars, the next scene caused Stark and Banner's pupils to constrict sharply. The speeding muscle car suddenly came to a halt, as if a shadow of black mist had flickered past, and in the blink of an eye, the front of the car grotesquely caved inward, followed by the entire vehicle exploding into two pieces, as if torn apart by some unspeakable force. Then, a more horrific spectacle unfolded. From the wreckage of the disintegrating muscle car, several severed human limbs fell onto the street, scattering in various directions. Among these, two limbs landed squarely in the midst of a crowd on the pedestrian street, who stood frozen in shock. Terror and carnage ensued. What just jumped out? Run. The shrieks echoed again as the dark figure darted away, vanishing down one of the side streets. The virtual projection abruptly came to a halt. What had just transpired? Stark turned to Banner, whose bewildered shake of the head conveyed his own confusion. J-A-R-V-I-S. Rewind the footage, Stark commanded, deep in thought. Yes, sir, responded the artificial intelligence. The virtual projection began to reverse, replaying the events up until the moment of destruction of the muscle car. Stop here. Enlarge the footage of what was in front of the car and play it slowly, Stark instructed gravely. As the footage resumed, it became clear that a small, black creature had darted through the parked cars, colliding forcefully with the front of the muscle car like a cannonball. Frame by frame, Stark added, the images seemed to freeze, revealing the mysterious entity that had been obscured at normal playback speed. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment. The shadow was, astonishingly, a cat. Yes, a hairless creature, seemingly cloaked in a layer of smooth, resilient black fabric. At the moment the little cat collided with the muscle car, the vehicle, which had been speeding forward, ceased its momentum. Then, the small black cat's body suddenly swelled to several times its size, its limbs bulging with massive, sinewy muscles, and with ferocious claws. It violently tore the car apart. This was the source of the car's explosion. In the instant it exerted the force to rend the muscle car, the bizarre and terrifying black creature reverted back to its previous feline form and swiftly pursued a fragment of the severed body. What manner of creature was this? Stark's expression grew increasingly grave, and even more shocking was the sight of Dr. Banner beside him, whose complexion turned pale, struggling to breathe with a slight tremor. J-A-R-V-I-S. Stark instinctively stepped back, retreating to a corner of the luxurious hall. Artificial intelligence Jarvis swiftly comprehended the intentions of his master. Beneath Stark's feet, a metallic lift emerged, and with the orchestration of a myriad of mechanical appendages and components, a series of crimson metal shells were affixed to his body. Within a mere 5 seconds, Stark was enveloped in a suit of iron armor, with a radiant energy core and metallic eye sockets glowing with an ethereal white light. Calm down, Banner. Stark, now transformed into Iron Man, raised his hand to console the pale-faced Banner. I'm fine. Banner clenched his fists tightly, breathing rapidly to temper his heightened emotions, his complexion oscillating between shades of blue and white. Ultimately, he leaned against the table, the pronounced veins in his neck subsiding. Witnessing this, Stark exhaled in relief and commanded, "Stay here and do not move. I will handle matters outside." "Wait, Tony." Banner, feeling somewhat faint, clutched the chair and called out to Stark, pointing at the dark silhouette on the virtual screen, anxious. "That creature is extremely dangerous. Seeing it feels like I'm pressing the trigger of a gun to my own mouth. My body instinctively wants to transform into the Hulk." Chapter 31. The Hunt for the Symbiote. Little spider on the neon-lit pedestrian street. A decayed human corpse fell onto the pavement, prompting the onlookers to scream and scatter in terror. Whoosh! A black flash darted past, and Nian gracefully landed beside the corpse, his slit pupils burning with a pale blue flame, the dark exterior of his body revealing a sinewy, muscular form. Venom rasped in his mind. It has already parasitized another nearby human. Clearly, its strength surpasses that of the first symbiote, capable of selecting almost any human as a host. Which human? The black feline, resembling a premier terrifying predator, coldly surveyed the fleeing crowd. Among them, there was no obvious sign of a human being parasitized by the symbiote. He quickly deduced that the second symbiote intended to escape amidst the chaos. "Where's the symbiote?" Nian's lips curled into a grin, impatiently urging. The primal instincts of the symbiote intertwined with the ferocity of the beast, driving the reason of humanity to the brink of collapse. Anger, savagery, and the coldness of inhuman evil assailed both mind and body, leading Nian's actions to grow increasingly reckless and frenzied. Just like before, Nian, along with the human host of the symbiote, tore and slaughtered. Even though he already recognized that the human was beyond saving, and delaying would only lead to more innocent lives being lost, his actions were, at that moment, the optimal solution. Yet, such unhesitatingly bloodthirsty behavior starkly diverged from the normal thoughts of humanity. Venom remarked, "I can only sense within 30 meters. However, there are simply too many humans nearby, over 100, making it impossible to determine which individual has been parasitized." Its voice was more hoarse and piercing, akin to the sinister whisper of a demon suggesting, "I believe the optimal solution at present is to eliminate all the humans on site. Otherwise, should they escape, countless more lives will be lost. Do not hesitate. Make a choice quickly. The adversary is about to blend into the crowd and flee." Silence. Hixian roared, his voice rasping, as he observed the humans scattering in fear. Abruptly, he plunged one of his claws into the ground beneath him, accompanied by a violent tremor that shook the entire street. Hixian, resembling a small black cat, became the epicenter of terrifying fissures that spread across the once smooth surface. Then, within a 30-meter radius, rigid tendrils formed from black viscous substance erupted from the earth, piercing straight toward the night sky above the city, soaring over 10 meters high. Dozens of these hardened tendrils coalesced into a dense barrier of barbed spikes, ensnaring all within the 30-meter zone. Silence reigned. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene as countless individuals, gripped by overwhelming terror, raised their gazes in horror. They were reminded of the shame of being confined in a birdcage. "Oh, wrong set. Find it for me." Hixian maintained one claw embedded in the ground, his body motionless, while the other transformed into a tentacle that reached toward the encircled crowd. "Monster, stay away." Many screamed, collapsing to the ground in panic. Yet they soon realized that the extending tentacle was soft, resembling an ordinary cat's paw pad. The tentacle merely brushed against shoulders or chests before swiftly retreating, systematically probing those ensnared by the tendril barrier. Hixian sought out the second host of the symbiotic entity through these gentle touches. After all, symbiotes could stealthily inhabit a host, often remaining undetected by the host until consciousness control was enacted. As Hixian scanned through more than half of the crowd, a middle-aged man standing towards the rear furrowed his brow and inexplicably touched his chest. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to surface on his skin, dampening his undergarment chillingly. Although he knew the tentacles posed no harm, much of his fear had dissipated. Yet still, a lingering dread pervaded, fear of death. The second symbiote, lurking within the middle-aged man, trembled in terror as it sensed the host of Venom was nearing its discovery. Previously, it had been oblivious to the first symbiote, but it was acutely aware that it had been killed. After being detected by Hixian, it had continuously switched hosts in a desperate flight, and during this escape, it increasingly recognized the formidable strength of the venomous host. The disparity was insurmountable. When symbiotes existed independently, even the most basic survival was exceedingly difficult. However, once they successfully parasitized a suitable organism, they could unleash a spectrum of abilities, such as bodily hardening, transformation, superhuman strength, and superhuman speed. These abilities were intrinsically linked to the nature of the host they inhabited. After having rotated through numerous human hosts, the second symbiote discovered is far less potent than its predecessor, Venom. It remains unaware that Nian's current state transcends the mere manifestation of Venom's parasitic abilities. Instead, it has compounded its strengths by also establishing a symbiotic relationship with the devouring beast. The resultant effect is not simply additive. The leader of the symbiotes cannot come to my rescue. I am doomed to perish here. The second symbiote, anxious and restless within the middle-aged man, felt Nian's tendrils probing not far ahead, poised to uncover the host it currently inhabited. What to do? What to do? What to do? Death is imminent. Despair enveloped the second symbiote, yet at that moment, it seemingly sensed something. The possessed middle-aged man turned his head, inexplicably gazing at two figures within the crowd. A woman in her early 30s was gripping the hand of a boy around 10 years old. Despite her own terror, she softly reassured the child, "Peter, it's all right. Don't worry. Aunt May is here. I will keep you safe." Peter nodded, fearfully observing the terrifying black cat, yet mustering the courage to stand in front of Aunt May. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he inadvertently locked eyes with the hollow gaze of the middle-aged man. It was as if he were being scrutinized by an abyss of malevolence. Causing Peter's face to pale, he instinctively pointed and exclaimed, The monster the black cat is searching for is him. Peter, what are you saying? Aunt May was taken aback. What do you mean? I am not a monster. The middle-aged man found the accusation bewildering and could not help but retort, but suddenly, his eyes widened in terror as a viscous gray-green liquid surged from his open mouth. Half of the liquid remained within him, while the other half suspended in the air, pulsating with a semblance of life. This bizarre spectacle, defying all expectations, rendered the surrounding spectators motionless in shock. Found you. Nian, with ruthless resolve, seized the moment when the second symbiote revealed itself. Its elongated tendrils transformed into hardened spikes. Lunging forward to strike. Piercing through the air, the tendrils impaled the gray-green symbiote's body, pinning it against the rear tendril barrier. Sizzling. The second symbiote writhed violently, abruptly detaching the pinned segment, while the remaining liquid body surged forth like a jet stream, resembling a gray-green net, rushing towards the woman not far to the side. Aunt May, be careful. Peter spread his arms to shield her, and thus, the gray-green liquid seamlessly infiltrated his body. Chapter 32. Venomous Spider, Brutality. The anguished cries of the young boy echoed through the night sky of New York City, reaching far and wide. The moment the symbiote latched onto him, he clutched his head with both hands, his eyes glazing over in a gray-green hue, collapsing to the ground in excruciating pain. Stay away from him. An unknown voice cried out in terror, causing the crowd to retreat in panic. Centered around the boy, who was infested by a grotesque creature, everyone, save for Aunt May, withdrew to a distance of 10 meters. Peter, are you all right? Please do not frighten Aunt May. In the now desolate space, Aunt May felt a surge of fear and concern as she reached out to help the boy who was kneeling on the ground. Yet, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to lift the frail form of the child. The boy, kneeling with his head bowed, obscuring his face, pressed his hands against the ground. The sounds of his anguish and struggles grew increasingly faint, his entire being drifting into an inexplicable calmness. This eerie tranquility sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. 20 meters away, had a new boy been chosen as the host? Witnessing the second symbiote's desperate choice, the amalgamated form known as Nian felt a flicker of surprise. Yet he did not relent in his cold, decisive assault. With a sharp sound, the hardened, dark tendrils pierced the air, lunging towards Peter, now host to the second symbiote. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Something is amiss. I can sense that this child's constitution is unlike that of ordinary humans. As if responding to the symbiote's venomous words, just as the tendril was about to strike, the boy's small hand shot up with lightning speed, gripping the rapidly approaching appendage with surprising strength. The tip of the dark, hardened tendril halted abruptly, just a centimeter from Peter's chest. A rasping, chilling laughter erupted from the boy, who now bore a monstrous grin. Gray-green viscous fluid began to seep from his body, swelling, twisting, and hardening into a more complete and resilient form of gray-green parasitic flesh and skin. The entire scene resembled Peter's body undergoing a grotesque transformation, evolving into a towering alien creature nearly 2 meters tall. With its gray-green hue, immense stature, and the palpable sense of strength conveyed by its solid musculature, Nian was momentarily reminded of the abomination. However, the form exhibited by the boy, now host to the second symbiote, was markedly different. His physique was lean and athletic rather than bloated, with long, resilient limbs, particularly adorned with ghastly white patterns resembling toxic spiderwebs across his chest and back. To think that there could exist such a formidable constitution among humans. Lowering his gaze to his powerful gray-green hand, the toxic spider grinned menacingly, baring its fangs as it unleashed a crimson tongue, exhaling a wave of heat from its robust, twisted body. After having infested the human child Peter, the symbiote's abilities were now displayed to their fullest extent for the first time. It felt an unprecedented surge of power. Indeed, this was substantiated by the fact that the toxic spider had effortlessly countered the tendril's assault, an attack that had previously been insurmountable. This realization fortified its confidence further. With this body serving as a parasitic host, I am the true master of this symbiotic entity. The venomous spider, brimming with excitement, licked its sharp, grotesque fangs. Peter, Peter. A woman's anguished and trembling voice echoed nearby. You are not Peter. May Aunt, gazing intently at the venomous spider, bravely stifled her fear and, with a quivering voice, implored, Monster, return Peter to me. I shall first slay you, then eradicate the host from which the venom springs. The venomous spider sneered with a menacing grin, raising its gray-green hand to strike at the woman's tear-streaked face. At that moment, a hoarse, chilling voice suddenly resonated. Have you had your fill? The spider's palm was halted mid-strike, realizing that the tendrils it had been grasping were now coiling around its hand. The grip was not one of camaraderie, but rather a splendidly sinister embrace. In that instant, the venomous spider felt a terrifying force emanating from the dark tendrils, compelling its enhanced, armored body to be forcefully yanked forward. The elongated appendages of Nian lifted the venomous spider and hurled it skyward, nearly 30 meters above the ground, before crashing it down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled in lament. The venomous spider smashed into the ground, debris scattering, creating a deep crater in the street. Damn it! Enveloped in dirt, the venomous spider roared in fury as it surged from the pit. With a flick of its wrist, it shot out 2 strands of gray-green spider silk, anchoring them to the tendril railing behind Nian. With a fierce tug, the spider executed a swift maneuver in the low air, launching a violent kick at Nian. The black cat remained motionless on the ground, one paw still embedded in the surface as it formed the tendril railing. Suddenly, the feline tail lashed forward with ferocity. The air crackled. In an instant, the venomous spider was sent flying, akin to a fly being swatted away. How is this possible? The spider collided with the ground once more, utterly dazed. Why? I have become exponentially stronger. In terms of power, speed, and transformation, I still cannot match the host of the venom. Or rather, it seemed that in the symbiotic form of the human boy who possessed the current spider abilities, the second symbiote could truly comprehend the terrifying strength of the triune entity. Nian, who, then, is the true monster? The venomous spider leaped into action, shooting its silk towards a distant skyscraper. Realizing it could not overpower Nian, it sought to continue its escape strategy. Yet the dark tendrils moved with swiftness far exceeding its own. The tendrils ensnared the spider's feet, and an increasingly impatient and furious Nian yanked it through the night sky, into the earth, tossing it repeatedly with force. Boom, boom, boom. Countless times the venomous spider was hurled. Only then did Nian, slightly regaining composure, release the tendrils, revealing the landscape now marred with craters. Dust settled. Lying within one of the pits, the venomous spider sprawled on the ground, its heavily armed body having largely disintegrated, resembling a damaged vehicle leaking a pool of green oil. Unable to maintain its formidable combat stance, the scene could only be described with a singular word: tragic. Is there hope for its parasitic host? Nian barely clung to a shred of reason, coldly inquiring. The venomous whisper of the demon echoed, "That is difficult to ascertain. The boy's constitution is indeed unique. However, he is far too young. We shall see if he can reclaim dominion over his own body." It grinned wickedly. "My suggestion is to end it swiftly and eradicate the host along with it." Nian remained silent, his tendrils morphing into a colossal scythe, poised above the venomous spider. The remnants of human rationality were dwindling, and the amalgamation of his being grew increasingly bloodthirsty and indifferent. Chapter 33. The Iron Man Trinity. The invincible and terrifying little cat, akin to a reaper, suspended the black scythe above the venomous spider. Nian had already demonstrated a crucial point during his previous confrontation with the first symbiote. Even though the symbiote could rapidly mend the host's injuries, there existed a limit. If the damage inflicted upon the parasitic host within a short span exceeded the repair rate, the symbiote would be unable to sustain the host's life, compelled to abandon it. However, this would inevitably lead to the host's demise. "Please, do not kill him." Aunt May scrambled towards the venomous spider, spreading her arms wide to shield the black scythe with her frail body. At this moment, reason had crumbled within the triune Nian, rendering him deaf to her pleas, resolutely executing what he deemed right, even if his actions bore the semblance of villainy. In a moment of dire urgency, boom! One side of the tendril railings was pierced and exploded by 2 beams of laser. As the astonished eyes of those trapped within focused on a figure clad in a golden-red steel armor descending from above. Clang! The left knee and right fist struck the ground simultaneously, producing a dull metallic sound. Rising like a synthetic steel deity, the being lifted its palm towards the engine, which was gathering a blinding white light to awe the scene. "Tonight, it seems you all are quite lively here," the Iron Man quipped in a cheerful tone, disregarding the atmosphere. "It is Iron Man. Iron Man has arrived. We are saved. How splendid." His presence immediately dispelled the enveloping fear and despair, becoming the anchor for the trapped crowd. In the city of New York, perhaps only Iron Man could accomplish such a feat. This is not a fan meet and greet. Iron Man continued his jest. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly leave this area?" At his words, the crowd promptly reacted, vacating through the gap in the tendril railings behind Iron Man. From his entrance until now, Iron Man had exuded an air of ease and confidence, as though he had mastered the entirety of the situation. However, What remains unknown to many is the current state of the iron suit, where Stark's countenance reflects a grave tension as he fixates intently on a seemingly innocuous black kitten on the battlefield. In a hushed tone, he inquires, "Jarvis, can you ascertain the nature of this creature?" "Apologies, sir. The database currently lacks any relevant information. The scan is unable to penetrate the creature's physiology, but it can preliminarily classify it as an extraterrestrial organism." Two unknown alien beings engaged in a brutal struggle? Stark maintained a defensive stance, casting a glance at the venomous spider lying behind the woman, from which he deduced the situation with ease. At that moment, the black kitten, its claws embedded in the ground, stirred slightly. Stark's heart raced, mistakenly believing the creature intended to harm the fleeing civilians, compelling him to unleash a beam from his laser cannon. The radiant beam illuminated the street, swiftly striking the kitten's head with a resounding impact. The scorching energy and flames enveloped the small body, prompting Nian to retract its claws from the ground. With the symbiotic entity revealed, the tendril barrier was rendered unnecessary. Stark, who had fired without uttering a word, let his emotions take the reins. Under normal circumstances, Nian might have dismissed this as a misunderstanding. Yet, this was the triune entity of Nian, a being where human rationality had all but vanished, embodying ferocity, bloodlust, savagery, extremism, and a propensity for malevolent actions. Thus, as the destructive wave of laser energy cascaded over the dark figure, the black kitten transformed into a streak of shadow, breaking the sound barrier, and collided forcefully with Stark's abdomen. Boom! Stark felt as if he had been rammed at full speed by a miniature truck, with the artificial intelligence Jarvis immediately issuing warnings of damaged components. The iron suit absorbed the tremendous impact, crashing into the exterior wall of a nearby skyscraper. Fire! Stark bellowed in frustration as the suit became embedded in the wall. Instantly, the strategic weaponry concealed within the shoulder of the suit activated, launching 4 miniature missiles with fiery trails toward the black kitten. Nian hovered in midair, witnessing the approaching missiles, and suddenly unleashed a ferocious yawn, expanding its mouth to 3 or 4 times its size, akin to a gaping maw, capturing the oncoming missiles. The missiles detonated within its mouth, causing its facial skin to swell momentarily before quickly relaxing again. It let out a hearty belch, releasing a plume of acrid smoke. Stark's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He finally comprehended why Dr. Banner had so urgently sought to transform into the Hulk moments ago. This cat was an utterly extraordinary, unscientific monstrosity. Gritting his teeth, Stark activated the suit's engines, soaring into the air, unleashing a full barrage of missiles and engine lasers. In that fleeting moment, it resembled the most resplendent of fireworks. Suspended high above the ground, Iron Man transformed entirely into a humanoid artillery, radiating brilliance from every inch of his being. With the directives of artificial intelligence executed instantaneously, a barrage of miniature missiles and laser beams interlaced, enveloping the demon-like Nian below. Nian, with a sinister grin, unleashed a flurry of strikes with his hardened black claws and elongated, tentacle-like tail, swatting the missiles as one might swat a fly. Boom, boom, boom. The pinpoint explosions of missiles and lasers shattered the air, sending horrifying shockwaves that obliterated the windows lining the streets. Suddenly, one of the miniature missiles veered off course, hurtling toward Aunt May, who remained on the scene. Alarmed, Iron Man recognized the impending disaster, but it was too late to intervene. Aunt May's eyes widened in terror as the missile descended upon her. In a sudden twist, the incapacitated Venom rolled over, pinning Aunt May to the ground with his grotesque, gray-green form, serving as a human shield against the explosive impact. Amidst the surging flames, Venom's head, half melted from the armed liquid, revealed a glimpse of Peter's youthful visage. A single tear, embodying humanity, cascaded down onto Aunt May's face. At the center of the explosion powerful enough to reduce an entire building to rubble, Nian remained unscathed, his black exterior intact, observing Venom's condition below. Venom, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "That human boy has managed to regain a portion of control." Yet, he surmised, it was only temporary. Soon, the symbiote within would reclaim dominance. "Do you mean to say he still has a chance?" Nian's gaze flickered with a hint of clarity, and the frayed strings of rational thought reconnected. Venom replied, "As long as there is a way to separate him from the symbiote, he can survive." "I understand," Nian mused, glancing at Venom below before turning his gaze skyward to Iron Man. A flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. His claws elongated and shot forth, wrapping around Iron Man's limbs. Iron Man was momentarily perplexed, a question mark forming in his mind, before he was yanked downward, plunging into a dark abyss. Nian sealed his mouth, gracefully descending back to the ground. The street was shrouded in smoke, and Iron Man's presence had vanished entirely. This was the optimal proposal from the creature he had symbiotically inhabited. Chapter 34. Dealing with the symbiote silence. An eerie silence on the streets of Queens. As the triad form of Nian landed on the ground, onlookers filming with their phones and media reporters broadcasting live stood frozen, resembling statues, their mouths agape in terror. An icy chill far colder than the winter frost surged up their spines. In a mere year and a half since his emergence as a superhero, Tony Stark, the indomitable Iron Man, had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of New York's heroic echelon, wielding the brilliance of cutting-edge technology to instill fear across the globe. Yet now, he finds himself devoured whole by an unknown monstrosity. It is akin to witnessing the omnipotent deity being slain, leaving one with an overwhelming sense of faith crumbling into despair. This night is destined to be a harbinger of hopelessness for countless souls in New York City. Unbeknownst to the orchestrator of this chaos, the villainous Nian is not burdened by such contemplations. He merely perceives Iron Man's interference as a troublesome nuisance that severely hampers his quest to hunt down the symbiote. Thus, he dismisses the hero with a flick of disdain. Stepping forward, Nian approaches the arachnid figure, which is valiantly shielding Aunt May with its form. Though it appears as a harmless creature, slightly larger than an adult's palm and somewhat endearing, the symbiote currently dominated by Peter's consciousness comprehends the terrifying and inscrutable nature of the black, feline-like entity before it. Sensing Nian's proximity, the greenish-gray hands of the arachnid press against the ground, and its knees buckle, contorting Peter's face into a mask of anguish as he pleads, "Kill me. Please, kill me. I can barely hold on." As he speaks, the viscous gray-green liquid enveloping him begins to writhe, reminiscent of putrid, malevolent sludge, gradually encroaching upon the boy's exposed visage. "No, Peter," Aunt May cries, tears streaming down her face as she reaches out in a futile attempt to peel away the noxious substance obscuring the arachnid's features. Time is running out as Peter faces the imminent re-encasement by the symbiote's grotesque armor. With a detached nod, Nian lifts his feline-like paw, declaring, "Then, as you wish." The sound of cracking bones reverberates as he extends his claws, seizing the arachnid's arms and hoisting its form aloft, while his dark tail ensnares its legs with serpentine precision. Disregarding Aunt May's desperate cries, the corners of the small creature's mouth stretch grotesquely, far exceeding the contours of its face, morphing into a gaping maw adorned with jagged fangs. The symbiote within Peter chuckles malevolently. It was about time. Just devour it whole. Nian, however, dismisses its taunts, cryptically responding, "Just bear with me for a moment." Huh. The symbiote, residing within Nian, suddenly feels an ominous foreboding. Wait, what do you intend to do? Instead of plunging the arachnid into the abyss of annihilation, Nian takes a deep breath, inflating his chest to an extraordinary degree, resembling a balloon. Before long, his form expands 5 to 6 times its original size. The symbiote comprehends Nian's intent and bellows in outrage. "You must be mad. Stop this immediately." Yet Nian remains unfazed, resolutely continuing his course. He raises the arachnid high above his head, preparing himself, his jaw tilting upward in anticipation. With a sudden motion, Nian's mouth aligns with the arachnid, and in the next heartbeat, in the radius of 5 miles, the inhabitants instinctively covered their ears as countless glass windows, car panes, and light bulbs shattered. A terrifyingly high-pitched roar erupted from his mouth. As Nian bellowed like an ancient beast, the sound waves crashing like tumultuous tides, reverberating violently through the nearby air. The auditory force transformed into tangible sound waves, bearing an indescribable impact. Had it not been directed towards the night sky, the earth itself would have been stripped bare. He unleashed ultrasonic waves. This awe-inspiring spectacle conjured the image of a figure in many minds. It was the deity of humanity, the Superman, far away in the metropolis. The toxic spider, enduring the onslaught of the ultrasonic waves, felt its resilient exoskeleton rupture violently, akin to water boiling furiously in a hot pot. Threads of gray-green slime peeled away from the toxic spider, and under the pressure of the ultrasonic assault, the second symbiote began to forcibly separate from its host, Peter. However, the impact of the ultrasonic waves was not confined to the second symbiote alone. "What are you doing? Stop it at once." The anguished wails of the toxic liquid echoed in pain, never anticipating that Nian would employ such a self-destructive strategy to harm his adversary. In the mere presence of a single symbiotic entity inhabiting a human form, it was impossible to produce ultrasonic waves solely by roaring. This could only be achieved in the combined state of the devourer beast. Wait, what was happening? The toxic liquid, on the brink of self-dissolution, quickly realized that the ultrasonic waves had no effect on Xinyan's true form. The rational Xinyan smiled, responding telepathically, I merely acquired your abilities. I did not inherit the corresponding weaknesses. Ah, so you have already sensed it. The toxic liquid suddenly understood. From the very beginning, Xinyan had no intention of merely dealing with the second symbiote, but had planned for both to be ensnared. Xinyan, you scoundrel! The toxic liquid's words were cut short as its liquefied body was compelled to separate from Xinyan, exiting the symbiotic state. Yet, as Xinyan resided within the devourer beast, the toxic liquid found itself trapped within the beast's body. Furthermore, due to the impossibility of two symbiotes coexisting within a single host, and with Xinyan's symbiotic form being overwhelmingly powerful and devoid of ultrasonic weaknesses, the toxic liquid had no strength to seize control of the host, forced instead to succumb to a state of dormancy within the devourer beast. Emerging from the triad state, Xinyan continued to maintain his symbiotic nature as he resided within the devourer beast. In his mind, the malevolent and negative thoughts that had once influenced him dissipated entirely. All that remained was the meowing of the devourer beast. Xinyan exhaled in relief, having fully regained the rationality of his human self. Reflecting on his previous state, he felt a rush of trepidation. The power within the triad state was indeed unimaginably formidable. In such a state, thoughts and actions may become increasingly extreme and malevolent, ultimately devolving into a mere monster driven solely by the thirst for slaughter. The symbiotic venom appears to cooperate on the surface, yet it has been subtly guiding him into the abyss of rationality, seeking to seize control of the body. The symbiotic venom has fallen into a state of suspended animation. Xinyan, parasitizing the body of the devourer beast, retains the overall appearance of a small black cat, though the white markings on its lower abdomen have vanished, and the aura of coldness and malevolence has dissipated, rendering it more akin to an ordinary kitten. Xinyan lifts his gaze to observe the second symbiote separating from Peter. Without hesitation, he opens his mouth wide, transforming it into an unfathomable black void that engulfs the fleeing second symbiote. Devourer, Exile. Chapter 35. The finale of night in an unknown and mysterious space. Darkness envelopes all directions, an endless void extending to an indistinct horizon. It resembles a corner of outer space, devoid of any starlight. Iron Man soars through this space at breakneck speed, akin to a ghost of steel, with the glaring white light of his core and engine piercing the fog, leaving a distinct pale white trail behind. No matter how he flies, he cannot reach a place suitable for landing. Jarvis, respond to me. Jarvis, Stark, inside his armored suit, calls out for the 5th time. Yet, as always, there is no reply. Since the moment he entered this realm, Stark has lost all contact with the artificial intelligence Jarvis, the network's signal indicating disconnected. Logically, Stark uses his industrial-grade satellite signal, which should not experience such an inexplicable disconnection in any corner of the Earth. Is it possible that this place is truly no longer on Earth? A sense of unease grips Stark. Even when he was once imprisoned by criminals in a cave before becoming Iron Man, he had never felt such anxiety. For if this is not Earth, he is utterly helpless. There would be no means of self-rescue or possibility of return. What is that? Just then, Stark suddenly notices an object drifting through the darkness ahead, prompting him to approach it using the engine of his suit. As he draws closer, Stark is taken aback. It is indeed several corpses. These bodies have existed in this space for an unknown duration. Their humanoid forms long decayed to reveal white bones, clad in spacesuits of an unknown civilization, with peculiar laser weaponry affixed to their chests. Some of these corpses even possess tails or wing-like structures. Stark's eyelids twitch, and a storm of turmoil brews within him. They are the remains of extraterrestrial beings. In a hotel room, the lights have been extinguished, and darkness blankets the space, save for a few strands of silvery light cascading onto the windowsill. Lying in bed, Kara suddenly opens her eyes and slightly turns to gaze outside the window. Was it merely an illusion? She had just perceived a low growl from an unknown creature emanating from the other side of New York City, infused with a palpable sense of malevolence. The super-hearing of Kryptonians, while extraordinary, has its drawbacks. At times, unwanted information floods her ears. Consequently, Kara often awakens from her slumber, questioning whether she is experiencing auditory hallucinations, struggling to discern if the sounds she hears are real or merely figments of her dreams. In terms of control over her abilities, she falls short compared to her cousin, Carl. After all, Carl, as Superman, has mastered the full extent of Kryptonian powers, wielding them with finesse. In contrast, Kara has continuously concealed her Kryptonian abilities to assimilate into the human world. If that growl was indeed real, would Senior Nian be alright? Kara pondered this as she prepared to rise. Just then, she felt a hand and a foot unexpectedly land on her body from the side of the bed. Kara froze and turned to look, only to find Gwen, who had already fallen asleep, had rolled over and was using Kara as a makeshift pillow. Gwen's sleeping posture was far from the grace she exhibited when awake. It was rather carefree. The blanket had slipped off her, revealing the fair skin of her abdomen. Kara sighed softly, reaching out to cover Gwen with the blanket. Unaware of her dream, Gwen hugged Kara tightly, murmuring with a sweet smile, "Nian, you are truly the one without shame." Kara furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a retort. She glanced at the windowsill, ultimately opting to close her eyes. After all, even if that low growl were real, it was too distant from the streets of Queens. Regardless, it couldn't possibly concern Senior Nian, could it? After disposing of the second symbiote, Nian dropped the unconscious Peter onto the ground. Aunt May, whose ears still buzzed, rushed forward to embrace Peter. "He is fine," Nian stated. Then leapt forward, his sleek feline form bounding gracefully over lampposts and the walls of buildings. His agile leaps, while not as swift as the previous combined entity, still allowed him to vanish rapidly down the street. Only one symbiote remained, the leader among them. Until it was dealt with, the matter would not be resolved. From the venom of the earlier symbiote, Nian had already discerned the location of the final one. Tonight, that symbiote had remained fixed in one spot, showing no signs of movement. 5 minutes later, at the Drake Biotech Company research facility in the Bronx, Nian, in a symbiotic state with the Venom creature, arrived at the factory entrance, feeling the ground beneath him tremble violently. His luminous, slitted eyes peered into the depths of the sealed facility, where, amidst the flames that erupted like a volcano, a spacecraft was poised for launch. The third symbiote, the leader of the extraterrestrial entities, intended to make its escape. Inside the spacecraft, Dr. Drake, the founder of Drake Biotech, found himself alone at the controls, his eyes and neck shrouded in darkness. As he had become the host for the final symbiote, his motivation for piloting the vessel away from Earth was clear. Having sensed the demise of the first two symbiotes and witnessed the formidable power displayed by the triune entity, he realized that even the most arrogant leader of the symbiotes could not hope to defeat the likes of Nian. He understood that he was the next target in their hunt. Thus, he had no choice but to flee Earth. What monstrous creature had bonded with him, bestowing such immense strength? Dr. Drake's expression twisted in horror at the thought of escaping the planet, which would mark an everlasting humiliation in his life. "Wait for me. I shall return," he roared internally, maintaining a facade of calm as he navigated the launch sequence. The spacecraft surged upward, ascending to heights exceeding 100 meters. Suddenly, the vessel trembled violently, as though it had been struck by an unseen force. He had arrived. Dr. Drake's face paled. Outside the spacecraft, a small black cat clung to the outer shell like a pin. "Since you have come, do not leave," Nian proclaimed, opening its maw to reveal 8 jagged, tooth-filled tendrils. Under the protection and armament of the symbiote's dark colony, these appendages became even more resilient and powerful, reminiscent of the legendary Kraken's tentacles. With a cacophony of sound, the tendrils began to thrash wildly, violently battering the spacecraft. The metallic exterior crumpled and ruptured, sparks igniting into flames. "No, please no, Doctor!" Drake screamed in despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of hopelessness as if he were doomed before he had even made his entrance. Had the third symbiote known that Nian was no longer the previous triune entity, but rather a singular form coexisting with the Devourer, the outcome of a direct confrontation would have been uncertain, and its emotions unpredictable. However, that was merely a hypothetical notion. What awaited the third symbiote was an onslaught of searing flames engulfing the confined cabin. Explosions erupted as the spacecraft ascended to 500 meters, transforming into a massive fireball. The thunderous blasts drowning out the piercing shrieks of the chaotic symbiote. Chapter 36, The Death of Iron Man? Curtain falls. Within the confines of the biological research facility, a man leaned against the faint light of a flashlight, sifting through documents in the dark archive room. Eddie Brock was once a prominent journalist in New York. Recently, he stumbled upon the Drake Biological Foundation, which was conducting inhumane human experiments involving mysterious extraterrestrial entities, aimed at cultivating more advanced strategic bioweapons. Initially intending to expose this grand conspiracy, Eddie instead found himself dismissed by his media company. Left with no choice, he infiltrated the biological research facility to seek evidence regarding the human trials and the alien life forms. At last, he discovered it, a file hidden within a safe. With a surge of adrenaline, he clutched it in his mouth while illuminating the pages with his flashlight. The document detailed the venom of an alien symbiote, a chaotic form of liquid life that could bond with a suitable human host, granting extraordinary powers. Out of 5 human test subjects, only 1 successfully bonded with the symbiote. The more he read, the more his heart raced. He hastily folded the documents and tucked them into the inner pocket of his jacket. Just as he prepared to leave, the entire office building trembled violently. The lights, desks, and cabinets shook incessantly, while dust cascaded from above. What was happening? Eddie wondered, peering out the office window to see the spacecraft at the base igniting for launch. A thunderous roar echoed. Moments later, the spacecraft, poised to pierce the night sky and escape Earth's grasp, erupted in a catastrophic explosion hundreds of meters above, casting an orange glow over the vast facility below. Eddie was astounded, instinctively pulling out his small camera to capture the scene. Countless fragments of burning debris rained down like a meteor shower upon the city. Through the lens, amidst the wreckage, a fleeting glimpse of a small black beast flickered in the fiery light. Within a mysterious dimensional space, energy levels were critically low. The warning repeated, energy is severely depleted. The glow from Iron Man's chest and eye sockets dimmed, forcing him to maintain his suit's engine at a minimal power output, leaving him suspended in a void filled with alien corpses. The solitary white light flickered, on the verge of succumbing to darkness. Was he truly destined to perish in this unknown hell? Stark wore a bitter smile as he realized the countless alien beings interred in this space. Their varied attire and weaponry underscored his long-held suspicions. Beyond Earth, there were indeed more complex and advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. The formation of the Avengers was undoubtedly the right path for the future. Alas, knowing this now served no purpose. Stark felt a sense of helplessness as the energy within him dwindled, signifying that this place would also become his final resting ground. Upon contemplating this, Stark found himself remarkably serene and softly uttered, "Activate the internal camera to record a personal archive." The helmet of Iron Man illuminated, casting a glow upon Stark's weary visage. "For you, Pepper Potts, Virginia. By the time you witness this, I shall have perished." Existing in an era besieged by alien invasions and rampant mutations, the unexpected could arrive at any moment. Perhaps I should have been psychologically prepared. As just a moment ago I was in New York, and now, abruptly ensnared in this inescapable domain. I truly endeavored, I did. However, you must understand, I leave this not as a lament, but merely to convey that I genuinely love you. Plummeting from a height of 100 meters to the factory floor, debris exploded around as Nian struck the earth, creating a concave indentation. Nearby, the remnants of the spacecraft and fragments crashed onto the factory structure, igniting a fierce blaze. Nian remained vigilant, acutely sensing the environment to confirm that the third symbiote was indeed deceased, allowing him a moment of relief. Eliminating the third and final symbiote proved far simpler than anticipated, primarily due to its reckless desire to escape aboard the spacecraft, which ultimately led to its entrapment within the sealed cabin, suffocated by flames. Naturally, had Nian arrived a moment later, permitting the entity to escape Earth, the outcome would have been drastically different. Now, with all 3 symbiotes obliterated, their venom lay dormant within the devouring beast. It was over. Nian propelled himself forward, his feline form swiftly leaping over the factory's barriers, returning to the streets of Queens where Gwen and Kara resided. Not long into his journey, a crucial thought struck him, one of great significance. I almost forgot. Without pausing, as he soared above the skyscrapers, Nian's mouth grotesquely gaped open, and he expelled a projectile towards the streets below. With a splat, a golden-red steel figure emerged from his maw, descending in free fall. Nian did not falter, accelerating into the obscurity of the city's night. A dull metallic thud resonated upon contact with the ground, as Iron Man found himself drenched in viscous saliva. Dazed and bewildered, seated in the midst of the thoroughfare. What had transpired? Stark, still a bit disoriented, beheld the vibrant and familiar streets of modern New York, bustling with vehicles, as Christmas carols began to fill the air. Observing the growing crowd that gathered, some even snapping photographs, Stark remained silent for a moment, devoid of any survivor's relief, and instead felt a surge of expletive-laden frustration. Had his final words been recorded in vain? Shortly after Nian's departure, within the confines of the biological base factory's office building, Eddie gazed out at the flames that had already engulfed a significant portion of the factory, and in a moment of panic, rushed toward the exit. In his haste, he accidentally kicked a chair, causing him to tumble heavily to the office floor. The abrasions on his palm burned fiercely, and as Eddie winced in pain, he struggled to rise once more. At that moment, A chilling sensation coursed through his hand, as if something were seeping from his wound. Instinctively, he glanced at his palm, finding nothing amiss, no trace of injury whatsoever. It was as if his hand had not been harmed at all. The inferno was rapidly approaching his office building. Without a second thought, Eddie hastily pushed open the door and fled. Chapter 37. Christmas, hometown in the early morning. A gentle snowfall graced New York, casting a romantic ambience over the bustling metropolis. Today marked the annual celebration of Christmas, with festive trees adorning the streets and holiday melodies wafting through the air. Merry Christmas, Nian. Good morning, Senior. Two vibrant young women, each embodying a distinct style, emerged side by side. One donned a red reindeer hat, while the other jingled delicate silver bells at her wrist, gifts that Nian had procured the day before. As they walked upon the snowy streets, they undoubtedly became the most captivating sight along the pedestrian thoroughfare. Merry Christmas. Good morning, Nian replied, waving in acknowledgement while stifling a yawn, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Within his backpack, the little beast, the devourer, lay nestled among his clothes, peacefully slumbering. Where were you last night, Nian? Gwen inquired, noticing the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. Nian rubbed his somewhat disheveled black hair and weakly replied, I was reluctantly saving the world. You're lying, Gwen retorted, unimpressed. Nian shrugged, knowing Gwen would take his words as jest. Did you not sleep well? Kara asked softly. Indeed, Nian nodded, echoing Kara's sentiment. I am not accustomed to hotel beds. Nian possessed a peculiar sensitivity to bedding, often finding it difficult to sleep when faced with a new mattress. Except for my aunt's bed, he added. Moreover, he had not even slept in a bed last night, having instead dozed like a stray cat in a tree. No wonder he felt so tired. Fortunately, his symbiotic abilities had expired, or he would not have been able to meet Gwen and Kara in human form now. Nian sighed inwardly, pondering his struggles. After reuniting with Gwen and Kara, the trio continued to explore the morning market, enjoying a simple lunch before embarking on their return journey to Washington. On the train departing New York, Gwen and Kara perused their phones and newspapers, gradually uncovering snippets of information about the previous night's events in the city. Iron Man was literally devoured? How terrifying. What was that grotesque green liquid creature? The conversation between the two women began on a more sensible note, but quickly veered off course. Wow, that little black cat is adorable. I want to hug it. It's so impressive. Observing Gwen and Carla, Nian felt no fear. Instead, he found himself enchanted by the appearance of the little black cat. He blinked and remarked, that cat resembles Xiao Huang a bit, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Gwen and Carla turned in unison to gaze at the orange kitten dozing on Nian's lap. Indeed, the moment they laid eyes on the black feline, they sensed a striking resemblance to Xiao Huang, who was always by Nian's side. However, upon hearing Nian's comment, they perceived that Xiao Huang and the little black cat were, in fact, quite different. Their distinctions were evident in appearance, fur color, and even aura. Particularly, the presence of the black cat, which had been reported in the news, instilled a subtle sense of threat in Carla. Yet, in her eyes, Xiao Huang, regardless of being an extraordinary extraterrestrial creature, posed no danger at all. Noticing Carla shaking her head, Gwen smiled and countered, Xiao Huang is nothing like that little black cat. Indeed, Nian agreed with a nod, feeling a sense of relief within. He had navigated this hurdle. However, he mused, I can't shake off this inexplicable sense of familiarity with the black kitten. Gwen murmured in puzzlement, so do I. Carla, brushing her platinum hair under the sun's golden rays, expressed her own confusion. It feels as though I've seen it somewhere before. Could this be the legendary sixth sense of women? She pondered. How is that possible? It's so dangerous and terrifying that even Iron Man has encountered it. Nian quickly diverted the topic, steering it away from such unsettling thoughts. Regardless, after the sensational discussions surrounding the silver-haired superhero, the mysterious black cat would soon haunt the dreams of many. For instance, a certain billionaire heir frequently awoke from nightmares, terrorized by visions of being consumed by an unknown realm. Consequently, Stark Industries hastily developed a strategic weapon, ultimately dubbed the anti-black flash armor, to combat the threat posed by the black cat. In Washington, as they parted ways at the station, Officer George, who had come to escort Gwen home, cast Nian a knowing glance as he drove away. Nian feigned ignorance. After seeing Carla off in a taxi, he noticed that the sky had darkened, and countless neon lights shimmered beneath the blanket of snow. Christmas Eve was fast approaching. After a moment of contemplation, Nian, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, chose not to head home, but instead ventured toward another part of the city. At the Potomac River in Washington, the bustling commercial streets, adorned with festive cheer, contrasted with the quiet, frost-laden woods by the riverside. Upon arriving, Nian quickened his pace as he spotted a perfect silhouette seated on a wooden bench by the riverbank. "Auntie, you're back?" The elegant woman turned her head, her exquisitely delicate features exuding both coldness and warmth, her gem-like, clear eyes reflecting the image of the young boy. Nian's heart raced as he smiled and replied, "I'm back. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The two individuals had neither made arrangements nor established contact. Yet they arrived here with an unspoken understanding. After all, this was the very place of their initial encounter, precisely 16 years ago on Christmas Eve. On this day, 16 years prior, a demigod disillusioned with the human world met a newly reincarnated soul, and together, they found solace in each other's company, becoming family in the years to come. "Please, take a seat," Diana urged, blinking playfully. Nian set down his backpack, preparing to sit on the wooden bench beside his aunt. Suddenly, she extended her arms forward. "The chairs outside are cold." "Treating me like a child again," Nian remarked, though his body obediently settled on her long, supple legs. Who could resist such a tempting invitation? Diana softly inquired. "That little black cat that appeared in New York, was it you?" "Yes," Nian nodded, recounting in detail the unexpected encounter with the symbiote Venom, which resulted in a triad entity, alongside the circumstances of hunting the symbiote. "I see," Diana mused, casting a glance at the little emperor still asleep in the backpack, contemplating, if it can be avoided, refrain from entering that uncontrollable state in the future. "I understand." Nian agreed wholeheartedly. The chaotic thoughts and extreme emotions that emerged from the triad entity were far more twisted and terrifying than when the venom was merely parasitic. However, this also meant he could not harness the power of the symbiote venom upon its revival. Once the venom took residence, he would be compelled to revert to the triad state. Until this dilemma was resolved, he could not coexist with the venom. Presently, the venom resided within the devourer beast, albeit in a dormant state, yet their fluids might have already mingled. This signified that Nian could not independently acquire the physical abilities of the devourer beast through the master of the symbiote. "I have an idea." Diana's voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Do tell," Nian nodded. "Come home with me," Diana said gently. "Aunt, what are you saying?" "Of course. I can only return home with you," Nian replied, puzzled. "It's Christmas. Where else would I go?" "I am not referring to our home here in Washington." Diana took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. "Come back with me to my homeland." "Homeland?" Nian was taken aback. Chapter 38. A few days on Paradise Island. Diana's homeland, which Nian had heard of that night in the bathtub, was not merely New York or any particular city or town. It was a place known as Paradise Island, a remnant of the old gods, home to the warrior nation of Amazons, inheritors of the age of deities. Through the fabric, he could sense the delicacy and resilience of her long legs, and he questioned, "Aunt, didn't you previously say that you were exiled from Paradise Island?" Paradise Island, created by Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods. The island is shrouded in a magical protective barrier that renders it imperceptible to even the most advanced human technologies. Once one departs from the island's interior, they lose all memory of its precise location. Thus, Paradise Island exists as a tangible realm on Earth, while simultaneously remaining isolated from the human world. When Diana's aunt left Paradise Island during World War I, she forgot the island's coordinates, effectively enduring an eternal exile, never to return to her homeland. "Indeed, this is the truth." Diana nodded gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wisdom. "However, not long ago, thanks to your assistance, I conceived a way to return to Paradise Island." "My assistance?" Nian was perplexed, unable to recall when he had aided his aunt. Diana spoke softly. "Discovering the method to return to Paradise Island is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is whether you are willing to accompany me back." At that moment, across the riverbank, the modern streets buzzed with vibrant life, the night breeze rustling and breaking the delicate layer of ice upon the river's surface. Nian suddenly realized this was a choice. Should he opt for the life, identity, and everything he had known for 16 years in the human world? Or should he follow his aunt? Was there really any hesitation required? Nian smiled. "I am willing." Diana, with a hint of doubt, asked, "Even if it means never seeing your friends again?" "That would indeed be a profoundly sorrowful affair." Nian paused, then replied sincerely, "However, if I could never see my aunt again, I would perish." Throughout history, many heroes have fallen beneath skirts. Moreover, he was not merely a hero but had taken a seat beneath one. "Well, if you wish to stay on Paradise Island long term, my mother would not permit it." Diana playfully tapped Nian on the back of his head and laughed. "It has been quite a while since I last saw my kin. It is merely a return visit. Before your vacation concludes, we shall come back together. When shall we depart?" Nian inquired with curiosity, pondering whether this was akin to a brief excursion to Paradise Island. No, it felt more like accompanying his aunt back to her familial home. Diana, however, was not consumed by such thoughts. Her lips parted. Now, we shall embark immediately. The following day, in the morning, in the Aegean Sea, aboard a grand three-tiered sightseeing cruise ship. Due to Greece's Mediterranean climate, even winter does not feel cold. Under the radiant sunlight, the ship's passengers flocked to the open deck, savoring the refreshing sea breeze and the romantic oceanic vistas. Tourists from around the globe, while indulging in leisure and entertainment, seemed to yearn for a delightful romantic encounter. Gentlemen adorned themselves as dapper English gentlemen, while ladies donned vibrant, flowing gowns. Many engaged in lively conversation while admiring the seascape. When a woman graced the deck, all the gentlemen's eyes sparkled with astonishment, causing the competing ladies around her to pale in comparison. The woman with raven hair donned an exquisite white dress with an asymmetrical shoulder and a daring slit, her delicate and beautiful visage seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Her tall and mature figure, gracefully enveloped in the flowing gown, accentuated a captivatingly alluring silhouette. Every gesture she made exuded an air of nobility and elegance, her subtly curled hair shimmering with brilliance. Beside her stood a youthful boy, his features strikingly handsome, clad in a well-fitted shirt and uniform. Together, they ascended from the cabin to the deck, resembling a pair of siblings with a decade of age difference. At that moment, a gentleman stepped forward onto the deck, approaching the woman with polite warmth. "Madam, may I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" Before the stunning woman could respond, the boy, asserting his claim, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and, with an equally courteous smile, declared, "I'm sorry, but this is my little girlfriend." The instant those words were uttered, countless onlookers were left astounded, questioning if they had misheard. The gentleman, who had removed his hat to flirt, stood momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing towards the woman. Diana remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if tacitly acknowledging this newfound title. The boy, Nian, blinked and said, "Excuse me. Sir, could you please step aside?" "Sir?" The gentleman's lips twitched, struck by an unforeseen blow, as he dejectedly stepped back. Other gentlemen present, witnessing the scene, refrained from approaching further, suddenly feeling the allure of the nearby women dimmed in comparison. At such a young age, Nian had already reached the pinnacle of success, driving an exquisite luxury vehicle, making it evident that comparisons between people were futile. He wrapped an arm around Diana, leading her to the railing of the deck, where the vast and boundless azure sea unfolded before them. Diana glanced at Nian and suddenly inquired, "What did you just call me?" "Little auntie," Nian declared decisively. "Really?" Diana's expression remained unreadable. "Of course. Now please don't let go." "Oh." Nian sheepishly withdrew his hand, his demeanor somewhat aggrieved. Sensing that her tone had been a bit harsh, Diana softly added, "Outside, let us not behave like this." Nian's heart inexplicably fluttered. This implied that indoors, he was free to embrace her without restraint. Such understanding. "What if I wish to hold you tonight?" He couldn't help but ask, seeking explicit approval from his little aunt. Diana turned her gaze to the vast ocean ahead, seemingly ignoring his words. It appeared there was no chance. Nian felt little regret. If he were to embrace her, it would ultimately leave him feeling unsettled. Suddenly, Diana spoke. "I've begun to recall the location of Paradise Island." "That is wonderful. Please think carefully," Nian urged, his eyes brightening as he fell silent, allowing his little aunt to concentrate. If she possessed divine powers, she would surely uncover the truth. At this moment, Diana's right hand tightly clutched a golden lasso, the other end firmly bound to her left wrist. This golden lasso was designed to ensnare others, compelling them to disclose the truth. Moreover, it operated under a hidden principle. Even the most deeply buried memories, long forgotten, would be forcibly recalled. Inspired by her previous experience of binding Nian, Diana now employed the lasso of truth upon herself, harnessing the artifact's power to defy the laws of Paradise Island, thereby enabling her to recall the precise coordinates of Paradise Island. Chapter 39, Arrival at Paradise Island. Identity, I remember. Diana suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and inexplicably remarked, "Nian, are you ready?" "Ready? Ready for what?" Nian turned to glance at his aunt, only to find that her attire, a white dress with a diagonal shoulder and a high slit, had transformed into a battle-ready crimson armor, complete with a shield and silver sword slung across her back. The crown and bracelets adorning her forehead and wrists sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. "Aunt, you look." Nian was taken aback, his hasty words faltering. On the deck, numerous tourists were still engaged in sightseeing and conversation, none casting a glance towards the transformed Diana. as if they no longer existed on the deck in the eyes of others. Rest assured, they cannot see us, Diana reassured him, simultaneously lifting Nian into her arms. Her right hand raising the golden lasso overhead, her body slightly crouched in a poised stance. Nian realized what his aunt was about to do and exclaimed, "Wait, I'm not mentally prepared." Before Nian could finish his sentence, Diana sprang into action, leaping forward and soaring dozens of meters ahead of the cruise ship. As they were about to touch the surface of the sea, Diana swung the golden lasso forward, ensnaring the crest of a wave that surged in the distance. Using its force to propel them forward, they soared high across the expanse of the ocean. It appeared as though they were racing across the water's surface, stirring up a furious wake behind them. "Look, what is that?" The tourists on the deck turned their gazes toward the sea ahead of the cruise ship, catching sight of a straight white streak, mistakenly believing it to be a marine creature akin to a tuna. As they watched the white water arrow vanish swiftly into the depths of the Aegean Sea, Diana resembled a humanoid fighter jet swooping low across the ocean, while Nian retrieved a pair of wind-resistant goggles from his pocket, donning them to shield his eyes from the fierce gusts. The ocean receded rapidly on either side, soon leaving the yacht far behind, until it disappeared from view. In the vastness of the sea, only Diana and Nian were diving and soaring. They journeyed onward, not knowing whether they had covered 10 kilometers or 100, until, with a soft pop, Diana and Nian passed through an invisible barrier. Nian widened his eyes as the once boundless deep blue sea abruptly transformed into a clearer, shallower turquoise expanse. Amidst the towering formations of enormous reefs, the majestic islands rise from the depths of this oceanic expanse. The largest and most central island is enveloped by beaches of golden sands, flanked by rugged mountains, upon which numerous ancient Greek-style white temples and sacred edifices perch. A grand waterfall crowns the mountain's summit, cascading down with vigor to create a dazzling rainbow halo. Without the need for Aunt Diana's explanation, Nian recognizes the place at a mere glance. This is the realm of the ancient Olympian gods, a dreamlike paradise isolated from the mundane world, free of earthly strife. Paradise Island. On the sandy shores where Paradise Island meets the open sea, a group of fierce warrior women, clad in traditional Greek leather armor and wielding bows, metal spears, and other cold weapons, stands vigilant, gazing at an unknown presence swiftly approaching along the water's surface. They raise their shields and draw their bows, aligning the cold, sharp tips of spears and swords outward. At the forefront, a commanding female general sits atop a robust black steed, brandishing a silver sword, her countenance resolute and stern, her bronzed muscles exuding a formidable aura that far surpasses that of most men. Just as the Amazons prepare to confront the intruders, the general, fixated on the encroaching figure, suddenly trembles and exclaims, "Everyone, lower your weapons." "General?" The female warriors, bewildered, comply and reluctantly sheath their arms. Thud! 2 intruders, moving at remarkable speed from the distant sea, reach the sands of Paradise Island. The sight of one of them, adorned in the unique royal regalia of the Amazons, leaves the Amazon warriors stunned. Before they collectively place their hands on their chests and kneel, pledging their loyalty and support, "Princess, is it you, Princess Diana?" Dismounting from her steed, the general, trembling with disbelief, inquires, "Diana, is that truly you?" Diana gently places Nian down and, unable to conceal her joy, strides forward. "Yes, Antiope, Aunt. I have returned." The two embrace tightly, while Nian, understanding the significance of the moment, stands aside with a smile, refraining from interrupting the reunion of kin. Antiope, her previously stern visage transformed with joy, pats Diana's back, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Your return is a blessing. Your mother and all the Amazons have long awaited your homecoming." "Mother, is she well?" Diana inquires softly. "Very well, though she has been quite concerned for you." Antiope replies with a smile, urging, "Come. Let us return to the palace so your mother and kin can see you." "Antiope, wait a moment," Diana interjects, shaking her head. At that moment, the gazes of the assembled Amazons converge upon Nian, their eyes filled with curiosity. A human? Many female warriors instinctively displayed sharp gazes filled with rejection and hostility. "Princess Diana." Antiope regarded Nian, her expression reverting to a previous state of solemn indifference. "You should be aware that Paradise Island forbids outsiders from stepping foot here, especially a male human." Antiope then addressed Nian directly. "Who are you?" "I am Nian." He hesitated, momentarily at a loss for how to articulate his identity before the formidable General Antiope and the stern Amazonian warriors surrounding her. The most fitting description would be Diana's adopted son, Yet he had always instinctively resisted this designation, referring to Diana as aunt since childhood, a title she tacitly accepted. However, if he were to forego the title of adopted son and not claim kinship with Diana, it was evident that he would not be able to pass muster with the Amazons. As Nian grappled with his uncertainty, Diana stepped forward. Without uttering an explanatory word, her exquisite and serene visage remained composed. She approached Nian closely, suddenly raising her hands to remove the resplendent crown that symbolized her status. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" Antiope seemed to grasp the implications, unable to suppress her astonishment. Ignoring Antiope's admonition, Diana smiled gently, and in the astonished gazes of the Amazonian warriors, she placed her silver crown upon Nian's head. Nian blinked, unable to comprehend the significance of this gesture. Chapter 40. You are her sovereign on the shores of Paradise Island. Antiope and the Amazonian warriors wore expressions of shock, confusion, and anger, collectively falling into a profound silence. Little explanation was needed. When the Amazon princess Diana adorned a human male with her divine artifact, the star crown, her stance was unmistakably declared. "His name is Nian. Nian Prince." Diana spoke softly, as if making an announcement. Good afternoon. It's a lovely day today, and I'm pleased to meet you all," Nian said, attempting to break the awkwardness while waving enthusiastically, adorned with the crown. Yet, no one responded, leaving the atmosphere even more subdued. His wave faltered, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. This was truly mortifying. Even so, without the Queen's directive, he was unable to enter the main island of Paradise. Antiope's chest heaved, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Nian. Suddenly, Nian found this stare oddly familiar, much like the one Officer George often directed at him. "I understand. I shall prepare to meet my mother," Diana nodded and said. "Antiope, could you please arrange accommodations for Nian in the buildings on the nearby isles? He will be staying here for a few days." "Of course," Antiope replied. In response to Diana's request, despite her reluctance, Antiope ultimately acquiesced with gritted teeth. Turning to Nian, Diana gently instructed, "Please accompany my aunt, Antiope, to the designated residence. I will join you later after meeting with the Queen." "Very well, you go ahead," Nian replied, contemplating that this was merely a visit to a poorly serviced tourist destination, nothing of great significance. "Follow me," Antiope instructed, casting an impassive glance at him before mounting her black steed. Far from the royal palace and the abodes of the Amazons, Paradise Island perched on the cliffside by the outer sea. Here stood a colossal and peculiar ancient circular edifice. Antiope led Nian to the main entrance of the ancient structure. Gazing at the remarkably preserved building, reminiscent of an ancient temple, Nian queried, "Is this my place of residence? It hardly needs to be this grand." Antiope, riding ahead on her black horse, paid no heed to his words and approached the entrance, addressing the two silver-armored female guards stationed at the door. "Arrange a spare guard room for him." "Yes, General." The guards quickly complied, their curiosity piqued by the first human boy to visit this place. Upon noticing the familiar ornate crown upon his head, their expressions mirrored the astonishment of the earlier female warriors. "What are you staring at?" Nian thought to himself, utterly bewildered by the significance of the crown he wore. "Keep an eye on him, and do not allow him to wander." Antiope instructed the guards before leaving Nian alone at the entrance, without ever exchanging a direct word or glance. After Antiope's swift departure, one of the female guards respectfully beckoned. "Your Highness, please come inside." "Your Highness?" Nian was taken aback, observing the courteous demeanor of the guard as she entered the ancient building. Following her inside, Nian increasingly felt that something was amiss. The walls of the ancient structure were astonishingly thick, devoid of windows and doors. The sole entrance was merely a cramped corridor, standing 2 meters tall. Rather than a residence, it resembled a secretive facility for imprisoning offenders or storing goods. "This is it," the guard announced, halting beside the corridor without venturing into the building's heart. With a push against the brick, a concealed door in the wall slowly creaked open, releasing a cascade of loose dust. Ahem! Both the guard and Nian coughed, and as the dust settled, a dim blue lantern on the high wall of the inner chamber flickered to life. Peering into the light, Nian beheld a square room, scarcely 20 square meters in size. The room contained a rack of weapons and 2 exceedingly simple beds. Apart from that, it held nothing else. Nian's lips twitched slightly. The dimly lit room was one thing, but the weapon rack and bed were thickly coated with dust, indicating they had not been occupied for an indeterminate period. "Your Highness, please wait a moment while I tidy up," the female guard said, brushing away the dust with an apologetic tone. This room was originally designed for the guards who kept watch here late at night. However, after a significant reduction in personnel, It has remained unkempt and vacant. Guarding? What on earth are we guarding? Nian pondered, bewildered. Is this some kind of prison they've set up for me? Or am I to be treated like a criminal? It is merely an object, the female guard continued as she cleaned. It resides in the deepest part of this building, though there is nothing remarkable about it. I have been guarding it for about 10 years, and before me, my Amazonian kin have watched over it for a millennium. Is it appropriate for me to reside in such a significant place? Nian felt a growing unease. Surely, a location requiring a millennia of vigilant guarding must harbor some peril. It's nothing to worry about. As long as it remains here, there have been no anomalies for 1,000 years, so you need not fret, the female guard shrugged. Moreover, you are the sovereign of that esteemed one. It is a humble abode for your exalted status. Wait a moment, Nian raised an eyebrow. Sovereign, what do you mean? The female guard, equally perplexed, gestured to the ornate crown adorning his head. Is that not the crown of Princess Diana? Indeed, Nian nodded. Then it is as I thought. The female guard affirmed, her tone turning serious. From the moment we are born, we Amazonian people are bestowed with a crown. The royal wear a diadem, while warriors don a helmet. These are the symbols of our identity and honor throughout our lives. So, this crown upon my head. Nian's eyes widened in realization. It signifies that she has conferred upon you her honor, identity, and all that is most valuable. You are her sovereign. You share in her glory and disgrace. Advancing and retreating on the same ground. At this juncture, the female guard sighed, her gaze penetrating the slits of her iron helmet as she regarded Nian. I cannot fathom why that esteemed one chose you, a mere human, as her counterpart. Yet, it is not for me to judge. I can only respect her decision. Nian fell silent. He was not filled with delight. Rather, the weight of the crown felt burdensome, suffocating him. It was inconceivable that Aunt Diana would select him as her other half. This seemed akin to his earlier jest of referring to her as his little girlfriend, a mere pretense to facilitate his stay on Paradise Island. Yet, a woman as independent, intelligent, beautiful, powerful, and perfect as Aunt Diana, a deity of such pride and nobility, now appeared almost as a subordinate, declaring that all she represented was bestowed upon him. The cost of such an act was something Nian felt was unworthy for Aunt Diana. Chapter 41. The trembling mother box after the female guard tidied up and exited the small dark room. Nian reclined alone on the relatively clean bed, clutching his aunt's starry diadem tightly in his hands. The flickering, ethereal flames cast a cool glow upon him. The crown, of course, could never be returned, for that would undoubtedly be a slap in Aunt Diana's face. Nevertheless, this diadem bore an overwhelming weight. In every conceivable aspect, it was the most precious object in this world, beyond any measure of value. Could I truly bear its burden? Nian lay on the bed for a considerable time, ultimately letting out a sigh as he placed the diadem back upon his head and rose to leave the room. Even without the confines of claustrophobia, the atmosphere here was stifling. He yearned for fresh air. However, as he made his way halfway to the door, he recalled the earlier directive from General Antiope, who had instructed the guard at the entrance not to allow him to wander. He now fully understood why Antiope's demeanor had been so brusque. If anyone were to harbor ill intentions towards Aunt Diana, Nian's reaction would surely be 100 times more severe. Had he been aware of the significance behind his aunt donning the diadem, he would have never permitted her to place it upon his head. If he were to assert his status as a prince and venture outside, the guard would likely not dare to impede him. Yet, Nian had no desire to cause trouble for the guard, so he opted to turn back in the corridor. Upon returning to his door, he suddenly halted, gazing into the depths of the ancient building's passage, where a faint light glimmered, accompanied by a gentle breeze that flowed through the shadowy corridor. Since wandering outside was forbidden, surely it would be permissible to stroll within? He shrugged off any hesitation. Moreover, the guard had just stated that as long as he did not remove any items from within, there would be no issue. Without overthinking, Nian continued deeper into the ancient edifice. The walls, indeed, were remarkably thick. The further he ventured into the passage, the more astonished he became. This circular structure, aside from the dimly lit guardroom he had just occupied, had no other rooms. It was entirely composed of solid brick walls, with only a narrow passage leading inward. Can one imagine? From an architectural standpoint, this circular building resembled an enclosed pockball. Once the passage was sealed, no one could escape from within. Perhaps only in a triune state could one forcefully break free while trapped inside. As Nian pondered, he suddenly recalled the devourer beast. His aunt had mentioned it was unsuitable to bring it to Paradise Island, thus entrusting it to a friend with prior pet care experience for a few days. That friend, if memory served him right, was named Barry Allen. Nian soon reached the innermost part of the building, and upon stepping out of the passage, the scene before him unfolded in splendid clarity. It was a remarkably spacious and vintage hall. The hall's periphery was adorned with peculiar stone carvings and ancient Greek inscriptions, seemingly chronicling a long-forgotten history of ancient deities. The star-shaped metallic lattice of the hall's ceiling allowed beams of light, cool breezes, and air to seep through. Delicate shafts of dust danced in the feeble light, gently illuminating the stone altar at the center of the ancient structure. Perched atop the 2-meter-high altar was a mysterious cubic object, resembling a rusted metal box. This iron container, its duration of stay here an enigma, lay in quiet desolation alongside the soft glow, floating dust, and the passage of time. Could this be the artifact that has guarded this place for over a millennium? Nian was momentarily transfixed. He finally understood why no one had dared to touch it for 1,000 years. Not to mention the Zeus barrier that enveloped Paradise Island. Under the vigilant watch of the Amazons, who would anyone desire such a dilapidated box? Yet, perhaps it concealed a hidden treasure. Nian had no intention of probing further. He stood before the altar, initiating a deep breathing exercise typical of high school students. Inhaling deeply, he felt a refreshing connection between the air within the hall and the outside world. However, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he thought he perceived something. Nian halted his movements, his astonished gaze fixating on the iron box atop the altar. Had it just shifted slightly? Paradise Island, Amazonian Palace. The palace gleamed with opulence, and every decoration within, including the still-used golden thrones and beaded curtains, could easily become coveted items for collectors. The Queen Mother, Hippolyta, entered the palace and crouched beside a chair. On the golden throne sat a dignified woman, resembling Diana, her face and form retaining youthful vigor, adorned with a golden crown. Hippolyta could not suppress her genuine smile of excitement. She reached out, gently touching Diana's cheek. "My child, you have suffered alone out there." "No." Diana softly shook her head, grasping her mother's hand. "Mother, I am well and can take care of myself." "Of course, I know," Hippolyta replied with a smile, her head nodding in acknowledgement. "After all, you are my only daughter, the Amazonian queen." Suddenly, she paused, her gaze fixed on Diana's forehead. "Diana, your starry diadem?" "Mother, I was just about to tell you about that." This time, I did not return alone. Diana's face radiated happiness, her expression serious yet proud. "I bestowed it upon someone, a human." In the ancient structure's main hall, Nian remained somewhat dazed as he gazed at the iron box. Hadn't he, the female guard, just stated that this object hadn't moved in a millennium? Why, then, had he just seen the box sway slightly? Was it merely a trick of the eye? That possibility could not be dismissed. Nian had only caught a fleeting glimpse, and it was entirely plausible that the interplay of light had misled him into believing the box had moved. To confirm his suspicions, Nian held his breath and cautiously approached the altar. As Nian approached within 3 meters, he could discern more clearly the iron box atop the stone altar. Adorned with peculiar patterns reminiscent of stars and the sun, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The beams of light streaming from the dome above bathed him in warmth. Instinctively, Nian reached out towards the iron box, yearning to wipe away the accumulated dust. His fingers inched closer, but just as they were about to make contact, he hastily withdrew his hand. What was he doing? It was a poor habit to meddle with others' possessions. Nevertheless, observing the thick layer of dust atop the box, he confirmed that he had indeed misjudged. Had the box truly moved, some of the dust would have surely been shaken off. Thus, he decided to abandon his inquiry into the battered box and turned to exit the grand hall. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped out into the corridor, the iron box on the stone altar trembled slightly, shaking off a considerable amount of dust. Before the dust could touch the ground, it mysteriously vanished into the hall's space. The box appeared to quiver with a life of its own, as if it were trembling in fear of something, only to soon return to the tranquility it had maintained for millennia. It lay dormant, waiting for the right moment. Chapter 42. A new era within the palace of the Amazon kingdom. Diana's bright eyes met those of the Amazon queen with a natural intensity. Resembling a resplendent knight rather than the pampered princess she once was, cherished by all her kin. "Mother, did you not once say that humans are the most miraculous creations of the gods, possessing immense strength and boundless potential?" She paused, speaking earnestly. "When I ventured into the human world, I was initially filled with hope, only to be swiftly engulfed in disappointment. In truth, I exiled myself, choosing to remain in that world to seek answers for my heart." "Did you find them?" Hippolyta's furrowed brow softened, her gaze steady upon her only daughter. "Yes, I understand now what you meant," Diana replied with a subtle smile. "Nian is the miracle I have chosen, and the answer I sought." Hippolyta fell silent for a moment before gently inquiring, "Are you so confident in him?" Diana's determined brow unfolded like a sword's edge, her tone earnest. It is my confidence in myself that has led me to this decision. She gently grasped her mother's hand, whispering, "Mother, you won't hold this against me, will you?" "Of course not." Hippolyta shook her head, looking at her with affection. "You are my daughter. Whatever decisions you make, I will support you." At that moment, the fierce General Antiope stormed into the palace, her voice low and resolute as she declared, "I do not agree." Antiope Hippolyta glanced up at her. "Your Majesty." Antiope knelt in the grand hall of the palace, subsequently reiterating her dissent. "I cannot agree with this choice made by Princess Diana. She is a royal of our Amazonian lineage. How can she place everything she holds dear in the hands of a frail, young human? I find it incomprehensible and utterly unacceptable." Just as Diana was about to speak, Hippolyta gently placed her hand on Diana's and addressed Antiope. "Ah, my dear. You remain as tempestuous as ever. Do you recall the days of Diana's childhood?" Antiope furrowed her brow, uncertain of the queen's intent. Hippolyta continued softly. "In her youth, Diana would often sneak peeks at you and the Amazon warriors during your training sessions. Out of my affection for her, I reprimanded her repeatedly and forbade her from touching any weapons. Yet, in the end, she still managed to sneak away to train with you." Antiope opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated. "I believe you understand this well," Hippolyta reflected. "Neither you nor I could sway the choices of young Diana. How could we possibly influence her decisions as she has matured? You claim she is exceptional, and now she has made her choice. How can you question her?" Antiope fell into a profound silence. Her fists clenched tightly before gradually relaxing, and she resignedly uttered, I respect Princess Diana's decision." From the moment Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope ceased to oppose her, no one on Paradise Island could question Diana's choice any longer. This also signified that Nian's identity and status on Paradise Island would ascend to the same level as that of Amazonian Princess Diana. Suddenly, Diana spoke. "Antiope, there is one more thing I wish to ask of you regarding Nian." Queen Hippolyta was momentarily taken aback. Entrusting matters concerning Nian to Antiope seemed rather unwise. Yet, Antiope raised an eyebrow and replied, "Princess Diana, please proceed." Diana softly stated, "I wish for Nian too." Meanwhile, Nian, lying in the dim confines of the ancient building, felt utterly exhausted and weak from hunger. Suddenly, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps echoing from the corridor outside. At last, someone has arrived. Nian sprang upright as the female guard hurried in, clutching a set of garments. "Your Highness, quickly change into these. General Antiope wishes to see you." "Is it mealtime?" Taking the clothes from the guard, Nian disregarded all decorum and swiftly removed his shirt, causing the guard to flee in a fluster. "What is the fuss? It's not like you haven't seen a man before," Nian muttered as he donned the offered attire and made his way outside the ancient structure. Emerging from the lengthy, dark corridor, Nian felt a sense of liberation as he stepped into the light. Glancing down at the garments he had just changed into, he noted with approval that they were indeed proper male attire. A brown linen short-sleeved shirt paired with practical fitted trousers, reflecting the ancient Greek style. However, these trousers exude a sense of being newly tailored, with threads still fresh. Before Nian could ponder further, the sound of hooves and neighing echoed in the distance, and a contingent of female cavalry swiftly emerged before the ancient edifice perched on the cliff. At the forefront, riding a black steed, was none other than the formidable General Antiope. She cast a glance at Nian by the entrance, quietly relaying a few instructions to the female guard. Before addressing her troop of cavalry, "Bring a horse for him." "A horse?" Nian watched as a female cavalry member led a strikingly handsome white horse towards him, his lips twitching slightly. "My lord, times have changed. Could we not procure some modern means of transportation?" With Antiope and the female knights now fixated on him, Nian found himself exchanging wide-eyed glances with the white horse nearby. The female guard seemed to sense his discomfort and stepped forward to inquire, "Your Highness, would you like assistance mounting a horse?" "I would be most grateful," Nian replied, touched by her offer. In an instant, he was lifted 2 or 3 meters into the air by the female guard and landed atop the white horse's back. Startled, the horse bolted forward, galloping like an arrow released from a bow. "Go," Antiope commanded, her eyes narrowing as she led the cavalry in pursuit of the white horse. As the horse, now surrounded by the female cavalry, began to slow its pace, Nian, still reeling from the sudden ride, was relieved to grasp the reins just in time. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off. Regaining his composure atop the white steed, Nian soon realized that the cavalry's deceleration was not merely for his sake. They had entered the town area of Paradise Island. The broad, white stone path meandered through the mountainous terrain, flanked by countless white edifices. As the cavalry escorted Nian through the town, hundreds, if not thousands, of local residents donned in white gowns, along with armed sentinels stationed at various posts, gathered along the roadside, their gazes fixed upon Nian at the heart of the procession, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Nian suddenly felt as though he were at a relative's home, surrounded by a horde of inquisitive aunts and uncles, scrutinizing him. However, this was not merely a gathering of relatives. It was a tribe, a race. Yet, the most striking aspect was that every single individual present was female. There was not a single male in sight, nor any elderly figures of faded youth. Nian finally grasped why his male attire appeared newly fashioned. It was because, on this island, masculine garments were unnecessary. Paradise Island. It would be more aptly named the Land of Daughters. Chapter 43. Do not bow your head, for the crown will fall. Antiope led her troop of female knights, escorting Nian through the town of Paradise Island to ascend a mountain peak. As Nian rode upon the white horse, he was struck by the brilliance before him. This mountain peak seemed to have been effortlessly sheared at its summit, resembling a naturally open platform for practice, its expanse adorned with grass as soft as a carpet, welcoming the boundless sky and ocean beyond. On the pristine grass of the training ground, dozens of formidable female warriors, clad in battle skirts and baring their bare shoulders, engaged in earnest combat practice with one another. Each warrior possessed physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary humans, wielding genuine swords and blades. The fierce clash of blades ignited sparks, and the resounding symphony of metal echoed incessantly. These were the fierce women of the Amazon tribe, undoubtedly. A modern human army of equal numbers would be swiftly reduced to mere remnants in their presence. When faced with invaders, they would be the first to charge into the fray. Upon the arrival of Antiope, riding a majestic black horse, the warriors in the training ground halted their actions in unison, honoring her with a respectful salute. General. However, their undisguised glares, sharp as the edges of their weapons, fell squarely upon the young man standing behind Antiope. No explanation was necessary. All present instantly recognized the identity of Nian. After all, as a human male, he was painfully conspicuous on Paradise Island, especially adorned with the royal diadem of starlight. If mere gazes could slay, Nian would have undoubtedly been vanquished countless times over. With a resigned sigh, Nian understood the source of the Amazon warriors' hostility. These women were more ferocious than the female guards, embodying a raw intensity that deemed a mere human adolescent unworthy of the Amazon princess. Yet, understanding did not equate to acceptance. They might belittle him as a human, but he bore the crown of his aunt upon his head, previously struggling to maintain his seat on the white horse. Nian's gaze turned steely as he met the hostile stares of the warriors one by one. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the diadem radiated an aura of regal authority, making the young man on the white horse appear truly of royal lineage. Many Amazon warriors instinctively averted their eyes, unable to hold his gaze. Antiope, somewhat astonished, had intended for her most valiant and powerful warriors to face Nian, seeking to impart a lesson on the weight of the royal crown. However, she was gravely mistaken. In truth, Nian also believed himself unworthy of the immense significance embodied in his aunt's crown, yet as long as it rested upon his brow, he would never yield or bow before anyone, nor allow its brilliance to be tarnished. To bow would be to diminish the dignity and honor of Aunt Diana. This was his Achilles heel. Antiope seemed to awaken to this realization, commanding the warriors, "Hurry, pay your respects." The warriors exchanged glances, despite their reluctance. They bowed to Nian and the crown he wore. "We salute you, Your Highness." Nian gently tapped the white horse, which, in that moment, became notably more compliant. Lowering its head obediently, Antiope, having fallen from her black stallion, issued instructions to the female warriors, "Rest here for now. We shall resume training after lunch." "Yes, General." The female warriors promptly began to stow away their weapons. Shortly thereafter, commoners brought forth an array of provisions, fruits, cheese, bread, and freshly roasted meats. The warriors, unreserved, formed circles to dine together on the ground. The herd of horses was tethered nearby on the grass. Nian sat alone on the meadow, and soon, a bountiful meal was presented before him. "Your Highness, our Amazon warriors typically enjoy lunch in this manner. If you find this unaccustomed, I can arrange for you to dine indoors." Antiope approached, a roasted leg of lamb in hand. Perhaps due to Nian's earlier actions, her demeanor had softened, her expression far less frigid than before. "Let us consider it a picnic. It's quite a delightful experience," Nian shrugged, washing his hands with fresh water before indulging in bread and roasted meat. His hunger was genuine. Observing Nian relish his meal, Antiope suddenly found herself lost in thought. reminiscent of Diana's childhood. How, after receiving permission to train with the warriors, she had refused to return to the palace for lunch, opting instead to dine on the training grounds with them. "Thank you," Antiope said. "What?" Nian looked at her, perplexed. "Thank you for upholding Princess Diana's honor earlier." Antiope's face remained impassive. "Such gratitude is unnecessary." Nian replied candidly, "She is my family. It is my duty." A fleeting glimmer of curiosity crossed Antiope's eyes at the mention of familial duty. After lunch, Nian expected to return to rest, but was taken aback when Antiope suddenly rose, seizing two gleaming ancient Greek swords from the nearby weapon rack. With a swift motion, she brandished one sword, while the other was thrust into the grasp before Nian. "Come, what are we to do?" Nian furrowed his brow, regarding the long sword. This spectacle drew the attention of all the female warriors present, who turned their gazes towards them. "I invite you to battle. It is my duty," Antiope declared coldly. "Now, it is time for you to fulfill your obligation. Take up the sword and fight me." "I cannot wield a sword," Nian began, but before he could finish, Antiope lunged forward with a fierce rush, the air crackling around her as she swung her Greek sword towards him. "Wait, you're serious?" Nian's brown eyes widened in shock as he instinctively grasped the sword embedded in the ground, drawing it to block his body. Clang! The sword was sent spinning away, embedding itself into the grass behind him after several revolutions. Nian, now left with empty hands, felt a sharp pain in his palms. Antiope, having closed the distance, had skillfully altered her attack, disarming him with a deft flick of her sword. Duty requires the corresponding ability to fulfill it. Antiope cast a cold gaze upon Nian, declaring, "You are utterly feeble. With such weakness, do you truly believe you can seize the most precious treasure of this island? As the fierce guardian of Her Highness Diana, I am bound by duty to sever your throat at any moment." Nian remained silent, turning instead to draw his long sword anew, gripping it firmly. "Come again," he proclaimed, facing the mightiest general of the Amazonian tribe, a human youth crowned with stars, his confidence unwavering. Chapter 44. The Lightning, a turn of events at this moment, in Washington. A young Caucasian man in his early 20s, weary and yawning, returned home, keys in hand, and changed into his house slippers at the doorstep. Suddenly, Barry Allen recalled an important matter. A friend had entrusted him with the care of a kitten the previous night. The little feline had been sleeping soundly since then, and he wondered if it had awakened by now. With this thought, Barry retrieved a can of fish from his backpack and made his way to his room. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of an unzipped pet carrier on the table, but the small orange cat that once curled up inside had vanished. Where could it have gone? Barry murmured, though he felt no significant concern. With ample experience in pet care and aspirations of applying for a position at a pet shop, he had secured all windows and unplugged electrical devices before leaving home that morning. Even if the kitten wandered about, it should pose no danger. Suddenly, Barry sensed something amiss and stared blankly at his desk. "Wait, where's my chair?" The large chair that had been in the room had inexplicably disappeared. Just as he pondered the possibility of a burglary, a soft meow emanated from behind him. Turning around, he found the seemingly harmless little orange cat standing at the door, its expression filled with caution and wariness. "Oh, little kitty, there you are," Barry sighed in relief, shaking the can of fish in his hand. "Look, I brought you something to eat." He stepped forward, intending to approach the small feline. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The little orange cat suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing a gaping maw filled with terrifying, thick tentacles that shot forth, sweeping towards Barry with alarming speed. His eyes widened in astonishment, and at that critical moment, a faint current of electricity flickered beside him. In the next instant, the orange cat, the room, and indeed the entire world, fell into a state of suspension. No, it was not mere stillness. Barry was moving so swiftly that time itself seemed to pause for him. Engulfed in this newfound ability, he surveyed the almost motionless creature before him, lost in contemplation. He recalled that his friend had mentioned this kitten was rather special. Was this what they meant by special? This was no ordinary cat. On Paradise Island, within the training grounds, the clash of metal echoed. Countless times, the Greek sword in Nian's hand was once again sent flying from his grasp, impaled into the grass. His palm was a vivid crimson, nearly oozing blood. Nevertheless, he showed no inclination to concede defeat and resolutely approached the longsword once more, his right hand firmly red-dripping the Greek blade. Once more, Nian gasped audibly, his grip on the longsword unyielding as he faced the unyielding Antiope. Surrounding them were a throng of female warriors, while beyond them, numerous Amazonian residents stood by the buildings, observing the stark disparity in strength that characterized this battle. Feudal Antiope, with an expression devoid of emotion, closed the distance to Nian in a swift stride, delivering a blow that combined both power and speed. Nian exerted every ounce of strength to block the strike, yet he and his sword were sent sprawling back, crashing harshly to the ground. The surrounding female warriors and residents shook their heads in dismay, while only Antiope in the arena displayed a fleeting hint of intrigue. This time, Nian gripped the sword firmly, refusing to let it slip from his grasp again. Of course, the cost was steep, as Nian propped himself up with the longsword. A single drop of blood trickled down between his fingers, landing upon the hilt of the Greek sword. Antiope regarded the resilient young man as he stood, coldly remarking, "It's useless, you should concede sooner." "You are right, Antiope," Nian replied, holding the longsword and offering a faint smile. "If I am to protect her in the future, I must grow stronger." He inexplicably added, "You've broken a sweat, haven't you? It's merely the sun's heat. You are hardly enough to make me sweat." Antiope retorted, casting a glance at her own form. Truth be told, Nian was far more tenacious than she had anticipated. Yet that was all. She saw no glimmer of hope within him, which left Antiope feeling a twinge of disappointment, rekindling doubts about the princess's choice. Suddenly, Nian surged forward, dragging the long sword as he charged at Antiope. She raised an eyebrow, completely unprepared for his audacious assault. "Futile," Antiope shook her head, readying her sword to counter, only to observe that halfway through his charge, Nian had flung the long sword away, abandoning his weapon. "Foolish," Antiope exclaimed sharply, swinging her sword to deflect the thrown blade to the ground. However, in that instant, Nian closed the distance to Antiope, his sword hand clenched into a fist, striking with all his might at the exposed shoulder of Antiope. Yet, her body remained immovable, akin to a colossal mountain, impervious to the strength of a mere boy. "You have lost." Antiope's right hand transformed into a knife edge, poised to strike at Nian's neck, but before the blow could land, her wrist was suddenly seized by a firm grip. It was Nian's hand. Now is the moment. A glimmer flashed in Nian's eyes as he twisted sharply at the waist, channeling his formidable strength to lift Antiope's entire form, hurling her fiercely into the adjacent open ground. The sword in Antiope's hand fell, only to be seized by Nian. A loud thud echoed as not only Antiope, who was sent crashing 10 meters away, but also the female warriors on the field were left stunned, gazing at the solitary figure of Nian standing tall. What had seemed like a one-sided battle had suddenly taken a dramatic turn. What transpired in that fleeting moment? What was happening? Antiope, still dazed and sprawled on the ground, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, she had felt a force emanating from Nian that rivaled her own, surpassed it by a degree of potency. Little did she know, at the instant Nian had unleashed that punch, the blood coursing through his veins had mingled with the sweat on Antiope's skin, fulfilling the prerequisites to awaken the bond of the chosen one. Antiope's physical strength had been transferred to Nian, leading to this astonishing reversal. The general had been repelled? How could this possibly be? Incredible. After the initial shock and murmurs of disbelief, applause erupted in the practice arena. The Amazonian warriors were unperturbed. The indomitable spirit and courage of the youth, coupled with the spectacular turnaround, evoked a sense of respect within them, leaving them remorseful for their earlier disrespect. Gazing at Nian, adorned with a splendid crown and wielding a long sword, who had managed to alter the perception of all present, Antiope revealed a countenance of defeat, acknowledging, "Your Highness Diana. Is this the miracle you spoke of?" Chapter 45. The divine pillow under the starry sky of Paradise Island, within an ancient circular structure. The cool moonlight streamed through the star-shaped iron windows of the main hall. In the dark and silent corridor, accompanied by a rustling sound, a youthful figure dragged a heavy object into the space. "Mother box." Nian exhaled in relief, arranging the mattress from the small dark room in a corner of the open hall before collapsing onto it in utter exhaustion. The confines of the small room were stifling. He preferred the ventilation of the hall, especially since there was nothing else but a box in this area. "I hope you don't mind my sleeping here, dear box neighbor," he asked sincerely, casting a glance at the iron box resting on the stone altar not far away. Mother box remained motionless. "Silence implies consent," Nian winked, feeling reassured as he lay on the mattress, pulling up the covers. "Mother box, why is it moving? How dare it move?" he pondered, wondering how his aunt was faring. As he drifted off to sleep, he tightly clutched the starry diadem. Today he had encountered many individuals on Paradise Island, yet he had not seen Aunt Diana. Perhaps she had been confined to the palace, longing for her mother after such a long absence. Lost in thought, he soon succumbed to a distant and profound slumber. By midnight, the temperature in the main hall continued to drop a few degrees. Nian suddenly felt a chill enveloping his body. Even before he opened his eyes, a familiar fragrance wafted to his nose, reminiscent of a blooming garden of violets beside him. Huh! Startled, he blinked awake and gazed in astonishment at the figure lying next to him. A stunningly mature woman was reclined on the mattress beside him. Her black, slightly curled hair cascaded casually across the bed, and her closed eyes, along with her arched brows and thick lashes, exuded an aura of elegance. Below her exquisitely beautiful face, a perfectly proportioned and tall figure was accentuated by a remarkably shaped bosom that rose and fell with her even breaths. Her slender, athletic waist led down to a pair of long legs that could only fold and overlap to avoid extending beyond the bed's edge. She adorned a luxurious golden royal gown, and the silvery moonlight draped over her like a celestial veil, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty that seemed otherworldly. As if sensing that Nian had awakened and was gazing at her, the woman's gem-like eyes fluttered open slightly, reflecting the young man's face with clarity. "Auntie, what are you doing here?" Nian thought he might still be dreaming. "Didn't you say this morning that you wanted to embrace me tonight?" Diana replied, as if her presence here was entirely natural. This morning? Nian suddenly recalled, realizing that he had merely spoken those words in jest. To his astonishment, not only had his aunt remembered, but she had also come specifically to fulfill his wish. "Auntie, you are like a fairy, and you deserve to be cherished. Is it really possible?" His gaze fell upon her mermaid-like slender waist, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Diana nodded gently. Thus, Nian's hand delicately rested upon his aunt's waist. His first impression was that, indeed, the royal garments of the Amazonian lineage were made of the finest silk, soft and warm to the touch, smooth yet imbued with a subtle strength, devoid of any excess fabric. He could only imagine the healthy hue that lay beneath. He cherished the moment so deeply that he dared not grip too tightly, merely embracing her with one hand, as if measuring her waist with a ruler. He understood that even with the strength of Antiope, he could not harm his aunt in the slightest. The waist of a woman is often deemed sacred, and its sensitivity surpasses even that of the feet. After all, whether above or below, it is an area of utmost significance. Nian held Diana's waist gently, taking no further action, for this was already a significant step forward. He could feel his aunt's body tremble slightly, and he suddenly felt at ease, realizing that he was not the only one feeling nervous. "Auntie, this crown." Nian recalled something and retrieved the starlit crown he had kept close to his heart. "Let me place it here for now." Diana spoke softly. "You need it now." "All right, I will take good care of it," he responded. Nian nodded, having surrendered to the inevitable after the afternoon's skirmish. If even he could not bear the weight of the crown, how could he expect the Amazons of Paradise Island to believe he could shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding both the crown and his aunt's future? Earlier that afternoon, it was I who had instructed Antiope to engage you in combat. Diana lightly tapped Nian's forehead with her cool fingers, laughing playfully. "Before I awakened my divine powers, I trained alongside Antiope. I wanted her to provide you with a specialized training session, but I didn't expect you to hold nothing back." Nian forced a wry smile, recognizing that Antiope had been holding back. Their encounter felt less like a battle and more like a unique training exercise. Otherwise, with Antiope's prowess, he would not have lasted even 2 exchanges. "For the next few days, you will train with Antiope," Diana instructed. "You need to master a broader array of combat techniques. This way, once you awaken your powers as a vassal, you will adapt and control the abilities of others more effectively, preventing incidents like the one where you inadvertently shattered a window due to losing control of your body." "Very well," Nian sighed, realizing that this once leisurely trip had turned into something far more demanding. "If you perform well," Diana mused, suddenly taking Nian's hand and rising from the mattress to walk towards the corridor, she added, "I might let you hold me again tonight." Nian's eyes sparkled with newfound purpose and motivation. In pursuit of better adapting to his physical abilities and securing a limited-time opportunity to embrace his aunt. The next morning found him eagerly appearing at the training grounds, requesting instruction with zeal. Antiope, the female general, was momentarily taken aback by his enthusiasm. Yet, despite her surprise, she diligently commenced his training. Swordsmanship, javelin throwing, archery, shield strikes, and horseback riding. Each day of rigorous training left Nian utterly exhausted. The only solace he found was at night, as he clutched a remarkably comfortable pillow to soothe his weary body and spirit. Thus, 3 swift days passed. At last, the final day of Diana and Nian's stay on Paradise Island arrived. On the 3rd day of training, as the sun dipped halfway beneath the horizon, the sea seemed to ignite with flames. Tomorrow marked the day Diana and Nian would depart the island and return to the human realm. coinciding with the annual Amazon warrior competition on Paradise Island. This long-standing tradition, which celebrated martial prowess, involved a series of challenges including cross-country running, swimming, horseback riding, archery, and javelin throwing, all designed to select the strongest warrior. The entire Amazon tribe would gather to witness and celebrate. Regardless of the outcome, the eve of this momentous occasion was destined to feel distinctly different from any other. As General Antiope descended from the training grounds of the mountain peak, she spotted the unadorned, dark-haired Princess Diana standing at the juncture of her homeward path. Princess Diana. Antiope intended to offer a respectful greeting, but Diana stepped forward first, linking her arm with Antiope's and playfully winking as a child might. Antiope, would you care to take a stroll with me? Antiope felt a mixture of exasperation and affection towards her, yet she nodded without hesitation. As night fell, the two arrived at the cliff adjacent to the training grounds. Diana expressed, Antiope, I am grateful for your training and guidance over these past few days with Nian. It is no trouble, Antiope replied, shaking her head. Teaching him is no different from instructing other Amazon warriors. Have you truly made your decision? To leave Paradise Island once more and return to the world of men tomorrow? Antiope raised an eyebrow in discontent. It has only been 3 days. That boy has barely scratched the surface of what he needs to learn. To mold him into a true warrior requires much more time. Suddenly, Diana let out a light laugh. Antiope, weren't you initially reluctant to teach him? Now, it seems you wish to impart even more knowledge, much like when you secretly trained me in my youth. Antiope did not dispute this. I concede. He possesses some talent in learning and combat. Alas, he remains merely a human with an ordinary physique. No matter how much he trains, he can only enhance his self-defense capabilities to a limited degree. Diana responded, as long as he has a foundation, that is sufficient. Antiope found herself recalling the peculiar event from 3 days prior when Nian had unexpectedly turned the tide. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Diana and asked, will your mother not summon him? Some of the Amazon people have begun to acknowledge him since a few days ago. That is not enough. Diana's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Antiope, may I request one more favor? Princess Diana, please go on, Antiope replied with a solemn nod. I wish to register Nian for the warrior competition tomorrow morning. What did you say? Antiope's astonishment was palpable, her expression one of disbelief. Yet, she quickly grasped the implications. If Nian were to excel in the warrior competition, he could earn the recognition of the majority of the Amazons, especially since the Amazon Queen would be present to witness the event. However, disregarding the fact that Nian was merely a human youth, even if he possessed the strength he displayed 3 days ago, it was improbable he could shine in the competition. Indeed, the likelihood of him failing was even greater. After all, the contest would not merely be a one-on-one battle, but a comprehensive evaluation of physical prowess and skill. Your Highness, this could jeopardize your standing. Antiope could not help but exclaim. She was certainly not concerned about the future of Nian. Yet the bond between Diana and Nian was such that they shared both triumphs and tribulations. To allow a mere boy, who had only trained for 3 days, to partake in a warrior competition alongside the most valiant and formidable Amazon warriors was a spectacle even Antiope could scarcely fathom. Thus, the decision was made. Diana spoke those words softly yet resolutely, then turned to leave, leaving Antiope standing there, momentarily stunned. Within the ancient circular structure, Nian sat upon the bed placed in the main hall, awaiting the arrival of his aunt. The nightly rewards from his aunt had been his sustenance during the arduous training of the past few days. After all, who could resist the allure of a Wonder Woman-themed divine pillow? Moreover, each evening's reward was distinct. The difference lay in his aunt's attire. On the first day of her arrival, she donned resplendent golden royal garb, reminiscent of a noble and elegant deity, making Nian feel that even the slightest movement would be an act of sacrilege. On the second day, she appeared in a white, knee-length gown inspired by ancient Greece, exuding purity and beauty akin to a white peony. The delicate and soft fabric of the simple gown contrasted sharply with the opulence of the royal attire. As for the third night, which was last night, his aunt wore the fitted bodice and leather skirt commonly used during training. The snug bodice enveloped only the upper half of her body, revealing the healthy curves of her slender waist. Hence, despite the simplicity of their embraces over the previous 3 nights, there existed an indescribable distinction between them. Nian's heart surged with anticipation and warmth when he heard familiar footsteps approaching. He lifted his gaze to see Diana clad in her battle attire, the crimson skirt of a warrior, complete with her long sword and round shield at her back. Aunt, are we leaving Paradise Island? Nian inquired eagerly as he rose swiftly. No, we shall depart tomorrow morning, Diana replied, her gaze fixed upon him. You will compete in the Amazon Warrior Contest. All right, Nian nodded firmly. Do you understand what the Warrior Contest entails? Diana raised an eyebrow, her expression inquisitive. Nian shrugged, candidly admitting, I've heard some of the female warriors mention it, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Unfamiliar with the details, yet you readily agree? Diana stepped closer, cradling his face gently with her left hand. Nian smiled. If my aunt has arranged it, there must be a good reason. Then it is settled, Diana declared with confidence. Tomorrow, not only must you participate, but you shall also strive to secure first place. That might be a bit challenging, Nian replied, his confidence wavering. Although he knew little about the competition, he understood it to be a fierce contest among female warriors. What if we approached it this way? As Diana spoke, she suddenly lowered her proud head. Huh. Nian's pupils contracted as if the cosmos were collapsing. He could distinctly perceive the nearby scent of violets, a delightful warmth emanating from his somewhat parched lips. Nian's eyes widened to their fullest, gazing at the exquisite visage just before him, his gaze abruptly transforming into a divine silver. He gently grasped that familiar slender waist, her dark locks shimmering with an unreal silver hue, cascading chaotically over his shoulders. In that instant, Nian seemed to undergo a profound awakening, an intangible divine power surging outward, scattering a few specks of dust from the nearby mother box. Power, the master of kinship, activated. Chapter 47. The demigod Nian the following day, at dawn. As the first golden rays of sunlight graced Paradise Island, the main island area erupted into a lively commotion. The warrior women, armed and ready, mingled with beautiful civilian women clad in flowing white gowns, forming a grand procession towards a massive ancient structure along the coast. The edifice resembled an open-air coliseum of yore, with a vast, flat plaza at its center where the Amazons filled the surrounding stone steps. Silence. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. At the sound of Antiope's proclamation, the clamor of the crowd immediately hushed. Under the weight of countless gazes filled with adoration, respect, and reverence, Hippolyta, the supreme ruler of the Amazons, adorned with a crown symbolizing power, appeared on a raised platform at the edge of the arena, seated regally upon a throne of gold. The princess has arrived. Antiope continued to herald from the platform. Following closely behind the queen was Diana, resplendent in her golden royal attire. All the Amazons instinctively turned their eyes towards her head. Gone was the previous silver diadem. Instead, she wore a vibrant crown as a substitute, perched upon her dark tresses. Princess, you truly relinquished your crown to a mortal. That was a sacred artifact of the Amazon royal lineage, the starry diadem. How could the queen have consented to such a thing? Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the Colosseum erupted into a cacophony of astonished whispers, their faces awash with shock and confusion. In recent days, only a fraction of the Amazons had witnessed this event, while many had merely heard tales of it. Now, seeing Diana replace her diadem with a crown, they found it difficult to accept this reality. With a smile adorning her face, Diana gracefully stood beside the queen's throne, exuding confidence and beauty. Still the strongest and most radiant jewel of the Amazonian tribe. Let us commence. Hippolyta, seemingly unfazed by the murmurs, spoke calmly. Antiope nodded, leaping from the 10-meter-high platform, proclaiming loudly, the competition is about to begin. Now, let the participants take the stage. The tall and robust female warrior, clad in lightweight leather armor, strode into the center of the arena, basking in the admiration and applause of the Amazons. 8 competing female warriors stood in a line across the plaza. Antiope cast a surprised glance behind them, but saw no sign of Nian. Had she changed her mind? Perhaps this was for the best. Antiope sighed in relief and looked up at Diana on the platform, only to find her smiling and gazing intently toward the arena's entrance, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Just then, the fervent applause within the arena abruptly ceased. From the Amazon queen to the commoners, all eyes turned toward the grand entrance. There, a figure appeared just in time to make her entrance onto the vast arena floor. Nian, with her silver hair cascading down, wore a white-fitted outfit, adorned with a striking crown, and bore an ancient sword with a hilt shaped like 2 dragons entwined. Every Amazon recognized that sword, the sword of the god of fire, forged by Hephaestus himself, a weapon capable of slaying deities. The significance of this divine sword far surpassed that of the star-crowned diadem. The former symbolized Diana's strength, while the latter represented her identity and honor. Yet, at this moment, both sacred artifacts adorned the form of a mere mortal youth. This competition would not involve genuine combat. The weapons they brought would essentially remain unused. Thus, it represented the presence of Princess Diana behind him. Queen Hippolyta watched Nian's final entrance, her eyes flickering with surprise. not anticipating their first meeting in such a setting. In the arena, Antiope surveyed the contestants, including Nian, and declared, "Now that everyone has arrived, the competition is about to begin. Wait." Nian suddenly raised her hand, curiously inquiring, "Could you explain the content and rules of the competition?" A profound silence descended upon the plaza. The participating female warriors stood dumbfounded. How could one compete without knowledge of the content and rules? Antiope furrowed her brow, suppressing her frustration, and explained, "It's quite simple. Starting from this plaza, swim through the surrounding sea, landing on the beach on the other side of the island. There, prepared horses await. And you must use bows and arrows to hit 3 targets set along the route. Ultimately, the first to return through the arena's entrance to this plaza and successfully throw a spear through the circular ring atop the arena structure shall be declared the victor." Concerned that Nian had not comprehended fully, Antiope gently reiterated, "Did you understand? Is there anything you don't grasp? I can clarify further. No need. Let us commence quickly." Nian waved her hand dismissively, exuding a casual demeanor. Antiope, slightly exasperated, grit her teeth and proclaimed, "I hereby announce, the competition officially begins." As her words faded, all but Nian dashed forth, the remaining 8 female warriors swiftly racing into action. They ascended the towering ladder in front of the square, preparing to cross into the waters adjacent to the arena. Observing the immobile Nian, many assumed he had simply given up. As a female warrior neared the pinnacle of the ladder, Nian finally readied himself, adopting a slight crouch as his starting position. In an instant, the expression of Antiope shifted dramatically. She could keenly sense that Nian had transformed entirely, his gaze piercing and serene like that of a deity, his aura shifting from harmless to one imbued with formidable energy. Divine power, how could this be? Antiope gasped in astonishment. With a powerful thrust from his legs, Nian soared 2 to 3 dozen meters upward, landing atop the now deserted ladder. His silver hair danced wildly in the fierce wind as he propelled himself forward, leaping across the 100-meter expanse of water. With a resounding thud, Nian landed in the shallow waters, propelling himself forward, causing the seawater to explode around him as he reached the spot where the horses and bows awaited. He chose neither steed nor longbow. After all, it was unnecessary. Grasping 3 arrows with ease, he swiftly ascended the mountain path, his speed surpassing that of any horse. Upon spotting the first target, Nian did not halt, but instead threw an arrow with his bare hands, the projectile slicing through the wind and striking the bullseye without question. A plume of blue smoke, emblematic of his prowess, billowed into the sky like a signal fire, unlike the first time he had acquired his aunt's power. Perhaps due to the second infusion of this strength or the results of recent training, the direct exchange of mediums and their potency allowed him to embody the power of its master with remarkable perfection. At that moment, Nian resembled a demigod. As if he had been born as such, he continued his sprint along the mountain path, traversing the remaining obstacles with extraordinary speed and stamina that far exceeded that of a mere human. Within the arena, although Nian's figure remained unseen, everyone could clearly observe 3 streams of blue smoke representing him, each rising from different islands in rapid succession, separated by no more than 10 seconds. The Amazons on the field stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a miracle. Finally, a second hue of smoke appeared in the sky. Simultaneously, at the main entrance of the arena, the air stirred with a swirling cloud of dust as the demigod Nian, leaving behind an echo of his former self, charged into the square. From departure to return, less than a minute had elapsed. "Let us complete this." Nian approached the still-stunned Antiope, taking the unprepared spear from her grasp and hurling it towards the golden ring ahead with all his might. "Wait, the ritual isn't complete," Antiope exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. But it was too late. The spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air. At that moment, a statue of the golden goddess rose from the center of the square, the spear thrown by Nian piercing through its chest and exiting from the back. The spear, having deviated slightly, continued its trajectory unabated, striking a corner of the metallic ring, sending sparks flying, before vanishing into the distant horizon. "Did I do something wrong?" Nian asked, gazing into the hollow center of the goddess statue, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. The Queen, Diana, and all the Amazons. Chapter 48 returned to the present world. At noon, the sun hung high in the azure sky like a blazing fireball, outside Paradise Island. On a colossal cruise ship returning from a 5-day maritime excursion, the exquisite beauty clad in a slanted shoulder white dress and the youthful boy, now dressed in his modern uniform, stealthily returned to one side of the third deck, unnoticed by the other tourists. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I messed up," Nian lamented, his ears drooping like a small prince. He had seen the Amazon Queen's ghastly expression that morning. After all, it was an unprecedented and devastating loss for Paradise Island in a millennium. Just be more careful next time, Diana replied gently, refraining from reprimanding him. I'll certainly try. But will I even have another chance? Nian's lips twitched as memories of Antiope's barely concealed fury and the stunned expressions of the warriors and civilians flooded his mind. Would he be beaten if he returned to Paradise Island? Of course not. Diana smiled softly, her gaze drifting toward the receding sea. In truth, they have already accepted you and will warmly welcome your next visit. Later, I shall take you to the palace to meet my mother. Nian gazed at Diana's profile, his heart inexplicably racing. His aunt was already exceptionally beautiful, and her smile rendered her even more enchanting. The alluring curve of her lips evoked memories of the unspeakable events from the previous night. A tidal wave of warmth surged from the corners of his mouth, spreading rapidly to every inch of his being. A gentle kiss, a step into the extraordinary. Entering demigod mode, Nian widened his silver eyes, observing the serene and composed Wonder Woman nearby. Consider this a reward in place of a hug for tonight, she said, her voice slightly unsteady, betraying a calmness that was less than it appeared, as if she were reassuring herself. But this is also to allow you to inherit my power. Indeed, that is all. Regardless of whether it was self-deception, it was ultimately a fitting justification, a legitimate reason to momentarily cross that boundary with a clear conscience. So that's how it is. Nian mused, concealing his fervent emotions behind his divine silver gaze. Suddenly, he declared, it's still not enough. What? Wonder Woman paused, looking at Nian in bewilderment. The medium, it's still insufficient. Nian remained remarkably calm, rising onto his toes to capture the warmth that had inadvertently parted her lips in surprise. Indeed, circumstances are less than favorable, yet there is little that can be done. The gaze of Wonder Woman remains tranquil, as she exhales a sigh of resignation, subsequently bowing her head without hesitation to offer something softer and sweeter. The silvery moonlight cascades into the grand hall, illuminating the stone altar where the mother box lies in silence, having remained undisturbed for a millennium. Returning to Washington, Diana tidied up her home before departing for work. In truth, Diana's occupations tend to change every few years. Initially, Hyun was oblivious to the reasons behind this, but now comprehends entirely, with her aunt's immortal constitution. Lingering in one place for an extended period, even with the concealment of divine powers, could potentially unveil her extraordinary nature. Fortunately, with Diana's exceptional qualifications, finding work is never a concern. Presently, she appears to serve as a partner in a well-known private law firm in Washington. After completing his shower, Hyun finally powered on his phone, which had been switched off for 5 days. Instantly, the screen erupted with a deluge of notifications, startling him to the point of nearly suspecting a virus. Before he could peruse the messages, a sudden ringing at the door caught his attention. Curiosity piqued. He approached to find a robust young Caucasian man at his doorstep, cradling a pet carrier. The young man, seemingly fatigued and bearing dark circles under his eyes, appeared somewhat disheveled, as if he had not rested well. Who are you? Hyun began to inquire, but the young man exuberantly interjected, his movements animated and awkward. Hello? Is this the residence of the princes? The place where Miss Diana Prince resides? I am Barry Allen. Barry Allen? Hyun recalled his aunt mentioning she would entrust the little prince to a friend's care for a few days. Is this yours? Barry unzipped the pet carrier, and instantly, a small orange figure leapt out. Wait! Barry exclaimed in astonishment, ready to utilize his abilities. However, he quickly realized that the orange creature bore no malice. Instead, it nestled against him, nuzzling its head into the crook of his arm, emitting plaintive meows akin to a genuine kitten. Ha ha, little prince. Have you been well these past few days? Hyun chuckled, reaching out to affectionately ruffle the soft fur of the creature's head. Barry's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the harmless little feline. If it were not for the recent challenges he faced with this little rascal, coupled with his super speed rendering him impervious to its nipping, he might have assumed it was merely an ordinary kitten. You are aware of its unique qualities, right? Barry inquired directly. Hyun, gazing at the adorably playful little prince in his arms, nodded without reservation. As long as it is safe and sound with you. That is all that matters. Barry exhaled in relief, preparing to turn away, but not before waving goodbye. I shall take my leave now. Wait, Hyun called out, smiling as he extended his hand. I am Hyun Prince. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Caring for this little one must be quite exhausting, wouldn't you agree? Nevertheless, it possesses its own charming qualities. Casting a glance at the little emperor, Barry grasped Nian's hand and spoke earnestly. Moreover, Miss Diana has previously assisted my father, so it is only natural for me to lend a hand in caring for her pet. Nian, right? My home is not far from here. Located at 26 on Central Street. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to have you visit. I shall remember that, my friend. In due time, I will bring the little emperor to see you. Nian waved goodbye. Ah, little emperor, perhaps we should let it be. Of course, I would still welcome your visit. Barry said, a twitch at the corner of his eye. After watching Barry enter the elevator and depart, Nian blinked and turned to the little emperor nestled in his arms. He truly is a remarkable individual, isn't he? Meow? The little emperor protested indignantly, seemingly expressing its inability to compete with him. It appears he possesses extraordinary power as well. Nian pondered. Having encountered so many extraordinary beings, he was no longer taken aback. After all, who at home was not extraordinary? Chapter 49. New Year, Journey to New York, setting the little emperor on the sofa. Nian reclined against the comfortable soft back and opened his phone to check the messages he had not had the chance to review earlier. The barrage of messages primarily stemmed from personal social media on Twitter, along with a few text messages. Nian's popularity at school was rather average. The only person who would specifically search for him on Twitter and send a flood of messages, akin to a viral outbreak, was his childhood friend, Gwen. Hey bro, began Gwen. Nian rapidly scrolled through his messages, noting that Gwen's initial messages were filled with Christmas greetings and photos from family and personal celebrations. A quick flick of his finger over the photos revealed a rather charming picture of Gwen in pink bunny pajamas. It was quite delightful to behold. Without hesitation, Nian clicked to save it. During this time, upon noticing Nian's uncharacteristic silence, Gwen sent a follow-up message to confirm his safety and even called him. By the third day, Gwen had begun to suspect Nian was missing, prompting Officer George, unable to contain his concern for his daughter, to investigate, only to discover that Nian's family had traveled abroad. It seemed Officer George had now set his sights on him. With a wry smile, Nian swiftly replied, "Apologies, Gwen. I didn't mean to worry you. My aunt and I went on vacation, and in the haste of departure, I forgot to inform you." As soon as he hit send, Gwen responded almost immediately, If apologies were effective, what use would there be for the police? I require a sincere recompense. All right, when the time comes, you can present your terms for compensation, and I shall fulfill whatever I am able to." Aware of his own fault, Nian readily agreed. Gwen replied, "Now we're getting somewhere. I will think carefully about my conditions, and don't even think about backing out." Having completed his replies, Nian continued to browse through other Twitter messages. He discovered that his junior, Kara Danvers, had also sent a Christmas greeting on the eve of the holiday. There has been no further information since then. The last update on Kara's personal Twitter account was on Christmas Eve, 5 days ago. It seems she has not logged in since. Could she possibly be on an overseas vacation? Nian pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping on the screen to reply. He began with an apology, explaining the delay in his response, followed by a belated Christmas greeting, and finally inquiring about the other person's well-being and travel arrangements as a gesture of concern from a senior. After sending the message, Nian perused the discussion group information of his class, discovering that the instructor had updated the group with new information. The collective trip, originally scheduled for mid-January next year, had been moved up to January 1st, New Year's Day. Today marked the penultimate day of 2011. Was this not a week of Christmas break followed by a single day of class, then a 3-day excursion to New York? Nian was at a loss for words. He still harbored some trepidation regarding travel. He thought to himself that as long as it was a simple vacation, it would suffice. He hoped it wouldn't resemble the previous so-called trips, which had forced him into saving the world or undergoing arduous training, far removed from the leisure and relaxation that travel was meant to entail. After perusing and responding to the messages on Twitter, Nian, feeling rather bored, began scrolling through online news. Upon doing so, he was taken aback, instinctively straightening his posture on the sofa. His expression grew serious as he quickly scrolled through the news on his phone. During Nian's stay on Paradise Island, 2 events had ignited a frenzy across the internet. The first pertained to the superhero Captain America, Steve Rogers. Following the passing of former American agent Peggy Carter, Captain America, who had been revived from the ice after disappearing for over 70 years, made his first public appearance as one of the pallbearers. His contemporaries had aged and passed away. Yet as the first superhero to transcend human limits, Captain America remained as youthful as a man in his early 20s. Lacking peers and comrades with whom to fight, he would forever be unable to fulfill that promise. This was an exceptionally cruel fate for a superhero. As he crossed eras and arrived in the 21st century, a question loomed. What lay ahead for Captain America? The second event concerned the godlike figure in Metropolis, Superman. Since his rise to fame a year and a half ago, After battling the Kryptonian warship and its forces, Superman had used his powers to assist humanity, revered by many as a deity among mortals. However, in recent days, public opinion had shifted dramatically. Due to his destructive actions and excessive collateral damage, a portion of Metropolis citizens began to openly protest, leading the Metropolis court to announce a public summons for Superman's trial. The trial date was set for January 2nd of the coming year. It was highly likely that the superhero Superman would face conviction and imprisonment. After absorbing these significant news items, Nian couldn't help but furrow his brow. The emergence of extraordinary phenomena in the world is increasingly prevalent, and only the extraordinary can contend with the extraordinary. Yet such phenomena often evoke trepidation and skepticism among ordinary individuals. The earth is beset by internal and external tribulations, much like the invisible trends of the times. Should one prepare some measures for unforeseen circumstances? Nian mused quietly, glancing at the small emperor sprawled on the nearby sofa, soundly asleep. The juvenile devourer, enveloped in slumber, exuded a potent venom. In the absence of his aunt, it was evident that this was still insufficiently stable. Nian fell into contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, he must safeguard those around him. Under this premise, he remained unafraid, even if his adversaries were ancient deities, extraterrestrials, extraordinary beings, or monsters. 2 days later, on January 1st, New Year's Day, the first day of 2012, the weather was clear and bright. Traditionally, January marked the coldest climate, yet this year, the global climate seemed to be in disarray as temperatures began to rise with the arrival of the new year. The outdoor temperature felt more akin to autumn, prompting many students to shed their heavy coats. At noon, a conspicuously yellow school bus came to a halt at the entrance of the secondary school. A male instructor, holding a megaphone, stood at the school gate calling out, "Students, please move quickly, gather your belongings, and find your seats on the bus." The students filed out of the teaching building and boarded the bus. "Nian, what are you doing? Hurry up and get on the bus." The instructor suddenly shouted in his direction. "I'm coming," Nian replied, hastily emerging from the building with his backpack. He had just made a detour to Kara's classroom and discovered that she had not attended class that day. Since Christmas Eve, Kara had not responded to his messages, and she had been on continuous sick leave from school. This was undoubtedly a cause for concern. As Nian boarded the bus, he caught a glimpse of the thermos cup in the instructor's hand, his eyes twitching slightly. Why would one choose to adorn a thermos with a photo of their cross-dressing silhouette during a battle against hatred? Who could withstand that? He sighed, and as he stepped into the bus compartment, he noticed Gwen waving at him from a seat further back, her small backpack occupying the coveted spot beside her, which had drawn the envy of their classmates. Nian immediately waved back and made his way to the seat next to Gwen. All settled, ready to depart. With the instructor's robust and commanding announcement, Nian's journey to New York was about to commence. Chapter 50. Gwen seeks redemption. Beep. The bus horn sounded a series of signals, and the school bus began to move slowly, merging onto the main road leading to the bustling city of New York. On board, the students gazed out at the passing urban scenery, unable to contain their excitement and joy, engaging in animated conversations. "Quiet down. Everyone, please settle down." The instructor, accompanied by a young teacher, stood beside the driver's seat of the bus. He set down the thermos adorned with a picture of the silver-haired goddess and raised a megaphone, calling out towards the raucous bus. The students inside the school bus promptly fell silent, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the unfamiliar young teacher. Gwen, the class monitor, clearly possessed more information and whispered to Nian, "That's the new assistant instructor." At that moment, the rather rugged instructor grinned and addressed the students. "I believe you all know who I am by now. However, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am the instructor for this class, Roth Harrington. You may call me Mr. Harrington or simply instructor." With enthusiasm, Instructor Roth Harrington clapped his hands together. "I am responsible for organizing all aspects of this class's outing. I am both your teacher and your tour guide, so feel free to approach me with any concerns. Do not hesitate." He leaned in conspiratorially, adding, "And here's a little secret. I am a devoted fan of the silver-haired goddess." Roth chuckled, a playful glint in his eye. After all, who didn't he notice the photo plastered on his thermos? His humorous remarks sparked laughter among the students, effectively bridging the gap between him and many of them. In the back row, Nian facepalmed, a look of exasperation crossing his features. "No need for that, really. Oh, and let me introduce someone," Roth said, fostering a friendly atmosphere as he gestured to the young man standing beside him. "This is my temporary assistant and the co-instructor for this trip. Please introduce yourself." The young man, sporting a hint of stubble, nodded and stepped forward, positioning himself where all the students could see him. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he spread his arms wide. Greetings, everyone. My name is Quentin Beck, but you may also call me the mysterious guest. In truth, I am a traveler from a parallel universe. The students on the bus were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Nian's eyes widened as he stared at the young man, wondering if he had encountered a fellow compatriot. Roth playfully tapped Quentin on the head, his expression exuding mild exasperation. Please forgive your co-instructor. He tends to indulge in a bit of youthful fantasy. Quentin smiled. How was my performance just now? Quite convincing, wasn't he it? My childhood dream was to be an actor, a Hollywood stunt performer. The students exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Don't be misled by his antics, Roth interjected, aiming to ease the tension. He is currently applying for a position with Stark Industries. Perhaps, after serving as your co-instructor, he will soon join Stark Industries as a technician. Stark Industries? Technician? Upon hearing this, the students erupted into applause, their admiration and aspirations ignited. At Stark Industries, regardless of the position, one would be among the elite. And undoubtedly, the remuneration would be substantial. Furthermore, the role of a technician held a prestige that far surpassed that of a university professor. Nian instinctively touched his nose, recalling that he had inadvertently banished a certain Stark Industries magnate to another dimension. This had occurred while he was in a state of trinity. After the two instructors concluded their self-introductions and engaged harmoniously with the students, the school bus swiftly merged onto the highway, and a calm descended within the vehicle. The bus, lacking the speed of planes and trains, would take at least 3 to 4 hours to reach New York. With the curtains drawn on both sides, the interior dimmed considerably. Many students closed their eyes to sleep or occupied themselves with their phones, leaving only the sound of the bus's movement to be heard. Nian had intended to recline for a brief nap. At that moment, Gwen leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Do you remember what we agreed upon the day before yesterday?" The day before yesterday? Nian paused for a moment before recollecting that Gwen wished to make amends. What do you need to make amends for? Speak up, he replied, nodding with a sense of camaraderie, treating her like a sibling. I think I twisted my ankle a bit when I got on the bus. It hurts a little, Gwen said, her cheeks slightly flushed, finding it difficult to articulate. Is that all? What kind of compensation is that? Just put your foot up here, and I'll help you massage it, Nian said without overthinking. Gwen hesitated for a moment, then bit her lower lip, steeling herself. The golden-haired beauty sat by the window, turning her back to the curtain-drawn window, and reached down to remove her black ankle boots. She gently tugged at the hem of her denim shorts, lifted her feet, and placed them on Nian's lap. Nian was taken aback. In that moment, he realized something was amiss. Perhaps it was the warming weather. Today, Gwen's attire consisted of a blouse and denim shorts, with her legs enveloped in warm black tights. So, when Nian glanced down, he beheld a pair of slender legs, gracefully wrapped in sheer hosiery. Though not particularly fond of feet, his heart began to race unexpectedly, a hint of awe in his eyes. Gwen's legs were already long and elegant. Upon closer inspection, her calves were exquisitely straight and slender, showcasing a beautifully supple curve from thigh to ankle. The most enchanting aspect of her legs, which Nian rarely had the opportunity to see, was her petite and delicate feet, enveloped in high-quality black stockings. Her toes resembled softly gleaming jewels, perfectly formed without a hint of distortion, akin to a crafted masterpiece. That's where I twisted it, Gwen indicated her right ankle, harboring her own thoughts. I see, Nian replied, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Gwen is like family, he reminded himself, resolutely reaching out to grasp her right foot. Her foot was remarkably petite, fitting entirely within his hand, akin to holding a cool, smooth gemstone. With unwavering determination, Nian gently clasped the delicate right foot of the young girl, massaging it tenderly. Gwen's face flushed crimson, as the boldness of her earlier suggestion weighed heavily upon her conscience. The moment Nian seized her foot and began to knead it, her body stiffened, and an electrifying sensation surged through her being. Wait, Gwen bit her lip, nearly leaping from her seat in sheer surprise. To share an interesting fact about nature, spiders possess remarkably sensitive feet, equipped with highly responsive vibration receptors on their thighs, enabling them to detect the faintest tremors of the silk below them. Suddenly, the school bus jolted violently, rousing several students from their reverie. The driver's apologetic voice echoed, "My apologies, everyone. We're going too fast." Chapter 51. Back to New York, encountering inside the speeding yellow school bus, Nian inquired, "Gwen, have you been engaging in any physical activities lately? Perhaps yoga or something similar?" As he gently manipulated Gwen's exquisitely petite foot, curiosity danced in his eyes. The foot in his hands was almost ethereal, soft and pliable. Yet, through the sheer black stockings, he He could distinctly sense the subtle resistance as her foot instinctively pushed back against his touch. Gwen bit her lower lip, emitting a barely audible response. "When did you start?" Nian asked, perplexed, as his fingers began to massage her slender ankle. He usually spent most of his school days with Gwen, yet he had never seen her partake in any school sports. Gwen murmured instinctively, on the rooftop. "No, just occasionally doing aerobics in my room." "Is that so?" Nian pondered, but his thoughts quickly diverted back to the perfection of her small left foot. The sensation was far more delightful than he had anticipated. Lost in the moment, his kneading transformed into a tender caress. His relatively large hand enveloped her supple, fair foot, gliding along the exquisite fabric of her stockings. Nian's fingers greedily spread, savoring the delicate, silken texture that met his fingertips. The sensation was overwhelming, far surpassing everything that had preceded it. Gwen felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her lips parting to reveal sharp little fangs as she bit down hard on Nian's shoulder. Startled by the pain, Nian quickly released her foot. Gwen, suppressing the near scream she had almost let escape, bit down on him once more. Nian forced a smile, allowing her to continue. The bus glided steadily along, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility, with no one noticing the unfolding scene. After a prolonged silence, Gwen finally released her grip, allowing her legs to fall back down, her face a portrait of embarrassment and fury as she feigned nonchalance in her seat. "I'm sorry, Gwen. I didn't mean to," Nian murmured. With a hint of regret, Nian gazed at the young girl, yet he refrained from offering excessive explanations. After all, it would be quite absurd to admit he had mistakenly regarded her as a little emperor. Gwen remained silent, her gaze averted from Nian, calmly extending a single finger as a gesture. Nian instantly comprehended her implication and exhaled a sigh of relief. "You desire compensation, correct? No problem. As long as it doesn't involve leg rubbing." It was not that he lacked camaraderie. He simply found himself unable to endure any further. Nian feared that if he continued, he might unwittingly awaken some peculiar inclination. "Is your shoulder all right?" Gwen, momentarily vexed, quickly redirected her concern towards Nian's shoulder, producing a tissue to wipe away the moisture. "It's nothing. My skin is quite resilient," Nian replied, casting a glance at his shoulder. In truth, Gwen had not bitten down with much force, leaving merely a dental imprint on his jacket, without penetrating the flesh beneath. Otherwise, it might have triggered the wrath of the master of the afflicted. However, Gwen was merely an ordinary person. Even if such a trigger occurred, it likely wouldn't lead to any significant turmoil. "Nian, what is that on your left hand?" Gwen appeared to have forgotten her earlier embarrassment, returning to her composed and intellectual demeanor as she peered at Nian's left hand. "Oh, you mean this?" Nian finally noticed that the long sleeve of his shirt had pulled back slightly, revealing a silver bracelet adorning his forearm. This artifact was known as the Guardian Silver Bracelet. Crafted from shards of Zeus's shield, it is capable of withstanding all forms of physical and magical attacks. When the arms are crossed, it generates a formidable barrier and shockwave. Even Diana, clad in divine armor, ranks the Guardian Silver Bracelet just below the Sword of the God of Fire. Naturally, the Guardian Silver Bracelet is a paired artifact, and in the absence of one, its power would be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, this partial artifact could still be utilized to a limited extent, even within a human form. "This is a talisman gifted by my aunt. Meant for protection while I'm out," Nian smiled, pulling his sleeve down to conceal the solitary Guardian Silver Bracelet. "A talisman?" Gwen murmured softly, inexplicably feeling that the uniquely styled silver bracelet resembled something she had encountered before. In New York, Manhattan, as the school bus arrived at the bustling city center. Dusk was approaching, the warm hues of the setting sun casting a golden glow upon the towering edifices, while neon lights flickered to life across the ground. Instructor Rod and the enigmatic assistant had arranged a group dinner at a restaurant, subsequently guiding the students to check into a residential apartment complex. By the time Nian entered his designated small room, his backpack slung over one shoulder, the sun had completely vanished from view, and the dark shroud of night began to envelop the city that never sleeps. The first day in New York had nearly come to an end before it even truly began. In the evening, students were granted free time to explore, albeit restricted to the nearby streets, with a mandatory return to the apartment by 10 o'clock when the instructor would conduct a head count. It would not be until the following day that the instructor would officially organize group activities for leisure. Nian sat on the single bed in the room, having just taken out his phone to send a message to his aunt, informing her of his safe arrival in New York, when a knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, he found none other than Gwen standing there. At that moment, the young girl had evidently already taken a shower, Her golden short hair was still damp, and she was clad in an elegant and poised uniform dress. After Nian opened the door, Gwen crossed her arms and stated, "Take me out to buy clothes. That is my desired recompense. Did you not bring enough clothing with you?" Nian scratched his head in confusion. However, Gwen abruptly halted mid-sentence, shooting him an irritated glare before turning and descending the stairs. Though perplexed, Nian took his phone and the door key, following her outside. On the bustling pedestrian street, Nian trailed Gwen as she browsed several clothing stores until she finally selected a delightful little dress. It seemed that Nian had a moment of clarity, as he willingly spent half a month's allowance to pay for it. The outcome was evidently gratifying, observing Gwen carry the bag containing the dress. It was clear she was no longer upset, and a smile graced Nian's face. However, just as they were returning to the apartment along a relatively secluded residential road, a silver-haired boy wearing goggles approached them from behind, breathing heavily. The boy discreetly thrust a women's handbag into Gwen's hands, feigning to hold the bag while desperately sprinting in another direction. Nian and Gwen were still unaware of the unfolding situation when a burly man with a thick beard dashed past, pursuing the still-present silver-haired boy. "Hey kid, where's my bag?" The burly man angrily seized the boy by the shoulder. "That's not yours. You stole it from someone else." The silver-haired boy retorted defiantly. "Is it?" The burly man, now furious, grabbed the boy by the collar and forcefully dragged him into a dark alleyway devoid of surveillance. "Nian, take this," Gwen exclaimed, shoving the clothes and handbag into Nian's hands before hastily rushing toward the alley. Glancing at what he held, Nian did not hesitate to follow her. Chapter 52. A desperate intervention inside the dark, unmonitored alleyway. The burly man dragged the silver-haired boy in, his coarse hands suddenly gripping the boy's neck, forcing the child's small frame against the wall. As the man's hand inched upward, the boy's feet began to leave the ground, struggling violently as he kicked and squirmed, desperately attempting to pry the man's hand away. Yet, the disparity in strength between a robust adult male and a 13-year-old boy was insurmountable. "If you don't hand over the goods, I'll crush you," the burly man rasped menacingly. "You bully," the silver-haired boy whimpered. "You are truly courting death." A glint of menace flashed in the burly man's eyes just as he prepared to impart a lasting lesson to the boy when a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance. "Let him go." The short-haired girl gazed coldly at him, her voice resonating with the authority of a police officer. "Oh, another girl has arrived." The rugged man's eyes gleamed with intense desire as he beheld the girl's exquisite and beautiful face, along with her youthful and graceful figure. However, before he could indulge in a longer gaze, a black-haired youth entered the alley, positioning himself deliberately in front of the girl to obstruct the man's view. "This is what you seek, isn't it? Here, release him." In the face of the burly man, Nian displayed the feminine handbag in his possession. "That is more like it." The man growled, releasing his grip and allowing the panting silver-haired boy to slump to the ground. "Nian, why did you come as well?" Gwen leaned closer to Nian from behind, her demeanor calm, even finding warmth in the situation. "It wouldn't be right to leave you, a girl, to face this alone." Nian replied softly, casting a reassuring glance her way. "Hand it over." The tall, muscular man advanced towards Nian, glancing at the handbag, yet his gaze remained fixated on Gwen behind him. "Take it." Nian maintained a serene expression, holding the handbag close to his chest. Standing behind Nian, Gwen narrowed her eyes, subtly raising her wrist. Even if she had to reveal her abilities, she would not permit anyone to harm Nian. The burly man approached Nian, instinctively reaching for the handbag, only for Nian to suddenly release his grip. As the man's attention followed the falling handbag, Nian sprang into action. He delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. It seemed the intensive training from their days on Paradise Island finally bore fruit. The kick landed squarely, causing the man to grunt in pain and double over, toppling backward. Nian, undeterred, continued his assault, delivering 2 precise stomps onto the man's hands, inflicting agony that prevented him from even forming a fist. After a moment's contemplation, Nian aimed another kick at the man's stomach, eliciting a reaction that threatened to bring forth his bile. Completing this brutal and straightforward task, Nian crouched down to swiftly search the man's pockets, confirming the absence of any firearms before stepping over the groaning figure on the ground. He grasped the silver-haired boy's hand, urging, "Hurry, let South leave this place." The silver-haired boy, eyes sparkling with surprise, promptly nodded. "All right, big brother. Gwen, let us go." Nian pulled the silver-haired boy along, retrieving the handbag from the ground as they prepared to exit the alley. However, before the trio could step out, they were forced to retreat once more. Outside the alley, a group of towering youths with dyed hair and tattooed figures, unmistakably the type that thrived in the city's shadows, formed a formidable barrier, blocking the narrow passage. Well, if at ISNT Jackson, long time no see, and look at you now, getting taken down by a couple of kids. A young man with dyed hair glanced at the burly figure on the ground and jested, "Pa, that child has a bit of ruthlessness. Do not let him escape." Before the burly man could finish his words, he was swiftly silenced by a kick to his hand from Nian, who had just returned from the alley. "Are there really 30 of you?" Nian, shielding the delicate Gwen and the silver-haired boy, retreated to the farthest wall of the dead-end alley. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on a long wooden plank on the ground. Swiftly, he bent down, grasping the slender board as if it were a sword. With the plank in hand, Nian felt a modicum of confidence. However, relying solely on the swordsmanship cultivated on Paradise Island, with the frail physique of an ordinary human, to confront 11 hardened ruffians proved exceedingly daunting. Should he resort to divine artifacts? Nian pondered the guardian silver bracelet on his left wrist, which contained a fragment of his aunt's divine power. Invoking it would undoubtedly dissolve the impending crisis with ease. Yet, employing such a formidable weapon against humans could easily result in fatality. He hesitated to act until the last possible moment, oblivious to the peril that loomed just a breath away as the 11 thugs advanced. Just as Gwen was on the verge of revealing her secret abilities as Spider-Woman, Nian suddenly whispered, "Gwen, kiss me." "Huh?" Gwen was taken aback. "Hurry up, or I will kiss you," Nian urged in a low tone. He reasoned that although Gwen was merely an ordinary person, any boost to her physical strength would be beneficial. Gwen blushed deeply, and just as she resolved to lean in towards Nian, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "The boss is here," someone suddenly shouted. The 11 ruffians, along with the burly man on the ground who was retching, abruptly aligned themselves against the walls of the alley, clearing a spacious path. Their faces wore expressions of admiration and fervor as they bowed their heads in unison, exclaiming, "Boss! Boss!" Nian furrowed his brow, exchanging bewildered glances with the silver-haired boy and Gwen. Their collective astonishment grew as they beheld the entrance of the alley. A girl of merely 12 or 13, with vibrant green hair, entered with an air of composure. The girl, more accurately described as a lowly, sported long green hair that cascaded over her shoulders, her doll-like features accentuated by heavy eye makeup, giving her an appearance that belied her tender age. Dressed in a tank top and ultra-short shorts that hugged her still-developing form, her slender legs adorned with colorful tights, the green-haired lowly boss exuded an undeniable aura of dominance as she stood before Nian and his companions. "Boss!" The burly man attempted to utter further words. "Silence!" The green-haired lowly cast a cold glance at him, her voice crisp and chilling. The burly man, towering over her by at least a head, immediately fell silent, covering his mouth in shock. Unperturbed, the green-haired lowly continued her stride into the alley, approaching Nian and his companions. Her large eyes, shrouded in an icy indifference, swept over the trio before momentarily lingering on the silver-haired boy, only to quickly shift away, ultimately resting on Nian, who was intentionally shielding the silver-haired boy and Gwen. With a sudden motion, the lowly lifted 1 foot high, nearly executing a split. But her limited height left her legs just a tad short, allowing her to barely rest her foot against the wall beside Nian's elbow. "What is your name?" she inquired, leaning closer and playfully nudging Nian with her foot, her curiosity piqued. "Nian," he replied, meeting her gaze. "Remember it." The lowly grinned widely, revealing her enthusiasm. "I'm Lorna. I have high hopes for you. Be my little brother." Chapter 53. The sales pitch. It was an exceedingly bizarre scene. Under the cloak of night, 12 imposing figures stood obediently against the walls of the alley, yet the leader among them was merely a green-haired girl, no older than 12 or 13. The delicate features of her youthful face and her diminutive stature were in stark contrast to the intimidating presence typically associated with a gang leader, save for the overly mature, smoky makeup adorning her visage. Nevertheless, as Nian observed the fervent energy radiating from the green-haired girl, a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. The more powerful one's status, the more it suggested that the girl must have endured considerable hardships, demonstrating a resilience far beyond her peers, striving to survive without being bullied. "Hey, can you hear me? Want to be my little brother?" Lorna asked, playfully nudging Nian with her foot. However, before she could finish her sentence, Nian unexpectedly placed his hand atop her head, gently ruffling her green locks. This action left everyone present momentarily stunned, particularly the 12 tattooed gang members, who widened their eyes in astonishment, many gasping in disbelief, murmuring, "It's over for that kid." Lorna paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback. Then, She swiftly swatted his hand away, retracting her foot from the wall, and glared coldly at Nian. What are you doing? You had some dust on your head, Nian replied, unable to articulate that it was an instinctive gesture born from genuine compassion. Admitting so would surely invite trouble. Oh, I see. Upon hearing his explanation, Lorna nodded, seemingly understanding. The gang members exchanged worried glances, thinking, wait, you're not actually believing him, are you? Familiar with Lorna's usual demeanor, they chose silence. Just moments ago, had any one of them dared to touch the girl's head in such a manner, they would likely have lost their arm. Clearly, the treatment of individuals varied greatly. Nian did not regard the young girl as a leader of the underworld. Instead, he candidly stated, I'm sorry, but I cannot serve as your subordinate, nor do I possess such intentions. The tension among the gathered individuals intensified. Unexpectedly, the leader, Lorna, displayed no anger. Rather, she stepped aside, allowing her presence to recede. The green-haired girl leaned against the wall and casually gestured toward Nian and his companions, who were cornered, saying, in that case, you may leave. Are you truly allowing us to depart? Nian inquired with surprise. Are you expecting me to treat you to supper if you don't? Lorna retorted with a scoff. Boss, protested the burly man who had just been struck, sensing that Lorna genuinely intended to let Nian and his companions go. This isn't fair. Clear the way and let them exit. Lorna commanded coldly, immediately instilling fear in the crowd. We shall take our leave. Nian cautiously grasped the hands of Gwen and the silver-haired boy as they made their way toward the alley's exit. Under Lorna's imposing presence, none dared to intervene, and they could only watch helplessly as Nian and his companions exited the alley and vanished onto the bustling street outside. Once Nian and his group had distanced themselves, Lorna's voice pierced the silence. Who permitted you to steal and to harm a child? With a resounding crack, the burly man crumpled to his knees. His face drained of color as he stammered, Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. His words were abruptly halted, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. He struggled, flailing his limbs, gradually levitating off the ground, reminiscent of the moment he had gripped the silver-haired boy. An overwhelming supernatural force surged forth. The remaining 11 individuals stood in stunned silence, their spines chilled as they beheld the burly man hover 2 meters above the ground. Deep within the alley, a green luminescence flickered. Lorna remained leaning against the wall, her green hair swirling chaotically, her outstretched hands emanating a tangible, fiery emerald glow. 10 seconds elapsed. The burly man lay in the alley like a defeated dog, gasping for breath, tears, snot, and saliva pooling beneath him. There shall be no next time. Lorna's youthful yet icy voice resonated. Yes, boss. The others responded quickly, drenched in cold sweat. Nian, holding Gwen's and the silver-haired boy's hands, continued to sprint until they reached a more vibrant and bustling area, only pausing once they confirmed they were no longer being pursued. The crisis had, at last, been averted. Just as Nian was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of the silver-haired boy gazing at him with admiration, exclaiming, Big brother, you were incredible just now. You took down that bad guy in no time. Incredible? I nearly met my end there, Nian replied with a wry smile. You're quite the brave one, daring to provoke such a hulking figure. Gwen, embodying the role of the protective older sister, scolded. Humph, it was my fault for running too slowly. Otherwise, he could never have caught up with me. The silver-haired boy, clearly indignant, exclaimed, moreover, who allowed him to seize someone else's belongings? I was merely returning what belonged to another. He adjusted his crooked windscreen goggles and beamed at the sight of the women's handbag. Not bad at all. Once you grow a bit older, you will certainly outrun him, Gwen encouraged. Absolutely. The silver-haired boy confidently thumped his chest and glanced at Nian, suddenly recalling something as he introduced himself. Big brother, my name is Peter Django Maximoff. Peter, is it? Nian acknowledged, ruffling his fluffy silver hair. It's quite late. You shouldn't be wandering around alone. Head home, and I'll ensure the handbag gets handed over to the local police station. All right. Peter handed the handbag to Nian and then unexpectedly pulled him aside, slipping a piece of paper into his hand while whispering mysteriously, Big brother, I want to introduce you to my sister. She's definitely better than the one next to you. Nian was taken aback. Oh dear. Suddenly, Peter winced as Gwen, half smiling and half scolding, approached and pinched his ear, glaring at him. What are you talking about, little one? And no, nothing, Peter stammered, abruptly breaking free from Gwen's grip and sprinting down the street. Midway, he turned back and waved, calling, Big brother, remember, my sister is amazing. Have today's children become so precocious? Gwen remarked, slightly grinding her teeth. I should have known better than to save him. Just a child, Nian chuckled. Glancing at the piece of paper in his hand, which bore a detailed address and phone number. Gwen felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, reminiscent of her initial encounter with Carla, and could not help but say, "Nian, you don't really intend to meet his sister, do you?" "No way." Nian shook his head, casually slipping the paper Peter had given him into his pocket. Chapter 54. The Twins, a shocking change in New York beneath the neon lights. A girl of approximately 13 stood elegantly at the street corner, waiting. Had Nian been present, he would have noticed a slight resemblance between her and the green-haired girl he had just encountered. However, the girl waiting now had waist-length hair of a striking crimson hue. Her features were as exquisite and doll-like as before, devoid of any smoky makeup, lipstick, or eyeshadow, her face pristine as if freshly peeled from a tender fruit. The red-haired girl wore a simple school uniform, appearing graceful and composed, already embodying the early form of a beauty at such a tender age. "Wanda." At that moment, a distant voice called out. Peter, with his silver hair, waved his arms and swiftly ran toward the red-haired girl. Wanda said nothing, merely gazing calmly at Peter. Previously unafraid of any situation, Peter, who dared to confront society's ruffians, suddenly wilted like a roasted eggplant upon catching a glimpse of his sister's gaze. It was as if he were the younger sibling. "After all, I was born a whole 12 minutes earlier." Peter's inner turmoil simmered as he pondered a way to assert himself. "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" he heard Wanda softly inquire. Immediately, Peter shook his head vigorously, stammering a response. No trouble at all. Let's just head home." Wanda turned and made her way back down the street. Peter hurried to catch up, recounting the events that had just transpired, though he conveniently omitted the part where he introduced his sister to Nian. After a moment of contemplation, Wanda remarked, "In that case, we should express our gratitude to some individuals when the opportunity arises. After all, they took considerable risks to save you." "There will be a chance," Peter replied with a smile. "I gave him our address." "That's good." Wanda nodded lightly as they returned together to their well-lit, 3-story home. Unbeknownst to the twins, as they entered their abode, a shadowy figure clad in green leaned against the wall at a nearby street corner. Once the door closed, the silhouettes of a family of 4 could be faintly seen through the windows, rejoicing in their reunion. The green figure lingered for a moment longer before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Nian and Gwen had just arrived at the police station to turn in a woman's handbag, and they returned to their apartment just in time for the instructor's check-in. Nian exhaled a sigh of relief. The evening's events had been fraught with tension, yet ultimately harmless. With 2 days of vacation ahead, surely there would be no further mishaps, he mused. One cannot be perpetually unfortunate, he thought. However, unbeknownst to him, a significant upheaval was occurring on the other side of New York City. Within a grand cathedral, adorned with vibrant stained glass and resplendent decor, the atmosphere was serene, filled with the soothing strains of a cello. Numerous social elites congregated in the main hall, basking in the sacred ambience. Yet, this tranquility was soon shattered. Crash! A robustly built man in a suit was seized by a striking, dark-haired youth, who disregarded everyone in the hall. With brutal force, he hurled the suited man onto a table in the center of the hall, then brandished an unknown piece of advanced technology to extract the man's eyes. Amidst the chaos and screams, the enigmatic youth remained unfazed, leisurely walking towards the cathedral's entrance while wielding a metal staff that glimmered with blue light. As he moved, a dazzling golden aura enveloped him, transforming his attire from a mere suit into a regal golden armor adorned with imposing horns, draped with a dark green cloak. Staff in hand, clad in divine armor, the enigmatic young man emerged from the church, embraced by the gaze of hundreds outside. Seemingly overwhelmed by the cacophony, he nonchalantly raised his metallic scepter, unleashing a searing energy projectile that sent a blaring police car soaring into the air. "Kneel before me. Bow to the deity that shall soon reign over you," he proclaimed, his arms outstretched, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The following morning marked the second day of the new year, a day designated for Superman's trial at the Metropolis Courthouse. In New York City, the weather remained splendid, the atmosphere tranquil. Early in the day, Instructor Roth and his assistant, the enigmatic guest, organized an excursion for students to Liberty Island to visit the Statue of Liberty. Undoubtedly the premier attraction in New York, the statue, along with the 2 expansive parks for embarking and disembarking, captivated the student group for the entire morning. As noon approached, the instructor escorted the students back to Manhattan, heading towards the vibrant and modern Times Square. The school bus halted at a parking space in front of the shopping mall. The female students, who had earlier complained of fatigue, were now invigorated by an overwhelming desire to shop, forming small groups to explore the streets. Our classmate, Nian, chose to rest on a bench on the 4th floor of the mall. He observed his classmates dispersed among the cosmetics, clothing, and gaming stores, then glanced at Gwen, who sat quietly beside him. Curiously, he inquired, "Don't you want to check out more clothes? I still have the energy to accompany you." "No, thank you," Gwen replied with a gentle shake of her head, her golden locks cascading as she smiled. "The one you bought last night is more than enough." "Is it?" Nian's heart inexplicably raced as he gazed at the graceful outline of Gwen's profile, suddenly realizing that the girl he had grown up with was blossoming into a remarkable beauty. Indeed, sometimes familiar things reveal their other side unexpectedly. At that moment, Nian came to a startling realization regarding Officer George's hostility towards him. Yet, upon this understanding, could he still regard Gwen merely as a dear friend? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he noticed Gwen shiver slightly. Her hair stood on end, and her pupils constricted as she inexplicably gazed out the mall's window. Outside, on the road, cars had come to a standstill, drivers and pedestrians alike looking skyward, their expressions frozen in a state of shock, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. "What is that?" Numerous students and shoppers near the mall's windows looked up in astonishment. Pointing towards the sky, Nian and Gwen exchanged a quick glance before rising to approach the floor-to-ceiling windows. What met Nian's eyes was a colossal blue beam of light emanating from the apex of Stark Industries' iconic headquarters several miles away, shooting straight into the heavens. A gaping, ominous rift tore through the azure heavens, reaching high above the city of New York, as if the sky itself had been ripped apart. From this chasm, countless indistinct black specks emerged in a relentless cascade, descending upon the urban landscape below. Among them, dozens of these airborne entities surged toward Times Square. Chapter 55. My childhood friend is a female Spider-Man. New York, the epitome of a bustling modern metropolis. A colossal blue beam ascended into the sky, forcibly cleaving the celestial veil to reveal a void reminiscent of an abyss. From this dark interior, seemingly from the very depths of the universe, an array of flying objects erupted forth. The sound of explosions roared like thunder during a tempest, heralding the arrival of an unknown terror upon this city without warning. A multitude of enigmatic black dots rapidly approached Times Square, one of which was directly aimed at the commercial building where Nian was located. With wide-eyed astonishment, Nian observed as the mysterious dot grew in size as it drew nearer. Within the final half-kilometer, it became apparent that this was a vessel resembling a sea jet. The towering figure piloting the craft was obscured, but it was unmistakably non-human, its surface glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Before the unknown aircraft could completely hover above the pedestrian street, a blinding, searing flame erupted from its front, trailing a terrifying tail as it hurtled toward the building. "Watch out!" Nian reacted swiftly, instinctively pulling his childhood friend, Gwen, close and forcefully pushing her down to the ground. Simultaneously, a powerful and fearsome shockwave erupted between the third and fourth floors of the building, shattering windows in an instant. The once sturdy steel and concrete facade crumbled as the floor at the edge of the fourth level began to collapse with a thunderous roar. Boom! The shockwave swept through the interior, carrying debris with it, as flames ignited within the vast gaping hole in the building's facade. Thick, dark smoke rapidly filled the shopping mall's interior. "Gwen, are you all right?" Nian coughed a few times, disoriented by the ringing in his ears. The floor before him had crumbled, leaving him teetering on the edge of a precipice. Yet, there was no time to dwell on this. Just moments ago, while pushing Gwen to the ground, she had unexpectedly twisted her body, using her own form as a shield to protect Nian's back. Thus, he was unharmed. He sprang to his feet, anxiously scanning the surroundings. The dense smoke obscured visibility to merely 2 meters, and he could not discern Gwen's silhouette within his line of sight. "Please," no, Nian's heart lurched. Just then, a towering figure leaped into the commercial building from the outside, landing heavily on the fourth floor, the sound echoing with a metallic resonance. Amidst the billowing smoke, 2 emotionless crimson orbs emerged, followed by a towering, nearly 2-meter-tall mechanical entity, constructed of metal, which strode forth, wielding an energy firearm that bore no resemblance to terrestrial technology. Its eyes incessantly scanned, locking onto the hapless humans within the marketplace like a weapon of massacre. "You scoundrel!" Nian's eyes glimmered with a hint of red as he charged towards the extraterrestrial automaton. His left hand clenched into a fist, the divine guardian's silver bracelet concealed beneath his sleeve radiating a fervent warmth, awakening in response to its young master's fury. Yet, a figure moved with swiftness surpassing Nian's. Just as the alien machine and Nian were about to collide, a girl with golden short hair and clad in a uniform skirt darted between them, grasping the metallic arm of the extraterrestrial being. With a resounding thud, the girl, slightly over 1.6 meters tall, executed a shoulder throw, sending the mechanical foe crashing to the ground, her immense strength causing visible cracks to splinter across the floor. She leapt agilely to a height of 2 meters, descending with her delicate fist poised to deliver a fierce blow to the alien's visage. With a resounding crack, the entire mechanical head, composed of circuits, components, and chips, exploded amidst erratic currents and brilliant sparks. Gwen. Nian stood dazed, observing the girl before him. The force behind that punch must have exceeded a ton. Could this truly be Gwen, the childhood companion who occasionally required his help to open a bottle cap? It seemed implausible. As Nian remained in shock, Gwen, having dispatched the alien automaton, seized his hand and propelled them into the smoke-filled interior of the mall. The scene outside the mall was one of chaos, filled with screams and wails, transforming the place into a hellish nightmare, as the invading extraterrestrial entities were evidently not singular. Dozens, if not hundreds, roamed the vicinity of the square alone. Gwen led Nian into an abandoned clothing store, swiftly locating a fitting room and ushering him into the cramped confines of a private changing space. Gwen unzipped her backpack, revealing a compartment that contained an exceedingly familiar black and white spandex spider suit. So it was that the female Spider-Man of that fateful night was none other than Gwen. Nian grasped the entirety of the situation, but before he could utter a word, Gwen suddenly grasped the hem of her uniform, lifting it to remove it. The contours of her upper body were strikingly defined, from her fair neck descending down to her toned abdomen, showcasing a graceful yet resilient musculature. Most notably, beneath her attire, she wore no undergarments, her alabaster and slender form nearly fully exposed. Wait. Nian also noticed 2 ordinary adhesive bandages, which, rather than concealing anything, accentuated Gwen's well-developed physique in an alluring manner. Truly an impressive sight. Just as he prepared to turn away, Gwen suddenly realized, casting a flushed glare at him, biting her lip as she spoke. This makes it all the more tantalizing. Without hesitation, Nian turned around. Indeed, this was not the moment for admiration. Behind him, there was a rustling sound, and soon, Gwen signaled that she was ready. When Nian turned back, he was met by none other than the female Spider-Man he had encountered on the rooftop. I will explain everything later. For now, I must lead you and the others to safety. After donning her Spider-Woman suit, Gwen's voice transformed, exuding a sense of competence and directness that instilled trust and confidence. All right, Nian acquiesced. Everyone, gather together and do not scatter. In a corner of the shopping mall, Instructor Rot and his assistant, Mysterio, although equally terrified, remained resolute in protecting the majority of the students. Thud. The crimson electronic gaze flickered amidst the smoke as an alien robot scanned the area and immediately charged towards them. Before it could close the distance, it unleashed a barrage of gunfire, shattering the stone pillars and railings that stood in its path. The students screamed and recoiled, quickly finding themselves against a wall. Mysterio gritted his teeth and, alongside Instructor Rot, steadfastly positioned themselves to shield the students. In a moment of dire urgency, 2 white strands of web shot forth from the area behind the alien robot, ensnaring its metallic arms. With a tremendous force, the alien robot was yanked backward, violently flung out of the building. With a whoosh, the female Spider-Man gracefully landed before the instructor and students, waving her hand and calling out, "Follow me." Nian picked up the energy weapon dropped by the alien robot and joined the group of students. "Let us hurry and get out of here." Instructor Rot, initially convinced of his impending doom, snapped back to reality upon hearing her voice and exclaimed with relief. Chapter 56. Spider-Man. Nian goes live under the protection of the female Spider-Man. The instructor and students managed to exit the shopping mall and step onto the chaotic pedestrian street outside. Nian surveyed the scene. The condition of the city streets was far worse than that inside the mall. The school bus that had been parked at the entrance was long since rendered useless, crushed into a heap of scrap metal by the collapsed buildings. Vehicles involved in a series of collisions blocked the main thoroughfare, rendering it impassable. Alien mechanical entities invaded every street and alley, wreaking havoc and destruction, while the cries and screams of humanity rose and fell in an unsettling symphony. The entirety of central New York was in utter disarray. At that moment, it felt as if the world were ending. Amidst the chaos, Nian spotted a familiar tall figure atop a vehicle. The young man was clad in his distinctive blue bodysuit, his silhouette striking, and on his left arm, he bore a 5-pointed star shield. Distinct from the commonplace toys available in the market, this round shield, with its metallic sheen and the extraordinary trajectory it follows when hurled, striking an extraterrestrial automaton and returning in a non-physical manner, signifies its historical authenticity. Captain Nian's mind stirred. New York City was not home to a single superhero. Steve Rogers, the illustrious Captain America, caught sight of Nian. He leaped from his vehicle and swiftly addressed Nian and the students. "This place is perilous. You must vacate immediately." "Then where is safe?" Officer Latte inquired anxiously. Captain America, his helmet revealing a stern visage, candidly declared, "At present, no location in New York City is secure. You should depart from the city center along the roads. The outer districts should have arrangements in place for citizens to evacuate." "Is the situation truly so dire?" Nian's brow furrowed, absorbing Captain America's foreboding words, indicating the possibility of New York's downfall. Nevertheless, he contemplated gravely, lifting his gaze to the azure beam soaring into the heavens. The dark abyss loomed larger, casting a shadow over the vicinity near Stark Industries. Thunderous roars intermittently echoed, as bolts of lightning cleaved through the sky, striking down alien vessels in flight. It was evident that other extraordinary heroes were engaged in thwarting the extraterrestrial invasion. Currently, the alien mechanical forces invading New York were being met with resistance by the local superheroes. Yet as long as the rift remained open, their numbers would exponentially multiply. This marked the second, and notably large-scale, extraterrestrial invasion in the annals of modern human history. Nian handed the energy firearm he had retrieved to Officer Latte, reasoning that he had never learned to shoot, and possessing the enchanted silver bracelet was far superior to wielding an alien energy weapon. With New York's superheroes clashing against the alien menace, coupled with the covert protection of Spider-Woman, Nian, along with his classmates and Officer Latte, managed to retreat unscathed from the heart of the conflict. They withdrew 10 kilometers away, where the area showed no immediate signs of alien incursion. A multitude of police officers struggled to maintain traffic along the roadside, while the thoroughfares were teeming with vehicles and pedestrians laden with belongings, continuing their exodus from the city. Officer Latte, with the energy firearm slung across his chest, directed his assistant and the students. "Baker, you lead the students here further out of the city." "Latte, are you staying behind?" the enigmatic Baker exclaimed in surprise. "Some students were separated from the main group and remain within the city," Officer Latte asserted resolutely. "As their instructor, it is my duty to locate them and guide them to safety." "Very well," Baker sighed, recognizing Latte's determination, and ceased his pleas. "Wait, where is classmate Nian?" Baker scanned the vicinity, perplexed. In a secluded alley not far from the main road in the outskirts, students exchanged glances, bewildered. Nian ventured alone into this space. As the shadows danced upon the walls, suddenly, the female Spider-Man descended gracefully, suspended by white webs, her body inverted, hovering 2 meters above the ground. "You wish to return to the fray of the city, do you not?" Nian inquired, observing the female Spider-Man. She nodded softly, responding, "There are still many people there who have not yet evacuated." Nian was not surprised by this revelation. It was not merely that Gwen, embodying the spirit of Officer George, harbored a fierce disdain for evil. Even in the face of abhorrence, she had chosen to confront it as Spider-Woman. Naturally, she would not shy away now. "Then go ahead and do what you feel compelled to do," Nian encouraged after a moment of contemplation. Yet, the once resolute and composed Spider-Woman appeared momentarily hesitant. "You are worried about me, aren't you?" Nian remarked, somewhat resigned. Had she been her usual self, Gwen would have defiantly denied it. However, she was not merely Gwen. She was now Spider-Woman Gwen. Thus, she affirmed, "Yes. I shall share a secret with you," Nian replied with a smile. He reached forward, gently pulling back her mask to reveal a delicate half-face, one side adorned with youthful features and the other cloaked in the guise of a spider. "What secret?" the female Spider-Man asked, curiosity piqued. Before she could finish her question, Nian leaned in, lightly kissing the corner of her lips. Yet, this act seemed insufficient to trigger the latent abilities. After a brief pause, as he hesitated, her lips parted slightly, invitingly, like a delectable morsel awaiting discovery. With resolve, Nian adjusted his position, pressing his lips against hers, seeking the medium necessary to awaken his powers. Indeed, Gwen proved to be a remarkable Spider-Woman. Her exterior pliable, yet her essence equally resilient. Nian felt as if he were savoring the most exquisite, soft-centered jelly, and simultaneously, his body began to undergo subtle transformations. His pupils constricted, and a tingling sensation coursed through him as every hair stood on end, acutely aware of his surroundings. The muscular resilience, typically unattainable, manifested within him, biceps and abs forming distinctly. "Wait, have you also been bitten by a spider?" the female Spider-Man Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she sensed the changes within Nian, her spider sense intensifying. In that moment, her instincts affirmed that he was one of her own kind. There's nothing to worry about now, Nian stated, his lips parting as he declared his newfound spider abilities. Chapter 57. The power of the super spider suspended in midair. The Spider-Gwen gazed with uncertainty at the figure of Nian, who possessed extraordinary spider abilities. For a moment, she overlooked the sudden kiss he had bestowed upon her. Nian shrugged nonchalantly, revealing, "This is the power I have kept concealed. Through our recent contact, I briefly acquired your abilities." He paused before continuing. "Do you recall the individual you encountered on the rooftop last week?" "That was I. You are that creep," exclaimed the female Spider-Man, her words escaping in shock, only to be followed by a realization as she hastily covered her mouth, her face flushed in embarrassment. "So, you merely need to kiss a girl to gain her power?" "Well, it's somewhat like that," Nian replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. He could not divulge the truth that mere physical contact and the exchange of fluids sufficed. Indeed, through the direct channel of a kiss, coupled with adequate mediation, the abilities he acquired became more perfect, stable, and enduring. This had been verified on Paradise Island. Suddenly, the female Spider-Man furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Whose power did you obtain last time?" "Ah well." Nian's eyes widened, sensing a disconnect between their focal interests. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and the sky erupted with thunderous roars, inadvertently providing Nian an escape. "What is that?" Both Nian and the female Spider-Man instinctively looked up towards the city skyline beyond the alley, where a blue beam pierced the heavens, revealing a rift in the sky 3 times larger than before. Within the colossal abyss, more alien mechanical entities emerged, accompanied by massive extraterrestrial vessels reminiscent of warships. The formidable sound of these alien ships reverberated across the 10 kilometers, instilling a primal fear in countless humans. "Nian, I must go," the female Spider-Man declared resolutely, gazing at the approaching extraterrestrial forces. Nian nodded in agreement. "Be cautious. If you find yourself overwhelmed, remember to retreat and don't confront them head-on as you did last time." "Understood," she replied, casting a lingering glance at Nian before pulling her spider mask over her face and shooting a web towards a building across the alley. Her lithe figure danced gracefully among the skyscrapers, swiftly disappearing towards the heart of the city's conflict. Watching her vanish into the distance, Nian let out a resigned sigh, murmuring to himself, "You chose to stay. How could I possibly leave?" Silly Gwen. In this regard, Gwen was much like his aunt, always stepping up in times of crisis, embodying the true essence of a hero with divine qualities. Nian, however, did not see himself as a hero, nor did he aspire to be a superhero. He lacked the greatness to sacrifice his life for strangers. Yet, one thing was certain: Nian would fight for his beloved. "Since you wish to protect the world, allow me to safeguard you." Nian's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as he steadied his emotions and began surveying the surrounding walls. First and foremost, he must master the extraordinary spider abilities possessed by Gwen. Placing his palm against the wall, he felt an invisible, intangible barbed essence at his fingertips, akin to a peculiar static charge, enabling him to ascend with remarkable ease. Even his feet found purchase on the vertical surface, and Nian resembled a newborn spider. Cautiously testing his innate talents as he scaled the smooth wall, his movements deliberate and measured. Ascending beyond 10 meters, he breathed evenly, glancing down from his lofty perch. And soon his crawling motions became more adept and swift. Before long, Nian reached the rooftop of a 10-story building, where he gazed down upon the dire situation enveloping New York City. The Stark Industries headquarters stood centrally amidst a sprawling battlefield, a 10-kilometer radius reduced to chaos, teeming with alien machinery and colossal warships that had recently descended upon the human metropolis, wreaking havoc upon the modern landscape. Towering skyscrapers crumbled into ruins. Streets ignited with ferocious flames, and the smoke coalesced into ominous clouds as countless voices of despair echoed through the air. Beyond 10 kilometers, the outskirts of the city were choked with vehicles and pedestrians laden with belongings, all fleeing along the main thoroughfares, their faces marked by confusion, terror, anxiety, and tragedy, resembling the end of days. This hellish scenario was far from ideal. As Nian surveyed the distant battlefield, a deafening explosion erupted, and blinding flames struck a nearby building, instantly reducing several low-rise residences to rubble. Splintered wood and debris ignited, sending the panicked populace into a frantic escape. Narrowing his eyes, Nian quickly turned to the sky, spotting several small alien craft approaching at high speed, less than half a kilometer away. Had the battle truly expanded to such a distance? Perfect. I shall use you to hone my skills. Taking a deep breath, he dashed towards the edge of the rooftop, leaping across the expanse of a 10-meter wide street to land atop the opposite high-rise. though lacking the demigod strength granted by his aunt's powers. His spider abilities rendered his body remarkably agile. Bounding across the rooftop, he caught sight of the trajectory of an approaching alien vessel. Now is the moment. As the craft neared within a 20-meter range, Nian concentrated, attempting to mimic Spider-Woman's wrist movements. Alas, while the intention was grand, the reality was stark. No webbing emerged from his wrist. Come forth. In his urgency, he tried the other wrist, yet still, there was no response. Gazing at the extraterrestrial craft poised to soar past him, Nian gritted his teeth and leaped forward with determination. As a shadow flitted by, the alien robot piloting the small aircraft was taken aback, attempting to maneuver away, yet Nian managed to grasp the edge of the craft's footrest with his left hand. "Let me down," he commanded, seizing the metallic ankle of the alien automaton with his right hand, yanking forcefully and casting the entity out of the vehicle, which crashed violently into the adjacent building's exterior wall under several tons of force. In the rear compartment of the alien craft, another robot was present. Upon noticing Nian, the crimson glow in its eyes intensified, and it aimed its energy weapon downward, repeatedly pulling the trigger. In that fleeting moment, Nian felt an unprecedented sharpness in his extraordinary perception. His heightened senses radiated outward, weaving an invisible, dense web around him, allowing him to perceive everything in his vicinity with clarity. In this state, he instinctively discerned the trajectory of the weapon's aim, and as the alien robot squeezed the trigger, his body simultaneously executed an evasive maneuver. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clinging to the rapidly moving craft, Nian's body twisted with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the laser beams aimed at him. Grasping the opposite side of the footrest, he gently swung his body, kicking his heels upward, and vaulted over the craft, sending the alien robot, which was still intent on firing, hurtling away. With control lost, the craft careened towards a building at an accelerated pace. Nian was compelled to leap from the vehicle. As he soared through the air, he instinctively twisted his wrist. This time, a white thread shot forth successfully from his wrist. There was no time for elation. The other end of the thread adhered to the exterior wall of a high-rise, and Nian promptly pulled on it, propelling himself skyward. As he ascended, the alien craft collided with the skyscraper behind him, erupting in a thunderous explosion that transformed into a shattered fireball. As for those wondering, let me clarify briefly. The protagonist's abilities are not merely what is exhibited now. They represent a true potential that will be fully realized in the later stages. Currently, he has only tapped into the foundational aspects of his powers. Chapter 58, Wanda, Mysterious Abilities in New York. The battle against the alien invasion continued to escalate. In less than half an hour, even the urban regions 10 kilometers away were intermittently besieged by alien robots, highlighting the intensity of the conflict at the epicenter. On the periphery of the battle, a youth clad in a cap that obscured half his face and a jacket descended swiftly on a thread of silk. The instant his feet touched the ground, he delivered a punch that sent an alien robot sprawling to the pavement. Crack! The force of several tons converged in that singular blow, shattering the alien robot's chest and fracturing the ground beneath it with numerous cracks. Gazing at the flickering electric currents coursing through the battered frame of the robot, Nian exhaled a murky breath, his bright eyes casting upward toward the tumultuous sky above the central battlefield. The azure beam, the harbinger of the alien invasion, continued to radiate a despair-inducing brilliance. Even if the blue light could be extinguished now, the extraterrestrial forces that had descended upon New York had already taken solid form. It seemed that the city might indeed fall utterly today. Having nearly mastered his arachnid abilities, it was time to seek out Gwen. A sense of urgency surged within Nian. If New York truly stood on the brink of collapse, the city had likely not yet surrendered completely. Those outside, politicians and officials alike, might have already abandoned New York to its fate. As Nian prepared to depart, his gaze was drawn to the ruins of a collapsed residential building nearby. On the sole remaining iron railing at the entrance, a faint string of an address hung precariously. Initially, it was merely a casual glance, yet inexplicably, Nian felt an unsettling familiarity with the address. Where had he seen it recently? His thoughts jolted, and he reached into his jacket pocket to retrieve a slip of paper bearing an identical address. A silver-haired figure flashed through his mind. Peter. Nian dashed toward the ruins, calling out into the depths. No response came. This was hardly surprising. The entire structure had crumbled, leaving behind charred remnants of destruction. And Peter had likely evacuated with his family long ago. If he remained inside, the chances of survival were gravely slim. Nian fell silent, placing his hand on a stone amidst the rubble, closing his eyes to tap into his heightened spider senses. Beneath the debris, The remains of shattered homes and furniture lay in darkness. Surrounding him were lifeless remnants. The only survivor, a young girl, lay motionless in the crevice of the ruins, unable to perceive any light or sound from the outside world, save for the feeble whispers of her own breath and heartbeat. The air was thin and suffocating. The girl had come to intimately understand the sensation of waiting for death, her only solace being that her twin brother was not home when the building was obliterated. As her consciousness began to blur, a sudden sound, a crack. Had she imagined it? Startled awake, the girl forced her eyes open, faintly hearing the sounds of movement outside. Desperate to call out, she found her voice too weak, barely a whisper escaping her lips. Yet, the sounds of rummaging grew more pronounced, as if the person outside was aware of her presence. Then, a brilliant beam of light pierced through the rubble, and the girl widened her eyes. Beholding the gentle visage of a young boy, Nian strained to uncover the debris, revealing a red-haired girl trapped within the confines of the wreckage. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe her as a lowly. A girl of around 13, clad in a winter dress, was covered in layers of grimy dust. Yet, Nian was unfazed as he carefully lifted her, bending down to inquire, "What is your name?" The feeble red-haired girl, Wanda, replied, "You must be Peter's sister." A realization dawned upon Nian. Sister? Little Wanda, initially taken aback, resembled an injured rabbit in Nian's arms. Eventually, she timidly nodded and whispered, "Who are you?" "I am Nian Prince. I encountered Peter last night. I wonder if he mentioned me," Nian responded. Wanda gazed at him in astonishment, not anticipating that the person her brother had spoken of would save her life today. "Peter isn't home, is he?" Nian asked to confirm. "No." Wanda shook her head with great difficulty, suddenly realizing something. She gazed intently at Nian, struggling to look around. "My parents. I am truly sorry," Nian said, feeling it was wrong to conceal the truth from the girl. Meeting her gaze, he spoke plainly. "When I was searching, they were the first to be found. They have already lost their life signs." Wanda's body trembled violently. In truth, while buried under the rubble, she had not heard any sounds. Yet she had a faint notion of this reality. Now, upon receiving confirmation, her will finally faltered, and she lost consciousness, her eyes closing. Nian looked down at the unconscious Wanda, tightening his embrace slightly. He could understand how a girl of her age could not bear the immense sorrow of suddenly losing her parents. Today, it was not just Wanda's family that was shattered. Countless families in New York were destined to be torn apart. Sighing, Nian intended to carry Wanda away to a safer location on the outskirts of the city. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Thud, thud, 1, 2, 3, 6. A total of 6 alien robots descended from the sky, encircling the area around the ruins and trapping Nian, who held the girl in his arms. In addition, several small alien spacecraft hovered ominously in the low sky, casting watchful glances at Nian below. "Are they coming for me?" Nian's gaze grew cold. It was evident that these alien machines were communicating with one another. Because he had just eliminated several alien robots on the periphery of the battle, they had now dispatched reinforcements to encircle him. Enemies lurked both in the sky and on the ground. If he were alone, relying solely on his super spider abilities would be quite challenging. Moreover, with an unconscious girl in his arms, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. He had to break free. Just as Nian planned to escape, he sensed something was profoundly amiss. The alien robots armed with firearms and the hovering crafts seemed to be frozen in place, as if a mysterious and powerful force had seized control of their bodies. They could not move an inch. Snap, snap. First, the alien robotic head executed a complete 360-degree autonomous rotation, crackling with currents as electricity surged from its neck. Subsequently, the remaining alien automata followed suit, twisting their heads in unison. Not only did the alien machines march toward self-destruction, but also, in the air, the components of small alien spacecraft began to tear apart and disintegrate one by one. Clatter, the once formidable alien mechanical forces, which posed a significant threat to the super spider Nian, had yet to make a move before succumbing to silence and ultimately transforming into a heap of scrap metal on the ruins below. The spider sensed an intense warning. Nian swiftly turned to embrace Wanda, only to behold another green-haired girl with smoky eye makeup approaching him, stepping over a sea of metallic debris. Little brother, Lorna, with the same manic aura as when they first met, waved cheerfully at Nian, her delicate hands aglow with a vibrant green luminescence. Chapter 59, Lorna the Leader, Polaris. Amidst the ruins of the outer city's battlefield, Nian stood momentarily dazed, gazing at the green-haired girl who had emerged from a mound of alien mechanical parts. Wasn't she Lorna, the gang leader he had encountered the previous night? At this moment, Lorna was enveloped in an enigmatic green glow. exuding a formidable presence that belied her youthful appearance. Both the recently disbanded alien forces and the super spiders alarming. Involuntary response clearly indicated to Nian that this girl possessed a terrifying power that was incongruous with her age and doll-like appearance. With a blink, Nian playfully greeted, "Hello, boss." Lorna seemed slightly taken aback, dispersing the green luminescence with a wave of her hand, laughing maniacally. "What's this? Now you wish to join my ranks?" "Not exactly." Pondering for a moment, Nian offered a vague reply. "In my eyes, you are the boss, the North Star, the brightest star in the night sky. How about I call you North Star Boss from now on?" "North Star? I like that name," Lorna mused, but soon her expression turned serious as she gazed at Nian. "Are you trying to deceive me? In your heart, the boss means you still don't intend to be my subordinate?" Before Nian could respond, Lorna waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. It's up to you." "Thank you, North Star Boss." Nian exhaled a sigh of relief and then curiously inquired, "Boss, how did you end up here?" Lorna did not answer immediately. Instead, she cast her gaze to the lifeless bodies of a middle-aged couple amid the rubble, her expression remaining unchanged. With an air of mystery, she stated, "Peter has been taken." "Who took him?" Nian furrowed his brow, questioning her. "I'm not sure. It was my subordinate who witnessed it. Not long ago. Amidst the chaos of the city's conflict, someone abducted Peter in a modified black van. He should no longer be in New York." Lorna fixed her calm eyes on Nian and added, "My subordinates and I are preparing to retreat from the city." Nian nodded slightly and said, "You should leave quickly. This city may descend into ruin at any moment." He refrained from suggesting that the powerful Lorna attempt to rescue the city. In the face of the current alien invasion, everyone had their own choices. Even if an individual possessed immense power, opting for evacuation was entirely justifiable, as long as they did not take advantage of the crisis to create chaos. "Will you not join us in leaving?" "With me here, I can ensure your safe departure from New York," Lorna confidently offered, possessing the assurance to back her words. "No. My friend is still engaged in battle at the city's center. I must go in search of her." Nian resolutely declined, gesturing to the unconscious Wanda he held. "If possible, please take her to safety." Lorna's gaze fell upon Wanda, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes as she stepped closer to Nian. "You are too tall. Could you crouch down a bit?" The green-haired girl frowned, voicing her discontent. Yes, boss," Nian replied, unsure of how to respond. For it was the first time someone had remarked on his height. Of course, no one dared to suggest that the current Polaris was too short. Doing so would surely invite disaster. Holding Wanda, Nian stepped forward, bending slightly to align his gaze with Lorna's. Their eyes met in a direct, intimate exchange. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Nian's eyes. He had not seen clearly the night before, but Lorna's eyes were an icy shade of pale green, enchanting like a glistening emerald. It was like the finishing touch, paired with Lorna's delicate, proud visage and the sultry smoky makeup at her eyes. She exuded a unique and striking beauty. Lorna gazed at the unconscious Wanda in Nian's arms, momentarily lost in thought. Curiosity piqued within Nian. Lorna's presence at the periphery of the battlefield was likely not for him, but rather for the red-haired girl, Wanda, as she was also concerned about Peter, who had been abducted by mysterious forces. Wait, Nian noticed a detail. The green-haired girl, Lorna, and the red-haired girl, Wanda, despite one being heavily made up and the other barefaced, shared a hint of resemblance in their beautiful features. Could it be? A bold conjecture flashed through Nian's mind, but in the next moment, his thoughts blanked out. Suddenly, Lorna rose onto her toes, pressing her body against Wanda and Nian's arms, and forcefully sealed his lips. Nian stood frozen in shock. The girl's movements seemed somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, yet they were undeniably bold and assertive. He felt a sharp sting as his lip was bitten, the taste of blood reaching his tongue, and still, the girl showed no sign of stopping. Why is this happening? Nian sought to retreat, but Lorna placed her hands on his shoulders, partially dominating his body. With his arms still cradling the unconscious Wanda, he found himself unable to break free. There was no time for contemplation. In order to spare her lips from further suffering, Nian could only guide the young girl towards the correct course of action. Lorna, with her wide, pale green eyes, learned swiftly, even able to apply her knowledge to new situations. Until, suddenly, she recoiled, revealing a distinct medium. She wiped her mouth, and the dark lipstick vanished without a trace, nonchalantly remarking, "It feels rather pleasant." Why? Nian was left in a state of confusion. "Oh, it's nothing, just a little reward for you, my junior. Now, make good use of my abilities." Lorna reached out to take the unconscious Wanda and turned to step away from the ruins. Nian watched her retreating figure. How did she come to know of his powers? Or rather, when had he exposed them? Most likely, it was during the moment he separated from Spider-Woman. Suddenly, Nian dropped to his knees, his left hand pressed against the ground while his right hand clutched tightly over his heart. It was unbearably hot. His heart burned with an unprecedented intensity, as if a furnace were ablaze within him, causing his blood to nearly boil. Nian gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. His pupils dilating and contracting erratically, his eyes flickering between black and green in a tumultuous dance. This was the first time Nian experienced the simultaneous possession of two extraordinary powers through the master of the kinship. Unlike the previous occasion, where the symbiotic entity's parasitic nature allowed for separation, this time it was a mutated evolution of super spider abilities, coupled with a unique extraordinary power from genetic mutation. The two extraordinary abilities, vastly differing in compatibility and affinity, began to forcibly merge within Nian's body. As one super gene emerged, it was destined to consume the other, rendering coexistence impossible. Yet, due to Nian's remarkably versatile physique, the chains of these two genes began to shatter. Under the influence of the master of kinship's abilities, the extraordinary genes briefly overlapped and repaired into a singular entity. Nian lifted his gaze. His hair remained unchanged, yet the hue in his eyes settled into a striking ice blue. Chapter 60. The only aberration on Earth in the outskirts of New York, where war had yet to encroach, a factory warehouse housed several vehicles parked side by side, luxury cars and RVs alike. Inside and outside the vehicles, numerous gang members awaited, eager for hair dye or tattoos. These gangsters paced anxiously, trapped in a cycle of restless anticipation, fearful to leave prematurely, enduring the torment of waiting. At that moment, Lorna entered the warehouse, carrying the unconscious Wanda on her back. The boss is back. The big sister has finally arrived. The aliens are almost upon us. We can finally escape this wretched place. The gang members, both male and female, erupted in jubilant exclamations. One tattooed youth approached Lorna with reverence, reporting, "Boss, all the cars are ready, fully fueled, with weapons and cash on hand. The license plates are from the police. No one will dare stop us from leaving the city." Lorna nodded calmly, placing the unconscious Wanda onto a bed inside the RV before stepping out and leaning against the doorway with her arms crossed. Outside, a group of gang members preparing for departure gazed at her, puzzled. Lorna produced a pack of cigarettes and a metal lighter. Placing a cigarette between her lips as she ignited it and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, declaring, "We shall not leave." "What did you say, boss?" The crowd fell into stunned silence. "Let us wait a moment. There is no urgency to depart." Lorna lifted her pale green eyes, exhaling wisps of smoke, and turned her gaze towards a section of the city. New York, at the heart of the conflict zone, housed a vintage building that bore little distinction from an ordinary church. On the rooftop, a woman in a pristine yellow robe stood, her bald head serene. One hand rested behind her back while a golden, circular, peculiar mark materialized on the other. She observed the alien machines, which surged like a swarm of locusts, attempting to invade. With casual grace, the bald woman waved her right hand, adorned with the golden sigil. Before the alien machines could approach the building's edge, they were shattered by an unseen force, scattering into countless sparks of iron debris. Alone, she effortlessly defended the church structure. Even as the outside world of New York teetered on the brink of ruin, her brow remained unfurrowed. For her, the imminent alien invasion paled in comparison to a far more formidable potential adversary lurking in the shadows. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the woman seemed to sense something amiss. Her expression subtly shifting as she gazed towards a particular direction on the outskirts of the urban battlefield. "An anomaly," she murmured, her brow knitted in contemplation, "a variable." Amidst the ruins, Nian, endowed with two extraordinary genetic abilities, stood up. His icy blue eyes fell upon his hands, feeling an unprecedented surge of wondrous sensations swell within him. This extraordinary feeling was vague, its nature still unclear. However, Nian focused on the inner turmoil of the city's conflict. Perhaps in his current state, he could reverse the tide of New York's impending downfall. With this thought, Nian strode towards the heart of the battle. Entering the city's conflict zone, he found himself at the boundary of the inner and outer territories. The area lay in complete darkness, with humanity long evacuated, leaving behind only buildings, vehicles, and scattered personal belongings. Not a single street remained unscathed, with thick clouds of smoke rising everywhere. Crack, crack. Apart from the alien machines piloting small flying crafts, alien biological entities crawled on all fours, prowling through the now-occupied city, conducting a thorough search for the remaining survivors. Suddenly, everything changed. Within the crumbling edifices, alien mechanical entities were scouring the surroundings, their metallic heads raised in unison, eyes aglow with crimson electronic brilliance, gazing out at the desolate thoroughfare. An abandoned, ravaged pedestrian street lay before them. A young human boy, with raven hair and azure eyes, ambled forward, lost in contemplation, delving deeper into the heart of the city's turmoil, seemingly oblivious to the lurking extraterrestrial menace. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted as an alien mechanical creature violently shattered the glass of a nearby skyscraper. Lunging toward the boy on the street below, its razor-sharp metallic claws poised to eviscerate, its jagged fangs ready to crush his skull. Yet, the human boy remained unperturbed, continuing his solitary advance. As the alien entity closed within a mere 3 meters of the boy, it abruptly froze, suspended in midair as if ensnared by an invisible force. Unable to inch closer, as though gripped by an unseen hand, the alien creature remained motionless until the boy flicked his finger forward. In an instant, the suspended alien surged through the air with blinding speed, colliding violently with another alien mechanical being that had also lunged forward. Their metallic heads pierced through each other's chests, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of scrap metal and lifeless bodies crashing to the ground. Thus, it became clear to Nian. At that moment, he comprehended the formidable root of Lorna's powers, metal manipulation. He then raised his gaze to observe 3 or 4 more alien mechanical beings converging upon him from various directions, motionless, awaiting his command. With a mere thought, a vast tide of emerald energy surged outward from Nian's core. The energy wave swept over the advancing aliens, causing their bodies to erupt in electric sparks, disintegrating and tumbling backward, crashing against abandoned vehicles and dilapidated structures. This was magnetic manipulation, metal control, magnetic manipulation, and the ability to stand one's ground. These were the extraordinary powers possessed by Lorna. Of course, the essence of such abilities stemmed from the mastery over one of the 4 fundamental forces, magnetism. Yet, the power Nian wielded was a fusion of Lorna's and Gwen's capabilities. It was not merely the simultaneous possession of 2 extraordinary abilities. Rather, it was the synthesis and enhancement of their powers, optimizing each other's manifestations. Nian reached out with a single finger, and instantly, a metallic thread shot forth from his fingertip. The nearly invisible metallic filament darted ahead, traversing 100 meters in the blink of an eye, piercing through a small spacecraft and the 2 alien mechanical beings piloting it. Was this the enhanced spider ability resulting from metal control? As Nian retracted the metallic thread, he pondered its implications when, from afar, several orange flames suddenly shot towards him. Nian instinctively tilted his head, effortlessly evading a surge of flames, yet due to his stationary position, he was ultimately engulfed by the fiery blaze. Boom! The tremendous explosion enveloped Nian and everything within a 10-meter radius. Before the flames and smoke could dissipate, a slender figure emerged from the deep crater, which had sunk over 3 or 4 meters. The silver spiderweb patterns on his attire reflected a cold metallic gleam under the sun. Nian donned a spider-themed hooded battlesuit nearly identical to that of the female Spider-Man, albeit crafted from exceptionally resilient spider silk metal, resembling a silvery exoskeleton enveloping the entirety of the young man's physique. This was undoubtedly the ultimate form, possessing both metal manipulation and super spider abilities. A discussion arose. Who was stronger, the combined entity of Nian or the current Magneto Spider Nian? Chapter 61, Magneto Spider Nian. Centered around a continuous blue beam of light, the battle in New York unfolded within a 10-kilometer radius. The urban landscape here bore no signs of surviving humanity, as alien robots armed with firearms and crawling extraterrestrial entities roamed the streets and skies alike. Moreover, a grotesque alien warship, resembling a supersized centipede and nearly 100 meters long, glimmered with a cold metallic sheen as it traversed the streets of this bustling New York district. Less than 50 meters above the ground, the once vibrant streets were now dominated by towering skyscrapers. Boom! The alien warship accelerated aggressively, causing the buildings in its path to collapse with a thunderous roar, reducing towering structures to mere rubble and dust that obscured half the street. The colossal alien ship, seemingly possessing a semblance of intelligence, continued to speed towards the outer districts, intent on flattening the entire thoroughfare into ruins. At that moment, who could possibly deal with such a behemoth? The Iron Man with crimson paint hovered midair, desperately battling the surrounding swarm of small flying machines. Witnessing this chaos, he called out over the communication devices. Yet, it was evident that none of the superheroes engaged in the fray could respond to Iron Man's inquiry. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with every participant entrenched in a dire struggle against overwhelming odds, unable to extricate themselves. Even the formidable Hulk found himself lacking the strength to cope with the brutal extraterrestrial onslaught. Iron Man sighed, contending with the alien forces while casting a glance at the massive alien warship as it moved further away from the central conflict. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Just as the warship approached the boundary between the inner and outer battle zones, it unexpectedly split into two halves. Yes, it was indeed severed. For a moment, Iron Man questioned his own vision, as an entire 100-meter-long alien warship was inexplicably bisected by some unseen force. From the bow to the tail of the alien warship, the incision along its midsection was remarkably smooth. Even the alien mechanical forces within the vessel were cleaved apart, with no forewarning or defense. With a resounding crash, the severed remnants of the warship plummeted onto the streets below, causing the earth to tremble ever so slightly. In the brilliant sunlight, a delicate sheen of metallic filaments shimmered above the site of the wreckage. Not merely one, but several strands. At the very intersection of the street, a multitude of these filaments crisscrossed densely, suspended in the air above the thoroughfare. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Alien automatons piloting small flying devices drew near, only to be instantly severed into fragments by the metallic filaments along their path, continuing their forward momentum as they cascaded downward. A silver figure, adorned with a spider-like pattern, stood upon one of these metallic threads. It was one magnetic spider, Nian. Nian was unhurried in retracting the metallic strands. Instead, he radiated his specialized filaments from his body, extending outwards across hundreds, even thousands of meters of urban territory. These metallic threads wove together into a net, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the city in silence. Grasping countless filaments in his left hand, Nian closed his eyes, allowing his spider sense to extend along the threads. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Everything within that 1,000-meter radius was laid bare under the scrutiny of his spider sense. Particularly, those alien entities composed of metal. Goodbye, Nian murmured softly, tightening his grip on the metallic thread in hand. The manifested green magnetic force surged outward along the numerous filaments, resembling a grand judgment. Crack, crack, crack. Within the confines of the web-covered urban area, alien automatons were disrupted and rendered inoperative by the overwhelming magnetic force emanating from the filaments, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, over 100 alien mechanical beings perished. With a casual flick of his wrist, Nian snapped the countless metallic threads, retracting them into his grasp. Mastery over metal was undoubtedly one of the most potent derivatives of magnetic manipulation, coupled with the extraordinary abilities of controlling magnetism and wielding super spiders. Nian elevated the command of metal to an unprecedented height. After all, even Lorna, endowed with extraordinary magnetic powers, could not conjure metal from thin air. She could only manipulate existing metallic objects. However, bolstered by his spider genes, Nian could transmute his own threads into metal. In essence, he could generate metal ex nihilo. Moreover, with the acuity of his spider abilities, his control over metal became exquisitely refined. Having nearly explored the depths of his capabilities, Nian lifted his ice-blue gaze and for the first time activated his right wrist. As he twisted it, a metallic filament imbued with magnetic force shot forth, hurtling rapidly into the heart of the urban battlefield. The metallic spider silk, imbued with the essence of magnetic levitation, stretched across miles until it anchored itself to the headquarters of Stark Industries. Simultaneously, the spider sense radiated outward along the silk, akin to static electricity. He found it. With a swift tug, Nian's body, clad in a metal spider suit, surged forward like a streak of silver lightning. Not far from the Stark Industries headquarters stood an office building. On the 12th floor, Spider-Woman gasped for breath, her fists poised for combat, as she sent two alien mechanical beings flying. Yet, through the severely damaged windows, more alien constructs continued to swarm in. Though their combat prowess was minimal, insignificant to a superhero, they were relentless, fearless in their pursuit of battle, resembling weapons born solely for slaughter. The sheer number descending upon the city from the abyss of the sky was overwhelming. Even as she vanquished them, their ranks showed no signs of dwindling, but rather increased exponentially. If this continued, she would simply be worn down to nothing. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the encroaching alien machines suddenly froze in their tracks. Instantly, smooth, clean fissures appeared along their necks, bodies, and limbs. Clang, clang. Dozens of alien machines were sliced into pieces, their remnants scattering across the floor. Was that spider silk? Spider-Woman widened her eyes, realizing that strands of silk from outside had shredded the alien constructs. Among them, Only one alien robot that had managed to crawl inside evaded complete destruction, trembling as it beheld its disintegrated companions. It was truly afraid. The alien entities were now gripped by fear of an unknown, formidable presence outside. Yet, rather than panic, Spider-Woman felt a surge of unexpected delight. Her spider sense had already discerned the identity of the newcomer. Chapter 62. Entering the fray, the tide turns thud. Nian descended like a silver bolt of lightning at the 13th floor window. With a casual wave of his hand, the alien robot that had narrowly escaped destruction was engulfed by an energy wave formed from a green magnetic field, disintegrating into countless metallic fragments that embedded themselves into the walls. Observing the slightly dazed Spider-Woman, Nian teased lightly, "Are you all right, little spider aiming to save the world?" Of course, she was fine. Spider-Woman, Gwen, found her heart racing even more fiercely than during the recent battle, her cheeks flushing beneath the spider mask. Wisps of actual steam rising from her head. This was undeniably a departure from her previous demeanor. Under the influence of her spider abilities, she felt an inexplicable urge to kiss Nian at that moment. "Wait for me here. I will resolve this shortly." Nian was oblivious to the thoughts of the female Spider-Man. He turned to gaze out of the window, where the imposing Stark Industries headquarters loomed before him. At the topmost observation deck of the Stark Industries building, a large technological apparatus stood, its base connected to several thick energy conduits that plunged deep into the industrial structure below. Above this apparatus floated a mysterious square object resembling a Rubik's Cube, from which a massive surge of blue energy emanated, shooting skyward with great force. It was evident that this was the core strategic item responsible for the present chaos in the sky and the alien invasion. At that moment, a Russian woman clad in a sleek black tactical suit, her alluring dark red hair, swaying sensuously, decisively detached all the energy conduits from the base of the apparatus. Yet, even after 3 or 4 conduits had been removed, the device continued to show no signs of stopping. "Damn it, tell me how to shut it down," Black Widow exclaimed, addressing the SHIELD scientist standing nearby. The scientist, slightly balding and wearing stylish gold-rimmed glasses, appeared dazed. His eyes intermittently glinting with a dark sheen as he muttered to himself while gazing at the apparatus and the cube. "It's too late. There's no way to turn it off now." "Damn." Black Widow could not restrain her frustration. Just then, with a swift motion, a silver figure materialized on the rooftop. "Who are you?" Black Widow instinctively reached for her specialized handgun, her gaze filled with suspicion as she regarded the mysterious Spider-Man, whose lithe form was encased in a sleek, exoskeletal silver armor. Nian chose to disregard her, his attention fixated on the device emitting the blue light beam. He raised his hand, fingers curling as if grasping an invisible force from several meters away. To Black Widow's astonishment, the apparatus beneath the cube shattered into pieces with a resounding explosion. With a hum, the floating cube reacted, unleashing a wave of blue energy outward. "Run!" Black Widow shouted, seizing the scientist's arm, intent on dragging him to safety. However, she soon noticed that Nian remained rooted in place, unperturbed by the encroaching wave of blue energy. Suddenly, he raised both hands, and a surge of green energy erupted forth. With a hiss, the blue wave and the green tide collided violently, resulting in a cataclysmic reaction that caused both to dissipate simultaneously on the observation deck. Black Widow stared at Nian in stunned silence, a thought flashing through her mind. If anyone could stop this, it might be him. "Is it not over yet?" Nian murmured to himself, his gaze still fixed on the floating blue cube. Even after destroying the apparatus beneath it, the cube continued to exude a terrifying energy, maintaining its upward surge and forming a blue light beam. After a moment of contemplation, Nian attempted to lift his index and middle fingers, from which metallic webs shot forth instantly. Yet this time, the resilient metallic spider silk, having scarcely grazed the inner sanctum of the azure cube, merely delved into the effusing blue energy, was instantaneously reduced to mere ashes. The intensity of this unknown energy caused Nian to furrow his brow, prompting him to extend his right hand, with each finger enveloped in an ethereal green mist of energy. The existence of someone capable of wielding such power was indeed terrifying. Beside him, SHIELD doctor seemed to discern certain clues, gasping in awe as if he were beholding a deity in person. Black Widow held her breath, intently watching Nian, wishing not to disturb him. With a decisive push of his palm, Nian summoned the magnetic force from the source of his extraordinary abilities, sending the tangible green energy surging forward. Buzz! The floating cube trembled slightly, its emanating blue energy intensifying, astonishingly dispersing the magnetic force. No, it was not absorption. A flicker of realization crossed Xinyan's eyes. The energy overflowing from the cube was not merely potent, but possessed spatial properties as well. This posed quite a conundrum. Lost in contemplation, Xinyan was suddenly interrupted by Black Widow. That scepter. Xinyan glanced at Black Widow, who hesitated before continuing. Loki's scepter might be able to breach the energy shield of the Tesseract. Who is Loki? Xinyan's voice resonated with a faint electronic timbre, rendering him indistinguishable as merely a high school student. Black Widow instinctively infused her words with a hint of reverence, replying hastily, "The god of mischief, Loki, is the architect behind this extraterrestrial invasion. Currently, Thor is contending with him. Describe his appearance to me," Xinyan urged. A sinister youth, clad in golden horned armor, draped in a cloak, wielding a gem-encrusted metal scepter, Black Widow recounted, as Xinyan simultaneously dispatched strands of metallic spider silk, closing his eyes to perceive his surroundings. Almost as soon as Black Widow finished speaking, Xinyan's eyes flew open. "I found him." Without delay, he tugged at a strand of metallic silk, his entire being transforming into a silver streak as he plunged downwards towards a city block below. In the central urban battleground, two figures, one adorned in golden horned armor and the other in silver battle gear, were entangled, plummeting from a 30-meter-high platform to the asphalt below. The impact fractured the concrete. Yet, remarkably, neither sustained injuries from the fall. Their physiques were almost superhuman. The silver-armored youth, wielding a hammer, lay on the ground with a pained expression, clutching his abdomen where a finely crafted dagger was embedded. "Thor, you are still so easily deceived." The other, a handsome youth in golden horned armor, slowly rose, brandishing a radiant gem scepter and gazing down at the silver-armored youth with a wickedly triumphant smile. "In the end, I have prevailed. Wait, soon I shall conquer this world." The audacious words were left unspoken as Loki suddenly froze, his mind scepter inexplicably slipping from his grasp and vanishing into thin air. With a swift motion, the scepter soared towards a descending figure, who seized it effortlessly. Chapter 63. Loki's nightmare as Loki beheld the figure who had plucked the scepter from the sky. Not only did the malevolent god find himself momentarily stunned, but Thor, who lay on the ground, was equally taken aback. "What did you just do?" "Return the scepter to me." Loki's handsome and sinister visage turned cold as he charged towards the figure. "You must be Loki," the figure remarked, exuding an aura of divinity. In stark contrast to the flustered god, transformed into a magnetic spider, he appeared to be enveloped in a metallic sheen, his spider silk armor accentuating the contours of his sculpted physique. A palpable field of magnetic energy radiated from him, while his icy blue eyes reflected the approaching Loki with serene clarity. As Loki drew nearer, Thor instinctively felt an oppressive weight bear down upon him. "Wait, it's dangerous," he called out, clearly not directing his warning at the figure. "You shall pay for this," Loki hissed, closing the distance, gripping the gem-encrusted scepter with his left hand. The figure raised his right index finger. Suddenly, Loki's body went rigid. His eyes widened in disbelief as a slender metallic thread pierced through his brow, shattering his golden horned helmet and emerging from the back of his head, embedding itself into a distant building. "Loki!" Thor could not contain his exclamation. Simultaneously, a ripple emerged in the space just behind the figure, and another Loki abruptly materialized. A glint of cold satisfaction flickered in Loki's eyes as he lunged for the scepter, his other hand wielding a sharp dagger aimed at the figure's back. In such a precarious situation, the figure let out an exasperated sigh. Had it been another individual, perhaps Thor, they would have succumbed to the assault. Unfortunately for Loki, he faced the figure who wielded both the powers of the super spider and magnetism. In that fleeting moment, as the metallic thread pierced through Loki's body, the figure discerned the illusory nature of the other Loki. The metallic thread bore no tangible resistance. As the true Loki revealed himself behind, the figure's spider sense meticulously tracked his movements. This was akin to a tactical shooting game, where a phantom player believed himself concealed, oblivious to the opponent's divine perspective. Why provoke him? The figure remained stationary, even as the dagger drew near. In the next instant, a sound pierced the air. Loki's delighted expression froze, his gaze shifting to his right hand. "Where's my knife? Where did it go?" Loki lowered his gaze to his chest, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. Ah, so it was here. The dagger had pierced through the golden horned armor on his body, embedding itself halfway into his chest, and blood immediately gushed forth, sizzling as it flowed along the blade. Loki, somewhat dazed, lifted his eyes, but his other hand could not grasp the scepter of gems, hovering just 5 centimeters away. This distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, no matter how hard Loki strained. His body and hand could not advance even a fraction towards the scepter held by Nian. "Your metallic attire is quite abundant," Nian remarked, shaking his head as he turned to face Loki, raising his right hand. Threads of green energy surged forth, ensnaring Loki's body clad in golden armor, causing his feet to lift off the ground, leaving him suspended in midair, a meter above the ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking echoed as the golden armor rapidly fissured and disintegrated under the magnetic energy. Ugh, ugh. Loki's eyes were bloodshot, as if his throat were being constricted, and he struggled violently, acutely sensing the breath of death closing in. Fear surged from the depths of his heart in the face of Nian. He was not ready to meet his end. Wait. At that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, rose from the ground, clutching his wound, and shouted at Nian, "Let him go. Is he not the instigator of this war?" Nian glanced at the peculiar armored figure wielding a hammer. Curiosity piqued. "Indeed." Thor paused, then continued, "He is my brother. We hail from the divine realm above the 9 realms. "And so?" Nian inquired, increasingly intrigued. "What does it matter if he is an alien, a god, or a demon? The war he instigated has led to the deaths of many innocents. Isn't it only natural that he should pay for his crimes?" Thor was momentarily taken aback, then replied solemnly, "Let Loki go. I will ensure he is brought back to the divine realm. Asgard has laws to deal with him." Nian fell silent, observing Loki suspended in the air. He found it hard to believe such rhetoric. To be judged beyond earth? Surely, it was merely a symbolic imprisonment, a fade before he would be released again. Memories of his classmates, Wanda's parents' corpses, and the nearly injured Spider-Woman flashed through his mind, his gaze remaining as cold as ever. Sensing Nian's murderous intent, Thor gritted his teeth, suddenly releasing his hammer and lunging at Nian with bare hands, shouting, "Heimdall!" Nian simply cast a sidelong glance at Thor, his ice-blue eyes shimmering with a glint of light. And Thor was immediately sent flying backward in his silver armor. Simultaneously, a beam of iridescent light abruptly descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Loki's location, enveloping his body entirely. Thinking of escaping? Nian's fingers twitched, and the dagger embedded in Loki's chest plunged another inch deeper, eliciting a pained wail from him. At this very moment, he resembled a hapless creature, awaiting slaughter. Nian contemplated employing magnetic force to drag Loki down. Yet the rainbow bridge manifested with spatial attributes akin to the cube, its luminous aura whisking Loki upwards in an instant, vanishing beyond the horizon of Earth as if leading to the deepest reaches of the cosmos. With a sigh of relief, Thor found himself pressed against the exterior wall of a building, witnessing this scene unfold. He hoped that they would uphold their promises and deliver due retribution. Nian cast a deep glance at Thor, no longer preoccupied with the disappearing rainbow bridge. He soared into the air, wielding the gem-encrusted scepter, returning to the rooftop of Stark Industries. Impressive. On the top floor of Stark Tower, Black Widow had also observed the events below. As Nian returned from the brief yet intense battle, her sensuous lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Such strength. The malevolent god Loki, who even the mighty Thor struggled to subdue, offered no resistance against Nian. This was the mark of a true powerhouse. Upon landing on the observation deck, Nian faced the hovering tesseract without hesitation, directing the scepter forward with intent. Buzz. This time, the gem-tipped scepter sustained no damage as it pierced through the energy shield emanating from the tesseract. The impasse was broken. Chapter 64. The Battle of New York concludes New York, atop the Stark Industries headquarters, on the open-air observation deck. Just as Nian prepared to plunge the scepter deep within the energy shield, Black Widow suddenly changed her expression, exclaiming, "Wait. Wait for what?" Nian shot a glance at the curvaceous agent. There's a nuclear missile launched by the military heading toward New York. Iron Man is on his way to intercept it. He intends to send it through the portal in the sky, she quickly explained. At that moment, a dark speck was rapidly approaching from one side of the city. It was a missile, trailing a wake of turbulent air, and beneath it, a crimson gold Iron Man was hoisting it with his metallic hands and back. All propulsion systems in Iron Man's suit, hands, chest, waist, and feet, activated simultaneously. As Iron Man lifted the missile, he struggled to alter its trajectory while simultaneously contacting his AI, Jarvis, to alert Pepper Potts. This was the bittersweet farewell of a superhero. As Iron Man soared towards Stark Industries with the missile, just as he was about to lift it higher, he abruptly halted in midair. The missile inexplicably adjusted its course, accelerating towards the portal atop the city. At such an age, he ought to refrain from recklessly risking his life. Below, on the rooftop of Stark Industries, Nian maintained a grasping motion with his right hand. the green magnetic energy flowing freely from his palm. Under the powerful manipulation of magnetic forces, the nuclear bomb vanished into the portal. Without hesitation, Xian continued to wield the gem staff, forcefully piercing through the energy shield of the cosmic cube. The Black Widow gasped as the energy coalescing on the cube cascaded like a reversed waterfall, ultimately surging upward in a magnificent eruption. The blue beam dissipated, and the portal in the sky could barely maintain its form before collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. It was uncertain whether the nuclear bomb had obliterated the alien base beyond the portal or if it had caused the connection between Earth and another location in the universe to disintegrate. In New York City, the alien forces that continued to wreak havoc, the extraterrestrial legions, robotic beings, and crawling machinery, alongside colossal alien warships, suddenly lost all intelligence and power, collapsing to the ground and becoming mere heaps of scrap metal. In an instant, the invading alien army in New York was utterly annihilated. This event marked the conclusion of the second extraterrestrial invasion in modern human history, a monumental battle for Earth's resistance against alien forces. Later commemorated as the Battle of New York, the sudden arrival and equally abrupt disappearance echoed through the air. Iron Man momentarily froze, but swiftly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Jarvis, quickly hang up the call I just made to Pepper. I nearly recorded my last words." On the ground, the Hulk violently burst through a building, bewildered by the alien machinery strewn across the ground, and continued to stomp on a few remnants. Across the street, Thor extended his hand to lift Captain America from the ground, observing the severe laser-inflicted wound on his abdomen, and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine. I could keep fighting like this all day," Captain America replied, a pained twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his confidence. On the top floor of Stark Tower, the Black Widow turned to her side, astonished to find that the mysterious figure who had stood beside her moments ago had vanished without a trace. Along with the gemstaff and the cosmic cube, far from the epicenter of the conflict, in the shopping mall previously visited by students, chaos reigned, with numerous craters and fallen alien machinery littering the ground. A silver flash illuminated the scene as Xian appeared, cradling Spider-Woman, and they entered the fitting room of a clothing store. After closing the door, Xian gestured to Spider-Woman. "May I borrow your backpack?" She removed her spider mask, her damp golden hair cascading down, revealing her fair and beautiful visage. Gwen retrieved some clothing from her backpack and handed the now empty bag to Xian. Xian opened the backpack and placed two small objects inside, each suspended by metallic webbing. One was a spherical object, the other a cube, both adorned with a metallic coating. Indeed, they were none other than the gemstaff and the cosmic cube. Nian perceived these two mysterious artifacts as excessively perilous, prompting him not to leave them in their original location. The cosmic cube was manageable, a mere metallic coating sufficed. However, the gemstaff, being somewhat conspicuous and cumbersome, necessitated a more intricate approach. Nian twisted the metallic shaft of the staff into a spherical form, encasing the inner yellow gem, and further adorned the sphere with an additional layer of metallic veneer. This gray-silver metallic coating, combined with its seemingly hollow weight, rendered the two objects akin to unremarkable trinkets, precisely the effect Nian intended to achieve. Following this, the time for changing attire arrived. Nian needed to detach the metallic spider suit from his form, while Gwen prepared to swap her nearly soaked spider suit for her previous dress. The changing room was inherently cramped. As Nian faced away from Gwen, peeling the metallic threads from his skin, he could occasionally feel a smooth, supple body behind him, the contours brushing against his lower back. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been inconsequential, but now, heightened by his super spider sense, every subtle touch was amplified significantly, evoking an instinctual urge to investigate the entity behind him. A mere flicker of his peripheral vision revealed the elegantly curved spine of Gwen, and his gaze involuntarily traced down her delicate, alabaster neck. "No, this cannot be. For the sake of my brother, hold firm." Nian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain his focus ahead, only to be met with a waft of a faint, alluring fragrance, Gwen's essence. But was she always this fragrant? A sudden warmth surged through his body, as if the primal instincts of his super spider genes were igniting. It felt like both paradise and torment. After enduring for 2 interminable minutes, Nian finally peeled away the last metallic thread from his skin. Behind him, the voice of the female Spider-Man finally emerged. "I'm ready." "Is that so?" "Finally, it's over." Nian exhaled in relief and turned around, only to be unexpectedly tackled to the ground by the girl. Faced with Gwen, he refrained from utilizing his powers. What met his eyes was Gwen, now donned in her ordinary dress, yet her demeanor appeared rather off-kilter. She straddled Nian, her hands resting lightly on his chest. Her golden hair, damp with perspiration, clung to her face, her cheeks flushed with color, and her gem-like eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Beads of sweat adorned her prominent nose, and her slightly parted lips exhaled warm breaths. The typically composed and mature girl now radiated an alluring maturity. "I can't hold back," Gwen confessed, biting her lower lip, a hint of vulnerability in her tone. "Gwen," Nian began to articulate his thoughts, but before he could finish, the girl leaned down, silencing him with her lips. Wait again." Nian's mind went blank. A singular thought echoed in his head. This was the second time today. Chapter 65. Whose wails echo across the world. The faint sound of footsteps quietly echoed within the chaotic confines of the mall. Officer Roth, his throat parched, swallowed nervously, tightening his grip on the alien firearm. Glancing at the incapacitated extraterrestrial robot sprawled on the ground, he cautiously maneuvered around it, his heightened sense of alertness guiding him as he ascended to the upper levels of the shopping complex. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Roth observed the exterior walls, scarred by the brutal impact of alien artillery, resembling a precarious structure on the verge of collapse. The corridors within were strewn with a variety of abandoned goods, alongside shoes, hats, and backpacks left behind by panicked patrons during their hasty flight. Moving slowly along the wall, Roth remained vigilant, his weapon raised, ever ready to confront any invading extraterrestrial threat. As he approached a clothing store, his hand trembled once more around the firearm, suddenly catching a faint sound emanating from within a fitting room. Who could be inside? Roth drew closer, straining to hear the rustling of life within. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his right foot and delivered a forceful kick to the door. However, before his foot could make contact, the door swung open violently from within, causing him to stumble forward into the fitting room. Inside, two agile figures deftly sidestepped Roth's fall, narrowly avoiding his descent. "Instructor? Officer Roth," they exclaimed in unison. His firearm slipped from his grasp as he tumbled, landing awkwardly and momentarily stunned, his face paling in fear of imminent doom. To his surprise, the familiar voices of the two figures brought him back to reality as they helped him to his feet. "What are you two doing here?" Roth asked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he recognized the student council president, Gwen, and the previously missing student, Nian. Nian, maintaining his composure, replied, "I returned secretly, worried about Gwen. And I found her here, so we decided to hide together." "Indeed, Instructor, we were both quite frightened," Gwen added, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she discreetly dabbed at the corner of her lips, which appeared slightly swollen. "Ah, it's nothing," she murmured, casting a discreet glare at Nian. Nian, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself, could he be blamed for this? After all, who had instigated the situation? Roth, oblivious to the subtle exchange, merely looked at Gwen and Nian, believing he was still in a dream, and gently patted their shoulders. Upon confirming the authenticity of the present reality, a tall and robust man suddenly clutched his forehead and burst into tears. Both Nian and Gwen were momentarily taken aback. "Instructor, are you all right?" Gwen inquired hastily. "I am fine. I am just overwhelmed with joy." Instructor Roth sobbed. "Just now, I returned to this urban war zone and located the remaining 3 classmates who had become separated. We took refuge in an underground parking garage to evade the extraterrestrial search. Once the commotion outside subsided, I rushed over here to find you. Thankfully, both of you are safe. This means that none of our classmates are missing. Before we departed from school, I, as your instructor, vowed to ensure your safety. Thus, regardless of what transpired, having brought you to New York, I am committed to returning you unharmed. And now, I have fulfilled that promise." Instructor Roth, amidst tears and laughter, expressed both his fear and relief while feeling exhilarated that his students were safe. Nian and Gwen exchanged glances. The fact that all their classmates were unharmed was indeed the most fortunate outcome of the day. Nian looked at Instructor Roth and sincerely remarked, "You are the true hero." As night approached, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the post-war modern districts of New York. The city's electricity had been urgently restored, and neon lights flickered throughout the streets, though the once vibrant thoroughfares had been reduced to smoky ruins. Previously, the citizens of New York had been compelled to evacuate, but now, many ordinary civilians were gradually returning. After all, the affluent had alternative residences elsewhere and would evidently refrain from returning to New York for the time being. Fortunately, the extraterrestrial conflict had concluded, and the city would inevitably regain its vitality. Nian, Gwen, and Instructor Roth reunited with students led by the assistant instructor at the city's periphery. The wails of despair echoed continuously, and red lights flashed everywhere. Military helicopters were steadily entering the city, and a substantial modern army had occupied the urban area to secure the central battleground and manage the aftermath of the New York conflict. In the outer districts, armed police officers were maintaining order, while numerous temporary aid stations were established to assist the injured and recover the deceased. Scenes of joyous reunions with loved ones contrasted sharply with the heart-wrenching sight of grieving over lost family members, unfolding throughout the outer regions. Nian felt a surge of determination and whispered to Gwen, "Help me manage the instructor. I wish to visit a certain location and will return shortly." "All right, be careful," Gwen replied softly with a nod. Nian secretly slipped away from the student group, merging into the chaotic crowd. He quickly arrived at a specific site in the city. This area had suffered immensely from the bombardment by extraterrestrial forces, with many buildings destroyed beyond recognition, leaving only a few streetlights flickering along the roadside. However, upon his arrival, Nian immediately spotted what he was searching for. In the dimly lit ruins of a building, several rescue workers clad in protective gear were carefully placing two lifeless bodies into white body bags. Beside the debris, a red-haired girl stood quietly, exuding an air of helplessness. Without hesitation, Nian approached her from behind and embraced the shivering figure. "Wanda, it's all right to cry," he murmured. The girl, who had been holding back her tears, finally found solace in his embrace and turned to weep in the boy's arms. "My parents are gone. My brother is missing. I have no family left," she sobbed. Her doll-like face streaked with tears. "That's not true." Nian gently ruffled Wanda's crimson hair, his thoughts drifting to the fierce green-haired girl, and he spoke with conviction. "You still have family protecting you. Peter will be fine." Holding the girl close, he paused and earnestly added, "If you wish, you can consider me family too." "Really?" Wanda lifted her gaze, her reddened eyes reflecting Nian's face. "Of course," he reassured her, affectionately placing his hand on her head. Wanda nodded, finally ceasing her tears. At that moment, as if sensing something, she gazed off toward a side of the city. "What's wrong?" Nian followed her gaze, seeing only the distant night sky at the edge of the city, illuminated by an ominous red glow. In the next instant, his ice-blue pupils constricted in alarm. A man was wailing. This was entirely expected, given that the entire city had just suffered a devastating assault from extraterrestrial forces, echoing with cries of despair. However, the anguished cries Nian heard did not originate from the street they stood upon, nor even from within the city of New York itself. Rather, they came from beyond the city, at the far reaches of the night sky. This wailing carried an ultrasonic quality, inaudible to the average ear, yet those with extraordinary abilities could distinctly perceive it. It was a cry that resonated across the globe. Chapter 66, The Death of Superman. A new era. When Nian returned to the district where his instructor and fellow students were located, he discovered that nearly everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Gazing at a massive advertisement screen on a building. The screen was broadcasting a live report from Gotham City, captured from a helicopter's aerial perspective. The clear footage revealed the city engulfed in a cacophony of mournful sirens, with both sky and earth ablaze. The site of a derelict factory had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, with the ground in the combat zone having sunk 5 meters. The shattered steel and concrete structures appeared as if ravaged by a natural disaster, immersing viewers in an atmosphere thick with the scent of gunpowder. Everything indicated that while New York City was embroiled in an alien invasion, Gotham City was simultaneously witnessing a battle of unimaginable ferocity. In the midst of the central battlefield, a towering figure clad in black bat-themed armor stood alongside a striking woman wielding a golden longsword and a circular shield. A woman dressed in a simple reporter's uniform also appeared, her expression grave as she realized that her aunt was embroiled in yet another war that day. The camera zoomed in on the scene, revealing a news report featuring a tall man draped in a crimson cloak, locked in confrontation with a grotesque, colossal beast. This monstrous entity was even larger than the abominations that Nian had previously encountered. Ugly, fierce, and terrifying, its body was a mass of densely packed muscle. The identity of the man in the red cloak was unmistakable, even without a news commentary. He was none other than Superman. This was the invincible hero who could effortlessly lift Boeing aircraft and shatter mountains, now entangled in a fierce struggle with the fearsome creature. The spear in Superman's hand glowed with a green light as it pierced the creature's unnameable form, while the beast's sharp, obsidian claws also pierced Superman's own chest. In a mutual demise, they stood motionless amidst the ruins, akin to an ancient and forbidden statue. Drip drop, crimson blood flowed down Superman's perfect and sturdy physique. The scene, along with countless viewers around the globe, bore witness to the shocking realization that even a god could bleed blood as red as any mortal's. Superman's anguished cries echoed like a tangible wave, resonating outward. Soon, both he and the monstrous entity, bodies slightly inclined, collapsed in the center of the battlefield's desolation. Superman lay upon the ground, soaked in iron and blood, gazing upward at a night sky scorched from nuclear devastation. On January 2, 2012, at precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, Superman fell in battle. The silence enveloped the scene, including all who were watching the news. Disbelief reigned as they witnessed this moment. Superman defeated? Could this truly be? Countless individuals found it hard to accept. Yet, irrespective of their doubts, this was an undeniable truth. On this day, the simultaneous events of the Battle of New York and Superman's demise unveiled a harrowing and chilling reality. Beyond Earth lay terrifying extraterrestrial forces, and even on Earth, there existed unknown entities capable of slaying Superman. Fear, tremors, and unease gripped the hearts of humanity. That which had long remained hidden in the shadows of the world was now laid bare. It was as if humanity had returned to an era before it had dominated the Earth, heralding the dawn of an entirely new epoch. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, within the conference room, a balding man in a suit, sporting refined spectacles, slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain his outrage. What is the meaning of this? Not only has Loki's scepter of mind control gone missing, but our cosmic cube has also vanished. The Avengers must bear full responsibility. In response to his inquiry, the meeting table remained silent. Removing his steel battle suit, Stark absent-mindedly fiddled with his cup of water. Dr. Banner, having reverted from his Hulk form, stifled a yawn. Captain America, Steve Rogers, silently removed his helmet, while the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and the previously unseen Hawkeye Clint Barton, pretended not to hear the question posed by Stark. Could you pour me a glass of water? By the way, who are you? Stark gestured with his cup and glanced at the bald man. The bald man's eyes twitched, barely concealing his anger as he replied. I am Agent Sitwell of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Task Force, endowed with the highest level directives from S.H.I.E.L.D. and authorized to handle all subsequent matters regarding the Battle of New York. Is that so? Then where were you during our battle? Stark shrugged. Mind your attitude. Agent Sitwell began, but Dr. Banner suddenly twitched, showing signs of impending anger that made both him and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents instinctively step back. Unexpectedly, Dr. Banner merely feigned a threat, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't mind me. Please continue. How can we not mind? You are a ticking time bomb. Agent Sitwell was about to retort when the door to the conference room opened, revealing a one-eyed man clad in black, accompanied by a tall female agent. Agent Sitwell, you may leave, the one-eyed man commanded. Yes, Director. Agent Sitwell begrudgingly waved his hand and exited the conference room with the task force, leaving with a parting remark. Director, you must understand, I'm not particularly inclined to intervene. However, I find it difficult to explain things to the higher-ups. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury maintained an impassive expression, waiting until the agents had left before addressing the remaining members of the Avengers. Where's Thor? He inquired. Resting his hand on the table, Stark quickly replied. He returned to Asgard to deal with his brother Loki. Given Loki's status as a war criminal, they must indeed face appropriate consequences, Director Fury stated, narrowing his single eye as he surveyed the assembled heroes. I trust you are all aware that Superman recently perished in battle. We suffered significant losses during the Battle of New York, and it cannot be deemed a complete victory. Countless dangers await the Avengers in the future. After a brief pause, Fury asked, do you have anything to say? Armor, weapons. Stark immediately interjected, speaking gravely. We need to equip the entire world with armor. Tony, Captain America frowned, countering, your idea is far too extreme. Extreme? I don't think so. Stark shook his head. Let us set aside the question of whether the world needs to be armed with armor. Regardless, our armor and weapons must be enhanced. Our current equipment is insufficiently powerful. Dr. Banner contributed to the discussion. For instance, we could create a Hulkbuster armor modeled after me. Firstly, it serves to restrain my uncontrollable tendencies. Secondly, it can be employed as formidable armor for future battlegrounds. Banner, you truly understand me. Stark's eyes lit up. Clearly intrigued by Banner's suggestion, not only do we require anti-Hulk measures, but we also need a greater variety of anti-armor weaponry. What about the two of you? Director Nick Fury glanced toward the quietly seated Black Widow and Hawkeye. Hawkeye scratched the back of his head and casually remarked, we need more superhero members. A rather mundane statement. While it is true that having more superheroes is advantageous, where do we find so many? I have been pondering a question. Suddenly, Black Widow interjected. Today, who was that mysterious individual who aided us in the battle? This inquiry plunged every member of the Avengers into silence. They too were eager to discover the identity of the formidable being who single-handedly turned the tide of the Battle of New York. Chapter 67. A family that enjoys nurturing the day following the momentous events of the Battle of New York and the demise of Superman. The 2 instructors and 32 students from the Hope Year class boarded a school bus dispatched from Washington to return to school. At midday, upon the bus's arrival at the school entrance, a throng of parents awaited eagerly. Numerous students disembarked, reuniting with their families, and immediately burst into tears, filling the air with their sobs. It must be said that this truly felt like a miraculous survival. After all, the current tally indicates that the death toll from the Battle of New York has soared into the tens of thousands, with countless others missing. That the classmates found themselves on the periphery of the central conflict, yet returned to school unscathed, is indeed a remarkable feat. Local reporters had already descended upon the school seeking interviews, but thankfully, they were intercepted by school personnel. Thank you for your hard work, Instructor Roth and Instructor Beck. The principal and teachers made a special effort to greet the 2 instructors as they stepped off the bus. It was no trouble at all. It is my duty as an instructor. Instructor Roth laughed heartily, displaying no hint of fear, his radiant and imposing figure eliciting applause from several female teachers and parents. Hope and Gwen exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, silently remembering how this instructor had once wept heartily in a shopping mall. Assistant Instructor Quentin Beck, however, appeared dazed, lost in thought as he made his way into the school's administrative building. The principal proclaimed loudly, "Students, you have been through a frightful ordeal. You may now return home with your families. Take a day to rest before returning to class." Instantly, parents began to disperse with their children. Hope and Gwen parted ways on the bus, each eager to reunite with their families. Gwen waved as she approached a police car parked nearby, while Hope, carrying Gwen's backpack, walked toward a sign across the street, where a dark-haired woman was leaning, waiting patiently. "Aunt." As Nian approached the woman, he beheld the face that had long occupied his thoughts, a myriad of words yearning to be uttered. Diana, perceptive of Nian's sentiments, first placed her hand gently upon his head, affirming, "You have done remarkably well." Then, tenderly grasping his palm, she softly suggested, "Let us return home." At that moment, a small orange creature peeked out from the pocket of Diana's trench coat. A smile graced Nian's face as he playfully stroked the soft chin of the little creature, lifting it into his embrace. "All right, let us go home together," he agreed. In their home, in the main hall, Nian enveloped the delicately proportioned waist of the divine being, resting the back of his head against the sofa adorned with strands of hair. In his arms lay a young creature of exquisite fur. The 2 seated on the sofa alongside Aunt Diana, their respective guardian silver bracelets forming a harmonious pair. There was no concealment. Nian recounted the events he encountered during the battle in New York, while Diana shared her own experiences from Gotham City. Although it appeared to be merely a cordial family exchange, each utterance contained the essence of 2 significant events: the shocking public scrutiny faced by Superman, whose sole intention was to save humanity, yet found himself subjected to interrogation due to collateral damage and human casualties, and the fierce confrontation between 2 iconic superheroes, Batman and Superman, against the ultimate monster, Doomsday, born of Kryptonian origins. Upon hearing his aunt's narrative, Nian was suddenly reminded of a phrase learned in a past life: "Those who gather firewood for others must not be allowed to freeze in the snow." Was Superman truly slain by the Doomsday creature? Perhaps, but for him, the doubts and slanders from humanity were undoubtedly sharper and more painful than the claws that pierced his chest. Diana, astonished by Nian's accounts from New York, recognized the stark contrast between her mere participation in the Gotham conflict and Nian's pivotal role in reversing the tide of the New York battle. The girl Gwen Stacy from the neighboring district possessed mutated spider-like abilities, and there was also the girl Lona with her mastery of magnetic powers. Diana's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She always approached problems from Nian's perspective, now contemplating that even in her absence, there were others capable of supporting him. "What do you intend to do with those 2 items you acquired?" Diana inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Nian. "Simple," Nian replied, retrieving Gwen's backpack from the adjoining sofa. He unzipped it, extracting a black and white female spider suit. "Ah, wrong one." Under Diana's calm gaze, Nian's lips twitched as he promptly returned Gwen's suit, and instead produced a metallic sphere and a metallic cube hidden within. The gem staff, the cosmic cube. "Little Huang, help me with this," Nian said, gently pinching the mouth of the orange kitten nestled in his arms. Despite remaining in a state of blissful slumber, The kitten obediently opened its mouth. Despite being a diminutive mouth, barely the size of a half-fist, Nian effortlessly inserted a palm-sized metallic sphere within it. He proceeded to place the cosmic cube into the exclusive miniature universe of the Devourer Beast. Nian blinked. This is quite feasible. It is worth noting that only the Little Emperor can unlock the Devourer Beast's space, as long as no one is aware of the whereabouts of these two items. Even if they were to encounter the Little Emperor, they would remain oblivious. One could assert that this is perhaps the most secure vault on Earth. And there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Nian hesitated before speaking. To his surprise, Diana seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled gently. You wish to assist that girl named Wanda, do you not? Indeed, Nian replied candidly. She has just lost her parents, and her brother has been abducted. I am quite concerned about her being alone in New York. This is rather straightforward, Diana mused briefly. I can arrange for the girl to transfer to a private school in Washington, allowing her to reside nearby, and I will cover her living expenses. Curiosity piqued, Nian inquired. Aunt, how much money does our family possess? In his recollection, prior to learning of Diana's demigod status, their household was comfortably middle class, lacking in luxuries, yet not deprived. As both wore branded clothing, Diana tilted her head thoughtfully. I haven't meticulously accounted for it, but we have accumulated quite a few antiques over the years. Our assets should be around $1 billion. Billion? As in several hundred million? Nian's eyes widened. This was not merely a few million or tens of millions, but several hundred million. Diana replied softly, it's not a big deal. I've simply been working for 80 years, starting with restoring artifacts at the Louvre, and later investing in finance post-World War II. Due to my identity, I have switched careers among archaeology, computing, and law. To me, money is merely a string of numbers. Whether more or less, it holds little significance. As long as it suffices, that is all that matters. My work is merely a means to integrate into human society. Listen to this, such a Versailles-like statement. Nian gazed at his stunningly beautiful aunt and couldn't help but exclaim, Rich lady, I no longer wish to strive. What are you saying? Faced with Nian's sudden seriousness, Diana gently tapped his forehead with her cool, smooth finger. Although my wealth is also yours, I still hope you will earn some money through your own efforts in the future. After all, working is an excellent social experience. Nian weakly acquiesced, his desire to relax shattered. I can cover all her expenses until she reaches adulthood. But is this truly what she desires? Diana regarded Nian, her gaze meaningful as she queried. Have you considered whether she is willing to accept everything you wish to arrange for her? Nian paused, realizing the weight of her words. Indeed, simply by witnessing Wanda standing quietly beside her parents' bodies that day, without a single tear or cry, one could discern that she was a resolute and strong-willed girl. Nian, in his eagerness to protect Wanda and provide her with accommodation and financial support, remained oblivious to her true desires. What should I do, Aunt? Nian inquired earnestly, raising his gaze to seek Diana's counsel. After a moment's contemplation, Diana softly replied, Allow me to make the arrangements. That evening, in a relatively tranquil five-star hotel located in the outer districts of post-war New York, young Wanda, guided by a front desk attendant, arrived at a table by the window on the second floor. Before reaching her seat, Wanda caught sight of someone who had been waiting for her from a distance of several meters. Her eyes shimmered with admiration as she inwardly exclaimed, What a beautiful person. Surely, even the television stars and models could not compare. You must be little Wanda, Diana said warmly as Wanda approached. Please, have a seat. Draped in a beige long coat, Diana's figure effortlessly showcased her alluring curves. As Wanda took her seat opposite Diana, though her physique did not match Diana's, her delicate and fair face resembled that of a porcelain doll, and her features already hinted at the potential for beauty. The cascade of naturally crimson hair that framed her face even evoked a glimmer of astonishment in Diana. May I ask who you are? Wanda inquired with curiosity. I am Diana Prince, she introduced herself. Prince? Wanda exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Diana nodded slightly and smiled. Indeed, I am a relative of Nian. Hello. I am Wanda, Wanda Django Maximoff, she responded, her demeanor shifting to one of greater respect upon learning of Diana's connection to Nian. Diana, I am aware of your circumstances, as Nian has already informed me, she said, her hand gently resting on her chin as she regarded the red-haired girl before her. He wishes to assist you in transferring to a private school in Washington and to arrange suitable accommodations for you. Additionally, I will ensure that someone is assigned to help locate your brother. No, that won't be necessary. Wanda quickly shook her head, her hands waving in a flustered manner. Nian has already helped my brother and saved my life. I am immensely grateful to him. I cannot repay him at this moment. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal, Diana interjected. I would like to know your thoughts on Nian's proposal. It is excellent, truly excellent, Wanda murmured, lowering her gaze. However, I find it difficult to accept that he would bear such expenses without reason. After a brief pause, her eyes reddened with emotion as she implored, if possible. I hope you can arrange for someone to search for my brother. My own well-being is of no consequence. What a remarkable girl, Diana thought, suddenly filled with admiration for Nian's discernment. She continued to inquire, but do you not wish to attend school? Given the current situation in New York, classes may be suspended for quite some time, and in Washington, you would still have the opportunity to see Nian frequently. Wanda lowered her head in contemplation and murmured, I currently have no money. However, I will find work, and once I stabilize my situation, I shall certainly travel to Washington. Diana replied with remarkable clarity. You are only 13. Who would hire you for a job? If this continues, you may find yourself placed in a welfare institution. Not only would you be under strict supervision, but you might also lose the chance to search for your brother. Wanda clenched her hands beneath the table, feeling lost as she sat in her chair. At merely 13, having lost her family and possessions, she faced the daunting task of surviving alone in post-war New York City, all while seeking her brother, who had been abducted by mysterious forces. The trials ahead seemed insurmountable. I have a proposal, Diana suddenly said, observing Wanda's helplessness. One that would allow you to live and study in Washington while also enabling you to repay the various forms of assistance provided by Nian. You could even view it as a long-term internship. Wanda's eyes widened with innocent hope as she inquired, what proposal? The following morning, in a single room where the curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out even a sliver of dawn's light, Nian remained nestled in his bed, dreaming of a blue-haired maid calling softly at his bedside, Young master, it's time to rise. Just a little longer, Nian murmured drowsily. Do not sleep any longer. It's time to get up and prepare for breakfast, the soft, familiar voice continued, accompanied by the gentle tugging of the covers. Wait, this dream feels too real, he thought, jolting awake to find a crimson-haired maid before him, wearing a slightly oversized apron. No, something is amiss. He pinched his cheek, staring at the girl still gripping the corner of the blanket. Wanda, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Wanda replied, suppressing her joy at seeing her savior again. She tiptoed to the window and drew back the curtains, allowing the morning light to flood the room. Miss Diana has arranged a 3-year internship for me, until I come of age. I can receive part of my salary in advance, which will enable me to live and manage daily expenses here. What kind of work? Nian asked curiously, as Miss Diana had not mentioned it to him. I will be taking care of you, young master. For instance, waking you in the morning, preparing breakfast, cleaning the house, doing the laundry, and attending to your daily needs. Wanda began counting off on her fingers. Before she could finish, Nian interrupted. Wait, isn't that just being a maid? Nian had intended for Wanda to come to Washington so that he could assist her. Yet now, it seemed she would be the one looking after him. I don't need anyone to take care of me, he protested, momentarily taken aback. But quickly came to understand that this was likely Diana's compromise to ensure that Wanda could accept his financial assistance without reservation. Is it unnecessary? As Wanda's little face fell, Nian immediately conceded, quickly stating, I need it. I truly do. I am utterly incapable of self-sufficiency in my daily life. He realized this might have been a slight exaggeration and continued, however, please refrain from calling me young master. I am unaccustomed to such address. The blushing maid, Wanda, hesitated momentarily before softly inquiring, what would you like for breakfast, my master? Nian was momentarily taken aback. Currently, the book has introduced 5 significant female characters, some of whom have already made their entrance while others are soon to follow. Now, on the platform, beneath the detailed page and synopsis of the book, a character section has been added. Readers can express their admiration for their favorite female characters with daily votes. And those characters who receive the highest acclaim will have additional scenes featured later on. Chapter 69. The home of Sister Carla. Nian sat at the dining table, consuming warm milk and bread while glancing at news regarding the aftermath of the New York battle and the demise of Superman. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed a petite figure clad in crimson busily attending to chores in the living room. Aunt Diana had left for work early, leaving only Nian and the crimson maid, Wanda, at home. With her waist-length hair tied into twin ponytails, the red-haired girl donned an oversized apron and diligently wiped the furniture with a damp cloth. Although her movements were somewhat unrefined, they were marked by an extraordinary attention to detail, as she meticulously cleaned every corner multiple times. Witnessing little Wanda repeatedly rise on tiptoe, straining to reach high places, Nian felt a pang of guilt akin to that of hiring child labor. Unable to bear it, he spoke up, why not take a break? The house isn't particularly dirty. That won't do, Wanda replied, her determination evident as she labored on, panting slightly. Tomorrow, I must report to the school nearby. As Miss Diana advised, it is best to thoroughly clean the house today, which will also help me familiarize myself with my future working environment. Nian inquired curiously, juggling your studies while working both before and after school. Do you think you can manage? I have no issues with that. Previously, I often handled chores at home, Wanda replied, seemingly bolstering her own resolve, her eyes reflecting steadfastness. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, Wanda placed the cloth into the bucket, turned to Nian, who was enjoying his breakfast, and earnestly asked for feedback. Master, how did I heat the milk? Just as Nian took a sip of the warm milk, he nearly choked, coughing violently and spilling milk onto his hand. Are you all right, my master? Wanda rushed over, patting his back with her small hand. Observing the milk that had dripped onto his hand, she hesitated briefly before leaning forward, slurping it up without a second thought. Do not waste, Wanda murmured softly, licking her lips to savor the remnants of milk. Nian was momentarily speechless. With a weary tone, he cautioned, Wanda, remember this. It is one thing to call me that at home, but you must never do so in public. Why? Wanda tilted her crimson twin tails and innocently inquired, am I going to die? I will, Nian replied. Officer George, the resident of Gwen's household, was already keeping a close watch on him. If he were to discover that Nian had recruited a maid, the consequences would be dire indeed. Very well. Wanda seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, her earlier demeanor too intimate, her cheeks flushing slightly as she added, then I shall call you master at home, and young master Nian outside? No problem, Nian nodded, saying little more as he swiftly devoured the breakfast laid out on the table. Wanda noted this with delight, a smile of happiness gracing her face. As Wanda busied herself tidying the utensils and taking them to the kitchen, Nian pondered aloud, Wanda, you needn't prepare lunch for me today, just stay safe at home. As he spoke, he glanced beneath the table at the little orange cat, fast asleep beside his feet, and softly admonished, Xiaowang, protect Wanda while I'm away. Xiaowang did not open his eyes, but flicked his tail in response. Are you leaving, master? Wanda's head peeked from the kitchen, her curiosity piqued. Nian was slightly taken aback by her special address, still unaccustomed to it, and after a moment's pause, replied, Yes, I am going to see a friend. Be careful on the way. I will wait for you at home, she called back. The remnants of Wanda's voice lingered in his ears as Nian glanced at the back of his right hand. Her inadvertent gesture had evidently triggered the bond of the master. He could distinctly feel his constitution and strength had noticeably enhanced, yet still remained within the bounds of humanity. Indeed, Wanda was merely an ordinary girl, he mused. The image of a figure with inky green hair resurfacing in his mind, leaving him to wonder why that Polaris leader possessed such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, why did Lorna not acknowledge Wanda and instead take her away on the day of the battle in New York? After making a couple of bus transfers in the Washington area, Nian found himself aboard a dusty bus, finally arriving at the border between Washington and New York. There were no towering skyscrapers here, only vast, sprawling fields. In the heart of the fields lay a straight road, extending towards the azure horizon on either side. Nian disembarked at a stop far from the others, and following the address provided by his teacher, he ultimately arrived at a wooden house styled like a western villa, surrounded by rippling wheat fields. He had not anticipated traveling such a distance. Glancing down at the address once more to confirm it was indeed the place he sought, he rang the doorbell. Before long, footsteps echoed from within, and a woman in her 60s opened the door. Hello, may I ask if Carrot Danvers resides here? Nian ventured. Yes. Who might you be? The elderly woman nodded, looking at the young man with curiosity. Nian, having prepared his remarks in advance, introduced himself. I am Nian Prince, a member of the student council at Washington White High School. I have come in place of the teacher to assess the situation, as Caradan Firth has been absent from class. Before the elderly woman could respond, a raspy voice resonated from within the room. Let him in. Nian looked up to find an older gentleman, his hair completely white, yet still possessing a certain dignity. Through the lines of his weathered face, one could faintly discern traces of handsomeness from his youth. The man introduced himself. I am Stephen Danvers, Carla's adoptive father. In the living room, under the watchful gaze of the elderly couple, Nian felt somewhat stiff as he settled onto the sofa. He instinctively scanned the room and noticed numerous photographs adorning the walls, with Carla's images being the most abundant. Among them were a couple of pictures featuring a young female airman alongside modern fighter jets. Carla, do you have a sister? Nian inquired, hoping to strike up a conversation to alleviate the awkwardness that hung in the air. To his surprise, the elderly woman's eyes dimmed at his question, and she rose abruptly, retreating into the kitchen. In that instant, Nian realized he had misspoken. After all, there was no trace of the female airman in the family photographs. Only older, individual portraits. Please do not take offense, Stephen said, lifting his weary gaze to the photographs. Her name was Carol Danvers, my first child. In my youth, I held a strong preference for sons, which led to a rift between us early on. I am truly sorry, Nian quickly apologized. It's of no consequence. Stephen waved his hand dismissively. It is all in the past. He continued, after running away from home, Carol joined the Air Force against our wishes, and shortly thereafter, she perished during a mission. I kept her photograph on the wall as a form of penance, a reminder of the mistakes I made in my youth. Stephen fixed his gaze on Nian, speaking solemnly. Therefore, we will not allow our last remaining child, Carla, to come to any harm. This sentiment revealed the couple's deep affection for Carla, suggesting that her absence from school was not due to family issues. After a moment of contemplation, Nian decided to be forthright. Sir, I would like to know why Carla has not come to school. Is she unwell? She is fine. Stephen paused, then addressed Nian. Are you not her classmate? She is upstairs in her room. You may go and ask her directly. Stephen cautioned. However, remember not to mention anything about superheroes. Chapter 70. Striving to become a superhero, Nian made his way to the second floor of the wooden house, glancing back at Carla's adoptive parents, who remained silent below. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Is it common for parents to be so unperturbed? Regardless, even if he was a classmate of Carla, did they truly allow him to enter the room of their 15-year-old daughter so freely? Unfazed by his potential misdeeds, he dismissed the thought, convinced that he had no intention of committing any wrongdoing. Clearing his throat, Nian rapped on the door of the second floor. Kara, are you in there? Silence enveloped the room. He knocked a few more times, and, feeling resolute for having come this far, declared, if you remain silent, I shall enter unannounced. Yet, the stillness persisted. Nian attempted the door and discovered it was unlocked. He swung it open, revealing a tranquil and warm sanctuary belonging to the young girl. However, the solitary window was firmly shut, and the dark curtains were drawn tightly, allowing no sunlight to penetrate, casting the room into a somber gloom. As he stepped further inside, Nian inadvertently trod upon a soft object. Picking it up, he realized it was a pair of sky-blue garments, made of a rare fabric. His hand trembled, causing the clothing to slip from his grasp. Fortunately, no one witnessed this moment of clumsiness, and he silently sighed with relief, continuing to gaze towards the bed. There, the blankets were conspicuously lumped, with no sign of the girl's body visible, as if she were deliberately hiding beneath them. Kara, you're in there, right? Nian called out, approaching the edge of the bed. Senior, what brings you here? Came Kara's delayed response from the cocoon of blankets. Since Christmas. You have been absent from school. Before he could finish, she immediately inquired, are you concerned about me? Of course, Nian affirmed with a nod, countering, are we not friends? The mound of blankets quivered slightly. Then, in a voice tinged with tears, the girl replied, Senior, I do not know what to do. I feel utterly useless. I cannot help or protect him. Upon hearing this, Nian suddenly grasped the situation. He recalled Kara's adoptive father's warning against discussing Superman. Everything made sense. Clearly, Kara was a devoted and ardent admirer of Superman. In that moment, Nian posed a question. Do you know what Superman was contemplating at the time of his demise? The girl beneath the covers fell silent, asking, what was he thinking? He must have wished for a second, a third, or even more heroes like himself to emerge. Nian intoned gravely. In that way, he would not have to shoulder the weight of the world's safety alone and could lead a life as ordinary as anyone else's. But no one can do it better than he does, Kara replied with difficulty from her cocoon. Indeed, no one could surpass his deeds. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that we must strive to become the heroes he envisions, Nian mused. We must transform ourselves into heroes, allowing Superman to experience the simplicity of an ordinary life. That is surely what he longs to witness, a world where he can feel at ease and joyous. In truth, even Nian was uncertain of the words he had spoken. Nian was not one to offer comforting words. At this moment, the only course of action was to utilize Kara's idol status to set her a goal worth striving for. As for the notion of becoming a Superman, who could truly attain such a feat? Superman hails from Krypton. Nian merely mentioned it casually, hoping to ignite Kara's fighting spirit. Senior, can I really become a Superman? From beneath the covers, Kara's voice, once filled with uncertainty, now posed the question softly. Nian sat at the edge of the bed, gently patting the blanket that enveloped Kara, encouraging her. Of course, as long as you put in the effort, you will undoubtedly become the Supergirl that Superman anticipates. Kara pondered, effort? Do you think it's as simple as some bald fellow claiming that hard work leads to strength? The silence lingered for a moment under the covers. Just when Nian thought his words of encouragement had fallen flat, Kara suddenly let out a soft laugh, her voice bubbling from beneath the blanket. That's a lie. How can I become a Superman when I've already failed at confessing my feelings? Nian found himself struggling to comprehend the intricacies of a woman's thought process. Nian, do you truly feel no flutter of emotion for me? As her voice graced the air, the edges of the blanket slipped slightly, revealing more of her form. Nian froze, as even in the dim light of the room, a glimpse of her smooth, delicate skin became evident. Kara, with her subtly darkened golden locks, sat on the bed clad in a tiny camisole and short shorts that barely reached her knees, the snug fabric accentuating the alluring curves of her legs. The remaining blanket draped over one shoulder, while the other side slipped down, revealing the soft contours of her youthful body. A glimmer sparkled in Kara's gem-like eyes as she leaned forward, resting her hands on the bed, drawing closer to Nian. Mere centimeters separated them, their noses almost touching, an undeniable tension of attraction hanging between them. Nian parted his lips to speak, but was swiftly silenced by a gentle finger placed upon his mouth. There's no need to say anything, Kara said, gazing down at his left chest with a sweet, tender smile. I already know the answer. Yet, she continued, but this version of me is not my true self. Kara fixed her gaze upon Nian, her sincerity rekindled. Give me a little more time, and I will reveal my true self to you. By then, you may reconsider my confession. As Nian departed from the Danvers household, he glanced back at the second-floor window of Kara's room. The curtains had been drawn open, and sunlight flooded the interior. Today, the rejuvenated and vibrant Kara Danvers left a profound impression on him. He had to admit that, in that fleeting moment, his heart raced faster than ever before. At the SHIELD headquarters in the top-floor office, a voice called out, "Director, did you summon me?" Clad in her signature black leather uniform, the Black Widow entered the room. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, sat silently in his office chair, placing a photograph on the desk before him without uttering a word. The Black Widow cast a curious glance at the picture. Unlike her usual targets, which were typically gang leaders, this time the image depicted a youthful boy, a Chinese-American adolescent. He appeared to be a high school student. His name was Nian Prince, a student at a prestigious academy in Washington. Preliminary investigations had revealed that he was also the adopted son of Wonder Woman, a member of the nascent Justice League. Nick Fury spoke swiftly. I need you to disguise yourself and get close to him, to ascertain whether he possesses any extraordinary abilities. What if he does have exceptional powers? The Black Widow inquired, her curiosity piqued. Fury's single, piercing eye conveyed determination as he firmly stated, we must seize him from the Justice League. Chapter 71. A small evening practice in a luxurious residential area of Washington, a woman in her 40s, adorned in high heels, returned to her dwelling. Despite her fashionable appearance, accentuated by sunglasses and elegantly styled, wavy hair, the passage of time had left its marks upon her skin and figure. Excuse me, elderly lady. A white boy shouted from a distance as he approached, clad entirely in high-end designer attire and leading a muscular adult pit bull on a leash. The dog's impressive physique and menacing fangs were striking. Perhaps accustomed to his entitled demeanor, the boy disregarded pedestrians in the community, causing many residents to hastily step aside in deference to the threatening canine. Unfazed, the woman draped in a leopard print coat continued her stroll along the pathway. Teppy, make her bark, the boy yelled in irritation. At his command, the pit bull's eyes glinted with ferocity as it prepared to unleash a growl at the woman. However, to the boy's astonishment, the previously aggressive dog suddenly tucked its tail between its legs and crouched low to the ground, emitting an unprecedented whimper while a puddle formed beneath it, clearly having been frightened to the point of submission. As the woman approached, the pit bull seemed to muster a final surge of courage, bolting to the side in terror and pulling the boy along with it. The sounds of the dog's whimpering and the boy's screams echoed through the neighborhood. The woman paid no mind to either the boy or his dog, her expression impassive as she made her way to a private villa within the community. Upon entering, she kicked off her heels and walked gracefully on the cold floor, shedding her sunglasses, coat, and trousers until she stood in her wrinkled form before the villa's bathroom. Barbara Minerva gazed into the mirror, where the reflection of an aged woman met her eyes. Suddenly, she reached out and forcefully tugged at one side of her face, peeling away a skin marred by parched wrinkles to reveal an exceptionally youthful and alluring visage beneath. Not stopping there, she continued to grasp various patches of skin on her body, unnervingly stripping away a mask of human flesh, unveiling a lithe and sculpted form devoid of any excess. The transformation from an ordinary woman in her 40s to a striking female figure in her 30s, possessing the features and physique of a top model, was astonishing. Emotionless, Barbara turned on the shower in the bathroom, allowing scalding water to cascade over her head. Steam enveloped the room, and on one wall hung two photographs. One depicted the enchanting Wonder Woman captured during the war, while the other showcased a youthful boy, reminiscent of a high school student. Barbara displayed a predatory smirk, swiftly and elegantly removing the second photograph, her elongated, crimson tongue licking it as her sharp fangs and claws glistened ominously, before she effortlessly shredded the boy's image into countless fragments. Later that evening, around 7:30, Nian returned home. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a hall illuminated by bright lights, with the floor and furniture gleaming from a recent polish. In the living room, a beautiful and mature woman with dark hair sat gracefully on the sofa, her long legs elegantly crossed as she immersed herself in a legal tome. Nearby, on a smaller sofa, a red-haired girl lay curled up in slumber, clutching a dried cloth in one hand and cradling a sleeping orange tabby cat in her arms. At first glance, they resembled a mother and daughter, a scene of warmth that left Nian momentarily entranced. Was there anything more beautiful in life? Diana set her book aside and strolled over, retrieving a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them on the carpet before Nian. I intended for Wanda to go to bed, but she insisted on waiting for your return. Before long, she fell asleep on the sofa while playing with the little prince. She must be exhausted, given all that has transpired these past few days. Nian smiled, appreciating his aunt's thoughtful arrangement. He now understood that her intentions were twofold: to allow Wanda to accept help without guilt and to assist her in overcoming the sorrow of losing her parents. Thank you, Aunt, he expressed sincerely, gazing at Diana. We are family, she replied with a gentle smile. Nian looked at the sleeping Wanda on the sofa and inquired, where will Wanda be staying? Diana bent down to place Nian's shoes in the cabinet and whispered, next to your room, there is an empty storage space, which I had furnished into a bedroom earlier today. So, does this mean Wanda will be living with us from now on? Nian was taken aback. The so-called nearby accommodation seems to be a bit too close for comfort, doesn't it? Diana replied with an air of nonchalance. Isn't it a good thing? I have matters pertaining to the Justice League and my work to attend to, leaving me little time during the day. This arrangement allows little Wanda to look after you. I am not a child. I do not require supervision. Nian shook his head, curiosity piqued as he inquired, how many members are currently in the Justice League? At present, there are only two of us, including Batman and myself, Diana disclosed candidly. After Superman's funeral tomorrow, Batman intends to journey to a small village in the frigid north, rumored to be home to a superhuman known as Aquaman, who frequently combats pirates at sea and brings fish to the isolated village, which is hindered by heavy snow. Additionally, there are two potential members. One is Barry Allen, whom you met last time, and the other is a superhuman who has undergone mechanical enhancements. I plan to reach out to them soon to discuss their interest. Initially, Nian listened intently, but his focus soon waned as his gaze drifted to Aunt Diana. This evening, her dark hair was neatly styled, accentuating her figure in a form-fitting white strapless gown. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if by divine hands, and her elegant neck resembled that of a graceful swan, perfectly highlighted by the gown's design. Is it starting tonight? Nian suddenly recalled something of great importance and couldn't help but ask, looking at Diana. She, clearly aware of what he meant, nodded with a composed demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Nian stepped closer, his hands gently resting on the soft waist cinched by the gown. Despite having touched it multiple times, he couldn't help but marvel at her divine essence. He lifted his gaze to her subtly tinted lips, which appeared even more alluring. It's merely practice, she stated. Chapter 72. Changes at school. It is often said that when Superman soared through the skies, he changed the world, but when he ceased to fly, the world transformed once more. On the third day without the Man of Steel, Nian awoke to the gentle call of the crimson-haired maid, Wanda. Yawning, he rose, his ice-silver eyes reflecting a divine indifference as he instinctively ruffled his tousled silver hair. Master, what happened to your hair and eyes? Wanda exclaimed, her small mouth agape in surprise. It's nothing, he replied. From now on, I may inexplicably look like this every night, so there's no need to dwell on it. He blinked, recalling the moment when he had showcased his extraordinary abilities before her while rescuing her from the ruins. To his astonishment, Wanda gazed intently at his silver hair, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's so beautiful. All right, I won't argue with the little maid, he conceded. Making his way to the bathroom, Nian washed his face. And as he did so, his silver hair began to revert to its usual state, while his silver eyes transformed back to the ordinary brown of a regular person. The duration of the demigod state was just right. Nian let out a sigh of relief. The night before last, he and Diana had not only discussed Wanda's accommodation, but also another matter. Times had changed. The darker side of the world was beginning to unveil itself under the sun, and it was likely that more supernatural events would unfold in the future. Although Diana's aunt could serve as a stable conduit for supplying the opposite sex. When Nian acquired the demigod physique, the uncontrollable overflow of divine power would still manifest in distinct features such as silver hair and icy silver pupils. In order to ensure that Nian could proficiently control his divine power while maintaining an ordinary human appearance, Diana proposed nightly practice. Under direct activation of his patron deity, his abilities lasted exactly 12 hours, as long as he triggered the demigod state each night upon returning home. His powers would conveniently dissipate before he attended school the following day. A demigod by night, a human by day. This increased practice would continue until Nian could fully master the demigod form. Dressed in his outdoor attire, Nian emerged from his room just in time to see Wanda, who was preparing breakfast, donning a school uniform. Her crimson hair, pressed beneath the brim of a winter hat, appeared utterly adorable. "Wanda, you look splendid in that uniform," Nian generously complimented, knowing that encouragement and affirmation were precisely what she needed at that moment. Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled out a chair for Nian. Before hopping onto another chair herself, Nian stole a glance at her. Indeed, little Wanda's feet dangled above the ground, unable to touch the floor while seated. Nevertheless, her feet remained perfectly still, exuding an aura of tranquility and grace. Moreover, the little creature, clearly aware that Wanda would be providing its meals in the future, affectionately scurried around her. Would Barry Allen weep at this sight? As Nian settled into his chair and began to enjoy his breakfast, curiosity prompted him to inquire, "Wanda, you're reporting to your new school today, right?" Wanda nodded, responding, "Yes, Miss Diana has arranged everything. I just need to bring my documents to report in. By the way, Master, I need to go out this weekend." "Where to?" "Gotham City." "Oh, Gotham City?" Nian's eyes widened. "What are you going to Gotham City for?" Wanda replied honestly, "It's also arranged by Miss Diana. I can go there to study knowledge about being a butler. Miss Diana said there's a very suitable teacher, and someone will pick me up this weekend." That indeed sounded like an excellent teacher. However, it seemed rather arduous. The image of Alfred, the unflappable butler, floated through Nian's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Wanda, "If you don't wish to go, I can speak with my aunt. After all, you're only 13. "No." Wanda shook her head and earnestly said, "In truth, this was something I requested from Miss Diana just last night. At present, I can only engage in trivial household chores. I need to acquire more knowledge to truly care for my master." Nian ceased his attempts to persuade her. Wanda's current diligent and upward-spirited demeanor was commendable, and there was no need to dampen her enthusiasm. "Well, since the maid is working so hard, it is only fitting that I, as the master, do not become complacent," Nian thought, his eyes sparkling with determination. He had been on an extended break recently and had encountered a series of events that left him lagging behind in his studies. There is no such thing as the extraordinary or supernatural. Starting today, I shall return to being an ordinary high school student, he silently resolved. In the morning, during class, the teacher addressed the students. "Due to the resignation of your former advisor, Quentin Beck, the school has appointed a new guidance counselor for you. Please welcome your new advisor." As she spoke, a woman with short, dark red hair gracefully entered the classroom, clad in a white long-sleeved blouse and a fitted black skirt, her legs adorned with glossy black stockings. "Hello, students. I am your new advisor, Natasha Romanoff. I look forward to working with you." The female counselor smiled, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, her voice soft and alluring. With both beauty and physique that could rival top models, the students were momentarily captivated, while advisor Rod averted her gaze, feeling unworthy of looking at her. Gwen, observing the woman before them, cast a concerned glance at Nian, who appeared to have a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. She was unaware that Nian had once thwarted the cosmic cube during the New York battle, thus recognizing that the so-called new advisor was indeed the black-clad female operative. What on earth is happening? Is this going to hinder our studies? Nian sighed internally, hoping that she did not have any intentions toward him. Surely, she should not recognize him as one of those involved in the New York incident. In addition to the new advisor, the school also welcomed a new principal. Advisor Rod, seemingly aware of something, hurried to the classroom door and respectfully called out into the corridor, "Principal, would you like to come in and say a few words?" "No need." A cold and composed female voice responded from outside, followed by a tall figure gliding past the classroom corridor. The woman, With her curly hair wrapped in a leopard print coat and a form-fitting sweater beneath that accentuated her curves, drew the attention of many students, even as she passed by. Nian watched the figure disappear and wondered if the principal had cast a sidelong glance at him as she walked past. Chapter 73. The Passive Abilities of the Lord of Kin. In the first section, we find ourselves in a chemistry class. Nian and his classmates gathered in the school's independent laboratory, observing Dr. Connors as he demonstrated experiments from the podium. Calmly, Nian engaged in the hands-on experiments alongside his peers. By the laboratory window, the enchanting new instructor, Natasha, leaned against the sill, her figure elegantly draped in a teacher's uniform that accentuated her graceful curves. While she observed the multitude of students, she occasionally lowered her gaze to record notes. Sunlight enveloped the scene, and a gentle breeze stirred, causing Natasha's dark red locks to shimmer with captivating hues. As a result, several students dropped their glass apparatus, causing a cacophony of clattering sounds across the tables. Nian remained composed, blending in with the other male students, occasionally feigning a glance at her voluptuous figure and alluring legs, before promptly returning his focus to the experiment. Unbeknownst to him, Natasha, the covert operative who had fought alongside the Avengers, had assumed the guise of a new instructor at his school. It would be prudent for Nian to regard her as a genuine educator until her true identity was revealed. Leaning by the window, Natasha's keen gaze swept across the students in the laboratory, occasionally resting on a dark-haired youth situated in the back corner. Prior to adopting her current disguise, she had meticulously examined photographs of the boy, Nian Prince. On the surface, his profile indicated he was a quiet, composed individual who preferred solitude yet possessed a passion for learning, respect for his teachers, and a fondness for friends, embodying the qualities of an exemplary student. Perhaps due to his Asian heritage, despite his strikingly handsome appearance, he was not particularly popular in school. His notoriety primarily stemmed from his lifelong companion, Gwen Stacy. Notably, Gwen's father held a respectable position as a local police officer. In contrast, Nian's guardian was none other than Diana Prince, the recently formed Justice League's Wonder Woman, rumored to possess divine attributes. Given Wonder Woman's frequent engagements in her superhero persona, it would be rather implausible for the child living under her roof to remain entirely oblivious to such matters. This circumstance might very well explain director Nick Fury's decision to send her for an evaluation. Was Nian Prince, raised by a deity, truly just an ordinary human high school student? While Natasha appeared to be observing and documenting the entire class, her focus was singularly fixated on the dark-haired youth, Nian Prince. As she began to analyze him through the discerning lens of her extensive experience as a top spy. Upon first glance, her impression was one of admiration. After all, Nian's appearance was quite pleasing, his attire stylish and appealing, exuding an aura of cleanliness and vitality. However, Natasha suddenly paused, struck by an unsettling realization. Had she become one to judge solely by appearances? From a tender age, she endured rigorous training in espionage, weaponry, and military tactics within the confines of the Red House, subjected to inhumane trials that tested both her physical and mental fortitude. She had ingested lethal substances that pushed the boundaries of human endurance and had dispatched countless adversaries, including comrades, through myriad methods. Thus, she evolved into the preeminent female assassin, the formidable Black Widow. The allure and physique of a woman had long since become her most advantageous and fearsome weapon in the pursuit of her objectives. It is not merely superficial judgment. Even if she meticulously perused an individual's dossier, envisioning their attributes as she deemed fit, Natasha would not experience an instant affinity for anyone upon their first encounter. Yet, upon laying eyes on Nian, an unexpected flicker of subtle attraction stirred within her. Had she not been the Black Widow, nor tasked by her superior to observe this individual, she might have overlooked this peculiar feeling entirely. Let us entertain a hypothesis. What if Nian Prince were my target? My purpose for being at the school extends beyond mere observation. I am here to assassinate him. Natasha momentarily closed her eyes, mentally reinforcing her resolve. When she reopened her captivating gaze, it bore the calmness of still waters, a facade she adopted during every assassination mission. As she cast her gaze once more towards Nian in the back row of the laboratory, the icy veneer and tranquil depths of her eyes shattered, revealing an undeniable flicker of compassion. The urge to kill eluded her. Natasha found herself momentarily paralyzed, not one to embody the archetype of righteousness. Even after mentally reinforcing that Nian was her target, she could not summon even the slightest intent to harm the young man. She found herself incapable of action, unable to act upon her mission. Her heart simply would not permit it. In fact, should he find himself in peril, she might instinctively intervene to safeguard him. What is happening to me? Natasha was momentarily lost in thought, questioning her own sanity. Was it Nian who posed a dilemma, or was it she who faltered? Strangely, even Nian remained oblivious to this peculiar dynamic. The Master of Kinship possesses not only the proactive ability to engage with the opposite sex to exchange mediums for acquiring power, but also a hidden passive ability that fosters a foundational sense of affinity from extraordinary strangers. This initial fondness may not be overtly apparent, insufficient to captivate the other party at once, yet prior to any actions that might incite hatred, under this foundational affection, that individual could never truly oppose Nian. In the school's office of the new director, she shed her leopard print coat, draping it over the chair as she settled into her seat, crossing her legs. The snug brown sweater accentuated her muscular contours, reminiscent of a beautiful mother leopard. A delightful expression suddenly illuminated the stunningly enchanting face of Barbara, who instinctively licked her luscious, crimson lips. Diana, unexpectedly, you have concealed such exquisite treasures. Your development is truly remarkable, yet you do not share it with your close friends. Barbara appeared as if she had spotted her prey, her beautiful eyes flickering with a flame-like, emerald glow as her lustrous, scarlet tongue languidly caressed her slender hand. I am eager to witness the expression you will reveal once I have utterly devoured you. After class, students streamed out of the laboratory. The professor had departed. The students followed suit, and the newly arrived instructor Natasha was also summoned away by Instructor Rot. Hixian was among the last batch of students still lingering in the laboratory, leisurely tidying up glassware while watching Natasha sway her curvaceous figure clad in a uniform skirt as she exited. Humph! Gwen, who noticed this scene, felt a twinge of irritation. Clutching her books, she attempted to leave the laboratory, only to be pulled back by Hixian at that very moment. What are you doing? Gwen protested feebly, pouting in dissatisfaction. In a few years, I too will develop like that. There was no time for explanation. Hixian dragged Gwen back into the now deserted laboratory, glancing at the camera nestled in the corner beside the podium before pulling her beneath the desk of the podium. With a thud, several books tumbled to the floor, and the seemingly empty laboratory was once again enveloped in silence. The cramped, dim space beneath the podium brought Hixian and Gwen face to face, their warm breaths mingling as they could faintly hear each other's accelerated heartbeats. Hixian, what is the purpose of this? The blonde girl blinked in confusion, her sapphire eyes shimmering with clarity. I wish to borrow your abilities, Hixian replied earnestly. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the agent Natasha's arrival, it was prudent to take preventative measures by acquiring Gwen's extraordinary spider-like powers, ensuring he could handle any urgent situations that might arise. Borrow my abilities? Gwen initially appeared taken aback, but soon comprehended Hixian's intentions. Her fair cheeks and ears flushed crimson, nearly emitting steam from the top of her head. Is this still at school, or in this very place? Gwen bit her glossy, pink lower lip, casting a glance at the laboratory outside, her exposed skin slightly reddening. If you are unwilling, then so be it, Hixian said, not wishing to pressure her. Recognizing that the situation beneath the podium might be excessively stimulating for the class president Gwen. Who says I am unwilling? Gwen managed to utter the words, her voice as faint as a whisper, casting doubt on whether she had indeed been bitten by the super spider. Hixian had not felt much until now, but seeing Gwen so bashful caused his heart to race, and his body temperature rose in tandem with their closeness. Then I shall begin, Hixian said, gazing at the delicate features of the girl before him, suddenly aware of his own dry lips. Gwen nervously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, her chin lifted at an appropriate angle, and her soft, rosy lips parted ever so slightly. Nian took a breath, gently resting his hand on the girl's shoulder, his head bowing forward. Just as the two were on the verge of touching, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a figure crossed the threshold. Entering the laboratory, under the podium, Nian and Gwen instantly stiffened, frozen in their positions, even their breathing subconsciously stilled. They hoped that if it were just a classmate, they would soon leave. However, the footsteps continued to approach their podium, almost forgetting the items. The person muttered to themselves in mild exasperation as they reached the podium in the laboratory, beginning to tidy up the glassware and other items on the table. It was Dr. Konas. Nian and Gwen dared not even breathe, their eyes fixed on the glossy shoes of the professor, mere inches away. If they were discovered, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Dr. Kot did not take long to tidy up, in less than half a minute. He had organized everything on the table and had not noticed the two hiding beneath it. However, just as Dr. Kot was preparing to leave with his belongings, a loud crash resounded. A glass cup slipped from the podium and fell to the ground, rolling inward and coming to rest beneath the table. Dr. Caught sighed and bent down to retrieve it. At that moment, Nian and Gwen's pupils constricted slightly. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected change occurred. Before Dr. Cott could fully bend down, his body suddenly convulsed violently, his hands bracing against the podium. And from deep within his throat erupted a suppressed roar that was far from human. Damn it, of all times. The once gentle voice turned hoarse as Dr. Cott pressed his mouth shut, desperate to stifle the impending scream. His refined features contorted in agony. The podium creaked under the strain of his hands, and his shirt and trousers were torn apart by muscles that swelled 2 or 3 times their normal size. Beneath the podium, Nian and Gwen watched in disbelief as from the shoes that Dr. Cott had forcefully split open emerged 2 grotesque, broad, green-scaled feet resembling those of a lizard. Simultaneously, a thick, green-scaled tail erupted from behind the white lab coat he wore, whipping through the air with ferocious intensity, causing a roaring sound to fill the laboratory. The floor shattered, the blackboard cracked, and deep claw marks were left across the tabletop. Before them, Dr. Cott revealed his true monstrous form. The professor was, astonishingly, a lizard man. As this thought crystallized in Nian's mind, a sweet scent wafted through the air, accompanied by an undeniable, supple warmth emanating from Gwen's lips. Nian widened his eyes, and before him appeared the delicate and exquisite visage of a young girl. Without overthinking, he opened his mouth, seizing the initiative, and fervently sought the medium. A hum resonated as 2 highly attuned spider senses first brushed against each other, then entwined deeply, even yearning for complete fusion. The account password was entered correctly. The extraordinary spider version of Nian relogged in. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the table, the colossal lizard-like form of Dr. Kurt stumbled clumsily out of the laboratory. In the very next moment after Dr. Kurt's departure, the entire podium in the laboratory was hurled aside. "Gwen, that outfit of yours is in my backpack," Nian exclaimed quickly as he stood up. "All right, I'll change right away. You find a way to evacuate everyone in the school." Gwen responded. "Oh, and there's something in my locker for you. Remember to grab it." With that, Gwen swiftly dashed out of the laboratory before Nian could respond. Nian followed closely behind her, making his way towards the administrative building across from the classroom block. Upon reaching the front entrance of the administrative building, he encountered Officer Rot, who was just exiting. "Nian, I was just looking for you," Officer Rot called out, waving his hand. "You were looking for me?" Nian was taken aback. "The new principal mentioned your name specifically and asked you to come to her office immediately," Officer Rot said, patting him on the shoulder. "That's no problem," Nian replied before adding earnestly, "Officer, listen. I just saw Dr. Kurt transform into a lizard monster, and I'm worried for the safety of the students and staff. Please evacuate the students from the classroom building first." Officer Rot shuddered, incredulous. "Dr. Kurt, a lizard monster? Is that for real? I just saw it with my own eyes," Nian asserted confidently. If it had been another teacher or officer, they might have dismissed such a bizarre claim as a joke. However, Nian trusted Officer Rot. After all, they had faced the Battle of New York together. After a moment of silence, Officer Rot nodded seriously. "Understood. I'll go evacuate the students right now." Saying this, he hurried towards the classroom building. Nian breathed a sigh of relief and continued into the administrative building, heading for the principal's office. He feared that relying solely on Officer Rot might not suffice to persuade others, and it just so happened that the principal was looking for him. In the administrative building, at the office located at the far end of the top floor, Nian quickly arrived and knocked on the ajar door. "Come in," a cool female voice called from within. Nian pushed the door open and stepped inside, noticing that the curtains in the principal's office were drawn, casting a dim light across the room. In the office chair sat a beautiful young woman draped in a leopard print coat. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe her as a sophisticated lady. Her aura exuded opulence, and her figure was at the zenith of feminine maturity and voluptuousness. Due to her meticulous self-care, her face bore no trace of the passage of time. Her bare legs extended from beneath a brown sweater, casually yet alluringly intertwined. As she sat, the sweater rode up slightly, revealing the smooth, elongated thighs that crossed high up. She embodied the essence of seduction, beauty, and maturity. A captivating enchantress that could effortlessly draw men towards her. Comparable to Natasha, whom Nian had encountered, yet with a hint of untamed wildness. One could only wonder if this was truly the disciplinary head maintaining school regulations. Would it not elicit some negative repercussions? Nian couldn't help but internally scoff at the thought. While instinctively sensing something amiss, he swung the door wide open, allowing the light to flood into the office. "Please close the door," Barbara said, slightly turning her office chair to face Nian. Why should I close the door?" Nian felt increasingly uneasy. Barbara smiled mysteriously. her darkly painted lips parting. Because what I am about to discuss with you concerns Diana Prince, the remarkable Wonder Woman. Are you sure you do not wish to close the door? Before she could finish, the door slammed shut. In the now sealed office, the light dimmed even further. Who are you? Nian coldly regarded Barbara. Child, do not be so hasty, Barbara replied, turning her chair back to face him, gesturing toward the seat opposite her desk. Please, take a seat. Taking a deep breath, Nian decided to sit across the table. Yes, that's much better. Barbara's exquisite, enchanting visage brightened with delight, seeming increasingly agreeable to Nian as she spoke across the relatively spacious desk. I am Barbara Minerva. Given our relationship and my connection to Diana, you should refer to me as Auntie or Leopard Aunt. Barbara Minerva, Leopard. Nian's pupils slightly constricted as he recalled Diana's mention of a past friend and rival known as Cheetah during a conversation in the shower. Cheetah was certainly not a title befitting a superhero, but rather that of a quintessential supervillain. Noticing Nian's reaction, Barbara expressed surprise. It seems Diana has informed you about her identity and some details regarding me. You should also know that the photograph of Wonder Woman was placed in your home by me. Indeed. Nian paused before sincerely adding, I must thank you for that. Thank me? Why? Barbara appeared momentarily taken aback. Nian replied, because that photograph provided an opportunity for me and my aunt to bridge a gap that had existed for 16 years. Barbara's surprise lingered for a moment before she erupted into hearty laughter, causing her bosom, enveloped in the sweater, to shake vigorously. I truly did not expect that. I had anticipated that upon discovering Diana's true identity, you would begin to fear and shy away from her. To my astonishment, your relationship has instead grown even more intimate. After Barbara uttered this line with a smile, she suddenly shed her leopard print coat, revealing a figure clad solely in a snug sweater dress. Was she preparing to strike? A frown creased Nian's brow. Possessing Gwen's extraordinary spider abilities, he felt little fear of the feline adversary. Even if he couldn't defeat her, he at least had a chance to escape. However, in his current state, he lacked any battle attire or identity disguise. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly expose his extraordinary capabilities. He resolved to refrain from using his spider abilities unless absolutely necessary. With this thought in mind, Nian quickly spoke. There is a lizard monster within the school that might invade here. A lizard monster? Barbara scoffed. You must mean Dr. Kurt Connors. I realized long ago that your school is no ordinary institution. The professors are all rather grotesque oddities. However, that is of no concern to me. My sole target is you. As she spoke, Barbara suddenly crouched down, slipping beneath the office chair. Her long fingers, adorned with dark nail polish, glided up Nian's heels until they grasped the armrest of the chair. The upper half of her body emerged from beneath the desk, her voluptuous form nearly bursting through the sweater, ensnaring Nian in a captivating embrace. Her elongated, beautiful eyes gleamed with a predatory green light. Diana has taken good care of you. Your scent must be delightful. Let me devour you. Devour? Aunt Diana never mentioned that the feline could consume humans. It seemed the adversary had fully succumbed to her beastly nature. Nian's body tensed involuntarily, the heightened spider sense alerting him with urgency, and his clenched fists twitched. There was no choice. He had to confront the risk of revealing his extraordinary spider abilities. Nian narrowed his eyes. Just then, a shrill fire alarm blared from outside the office, followed by the panicked shouts and screams of teachers and students, intermingled with the terrifying growls of a beast. This commotion emanated from the adjacent teaching building. Clearly, something had gone awry. As Nian prepared to kick the feline adversary away, he was taken aback when she moved faster than he could react. In an unexpected turn, Barbara extended her glistening crimson tongue and licked Nian's slightly perspiring face. Realizing the implications of this action, Nian's eyes widened in alarm. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the window, obscured by office curtains, shattered, sending a cascade of glass shards into the room. A slender black figure burst through the window, kicking the feline adversary away from Nian. The office chair slid back, creating distance and allowing him to discern the identity of the intruder. It was none other than the new instructor, Natasha Romanoff. Her dark red hair still exuded a seductive charm, yet she had donned a sleek, all-black leather agent uniform, which rendered her demeanor somewhat colder and more indifferent. The Black Widow, the leopard woman, having slammed against the wall, let out a cold chuckle before effortlessly regaining her stance. Her high-heeled shoes lay discarded on the floor, resembling a beast poised on its bare toes, coldly scrutinizing the intruding Black Widow. She is my target. The Black Widow cast a glance at Nian before her gaze swiftly returned to the leopard woman, drawing forth a specially crafted black pistol from her waist. No one can steal my prey. The leopard woman laughed mockingly. Nian's eyes twitched in disbelief as he observed the two stunning women locked in confrontation. Both target and prey. Was he being underestimated? Wait, this seemed reminiscent of powerful females in the animal kingdom vying for dominance. Chapter 76. A battle fueled by passion within the confines of the school office. The Black Widow brandished her specialized firearm, while the Leopard Woman's eyes sparkled with intensity. Both women poised in a breathtaking standoff. Nian sat on a chair, positioned between them, yet safely ensconced against the rear wall, akin to a scene from a world-renowned painting. Faced with the ominous threat of the dark barrel, the Leopard Woman, who had remained still, suddenly lunged forward with astonishing speed, her body propelling itself with incredible acceleration. The Black Widow narrowed her beautiful eyes, firmly gripping her pistol, and swiftly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in rapid succession, muffled by a silencer. The Leopard Woman's eyes flickered like green flames as she powerfully struck the ground with her toes, her agile form darting in a zigzag pattern, reminiscent of a graceful humanoid leopard, evading the close-range gunfire with remarkable agility. The bullets struck the ground beside her, sending sparks flying and creating deep craters. As the Leopard Woman approached with a fierce gust of wind, the Black Widow aimed for her brow and continued to pull the trigger, then discarded her pistol to unleash a powerful punch. Sensing the impending danger, the Leopard Woman instinctively lowered her body, narrowly avoiding the bullet that whizzed through her curls, while simultaneously thrusting her right hand forward. Crack! The unique hand weapon worn by the Black Widow, known as the Widow's Bite, clashed violently with the Leopard Woman's razor-sharp, claw-like nails. The Black Widow's pupils constricted as her wrist-mounted weapon, crafted by Soviet scientists and modified by S.H.I.E.L.D., met the Leopard Woman's claws. Deep cracks erupted across the surface of the Widow's Bite, even reaching the skin beneath the protective glove. The Leopard Woman, having grown complacent, suffered a significant setback as a surge of electric current, exceeding 10,000 volts, erupted from the damaged Widow's Bite, rapidly coursing through her body. The electric shock was sufficient to easily incapacitate an ordinary adult man, yet the Leopard Woman merely let out a pained grunt, her movements becoming noticeably uncoordinated. This resulted in the force of her other hand, which had stealthily aimed for the Black Widow's chest, diminishing abruptly. The claws merely grazed the specially designed Black Agent's suit, from which emerged a pair of elegantly shaped, purple-clad breasts. The Black Widow remained entirely unfazed, swiftly raising her knee, targeting her opponent's abdomen. The Leopard Woman twisted her body to evade, leaping gracefully to avoid a direct confrontation with the Black Widow. In midair, the Leopard Woman felt her tight sweater hinder her agility. With claw-like hands, she swiftly tore at her brown winter sweater, ripping it asunder to reveal a stunningly voluptuous mature physique. This was an exceedingly fierce yet captivating spectacle of battle. However, Nian had no time to appreciate such a sight. At this very moment, an unprecedented transformation was unfolding within him. Having already possessed the superhuman spider mutation of Gwen, and having just engaged in intimate contact with the Leopard Woman, Nian's body was now acquiring a second ability, the power of the Leopard Woman. Her abilities were quite unique. Not innate nor acquired through mutation, but rather a gift bestowed by an ancient deity, a curse that demanded a price. The spider's powers were those of an apex predator among arthropods, while the Leopard Woman's abilities represented the pinnacle of predation among mammals. Now, these two distinct predator capabilities were overlapping, merging, and strengthening within Nian's versatile and adaptable physique. This extraordinary scene went unnoticed by the battling Leopard Woman and Black Widow, who had now regained their stances. Suddenly, the Leopard Woman sneered, "Don't you wish to partake as well? What did you say?" The Black Widow feigned ignorance, countering, "How about we join forces? I wouldn't mind." The Leopard Woman continued to entice, licking her dark lips. The Black Widow felt a flicker of intrigue stir within her. She had not considered such a notion until the Leopard Woman's suggestion ignited something unexpected in her heart. What was amiss? At that moment, the Leopard Woman's eyes flashed with determination. Her previously smooth, fair skin abruptly manifested a layer of leopard-patterned fur, a tail slithering mysteriously from behind her, and her hands transformed into genuine, fearsome leopard claws, with her ears elongating towards a feline form. This was the true form of the Leopard Woman in battle, the complete embodiment of her abilities. With her full power unleashed, her speed surged to 2 or 3 times faster than before. The Black Widow was taken aback, her eyes fixated on the Leopard Woman, now a blur of motion, leaving her only time to raise her arms in a crossblock at her chest. Splat! Vivid, warm crimson blood splattered. The specially designed agent's suit was effortlessly torn apart, revealing 5 shocking claw marks etched across the reinforced arms of the Black Widow. In a powerful display of strength, the leopard woman struck fiercely, her back colliding with the vacant window, propelling her from the 4th floor into the air. Do you think you are worthy to share my prey? She shook off the droplets of blood clinging to her claws, her eyes gleaming with a wild ferocity. Little one, no one will disturb us now. Let's play. As the leopard woman turned to glance at the wall beside her, she discovered Nian seated in a chair, his head bowed low. Could he be frightened? She approached with feline grace, her toes arching delicately to reveal the sculpted beauty of her muscular thighs. With every movement, her muscles flexed and relaxed, effortlessly commanding her body's power. The leopard woman, in her primal and unique beauty, embodied the essence of a wild feline. As she drew within 3 meters of Nian, her elongated feline eyes narrowed slightly, noticing a golden beam of light intertwining and radiating from beneath the sleeve of his left arm, akin to a sacred flame ablaze. Diana actually bestowed this upon you? The leopard woman instantly recognized the guardian's silver bracelet, her astonishment quickly replaced by a dismissive smirk. What a pity. If Diana had come personally, I might have felt some trepidation, but her singular silver bracelet poses little threat to me. Nian remained silent. The leopard woman had clearly misjudged the situation. It was not Nian wielding the power of the guardian's silver bracelet, but rather the bracelet awakening autonomously, aiding him in suppressing the terrifying wildness within. Noticing his lack of reaction, she instinctively reached out, but as her hand neared him, she retracted it as if it had been scalded. Her fur bristled inexplicably. What was this unaccountable sense of trepidation? Before the leopard woman could ponder further, a tremendous tremor shook the building as the ceiling above her office suddenly gave way. Amidst the brilliant daylight, a tall and striking figure descended from above. Before touching the ground, a golden lasso snaked through the air, wrapping tightly around her waist. Looking down at the familiar noose and the sensation of confinement from her implanted genes, the leopard woman was momentarily taken aback, then grit her teeth, uttering, "You came after all." Chapter 77. Hunter Nian unleashed. A hum resonated as 2 dazzling golden flames erupted in different corners of the room, their luminescence intertwining in a harmonious fusion. The guardian silver bracelet concealed beneath Nian's left sleeve responded in kind to the striking figure that had intruded into the office, adorned with an identical item on her slender wrist. Between them stood Barbara, the leopard woman, who had yet to turn around, gazing at the lasso binding her leopard form. Her enchanting visage suddenly contorted with rage as she could not suppress a furious cry. "Diana! Aunt!" Nian looked up in surprise, for descending behind the leopard woman was none other than Aunt Diana. Diana donned the exquisite battle attire of Wonder Woman, her stunningly beautiful visage exuding a serene yet resolute demeanor. With finely arched brows that conveyed an aura of valor, she firmly grasped the radiant lasso of truth, embodying both elegance and a profound sense of reassurance. Although Nian had reached a considerable age, the sight of his Aunt Diana coming to the rescue stirred within him an unexpected desire for an embrace. "Leave this to me. You should take your leave," Diana softly urged, sensing the peculiar state of Nian and the artifact's nature. "All right," Nian quickly nodded, disregarding the presence of Cheetah before rising from his seat and making his way toward the office door. He understood that Diana could effortlessly handle Cheetah, and remaining would only complicate matters and potentially expose the secrets of his lineage. Diana was certainly aware of this as well. Over the years, Nian and Diana had cultivated an extraordinary rapport. Having disclosed their identities and abilities, their mutual trust had ascended to new heights. "You shall not leave." Cheetah, realizing that both Diana and Nian were ignoring her, charged toward Nian like an enraged feline, unable to discern whom she should envy. Unfazed by the fierce wind and chilling aura emanating from behind him, Nian continued undeterred. Just as Cheetah closed in within a meter of him, the lasso binding her waist suddenly tightened, as Diana skillfully pulled back the lasso of truth, akin to a warrior reining in a wild steed. Cheetah's feet carved 2 distinct claw marks into the floor as she was yanked backward. "Damn it!" Cheetah seethed in impotent fury, clawing at the air in vain, while watching Nian exit the office without a backward glance. With Wonder Woman present, she knew her efforts were futile. The rage on her face swiftly morphed into indifference as she turned to regard Diana, unexpectedly revealing a seductive smile. "I didn't expect you to resist the urge to devour him." Diana remained as poised and graceful as ever, her expression unwavering. "He is merely my child." "Is that so?" "I do not believe it." Cheetah growled, a blur of motion as she lunged violently at Wonder Woman. With one hand gripping the lasso of truth, Diana swiftly retrieved a dark golden shield from her back, thrusting it forward with formidable force to intercept Cheetah's claws. Sparks flew as the shield met Cheetah's attack. Cheetah had intended to circumvent the shield in that instant and strike at Diana directly, but in the next moment, she was sent flying backward, colliding with Diana's star-crowned forehead. Gasping in pain, Cheetah lifted her gaze, only to be met with a pair of calm, yet unsettling eyes. "Barbara, if you wish to harm me, that is one matter. However, you must not lay a hand on him." In that moment, the sole demigod on Earth exhibited an unprecedented fury. Upon leaving the office building, Nian made his way directly to the teaching building. Unlike the situation with Diana, which held no suspense, he was far more concerned about the unpredictable circumstances surrounding Gwen. Nian's pace quickened, propelled by a brisk wind, his strides becoming increasingly swift. He felt an extraordinary vitality coursing through him, an almost inexhaustible reserve of strength that allowed him to effortlessly command his bodily muscles, skillfully managing and releasing every ounce of energy within. Possessing the extraordinary abilities of the Super Spider and the Leopard Woman, Nian's physical prowess was remarkably formidable. Thanks to the divine power of the Guardian Silver Bracelet suppressing his primal instincts, there were no signs of his transformation into a leopard. He appeared no different from an ordinary human. He swiftly entered the teaching building. With sharp, swift eyes, he surveyed the premises, only to find it deserted. The floors, walls, and even the ceiling bore the severe scars of inhuman force, leaving a chaotic scene strewn with numerous books and papers. Nian deliberately glanced at the first-floor monitoring room, noticing that the school guard who was supposed to be on duty was absent. The mainframe and computers inside were shattered, as if crushed by an enormous hand. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Nian. After all, the surveillance had not only captured the Doctor's secrets, but also the concealed truths about himself and Gwen. The signs of a struggle were evident. It was Gwen and the Lizard Doctor. Nian's mind raced, swiftly reconstructing the scene of the recent altercation in his thoughts. However, the pressing question lingered. Where had everyone gone? Frowning, he strained to listen, but the entire teaching building was enveloped in an eerie silence. After the evacuation of teachers and students, both the female Spider-Man and the Lizard Doctor, who had been embroiled in battle, had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He took a quick step towards the designated storage locker for his class. Skillfully retrieving the key from his pocket, Nian unlocked Gwen's locker, revealing a backpack resting quietly inside. He pulled out the backpack and unzipped it. To his astonishment, he found another Spider-Man suit within, an identical design to the one Gwen wore. Yet it exhibited a more rugged, masculine aesthetic with a black and white color scheme adorned with spiderweb patterns. The size of the suit was evidently larger, clearly intended for a male, with a white spider emblem prominently displayed on the front. Nestled within the clothing was a small heart-shaped card bearing Gwen's elegant English message, "To Nian Prince." A warmth spread through Nian's heart as he wondered when she had prepared this. He rummaged through the backpack and discovered a petite, white tank top. Without hesitation, he lifted the tank top to his nose and inhaled deeply. It is worth clarifying that he was not being inappropriate. With his eyes closed, Nian inhaled a faint aroma that seemed to surge into his brain, igniting an exhilarating fervor within his veins. It was as if the most primal hunting instincts were awakened within him. The myriad scents within the teaching building flowing together like a vibrant palette of colors in tranquil motion. 3 seconds later, he murmured to himself, "Found you, Gwen," as he locked onto one familiar scent as his target. Chapter 78, Underground, Animal Warfare. In the center of the first floor's archive room, a vast pit gaped in the tiled floor. It appeared freshly excavated, with a radius of nearly a meter, surrounded by scattered rubble and soil. Clad in the hooded spider suit gifted by Gwen, Nian's physique showcased a streamlined musculature as he crouched at the edge of the pit, peering into its unfathomable depths. Holding his breath, he leapt directly into the abyss. Falling, he plummeted freely for approximately 30 meters before nearing the subterranean floor. Beneath him, shimmering faintly with the glint of water, was a tangle of nearly invisible white threads, Gwen's web. In an instant, he focused his thoughts, bracing himself against the sides of the pit to cushion his descent, landing gracefully upon Gwen's resilient strands. With a glimmer of emerald light in his eyes, Nian lay upon the threads, surveying the surrounding darkness, discovering that the pit led to an underground sewer. The space within the sewer was narrow, dim, and suffocating. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly followed the threads leading into an infinitely extending underground passage. At times, he moved like a spider along its silk, at others, like a cheetah racing along the pipe's bottom. The design of the sewer was convoluted, with twists and forks, making it nearly impossible to discern direction in the lightless depths. Yet, Nian was unperturbed by the prospect of losing his way, guided by Gwen's threads and the scent he had locked onto. However, as he ventured deeper along the path Gwen had traversed, his brow furrowed with increasing intensity. This underground conduit resembled an entirely different realm. A secret domain forever shunned by sunlight. What malevolent entities could possibly thrive in such a subterranean expanse? After traversing 2 to 3 kilometers through the sewers, just as he began to question whether he was still in the same urban area as his school, he caught a subtle whiff of blood. It was Gwen. She was injured. Realizing this, Nian's gaze turned icy. The divine light of the protective silver bracelet surged forth, nearly overwhelming his inner wildness. Thud, thud, as Nian's hands and feet simultaneously struck the inclined surface of the underground pipeline. He surged forward at an astonishing speed, elevating his already swift momentum to an extraordinary level. The force generated by his rapid motion caused the water beneath the pipeline to splash backward with great intensity. Soon, Nian beheld a large humanoid lizard creature, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, confronting a slender figure at an intersection within the expansive underground passage. The female Spider-Man, with her calf torn and hindered in movement, leaned against one side of the pipeline. Sensing the imminent danger through her heightened spider senses, she glanced sideways at Nian, who was approaching from an adjacent tunnel. At that moment, the grotesque visage of the lizard creature, reminiscent of a miniature dinosaur, lunged toward the female Spider-Man, seizing the opportunity presented. Yet, another figure was evidently faster. Get out of the way. Nian propelled himself like a human cannonball, colliding violently with the lizard creature, sending it sprawling through the air. Be careful, the female Spider-Man called out, her voice a warning as she observed the unfolding scene. Nian squinted slightly, twisting his waist instinctively as he soared through the air at the intersection of the pipelines, executing a swift rotation of his lithe and agile form. The sound of slicing air resonated in the subterranean environment as 2 mechanical claws, resembling octopus tentacles, swept past him, plunging into the water flow below, creating a tumultuous splash. Evading the mechanical appendages with a deft maneuver, Nian caught sight of a middle-aged man, donned in sunglasses, clinging to the upper corner of the pipeline, suspended against the wall by 2 additional mechanical tentacles. Dr. Octopus? At that moment, a white web shot forth, accurately ensnaring Nian as he was about to plunge into the water. He offered no resistance, allowing the wielder of the web to draw him closer. Finally reunited with Gwen, Nian landed on the pipeline floor and reached out to steady her slender, resilient form, quickly inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a bit injured in my foot," the female Spider-Man replied, panting. "Do you know that one with the 4 mechanical claws?" Nian asked, glancing at the middle-aged man. In a hushed tone, the female Spider-Man responded, "Have you forgotten? He is Otto Octavius, a renowned physicist from Washington, who visited our school for an event a year ago." "Another doctor?" Nian suddenly recalled. Previously, Black Panther had mentioned that the doctors at their school were rather eccentric. Isn't this just a gathering of oddities? With Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus, it feels like an animal zoo. If we include the spiders and leopards here, it could be considered a chaotic menagerie. With a sudden sound, a splash echoed in the air. Dr. Lizard leapt from the torrent of water in the sewer, landing on the ground of the adjacent pipe. His pair of green beastly eyes coldly fixated on Nian and his companion. With a sharp clicking sound, Dr. Octopus, adorned with 4 mechanical tentacles on his back, ascended along the top of the pipe, swiftly reaching above the humanoid lizard creature. With a hint of displeasure, he spoke. "Your meddling has attracted the 2 little spiders. Enough of this chatter, let us deal with them." Dr. Lizard rasped in response. "Having seen us and uncovered our secret, they can no longer be allowed to return above." Dr. Octopus smirked coldly. "As long as that girl does not come." 6 months prior, the 2 doctors had conducted inhumane scientific experiments through the underground school pipes. Just as they began to yield results, a junior female student discovered their actions and threatened to report them to the authorities if they continued. Initially intending to intimidate her, they were met with an unexpected punch from the girl, creating a gaping chasm in the underground space that remains unfathomably deep to this day. Since that incident, Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus were forced to indefinitely suspend their experiments until recently, when the girls stopped coming to school, prompting them to resume their work. Their experiments had undoubtedly met with success. The results manifested in their extraordinary forms. Dr. Lizard gained the ability to regenerate severed limbs, transforming into a formidable humanoid lizard, while Dr. Octopus fused with his mechanical appendages, creating a new neural system that combined his brain with the intelligent information of his mechanical tentacles. Chapter 79. The Deformed Extraordinary. Death in the depths in the narrow, dark sewer, the beastly figure of Dr. Lizard, alongside Dr. Octopus with his mechanical claws, faced off against Nian and Gwen, who were clad in matching hooded spider suits. The cold, murky wastewater surged through the central channel, possessing the abilities of both a super spider and a leopard woman. Nian's senses were acutely heightened, allowing him to perceive the malevolent intentions and murderous intent radiating from the two doctors. They truly wished to slay him and Gwen right here. Had humanity truly been extinguished? Glancing down at the horrifying claw marks on Gwen's left calf, Nian's eyes shimmered with a chilling green light. Let's split up. I'll deal with Dr. Lizard. You take care of. Before the words could escape the female Spider-Man's lips, Nian abruptly extended his arms, lifting her in a princess carry. Planning to escape? Dr. Octopus sneered, looking down at Nian from his elevated position. Dr. Lizard's beastly eyes glinted with a crimson bloodlust, saliva dripping from his fangs. Resembling a grotesque humanoid dinosaur, his mind teetering on the brink of uncontrollable rage. Nian paid them no heed, instead addressing the incredibly light female Spider-Man in his embrace, urging her to hold on tight. Gwen, her hands enveloped in the snug fabric of her costume, wrapped her arms around Nian's neck, her cheeks flushed beneath the mask, betraying a hint of concern as she softly implored, "You can't handle them alone. It's safer with me by your side. Isn't there still one hand left? How can we know unless we try?" Nian replied with an inexplicable smile, cradling the female Spider-Man while raising his liberated hand aloft. This calm, seemingly dismissive demeanor momentarily evoked memories for Dr. Octopus of a girl he had encountered 6 months prior, igniting a smoldering rage within him that caused his entire being to tremble with fury. He lunged forward like a monstrous octopus, incredulous. What nonsense is this? Simultaneously, four mechanical claws, glinting with a metallic sheen, surged from behind him, each appearing to possess a will of its own, akin to venomous serpents striking swiftly toward Nian. Standing resolutely, Nian exhibited neither evasion nor retreat. With one arm encircling the female Spider-Man, his left hand, like a cat's claw, suddenly sprang into action. Clang, 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 clang. The cacophony of metal clashing reverberated as all four mechanical claws, simultaneously lunging toward Nian, were effortlessly swatted away by his single left hand. Impossible, Dr. Octopus gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. The mechanical appendages, seemingly enraged, continued their relentless assault, twisting and lunging forward with ferocity. The underground tunnel echoed with a cacophony as the suffocating air was pierced by the sharp movements of the mechanical tentacles, transforming into a dense silver storm that threatened to engulf Nian. In that fleeting moment, the deep azure of Nian's eyes clearly traced the trajectory of every mechanical tentacle. His left hand moved with even greater speed and strength, intercepting all high-frequency strikes and keeping the mechanical claws at bay, mere inches from him. From an outside perspective, the scene unfolded like a blur. Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws and Nian's left hand became mere phantoms, moving at astonishing speed, and it was evident that his manual dexterity surpassed the mechanical prowess. This defies logic. Dr. Octopus's eyes, concealed behind dark glasses, widened in disbelief. Could it be that his left hand was also mechanized? A merciless iron hand? No, it bore the essence of a demon's left hand. How impressive! The female Spider-Man gasped, as none of the mechanical claws could breach the protective barrier around her. Aren't you coming to help? Dr. Octopus, while persistently attacking Nian with his mechanical claws, turned to the side, urgently calling out to Dr. Lizard, who stood nearby. With fierce, predatory eyes, Dr. Lizard lunged towards Nian with ferocity. Nian narrowed his eyes, leaping upwards while still cradling the female Spider-Man, evading the oncoming assault of Dr. Lizard's sharp talons. In midair, he propelled himself downwards, landing with tremendous force upon the head of the transformed Dr. Lizard, suppressing him with an overwhelming weight. Bang! Dr. Lizard, with his green-scaled form, crashed forcefully to the ground, creating a conspicuous crater as the earth cracked and sank beneath him. Die! He roared. At that moment, four mechanical claws lunged directly at Nian, who stood atop Dr. Lizard's body. With remarkable reflexes, Nian swiftly maneuvered alongside the side wall of the underground pipe, deftly stepping upward until he stood upon the uppermost wall. He effortlessly evaded the assault of the mechanical claws and seized one of them with a firm grip. With a mighty tug, he swung Dr. Octopus's entire body, hurling it down upon Dr. Lizard, causing the original crater to fissure further. Having accomplished this feat, Nian remained unbreathless as he descended from the inverted top of the pipe, performing a half-turn in midair before gracefully landing back on the ground with Spider-Woman in his arms. This was a demonstration of the formidable powers possessed by both the Super Spider and the Leopard Woman. enhanced through dual layers of physical capabilities. Nian's body exhibited resilience far surpassing that of refined metal. More importantly, his strength, reflexes, and primal instincts had undergone a transformative enhancement. Observing Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus attempting to rise, Nian raised his left hand, and a white web instantly enveloped both of them. He continued to flick his wrist, reinforcing the bonds with strands of white silk, ensnaring them together like a colossal rice dumpling. Have we failed our experiment? Impossible. It should not be like this, Dr. Octopus murmured in a daze, his sunglasses slipping from his face as confusion clouded his eyes. The mechanical tentacles on his back writhed like venomous serpents, emitting a chilling screech as they struggled violently. Suddenly, Dr. Lizard, in a fit of madness, opened his gaping maw, filled with fury and bloodlust, and sank his teeth into Dr. Octopus's neck. Crunch! Vivid crimson splattered as Dr. Octopus's unenhanced neck was severed. Yet, his mechanical tentacles did not cease. They violently tore through the ensnaring web, thrusting toward Dr. Lizard's body, piercing through the giant lizard's eye sockets, mouth, chest, and abdomen. A torrent of corrosive green blood erupted from the four mechanical claws, causing them to emit hissing smoke and sparks, driving Dr. Lizard to bite down harder on Dr. Octopus's body in agony. Nian and Spider-Woman were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. It was not long before the entangled Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus, along with the mechanical claws, succumbed to unconsciousness, their intelligence fading away. Two distinct colors of blood flowed quietly, only to be swept away by the rushing currents of wastewater nearby. Within the underground pipe, all returned to tranquility. Chapter 80. You cannot see what I see. Gazing at the mutual demise of Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus, Nian and Spider-Woman stood in profound silence. Such an ending. Who could have anticipated it? Dr. Kurt Connors has succumbed to his primal instincts, fully transformed into a monstrous beast. Gwen removed her spider mask, let out a sigh, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. Dr. Otto Octavius must also be affected, his brain's neural pathways stimulated by the intelligent systems of those mechanical claws, essentially having his mind controlled by machinery long ago. Nian nodded thoughtfully. The acquisition of extraordinary powers beyond one's control often leads to a loss of humanity and moral boundaries. He could deeply relate to this. The current incarnations of Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus resemble the amalgamated Nian of the past. However, Nian had managed to rein in the extraordinary powers in time, while the two doctors continued their relentless descent into the abyss of the extraordinary. At this moment, the shadowy underbelly of the world lay bare beneath the sun, in an era rife with extraordinary events. The two doctors merely serve as a microcosm, emblematic of what is to come. In the future, there may be more like them, yearning to explore the extraordinary, yet ultimately losing themselves within it. Let us depart and return, Nian proposed. Should we leave them here? Gwen hesitated. To leave their former glory in the external world while entombing the darkness they harbored deep within underground. Perhaps this was indeed the conclusion they desired. Nian contemplated for a moment, crouched down, and placed his left hand upon the ground near the two doctors. With a sudden surge of strength, he grasped and pressed down. Crack! The already fractured pit collapsed, burying the entwined forms of Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus beneath a cascade of rubble and impenetrable darkness. On the weekend, Nian languished on his sofa, idly playing with the young creature known as the Devourer. He watched the television, which aired a tribute to the two doctors, Kurt Connors and Otto Octavius, who had made remarkable contributions to biology and physics. So, Auntie, what became of that leopard woman, Barbara? Nian shifted on the sofa, gazing up at the long, graceful legs of his companion, Diana, who rested her head on his. Diana gently tousled his hair and replied calmly, nothing much. However, she likely won't dare return to this city for the next few years. Nian instinctively shrank back, envisioning the leopard woman's harrowing escape. After all, when he rushed back to school, he could only glimpse her frantic retreat. Well, take care of yourself at home. I must head to work, Diana said, gently lifting Nian's head and placing a cushion in its stead. Nian furrowed his brow in discomfort. The throw pillow is indeed quite comfortable, yet it pales in comparison to the exquisite white gauze dress that envelopes the former. In terms of softness, smoothness, and the delightful satisfaction it brings, it is evidently lacking. Once Aunt Diana departed from the house, a palpable silence fell over the home, leaving only Nian and the little creature, Xiao Wang, in its wake. Even Wanda, who usually busies herself at home, was absent, having been taken to Gotham City for further studies by a vehicle dispatched by the Wayne Foundation. As per the arrangements discussed last week, today marks the 7th day since Superman's absence. Nian can vividly recall how, just days ago, Metropolis was filled with throngs of people, all holding flowers as they took to the streets to bid farewell. The military even made a grand display, deploying aircraft as if to orchestrate a funeral of unprecedented scale, one that even a president would envy. Regrettably, Superman did not lie within that opulent coffin draped in the national flag. While the world at large engaged in a magnificent funeral, Superman, in his human guise as Clark Joseph Kent, rested in an ordinary wooden coffin, surrounded by a modest farewell ceremony held before a suburban home far removed from the city's hustle and bustle. Thus, within the grand funeral, the empty coffin symbolically housed the ideals of justice and truth for this nation. In stark contrast, the intimate ceremony was attended by a mere handful of individuals, Superman's family, fiancé, colleagues, and members of the nascent Justice League. This was what Aunt Diana conveyed to Nian upon her return from that small gathering. He understood that this signified her decision to inherit Superman's legacy and formally join the Justice League as Wonder Woman, collaborating with other superheroes to confront extraordinary events that may arise in the future. This would mark the establishment of the second extraordinary team composed of superheroes, following the Avengers. Nian shook his head, dismissing any thoughts of joining such alliances. After all, both the Avengers and the Justice League are helmed by Iron Man and Batman, respectively. He is not the type to operate according to the philosophies of others. If an opportunity arises in the future, he would prefer to create his own alliance. As for members, at the very least, one could be included, right? He quickly set aside this immature notion, cradling the little devourer, Xiao Wang, and, feeling a bit bored, rose from the sofa, muttering, "How about we pay a visit to Barry Allen? He has taken care of you for a while, and even extended an invitation last time." Meow? Xiao Wang blinked and raised a paw with soft, pink pads. 5 cans of fish. Deal, Nian replied with enthusiasm. Soon enough, he donned his outdoor attire, slinging a simple backpack over his shoulder, from which a small orange head peeked out. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the streets bustled with activity. Graffiti commemorating Superman adorned some walls, while billboards intermittently flashed his image. It felt as though Superman still walked among them, his presence lingering in every corner. Carrying the small emperor in his backpack, Nian traversed the pedestrian street towards the address mentioned by Barry Allen. However, he had only covered half the distance when he paused slightly upon crossing a crosswalk, amidst the throng of people approaching him. A striking figure clad in a yellow robe caught his attention. It was a bald woman dressed in an unusual yet pristine yellow long robe, standing rigidly in the middle of the crosswalk, her hands clasped behind her back. Whether it was her peculiar garb reminiscent of a monk's robe or her stance in the center of the road, she appeared distinctly out of place, a veritable anomaly. Yet, the numerous passers-by on either side of her, and indeed the entire street, seemed wholly oblivious to her presence. Nian hesitated. His initial thought was that he might have encountered something indescribable. Was this the fear of the unseen? Dismissing the ludicrous notion from his mind, he hesitated for a moment before shifting his backpack to his chest, feigning ignorance as he continued forward. Just as he was about to pass her, like the other pedestrians, the woman smiled faintly, turned her gaze towards him, and spoke. I am Gui. Chapter 81. Gotham, the Butlers' training. Gotham City, perhaps due to its geographical location, is predominantly shrouded in overcast weather. Even at the peak of midday, the sky is perpetually cloaked in heavy, gray clouds, presenting a gloomy visage that suggests impending rain. On this weekend, Gotham maintained its customary dreariness, a fact the city's residents had long since acclimatized to. A black Rolls-Royce, fully equipped and elongated, glided into a grand estate, its motion smooth and devoid of any jarring vibrations, eventually halting before the iron gates of an expansive private mansion. The driver's side door swung open, and a sharply dressed chauffeur alighted with practiced efficiency, respectfully opening the rear door and bending slightly to shield the door's upper edge. The red-haired girl, evidently unaccustomed to such treatment, hesitated momentarily before gracefully descending from the luxurious seat. As she touched the ground, the iron gates of the estate began to swing inward. Please, Miss Wanda. The chauffeur gestured respectfully towards the entrance. Wanda gazed in the indicated direction, her eyes falling upon an enormous mansion evoking the essence of a royal castle, its tower-like structures reaching skyward towards Gotham's somber heavens. Could this truly be the Butler training base that Miss Diana had spoken of? As Wanda walked through the iron gates and along the pathways of the estate, several maids engaged in tending to the greenery and maintaining cleanliness in the courtyard greeted her with courteous bows. Wanda promptly nodded in acknowledgement. You must be Miss Wanda. A gentle and amiable voice unexpectedly resonated from ahead. Wanda instinctively lifted her gaze to see an elderly man with silvery hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, standing before the castle-like entrance of the estate. Indeed, esteemed sir, in the midst of an excessively opulent environment, imbued with an inexplicable sense of oppression attributed to the powerful elite, Wanda bowed slightly, her demeanor somewhat reserved. The elder, with a gentle smile, nodded in acknowledgement and introduced himself. I am Alfred Pennyworth. By the request of Miss Diana, you may refer to me as Master. They were in Wayne Manor, within the grand reception hall on the first floor. Wanda, demure and tranquil, occupied a chair, her petite feet dangling just above the plush carpet, unable to touch the ground. Alfred, the butler, poured her a cup of steaming coffee with such steadiness that not a single ripple disturbed the surface of the liquid, his physique appearing more robust than one might expect for his advanced years. How do you find it? Alfred inquired kindly. Wanda cradled the coffee cup in her hands, warming her small fingers, and cast her gaze around the magnificent hall, the exquisite vintage decor continually reshaping her understanding of luxury. This only heightened her sense of apprehension, prompting her to whisper, "It doesn't feel like I've come here for butler training. You all treat me as if I were a young lady." Haha, indeed. Alfred chuckled softly, then with a playful wink, asked, "You're not aware of the Prince family's status, are you?" Status? Wanda tilted her head inquisitively. How to explain this? Alfred reflected for a moment before elaborating. Let me put it this way. The young master I serve, Master Wayne, is the head of Wayne Enterprises. As for Wayne Enterprises, it boasts a market value exceeding $100 billion, engaging in sectors such as technology, education, healthcare, and transportation. The vast majority of what you see in Gotham City belongs to Wayne Enterprises. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. She had heard of Wayne Enterprises multiple times while in New York. Alfred paused for emphasis before continuing. The Prince family stands on equal footing with the Wayne family. Therefore, as the sole mate of the Prince family and the future butler, you may observe the customary formalities, but there is no need to bow to anyone, not even to so-called nobles or officials. After all, your status reflects the family you serve, and to bow would inevitably tarnish your master's dignity. With Alfred's enlightening words, Wanda clearly gained a deeper understanding of the Prince family, which eased her initial stiffness and trepidation. Observing that the first lesson had taken effect, Alfred cleared his throat gently and said, "Now, let us proceed to today's main topic. Before we embark on your formal butler training, I would like to pose a question. What do you believe is the most essential quality of a butler?" Wanda pondered earnestly for a moment before hesitantly replying, "Loyalty? Loyalty is indeed a fundamental necessity," Alfred smiled, "but I believe the most vital quality of a butler is a sense of mission." A sense of mission? Wanda was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, not only superheroes require a sense of mission, a butler must embody a unique sense of purpose as well, Alfred explained methodically. The butler's mission is, naturally, to serve the master to the best of one's ability. However, it is insufficient to merely fulfill the tasks assigned by the master. Such duties are the obligations of an ordinary servant. A steward must comprehend the true desires and needs of their master, proactively preparing and devising plans, serving as a formidable ally on their master's journey. Furthermore, when the master strays from the correct path or becomes lost, the steward should offer guidance and assistance. A dedicated steward must possess a commitment to devote their entire life to their role. Butler Alfred, with a questioning gaze, directed his clear eyes upon the 13-year-old Wanda. "You are still quite young. Are you prepared for such a calling?" Taking a deep breath, young Wanda envisioned the image of a dark-haired youth and resolutely declared, "I can do it." Alfred nodded in approval. "To achieve this, you will need to learn far more than your master, delving into a broad and diverse array of subjects. This encompasses not only tasks like cleaning, but also etiquette, social skills, combat, marksmanship, intelligence, management, psychology, and more." Wanda hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Does this mean I will need to frequently travel to this city?" It was not a matter of distance that concerned her, but rather the implication that she would have to rise early on weekends, just as she had today, making it impossible to rouse Nian and prepare breakfast for him. Butler Alfred smiled. "You need not come to Gotham every weekend for your studies. I will arrange for qualified personnel to instruct you at your school." Wanda's eyes brightened slightly, and with curiosity, she asked, "Will the school agree to this?" "Of course," Alfred affirmed with certainty. "Before today, with the authorization of Master Wayne, I have already acquired the school you currently attend." At that moment, in the bustling heart of Washington, on the most vibrant and lively sidewalk, Nian halted in astonishment, gazing at the bald woman who claimed to be Gu-E. "Are you speaking to me?" He turned slightly, surveying the throngs of pedestrians around him, momentarily doubting whether she was addressing him. "Nian Prince," she stated his name with precision. Gu-Ye's ageless visage remained calm, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she regarded Nian. No need to look further. You are the one I seek. Chapter 82. Gu Yi's intent. The sanctuary, what have you done? Nian inquired, startled by the mysterious Gu Yi. He increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Not only had the pedestrians failed to notice Gu Yi, but he himself also began to fade from their awareness. Some individuals walked directly into Gu Yi and Nian, as if they were mere phantoms, inexplicably passing through them. It was as though Gu Yi and Nian existed in a state devoid of physical form. I have not done much, Gu Yi replied with a tranquil smile. I merely pulled you and the small creature within your backpack into the mirror space. Mirror space? Nian furrowed his brow. Just then, as the traffic light at the intersection shifted from red to green, only two individuals remained on the sidewalk. While vehicles surged forward, Nian instinctively sidestepped a car that accelerated past him, whereas Gu Yi stood motionless ahead, allowing the speeding vehicles to collide with his body. No, they did not collide. Just like the previous pedestrians, the cars passed right through Gu Yi's form. Nian attempted to grasp the side of a passing vehicle, but he could not touch its physical body. Instead, his fingertips encountered a strange sight of shattered glass ahead. Are we in a mirror? Nian muttered, sensing something. Gu Yi nodded slightly and explained in a soft voice. More accurately, we are in another dimensional space. This dimension is very close to our reality, as if separated by just a mirror. Thus we refer to this place as the mirror space, convenient for observing the real world. We? Nian raised an eyebrow. Indeed. We, Gu Yi replied, meeting Nian's gaze directly. I hail from the sanctum of Kamataj as a supreme sorcerer. A sorcerer? Nian pondered, his hand still resting on the zipper of his backpack, not moving away. Esteemed sorcerer Gu Yi, may I inquire why you seek me? In the event of an emergency. He could only rely on Xiao Huang to bite him, granting him extraordinary abilities. However, Xiao Huang was still harboring dormant venom within, and should he be bitten, he might transform into the previous 3-in-1 extraordinary state. This state could blur and distort his personality and rationality, rendering his actions more akin to those of a malevolent villain. Another option would be to let the young creature of the devourer act directly. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to invite you to Kamataj for a visit. Gu Yi seemed aware of Nian's wariness, gazing at him calmly. However, even if I say this, you likely won't believe me. She glanced at the backpack resting on Nian's chest and suddenly proposed. How about this? Let it act and see. This is your suggestion, Nian responded without hesitation, suddenly calling out, Xiao Huang. Accompanying his shout, an orange figure leapt out from the zipper of his backpack. Xiao Huang, the young devourer of cosmic species, lunged swiftly toward Gu Yi. Its small mouth, fearsome and gaping, revealed a maw full of tiny teeth as several tendrils enveloped Gu Yi's form. Gu Yi remained composed, gazing at the approaching tendrils and fangs, and abruptly thrust her right hand, which had been resting behind her, forward, with a resounding thud. As her palm struck Xiao Huang's body, a yellow phantom resembling the devourer and a shadow akin to a mass of black liquid were simultaneously expelled from Xiao Huang's back. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang itself fell unconscious, returning to its ordinary kitten form, and tumbled back into Nian's embrace. The phantom of Xiao Huang floated in the air, surprised, and uttered meow. The venomous shadow remained motionless, languidly suspended in the low air, as if lifeless. They are fine. I merely extracted their souls, explained Ancient One calmly as she withdrew her hand. Isn't that a bit excessive? Nian's lips twitched slightly. He believed that even a trinity of beings would struggle against the current Ancient One. After all, she was not engaging in physical combat. By the way, I recall that my aunt's truth lasso can ensnare all things. Perhaps that could handle entities related to souls, Ancient One continued. Now, do you believe me? I harbor no ill will. I simply wish to invite you to Kamartaj. Should those in the know uncover this matter, they might question the reality unfolding before them. Kamartaj, the legendary sanctuary of miracles, a place so elusive that many spend a lifetime seeking entry. Let us go then. Where is it? Seeing Ancient One's sincerity, Nian felt a genuine curiosity about the mysteries of magic and sorcery in this world, and he nodded in agreement. Here, Ancient One pointed, causing the souls of the devourer beast and the venom to return to their original forms. She then raised her palm, inexplicably tracing circles in the air, accompanied by the emergence of fiery sparks that swirled into a wheel, swiftly forming a circular portal large enough for passage. As Ancient One stepped into the peculiar gateway, Nian, undeterred, followed closely behind, cradling the gradually awakening young emperor. In the hidden abode of Kathmandu, Kamartaj, on the open-air training grounds of the temple, a wizard clad in black robes, Master Modu, instructed a diverse group of mages in the art of spellcasting. Suddenly, the air beside them shimmered like shards of glass. It was a mirror space. However, even the most powerful Master Modu could not discern the happenings within this reflective realm. Sensing something, he and the assembled mages reverently bowed toward the shimmering mirror-like void. Supreme Mage, proceed, came Ancient One's voice from within the mirror space. Very well. We shall continue our practice. Master Modu, visibly excited, acknowledged that it had been long since the Supreme Mage had personally observed their training, and he promptly led the mages in the execution of their spells. What they remained oblivious to was that within the mirror space, alongside Ancient One, was a boy holding a cat. In this mirrored realm, it felt as though they were indeed in the reality of the training grounds. Nian attentively observed the wizards outside the temple. Each wore an unusual ring, which seemed to serve as a conduit for creating golden energy sigils, energy whips, and even conjuring the dazzling portal they had just traversed. Unexpectedly, aside from the organizations formed by superheroes, there existed a substantial faction of mages hidden within the world. Nian pondered to himself. This magic, aside from its combat potential, appeared quite practical. For instance, with the advent of portals, one need never fear tardiness in school again. How so? Ancient One glanced at Nian, a subtle smile gracing her lips as if to guide him. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Chapter 83. That stunning shade of crimson camartage, the essence of the mirror dimension. Teach me? Nian blinked in surprise. Indeed, Ancient One nodded slightly. Her demeanor calm, yet resolute. If you desire to learn, you may join camartage, and I will instruct you in the arcane arts. Nian did not feel elated. Instead, he furrowed his brow. He did not believe himself to be particularly gifted, nor did he think he was of such significance to any transcendent power. Many years prior, he had entertained fanciful thoughts of an owl delivering a letter or a doctor from Chicago proclaiming that he bore the blood of dragons. Yet, as the years passed, 16 in total, he had come to terms with reality. Would there be any constraints upon joining camartage? Nian inquired cautiously. For the outside world bore no signs of extraordinary sorcerers, indicating that membership in camartage must entail considerable limitations. Ancient One spoke softly. Upon joining camartage and becoming a sorcerer, one is destined to remain hidden from the world, unable to wield their magic freely in reality, and must bear the grave responsibility of protecting the earth from incursions by terrifying entities of higher dimensions. To guard the world and combat higher dimensions, Nian decisively shook his head. Perhaps not, for I am not cut out for such heroics. Ancient One replied calmly. If it were you, merely being affiliated with camartage would suffice. After mastering the spell of the portal, you would be free to come and go from camartage to study, and its regulations would not bind you. Such a boon. Nian increasingly sensed something amiss. Even with his limited understanding, he could discern that Ancient One's words were a considerable exception concerning camartage. Sorcerer. Nian inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. Speak, he urged. Ancient One nodded. Nian gazed earnestly at her, barely concealing his excitement as he asked, have you discerned my extraordinary potential? That I am a prodigy in the study of magic? Ancient One regarded Nian in silence, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke. I can indeed perceive whether a person harmonizes with nature and possesses the potential to learn magic. Nian clenched his fists, rapidly asking, then tell me, if I begin learning your spell of the portal now, how long will it take? A year? 6 months? Ancient One hesitated, then extended a single finger, responding bluntly, 100 years and 1 day. Nian's breath caught in his throat. Are you jesting, sorceress? Furthermore, are you certain I will live to see 100 years hence? Ancient One reassured him. In truth, that is already quite favorable. The vast majority of humanity, due to physical constraints, cannot perceive the natural energies of the world and thus cannot practice magic. Perhaps it is best to abandon this notion. Nian wore an expression of resignation, for he had always preferred to seek the path of least resistance. Do not suggest that he should study for 100 years. Even if it were guaranteed that he would master it in 10, he is not inclined to squander his time here. With such time and energy, would it not be better spent elsewhere? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Nian's mind, and he turned to Ancient One, inquiring, Master, may I transfer my quota to another person? Ancient One regarded him with a deep gaze and calmly replied, are you considering transferring your quota to that red-haired girl from your family? You are aware of that. Indeed, Nian wished for Wanda to learn at camartage. After all, he was at least half an extraordinary being, while Wanda was merely an ordinary person. Acquiring magical skills would enable her to confront certain dangers in the future. Furthermore, knowledge gained by their household maid could be deemed an asset. A quota should not be wasted. Xi Nian raised his gaze, curiously asking, "Then, Master Ancient One, can you discern whether Wanda possesses the potential to learn your spells?" Ancient One fell silent once more. Finally, she extended a finger and stated, 1,000 times faster than you. What did you say? For a moment, Xi Nian doubted his own hearing. In the Washington district, at the intersection, the traffic light turned red, halting vehicles as pedestrians bustled along the sidewalk. Among the crowd, a dark-haired youth cradling a small orange cat suddenly appeared, as if he had always been there, and no one seemed perturbed by his abrupt presence. "Master, Kamartaj," Xi Nian murmured softly, then followed the flow of pedestrians, continuing towards the pedestrian street with the little feline in his arms. Not far from Barry Allen's home, Xi Nian spotted Barry walking down the street, dressed as usual in a jacket and casual pants. However, just as Xi Nian was about to wave a greeting, he perceived something and immediately turned back without hesitation. Still holding the little cat. Meow? The little cat tilted its head in confusion. "Let's go buy some fish treats. We shouldn't disturb them." A knowing smile crept across Xi Nian's face. He had seen that Barry was accompanied by a striking young woman of African descent, and they appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation, immersed in their own world. Later that evening, Xi Nian returned home, burdened with a myriad of shopping bags, most filled with cat food. The two women of the household had not yet returned, leaving the dimly lit abode somewhat desolate. After bathing and feeding the cat, Xi Nian reclined comfortably on the sofa, turning on the television, when he heard the sound of the door opening. "Master, I'm back." A crisp yet soft voice rang out from the entrance. Instinctively, Xi Nian looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was none other than Wanda, who had gone to Gotham for her studies. The girl had donned a vibrant red dress, the hue of which harmonized perfectly with her crimson hair, rendering her neck, wrists, and ankles, exposed to the air, more radiant and flawless than the first snow of winter. Originally, with a face as exquisite as that of a Wanda doll, she looked charming and demure in any attire. The current elegant red dress seemed as if it were tailor-made for a young maiden, transforming her into a noble princess stepping out of a modern oil painting. The white, semi-transparent silk scarf adorning her head and neck softened this regal aura, imparting a gentler quality to her presence. The dual identities of princess and maid appeared to converge within her. Xi Nian's heart fluttered unexpectedly. How delightful! It is enough that she has returned. Xi Nian forcibly diverted his gaze to the television screen. "Ah, it is nearly 7 o'clock. I must prepare dinner." Wanda removed her black boots and, glancing at the time, spoke in a flustered tone. "Today, there is no need to cook." Xi Nian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have eaten outside and even bought a cheesecake. Let us enjoy it together." Wanda nodded gently, her gaze lingering on Xi Nian. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and resolved to approach him. Before Xi Nian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wanda's arrival. The young maid sat close to Xi Nian on the sofa, her small hands supporting her as she leaned forward, her face drawing nearer. A mixture of fatigue and anticipation danced across Wanda's countenance as she whispered, "I worked very hard today, listening to Teacher Afyu's lecture and learning many things, including etiquette, alongside the headmaid. Although it was exhausting, I persevered, and they all praised me." However, her words trailed off, caught in a web of hesitation and shyness. Observing the little maid's eager and submissive demeanor, Xi Nian seemed to grasp something profound in that moment. He placed his hand on Wanda's small head, smiling as he gently stroked her hair. "Thank you for your hard work, Wanda. You have done exceptionally well. This could be considered a chapter dedicated to the Scarlet Witch. So why not bestow her some recognition?" Chapter 84. A fiery blaze ascends. The Scarlet Maid resembled a little kitten, half sprawled on the sofa, yearning for a reward. Xi Nian, filled with affection, placed his hand on her head, and as he gently caressed her, the sensation of his palm gliding against the white semi-transparent silk scarf and her silky crimson hair created an indescribably exquisite tactile experience, surpassing even that of a small royal. Wanda's delicate face blushed slightly, contrasting with Xi Nian's deliberate control of his touch. Instinctively, her head nudged upward, amplifying the friction between his hand and herself, until she gradually lifted her small head, allowing his large hand to weave through her smooth crimson locks and glide down to her warm cheeks. Compared to the praise she received from the multitude back in Gotham, she evidently craved Xi Nian's acknowledgement and admiration even more. "Now, let us indulge in the cake." Xi Nian withdrew his hand as if electrified, feigning calmness as he spoke. Wanda's face flushed a rosy hue, brimming with vitality, as she eagerly hopped off the sofa. At the dining table, Wanda meticulously removed the packaging of the cheesecake. Utilizing the provided disposable knife and fork, she soon returned to the sofa with a plate of the delectable dessert. "My dear master, Please indulge, she softly urged, embodying her role as a maid. As she presented the slice of cheesecake adorned with a fork. You should eat quickly as well. Nian swiftly accepted the offering, fearing that if he hesitated, Wanda might resort to feeding him herself. As he savored the cheesecake, Nian glanced at the television and remarked to Wanda, "This dress is suitable for outside wear. But the white scarf around your head and neck, perhaps it would be best not to wear it in public." While the red dress alone was quite charming, the pairing with the tame-looking white scarf made him suddenly wish to soil it. "This is something I donned right after arriving home." At the entrance, Wanda replied, taking small bites of the cake. Her cheeks flushed as she gently tugged at the scarf, whispering, "I didn't wear it for anyone else." Nian took a deep breath and set down his empty plate. It was quite overwhelming. "Master," Wanda seemed to notice something suddenly, hastily approaching him to delicately wipe a smudge from the corner of his mouth. Observing the remnants of cheesecake on her soft, pale fingers, she instinctively lowered her head to lick them, only to realize her actions were rather improper. A fleeting look of panic crossed her eyes, and she quickly apologized to Nian. "All right, you should go take a shower now," Nian urged, eager to diffuse the tension. Once Wanda entered the bathroom, he exhaled deeply, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. The allure she possessed was quite formidable. He wondered how captivating she would become as she matured. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from the entrance. Nian lifted his gaze, and once again, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of admiration. A mature beauty, her raven hair elegantly tied back, long and thick eyelashes framing her striking features, entered wearing a fitted white dress. She removed her delicate white shoes, placing them next to Wanda's earlier black boots on the carpet. No matter how many times he witnessed her, his aunt exuded an everlasting elegance and beauty, a distinct style compared to Wanda's stunning allure. "Aunt," Nian quickly rose and approached her. "What has happened?" Diana, intrigued, met his fervent gaze. Nian's breath quickened as he nervously stated, "I would like to submit tonight's assignment early." Though accustomed to the nightly tutoring sessions, Diana's body involuntarily trembled, caught off guard by the suddenness of his request without any prior warning. "Aunt, may I?" Despite the eager inquiry, Diana opened her mouth, ultimately nodding her head in acquiescence. Unable to refuse him, Nian approached without a trace of hesitation, encircling the delicate curve of that slender waist with his hands. As the body's owner slightly leaned in, lowering her head, her subtly adorned visage exuded an enticing softness. A sense of urgency compelled Nian to draw closer. The semi-divine physique he possessed felt no pain, merely an unfamiliar sensation that had never been experienced before. Diana's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and fascination, concerned that Nian, lacking a proper medium, might inadvertently cause harm. When Wanda emerged from the bathroom after her shower, she was pleasantly surprised to see the two seated calmly on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Miss Diana, you're back," she exclaimed. "Yes, just a moment ago," Diana replied with a gentle smile, inquiring softly, "How was your learning experience in Gotham today?" "Quite splendid. Mr. Alfred is truly the best butler in the world, and I have learned so much from him," Wanda responded quickly, her curious gaze falling upon Nian, who lay languidly beside Diana, his hair transformed into flowing silver locks. "It's nothing. I'm merely reflecting," Nian replied wearily, as though he understood Wanda's thoughts. Tonight's assignment was a bit beyond the scope. Nian, Diana, and Wanda sat together on the sofa, resembling a family of three watching television. Had it not been for the earlier events, the scene would have been undeniably warm and cozy. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, just as the family was preparing for bed, the television abruptly aired a peculiar news report. This reporter is live from Crete Island. Behind me, you can see flames rising into the sky. The ancient Amazon temple, with a history spanning over 1,000 years, has caught fire. The blaze has raged for an entire day, leaving government officials and residents astonished, unaware of the precise cause of the fire. The footage displayed a white ancient temple engulfed in flames, its exterior and interior ablaze, the fire illuminating the night sky like a colossal beacon. The Amazon temple? Nian's thoughts stirred as he glanced at Aunt Diana, who wore a grave expression and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. After Wanda retreated to her room to sleep, Nian stealthily entered Aunt Diana's quarters, finding her already donned in her Wonder Woman attire. "This is a warning from Paradise Island. It must indicate an impending invasion," Wonder Woman stated swiftly. "I am heading to the Amazon temple to investigate for any clues." "I will accompany you," Nian declared, his eyes glinting with a divine silver hue. "Very well," Wonder Woman agreed with a nod. That night, at the Amazon temple on Crete Island, the local government mobilized countless individuals to combat the raging inferno. oblivious to the two figures descending from the sky into the temple ruins. Chapter 85. Motherbox. Crisis approaches Crete Island, coastal shoreline. The ancient white temple has stood here for an indeterminate era, captivating the fascination of numerous archaeologists due to its remarkably preserved exterior and interior, thus remaining a significant relic of civilization. In the stillness of the deep night, as local firefighters encircled the site to combat the flames, two figures, one large and one small, strolled naturally within the temple's ruins. They were a dark-haired woman clad in peculiar ancient battle attire and wielding weapons, alongside a silver-haired youth draped in a simple, flowing white trench coat. Sensing the residual divine energy within the temple, Wonder Woman and the youth swiftly arrived at an open fire chamber, where flames roared outward, evidently the source of the blaze engulfing the Amazon temple. As if sensing the imminent arrival of a supreme entity from the divine realm, the flames within the chamber abruptly ceased, revealing a singular object at the center of the room. In his demigod mode, the youth entered the chamber, bent down, and directly withdrew an arrow that was lodged diagonally in the floor. The arrowhead shimmered with the chill of a starry night, appearing as if coated in a layer of dark gilding, inscribed with mysterious ancient Greek characters, reminiscent of the materials and craftsmanship of various artifacts adorning his ant. Another artifact? As he grasped it, he distinctly felt a surge of vibrant divine energy lying dormant within. Wonder Woman gazed at the arrow in his hand and softly remarked, "That is the arrow of Artemis, capable of piercing through the barrier of Paradise Island to reach this realm of humanity. Mother shot it from Paradise Island to ignite the ancient beacon, likely as a warning for us. An external invasion?" The youth murmured to himself, clutching the divine arrow as a weapon. Indeed, as for the identity of the adversary, this place might hold clues. Wonder Woman ventured deeper into the fire chamber, suddenly placing her slender palm against a section of the wall. At that moment, divine energy activated a mechanism, causing a solid, sealed stone wall to sink inward, accompanied by a cascade of dust and debris, unveiling a tunnel that had remained closed for millennia. The depths of the tunnel were unfathomable, shrouded in darkness and silence, imbued with the essence of ancient time. "Let us proceed," Wonder Woman declared, producing the lasso of truth with one hand while extending the other towards the youth. He grasped her cool, jade-like hand. With a soft thud, the two leapt into the tunnel, plummeting 20 meters to reach the subterranean space beneath the temple. Wonder Woman raised her left hand slightly, causing the lasso of truth to swirl like a firefly, its golden glow providing dim illumination. The youth, feeling within the pocket of his trench coat, retrieved his mobile phone and activated the flashlight mode, which instantly emitted a blinding light akin to a small torch, illuminating the white stone staircase that descended before them. "Mobile phones, the eternal gods. Times have changed, my aunt," he said, winking with pride. Wonder Woman calmly retracted the lasso of truth, playfully flicking her finger against the smooth forehead of the young man, prompting him to sensibly close his mouth. Illuminated by the glow of the mobile phone, he and Wonder Woman descended the stone steps, delving deeper until they arrived at a truly concealed underground chamber. With a thought, Wonder Woman instructed, "Shine your phone against the wall." He complied, lifting the phone towards the vast chamber, instantly illuminating a grand mural adorned with peculiar patterns and ancient Greek inscriptions. His eyes widened, despite his inability to comprehend the text. He immediately recognized one of the symbols. It was the very metallic box he had seen on the stone altar in the main hall of the building on Paradise Island. However, the mural depicted 3 such boxes, intertwined in a Trinitarian composition. Continuing to gaze around, he was met with a magnificent scene reminiscent of an ancient battle, featuring colossal starships from a bygone era. Wonder Woman scrutinized the ancient Greek text, her exquisite features growing increasingly grave as she began to elucidate. This recounts an ancient battle that transpired long ago. The invading enemy was a dark and ancient cosmic force intent on conquering Earth, led by a commander named Darkseid. Darkseid, the young man pondered. Wonder Woman continued, "This name is cursed and feared across the cosmos. The guardians of Earth waged a fierce battle against Darkseid, with old gods, humans, Amazons, and protectors from the stars, as well as forces from Atlantis joining the fray. When Darkseid instigated the war, he uncovered a secret hidden within the infinite expanse of space, a power of unimaginable magnitude." "What power?" he inquired, furrowing his brow, suddenly recalling the cosmic cube and the mind scepter he possessed, both shrouded in unfathomable power. "We cannot ascertain the nature of the secret he discovered," Wonder Woman replied, shaking her head. "However, it is evident that Darkseid was desperate to seize it, utilizing 3 mother boxes crafted by their Apocalyptian civilization, living, indestructible manifestations of apocalyptic technology. When these three mother boxes united, the power they generated was sufficient to annihilate an entire planet, plunging Earth into a realm under Darkseid's dominion. He failed, the young man remarked. After all, if he had succeeded, the Earth would not exist as it does now. Wonder Woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ancient guardians of Earth united to expel Darkseid and his fleet from the planet. As for the three mother boxes, to prevent them from summoning apocalypse again, one was entrusted to the human forces of the time, another to the kingdom of Atlantis, and the last, as you are aware, remains hidden within our Amazonian paradise island. The situation appears grim. Nian's gaze narrowed slightly. The alarm on Paradise Island was evidently triggered, signaling that one of the mother boxes had fallen into the hands of the invading forces from Apocalypse. The consequences would be dire if the enemy were to locate the remaining two mother boxes. And what do you wish to do next? Nian inquired, turning to Wonder Woman, who raised her strikingly fierce brows. We can no longer afford to delay. I will seek out the two individuals I mentioned the day after tomorrow, urging them to join the Justice League. We must swiftly assemble a formidable team to confront the encroaching apocalyptic threat. Do not forget about me. With you, I too can fight. Nian inhaled deeply, speaking with solemnity. Indeed, you are my true ace in the hole. Should the need arise, I shall not overlook you. Wonder Woman replied with a slight smile, gently brushing her fingers through Nian's silver hair. However, unbeknownst to Nian, a flash of unusual yet resolute determination flickered in Wonder Woman's eyes at that moment. Chapter 86, Dark Myth, Trinity in the late hours of the night. At the headquarters of SHIELD, in the executive office atop the building, the alluring and formidable Black Widow stood poised before the desk. While Director Nick Fury sat in his chair, his penetrating gaze fixed upon a report laid out before him. Is this the intelligence you have gathered? Fury inquired in a low voice. Black Widow nodded briskly, indeed. Despite the numerous events that transpired at the school, this is the conclusion I reached through intelligence analysis. You have worked hard. Please take some time to rest, Fury murmured, his gaze briefly falling to her bandaged arm as he waved her off. Black Widow acknowledged with a nod before departing the director's office. Left alone in the office, Fury opened the intelligence report submitted by Black Widow, revealing personal information and photographs of Nian Prince. After perusing the document briefly, he turned to the final page. The last entry read, after 5 days of in-depth investigation and personal analysis, the subject Nian Prince is deemed an ordinary human, possessing no extraordinary abilities. Fury remained silent for a moment, finally exhaling a gentle sigh as he organized all the intelligence materials concerning Nian and placed them into a drawer of his desk. Unbeknownst to him, nestled within the documents he had not yet examined, a seemingly inconspicuous daily photograph of Nian featured an orange tabby cat. As Black Widow stepped out of the director's office, she let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Even she was unsure why she had concealed Nian's talent, which seemed to enhance the affections of strangers. Perhaps it was her own fondness that influenced her decision, leading her to produce beneficial intelligence about Nian. After all, the ability to increase likability could hardly be classified as an extraordinary capability, especially since it bore no practical effect in combat. Black Widow reassured herself in her thoughts. It is hardly conceivable that, when confronted with formidable adversaries of the opposite sex, one would send Nian forth to engage in social maneuvering, as if orchestrating some grand romantic escapade. Black Widow shook her head, dismissing her own peculiar and somewhat ludicrous notions. The following morning, on Sunday, Nian awoke to Wanda's rather enthusiastic calls. He yawned and rubbed his short hair, which had shifted from silver back to black. The time had come for his demigod mode. Nian had not slept well the previous night. His mind was preoccupied with strategizing against the impending threat of the apocalyptic forces that had already infiltrated. Although it is said that when the heavens fall, there will be tall figures to bear the weight, how could he remain passive if one of those figures included his aunt? In the absence of locating Lorna, the most reliable source of formidable power at present was his aunt's demigod form, the 3-in-1 entity, and Gwen's spider-mutated constitution, Nian murmured to himself. Among these, the most potent in combat was undoubtedly the 3-in-1 entity. Its physical prowess was divine. However, the 3-in-1 entity bore a significant flaw. The malignancy of the symbiote and the primal nature of the devourer would intertwine, distorting Nian's humanity and leading him down a path of darkness and evil. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Nian's mind. What if he were to substitute one component of the 3-in-1 entity with Aunt Diana? That is, after acquiring the abilities of the symbiote and the devourer, he could use the symbiote's power to bond with his aunt. Could her divinity suppress the malignancy of the symbiote? This audacious idea appeared feasible, yet Nian was uncertain whether the fusion of these two opposing forces would lead to a diminishment or an enhancement of power, and what form it would ultimately manifest. A dark mythological mode, perhaps? His resolve grew stronger, regardless of the circumstances. Should he find himself embroiled in an extraterrestrial conflict against the apocalyptic forces, even if his aunt intended to keep him from combat, he would ensure that little Huang bid him, granting him the ability to transform into the three-in-one entity and subsequently bond with his aunt for protection. Just as Nian prepared to rise from his bed, a small, orange creature darted through the door. "Little Huang, what is it?" he inquired, gazing curiously at the creature that had leapt into his room and now perched upon his covers. Little Huang's eyes flickered with hesitation before it opened its tiny, toothy mouth and swiftly bit Nian's hand. The young man's delicate features momentarily froze in astonishment. Although he had contemplated this, it was a measure necessitated by the impending extraterrestrial conflict, not one to be enacted at this moment. Furthermore, Aunt Diana was not even home. Before Nian could ponder further, the connection was established and the bond with the symbiote was activated. The long-familiar powers of the symbiote and the devourer surged into his body, causing Nian to stiffen, his form immediately transforming into a pool of black liquid, softening upon his bed. This was an unforeseen path, everything occurring so abruptly. Little Huang, observing the thick, shifting black liquid nearby, held its breath and, without a moment's hesitation, dove right in. In a moment of instinctual attachment, Nian subconsciously clung to the young emperor. The orange fur of the little cat swiftly darkened, its muscles and bones augmented exponentially by the dual symbiotic entity. Its body expanded and contracted, ultimately solidifying into the ultimate form of a black kitten. A pair of fierce, flame-like azure eyes opened, brimming with ferocity. The triad entity of Nian had unexpectedly come online. "Master?" Wanda entered the room again, noticing Nian had yet to emerge. The bed was conspicuously devoid of the boy's presence. Moreover, the window, which had been closed moments ago, was now ajar, allowing the cold wind to howl into the room. Meanwhile, atop the rooftop, a black kitten lay upon the water tower, its face contorting in struggle before a glimmer of rationality surfaced in its beastly gaze. Fortunately, the symbiotic venom remained dormant, and the primordial beast showed no inclination to contest for control, thus Nian retained dominion over the body. However, humanity's essence teetered on the brink of distortion, reason spiraling into a perilous abyss. It rasped, "Little Emperor, I require an explanation for this course of action." "Mew, Mew, save Starro." The anxious consciousness of the young emperor flickered in Nian's mind. Thanks to their triad form, Nian instantly grasped the sentiment expressed. The young emperor, as a fledgling primordial beast, could scarcely recall what its parents were like, only that it had been searching for an extraterrestrial being named Starro. The young emperor had been on Earth in pursuit of this entity, as though it were its life's purpose. Despite forgetting many things, this memory remained intact. Initially devoid of clues, it wandered aimlessly. Even after taking residence in Nian's home, it never ceased in its quest for Starro's whereabouts. Until today, when it suddenly sensed a faint awareness of Starro's spatial location. "You wish for me to assist in locating it?" Nian comprehended the entire situation. The young emperor realized it could not find Starro alone and sought to leverage Nian's strength. As communication between humans and primordial beasts was impossible, it resorted to the current triad state. Chapter 87, Black Flash Target, Iron Man in New York, at the Stark Industries headquarters. Barely a week had passed since the battle, and many streets were still undergoing repairs. However, Stark Tower had already completed its post-war restoration, standing resplendently at the city's heart. At this moment, on the top floor of Stark Tower, both the office of the Iron Man, Tony Stark, and his personal workstation, the esteemed Stark was clad in a practical black shirt and casual trousers. Seated before a three-dimensional virtual projection screen, he intently clicked and swiped, his rugged face wearing a serious expression as he meticulously adjusted parameters for an ongoing project. He was immersed in the realm of cutting-edge mechanics and intelligence, oblivious to the mature woman clad in a form-fitting white suit who emerged from the elevator behind him. It was not until she approached his side and placed a steaming cup of fragrant coffee on the table that he stirred from his reverie. "Boss, you should drink something," she urged gently. "Thank you." Upon hearing the call from his close secretary, Stark snapped back to reality, taking a sip from the hot coffee. "Tony, Pepper Potts," she said, observing Stark's somewhat haggard appearance, her tone softening with a hint of warmth. "Since that battle, you've been working nonstop for 7 or 8 days. You really need to rest." "I'm fine." Stark downed half the cup of coffee, his gaze returning to the virtual screen. barely able to contain his excitement and energy as he declared, with Dr. Banner around. Our progress on the iron armor has been remarkably smooth, especially the reverse-type armor. We've already completed the preliminary construction of 2 major series. Stark extended his arms in exhilaration. All right. Pepper shot him an exasperated glance, fully aware of his nature. After all, it was said that the models may come and go, but the Iron Man remains steadfast. You irresponsible boss, keep working on your armor. There are countless matters in the company that I need to handle. With a resigned sigh, Pepper elegantly strode towards the elevator to the top floor, her heels clicking gracefully against the floor. Just as the elevator doors closed behind her, the voice of the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, abruptly echoed in the top-floor hall. Sir, our satellite has detected the suspected appearance of Black Flash. Stark jolted at the mention, quickly inquiring, where? JARVIS promptly switched the three-dimensional virtual projection to a world map, revealing a clearly marked black dot moving within the vast seas of the Atlantic, near South America. The movement speed of the black dot was reported by satellite data to be 2 to 3 Mach. Is it airborne? Stark asked, puzzled. For no vessel could achieve such velocity. JARVIS responded, it is evident that it is not. The entity appears to be acting independently. Well then, Stark shrugged, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, for the very existence of Black Flash was inherently illogical. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, analyze the trajectory data. Determine its destination. Understood, sir. JARVIS executed the command, and within seconds, an arrow appeared on the virtual projection, swiftly pointing towards a section of the ocean ahead of the target. There lay an island. Cordomidas? Stark murmured the name of the island nation, pondering. I recall it being a small island. What could possibly draw Black Flash's attention there? Artificial intelligence Jarvis swiftly gathered information from the internet, transforming it into succinct language to report to Stark. Just last week, an armed rebellion occurred in the region of Cordomidas, resulting in the complete annihilation of the ruling Herrera family. Currently, power in the island nation rests with General Silvio Luna. Is that all? Stark frowned, unconvinced that a mere armed insurrection in a small island nation would attract the attention of that terrifying entity. Jarvis continued, Sir, there is additional intelligence, encrypted by high-ranking officials in the U.S. government. Shall I attempt to decrypt it? Decrypt it, Stark commanded without hesitation. In approximately 3 seconds, Jarvis revealed, it pertains to the Starfish Project. A research institution named Jotunheim in Cordomidas has been conducting research on extraterrestrial species under the Starfish Project for the past 30 years, which poses a significant threat to the world. Furthermore, Amanda Waller, a senior official in the U.S. government, is currently organizing a special task force, largely composed of heavy criminals from Gotham City, designated as Task Force X, to eliminate all potential hazards associated with the Starfish Project. After absorbing Jarvis's account, Stark shook his head in disbelief. To eliminate a global crisis with a cadre of heavy criminals? That truly sounds like something those high-ranking officials would do. Engaging extraordinary beings to combat extraordinary threats is one thing, but employing criminals changes the nature of the operation entirely. However, Stark was unconcerned with the methods of the U.S. officials. His focus was on the entity he had encountered before, Black Flash. Gazing at the distant dark silhouette approaching the island nation, Stark swiftly issued a command to Jarvis. Jarvis, summon the Type 1 anti-flash armor. Sir, that model is currently only a data parameter, an experimental prototype, and lacks a complete combat-ready version, Jarvis replied. Stark furrowed his brow, but remained resolute. Forge it immediately. Expedite the process and prepare it for me at the fastest possible speed. Understood, sir. In the Atlantic Ocean, the night had descended, casting a dark veil over the waters. The waves rolled and crashed in the darkness, while a gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating an illusion of tranquility. Suddenly, a water arrow streaked across the sea, akin to a black lightning bolt, shattering the calm. This black bolt moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier, creating a shockwave that stirred the surrounding air into a tempest, causing waves to rise dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it surged 100 meters away. At the heart of this black lightning, 2 fiery, beastly eyes flickered like azure flames. It was none other than the amalgamation known as Nian in its black feline form. Its 4 paws, akin to helicopter rotors, propelled it forward with a blur of afterimages, allowing it to glide effortlessly over the water's surface, racing across the ocean like a perpetual motion machine, traversing unfathomable distances. Before the arrival of the new year, a colossal island emerged, stretching across the sea. With unwavering speed, it traversed the coastal waters, reaching the shores of the island. In the Trinity form, Nian's beastly gaze flashed with a hint of bloodlust. But the moment he set foot on the island's coast, he sensed the chilling aura of slaughter that enveloped this land. Chapter 88. The danger level of the black kitten soared. The air along the island's coast was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid smell of gunpowder. In his Trinity state, Nian took the form of a black kitten as he stepped onto the sandy beach. Endowed with night vision, he scanned the area ahead and observed the boundary where the sandy beach met the rainforest. It was evident that a brutal battle had recently taken place. The ground was strewn with the severed limbs of humans, debris from helicopters and artillery, and scattered bullet casings. Some areas still flickered with lingering flames and smoke. The signs of devastation painted a vivid picture of the battlefield's ferocity. However, the current coastline was devoid of any sounds or the presence of living beings. Were there no survivors? Where is the sorrow you sensed? Nian's voice emerged, raspy and perplexed. In response, a voice echoed in his mind. That of the young sovereign. I can only vaguely sense that it is somewhere on this island. Perception? Could it be through spatial abilities? The thought flickered through Nian's mind, yet even the young sovereign was unaware. Still in its juvenile phase, its innate powers as a devouring beast might yet be untapped. As Nian prepared to delve deeper into the island for investigation, he paused, his gaze abruptly fixating on a figure lying on the sandy shore, a humanoid creature resembling a yellow weasel. It appeared to have choked on water, its body drenched. Yet the subtle rhythm of its heartbeat indicated it was still alive. As the night deepened, within the island's interior, a team navigated through the dense, untamed rainforest. This group comprised various armed individuals, alongside two shark-like creatures walking on two legs and a young girl carrying a mouse on her shoulder. So hungry, so hungry. I want to eat something, the shark-like creature muttered, saliva dripping from its mouth as it patted its flat belly like a drum. Damn it. Are you sure this guy wants to see us as a meal? Grumbled a member of the team clad in a helmet and red attire. Of course not. He's our friend, the youthful Caucasian girl replied innocently, waving at the shark creature beside her. I don't believe it, retorted the man in red, snorting dismissively as he tightened his grip on his specially designed long-barreled pistol. You were almost devoured by it just now. It might have already digested you. Offering no credibility whatsoever. Silence, commanded the black-clad leader of the team, his voice low and resolute. There is no other option. They have already stated that it is the strongest force within our team. Without it, we cannot penetrate Jotunheim. To avoid being detonated by the bomb within us, and to successfully complete our mission and return to prison, we must maintain our forward momentum. Indeed, that is the case. As the words of the African-American man fell, a calm female voice resonated simultaneously in the miniature communicators of the team members. Thousands of kilometers away, in a high-level base on American soil, within a hall filled with surveillance screens and mainframe computers, a sternly dressed African-American woman coldly observed the screens. Remotely monitoring this task force comprised of high-security inmates from Belle Reve. This woman, Amanda Waller, was the mastermind controlling the task force. Should any of the criminals deviate from their mission or attempt to flee, she would not hesitate to activate the remote explosive device implanted within them. If you wish to mitigate your sentences, carry out your actions diligently. Amanda Waller spoke sternly into the communicator. Understood, responded a silent young man among the task force, his body adorned with peculiar luminescent patterns. However, before anyone else could speak, the monstrous shark creature's small eyes suddenly gleamed, and it lunged violently into the depths of the jungle. At that moment, the other members finally noticed a small black cat that had emerged from the rainforest underbrush, quietly perched on a rock, its luminous eyes observing them intently. It appeared rather adorable, did it not? In the face of a colossal beast many times its size. The shark creature charged ferociously. The little black cat suddenly flashed a wicked grin, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from its petite form. With a swift motion of its paw, the air erupted. Like being struck by a heavy truck, the airborne shark creature was sent flying, crashing into the rainforest with a thunderous roar, its robust 2-meter frame tumbling 10 meters before colliding with several towering trees to finally halt its momentum. Witnessing this shocking reversal unfold in an instant, an unprecedented chill coursed down the spines of the team members, leaving them in a state of dread. Just moments ago, they had proclaimed their strongest asset. It was evident that they were indeed criminals of the most grievous nature. After a brief moment of astonishment, they swiftly retaliated. The African-American captain, gripping a large-caliber firearm, pulled the trigger with precision. The man in red also quickly raised his wrist, and fired his long-barreled pistol. The luminescent young man raised his hands, unleashing a barrage of peculiar energy orbs. Meanwhile, a young woman, clutching a strange glowing technological device, intended to summon the rats on the island to attack, but she soon sensed something amiss. Her youthful, beautiful face drained of color as she gazed in sheer terror at the little black cat before her. Amidst a barrage of interwoven bullets and luminous orbs, a veil of projectiles enveloped the scene. A small black cat remained motionless, crouched on the ground. In the next moment, bullets and beams of light struck fiercely against its diminutive form, to the astonishment of the task force members. As the solid projectiles made contact with the surface of the black cat, they instantly rebounded or veered off course, brushing against its body without leaving a mark. The energy from the luminous projectiles, potent enough to pierce through stone, fell upon the black cat, yet it could not even singe a single hair. No, the black cat bore no fur. Its streamlined body was enveloped in a layer of dark biological skin. The bullets and beams were utterly ineffective. Faced with the onslaught from the team, the black cat remained unmoving, its emerald eyes growing increasingly fierce and impatient. "Stop attacking," cried a young woman, cradling a trembling mouse in her arms, fear evident in her voice. Simultaneously, each member's communicator crackled with the urgent directives of Amanda Waller. "Everyone, cease fire immediately. If you halt your attacks, you may yet survive. Continue your assault, and you will surely perish." Reluctantly, 3 members halted their fire, fully aware that this cessation meant their lives were now at the mercy of the small feline. "Why is it here?" In the command center of the American High Command, Amanda Waller wore a look of astonishment as she opened a dossier on her screen. The image of the black cat in the file bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic entity present at the scene. Codename, Black Flash. First documented on December 23, 2011. Christmas Eve, in downtown New York City. Species, unknown. Known abilities include formidable strength capable of effortlessly tearing through muscle cars, astonishing speed exceeding the sound barrier, the ability to alter or weaponize its limb forms, and the capability to manipulate tentacles that can engulf objects far larger than itself. Its maximum roar can generate ultrasonic waves, and it possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities, impervious to energy beams and heavy artillery bombardments. Combat record: unknown liquid entity neutralized. Iron Man nearly killed. Danger level exceeds that of the Hulk by 1 tier. Chapter 89. Task Force. Cat boss in the dense rainforest of the island. The night air was thick with tension. The African-American captain, the man in red, and the youth who had lost the peculiar luminescent markings on his body reluctantly lowered their firearms, raising their hands toward the seemingly innocuous black cat. This scene appeared both comical and bizarre. The team members, once fearless and undaunted even in the face of the most seasoned prison guards, found themselves unexpectedly surrendering to a creature barely larger than the palm of a hand. Despite their full arsenal, the black kitten suddenly leapt gracefully onto the shoulder of a youthful maiden, its emerald eyes surveying the group with an enigmatic gaze. Under its watchful scrutiny, none of the team dared to move. Even the air seemed too heavy to breathe. In the maiden's embrace lay a trembling black-furred mouse, which, at that moment, could no longer withstand the tension. Its eyes rolled back, limbs stiffened, and it fainted completely. Rustle. Amidst the underbrush of the rainforest, at the end of a vast furrow, a shark-like creature struggled to rise from the ground, having fallen in an awkward position. It shook its stout head vigorously, dislodging clumps of mud and revealing a gruesome imprint of a cat's paw upon its face. The shark-like beast quickly turned its gaze towards the black kitten, its robust limbs propelling it forward with haste. "Wait, this is not good." Just as the other members felt a twitch of apprehension, fearing the Shark King would continue its assault, it suddenly slid on the ground and, in a submissive manner, called out to the black kitten, "Leader cat." The crowd nearly fainted, utterly speechless at the sight of the Shark King's unexpected display of endearment. So, this is the true nature of the shark. It is no surprise that such a formidable creature would lower itself before the kitten. Its tough skin and resilience meant that even close-range gunfire barely caused it discomfort, let alone penetrate its formidable hide. Yet now, it had been thoroughly humbled by a mere swipe from the black kitten. Moreover, as a fish, it was only natural that it would be subdued by the most powerful cat in history. Observing the team members who had abandoned all intent to fight, the mysterious presence of the black kitten, which was also the amalgamation known as Nian, managed to quell its surging rage and murderous intent. To locate Starlo, Nian needed to comprehend the situation on this island. It was evident that he was not the only one with eyes on this land. Other factions were also vying for involvement. Earlier, Nian had awakened a humanoid yellow weasel from its watery plight on the beach, hoping to glean some information. To his dismay, the weasel was incapable of coherent speech, stammering awkwardly. Thus, Nian had returned the creature to the sea, only to sense the presence of living beings nearby, leading to an encounter with this peculiar group. Nian's voice, sharp and hoarse, cut through the silence. Identify yourselves and state your purpose. The assembled crowd was utterly astonished. The cat was speaking. Despite having a shark among their ranks, it walked on two legs and bore little resemblance to a human aside from its appearance. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at a high-ranking base in the United States, Amanda Waller was equally taken aback. Her fingers flying over the keyboard as she updated the intelligence dossier. Black Flash possesses high intelligence, capable of communicating with humans. What should we do? The Black Captain whispered into his tiny communicator. Follow its lead. Whatever it seeks to know, provide the information. Amanda Waller spoke in a low voice. Now, your task is to please it with all your might. Its existence holds greater significance than the Starfish Project. Before Amanda could finish her words, a black cat suddenly raised a paw, and several slender, liquid-like black tendrils swiftly extended, piercing the air and simultaneously shattering the miniature devices on the individuals present. Damn it! Damn it! Watching the monitors and communications lose all signals, Amanda Waller slammed her hands on the table in fury. One of her subordinates stepped forward, anxiously inquiring, "Ma'am, since the situation has spiraled out of control, what should we do next? Should we abort the mission or remotely activate the detonation devices on the convicts?" Not necessary. Amanda inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure as she gazed at the intelligence file on the Black Cat. Black Flash has previously appeared in New York City, hunting suspected extraterrestrial beings. It may very well be coming for the Starfish Project now. It could assist us in eliminating that plan. In the rainforest, having received Amanda Waller's approval and with remote monitoring and communications disabled, the team's African-American captain had no further reservations. He promptly explained to the feline-shaped being, "Nian, I am Robert Dubois. We are all life-sentenced heavy criminals from Belle Reve Penitentiary, and due to the special summons from high-ranking U.S. official Amanda Waller, we have formed a suicide squad, artfully named Task Force X, not intending to deceive or conceal anything from the highly intelligent Black Cat." Robert was acutely aware that defying Amanda Waller might not necessarily lead to death, but opposing the Black Cat surely would. Moreover, their loyalty to the so-called U.S. high-ranking officials and this mission was virtually non-existent. Robert, with great perceptiveness, divulged the identities of the group and the purpose of their journey to satisfy Nian's curiosity. Before long, Nian had gained a general understanding of the situation regarding this team. This infiltrating group encountered in the rainforest was known as Task Force X, currently comprising 5 members, most of whom hailed from Gotham City's notorious heavy criminals. The African-American captain, Robert Dubois, codenamed Bloodsport, was a former professional assassin, trained from a young age, skilled in various weapons, and an expert marksman who once sent Superman into intensive care with a kryptonite bullet. The red-clad man, Christopher Smith, codenamed Peacemaker, was also a former assassin, proficient with modern weaponry and skilled in close combat, a fervent patriot. The young woman, Cleo Cazo, codenamed Ratcatcher II, could communicate with rats using special devices and had been arrested for orchestrating bank heists with her rodent companions. The spotted youth, Abner Krill, codenamed Polka Dot Man, had been infected with a higher dimensional virus due to a failed experiment, enabling him to utilize the polka dots on his body as lethal weapons. All 4 were evidently far from ordinary, each possessing some degree of the extraordinary, or at least having one foot firmly planted in the realm of the exceptional. Among them, the non-human shark creature Nanawi is suspected to be a descendant of the ancient Shark King. Nian's gaze fell upon the Shark King, pondering whether this so-called Shark King bore any relation to the sunken Atlantis, as spoken of by his aunt. Nevertheless, possessing the ability to endure the triune form, he managed to deliver a powerful strike without succumbing, which was a testament to his commendable strength. Furthermore, the objective of this task force was the clandestine research institution Jordanheim located on this island, aimed at dismantling the ongoing Starfish Project within. Nian instinctively felt that this Starfish Project was likely connected to the Starro that the young emperor sought. Chapter 90. The Unreasonable Cat Leader Within the Rainforest. After revealing the origins and purpose of their mission, the members of the task force gazed nervously at the small black cat, as if awaiting the final decree of death. Would they be executed, or would they be spared? If the former were to occur, even a desperate struggle would likely lead to their complete annihilation. In an atmosphere thick with silence and dread, Nian, in the form of the triune black cat, unexpectedly leaped atop the head of the shark king Nanawi, adopting a position akin to a plush sofa, while his black tail gently swayed behind him. The black cat coldly commanded, "Continue onward." It appeared that they were indeed to partake in the journey. Did this mean they were invincible? The task force momentarily stood in stunned silence before exchanging glances. They had to admit that, as hardened criminals, their adaptability was remarkable. Nodding in unison, they seized their weapons and delved deeper into the rainforest, regardless of the circumstances. As long as they did not lose their lives at the hands of this terrifying feline presence, the mission could still proceed, which was the best outcome they could hope for at that moment. Yet, the entity that held sway over the lives of the task force had shifted from Amanda Waller of the American High Command to the seemingly innocuous Black Cat. Concerning the Black Cat perched upon his head, Shark King Nanawi exhibited no resistance. Rather, he felt a childlike joy, moving cautiously as if to avoid disturbing the little creature above him. "Why didn't you summon the mice to attack?" Captain Robert inquired curiously, glancing at the young maiden beside him. "I intended to summon a swarm of mice, but I suddenly sensed something," she replied, looking down at the unconscious mouse companion in her arms, managing a wry smile. The moment that cat, the cat leader, appeared, all the mice in the surrounding rainforest retreated 5 kilometers away. She paused, fear evident in her voice. They instinctively feared and respected it. Not only could they not launch an attack, they couldn't even draw near. Captain Robert cast a heartfelt glance at the small black cat not far behind them, reflecting, "Though I loathe mice, it is evident that their instincts are undeniably correct. Against such an extraordinary presence, no amount of mice would suffice." Nian lay quietly on the head of the Shark King, utilizing this peculiar team to probe the unknown circumstances of the island nation. He was acutely aware that excessive engagement in combat could swiftly lead to a disintegration of his rationality. However, he found the pace of the team rather sluggish. This was, of course, unavoidable. Despite the presence of extraordinary beings within the group, most possessed ordinary physiques, and without any mode of transportation. They could only advance on foot into the depths of the island's rainforests. According to the plan laid out by the task force, they were to infiltrate the local rebel forces in the jungle, proceed to the capital city, and locate the head of the research lab in order to penetrate Jotunheim. This would require at least 2 to 3 days. Nian's beastly eyes flickered with an ethereal hue, his impatience growing. With his current temperament, he found himself exceedingly agitated. He had classes tomorrow, and a late return would surely worry the mistress and maid at home. Was there truly no means of transportation? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a buzzing sound resonated from the night sky nearby. "Conceal yourselves." Captain Robert instinctively waved his hand, directing the members of the task force to hide within the underbrush. They looked up to see a military-style armed helicopter, its rotor blades whirling with a thunderous roar as it passed overhead, approximately 1,200 meters away. This was the insurgent force in control of the island nation. Unfortunately, the distance was simply too great. Even for a sharpshooter like him, without a sniper rifle, he posed no threat to the military helicopter. "Do not expose yourselves. Wait until it leaves," Captain Robert instructed, just as a once quiet black cat, previously resting atop the Shark King Nanasai's head, suddenly raised its tail, which arched gracefully like a missile, breaking the sound barrier as it propelled towards the helicopter 1,000 meters away. Surely not. The members of the task force could hardly believe their eyes as the black tail extended instantaneously to reach the helicopter's underside. The dark tendril tightened suddenly. Without any visible effort from the black cat, the military helicopter hovered in the night sky for half a second before being violently yanked towards them. "Run! Quickly!" The task force's minds went blank, and apart from the Shark King, everyone else instinctively fled in all directions. The triune Nian extended a pair of claws, sweeping them to the side, unleashing a tempest. Instantly, 2 enormous, sharp, Darkseid sliced through the trees within a 10-meter radius, rendering the surrounding rainforest open and clear. Buzzing. Under the powerful tug of the dark tendril formed by his tail, the military helicopter began to plummet towards Nian's location at an angle, its rapidly spinning rotor blades immediately shearing through numerous branches and foliage of the rainforest. As the military helicopter appeared poised to crash to the ground, 2 dark, serpentine tendrils erupted from the back of Nian, swiftly anchoring themselves beneath the helicopter, forming a tri-point support with the tail appendage, stabilizing the aircraft that weighed over 10 tons. The black feline, no larger than a palm, effortlessly hoisted the military chopper, defying all logic and captivating the onlookers with an unforgettable spectacle. With a swift motion, the black cat treated the helicopter as a mere toy, casting it onto a nearby open field, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath its weight. The cabin door of the helicopter creaked open, revealing soldiers of the rebel army, their faces etched with disbelief and confusion, utterly unaware of the chaotic turn of events. Before they could grasp the situation, armed figures surged from the surrounding rainforest, resembling desperate marauders. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. In an instant, the interior of the helicopter transformed into a bloody battleground, as countless rebel soldiers cried out in agony. The previously outmatched members of the task force unleashed their ferocity against the ordinary armed soldiers, displaying an unrestrained brutality. Particularly, Captain Robert and the Peacekeeper wielded death as effortlessly as one might partake in a meal. Within less than half a minute, the mangled corpses of the soldiers were hurled from the helicopter's cabin, staining the grass with crimson, and the rainforest soon returned to its eerie silence. "Oh, there is still a survivor here," Captain Robert remarked, venturing into the helicopter's interior, where he discovered a human figure ensconced within a large burlap sack in the corner. The slender silhouette suggested it was a woman. Under the cloak of night, amidst the now tranquil rainforest, the task force, or rather, just Captain Robert and the Peacekeeper, had effortlessly dispatched the dozen or so rebel soldiers within the military helicopter. Shark King Nanawi discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth, suppressing the temptation posed by the bodies of the fallen soldiers, remaining as still as a shark poised to strike. "Boss Cat, we have a live one here," Captain Robert announced, shouldering the burlap sack containing the woman as he descended from the helicopter, addressing the black cat perched above him. Suddenly, the woman inside the sack writhed fiercely, slipping from Captain Robert's shoulder and landing on the ground, prompting several task force members to converge from various directions. As the sack's opening loosened, the cerulean gaze of Nian, reflected in the form of the 3-in-1 black cat, revealed a girl with dual ponytails. Her hair dyed in a myriad of colors. The girl with twin tails possessed a fair and exquisite visage adorned with exaggerated clown makeup. Around her delicate neck, she wore a black mechanical necklace reminiscent of a pet's collar, clad in a revealing vest jacket that showcased her alluring navel and slender waist. Her lower body was barely concealed by a pair of crimson ultra-short shorts, while her supple legs were ensconced in black fishnet stockings. On her feet were high-top leather boots with heels, epitomizing a style that could be deemed as the epitome of nonconformity. What drew even more attention were the bold black tattoos inked on her exposed arms, the inner thighs, and even beneath her navel, featuring designs such as English letters, playing cards, and hearts, rendering her appearance a blend of extreme madness and sensuality. Emerging from a sack, the girl seemed momentarily disoriented as she slapped her cheeks and surveyed the gathering crowd around her. "Harley Quinn, what brings you here?" Captain Robert and other members of the task force recognized her instantly, astonished. After all, this seemingly delicate non-mainstream girl was a notorious criminal in Gotham City and even within Arkham Asylum. "Harley Quinn, codenamed the Joker's daughter," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "Ah, finally, I encounter a familiar face alive." Harley abruptly stood up, greeting everyone with an air of familiarity, then sighed dramatically. "I was in another task force. Everyone else met a tragic fate except for me." Despite her words, it was difficult to discern whether she truly felt sorrowful. Naturally, bearing the alias of the Joker's daughter encapsulated her capricious and inscrutable nature. "By the way, how did you manage to bring this big fellow down from the sky? Did you shoot it down? Who among you has such marksmanship?" Harley blinked, eyeing the military helicopter resting on the rainforest floor. The members of the task force were at a loss for words, directing their gaze towards a massive figure nearby. "Is it this behemoth resembling a shark? I never expected you to be so formidable," Harley marveled, approaching King Shark and playfully punching his rock-solid abs. "Wait, a kitty? You actually brought a cat on your mission?" she exclaimed. "Hold on, Harley, you've got it all wrong." The other members gasped in surprise at the scene. However, they soon realized that the feline leader did not seem perturbed. Nian observed the girl's clown makeup with a flicker of peculiar discomfort within him. His initial impression of Harley Quinn was far from favorable. A criminal of her nature, exhibiting signs of pathology and possible mental instability, was someone he would typically avoid, even if she were merely a girl in her early 20s. Yet, Nian was not in an ordinary state. He was currently in a triune mode. In terms of pathos, extremity, and malevolence, who could rival the amalgamation of Venom's symbiote and the essence of the devourer? At this moment, he clung to the remnants of his humanity and reason, precariously balancing on the tightrope of sanity, striving not to plunge into the boundless abyss of darkness. The deranged and macabre figure of Harley Quinn perfectly aligns with the peculiar tastes of the triad entity, Nian. It is essential to clarify that this affinity does not stem from a romantic perspective, but rather from the viewpoint of companionship. To Nian, she is an even more delightful pet than the formidable Shark King, Nian. Consequently, indulging or pampering this pet is deemed permissible in his mind. A dark impulse urges him to sequester her in a solitary, shadowy chamber. Suddenly, the visage of the little black cat contorts in a grotesque manner, teetering on the brink of humanity, threatening to plunge him into an abyss of darkness and malevolence. Unbeknownst to Harley, who fervently nuzzles against the little black cat, Nian finds himself engulfed in a cocoon of warmth and obscurity. The members of the task force gaze at the cat being pressed into Harley's jacket, collectively swallowing hard. Oh, but I was here first. The Shark King, Nian, feels a twinge of annoyance, his beady eyes casting a dissatisfied glare at the jester. Well, now that we have acquired the military helicopter, we can proceed directly to the capital. Captain Robert clears his throat, having realized why the cunning Nian chose not to obliterate the helicopter outright. Can you pilot a helicopter? Inquired the second-generation cat catcher, a hint of skepticism in his tone. I've flown a few times, Captain Robert confidently patted his chest. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the island nation of Codomitus, the capital city, the headquarters of the rebel forces stood ominously. The rooftop terrace of the estate, spacious enough to serve as a landing pad for helicopters, was guarded by numerous rebel soldiers. Even in the daylight, suddenly, the distant hum of rotors grew louder as a military helicopter approached. "The VE returned," shouted a rebel soldier, rushing forward to wave a small flag, directing the helicopter for landing. However, as the helicopter drew within 100 meters, it did not decelerate. Instead, it veered erratically, crashing towards them. The soldiers stationed on the terrace froze for a moment, then scattered in a panic. Inside the aircraft, the cabin reverberated with the angry shouts and curses of both men and women. "You said you had flown before, didn't you?" "I have, but only in a simulator." A brief silence fell over the cabin as the urgency set in. "Jump out quickly." As the military helicopter descended at an angle onto the rooftop, a group of 5 or 6 individuals leapt from its sides. Among them were 2 peculiarly dressed Caucasian girls. One cradled an unconscious black-furred rat, while the other held a small black cat against her chest. Following closely behind them was a monstrous shark-like creature, which gently supported their backs with its broad, blue and white palms. The military helicopter continued its rapid descent, colliding with the mansion's rooftop, its high-speed rotating blades slicing through the air and mercilessly shredding several soldiers who had failed to escape, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. With a cacophonous clash, the metallic body of the helicopter struck the ground, sparking a shower of flames as it skidded across the expansive open terrace. Propelled by its immense inertia, crashing into an adjacent building and erupting into a vibrant crimson fireball. The explosion's tremendous light and shockwave radiated outward, visible not only to the officials and soldiers within the mansion, but also to residents of the city several kilometers away. Captain Robert executed a tactical roll, landing on a charred and chaotic rooftop, observing the flurry of soldiers emerging from below. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "Well, this truly exposes us." Initially, the plan was to infiltrate the city through the jungle, blending in before reaching the research facility. However, due to the Black Cat's unexpected presence, they had leapfrogged from the starting point to the vicinity of their objective. What would have taken 2 or 3 days of travel had now been condensed into merely 1 or 2 hours. Perched nearby, the peacekeeper surveyed the multitude of soldiers below and, drawing an axe from behind, coldly declared, "Why bother with the details? Let us eliminate them all." Robert shrugged indifferently, raising his large-caliber firearm. Meanwhile, the Shark King, Nian, had landed in the courtyard of the mansion, leaving impressions in the grass as he firmly elevated his hands to assist the second-generation rodent catcher, Cleocatso, and the Joker, Harley Quinn, in their safe descent. As for the small black cat nestled against Harley's chest, it was inconceivable that it could suffer harm from such a height. Indeed, it was now cushioned and protected by a soft barrier, while the triad entity, Nian, remained comfortably nestled on Harley, peeking out from her jacket. At that moment, with a resounding splash, the youthful Abner Corell, known as the Polka Dot Man, plummeted from the sky, crashing into the fountain beside the grass and sending water flying. His face remained motionless beneath the surface, floating in the water. "Well, he is dead. Can he be eaten?" pondered Nian, gazing at the body of the Polka Dot Man in the pool, scratching his head in innocent confusion. "He is toxic. Better not," replied Cleocatso, patting Nian's shoulder in a comforting manner. Tat tat tat. The sound of gunfire resonated from the rooftop and various corners of the estate, indicating that the rebel forces had engaged with Captain Robert and his team. Intruders on the rooftop. Intruders in the courtyard as well. Suddenly, Several rebel soldiers in the courtyard cried out, brandishing firearms as they charged toward the members of the special task force led by Nian. Food. The Shark King Nanaway felt an intense surge of excitement, rushing directly at the rebel soldiers. A barrage of bullets struck its towering 2-meter frame, yet they failed to penetrate its blue and white skin, only slightly slowing its advance. With a resounding thud, the Shark King Nanaway spread its arms wide, resembling a small, armored tank shaped like a shark, and barreled toward the terrified armed soldiers, crashing through them and smashing into the wall behind, leaving a trail of blood in its wake as it barreled into the interior of the estate. The second-generation rat catcher, Cleocaza, observed this and remarked to the nearby Harley Quinn, "I cannot get too close to you. Otherwise, I cannot unleash my full potential. Suit yourself." Harley Quinn replied with a carefree chuckle, taking a few steps forward, her chest leading the way as she swayed with her little cat. She picked up a fallen firearm from the ground. "Then I shall team up with the little cat." Good luck." The second-generation rat catcher hesitated, casting a glance at the kitten nestled in Harley's bosom before hurriedly departing with the still sleeping rat. Harley, accompanied by the black kitten-shaped Nian, unhesitatingly leaped through the window. The first floor of the estate was smeared with blood and riddled with bullet holes, yet no corpses of the rebel soldiers were in sight, clearly having been dealt with by the Shark King. With a firearm in hand, Harley displayed no trace of fear. Rather, she joyfully ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor of the estate. Upon reaching the corridor of the second floor, she encountered a squad of rebel soldiers. The soldiers, momentarily taken aback by Harley's clown makeup and unconventional attire, were swiftly met with a hail of gunfire that transformed their bodies into a sieve. Blood splattered, and flesh flew. Faster, fiercer, and more frenzied than the rest. Harley Quinn's lips curled into a smile of delight as she reveled in the thrill of slaughter, radiating an exquisite blend of beauty and violence. Her high-heeled boots trampled over the mangled remains as she traversed the corridor. In the grand hall of the second floor, Harley entered to find only one person remaining, a tall man clad in a military uniform adorned with numerous honorable badges. General Silvio Luna, the newly appointed leader of this island nation and the true power behind the rebel forces. Silvio, initially brandishing a gold-embellished, large-caliber handgun, was unable to conceal his excitement upon seeing Harley Quinn enter the grand hall. He set down the firearm and exclaimed, "Harley Quinn, I have admired you for a long time." "Is that so?" Harley blinked in surprise. "Indeed. Look." Silvio seemed to forget the gravity of the situation, gesturing towards a red gown hanging on a coat rack in the hall. "This is what I prepared for you. I never expected to encounter you here." Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted. A clear bullet hole appeared on Silvio's forehead as he stared blankly at the gun-wielding Harley Quinn, his body immediately losing vitality and collapsing backward. "An admirer, are you? Regardless, you are destined to perish here today. Might as well meet your end at my hands." Harley chuckled nonchalantly, discarding the empty firearm and replacing it with a gold-embellished, large-caliber pistol. "But this outfit truly looks splendid," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the hanging red gown. She stepped forward, setting the large-caliber pistol aside, and began to shed her soiled top. The soft sound of the zipper parting filled the air as the garment slid smoothly down her slender legs. The black feline-shaped creature, Nian, leaped from her chest and landed gracefully on a nearby table, its ethereal blue eyes watching intently. As her jacket, ultra-short shorts, and fishnet stockings fell to the ground, they revealed the curvaceous and alluring form of the jester. There was no avoidance. The triune Nian merely observed with an appreciative gaze, as if regarding a particularly exquisite humanoid pet. Chapter 93, The Brand, the Colossal Starfish. In the leader's mansion, on the second floor's main hall, the scene remained grim, with the rebellious leader, General Silvio, lying lifeless on the polished floor. The triune, black feline-shaped Nian crouched quietly on a nearby table, suppressing its inner fury and malevolence. Observing the pale, tattooed figure draped in a vibrant red gown, it was a struggle to resist the urge to lash out with its tendrils in a fit of sadistic delight, perhaps influenced by the surrounding atmosphere of violence. Nian felt its own psyche becoming increasingly unstable, despite not having engaged in much physicality. It was imperative to swiftly locate the starro that the little emperor sought and leave this place. Nian's gaze unwittingly fell upon Harley once more. Wait. That brand-new red dress appeared excessively pristine. This simply would not do. As Harley Quinn completed her change of attire, the black feline suddenly leapt forward, its gooey, black paws landing upon the girl's chest. Nian left distinct paw prints on Harley's flawless neck and the soft, firm fabric of the red gown, as if branding her with its unique mark. The inky prints tainted her alabaster skin and soiled the immaculate dress, exuding a hint of wickedness. Now this looks much more pleasing. A pet should bear the marks of its owner, thought the infinitely darkened triune Nian. Harley, mistaking the black marks for mere dirt, laughed heartily and embraced the little black cat once more. At that moment, the gunfire and sounds of struggle from the rooftop, below, and the courtyard alike fell into a profound silence. Harley grasped the gilded, large-caliber handgun and descended the stairs with the small black cat in tow. Soon, she encountered Captain Robert, clad in black and red, amidst the courtyard of the estate, where bodies lay sprawled. The formidable Shark King bore numerous white bullet marks across his body and emerged, patting his slightly distended blue and white belly, joining the trio outside. What of the other two? Captain Robert inquired, puzzled by the sudden silence within the estate. One is there. Harley gestured toward the fountainess pool, where the half-submerged body of a young man lay, having perished upon leaping from the helicopter. Very well, Captain Robert found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This predicament was indeed his responsibility. The spotted individual, though a member of their task force, was a grotesque figure entwined with the extraordinary. Regrettably, due to the infection of a higher-dimensional virus, his physical constitution was even more frail than that of an ordinary human. Even had he not met his demise by falling from the helicopter, he was likely to succumb to the slightest misfortune. Wait, where is Cleocazo? Captain Robert's concern shifted from the spotted individual to the second-generation rodent catcher, who reminded him of his daughter. Right here came the voice from outside the estate's grand entrance. The second-generation rodent catcher, Cleocazo, entered, holding a balding scientist hostage. She gripped the dark collar of his shirt with her left hand while her right hand brandished a pistol pressed against his forehead. A black-furred rat gnawing menacingly at the scientist's neck. I caught him trying to flee the estate, the second-generation rodent catcher declared. However, as she approached the entrance, nearing Harley and the small black cat, the rat suddenly went rigid, its eyes glazing over, before it collapsed lifelessly from the scientist's neck. In a flurry, the second-generation rodent catcher swiftly cradled the rat in her hands, while Captain Robert took control of the balding scientist. You are Gaius Graves, the thinker, are you not? Head of the Starfish Project? Captain Robert leveled a cold gaze at the scientist, firearm in hand. The thinker seethed with anger. Damn it. You killed General Silvio. His right-hand man, the current General Matteo Su, will never let you get away with this. We care not, nor do we have a choice, Captain Robert replied. Casting a glance at Harley's black cat, he patted the thinker's face and continued, I demand you lead us into Jotunheim. At the mention of Jotunheim, the thinker's eyes widened, his countenance flashing with a mix of fear and fervor. Cotomatus, a colossal factory resembling a giant smokestack, housed Jotunheim, the greatest secret of this island nation. The site of the Starfish Project and the sole objective of the task force's current cleanup mission. Outside the Research Institute stood a formidable iron gate, fortified with electric fencing, guarded by a dozen fully armed rebel soldiers. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion erupted as a modified van forcefully crashed through the closed gates. The side doors of the van swung open simultaneously, and members of the Special Operations Team unleashed a barrage of gunfire, instantly reducing the soldiers to mere remnants of flesh. Open the door. Captain Robert forcibly pulled the thinker from the vehicle and smashed his face against the facial recognition scanner at the Institute's main entrance. The door swung open, allowing the remaining members of the Special Operations Team to surge inside. They were met by the terrified researchers from Jotunheim, along with the laboratory supervisor, all of whom hastily cleared a path leading to the uppermost level of the Institute. As they stepped into the most classified laboratory, the entire team was struck dumb, an eerie chill coursing through their bodies. There, against one wall of the Jotunheim lab, two men were ensnared by apparatus, struggling like drowning souls, their faces obscured by strange starfish-like creatures clinging to their eyes and mouths. At that moment, Nian, who had been resting on Harley like an ordinary black cat, leaped to the ground, his ethereal blue eyes fixated on the starfish adorning the experimental subjects. With the assistance of the Special Operations Team, they had successfully arrived at Jotunheim. It seemed everything was proceeding remarkably well. Is this the Starro you were searching for? Nian mentally communicated with the juvenile devourer beast. Meow? What does that mean? Nian pondered, to which the juvenile replied, not exactly, but it's close. The not exactly indicated that the starfish affixed to the subjects were not Starro. The close suggested that the three-in-one entity was on the verge of realization. Just then, within the depths of the laboratory, a massive suction cup tentacle slammed against the transparent protective glass wall, causing the entire building to shudder. What on earth is that? Even the seasoned members of the Special Operations Team, who had witnessed countless horrors and bloodshed, found themselves gripped by fear, their eyes wide with terror. As the colossal suction cup tentacle slid downward, the glass revealed a creature imprisoned within, a gigantic starfish monster, nearly two-thirds the size of the 30-meter-high research building itself. Chapter 94, Nian Strikes, Breaking the Cage. New York, Stark Industries headquarters. Sir, the anti-black flash armor is ready. The gentle yet concise voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, resonated in the grand hall on the top floor. Prepare for departure, Tony Stark commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination as he clenched his fists tightly. Confronted by the enigmatic black creature resembling a small black cat, known as Black Flash, Mark's Iron Man suit found itself utterly defenseless, ultimately banished to an unknown, mysterious realm, where he endured an unprecedented ordeal of terror. This haunting experience weighed heavily on Tony Stark's mind, leaving him restless at night, haunted by the cries of the Black Cat. Consequently, for an entire week, he tirelessly programmed, prioritizing the development of the anti-armor series, with the anti-Black Flash initiative taking precedence even over the anti-Hulk project, ranking first among the anti-series iron armors. The anti-armor was not merely an upgraded version of the conventional Mark suit, but a strategically tailored armor devised specifically to combat formidable superhuman entities, designed with the express purpose of neutralizing them. This time, I shall demonstrate my prowess, capturing you to unveil your true nature, Tony Stark murmured, a confident gleam illuminating his face. At that moment, Jarvis, ever attentive, inquired, Sir, would you like to record a personal video as part of the process? Alternatively, Miss Potts is just downstairs. I can contact her to come up. Tony Stark's smile vanished, his brow furrowing as he retorted, I do not appreciate this jest. Gazing upon the colossal and bizarre starfish creature confined within the research facility, the members of the task force stood in stunned silence. Look at its beauty, the thinker exclaimed, his fervor evident as he observed the gigantic starfish through the glass window. I have studied it for over 20 years. Its name is Starro, an extraterrestrial species capable of generating offshoots that can control and drain the energy from humans to bolster its own strength. As the thinker spoke, the enormous, one-eyed Starro imprisoned within the facility glared back at him with fury, slamming one of its suction cup tentacles against the glass. Over 20 years, Nian sensed a dissonance in the information. The little emperor was merely a juvenile devourer, yet Starro had been imprisoned in Jotunheim for 2 decades. How then did the little emperor come to know Starro, and why did it seek to find it? Nian felt perplexed, an enigma that even the little emperor could not elucidate. Perhaps only through Starro could the secrets behind this mystery be unveiled. Why pursue this inhumane starfish project? Do you intend to wield its power to endanger the world? The second-generation rat catcher could not restrain his curiosity. Ha ha ha. The thinker suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, retorting coldly, 22 years ago, high-ranking officials from the U.S. government captured this alien species in outer space and relocated it to this island nation, constructing this research facility known as Jotunheim. Many present displayed astonishment upon hearing this. The thinker continued with unwavering conviction, indeed. The very government that has now dispatched you to dismantle the Starfish Project is the same entity that entrusted me with conducting human experiments and extraterrestrial research on this alien species. However, due to the shifts in power over the years, they now wish to dispose of their current loose ends, unwilling to acknowledge their initial nefarious dealings. Upon hearing the thinker speak ill of the American side, the peacekeeper within the task force grew agitated. You're talking nonsense. Don't believe him. He is a madman. Unfazed, the thinker chuckled, gesturing towards a computer server in the laboratory. You can retrieve the chip containing archived data. It holds all the evidence of the American involvement in the plan over the years. Perhaps this is what the higher-ups truly wish for you to eliminate. The mischievous Harley, ever eager for chaos, stepped forward and seized the chip from the server. Hand it over. The peacekeeper suddenly advanced, reaching out assertively towards Harley. Didn't you say you didn't believe it? Why are you so concerned now? Harley chuckled mischievously. Regardless of its authenticity, for the sake of world peace, I shall see it destroyed here. The peacekeeper stood resolute, speaking coldly. Everyone, let us remain calm. Captain Robert and the second-generation rat catcher attempted to intervene. However, amidst the tension, the onlookers failed to notice the black cat had approached the edge of the glass wall. Behind the thick protective glass, the three-in-one entity, the black cat, gazed intently at the colossal starfish creature of immense size within. Ah, you wish to emerge, don't you? The black cat grinned wickedly, slowly lifting a paw. What is that cat planning? The thinker was the first to notice this peculiar scene, gazing at the black cat with puzzled murmurs. Hearing his words, the task force members finally paid attention. Except for the oblivious Harley, all members, including Captain Robert, found their minds blank. It seemed to validate their thoughts as the three-in-one entity of the black cat suddenly swiped its tiny paw against the protective glass. Come forth. With a resounding thud. Just one swipe. The specially reinforced glass, impervious even to sniper bullets, shattered outward in a web of cracks radiating from the center of the black cat's paw. No way. This is impossible. The thinker's face was a portrait of astonishment, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle that shattered his understanding. Soon after, an overwhelming dread surged within him. The alien monster, Starro, imprisoned for over 20 years, was about to re-emerge into this world. In New York, at the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, the director, was tidying up documents in his office drawer, dealing with the aftermath of the recent battle. Suddenly, he sensed something and pulled out a photograph from the drawer. As his deep-set eye fell upon the image, his typically stern expression softened slightly. It was a group photo featuring a tall young African-American man resembling him, with vibrant eyes, alongside a beautiful blonde woman clad in an unusual protective suit. The backdrop of the photograph is set against a spacecraft imbued with an otherworldly technological aesthetic, alongside a mature orange cat resting on the ground, and a peculiar starfish, no larger than a palm, standing beside the feline. Has it truly been over 20 years? A hint of nostalgia flickers across Nick Fury's dark visage, only to be swiftly masked as he carefully reinsert the treasured snapshot into a folder. That was his goddess, now departed, and the youth he has long lost. Chapter 95. The malevolent curse of the triune entity within the Yggdrasil Research Institute's laboratory. The thinker gazes at the shattered glass wall, obliterated by the small black feline, and murmurs in a tone laced with dread, as if foreseeing his fate. No, please don't kill me. I do not wish to perish here. I was mistaken. I implore you, spare me. In the next instant, a colossal starfish tentacle strikes outward, shattering the already cracked glass wall with ease, sending shards scattering like rain. The tentacle swiftly arches over the crouched black cat, ensnaring the thinker, Gaius Graves, who lets out a harrowing wail of agony as he is violently pulled into the Institute's sealed confinement space. From this moment forth, the thinker irrevocably loses the capacity for thought. A resounding roar echoes from the extraterrestrial entity, resembling a gargantuan starfish, its fury unquenchable. For even the death of the mastermind behind the Starfish Project cannot diminish the humiliation and rage that has festered over the past 2 decades. 2 massive starfish tentacles strike down on either side of the shattered wall, and with a surge of force, cracks begin to spiderweb across the structural walls, sending tremors throughout the entire research institute. At that moment, the entire facility quakes violently. The ceiling and floor of the laboratory crack open like a spider's web, and a cascade of rubble and dust fills the internal space. Get out of here. The remaining members of the task force, their faces pale with fear, turn in unison to flee the crumbling laboratory. Harley Quinn, the gesturely figure, glances back, observing the serene black cat amidst the collapsing floor deep within the lab. Its eyes resembling flickering azure flames, seemingly reveling in the chaos of destruction. Outside the Yggdrasil Research Institute, local armed military vehicles arrive in droves, and hundreds of rebel soldiers swiftly disembark, encircling the Institute in a tight perimeter. The death of their leader, Silvio, and the invasion of the Yggdrasil Institute has ignited General Matteo Su's boundless wrath. Whatever emerges, shoot it on sight. General Matteo Su commands, his beard quivering with authority, his demeanor cold yet imposing. Yes, General. The fully armed rebel soldiers respond in unison. At that moment, a thunderous rumble resounds. The earth trembles incessantly as the external walls of the Yggdrasil Research Institute become marred with alarming fissures, heralding total collapse. The corridors and laboratories within the institute crumble down, layer by layer, into ruin. The remaining members of the task force scattered in a desperate bid for escape, some leaping to parts of the building that had yet to collapse, while others plummeted through the shattered floor, each showcasing their remarkable survival skills. Just before the section of the structure where she stood tilted and crumbled, Harley managed to leap onto a relatively intact part of the building. However, before she could rise from the trembling, slanted floor, a pair of black leather boots suddenly loomed before her. "Hand over that chip," commanded the peacekeeper, clad in a steel helmet and a red shirt, as he towered over the prone Harley Quinn. "Smith, you are truly relentless," she retorted, unable to suppress a sneer that marred her delicate gesture makeup. "Even at this critical juncture, you still think you can clean up the mess for the government. Regardless of the cost, even if it means sacrificing my life, I will eradicate all elements that threaten peace in this world." The peacekeeper's expression remained stoic as he gazed down at Harley, suddenly extending his right hand to grasp her throat. Gasping, Harley clutched at his fingers. Struggling desperately but unable to break free, her breath constricted. "Hurry, give me the chip. Otherwise, you shall perish here." The Peacekeeper's gaze was as cold as steel, unwavering as he loomed over the jester. Yet, unbeknownst to them both, the moment the Peacekeeper's hand made contact with Harley's body, it seemed to trigger some malevolent and extraordinary mechanism. The black claw mark, resembling a strawberry, on the side of Harley's neck abruptly faded from her fair skin, only to reappear at the very spot where the Peacekeeper's hand clutched her throat. A multitude of nearly invisible dark tendrils, smaller than the tiniest needle, sprang up from the black claw mark. The Peacekeeper felt a sharp pain in his palm, instinctively retracting his grip from the girl's neck. He looked down in astonishment to discover his hand, bloodied and mangled, as if inflicted by a myriad of minute needles. Moreover, an unknown dark liquid seeped from the wound, akin to a mysterious neurotoxin, swiftly coursing through his veins at a visible speed, spreading throughout his body. "What have you done to me?" The Peacekeeper gasped, feeling an inexplicable tightness in his chest. His eyes, now laced with black blood, filled with terror as he looked at Harley. His body stiffened, succumbing to weakness, and he tumbled down from the fractured, slanted floor. What just happened? Harley blinked in confusion at the suddenly released Peacekeeper as he fell away. At that moment, the black claw mark on her neck had returned to its original position. The return of the mark was shrouded in an eerie silence, akin to a new tattoo etched upon the jester's skin. Unbeknownst to Harley, this claw mark not only bore the wound inflicted by the creature, but also possessed the extraordinary properties of a symbiotic entity, complete with its own tendrils and venomous attributes. This is the only year of the Triune, leaving an indelible mark that cannot be erased throughout one's life. It is also a form of eternal and malevolent curse. Bang! The rebel soldiers encircling Jotunheim stood in stunned silence, gazing at the towering 20-meter-tall colossal starfish monster that faintly emerged from the crumbling research facility. The general, in a state of shock, shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Open fire!" Instantly, a torrent of bullets surged toward the massive starfish within the building. The starfish, in pain, abruptly raised its suction-cupped arms, unleashing a multitude of small starfish that surged forth like bubbles from its vividly colored giant tentacles. These palm-sized starfish floated through the air, overwhelming the scene as they precisely landed upon the heads of the rebel soldiers, their five-clawed suckers firmly adhering to their faces, eyes, mouths, and noses. The soldiers could not even utter a sound of anguish before collapsing in droves, akin to wheat falling in autumn. Just as vengeance made its entrance, it had already declared its conclusion. It was over. General Mateo Su stood frozen in place, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, soon to be consumed by one of the starfish. At that moment, with a swift sound, a small shadow darted through the air and landed atop the colossal starfish. It was a black kitten. "Let us converse, Starro." The Triune, Nian, rasped. Chapter 96. The King of Devourers, Ironland. Clattering. The central eye of the colossal starfish monster, Starro, glanced upward, fixating on the tiny creature atop its head. "What shall we discuss?" Starro was evidently filled with rage. Yet perhaps recognizing that Nian had aided in its liberation from the research facility, it responded. Its reply manifested as a mental projection within Nian's mind. "Do you recognize me? I am the Devourer, Nian." Before Nian could finish his cold words, bang! A giant tentacle of Starro suddenly struck toward its own head. Nian, like a small black lightning bolt, swiftly evaded and reappeared above the giant tentacle. Do not mention the Devourer. This was akin to pouring fuel on the already extraordinary fury of Starro. It forcefully flung the black kitten resting upon its tentacle forward, declaring, "This city is mine. Leave this city, and I shall not harm you." Simultaneously, perhaps due to absorbing the energy of the nearby rebel soldiers, Starro's already colossal form expanded further, resembling a 30-meter-high starfish mountain, completely obliterating the original research facility into rubble. Amidst the dust swirling behind Starro, shadows of both men and women stealthily fled. The modern city above the island of Kotomatis, like a cannonball hurled through the air, the amalgamation known as Nian was abruptly propelled, its dark feline form expanding tenfold. Resembling a balloon-like cat suspended high above the ground, Nian instinctively sensed a misunderstanding between himself and Starro. Yet, at this moment, his humanity was increasingly twisted by malevolent darkness, causing him to lose reason and grow ever more impatient in his dealings. "Is this how you wish to confront me?" The black kitten suddenly grinned malevolently, its front paws extending forward like a viscous, dark liquid, swiftly reaching out to seize Starro's distant form. Subsequently, Nian transformed once more into a black projectile, shattering the sound barrier as he streaked across the sunlit city sky, crashing forcefully into Starro's forehead. Boom! A shockwave erupted. A powerful force unleashed solely by the extraordinary physique of a living being. The members of the task force, who had retreated 100 meters away, widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing the gigantic starfish creature, akin to a mountain, being toppled by the diminutive black kitten. Starro, in pain, stumbled backward, his immense size causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. "You wish to stand against me, do you?" Starro seethed with a fury that intertwined and raged in the air. Immediately, the myriad of colorful, small starfish floating above, along with jellyfish-like entities that had split from Starro, began to converge, encircling Nian in a menacing swarm. In mere seconds, the airborne Nian was enveloped by the multicolored jellyfish, forming a spherical mass thrice the size of his own feline form. More small starfish joined in, encircling him in layers, transforming the mass into a colossal sphere with a radius of 5 meters. 100 meters away from the battlefield, "This is not good for our cat leader," exclaimed the shark King Nanawi, his small eyes narrowing with alarm as he observed the scene. His battered, rotund body trembled with anxiety. "Those jellyfish possess formidable devouring abilities. My shark skin was easily pierced. Thankfully, there weren't many attacking me. Otherwise, I would have been consumed by now." The remaining members of the task force grew increasingly tense, as they found themselves hoping for the black kitten to triumph over Starro. Harley instinctively touched the black cat paw mark on her neck. "Cleo, can you summon the rat swarm?" Even the normally fearful Captain Robert, who harbored an intense aversion to rodents, couldn't help but address the girl beside him. However, others quickly noticed that the second-generation rat catcher Cleo's shoulder bore a black-furred rat that had just awakened, yet it continued to tremble uncontrollably. The rat stammered, glancing fearfully towards the ruins of Jotunheim. "The rat swarm has retreated even further." The vibrant sphere, encapsulated by jellyfish and starfish, paused for a few seconds before suddenly erupting from within with a violent burst. With a resounding pop, countless dark, sharp, armed tendrils emerged from the core, piercing through the bubble-like fragments, unleashing a formidable and sinister aura that enveloped the surroundings. A small bolt of black lightning shot forth from within, landing once more above Starro's head. However, this time, the creature known as Haishin was far less courteous than before. The little black cat abruptly opened its gaping maw, resembling a gory abyss, and bit down on the starfish's claw above Starro. Simultaneously, numerous dark tendrils extended from its body, ensnaring the starfish, which was the size of a small mountain. Who would devour whom? The roles had reversed. In that moment, the black cat's mouth transformed into a bottomless void. The immense gravitational pull combined with the tendrils' constriction enabled it to consume Starro, whose bulk was hundreds of times greater than its own. How could this be possible? Starro's mind flickered with incredulity, unable to resist as its 30-meter-tall form was devoured by the cat's gaping maw. Haishin gracefully landed on the ruins, exhaling slowly to quell the tumultuous evil and rage within. The interior of the devourer resembled a miniature universe. Despite its small size, it was, in fact, far more expansive than an entire galaxy. With conscious intent, Haishin placed Starro into the relatively stable middle layer of the devourer, relocating the previous cosmic cube and gem scepter to the deepest recesses of this realm. As for the chaotic lower depths of the devourer, they were littered with the remains of extraterrestrial beings and wreckage of warships. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Haishin. The little emperor was merely a young devourer. When had it ever consumed so many alien entities? Moreover, why did it possess the instinct to seek out Starro, who had been imprisoned in Jotunheim for over 20 years? Before Haishin could ponder further, at the horizon of the azure sky above the island nation, a point of light flickered into existence, accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom as an Iron Man approached from afar. As it neared the city, the platinum-hued figure descended at an angle, ultimately crashing down with a clang right before the triune entity of Haishin. Chapter 97. Iron Man, I'm back in action. Observing from a distance of 100 meters, the remnants of the Special Task Force, Captain Robert of the Bloody Sports, the second-generation rat catcher Cleocas, Harley Quinn, and King Shark Nanawi, watched in astonishment as the towering starfish Starro was swiftly consumed by the mysterious presence resembling a small black cat. Clearly, they had underestimated the capabilities of the triune entity known as Haishin before they could even dare to breathe a sigh of relief. The members of the task force beheld an Iron Man descending from the heavens into the fray. Although the armor adorning him had been repainted in a lustrous platinum hue and bore a design distinct from the globally renowned standard appearance, the austere and metallic sheen of the steel armor, coupled with the brilliant white light emanating from his chest and square eye sockets, unequivocally revealed his unique identity as the superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark. With the heart of steel and the flesh of a mortal, he had attained fame through battle. Forever enshrined as the deity of New York, another formidable presence had arrived. Captain Robert surveyed the battlefield and inhaled deeply, remarking, "Surely Hyacinth, tea coming for us?" Cleo spoke up, a hint of tension in her voice. "I hope not." Harley chuckled lightly, shrugging in a self-deprecating manner. "Rest assured, we likely Haven tea caught his attention." P.S. Probably after that adorable little black cat. Adorable? The others regarded her with puzzled expressions. Alas, it is merely a cat. However, as long as there is love, what is the harm? Harley teased, playfully licking her alluring crimson lips. The Shark King, Nanawi, continued to sharpen his teeth. Above the ruins of Jotunheim, a heap of rubble and scrap metal, Iron Man slowly stood upright from a kneeling position. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, his platinum armor, adorned with lightning patterns, shimmered with an icy glint. The black cat-like form of Nian gazed intently at Iron Man, its originally vibrant azure eyes now drifting towards a hollow white void. Although it remained the dominant entity of the triad, it increasingly lost its human emotions and inner rationality. Having located the target of his quest, Star-Lord, Nian had initially intended to retreat to Washington from the island. Yet, faced with Iron Man's provocation, how could the tempestuous nature of the triad allow for restraint? "Defy me, and we shall battle." Thus, without further ado, Nian flashed a menacing grin, and in an instant, the ground beneath the black cat shattered. The shadowy feline, accompanied by a trail of ethereal remnants, surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, propelled by the explosive air and swirling winds, charging directly at Iron Man. Confident though he was in his anti-black lightning armor, Iron Man understood that this adversary would not be easily subdued. Therefore, from the moment Nian's body began to move, his mind and body tensed to an unprecedented degree. JARVIS. Engage all engines at maximum power. "Yes, sir," the AI responded. But before the words could fully resonate, the black lightning was already upon him. The petite black cat lunged at Iron Man, extending its dark claws with lethal intent. In a critical moment, Iron Man's armored neck, arms, waist, legs, feet, and even palms erupted with a surge of searing energy, propelling him upwards in a sudden acceleration that created an impression of motion blur beneath the sunlight, narrowly evading the cat's swift and powerful strike. Indeed, in order to contend with the supersonic speed of the elusive Black Flash, Tony Stark meticulously sought to maximize the explosive potential and velocity of his armor, enabling it to operate at full engine power for a limited duration against this adversary. However, this came at a cost. The energy consumption of the anti-Black Flash suit was staggering, with even the compact nuclear reactor failing to sustain prolonged combat beyond 10 minutes. Furthermore, the wear and tear on the suit's components were exponentially greater than that of conventional armor, rendering this multi-million-dollar creation effectively disposable after a single engagement. Destined for the scrap heap. This was the essence of investing heavily for power. As Iron Man deftly evaded the cat's strike, he suddenly dove downwards, delivering a punch imbued with the might of his engine-powered armor. The black tail of the creature reacted with remarkable speed, intercepting his metallic fist with a swift flick, resulting in Iron Man himself being flung away from the impact. Despite matching his opponent's speed, there remained a significant disparity in strength. Iron Man was not surprised. His armored punch was merely a feint, while his true countermeasure was set in motion. With a resonant whirring sound, portions of the armor's outer shell on his arm opened, activating a strategic device that unleashed a thick cloud of white mist, enveloping the black cat entirely. This was a high-density tear gas. The white mist not only shrouded the feline, but also rapidly spread over a significant portion of the ruins of Jotunheim, obscuring the view for the task force stationed 100 meters away. The triformed creature, oblivious to the gas, did not cover its mouth or nose. Instead, it deliberately opened its gaping maw, allowing a powerful suction to draw in the surrounding tear gas. Within mere seconds, the gas was nearly consumed. In the midst of the turmoil, 20 meters in the air, Iron Man was about to emerge from the gas when he raised both hands, palms upward, with the engine lights on his armor illuminating brightly. Yet this time, instead of the usual piercing beams of light, he unleashed a continuous ice blue laser alongside an unknown gas in a spray-like discharge. When the icy blue laser and an unidentified gas struck Nian, the surrounding air plummeted to sub-zero temperatures, forming a layer of frost on his dark-hued exterior and the ground beneath him. The chilling effects of the laser and the concentrated liquid nitrogen rapidly encased the black kitten in an icy sculpture, freezing the ground within a 5-meter radius. Iron Man, still uneasy, did not cease his efforts until he had exhausted all cooling devices, encasing a 10-meter area in solid ice. This abrupt freezing was a result of the anti-dark flash armor's decision to abandon conventional laser methods to counter a small, yet robust, extraordinary being, specifically modifying one of its primary offensive capabilities. In Chapter 98, tears on the screen, looking down at the black kitten now frozen to the ground. The Iron Man suit hovered in the air, and within, Tony Stark exhaled a sigh of relief, only to soon narrow his pupils in alarm. Crack! The thick layer of ice enveloping the black kitten suddenly erupted with deep, intertwining cracks, swiftly followed by the surrounding frozen ground shattering apart. As a shadowy beast leapt violently into the air. Here it comes. Tony Stark gritted his teeth, raising his right hand to unleash a massive plume of gas once more. In the next instant, he was sent flying by the onslaught of the 3-in-1 Nian. Iron Man, propelled by the tremendous force and inertia, plummeted rapidly towards a city area behind him. In midair, Iron Man instinctively raised his left arm, a strategic device emerging from his wrist, which then shot forth a beam of intense flame. The flames ignited the high-density gas in front, creating an even more terrifying inferno that engulfed the black kitten. Since the cooling was ineffective, he would resort to burning it with high temperatures. Boom! As Iron Man crashed hard onto the adjacent asphalt, sparking flames upon impact, the remaining 4 members of the special team stood in silence, witnessing the battle-damaged figure rise from the ground. Casting a glance at his team, Iron Man reignited his armor's engines and soared back into the fray. Above the ruins of Jotunheim, flames raged like a colossal fireball as a melting form plummeted from its center. Hovering 50 meters above the battlefield, Iron Man gazed downward, observing the kitten's body, its dark exterior seemingly liquefying into a viscous, dark sludge that flowed downward. Has this attack truly taken effect? Tony Stark murmured, his heart weighed down by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. On the ground, the 3-in-1 Nian suddenly widened his eyes, transforming them into a colorless pallor devoid of emotion. The symbiotic dark sludge on his surface appeared to boil, resembling black flames that blazed fiercely. Due to the overutilization of the extraordinary powers of the triune entity, the tenuous grasp on humanity finally crossed the threshold, plunging into an abyss of unfathomable darkness, as a palpable aura of malevolence ascended from its being. Were it an ordinary symbiote, it would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries under the recent onslaught of searing flames. However, the symbiotic incarnation of Nian remained impervious to the weaknesses of flames, ultrasonic waves, and other vulnerabilities typical of symbiotes. Of course, the dormant symbiotic venom within was likely caught in the crossfire as well. The triune state could not be maintained for long, yet at that moment, it embraced its true form. With the loss of control, there was no need to restrain its inner self or power. Instead, it surrendered to unbridled indulgence. Like the most sinister of villains, the dark feline raised its gaze, its empty white eyes fixating on Iron Man above. The black viscous substance that burned and melted from its form transformed abruptly into sharp, terrifying dark tendrils, swiftly slicing through the air, densely aimed at the suspended Iron Man. Startled, Iron Man instinctively reacted, activating his engines to their fullest capacity as the anti-black flash armor became a streak of white lightning, narrowly evading the first few dark tendrils. Yet, the ensuing tendrils far exceeded a mere dozen and began to bifurcate, geometrically increasing in number. Thousands of tendrils. Iron Man, initially contemplating a rapid escape, was overwhelmed by the despairing scene before him, forcing him to accelerate away from the tendrils. However, even at a height of 100 meters, the tendrils caught up, ensnaring him tightly in their dark embrace. "This is bad," Tony Stark murmured helplessly, only to be yanked down, armor and all. Boom. With the pull of the triune entity's tendrils, Iron Man plummeted from a height of 100 meters, crashing into the ruins of the research facility and scattering debris in every direction. A cloud of dust settled. Half of Iron Man's body was buried in the rubble, the anti-black flash armor marred with scratches and cracks, while a corner of the helmet shattered, revealing Stark's bearded visage. "Have I lost again?" Stark mumbled to himself, the energy core in his chest and the light in his eyes dimming. Just then, the urgent voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, broke through. "Don't give up, sir." Of course, he could not concede defeat. "I am Iron Man. How could I possibly fall here?" Stark's eyes regained their brilliance, and, reigniting his fighting spirit, he declared with resolve, "Jarvis, activate backup unit number 2. As he spoke, far above in the skies of the Kodomatis Islands, a small satellite bearing Stark Industries insignia hovered silently. At that moment, two crimson-hued square metallic objects detached from the satellite, descending rapidly towards the Earth below, propelled by their own engines. As they pierced through the atmosphere, one of the square metallic objects began to disassemble mid-air, accelerating further into the depths below. Clang! One of the steel fragments, resembling a formidable iron pillar, crashed to the ground before the uncontrollable entity known as Nian, embedding itself over half a meter deep and obstructing his path. Simultaneously, several other iron pillars plunged into the earth beside him, encircling the feline form of Nian. Ultimately, a robust steel cover descended, seamlessly merging with the pillars below to secure its grip. Meanwhile, another square steel object surged toward Iron Man amidst the ruins. With a fierce thrust, the dark claws of the Black Cat pierced through the steel cover, tearing a colossal opening apart with sheer strength. This delay afforded Iron Man the opportunity to fully revive amidst the debris, re-emerging in a newly modified armor. Towering at 2 to 3 meters high, the armor appeared imposing and solid, adorned in a vibrant gold-red hue. The anti-Hulk armor made its grand debut. Donning the anti-Hulk armor, Tony Stark advanced with heavy, deliberate strides, exuding immense power as he swung a colossal steel fist toward the Black Cat ahead. To Nian, the movements appeared sluggish and easily avoidable from various angles. Yet, in his uncontrolled state, reason eluded him. With a menacing grin, he too raised his enlarged dark claws and retaliated with a punch. As the steel fist of the anti-Hulk armor collided with Nian's empowered dark fist, it was akin to a high-explosive grenade detonating on the spot. The surrounding air ruptured violently, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and gust of wind. Astonished, Tony Stark widened his eyes as he felt the overwhelming force emanating from the punch, causing the anti-Hulk armor to involuntarily retreat a step. Even the formidable melee strength of the anti-Hulk armor faltered slightly against this force. It is worth noting that the anti-Hulk armor was designed to contend with the Incredible Hulk before Stark could fully process the encounter. The Black Cat pounced onto the anti-Hulk armor, sinking its teeth into the layers of armor, causing them to shatter instantly. Inch by inch, the pristine steel shell was crushed by its sharp, relentless fangs, with components tumbling into the abyss of the Black Cat's throat. Toys, merely toys. Iron Man could no longer maintain his composure, his psyche fracturing under the pressure. The destruction of two anti-Hulk strategic weapons in quick succession led Stark to question the very foundations of science. Chapter 99, Teleportation, I Am Home. In Jotunheim, amidst the ruins, a chilling sound echoed, crunching and swallowing, heralding a terrifying scene. In mere seconds, the once mighty anti-Hulk armor had been thoroughly ravaged by the mysterious Black Cat. Its once magnificent gold-red armor now riddled with dents and imperfections. Those unaware of the truth might have mistaken the anti-Hulk armor for something as insubstantial as paper. The small Black Cat continued to gnaw inward, and the damage to the Hulkbuster armor had reached nearly 50%, rendering it incapable of sustained combat. Regardless of how difficult it was to accept, the harsh reality of defeat lay starkly before them. The Hulkbuster armor flashed a red alert, and Tony Stark gritted his teeth, reluctantly issuing one final command. Suddenly, the back of the armor split open rapidly, and a battle-worn Iron Man, glistening in platinum, emerged from the armor's compartment. All of his engines roared to life at maximum power, transforming him into a streak of white light as he soared toward the horizon beyond the island. However, at that moment, Iron Man, clad in the anti-Hulk armor, appeared far more disheveled than when he had first arrived, wisps of black smoke curling around him, with the severely damaged steel shell revealing glimpses of the human Tony Stark within. The Iron Man, who once stood alongside deities, was now in retreat after a humiliating defeat. 100 meters away, the remaining 4 members of the task force witnessed this scene, momentarily unable to believe their eyes. The legendary Iron Man had suffered 2 devastating defeats, enough to turn the mysterious Black Cat into a captivating tale for the world to ponder. On the battlefield, the 3-in-1 Black Cat, resembling Nian, had a flicker of vitality return to its hollow white eyes as it watched Iron Man vanish into the clouds, showing no intention of using its tendrils to intercept him. Indeed, gratitude was in order. Nian had unleashed the darkness and malevolence that had long been suppressed within him against the 2 sets of anti-armored suits, allowing his humanity to stabilize above the brink. By now, nearly 12 hours had passed since his departure, and the duration of the 3-in-1 form was drawing to a close. He needed to leave this place swiftly or find a hidden spot to allow the little Emperor to take another bite, restoring his abilities to return to Washington. Yet, There was one more task to accomplish. With this thought in mind, Nian opened his mouth wide and devoured the remnants of the Hulkbuster armor's final body. Then, leaving behind a trail of shadows, leaped forward at great speed, arriving before the remaining members of the task force in an instant. Crunch, crunch, big cat! Shark King Nanawi exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. Harley Quinn, the Joker's accomplice, couldn't hide her joy and stepped forward, eager to embrace it once more. Meanwhile, the relatively composed Captain Robert and the second-generation rat catcher displayed expressions of intense anxiety, fearful that the black cat might turn its wrath upon them. Yet, even with this apprehension, they dared not raise their weapons or show any hostility, for it would be futile. At most, they could only hope to die with dignity. As the black cat appeared before them, it suddenly raised its dark right paw, and 5 shadowy tendrils extended from its claws, piercing into Harley Quinn. Second-generation rat catcher Cleo Cazo, Captain Robert, Shark King Nanawi, and the black-haired rat. Just as Captain Robert believed his demise was imminent, he discovered that the tendrils had not pierced their bodies but rather, without inflicting any pain, had seamlessly melded into their flesh. In a swift motion, they extracted a diminutive device from within, which was evidently a microbomb implanted within the commando members. The moment the microbomb detached from the human form, it triggered the detonation sequence. Yet, the dark, viscous fluid enveloping the tendrils reacted with astonishing speed, encasing the bomb in such a manner that what could have obliterated a human body merely caused the surrounding dark fluid to swell slightly. It was akin to extinguishing several tiny flames upon the tendrils, and in a flash, the black cat retracted its 5 tendrils. Thus, a balance was restored. In that moment, the members of the commando team comprehended the implications of Nian's actions. Of course, aiding 4 heinous criminals to regain their freedom was not Nian's true intent. It was merely a manifestation of the malevolent nature of the triad entity. Time was of the essence. At that moment, Nian, the fledgling devourer beast, and the symbiotic entity dormant within the fledgling experienced an inexplicable sensation, as if he could effortlessly slip into the void. Just as Hallie rushed towards him with outstretched hands, the black cat's corporeal form transformed into an ethereal presence, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and Nian felt as though he had plunged into a warm sea. At that precise moment, time elapsed. Nian, the fledgling devourer beast, and the symbiotic entity within the fledgling, the 2 entities of the triad, Nian and the devourer beast, separated and reverted to their original forms. With a splashing sound, Nian, restored to his human visage and clad in the long-sleeve pajamas he had worn that morning, found himself submerged in a tub brimming with warm water. Confused, he lay there, the smooth barrier of the tub within reach, while the familiar ceiling of his bathroom came into view. Just moments ago, he had been on the island of Kotomatis, and now he found himself back in the comfort of his own bathtub. A sudden teleportation. Was this one of the devourer beast's abilities? Before he could ponder further, the sound of water splashing nearby caught his attention, prompting him to instinctively glance in that direction. There, in the steamy bathroom, stood 2 figures, one mature and elegant, the other youthful and radiant. Their contrasting features, long black hair cascading alongside vibrant crimson strands, flowed like waterfalls. The mature woman, exuding a wifely charm, stood effortlessly as she washed the hair of the red-haired girl seated obediently on a stool. The water cascaded over the woman's gracefully sculpted back, tracing the contours of her flawless physique, while glistening droplets danced upon the delicate skin of the red-haired girl, bouncing adorably upon her infant-like softness. Upon witnessing Nian's sudden appearance in the tub, Diana exhibited a momentary flicker of surprise, yet maintained her characteristic composure, revealing an air of remarkable maturity. "Miss Diana, what was that sound just now?" Wanda, curious and still with her eyes closed due to the bubbles, inquired softly. "Someone has returned," Diana replied candidly. "What?" Wanda tilted her head, and then she heard a familiar meow nearby. "Is it Little Emperor who has come back?" Wanda's eyes widened with delight. She then spotted a black-haired youth, lying in the bathtub, drenched, as he pressed a small orange cat back into his embrace. Noticing Wanda's gaze, she enforced himself to remain calm and waved, greeting her. I'm back." The girl was momentarily stunned before unleashing the loudest scream she had ever produced. Chapter 100, Aunt. Forever a goddess in Washington, it was still nighttime at home. Nian sat in a chair, gazing hungrily at the Italian-style stir-fried noodles that Wanda had brought from the kitchen. Feeling a surge of emotion, one must say, she truly deserved her training as a professional housekeeper. Even after the earlier incident, she did not take her master to the police station. Instead, while he was bathing and changing into clean clothes, she had taken the time to prepare a late-night snack. Although Xian had consumed quite a bit during the day, most of it had been devoured in the devouring space. His true self was genuinely famished. And as Wanda gently placed the noodles on the table before him, he couldn't help but express his regret. Wanda? About what happened in the bathroom. The red-haired girl's face turned crimson, and she quickly interrupted, "Don't mention it again. Young master, you big bad guy." With that, the flustered maid tossed her words aside and headed for the sofa where Diana was seated. Xian cast a pleading glance at Aunt Diana, who seemed to ignore him entirely, sitting quietly and elegantly on the sofa, continuing to peruse her literature. Her silent demeanor seemed to convey that all of Xian's troubles were of his own making. Feeling neglected by both women in the house, Xian sighed and picked up his fork, pouring beef sauce over the steaming pasta, devouring it with a hint of urgency. Seeing him eat so hastily, Wanda, pretending to watch television, couldn't resist stealing a glance at him before quickly averting her eyes. Meanwhile, Diana remained engrossed in her reading, seemingly indifferent, though her finely arched brows had begun to furrow slightly at some point. Halfway through his meal, Xian mumbled, "Is the temperature dropping again? It's been a bit chilly at night lately. If only someone could warm up the bed." His words were less of a hint and more of a blatant self-commentary. However, the pair on the sofa, one large and one small, appeared oblivious, engrossed in their respective activities. With no one acknowledging Xian's remarks, Nian found himself in a state of ennui, completely burying his head as he continued to shovel food into his mouth with knife and fork. It was a late Sunday night, and the living room outside had succumbed to darkness, allowing the night to flow in tranquil silence. In the solitary room at the center, Nian sat upon his bed, gazing at the tightly shut door. No sound. This continued for approximately 10 minutes. Is he truly not coming? Nian closed his eyes, fatigue overtaking him as he lay back on the bed. After a while, he sprang up with renewed vigor. If he isn't coming, then I shall go to him. With a flutter of his eyelids, Nian gathered the sleeping little emperor beside him in one arm and his pillow in the other, slipping on his slippers as he made his way to the door of the room. The living room was engulfed in darkness. In order not to disturb Wanda in the adjacent room, Nian treaded lightly, feeling his way along the wall until he reached Aunt Diana's door. His eyes brightened slightly. The door was ajar, a sliver of warm, dim light spilling forth from a table lamp within. Just as the portal to the first room closed, the door to the third room quietly creaked open. A doll-like girl with red hair, clutching a small pillow, stepped cautiously into the darkened living room. Her petite frame clad in a white long-sleeved winter nightgown, her soft footsteps barely making a sound as she approached the door to Nian's room. Wanda took a deep breath, as if to bolster her courage, her eyes reflecting determination, and gently reached out to open the door. Upon entering the room, Wanda suddenly froze. The central room was dark and desolate. Where was the boy? In the first room, Nian entered, cradling the cat and pillow, only to find Aunt Diana reclining against the headboard. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down from her right shoulder like a waterfall, while her mature form was enveloped in a delicate white long-sleeve garment. The soft, yellow glow of the bedside lamp illuminated her exquisite profile and graceful silhouette, casting an ethereal halo around her. "Are you here?" Diana set her book aside, her gentle gaze settling upon the boy. "Annie, my room is too cold." Nian blinked and spoke casually. "Come here quickly. It's already warmed up," Diana replied with a calm demeanor, patting the bed beside her. Without hesitation, Nian climbed up, embracing the cat and pillow, and pulled back a corner of the quilt, nestling himself against Aunt Diana's warmth. The half-dreamy, body-warm bedding was perfectly comfortable, imbued with a delicate scent of violet, making Nian long to close his eyes and drift into slumber. Wait. Nian quickly realized that his intention to stay with Aunt Diana tonight was not merely to seek warmth, but to address a matter that required resolution. "Auntie, listen to me." Nian revitalized his spirit and began to recount his thoughts to Aunt Diana. From the moment this morning when the young creature, little Huang, issued a request, to the eventual discovery of the extraterrestrial entity Starro, the entire sequence of events unfolded. This included the venomous mark left upon Harley Quinn, the inadvertent explosion of Iron Man, and the liberation of 4 infamous criminals from the dream prison. Thus, it transpired. Diana's beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom as she attentively listened to Nian recount his experiences, comprehending all that had transpired, while simultaneously rectifying any omissions in Nian's actions today. "You must wear one of the guardian silver bangles, otherwise, I will be unable to sense your whereabouts in a timely manner." Diana extended her palm, revealing a guardian silver bangle. Due to the recent turmoil ignited by the Amazons, Nian had returned the bangle to Diana, for it could only unleash its true extraordinary powers when a complete pair was held. Observing the seriousness on Aunt Diana's face, Nian accepted and donned the Guardian silver bangle once more. Diana pondered before speaking. As for Iron Man, Tony Stark, he is indeed a figure akin to Batman. Yet with the damage to his armor, he should be fine. However, you must exercise greater caution in the future regarding your triune identity. It will not only attract the attention of superheroes like Iron Man, but your temperament and state under this identity are exceedingly unstable. Nian nodded gravely. This triune experience was far more perilous than the first, and he was fortunate to have Iron Man as an ally to help vent his overwhelming negative emotions. Diana continued, regarding those 4 felons, I shall take note and ensure Batman keeps a close watch. If they do not instigate trouble, there is no need for immediate concern. Otherwise, I shall return them to prison. Nian breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly recalled something of great importance. He reached out to stroke the small orange cat resting beside his right hand, declaring without hesitation, Little Huang, release one of Starro's avatars. Aunt, and I need to have a word with it. Chapter 101, 1001 Nights in the Late Hours of the Night. Within a room illuminated by the gentle, warm glow of a solitary lamp, an atmosphere reminiscent of discussions about 1001 nights or fairy tales enveloped them. Little Huang initially reveled in Nian's caress. Then, lying on the bed, the young creature slowly opened its cat-like mouth, revealing a miniature, bottomless black hole in its throat. With a soft thud, under the watchful eyes of Diana and Nian, Little Huang soon expelled a starfish the size of a palm. This starfish was a diminutive version of the extraterrestrial entity Starro, its vibrant colors and peculiar body adorned with a slightly larger eye at the center. Unlike those fragmented beings that instinctively absorbed energy, this starfish emanated a glimmer of intelligence and emotion from its eye, gazing at Nian and Diana without any intent to attack. Do not be deceived by Diana's current state of tranquil repose in a warm bed. Should the starfish exhibit any intent or action of aggression, it would likely be obliterated in an instant. The little emperor also eyed the expelled starfish with keen scrutiny. Though its existence might be deemed a quest for Starro, it chose to stand by Nian's side. Under the vigilant and discerning gazes of a deity, a human, and a beast, the starfish, as a fragment of Starro, cast a deep look at the little emperor who had expelled it, and then, in a peculiar display of gallantry, bowed to Nian and Diana. Lacking a mouth, it conveyed its sentiments through mental resonance. I sincerely apologize. I misjudged the situation previously. My heart was consumed by the flames of vengeance and hatred. Upon encountering that little black cat, I mistakenly believed it was merely feigning the existence of the devourer species, prompting me to act irrationally. It was only when it employed the unique abilities of the devourer race that I realized it was, indeed, a juvenile devourer. The starfish's gaze lingered on the little emperor, a hint of affection shimmering in its solitary eye. Nian nodded in understanding. During the time of their triad existence, he indeed could not be classified as a devourer. Starro, may I address you thus? Nian inquired. It is my honor, young sir, the starfish replied, nodding rapidly and executing a gentle bow, exuding a delightful air of chivalry that starkly contrasted with its earlier savage actions in the island nation. Nian continued to stroke the soft, sleek orange fur of the little emperor, curiously asking, I wish to know, why does the little emperor recognize you and seek you out? What connection do you share? For over 20 years, it has been searching for me? The starfish trembled at this revelation, its solitary eye glistening with watery light. Meow? The little emperor seemed oblivious to Starro, contentedly squinting its eyes in joy, nuzzling its adorable little head against Nian's hand, producing the soft, melodious sounds typical of a cat. Nian instinctively felt that the it referred to by Starro was not the current little emperor. The fragment of Starro fell silent for a moment, its solitary eye reflecting a hue of nostalgia, before it expressed through mental resonance. The story must begin over 20 years ago. I was a close friend of an adult devourer named Gugu. I reveled in drifting freely through space, while Gugu enjoyed traversing various cosmic realms. For a considerable duration, we journeyed together, nearing the legendary divine domain of Asgard, brushing against the emptiness of the underworld, visiting the opulent central civilizations of the Milky Way, and traversing the territories governed by the Green Lantern Corps, witnessing countless dazzling and beautiful space civilizations. While those places may seem perilous, Starro's survival capabilities were astonishing when in the company of the adult devourer, a sentiment Nian could deeply appreciate. The starfish paused momentarily before continuing through mental resonance, until 22 years ago, Gugu and I followed the ship of Danvers to Earth. Wait a moment. Nian, though reluctant to interrupt, felt compelled to clarify. Did you just mention Danvers? The starfish responded, Indeed, Carol Danvers, who once believed herself to be an extraterrestrial, is, in fact, a native of this Earth. Nian fell silent, taken aback to hear that name from Starro's lips, Carol Danvers. He had heard this woman's name mentioned by his junior, Kara Danvers, during a visit to her foster father's home. She was the biological daughter of Kara's foster father, thus making her Kara's sister. However, according to Kara's foster father, Carol Danvers had long since passed away, her demise attributed to an aircraft mishap during military training. Please continue, Nian urged, suppressing his confusion for the moment. After Danvers left Earth, Gugu and I remained in this world, and that marked the beginning of our nightmares. The starfish recalled those events with lingering anger and trepidation. On that fateful day, I briefly parted ways with Gugu, who had gone to forage. I was merely floating in the vastness of space, basking in the sunlight, when I inadvertently fell asleep. I was captured by a passing American spacecraft and imprisoned in the research facility on the island of Kodamatis. As Starro's emotions began to stabilize, he conveyed, "Next. You should know that I was held captive there for a full 20 years, subjected to relentless experimentation, until today when I finally escaped. That is why I seek to annihilate that human city." Nian's thoughts turned to the small, kitten-like offspring of the devourer beast. "So, does that mean the little prince is?" The starfish nodded, gazing at the little prince with a single eye, his gaze brimming with affection. "Yes, it is indeed a descendant hatched from an egg laid by Gugu. The devourer beasts are oviparous." This revelation had not occurred to Nian. He had been beguiled by the little prince's feline appearance. Gugu may have departed Earth for some reason, leaving behind one of its eggs, inscribing within it a quest to seek me. Although it has not found me over the years, it still placed its hopes upon its progeny. As Starro conveyed this, a single tear fell from his crystalline blue eye. The little prince, sensing this, gently placed one of his tiny paws upon the starfish. Nian had one final question and asked directly, "Is the devourer beast's spatial realm interconnected?" "Not quite," Starro explained. "It merely undergoes infinite fragmentation." To illustrate, when the first devourer beast was born in the universe, its spatial realm was as vast as our current universe, akin to a parallel universe. However, when it laid eggs and produced offspring, its spatial realm would split according to the number of eggs, with the newly formed realms becoming exclusive to certain descendants. "I see." Nian realized everything now made sense. It turned out that the aliens and the wreckage of warships within the little prince's spatial realm were remnants consumed by the mature devourer beast, Gugu, which had subsequently been split off along with the space during the egg-laying process. Chapter 102. Extraordinary Family Configuration on a Tranquil Night. Within a room that radiated a sense of warmth, the conversation veered towards the vastness of space, trillions of light years away. Understanding the connection between Starro and the devourer, Nian felt a blend of nostalgia and sentimentality. He gazed at Starro's fragment, the starfish, and inquired, "Starro, what do you wish to do moving forward? If you desire, I can grant you your freedom to leave Earth. However, should you choose to continue wreaking havoc upon the city, even if I acquiesce, my companion here would certainly object." "What are you saying?" Diana smiled gently, her cool and delicate fingers tapping lightly upon his brow. The starfish contemplated earnestly, casting a glance at the small monarch beside him, and then conveyed his thoughts. "I wish to remain on Earth. After all, if Gugu were to return one day, it would be able to find me through its descendants. However, my main form is currently outside and rather inconvenient. May I temporarily reside within the devourer's space of the little monarch?" Nian turned his gaze towards Diana, his aunt, who nodded in agreement, her elegant brows calm and composed, her lips parting gently. "That is acceptable, provided you do not pose a threat to humanity." The starfish nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I have no intention of harming humanity. My previous actions were merely retaliation against those who imprisoned my freedom. By the way, Starro, what is your gender?" Nian suddenly inquired with curiosity. "I possess no gender. Why do you ask?" Starro's fragment responded with confusion, appreciating the young human, especially since he had cared for Gugu's offspring. "It's nothing." Nian waved his hand dismissively. Then, pondering for a moment, he suggested, "Having been confined in the Jotunheim Research Institute for so long, you wouldn't wish to remain in the devourer's space indefinitely, would you? If you wish, you could control your fragment to engage with the outside world, provided it does not attract the attention of other humans." "That would be splendid," the starfish exclaimed with excitement, promptly relaying its thoughts. "However, my fragmented body needs to be isolated from the external environment. Otherwise, it may inadvertently absorb surrounding energy." "Isolation?" Nian mused. "Would a glass jar suffice?" "Absolutely," Starro's fragment replied without hesitation. "There's a suitably sized glass jar in the kitchen," Diana remarked. implicitly acknowledging the presence of Starro as a new member of their household. Wait a moment. Nian suddenly realized that this configuration of household members now included one Greek demigod, his Aunt Diana, two ordinary humans, himself and young Wanda, and three extraterrestrial entities, the Devourer offspring, Starro-S fragment, and the symbiotic Venom. It appeared that the extraordinary had increasingly diverged from his previously mundane existence. Nian's lips twitched slightly. The extraordinary beings in his home outnumbered those in many cities combined. Speaking of the symbiotic Venom, a glimmer flickered in his eyes as he reached out towards the small monarch, chuckling mysteriously. Venom, are you still hiding? Shall we take this opportunity to have a chat? Starro's avatar squinted, gazing intently at the nearby little emperor. I sensed a peculiar and sinister spiritual fluctuation within me since earlier. The demigod Diana's gaze also fell upon the little emperor, her hand gripping a softly shimmering golden lasso that had appeared unbeknownst to her. After a few moments of silence enveloped the room, a raspy, malevolent whisper emerged. When did you first notice? From the gentle orange fur of the little emperor, a dark fluid oozed forth, coalescing into a mouth. As its words faded, a golden lasso shot forth from the side, ensnaring the liquid form of the symbiote tightly. Under the truth lasso, you are incapable of uttering falsehoods, Diana stated softly, holding the lasso firmly. Auntie remains as dependable as ever, Nian mused inwardly, observing the appearance of the symbiote. You must have sensed it when the Ancient One delivered that palm strike. At that moment, both your and the little emperor's souls were forcibly expelled from your corporeal vessels. Although your soul feigned unconsciousness, the utter stillness of it seemed overly contrived. I suspected from that point on that you were merely pretending to be in a deep slumber. You were likely waiting for my entrance into the triune form, seizing the opportunity to usurp control when I lost my composure. However, I found it curious that during my near loss of control today in the island nation, you remained decidedly dormant. Why was that? As Nian posed this question, a curious gaze fell upon the symbiote. The symbiote remained silent, reluctant to divulge the specific reason, yet under the influence of the truth lasso, it was compelled to rasp. That accursedly powerful bald woman threatened me earlier, forbidding me from targeting you, lest I be exiled to a space devoid of life. Nian was taken aback, realizing that the Ancient One, whom he had previously encountered, not only invited him to the temple for study, but also addressed a lurking potential threat. The Supreme Sorcerer. What a benevolent soul, he remarked. Do you wish to leave here now? Nian inquired, echoing his earlier question to Starro. I could also remain, couldn't I? The usually domineering and sinister symbiote timidly questioned under the watchful eyes of the demigod, Starro's avatar, and the young devouring beast. Unlike Starro's treatment, it feared that speaking of departing would lead to its immediate demise. Of course, Nian replied, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, you must pay your rent appropriately. The following morning, Monday, dawned bright and clear. After enjoying breakfast at home with the crimson-maid Wanda, Nian slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside. The modern streets were devoid of snow, and tender green shoots had begun to break through the park's grass. Winter was drawing to a close. How far could spring be? The white frost, which had been frozen upon the walls, began to melt slightly, revealing beneath it a commemorative plaque adorned with the image of Superman. Nian paused for a moment, murmuring to himself, You've heard of Kryptonians? Indeed. Kryptonians are but an intangible notion in the cosmos, yet to be fully disseminated. Nian. At the sound of a melodious voice and the distant patter of approaching footsteps, Nian turned to behold a girl with shimmering golden hair. Gwen was clad in a dark blue long-sleeved shirt paired with a knee-length dress, her slender legs encased in white stockings, revealing a glimpse of her fair and delicate skin. Gwen, aren't you cold? Nian inquired curiously, noting her attire. Although the temperature in Washington had risen considerably, it still lingered in the late winter season. Well, spiders don't fear the cold, do they? Upon hearing Nian's words, the smile on the golden-haired girl's radiant face vanished. She playfully punched Nian on the shoulder, her strength deliberately softened, far lighter than that of an average girl her age. Humph. Gwen expressed her displeasure, her black boots tapping as she continued forward, gracefully leaping past Nian, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. As he watched her skirt sway with each leap, revealing her long, energetic legs, Nian was suddenly reminded of the delightful sensation he had experienced earlier on the school bus. It was even more vibrant, lustrous, and smooth than it appeared. Should I offer compensation? Nian instinctively suggested, but upon uttering the words, he immediately regretted it. Gwen's face flushed a deep crimson as a hint of warmth began to rise from her golden locks, evidently recalling their previous encounter on the bus, which rendered her typically composed, momentarily flustered. Are you hoping I'll bite you again? Gwen retorted, her silver teeth clenched, casting an annoyed glance at Nian. Being bitten by a charming spider girl was hardly a matter of concern for Nian, who shrugged playfully. I wouldn't bite. Don't portray me as violent, Gwen scoffed, though her lovely, delicate features had shifted from stormy to sunny. How delightful to appease. Nian dared not voice his true thoughts, instead glancing around as several passers-by cast curious looks in their direction. Can we refrain from discussing biting? Nian suggested. Gwen, her cheeks still tinged with pink, hesitated for a moment before approaching Nian, cupping her hands into a makeshift microphone and leaning close to whisper, if you wish to touch, come to my house this weekend. That's what true friends do. In that instant, Nian felt a surge of excitement. Yet, he quickly wore a troubled expression. He feared that should he truly act upon such an invitation, a certain officer might not be able to resist a fit of laughter. Together, Nian and Gwen continued their journey toward school. There was something unusual about Nian that caught the attention of his companion, Gwen. Nian, what is that? Gwen's curious gaze fell upon the backpack behind him. It held a small glass vial attached to the zipper, containing a solitary pink object resembling a jellyfish, approximately the size of a golf ball. The charming pink entity remained motionless within the gently swaying glass. Oh, that's just a little decoration, Nian casually remarked. Who is a decoration? An invisible thought echoed in Nian's mind. At that moment, in the empty house, a slightly larger glass jar rested in the corner of the balcony, housing a palm-sized starfish basking in the warm sunlight outside, suddenly opening its vibrant blue eyes. Indeed, the jellyfish-like object that Nian carried was a fragment of Starro's essence, serving as both its eyes and a conduit for its consciousness. Having been confined in Jotunheim for so long, Starro insisted that Nian take its diminutive counterpart to witness the world beyond. The world is vast. I wish to see it. Nian and Gwen entered the school side by side. As Nian swept his gaze across the expansive campus, he noted the freshly renovated teaching and administrative buildings, exuding a crisp and new atmosphere. Following the recent incident involving a lizard-like creature infiltrating the school, an air of unease lingered among the students. Moreover, the significant number of missing instructors and the departure of several faculty members had left the school with substantial vacancies. Thus, during the first class of the morning, Nian was not surprised when the muscular and somewhat rugged instructor Roth Harrington, holding a cup adorned with an image of a silver-haired goddess, ascended the podium to introduce the new assistant instructor once more. Now, let us warmly welcome Miss Felicia, your new assistant instructor, to the stage. Amidst Roth's fervent words and the enthusiastic applause from the students, a rare girl with silvery white hair hurriedly approached the podium. She appeared to be around 22 years of age, dressed in a crisp, white long-sleeved shirt and black tailored trousers, her feet clad in low-heeled women's boots, revealing only a small portion of her remarkably fair ankles. A nameplate indicating her position as an intern assistant hung from her chest. Her features were delicate and gentle, her figure tall and slender, her appearance rivaling that of Natasha, the previous instructor who had only worked a few days. However, in contrast to Natasha's mature allure, the new assistant instructor appeared quite inexperienced and somewhat awkward, aligning more closely with the image of a fair-skinned, attractive older sister rather than a seasoned guide. Under the gaze of her many classmates, Felicia took a deep breath, slightly nervous, and spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Felicia Hardy, and I will be assisting Mr. Roth as your assistant instructor. I look forward to working with you all. Greetings, Teacher Felicia. The students exclaimed enthusiastically, while some mischievous ones whistled, leaving Felicia utterly flustered. Ha. Instructor Roth chuckled heartily. As if to diffuse the situation, Felicia is currently a student at the State University, here for an internship. You might consider her your senior, so be kind to her. As Instructor Roth was making introductions, Nian observed the new instructor and whispered, Guanro, does she possess extraordinary abilities? A mental communication swiftly traversed beneath the table, emanating from a glass jellyfish ornament dangling from a backpack. No, she is merely an ordinary person. Are you certain? Nian inquired again, recalling the events of the last incident. There is no mistake. She is indeed just an ordinary human, Guanro of Starro assured confidently. Unlike Gwen, who relied solely on her spider sense for judgment, Starro could directly assess the strength of another's psyche to determine whether they possessed extraordinary powers. In Starro's heyday, he could even glimpse the innermost thoughts of others. That's reassuring, Nian thought, relieved. His expectations for the assistant instructor were not high. As long as she was not extraordinary, he would be satisfied. After the self-introduction concluded, Felicia quietly stood by the side of the classroom, diligently taking notes, truly embodying the role of an ordinary intern teacher. Instructor Rote continued, by the way. The school has contacted a new professor. I believe his name is Adrian Thumbs. He is a renowned electronic engineer from New York and will be temporarily taking over your chemistry lab. Nian paid little attention to this news, for someone eager to learn. As long as the professor wasn't a shape-shifting lizard monster, or a mechanical octopus with tentacles sprouting from behind, or a man-eating leopard, he would be content. Was that too much to ask? Chapter 104. The Prairie Wolf. Polaris in a desolate location on Earth, within a vast and abandoned factory building. The brilliant noon sunlight struggled to penetrate the gloom inside. It was dark, damp, and a malevolent unknown was breeding in the shadows. Countless alien entities, towering half again as tall as humans and adorned with dragonfly-like black wings, rested and swirled within the building, creating a cacophony of buzzing sounds. As an ancient voice echoed through the space, the immense structure fell into an abrupt silence. Darkseid, I call upon you. Before them stood a strange being, 2 to 3 meters tall, robust and formidable, wielding a sharp, massive axe with a pair of imposing horns jutting from its head. Its entire form was nearly enveloped in a suit of steel-scaled armor, glinting with metallic luster, as if it were alive, continuously shifting and undulating, in response to its summons. Before a machine, intricately entwined like the roots of an ancient tree, a mysterious stone tablet seemed to bubble and melt like lava, swiftly transforming into a shadowy figure draped in a cloak of black and gray. Wasteland Wolf, have you begun your conquest of the world? Inquired the enigmatic entity, known as Darkseid, with a calm demeanor. The Wasteland Wolf, wielding a colossal axe, nodded vigorously and replied in a grave tone, Indeed, this world is crumbling. Its rulers are but uncivilized beings, and free will shall inevitably be stripped away by us. As in other realms, only by espousing a noble belief. By pledging allegiance to the greatest entity in the universe, can one attain ultimate redemption. As he spoke these words, the Wasteland Wolf revealed a portion of his rugged, formidable visage through the steel-scaled armor, involuntarily exhibiting a fervent mix of zeal and reverence. And what of the mother boxes? Darkseid continued to inquire. The Wasteland Wolf swiftly responded. I have located one of the 3, the very mother box that called to me. The other 2 remain in slumber. But the demons have sensed their presence and are lurking throughout the world in search of them. I shall soon gather all 3 mother boxes, uniting them into a trinity. Darkseid, manifesting through advanced virtual projection technology from distant star realms, gazed upon the Wasteland Wolf with a tinge of regret and sorrow. You could have sat by the side of the Dark Monarch, yet your arrogance has led to your exile. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, the Wasteland Wolf let the blade of his axe fall, kneeling before Darkseid with fervor. Darkseid, I kneel before you. Permit me to plead for him. After I strip this world of his name, allow me to return home. Here, there are no Green Lanterns, no Kryptonians, no Star-Spangled Captains. Odin, seated high in the realm of gods, has aged, and the ancient gods of Earth have lost their luster. This world shall inevitably fall, as have others before it. For Darkseid. As night fell, Nian returned home from school, sinking into the sofa to watch television, while the younger girl busied herself with various tasks around the house. Master, how about some fruit first? Let me just move this here. Dinner was being prepared, and Miss Diana had called earlier to say she would not be home for the meal. It must be said that as Nian lay on the sofa, his gaze occasionally drifting to the scarlet figure, he felt a lingering guilt for not assisting the young girl. He had previously wished to help Wanda, but his own maid had outright rejected his offers. Rather than a refusal, it was more a complete disdain. After all, little Wanda could simultaneously clean, prepare dinner, cut fruit, and do laundry, while he could barely manage to complete half a task. Since Wanda had moved into the house, Nian felt many of his skills were gradually deteriorating. Perhaps without Wanda, he would truly struggle to care for himself. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Nian was momentarily taken aback as a small, metallic fragment abruptly flew in from the balcony, heralded by the arrival of night. Just as the shard approached the sofa area, the seemingly dormant cat, Xiao Huang, suddenly sprang into action, pouncing forward to firmly pin the metallic piece to the floor. This peculiar object had descended from the rooftop, seemingly endowed with a remarkable ability for mental isolation. The starfish encased in the glass jar on the balcony opened its eyes, emitting a tentative thought. Xiao Huang, let me have a look. As Xiao Huang was about to swallow the metallic fragment, Nian hurriedly rose from the sofa, lifting the cat and retrieving the shard from its claws. He gazed down, noticing the engraving on the metal rooftop. A fleeting silhouette flashed through his mind, prompting him to grasp the fragment tightly and call towards Wanda, who was in the kitchen. Wanda, I'm stepping out for a bit. Is dinner almost ready? Where are you going? Wanda's puzzled voice echoed. I'm just going downstairs to pick up a few things. I'll be back shortly. Nian replied as he slipped on his shoes at the door, hurriedly grabbing his keys before exiting the house. However, upon entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the highest floor, ascending to the rooftop, pushing open the already unlocked iron door to the rooftop. Nian was greeted by the sight of a girl leaning against the railing, dressed in a form-fitting black athletic outfit, her green hair capped with a white baseball hat, the night breeze tousling her hair. Polaris, what brings you here? Nian smiled as he approached. I am your leader. Do I need to announce my presence? She replied with an air of arrogance, turning to face him. Nian paused momentarily, recognizing her as Lorna. Yet, this time, she had opted for a natural look, devoid of the smoky makeup that usually adorned her features. Instead, she appeared with a fair, delicate visage reminiscent of a porcelain doll, her brows and contours echoing Wanda's beauty. What are you staring at? Is there something worth looking at? Lorna shot him an annoyed glance. Why no makeup today? Nian leaned against the railing, asking candidly. Seeing you, I don't need it. Lorna retorted assertively. In that instant, Nian experienced a moment of clarity. Lorna's usual smoky eye makeup served to convey maturity, a fade to command respect from her gang members. Sensing Nian's softened gaze, Lorna crossed her arms and warned, Don't pat my head. Otherwise, I want to hold back. Yes, Polaris, Nian chuckled in reply. He observed the girl before him, whose strength and resilience seemed to surpass her delicate appearance. In the enveloping darkness of the night, on that rooftop, she radiated as the most resplendent star in the sky. Chapter 105. The thrill of war approaches on the rooftop terrace. A raven-haired youth and an emerald-haired maiden leaned against the railing, enveloped by the flickering neon lights of the city and the cool embrace of the night breeze. I must extend my gratitude to you, Lorna, the Polaris said, standing tall with her hands on the railing, aligning her height with Nian's. She gazed into the distance, her voice unexpectedly hesitant. Thank me? For what? Nian inquired, his eyes tracing the delicate contours of her profile, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Thank you for taking care of Wanda. For providing her with a new home and ensuring she isn't left alone in New York, Lorna whispered, her voice tinged with an urgency that seemed to burst forth. Expressing gratitude feels rather embarrassing. Let us skip the formalities. What do you need? Or is there someone you wish to confront? I will assist you. Nian could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Lorna shot him another glance, feeling that his laughter made her seem rather foolish. You need not thank me for Wanda. In truth, it could be said that she has cared for me more than I for her, Nian replied, shrugging his shoulders before asking curiously, why didn't you simply take Wanda away that time? Lorna fell silent for a moment before responding. That place wasn't suitable for her. And you think it is suited for you? At your age, you should be enjoying. Before Nian could finish, Lorna interrupted coldly. Even my biological parents did not care for me. You have no right to dictate my life. Nian fell silent, having gleaned hints about Lorna's background, which only deepened his affection for this girl who appeared to be even younger than Wanda. I could take care of you. How about that? Nian proposed, his voice resolute. The petite figure of the emerald-haired maiden trembled slightly before regaining her composure, casting him a disdainful glance. With you? I think it would be more reasonable for me to support you. Nian felt a pang of disappointment. Remember, I am your leader, a fact that shall never change. Suddenly, Lorna thrust her hands forward, her body gracefully lifting slightly off the ground, as if she were briefly dancing in the night sky. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, dislodging her cap and sending her green locks cascading down. As Nian followed her agile movements with his gaze, awe flickered in his eyes. Under the silvery, ethereal moonlight, Lorna's vibrant green hair danced wildly, transforming her into a shooting star across the night sky, illuminating the moment with breathtaking beauty. Little brother, Lorna said, narrowing her gem-like green eyes. She approached Nian, her hands behind her back, her youthful chest slightly puffed out, chin held high with pride and a hint of mischief as she playfully stuck out her tongue. Are you sure you don't want a reward? Nian found his back pressed against the terrace railing, with nowhere to retreat. TCH, if you don't want it, then fine, Lorna pouted. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Nian cradled the delicate visage of the girl before him in his hands, swiftly bowing his head to capture that small morsel of softness. An exclamation escaped him as Lorna, who had appeared quite domineering just moments prior, suddenly widened her eyes, her form quickly softening like ice cream. Nian felt as though he were savoring a fruit filled with sweetness, delectable, yet with a faint hint of tobacco on its exterior. Simultaneously, due to their physical proximity and the medium they shared, Nian's hair transformed into a deep green hue. The boy and girl resembled opposing magnets, their bodies entwined, surrounded by a luminous green glow that swirled around them like a resplendent belt of stars encircling twin celestial bodies. After a lengthy moment, Lorna took a step back, wiping her lips with her hand as she gasped for breath, exclaiming, "I nearly suffocated." Nian stood in stunned silence, realizing that the girl had been holding her breath the entire time. "Little brother, I must take my leave. By the way, I am still investigating the matter concerning Peter." Lorna waved her hand dismissively, not waiting for Nian's response before turning to depart. "Polaris, be careful," he cautioned. "And remember, no more smoking. Mind your own business." Lorna shot him a fierce glare before continuing her descent down the stairs. Nian stealthily opened the door to his home, only to be startled by the sight of the Crimson maid standing directly before him, nearly causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Master, it is time for dinner." "Oh, what has happened to your hair?" Wanda inquired curiously, accustomed to the fact that her master's hair could change colors. However, it was typically silver. Why had it transformed into a deep green this time? "Let us have dinner. Do not concern yourself with such details," Nian replied, forcing a calm demeanor. Wanda nodded, refraining from further questions, and placed his slippers on the carpet. Watching the crimson figure of the girl return to the living room, Nian let out a silent sigh of relief. He was unsure why he had felt as though he had been caught in the act, especially by his wife's sister. Oh, this was too thrilling. His heart could scarcely bear it. A week passed. During this time, Nian finally felt as though he had returned to the mundane routine of an ordinary life. Yet, he was acutely aware that this rare tranquility would not endure for long. After all, recent news broadcasts and newspaper articles had begun to report an alarming number of mysterious disappearances. The individuals who had vanished varied in identity. Some were teachers, others shopkeepers, professors, or merely ordinary custodians. The locations of their disappearances were equally diverse. Some had vanished from their homes, others on their way back, and some had seemingly evaporated from laboratories. Local surveillance cameras had all mysteriously malfunctioned, yet they left behind signs of destruction that could not have been caused by human hands. Notably, the cities with the highest number of disappearances were predominantly metropolitan areas. This city, once under the vigilant protection of Superman, fearless in the face of crime and even colossal natural disasters, now finds itself in turmoil. Nian realizes that the malevolent forces of apocalypse, lurking on Earth, are at play. Consequently, Diana's aunt has become increasingly occupied, even taking away the sunbathing crypto, seeking to harness its abilities in the pursuit of uncovering the wicked presence of the apocalyptian forces. Although the overt conflict has yet to commence, Nian can palpably sense the brewing tensions. The Justice League and the forces of Apocalypse have begun their strategic contest. The objective of the Justice League is clear: to safeguard the remaining mother boxes and eradicate the hidden apocalyptian forces lurking on Earth. Conversely, the goal of Apocalypse is to unite the three mother boxes, merging them into a singular entity. Thus, once the war erupts into the open, it signifies a desperate struggle where all cards are laid bare. Nian is evidently prepared to stand as the ultimate trump card for Diana's aunt. Chapter 107. My Junior is Supergirl on the 1st of February, 2012, at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning. It has been a month since the death of Superman, and spring is on the horizon, heralding the revival of nature. Outside the campus, trees and patches of grass are beginning to sprout fresh green shoots, as if reborn. Nian is in class, attentively listening to Instructor Rhodes summarize the previous week, while the assistant instructor, Felicia Hardy, has seamlessly integrated into the classroom, quietly seated at the back, taking notes. However, at this moment, Nian feels a jolt, hastily concealing his left hand beneath the desk. His eyes widen in astonishment as a radiant golden light begins to emanate from his concealed wrist. The protective silver bracelet is autonomously signaling an urgent call for help. His heart races violently, and an unprecedented tension grips his mind, compelling him to rise abruptly from his seat. What is happening? The sudden turn of events leaves the entire class in shock, casting bewildered glances toward Nian. Nian, is there a problem? Instructor Rote inquires with curiosity. In the back row, Felicia's eyes reflect her own confusion. She is aware that the black-haired youth is named Nian Prince. She recalls Rote's high praise for him. Yet in recent weeks, she has only perceived him as a diligent student, lacking any apparent exceptional talents, rather introverted. Nian remains silent, taking several deep breaths to compel himself to regain composure. Nian, are you all right? Gwen, the class president, momentarily forgets the rules and rises from her seat, concern etched on her face as she approaches him. Come with me. Without hesitation, Nian grips Gwen's wrist, swiftly pulling her towards the exit of the classroom. Inside the classroom, Two instructors and the remaining students stood in stunned silence, gazing at the silhouettes of the two figures as they vanished at the doorway. At the corner of the staircase, where surveillance was absent, Nian hastily pulled Gwen along, his hand pressed firmly against the wall. He turned to the perplexed Gwen and asked, "Do you trust me? Is that even a question?" Gwen's eyes, akin to sapphires, sparkled with clarity and resolve, her pupils reflecting the face of the raven-haired youth. "Then lend me your strength. I promise, whatever compensation you desire afterward, I shall provide." Nian spoke swiftly. As soon as the words left his lips, Nian's eyes widened in surprise. Gwen had embraced him, her cool, soft lips meeting his. Instinctively, Nian deepened the connection, a jolt of electric sensation coursing through him. At that moment, his body, enhanced by remarkably adaptable genes, craved evolution. His long-sleeved shirt strained against his sculpted abdomen, revealing a perfect curvature reminiscent of a flowing assembly line. An acute sense of awareness radiating outward up to 5 meters. Spider mode activated. Success. He released Gwen, whose face was flushed and steam rising from her head. Clearly, this encounter at the school staircase was far more exhilarating than their previous rendezvous beneath the laboratory table. Gwen parted her lips slightly, as if she anticipated what was to come. But Nian, quick to interject, said, "You handle things here at school. Wait for my return." Gwen hesitated, seeing Nian's unprecedented determination. Finally nodding in agreement, she looked at him and, with gritted teeth, declared, "You better come back unharmed. You owe me a great deal of compensation." Of course, Nian nodded, then vaulted over the staircase railing, leaping down to the first floor, a drop of 10 meters. He was acutely aware that whatever posed a significant threat to Aunt Diana was certainly beyond Gwen's capacity to manage. Naturally, having an extraordinary ally would increase their chances in the impending unknown conflict. Yet, Nian's selfishness urged him to keep Gwen from involvement. In that fleeting moment, he realized that if it were Aunt Diana, she too would likely fight to the bitter end, unwilling to reveal him as her ultimate trump card. For Diana, he was not merely a weapon but a cherished family member she sought to protect at all costs. Upon leaving the school, Nian slipped into a dim, deserted alleyway, wrapping a scarf around half of his face. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a strand of white silk, propelling himself high into the air above the cityscape. He did not immediately rush towards the direction of the artifact's strong resonance. Nian understood that relying solely on his arachnid abilities would be woefully inadequate. He needed to incorporate the powers of the symbiotic Venom and the Devourer. Thus, he was now racing back home at full speed. Yet, Nian was also acutely aware. The amalgamation of symbiotic Venom and the abilities of the Devourer beast's young sovereign has propelled him perilously close to the realm of chaos. Now, armed with the Predator's capacity for spider mutation, the addition of that malevolent triad raises concerns not merely about the chaotic plethora of powers he may struggle to control, but also about the profound transformation in his temperament that is likely to ensue. Yet, Nian finds himself devoid of alternatives. After all, where could he possibly discover an extraordinary counterpart, more formidable than his aunt's abilities, while remaining unaffected in his fundamental character? Lorna, the leader of Polaris, could be considered one such figure. However, it is not merely a matter of lacking her contact information. Even if he did, summoning her from New York would prove futile given the time constraints. The fierce wind howled against him as the streets blurred into a swift retreat on either side. In a state of frantic contemplation, Nian soared past towering edifices, only to mistakenly fail to release the web from his left wrist, causing him to plummet earthward in a natural descent. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to falter. It was as if he were reassuring himself. He momentarily closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, found a calmness settling within him. Once more, as he prepared to elevate his wrist and launch a web toward the skyscraper ahead, a figure, swifter than a shooting star, descended from the heavens, intercepting him midair. The speed was astonishing. Nian's pupils dilated as his spider sense barely registered the impending presence, yet his body was too slow to react. With a resounding thud, the rapidly approaching entity grasped Nian, swiftly lifting him with a crimson cape and ascending, eventually landing gracefully on the rooftop of a neighboring skyscraper. As Nian followed the billowing red fabric, he immediately recognized the identity of his savior. Yet, this recognition left him in a state of disbelief. "Nian, are you all right?" Kara Danvers blinked, slightly turning to face him with a warm smile. "I promised you that you would see my true self. Here it is, the authentic visage of my lineage." Chapter 108. Let's Soar, Kryptonian. Nian felt momentarily dazed. The figure before him was none other than his junior, Kara Danvers, albeit transformed. She was clad in a superhero costume akin to that of Superman, the deep blue top hugging her developing form, prominently displaying her family's emblem across her elevated chest. Below, a vibrant red skirt adorned her figure, while her youthful legs were encased in glossy black stockings, culminating in dark red boots. Nian, how do I look? The spirited and playful Supergirl winked, her enchanting visage exuding an even greater sense of confidence and grace than usual. Her dark golden hair flowed freely behind her, each strand catching the sunlight and shimmering like platinum, dancing effortlessly in the brisk wind, embodying a divine essence of youthful femininity. Beautiful, Nian expressed his heartfelt admiration, only to quickly realize and respond. You're a Kryptonian? Indeed, Kara Danvers nodded, a hint of sadness gleaming in her eyes. Superman is my cousin. We are the last two Kryptonians left in the world. You are the cousin of the Man of Steel? Nian felt his understanding of relationships refresh, but soon recognized that this was not the moment for such discussions. He glanced down at the shimmering silver bracelet adorning his wrist and looked up at Supergirl, speaking gravely. Right now, there must be a battle raging in Metropolis. Are you aware? Of course, she replied confidently. I am, in fact, a participant from the past. You were right. Since Kal is no longer here, I must become Supergirl. Kara Danvers responded resolutely. Nian found himself at a loss for words. He had merely intended to offer comfort, unaware that the other party was truly a Kryptonian. Supergirl continued. I departed from home and flew over the school, only to discover you and Gwen at the corner of the staircase. Quite bold, I must say. That was necessary due to my abilities, Nian replied, awkwardly waving his hand before becoming serious. Please take me with you. Nian is over there, and I wish to join the fight. He had anticipated that Kara would refuse or hesitate. To his surprise, Supergirl Kara Danvers readily agreed. Very well. Nian paused momentarily. But before that, you need this, right? Supergirl smiled gently, her feet suddenly lifting off the ground as she floated closer to him, a soft touch brushing against his lips. It was a somewhat innocent kiss, fleeting yet unexpectedly initiated. I have no intention of surrendering. This is merely the beginning of my battle. With her platinum hair and red cape billowing, Supergirl Kara Danvers declared in a warm, confident tone. Nian could no longer hear her words. As the warmth of the girl enveloped him, his body felt as though it had been struck by a bolt of lightning from within. The potent genes, far more formidable than any mutations or even the lineage of Greek demigods he had previously encountered, seized his form in an instant. Normally, when Nian possessed two abilities simultaneously, they would amplify and merge, evolving into a new combined form. However, now, with his spider abilities already in play, a dominant force, exponentially stronger, supplanted them, taking the lead as the core of his physical prowess. Strangely, the spider abilities seemed to willingly step aside to assist in navigating this overwhelming power. This was the strength of a Kryptonian, one of the most extraordinary physiques on Earth, and indeed throughout the universe. Superhuman mode. Upon first acquiring Kryptonian abilities, Nian's initial sensation was that he felt utterly invincible. Indeed, he could perceive the entire landscape of Washington, D.C., seeing through the very essence of the pedestrians below, flesh, bones, and soul, hearing the distant roar of aircraft soaring across the skyline, and even sensing the ants crawling atop nearby rooftops. He was acutely aware of the urban expanse several kilometers away. While Nian understood that omnipotence was an illusion, he felt an overwhelming confidence, as if even God himself could be subdued beneath his might. Normally, a Kryptonian of such extraordinary caliber would inevitably lose control upon first wielding this power. Yet, at this moment, he possessed the abilities of a spider. This auxiliary power formed countless invisible webs within him, enabling him to harness the Kryptonian strength coursing through his veins. Could it truly be possible that even the physical prowess of the Kryptonian race could be accessed in such a manner? Supergirl Kara Zor-El's eyes sparkled with insight as she contemplated, realizing that this could lead to the expansion of their lineage on Earth. Unbeknownst to her, Nian attempted to move his upper body, only to have his shirt tear apart, revealing a physique as robust as steel. Try this, Nian, Supergirl said. Reaching for his hand, Nian distinctly felt a powerful, yet gentle invisible force enveloping him like glue. Gaining clarity, he reciprocated by grasping her soft hand, releasing an energy from within that intertwined with the dense aura surrounding Supergirl. This is a biofield, she explained. It is akin to our power, a form of energy. When wielded correctly, we can shatter entire buildings with a single punch or create a passageway just large enough for a person to walk through. Our bodies can be as hard as steel or as pliable as an ordinary human. I understand. Let us proceed to the battlefield, Nian exhaled. only for a sudden chill to sweep through the air ahead. Then let us take flight, Supergirl replied with a smile, her feet lifting from the ground as she floated half a meter above the rooftop. How can I fly? Nian inquired with curiosity. As long as you believe you can fly, you will soar, Supergirl replied with a smile. Just as dolphins instinctively navigate the ocean and horses walk upon land from birth, Kryptonians possess the ability to fly as an inherent trait. Is it merely a fantasy? I am well versed in that, Nian murmured. In the next moment, his body began to float lightly like a balloon. Let us depart, Supergirl urged, grasping his hand. Very well, let us go. Nian took a deep breath, focusing his thoughts. With a surge that shattered the surrounding air, the pair rocketed upward, breaking the sound barrier at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. Racing towards the heart of the metropolis. Chapter 109. Superman Nian. Since Superman gained fame a year and a half ago by single-handedly confronting the Kryptonian warships, humanity has discovered the existence of a divine being concealed on Earth. Countless scientists and researchers have become fervently obsessed with analyzing Superman's extraordinary abilities. Among the myriad of studies, the one that has garnered the highest interest is not his steel-like physique, superflight, immense strength, super speed, X-ray vision, heat vision, or freezing breath, but rather the concept of the biological force field. So what exactly is a biological force field? Leading scientists in the field have meticulously analyzed the remnants of the Kryptonian warships, the blood left by Kryptonian adversaries, and the video footage of Superman's battles and actions. Through exhaustive dissection and analysis, they have reached a preliminary conclusion based on the current limits of Earth's scientific knowledge. Krypton, Superman's home planet, likely possessed a gravity millions, perhaps even tens of millions of times that of Earth, with an environment so harsh that even light could not escape its confines. Thus, the Kryptonian race, which has thrived on this unforgiving planet, has cells that emit a unique force field from birth, enabling them to distort space and counteract the overwhelming gravity. This distinctive force field, emanating from Kryptonian beings, maintains the integrity of their body or object particles and possesses extensibility, allowing it to envelop surrounding objects. Naturally, the biological force field demands a significant expenditure of physical energy. Consequently, Kryptonians have evolved to maximize energy absorption, particularly solar energy. Therefore, this alien race, born and raised under such unreasonable conditions, stands as one of the greatest marvels of the universe. Once any of their kind escapes Krypton and arrives on a solar-rich planet like Earth, they manifest an array of invincible superhuman powers. Under the sun, thousands of meters above the city of Washington, two figures soared through the clouds with astonishing speed, resembling aircraft yet smaller, akin to birds but even swifter. These figures were none other than Supergirl Kara Danvers and Nian, who had recently acquired Superman's powers. As they traversed towards Metropolis, Nian began to gradually master the art of flight and employed a tangible, thought-like biological force field to shield the remnants of his trousers. His shoes had accidentally disintegrated during takeoff. Otherwise, at such high speeds, the fierce winds would strip him bare without a trace. At that point, he would not be known as Nian the Superman, but rather as a grotesque superhuman. However, Nian's biological force field, due to his lack of finesse in its application, extended towards Supergirl, not merely enveloping her in a gentle manner, but rather attempting to roughly peel away her superhero attire, surging inward with reckless abandon. Supergirl Kara Danvers, naturally aware of this intrusion, instinctively employed her own biological force field to block and isolate herself. Yet, perhaps due to the inherent link to her powers, Nian's biological force field instinctively faced no resistance. Instead, it eagerly activated a defensive mechanism, inviting Nian to delve deeper. At this moment, both Nian and Kara, soaring through the skies, found themselves momentarily stunned. Nian felt as if an invisible, third hand, a force of biological energy, enveloped a remarkably soft and delicate form, igniting a wondrous sensation deep within his mind. Conversely, Kara perceived herself as being thoroughly caressed, particularly given Nian's robust and enhanced upper body, exposed due to his recent, somewhat unsteady flying. One hand was still tightly clasped around her slender waist. Their bodies and life forces were intimately entangled. Even though Kara usually exuded an assertive and exuberant demeanor, she remained youthful and, consequently, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly admonished Nian. You're being a bit too forceful. Could you please loosen your grip? Oh, my apologies. Nian finally realized, hastily releasing his hold around her waist and withdrawing the probing life force that had delved into her being. As a result, he inadvertently retracted his own life force as well. In that instant, tattered remnants of clothing drifted down from the clouds. Supergirl, Metropolis, within a multi-layered, fortified structure. A peculiar spacecraft, evidently a product of extraterrestrial technology, lay silently docked. Scientists could at most only study the exterior of the ship. After all, given the current technological capabilities of Earth, it was utterly impossible to breach the ship's door security, let alone forcibly penetrate the hull through unconventional means. However, at noon today, the spacecraft seemed to jubilantly welcome its own child, autonomously opening its door and illuminating its interior lights one by one. The ship was celebrating the return of the daughter of Krypton. Clad in her Supergirl attire, Kara Danvers, accompanied by Nian, who barely concealed himself with a red cape, entered the vessel. The intelligence system of the Kryptonian ship, while perplexed by Nian's presence, nonetheless detected the unique Kryptonian genes that he bore. This is the very spacecraft that brought my cousin to Earth. I have also rested within its confines. There should be a plethora of superhero costumes here. As Supergirl guided Nian into the inner cabin, her words triggered the wardrobes lining the corridor of the ship to open outward, casting a gentle, non-intrusive white light. Out floated an array of men's superhero costumes adorned with capes, each varying in color and style. A wistful expression crossed Kara's face as she softly remarked, "These garments are suited for our kind and symbolize our lineage, including ceremonial, diplomatic, and casual attire. My cousin always seemed to wear his favorite outfit. None of these have been worn. Please choose one for yourself." Nian quickly scanned the costumes, realizing they were quite similar and indistinguishable in terms of ceremonial or diplomatic purpose, and decided to simply select one in a color he fancied. Thus, an answer soon formed in his mind. Clad in garments of deep darkness, clothes, a cloak, and boots, Nian donned this ensemble of obsidian battle attire, which seamlessly conformed to his physique, adjusting automatically to a size that was both comfortable and fitting, revealing a silhouette reminiscent of forged steel. "It suits you well," remarked Superwoman, her eyes shimmering with a soft glow, taken aback by Nian's choice of Kryptonian loungewear, which softened her gaze, as though she had assumed a domestic role. "This attire is remarkably comfortable." As Nian moved slightly, he felt assured that even without the use of bioenergy, this enigmatic garment, crafted from an unknown material, would remain unscathed. At that moment, Superwoman, Kara Danvers, seemed to sense something amiss and stepped further into the disordered confines of the spacecraft's cabin. "How is this possible?" she gasped, her body trembling, as if struck by a profound revelation. "Kara, what have you discovered?" The dark cloak billowed slightly as Nian hurried to her side. "There exists a dissipating bioenergy field here," Kara exclaimed, her eyes alight with wonder. "It can't be. My cousin was here just moments ago." Chapter 110. The resurrection of the Man of Steel in the eastern part of Metropolis, on Strick Island, adjacent to the Harbor District, lay the site of the final confrontation between Superman and Doomsday. Following that battle, both Superman and Doomsday perished, leaving the surrounding cityscape, including abandoned factories, reduced to rubble. In remembrance of the fallen superhero, Superman, the epicenter of this battleground was transformed into an expansive memorial plaza. Each day, throngs of citizens traversed the Superman Memorial Plaza, despite its lack of structures or signage, basking instead in the golden radiance of the sun. At the heart of the Superman Memorial Plaza stood a modest commemorative platform, adorned with 3 black monoliths chronicling the deeds of Superman. One afternoon, a man with raven hair, bare-chested and clad only in black trousers, descended from the sky to land upon the plaza's platform. Appearing to be in his early 30s, his visage was chiseled as if sculpted from granite, and his physique was tall and robust, each muscle exhibiting an impressive display of strength. The man, barefoot upon the cool, flat tiles, bore a countenance filled with confusion and bewilderment, as though uncertain of the purpose that had brought him to this place. His gaze fell upon the central platform, where the 3 black monoliths stood, inscribed with a colossal totem and accompanied by a prominent inscription in English. "If you seek his monument, look around you." The man's expression deepened into perplexity, his breath quickening. Who was the subject of this inscription? And why did the totem seem so familiar? Before he could ponder further, 4 figures, each wielding their unique, extraordinary abilities, arrived at the plaza before him. With a remarkable leap, Aquaman Arthur Curry, wielding a silver trident, descended to the ground. From the heavens, Wonder Woman Diana Prince, adorned in armor and battle skirt, landed with sword and shield on her back. Victor Stone, his body predominantly mechanized, descended amidst a flickering red energy. Finally, the Flash Barry Allen appeared, encircled by silver lightning, halting with astonishing swiftness. If Nian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the quintessential assembly of the Justice League, the superhero organization his aunt had spoken of. However, they were missing one founding member, who was en route. "We have truly succeeded," Wonder Woman Diana remarked, gazing at the dark-haired man standing on the platform. Indeed, the man before them, with raven locks, was none other than the deceased superhero, the god of man, Superman, Kal-El. Yet, as Superman Kal surveyed the assembled Justice League members, confusion and wariness clouded his eyes. Narrowing slightly, something is amiss. The 4 members of the Justice League sensed this simultaneously. He is scanning us, Victor exclaimed, his left eye glowing with electronic red light, unable to suppress his anxiety. Is that possible? What is happening? Aquaman and the Flash tensed instinctively. Superman was bewildered, lacking knowledge of his own identity. Suddenly, Wonder Woman realized that the resurrected Superman Kal-El was not entirely complete. At the very least, his memories were fragmented. At that moment, Victor's mechanical form twisted and convulsed. His body, reconstituted by the Mother Box, instinctively feared the formidable Kryptonian presence before him, triggering a passive defensive mechanism. His mechanical left hand uncontrollably raised, shifting to attack mode and launching a small missile. Boom! Superman Kal easily sidestepped the missile, which exploded against a black stone monument behind him, shattering it to pieces. This is bad. The expressions of the Justice League members shifted dramatically. As anticipated, due to Victor's defensive reaction, Superman Kal once again regarded the 4 with growing hostility. The strongest entity, meant to be their savior, had now become their adversary. Half a minute later, the Superman Memorial Square lay in ruins. The monuments were obliterated, and the ground was riddled with craters. The Flash, Aquaman, and Victor found themselves strewn across various locations. It was not that they were weak despite their extraordinary powers. Rather, Superman Kal's prowess was on an entirely different plane. Even when the 4 united their efforts, they were vanquished within a mere minute, akin to adults overpowering children. Indeed, they were fortunate to be compared to children. To an ordinary human, he was as formidable as a giant against ants. With a crack, the remnants of Superman Kal's heat vision still glimmered in his eyes as he confronted the last standing member, Wonder Woman. Grasping her battle attire's shoulder strap with one hand, he lifted her effortlessly and collided his forehead against hers with great force. With a resounding clang, the wondrous artifact known as the Starry Diadem, adorning Wonder Woman's brow, withstood the force of the blow. Kal-El, regain your senses, she proclaimed, refusing to yield as she retaliated with a firm strike of her forehead, causing Superman Kara's head to tilt back slightly. This was the most significant and evident assault delivered by the 4 members of the Justice League. Yet it seemed to have wholly enraged Superman Kara. An immense pressure radiated from his body, palpable and formidable. Suddenly, Superman Kara ascended, floating above and glaring down coldly at Wonder Woman, momentarily gathering strength with his waist, and the back of his head tilted back, before launching himself towards her once more. The sound barrier shattered. Just as Superman Kara's forehead was about to collide with hers, Wonder Woman widened her cerulean eyes in surprise, when a shadowy figure plummeted from the sky, landing directly in front of her. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered under the force of his landing. The black cloak billowed dramatically behind him as one hand rose forward, using the back of his hand to block Superman Kara's earnest strike. With a thunderous impact, the collision of their foreheads and hands sent shockwaves through the air, which could no longer contain the explosive force, creating a ripple effect from the point of contact. How could this be possible? Aquaman, the Flash, and Cyborg, who were prone on the ground, widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the newcomer who had bravely taken on Superman Kara's attack. Floating before them, Superman Kara also exhibited a look of astonishment. The newcomer was a mysterious young man clad in a black superhero suit, standing just over 6 feet tall, with strikingly handsome features and a physique forged like steel. His attire showcased an aesthetic of power, accentuating his muscular form, while his wild, thick black hair danced in the air. Wonder Woman's azure eyes sparkled with intrigue as she beheld the profile of the enigmatic youth. Though he appeared to have matured a few years, entering the realm of adulthood, his countenance radiated a robust and sunny disposition. His physique was impressively enhanced, resembling a perfect embodiment of the golden ratio, exuding an aura of strength that was decidedly extraordinary. Yet, she instantly recognized the identity of the mysterious figure in the dark suit. Moreover, the bracelet adorning his wrist beneath the black suit resonated with the protective silver bracelet she wore on her right hand. It was Hickeyan. No, a more fitting term would be Black Hickeyan. Chapter 111. Black Hickeyan and Dark Superman in Superman Memorial Square. Hickeyan turned to Wonder Woman after intercepting Superman Kara's attack. Winking playfully, I hope I'm not too late, Andy. Wonder Woman Diana Prince gazed at the transformed Hickeyan, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, with a hint of exasperation and a slight smile, she murmured, You skipped school to come here, didn't you? And don't think of leaving me behind. Nian smiled, fully aware that in his aunt's eyes, he would forever remain the child seeking refuge behind her. Yet, given 1,000 or 10,000 chances, he would recklessly rush forward again, not for the sake of a so-called protection of the world, but merely to safeguard a single individual, just as that person had sheltered him for over a decade. For you, 1,000,000 times over. At that moment, Kara Danvers, clad in a blue and red superheroine costume, descended beside Nian, the gust of wind from her flight stirring the dust and debris on the ground. Gazing at the imposing figure of Superman hovering nearby, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Kal, is that you?" Superman, Kal-El, visibly stirred, cast a deep, penetrating glance at the superheroine before redirecting his gaze back to Nian, who was intercepting his attack. His eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, reminiscent of metal forged in a furnace, revealing his intent clearly. "Kara, take them away from here," Nian commanded decisively, donned in black superhero attire. "Understood." Kara, aware of her inability to confront her cousin Kal, found herself in a dilemma, uncertain of his current state. Instinctively, she complied with Nian's directive. In an instant, she moved with a speed unfathomable to the human eye, swiftly lifting Aquaman and Cyborg, who lay prostrate on the ground, and carried them away from the heart of the battlefield. The Flash, still quite nimble, called out, "Hey, put me down, I can still fight." Aquaman, Arthur Curry, a robust man with a thick beard, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as Kara carried him off the battlefield. Before he could finish his protest, he witnessed Superman unleashing 2 beams of heat vision, while the enigmatic youth in the black superhero suit standing before him mirrored the action with equally intense crimson beams of heat vision. The clash of their gazes ignited 4 tangible red lasers that collided fiercely. The blinding crimson light and rising temperature made Aquaman, now suspended 30 feet in the air, feel as though he were a fish exposed to the scorching sun on dry land. It was only then that he realized Superman had yet to unleash his full power. Standing before Wonder Woman, Nian's eyes blazed with a fiery red heat vision, locking onto the heat vision of the pseudo-black Superman. The 2 forces engaged in a standoff. Their gazes locked for a tense 10 seconds, the heat visions clashing and vying for dominance, ultimately yielding to Superman's superior might. Clearly, even among Kryptonians, there existed variances in physical prowess and abilities, and without a doubt, Kal-El was the most formidable among the Kryptonian lineage. The intense thermal gaze directed at him was relentlessly suppressed, causing Nian to abruptly divert his opponent's heat vision to the left. The scorching energy grazed his shoulder, carving 2 deep trenches into the plaza, where the searing flames ignited, melting the solid ground into a lava-like substance. Taking a deep breath, Nian thrust his fist forward with unwavering determination, causing the air to explode with a deafening crack. The bioforce field surged powerfully ahead, propelled by the formidable strength of Krypton. With a resounding thud, the punch struck Superman squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward, his body leaving a rapid afterimage as he crashed into a low platform, utterly shattering the already damaged black stone monument. However, less than a second after being propelled away, before the debris could scatter, a thunderous sonic boom erupted from the ground, and Superman emerged unscathed from the impact, his fists clenched and ready, like a human missile colliding forcefully with Nian. Wonder Woman, realizing that remaining behind Nian would hinder him, strategically withdrew from the fray. Nian reacted swiftly, raising his arms and crossing them defensively in front of him. In the very next moment, a pair of iron-forged fists came crashing down at an angle, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, delivering a tremendous force upon his arms. With a resounding boom, a powerful gust of wind and shockwaves surged forth, prompting several members of the Justice League, 50 meters away, to instinctively shield their faces with their hands. Gritting his teeth, Nian's perfectly sculpted arms trembled violently as he strained to withstand Superman's blow, capable of effortlessly penetrating mountains or skyscrapers. Yet, even as he held firm, the ground beneath him could not bear the load, collapsing in a wide expanse. In response, the dark-clad Nian soared into the sky above the plaza, prompting the corrupted Superman to pursue him relentlessly, the 2 engaging in close combat amidst the cityscape, hovering around 100 meters high. Thus, when Batman, clutching a glass jar containing a peculiar starfish, finally arrived at Superman Memorial Plaza, he was met with the sight of a fierce aerial battle. Each clash produced sonic booms, hurricanes, and waves of terror. Who could enlighten him about the unfolding chaos? Even the astute Bruce Wayne found it challenging to comprehend this astonishing scene. Could it be that 2 Kryptonians were battling? No, wait, was it 3? The Starro clone within the jar widened its singular eye in shock. suddenly realizing that Earth was far more perilous than it had previously imagined, far more so than the cosmic realms it had traversed. The aerial confrontation did not last long. Once again, a fist swung down, stirring a monumental hurricane as a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the plaza's center and creating a 3-meter-deep crater with a 10-meter radius. Nian gasped for breath as he struggled to rise from the pit. Despite simultaneously possessing the abilities of a spider and Kryptonian, his overall strength still fell slightly short of that of Supergirl. After all, the super spider genes and abilities within him, while assisting in the flawless mastery of his superhuman powers, inevitably suppressed a fraction of his strength. Indeed, had Nian obtained such immense Kryptonian powers without the super spider abilities, he would likely have lost control and inadvertently obliterated the very plaza he stood upon. Thus, although the intensity of his physical capabilities was somewhat diminished, he excelled in the art of perfect control. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. This minor drawback posed no issue against other adversaries, yet when facing the mightiest of Kryptonians, it was glaringly apparent. Before Nian could catch his breath, from above, like a deity bathed in sunlight, Superman dove once more. "Stop!" Wonder Woman attempted to intervene, but before she could reach him, a tall figure surged ahead of her. With the golden lasso in hand, Wonder Woman rushed to Nian's side, raising her right arm adorned with a protective silver bracelet. In that instant, Black Superman understood her intent and unhesitatingly lifted his left arm. Beneath the black suit, a hidden protective silver bracelet was also present. In that fleeting moment, the two protective silver bracelets collided, merging perfectly. A resonant hum echoed as the once paired bracelets fused into one, producing a jubilant metallic chime and unleashing a powerful divine shockwave. The descending Superman was hurled back several meters by the force. "You." Nian's words were abruptly cut off as a black cape billowed high, obscuring the view of the onlookers. In that instant, Wonder Woman swiftly moved closer and fervently pressed her lips against his. Chapter 112, Above and Below. I reigned supreme. The kiss was fleeting yet imbued with an intense, burning emotion. Before the dark cape had fully settled, Wonder Woman withdrew her alluring lips and quickly retreated from the pit. However, before her departure, she left Nian with another of her divine artifacts, the lasso of truth. "Thank you, Aunt." Above the pit, the corners of Black Superman's mouth lifted slightly, the lingering scent of violet still upon his lips, a trace of the medium that had entered him through their contact. The conditions were met. This marked the third activation of Nian's dominion over his kin within the day. Thud, thud, thud. Once more, Nian heard the sound of his heart as if it were a drumbeat. Yet this time, the sound was more robust, clear, and invigorating. He closed his eyes, envisioning a time long past, 50,000 years ago, when the powerful ancient gods stood upon Mount Olympus, their immense divine energies intertwining like lightning, illuminating the depths of the dark cosmos. He strained to listen. "It seems as though I can hear the resounding cries of the Kryptonian race, echoing from billions of light years away on the original site of Krypton, a testament to their unwillingness to face extinction. Ultimately, all their precious hopes are entrusted to two children. Love and strength intertwine. The ancient Greek deities, the Kryptonian lineage, and the two mightiest races of Earth and Krypton converge in an unprecedented amalgamation within the body of a human youth. These two disparate powers, initially destined to contend for supremacy, begin to intertwine and merge, aided by the abilities of a super spider, as if countless invisible threads are being woven within him. The powers of the ancient gods and Krypton commence a mutual enhancement, inching toward a small perfection unique to each lineage. Nian opens his eyes, and his irises transform into a brilliant gold, reminiscent of the blazing flames of ancient, molten gold. His formerly jet-black hair starts to grow visibly, morphing into a silvery hue, each strand emanating a palpable and overwhelming force, cascading effortlessly over his shoulders and lower back. The superhero uniform adorning Nian's form accentuates his muscular contours, its dark surface seemingly coated with a luminous white aura of divine power. Moreover, crackling with energy, a series of divine lightning bolts erupt around Nian as his dark cloak billows in the air, resembling silver-white thunder that continually cleaves through the atmosphere, manifesting his divine might at every moment. Suddenly, the lasso of truth, left behind by Wonder Woman, springs to life, swirling like a golden dragon in the air, rapidly encircling Nian's head and forming a halo of golden light. A previously unseen, formidable aura ascends from the youth, stirring the hair and sleeves of those present from dozens of meters away. This is the true form of Nian, embodying the super spider, the power of the ancient gods, and the divine transformation of Kryptonian physiology. What is that? The Justice League members, along with Supergirl hovering above, widen their eyes in astonishment. The Flash instinctively senses that the electric brilliance emanating from the surface of the youth's obsidian suit bears a resemblance to the phenomenon he experiences when using his super speed. Albeit the mysterious youth merely stands still. Cyborg's mechanical body suddenly quakes violently, as the crimson glow from his chest and left eye retracts and extinguishes. Aquaman promptly supports Cyborg's form, inquiring, "Are you alright?" He genuinely fears that Cyborg's passive defense mechanism might trigger another missile. "I'm fine," Cyborg replies, taking a deep breath, seemingly aware of Aquaman's concerns, and gazing at the youth on the battlefield with a bitter expression. "Rest assured. My internal defense mechanisms have all been automatically deactivated." He continues with a note of dread, "Do you realize? Even when confronted with Superman moments ago, my re-engineered mechanical body, built by Apocalypse technology, only reacted instinctively to defend itself. Yet now, the defense mechanisms remain utterly silent. It is not merely fear. The technological judgment of the Apocalypse within me has concluded that the presence before me is insurmountable, thus rendering any defense unnecessary." Aquaman remained silent. His body and mind were equally gripped by horror, as the royal bloodline of Atlantis seemed to quiver, yearning for submission. "Diana, could you enlighten me on your recent actions?" Batman inquired gravely, cradling a canister as he addressed Wonder Woman, who had just emerged from the battlefield. Her gaze remained fixed upon the young man, radiating a confidence that surpassed her own. "Observe closely. Everything is nearing its conclusion. This sensation is truly remarkable." The divinely empowered Hixian murmured to himself, glancing at his hand, imbued with celestial power. When he first acquired the strength of Krypton, he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. Now, it appeared that this omnipotence was no mere illusion. Boom! The sky resonated once more with a sonic blast as Superman, Kal-El, plunged downwards at breakneck speed, his fist cleaving through the air with explosive force. In the next moment, all present were rendered speechless. The enigmatic youth, seemingly engrossed in observing his right hand, had inexplicably raised his left hand to firmly counter Superman's powerful blow, capable of shattering mountains. The force was dissipated in an instant, and the ground beneath Hixian remained unscathed, safeguarded by a biotic force field enveloping the square. Superman, momentarily stunned, pondered, has he not yet regained his memories? "Allow me to rouse you slightly." Hixian spoke softly, his fingers on his left hand constricting tightly around Superman's fist, before forcefully swinging upwards. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind erupted as Superman was launched skyward by Hixian. A large hole suddenly formed in the cloud that was suspended above the square, and a brilliant beam of golden sunlight cascaded down upon Hixian. Superman continued his ascent without diminishing speed, soaring thousands of meters, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the edge of the horizon. "Cal!" Supergirl felt a surge of anxiety at the sight. "Fear not, he shall be unharmed," Hixian reassured her. In the next instant, his form vanished from the square, leaving behind only a swirling white aura of energy. Simultaneously, the cloud that had been breached completely dissipated. In less than a second, Hixian found himself in the dark, silent void of outer space, his dark cloak billowing incessantly, with a golden lasso of light seemingly anchored at the back of his head, bathed in the sun's direct rays. Hixian's silver hair and the white arc of divine energy enveloping him shimmered with a golden hue. At that moment, the youth resembled a genuine deity of the mortal realm, with the earth revealing its true form as a vibrant blue sphere behind him. Chapter 113. The battle upon the moon in the serene yet grand expanse of outer space surrounding Earth. A pair of crimson eyes blazed like a raging inferno, framed by silvery hair that shimmered with a sacred luminescence, while a dark cloak billowed wildly in the cosmic winds. The space surrounding him crackled with arcs of lightning. The transcendent being, Nian, stood seemingly frozen within the vastness of the universe, a golden halo of divine energy trailing closely behind him. As Nian emerged in the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere, an undetected figure darted past him at an astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance behind him. Superman, Kal-El, clad only in the black trousers he wore at his burial, soared beside Nian, his robust physique glistening in the direct sunlight as if reborn from flames. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a punch, as rapid and powerful as a missile, aimed directly at Nian. Yet, Nian remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in the cosmos. The sound of metal striking resonated through the air. Superman's pupils dilated in disbelief. His fist, poised to strike the young man, was intercepted by the golden halo floating behind Nian. This halo, seemingly a mere luminous adornment, harbored an immense energy that radiated from strands of hair. Superman's fist met the center of the golden halo, yet it could penetrate not even an inch, as an invisible barrier erupted into ripples of divine power at the point of contact. These golden ripples cascaded outward, echoing through the dark expanse of space for miles. Superman's body jolted, his eyes reflecting bewilderment. This golden halo not only contained the vast energy of ancient gods, but also bore a layer of Kryptonian biological force field that seemed to merge seamlessly with the divine power. Could the biological force field be utilized in such a manner? No, this was an overwhelming abundance. Superman felt his clenched fist tremble violently, rebuffed by the combined energies of divine power and the biological field. Before he could unleash a second strike, Nian's figure flickered, seemingly swapping places with Superman, now standing closely behind him. Without resorting to any elaborate abilities, Nian executed a simple yet direct kick, sending the still-poised Superman hurtling away. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. Under the unimaginable force and inertia, Superman's muscular back arched dramatically as he continued to be propelled into the void beyond Earth. In his path, he inadvertently grazed a satellite emblazoned with the insignia of Wayne Industries, which shattered like a toy, exploding into a brilliant orange fireball. Nian blinked, feigning ignorance, and swiftly pursued Superman, his form resembling a meteor streaking through the cosmos. Even the members of the Justice League, gathered at the Memorial Plaza, looked up to witness a dazzling point of light in the azure sky, shining like a star. At that moment, a neatly attired woman in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, embodying the essence of an intelligent journalist, hurriedly made her way to the vicinity of the Memorial Square. Observing the familiar silhouettes of heroes amidst the chaotic remnants and the ravaged surface of the square, she asked, both astonished and anxious, "Is it true that Clark has returned?" "Yes, Louise, it is true," replied Supergirl Kara Danvers, who had swiftly descended beside the white-collar woman, addressing her as a younger sister. "Where is he now?" Louise inquired urgently. Supergirl gestured towards the heavens, hesitating slightly. "They should be on the moon." Then, she softly reassured her, "Do not worry, with that person around, Carl will be safe." "That person?" Louise echoed, her voice tinged with uncertainty, as she too gazed skyward. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of outer space, Nian swiftly caught up to the retreating Superman, who was on the brink of colliding with the space station once more. In a decisive move, he propelled Superman towards another direction in space, where a grayish-white planet lay adjacent to Earth, the moon. Superman plummeted to the lunar surface like a human-shaped meteor, his body sinking deeply into the ground, creating a massive artificial impact crater with a radius of nearly a mile, sending shockwaves of soil erupting outward. Gasping for breath, Superman rose from the center of the crater, reminiscent of the scene when Nian had hurled him into the Superman Memorial Square. It must be said that Nian held a grudge, but he never waited for a decade or even a year. He retaliated on the same day. Rising, Superman gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes aflame with a crimson glow, unleashing two scorching beams into the darkness, extending 2,000 to 3,000 meters beyond. Deep in the shadowy void of outer space, two faint, thunderous red rays descended, akin to judgment spears cast down by the gods, piercing through everything, including the heat vision emitted by Superman himself. Who was glaring at whom? A figure illuminated as bright as day descended alongside the electric beams of heat vision. Instinctively, Superman raised his arms in defense, only to have a foot land precisely at the intersection of his crossed arms. In an instant, his towering form was embedded halfway into the lunar soil, and the artificial impact crater expanded several-fold, creating a dust storm that swept across miles. This was the battle taking place approximately 400,000 kilometers from Earth, on the moon. At that moment, beside a spacecraft conducting research on the lunar surface, an astronaut clad in bulky gear was collecting soil samples and measuring the terrain. Upon sensing the unusual disturbance of sand and wind behind him, he turned to witness two human figures engaged in fierce combat in the distance, inadvertently causing a lunar dust storm and tumultuous craters. The astronaut's eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed onto the ground, nearly losing his wits in terror. It is not merely a moment of awe. In his perspective, the ongoing clash is nothing short of a battle between two deities of immense power. How many times has he been sent sprawling? Superman, Kal-El, is enveloped by a sense of unease. He has been somewhat awakened, faintly recalling fragments of his identity and memories. Yet, he perceives that the young man before him bears a resemblance to his little cousin, igniting his curiosity about the Kryptonian's nature, prompting him to continue his probing attacks. Little did he anticipate such a sudden reversal. Superman had believed he could subdue the youth, but after the latter adopted a different stance, he found himself relentlessly overpowered. The current force of suppression far exceeds that of General Zod, the leader of the Kryptonian warships. Superman, now considerably stronger than he once was, finds himself utterly incapable of countering the mysterious young man. At this moment, the god of humanity, Superman, yearns to express his newfound clarity and propose a temporary truce. Yet the lunar environment renders him voiceless. This situation is rather awkward. As for the intensity of abilities, super godly Nian, predicated on first acquiring spider powers, and the formidable super black Nian, alongside Supergirl Spider Nian, suitable for stacking other extraordinary abilities without easily losing control. Chapter 114. The inexorable super godly Nian. 3,000 words. Upon the moon. With a powerful shockwave manifesting a blow, a figure hurtles backward, skimming the lunar surface and being flung several miles away, stirring up a dramatic dust storm. Nearby astronauts stand frozen, the sole witnesses to this divine conflict. Due to severe oxygen deprivation, Superman Kal-El's mind begins to cloud, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. When he looks again toward the battlefield, where has the super godly Nian vanished? At that moment, a profound sense of danger strikes the back of Superman's head. The biological force field surrounding him is forcefully breached. Floating just above the lunar surface, he turns to see the silver-haired youth standing behind him. Suddenly, a golden lasso, like a dragon in flight, pierces the air, entwined with white electric sparks, swiftly racing toward his exposed torso, rapidly spinning to ensnare his limbs. This divine lasso, radiating golden and electric light, not only contains the power to subdue his body, but is also coated in a resilient biological force field, making the already sturdy lasso even more formidable. At this moment, it is truly over. The end of a devastating defeat. For reasons unknown, Kal-El experiences a fleeting sense of relief. The super godly Nian extends his right index and middle fingers, gently tapping the other end of the truth lasso against Superman's brow. No words are necessary. In an extraordinary moment, Nian transferred his understanding of Superman's identity, the tragic event of Superman's demise at the hands of Doomsday, and the subsequent transformations in the world after his death into Superman's consciousness through the lasso of truth. Initially, a flicker of confusion and stupor crossed Superman's eyes, but he soon regained clarity, completing the final piece of his mental puzzle. Rather than binding Superman and returning to Earth, Nian, with due respect, loosened the lasso of truth, which then gracefully returned to the back of his head, transforming into a halo. Under the vast and supreme power of the deified Nian, the artifact seemed to awaken, exhibiting an enhanced essence and divine might. Nian gestured towards the distant Earth, and Superman nodded slightly, refraining from launching any further attacks. The two, having just concluded their battle, now shared a profound understanding. Thus, before the astronaut could faint from shock, Nian and Superman ascended from the moon, which bore new craters and abysses. Upon their return to Earth, specifically to Metropolis and Stryker Island, the scene at Superman Memorial Square became illuminated by the radiant presence of Nian and the awakened Superman. The journalist Lois, adorned with a ring on her ring finger, hurried forward and embraced Superman, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Nian, in his divine form, gracefully descended onto the square and exchanged glances with Wonder Woman and Supergirl, a silent communication passing between them. "What is the current situation?" Nian inquired, his voice calm and steady, resonating with an air of divinity. He was determined not to squander this moment of heightened awareness, swiftly aiming to address the remaining threats. Wonder Woman, Diana, understood his intent and responded promptly, "The outlook is grim. The 3 mother boxes have been seized by the forces of Apocalypse, led by the monstrous Lobo." "And where is Lobo?" Nian pressed further, his eyes flashing with a menacing light, as if declaring the fate of a certain entity in that very instant. "Uncertain," Wonder Woman replied solemnly, shaking her head. "After we resurrected Superman with the last mother box, Lobo took advantage of the chaos to seize it. He has likely returned to his extraterrestrial base somewhere on Earth. I believe I have a way to locate him," Steele suddenly declared as he soared back to the square. "My father marked the 3rd mother box just before it was heated. We should be able to find the Apocalypse base through a scanning investigation, although it will require some time." Batman, carrying a canister, stepped forward, feeling he was finally in his element, and quickly joined the conversation. "I can operate from my Batcave." "So, should we return to the Batcave?" the Flash inquired curiously. At that moment, the members of the Justice League, including Superman, collectively turned their attention to the enigmatic young man standing in their midst. Despite Batman being one of the founding members of the Justice League and possessing remarkable intelligence and wisdom, The entirety of the Justice League pales in comparison to the current enigmatic youth. Even though the young man had only intervened for less than 10 minutes, he had managed to command the respect and admiration of superheroes, each imbued with their own pride and prowess. There was no need for further delay. Please wait a moment, the supercharged Nian said, shaking his head before soaring into the sky. With astonishing speed, he ascended, creating a sonic boom that echoed with a significant delay. In the next instant, Nian found himself in near-Earth space, gazing down at the universe, where the beautiful, ring-shaped azure planet emerged before him, its back turned to the sun. Standing at the edge of space, Nian spread his arms wide, and from his obsidian-clad, steel-like form, a cascade of white light erupted, resembling spider silk and tiny bolts of lightning, radiating like a miniature sun. These beams of daylight, numbering in the thousands, continuously overflowed from him, splitting and dispersing as they fell towards the earth below. From another perspective, it appeared as though Nian had woven an immense, invisible web, enveloping the earth beneath him. Whether day or night, at that moment, people around the globe looked up to witness countless meteor-like streams of daylight streaking across the sky. At the headquarters of SHIELD, Director Nick Fury and Agent Hill stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor, their eyes fixed on the myriad beams of light traversing the heavens. One such stream descended into the SHIELD building, merging with the air and glowing with a spectral white luminescence. Back at Nian's home, the lonely Wanda stepped out onto the balcony, finding herself alone. Upon witnessing the white rays slicing through the sky, she instinctively extended her small hand, and a strand of white light fell gently into her palm, dissolving there. So warm, Wanda murmured, her doll-like face breaking into a radiant smile. In Washington, within the corridors of a high school, the assistant principal Felicia Hardy was carrying books as she walked past the classrooms. To her surprise, she discovered that one classroom, which had long been emptied of students, still housed a solitary blonde girl quietly seated at her desk. It was the class president, Gwen Stacy. Gwen occasionally glanced outside the classroom, seemingly awaiting something. Just as Felicia was about to knock and enter, a beam of white light fell through the window into the classroom. Instinctively, Gwen reached out, and the light tenderly settled in her hand. In a mansion in New York, a group of gang members were startled as their leader, Lorna, looked up to the sky, her emerald-green eyes reflecting the white meteors. After one beam, seemingly conscious, rained down nearby, she suddenly exclaimed, "They say someone is the brightest star in the night sky. But it turns out you are the sun." Indeed, men's words are often deceptive. A group of male gangsters, feeling affronted, trembled in uncertainty, unaware of who had provoked the green-haired little boss. Beside the Himalayas, in the sacred land of Kamar Taj, the supreme sorcerer, Master Mordo exclaimed upon noticing the white streak of light piercing through the sorcerer's barrier. "Pay it no mind." A bald woman appeared beside Master Mordo with her arms crossed, speaking calmly. In the vastness of outer space, the transcendent Nian, after executing a particular maneuver, felt the divine radiance emanating from him dim considerably. Even he had expended a vast amount of energy, despite the assistance of his black battlesuit that enhanced solar energy absorption efficiency. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. At that moment, Nian's mind was inundated with an overwhelming influx of information from across the globe. A mere fraction of this data, if placed in the mind of an ordinary human, would be sufficient to incapacitate them entirely. Fortunately, Nian's enhanced intellect allowed him to manage it effectively. After processing a significant portion of the information, Nian pinpointed a location highly suspected to be the site of the apocalyptic base. He had also hoped to locate the whereabouts of the missing Peter. Unfortunately, searching for a single individual on Earth proved to be exceedingly challenging. Unlike the conspicuous targets of the current apocalyptic hideouts, with a deep breath, Nian descended rapidly, returning to the plaza where members of the Justice League had gathered. Despite appearing to have squandered time, only 20 seconds had elapsed since he took flight, dispersing energy filaments to seek out his target. "The target base is here," Nian declared as he opened his right palm, conjuring a three-dimensional representation of the Earth with white divine energy. As they observed the coordinates displayed in Nian's hand, Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash, and Cyborg almost simultaneously exclaimed, "It's Bozernov." Aquaman shrugged, feeling the sting of ignorance. Wonder Woman, ever empathetic, elucidated, "That is a ghost town not far from Moscow, abandoned following a nuclear accident 30 years ago. Even the local military dares not enter." The Flash couldn't resist interjecting. "The radiation levels there could be so intense that it might sprout an arm from someone's neck." "I understand now." That indeed is the optimal location for constructing the apocalyptic base, Cyborg quickly remarked. Apocalyptic technology could easily utilize the nuclear radiation there as a primary energy source for the base, remaining undetected by us humans. Presently, the radiation levels should be nearly depleted. What are we waiting for? Let us prepare to depart immediately. We shall discuss the specifics of our strategy aboard the aircraft, Batman asserted in a low voice. Accompanied by a thunderous roar overhead, a black bat plane descended onto the plaza. The Flash raised his hands in exasperation, suddenly saying, "Didn't you notice? The deity has already departed." It was only then that Aquaman and the others realized that the enigmatic youth had vanished from the plaza, along with Wonder Woman, Superman, and the Wasteland Wolf. In the lofty heights above the metropolis, a high-tech aircraft, styled like a bat, was soaring at full speed towards Pozernov, Russia. Within the cockpit of the bat-shaped aircraft, Wonder Woman, Batman, the Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg were meticulously preparing their equipment, readying themselves for the imminent confrontation upon arrival. Batman momentarily removed his helmet, revealing a rugged yet handsome visage marked by time, and addressed his fellow heroes within the cockpit. The paramount concern now is not the desolate wolf, but rather how we shall respond if the mother boxes have already achieved Trinity. Cyborg inhaled deeply, his left eye flickering with an electronic crimson glow, and gravely stated, "The mother box is a strategic artifact forged from the pinnacle of apocalyptic technology. Darkseid has used it to conquer countless worlds. If the three mother boxes are merely in the initial phase of fusion, it is indeed plausible that a formidable external force could separate them. However, should they fully unite as a trinity, any external force or explosive impact would merely amplify their cohesion." He continued, "A fully realized trinity of mother boxes possesses the ability to open a boom tube and wield cataclysmic power. My very form has been remade by the apocalyptic technology of the mother box, and I am acutely aware of the immense capabilities they embody." "Wait," the Flash interjected, raising his hand like an eager student, "I can barely grasp the concept of cataclysmic power. But what exactly is a boom tube?" Cyborg swiftly elucidated. "A boom tube facilitates super-distance teleportation. The vast expanse between Earth and Apocalypse is so great that even interstellar vessels might struggle to traverse it. Yet a boom tube can allow for instantaneous connection between the two realms. The desolate wolf reached Earth through a boom tube." "How remarkable," the Flash marveled. "So the crux of this conflict hinges upon those three boxes?" Aquaman shrugged. "Indeed." "Very well," Batman replied solemnly. "Given this, we must contemplate our battle strategy. If the mother boxes have indeed achieved Trinity, how shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, a resolute glimmer shone in Cyborg's human eye. He felt an innate sense that his mechanical form existed for this very moment. "Diana, do you have nothing to contribute?" Batman suddenly turned his gaze towards the beautiful woman who had remained silent. Wonder Woman, Diana, gazed out of the aircraft's window, and upon hearing Batman's inquiry, turned back to respond softly, "I was merely pondering that by the time we arrive, that individual may have already resolved most of the matters at hand." At that moment, the bat-shaped aircraft jolted as it pierced through the clouds, causing Batman, who was cradling a jar made of star glass, to furrow his brow in concern. Before us stands the enchanting Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, embodying a demeanor that starkly contrasts with her usual poise and independence. It might be deemed somewhat offensive to utter such words regarding Wonder Woman, yet this century-old goddess resembles a love-struck maiden, exhibiting an almost blind adoration towards the formidable ally who has unexpectedly entered the fray. This sentiment is one that Batman finds rather distasteful. In his perspective, it fundamentally contradicts the very essence upon which the Justice League was founded. The unparalleled strength of beings like Superman had initially facilitated the creation of the League, allowing them to collectively confront the formidable crises of the future. Now, however, the presence of a single individual seems far more dependable than the entire Justice League. This raises the question, does the Justice League still hold any relevance? In Russia, in the vicinity of Pozernov, a city has emerged from the ruins of abandoned factories, transformed into a small extraterrestrial base. The forces of Apocalypse, wielding laser weaponry, patrol the ground and skies of this alien stronghold, which is encased in a massive crimson energy shield. At this moment, within the core of the base, situated in the dilapidated factory, the rugged visage of the Wolf of the Wasteland is alight with fervor. His towering form, clad in steel-scaled armor, heaves with anticipation as he reverently presents the final mother box, cradled in his broad hands. Hovering in the lower atmosphere are two identical awakened mother boxes. With a crackling hum, the three awakened mother boxes draw closer together, aligning in the air, their metallic surfaces shimmering with electric sparks as they begin to intertwine. The trinity of mother boxes commences its sacred convergence. Soon they shall unite, and he will return to the side of the supreme Dark Lord. A glimmer of moisture flickers in the wolf's murky eyes as his excitement causes his body and armor to tremble uncontrollably. However, at that moment, accompanied by a resounding bang, the wolf instinctively gazes upward towards the base. He watches in disbelief as the energy shield recedes like a tide. The wolf is taken aback. Without a hint of warning or defense, has the energy barrier been breached? Outside the dilapidated factory, at the edge of the extraterrestrial base, a radiant figure, bright as day, pierces through the energy shield, forcefully invading the inner sanctum of the alien stronghold. In an instant, thousands of otherworldly beings within the base spring into action, commandeering fixed turrets and wielding their firearms to unleash torrents of searing crimson laser beams. In that fleeting moment, the laser rays cascade like a torrential downpour, saturating the air with a relentless barrage, leaving no room for evasion as they converge upon the luminous intruder. Soaring through the skies, the supercharged Shuren spreads his arms wide, emanating a brilliant golden light from his ironclad form. He resembled a resplendent humanoid sun, illuminating the shadowy corners of the city with his radiant brilliance. The laser beams converging from all directions cascaded upon the golden radiance, akin to raindrops striking a meticulously forged steel shell, impervious to harm. This was, after all, a natural phenomenon. Nian's outwardly expanding aura of golden energy was a fusion of overwhelming divine power and a biological force field. It was the exclusive bioenergy of the ancient gods of Earth and the Kryptonian race. The absence of others was a blessing, Nian murmured to himself, his eyes emitting two icy bolts of white lightning. In this state, devoid of assistance, he was at his most formidable. Suddenly, Nian thrust his arms outward, his body enveloped in a sleek black combat suit, generating countless white bolts of lightning that cleaved through the air, unleashing a wave of devastating energy. Buzzing. The energy wave rapidly swept from the heavens to the ground, obliterating dilapidated structures and annihilating fleeing alien soldiers. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters was flattened. The once abandoned factory had vanished. 3 mother boxes, in a state of convergence, hovered low in the air, while the lone surviving wasteland wolf anchored itself by driving its axe weapon deep into the earth, preventing itself from being swept away by the energy shockwave. A fierce gust of wind swept across the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of debris. In the central area of the alien base, virtually nothing remained. Erased by the energy wave, the terrain depressed by a meter or two. In the low sky, fearful of the intruders breaching the alien base, the 3 awakened mother boxes seemed to tremble, the surrounding white lightning crackling as they accelerated the Trinitarian convergence process. With a resounding whoosh, the debris surged outward violently. As the figure resembling the sun descended from above, his black superhero cape billowing in the wind, the young man advancing toward the 3 mother boxes. As the intruder approached the mother boxes, a warning rang out. No, do not come any closer. The wasteland wolf, akin to a weary lone wolf, bristled as its armored scales stood on end, its powerful right hand wrenching the massive axe from the ground, charging recklessly at the supercharged Nian. The axe in the wasteland wolf's grasp was bestowed by a king, having torn through the bodies of various formidable races in the universe, stained with the crimson blood of countless Amazon warriors, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. In that moment, the axe's blade resembled the sharpest claws of an aging solitary wolf, shimmering with a destructive golden lightning as it descended, cleaving the very air and space asunder. This was the wasteland wolf's most potent and reckless offensive strike. In the face of the wolf's swift and powerful assault, it was slightly too slow. Nian shook his head, seemingly disappointed, and swiftly raised his right hand. Clang! The collision of the metallic axe blade against his flesh produced a sound reminiscent of iron meeting iron, accompanied by an overwhelming gale that swept back through Nian's silver hair and dark cloak. The wild wolf stared in disbelief, its eyes widening as it beheld its axe, infused with golden lightning and fueled by its utmost strength, firmly grasped in the youth's hand. The force and energy emanating from that hand far surpassed its own. A Kryptonian? How could this be? The wild wolf's eyes were bloodshot with fury as it gripped the axe tightly. Yet, regardless of how fiercely it pushed forward or pulled back, the axe remained resolutely anchored in the hands of the transcendent Nian. With one hand maintaining its grip on the axe blade, Nian suddenly lifted his feet from the ground, gradually levitating into the air. His silver hair and dark cloak billowed chaotically behind him as he hovered 2 meters above the wild wolf, gazing down. The hand grasping the axe began to exert downward pressure. It was not merely the terrifying force transmitted through the axe. A torrent of divine power and biological force bore down like a tangible weight upon the wild wolf. The creature's arms trembled violently as it clutched the axe handle. Its waist bending under the strain, the steel scales of its armor rattling ominously. Suddenly, with a thud, the wild wolf's knees buckled, collapsing to the ground. The earth beneath it cracked like a spider's web, its knees sinking into the soil. Overwhelmed by humiliation, the wild wolf quaked in terror. Unable to conceive any notion of resistance before such horrifying might, a power it had only witnessed from the king it served. Meanwhile, the youth hovering at low altitude appeared like a rising sun, radiating white flashes of lightning and sending ripples of golden energy into the air. At that moment, Nian coughed lightly, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from his lips, the blood seemingly brimming with vitality, unleashing torrents of lightning that ravaged the earth around him. The wild wolf stood frozen, unable to fathom that this extraordinary being, rare even in the cosmos, was coughing blood. Nian furrowed his brow slightly. In that fleeting instant, he sensed a thread within his body snap, reminiscent of a spider's silk. Was this due to the excessive energy expenditure during the recent battle in pursuit of his target? No. His mind, operating like a supercomputer, scanned his internal and external state and arrived at an astonishing conclusion that even he found hard to believe. Contrary to the notion of energy depletion, he was, in fact, brimming with excess energy. The energy coursing through Nian now surpassed that of when he first attained the transcendent mode, having increased by approximately 10 to 20%. The rate of solar energy absorption in this transcendent mode far exceeded the pace of current energy consumption. This sounds promising, akin to a perpetual motion machine. However, the abundant energy within the body, lacking an outlet, begins to disrupt the perfect equilibrium of one's physical form. This explains why the seemingly indestructible Nian still coughs up blood, much like a person with excessive vitality may experience nosebleeds. Thus, it signifies that once Nian enters the state of transcendence, he becomes an entity born for battle, necessitating relentless, high-intensity combat without a moment's respite. Otherwise, his body may very well burst from the solar energy surging within. The previous Superman could still manage a fight, but now, having flown a considerable distance, the transcendental Nian has expended virtually no energy during his journey. As for the current situation with the Wasteland Wolf, confronting it hardly compares to the total energy expenditure incurred during his flight. With a mind racing at lightning speed, Nian swiftly deduced the necessity for a swift resolution to the crisis concerning the mother boxes, followed by a retreat to a location devoid of solar energy. In this regard, Nian immediately thought of the devouring space of the Little Emperor, a place he could access at will. Free from solar energy and the concern of causing destruction, a decidedly astute choice. As he contemplated this, Nian wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. At that moment, the Wasteland Wolf seemed to seize upon a fleeting opportunity for counterattack. The towering figure, clad in steel armor and kneeling on the ground, suddenly released the axe handle, its form crackling with golden lightning as it lunged towards Nian, who hovered just above the ground. Even if it meant sacrificing itself, it aimed to buy time for the triad of the mother boxes. A fierce light ignited in the Wasteland Wolf's eyes. At that instant, it made its final decision. Wagering its honor, its life, and everything it possessed, it resolved to halt the invader here. And then, there was no further moment. The Wasteland Wolf remained in its forward lunge, its gaze lowered in shock, revealing a hand that shattered its armored chest, divine power and force penetrating its interior, with a fist emerging from the back of its armor. There was no blood. Before any could fall, it had already been vaporized by the searing energy. The axe fell freely to the ground, embedded at an angle. "My king," the Wasteland Wolf murmured to itself, eyes flashing with a mix of unwillingness, nostalgia, and eventual acceptance, before a searing energy melted a hole through its chest and its body. Along with its armor, collapsed lifelessly backward. "This is my strongest strike in the present moment," Nian remarked softly as he gazed upon the corpse of the Wasteland Wolf. Subsequently, he soared over the fallen body and landed directly in front of the three mother boxes, placing one hand on each side. Rather than attempting to separate the three boxes that were on the verge of merging, he exerted his utmost strength and energy to compress them inward. Nian's eyes shimmered with a piercing, divine light, resembling a deity from Krypton, as he pressed both palms inward, striving to crush the three mother boxes simultaneously. Chapter 117. The End. The Trinity. With a resounding thud, two figures emerged from the distant horizon, soaring through the skies and descending diagonally to the site of the base. Indeed, it was none other than the illustrious Supergirl, Kara Danvers, and Superman, Kal-El, the Kryptonian siblings. Superman had donned a new ensemble of dark hues, though his cape remained a striking crimson, emblematic of his heroic garb. In truth, he yearned for an outfit and cape that were entirely clad in the deep shadows of Kryptonian domestic attire. Yet lamentably, the only set had been claimed by Nian. Has it truly reached its conclusion? Supergirl surveyed the base, now laid to waste by energy waves, her gaze swiftly darting to the fallen form of the hollow-chested wasteland wolf, finally resting upon a young man in the distance, his dark cape billowing behind him. At that moment, the silver-haired youth radiated an aura of ferocious and formidable energy, pressing his palm against 3 mother boxes that were on the verge of unification. However, this unification did not imply the fusion of the 3 mother boxes. Rather, it indicated that the awakened mother boxes were synchronizing their system frequencies into a singular hyperfrequency state. He intends to obliterate the mother boxes, Superman remarked gravely. The mother box from Apocalypse is indestructible. Is that truly achievable? Supergirl's voice trembled with concern, and she instinctively moved to assist Nian, only to be halted by Superman's outstretched hand. His eyes, deep and penetrating, scrutinized the unfolding scene, and he decisively concluded, if even he cannot accomplish this, then adding our efforts would only hinder him. Ahead, the transcended Nian exerted all his strength, his hands pressing down firmly on the 3 mother boxes, channeling the power of the old gods and the biofield, striving to push them into alignment amidst a tempest of white lightning. The 3 awakened mother boxes trembled violently in the low sky, emitting a cacophony akin to the anguished cries of sentient beings. Nevertheless, the mother boxes remained only slightly compressed, showing no signs of fracture. Is it impossible? Supergirl's eyes widened in disbelief. He is yet to unleash his full might, Superman replied swiftly, fully aware of Nian's current prowess. As if in response to Superman's words, the transcended Nian suddenly let out a roar so potent that it generated an unmistakable sonic wave. In that instant, his form seemed to ignite, engulfed in a conflagration of white lightning and golden flames, transforming him into a veritable sun. The earth beneath him trembled violently, and the clouds above were swept aside by the force of the winds. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the scene as Nian expended all his divine power and energy for this final, transcendent strike. The sheer force he wielded was nearly unbearable, causing torrents of blood to spill forth from his open mouth as he coughed violently. With a resounding crack, the 3 awakening mother boxes struggled desperately, and almost simultaneously, their surfaces erupted with a striking, minuscule fissure. Concurrently, the mother boxes reached the critical point of the Trinity, projecting an energy blast that pierced through the rear side of the space, accompanied by a thunderous sound, activating a circular portal of transportation. Buzz. On the other side of the booming portal, the destination was not anywhere on Earth, but rather a dim, malevolent, yet profoundly sacred ancient hall. At the far end of this grand hall, majestic, ultramodern skyscrapers stood tall. Not far from the portal on the opposite side, stood Darkseid, who had previously communicated with the wasteland wolf from a great distance, now flanking a towering and imposing figure alongside another alien. Behind him, more powerful extraterrestrial beings, filled with reverence, knelt in awe before the kingly presence of Darkseid. Darkseid's eyes radiated a white divine light, coldly observing the supercharged Shazam pressing upon the 3 mother boxes, as well as the lifeless body of the wasteland wolf lying on the ground beside him. Once the booming portal opened, Superman and Supergirl swiftly flew to the front of the portal, the 2 Kryptonians acting as guardians to shield Shazam from Darkseid's gaze. At that moment, Shazam suddenly hesitated, as the fissures on the 3 mother boxes widened, and the blood he had just coughed up flowed into them. Simultaneously, a droplet of silvery, liquid-like energy, akin to the essence within the mother box, fell into his palm. Could it be? At that instant, even Shazam entertained a notion that seemed utterly absurd. Soon, he realized that it was far more than a mere thought. An extraordinary power from another realm surged into his body, creating an unprecedented triadic opposition with the prior divine power and Kryptonian physiology. However, as this trend began to form, the balance was instantly shattered. Unbeknownst to Superman and Supergirl, who stood with their backs to Shazam, a chilling sensation surged from their spines, akin to an icy grip tightening around their hearts. Above in the divine realm, the one-eyed God King sat quietly upon his celestial throne, attentively listening to Thor's summary of the battle in New York. At that moment, he suddenly raised his remaining eye, gazing out into the dark yet resplendent depths of the infinite starry sky beyond the palace. At the center of the Milky Way, on a crimson planet resembling a human head, A white-clad man with graying temples stood amidst a vibrant courtyard, where fountains danced exuberantly. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up towards a particular starry expanse, murmuring with trepidation, "Perhaps it is best to leave that seed on earth alone." In a certain corner of the universe, a place devoid of any light, a woman, enveloped in a cloak of black silk, with skin so pale it seemed almost ethereal, opened her eyes. Her form fluctuated, at times resembling a voluptuous and alluring young woman, showcasing the graceful curves of her mature physique, while at other moments, she appeared as a charming young girl, playfully kicking her delicate feet and emitting a delightful, soft giggle. The transformation of her body was a captivating spectacle. Intriguingly, you may be a more fitting emissary for me than she is. In another corner of the cosmos, seated upon an enigmatic chair, a mysterious entity gazed with uncertainty in its eyes, as if the multitude of occurrences within the universe had unveiled, for the first time, a secret that surpassed its own comprehension. In that fleeting moment, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, countless powerful beings awakened, turning their gazes skyward. A sense of foreboding arose. The Ancient One, situated within the hallowed halls of Kamartaj, furrowed her brow, stepping forward without any visible means of creating a portal, her form cloaked in yellow robes, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 118. The Trinity of Nian. From the dawn of the universe to the present, such an occurrence is unprecedented and perhaps the final of its kind. The wisdom of Apocalypse, the power of the old gods, the body of Krypton, the Trinity. Instinctively, Nian moved his hands, causing the space beside him to warp and compress, as if he were struggling to force open several fissures. The once indomitable mother box shattered like fragile foam, crumbling inch by inch into oblivion. With a crackling sound, Nian transformed into a being of radiant white light, surrounded by interwoven arcs of black lightning, embodying both destruction and creation, tearing apart and reshaping the fabric of space. Everything within a 3-meter radius was annihilated, reduced to a state of particles. Nian could almost hear the countless invisible threads within him snapping, and despite possessing the abilities of a spider, he felt the onset of uncontrollable chaos and disintegration. His fingers trembled with difficulty. Nian found it increasingly challenging to maintain control over his own body, as his previously perfect state had been irrevocably shattered, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. This time, however, it was likely not a mere illusion. At that moment, on the fringes of the former alien base, a glass-like mirror surface materialized, possessing spatial properties that shielded it from external scrutiny beyond Earth. Nian faintly heard a familiar and steady female voice whispering in his ear, "Remaining here will lead to the destruction of many things, including yourself. I shall draw you into the mirrored space." It was the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One. Nian quickly grasped this revelation, his gaze penetrating the unknown barrier. Perceiving the Ancient One standing in the adjacent mirrored realm, to be drawn into the mirrored space was indeed a superior alternative to the devouring space. As the Ancient One was poised to draw him into the mirror dimension, Trinity Nian suddenly interjected, "Mage, wait. He has one last matter to attempt." He urged, "Stand aside." Superman, Kara. With great effort, he lifted his gaze toward the two figures several meters away, while his right hand gradually clenched into a fist, resolute and unwavering, slowly rising upwards. Upon hearing his words, Superman and Supergirl swiftly stepped aside from the front of the sonic portal. Within the celestial hall of Apocalypse, standing at the forefront, Darkseid seemed to sense an impending threat and quickly commanded, "Darkseid, close the gate immediately." The ruler who had conquered countless worlds spoke with an undertone of panic. How could this be possible? Darkseid, serving nearby, felt an acute sense of dread prickling at his scalp. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to chant incantations, raising his hands. And a peculiar box that bore resemblance to a mother box, yet was entirely distinct, soared from his cloak, hovering before him. The strange little box trembled violently upon its emergence, emanating intertwining beams of technological light that penetrated the air, forming a protective shield. Simultaneously, the sonic portal began to shrink in size. At that moment, Trinity Nian unleashed a powerful punch. This strike, far slower than even a normal human's motion, appeared to transcend the limits of ordinary strength. Yet, as the punch surged forward, the very sound, light, and space before him began to dissolve and warp, unleashing an overwhelming force imbued with the essence of atomic particles, the destructive power of ancient gods, and the biological energy of Krypton. Boom. Although the target of this punch was the sonic portal, the shockwaves radiated outward, annihilating vast expanses of land. Superman and Supergirl, stationed on either side, raised their hands to construct a defense using their full biological energy fields, bracing against the explosive surge of energy. Meanwhile, the primary shockwave from the punch continued its furious advance toward the rapidly collapsing sonic portal. In a critical moment, the sonic portal was utterly sealed, vanishing from the low skies. In the Hall of Apocalypse, Darkseid, controlling the box, sighed in relief. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that on Earth, Trinity Nian's fist continued its trajectory, striking the void where the portal had disappeared, as if the energy shockwave, imbued with sentient awareness, breached the fabric of space, tracing the last remaining thread of the sonic portal that lingered on Earth, disappearing in a spectacular display reminiscent of the portal's effects. Simultaneously, countless light years away from Earth, in a realm inaccessible even to interstellar warships, Darkseid in the Royal Hall of Apocalypse widened his eyes in sudden terror, his cloaked figure trembling instinctively, as a wave of horrific energy surged forth from the very spot where the sonic portal had opened, like a divine light of judgment. In this moment, the hovering box autonomously constructed defenses in an urgent response. Darkseid, whose eyes once radiated a white divine light, unleashed a twisted crimson lightning bolt. Boom! The magnificent and resplendent ancient hall was violently torn asunder by the chaotic and terrifying energy, the remnants of demonic corpses and shattered structures disintegrating into particles before they could even touch the ground. The energy shockwave surged forth like a breached dam, rushing towards the Apocalypse city beyond. As for what transpired later on Apocalypse, Nian was oblivious. After delivering that punch in Trinity mode, he was drawn into the mirror dimension by the Ancient One. Thus, when the Black Bat plane finally arrived, landing at the site of Bozernov's extraterrestrial base, Batman, Wonder Woman, the Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg quickly disembarked. They beheld a barren expanse stretching for miles, with Superman and Supergirl remaining at the center of this desolate land. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of Wolverine lay cold on the ground. "Did you do this?" Batman inquired of Superman while cradling the canister. Superman shook his head, casting a glance at his palm, marred by burn wounds. "Is he all right?" Wonder Woman asked swiftly. "He's fine," Supergirl replied, clearly understanding Diana's concern, and gently shook her head. "The one in trouble is likely the enemy from Apocalypse. With Wolverine dead and the Mother Box destroyed, has this war come to an end?" Cyborg remarked, surveying the surroundings with disbelief. He had anticipated a death-defying resolution, yet arrived only to find it concluded. "Why do I feel like I just came to watch a show?" The Flash shrugged, voicing the sentiments of many present, and Aquaman heartily patted his shoulder in agreement. "In any case, it's good that this crisis has been resolved," Batman stated. "Alas, this is likely just the beginning." Cyborg raised his gaze towards the setting sun, obscured by the encroaching night. Apocalypse views Earth as a hunting ground. "I do not know what they are after, but they will not relent easily." A moment of silence enveloped them until Batman solemnly declared, "This is the very purpose of our Justice League's existence. Regardless of the circumstances, this war with Apocalypse has reached a temporary conclusion. From the outcome, it appears to be a victory for Earth. Yet, in the long run, the world will face even more known and unknown crises. After enduring this day, each hero present would find it impossible to erase the image of that sun-like youth from their hearts. In future encounters with insurmountable crises, they would inevitably regard him as their final hope. After all, he was the true embodiment of Earth's might." Chapter 119, The Universe, the School Apocalypse. At the site of the ancient palace, an unfathomable abyss manifested upon the earth, stretching to the very edge of the city of Apocalypse. Wisps of black smoke rising from its depths. Suddenly, a robust arm emerged from the chasm, grasping the fractured ground nearby. From within the dark void, a pair of crimson eyes ignited, revealing a tumult of anguish, fury, and a chilling ruthlessness. A voice, reminiscent of a demon, rasped with an unsettling calm, "Earth, I shall undoubtedly arrive. As long as I seize that most formidable existence, I shall wield it for my own purposes." In a distant corner of the cosmos, above a planet, an immense super-interstellar warship lay anchored. Within the ship's chamber, a dimly lit hall framed against the backdrop of the universe. A figure reminiscent of Darkseid, yet with a coarse, purple-hued bald visage, occupied the throne. "My lord, Loki has utterly failed. Not only has he lost a fleet, but he has also misplaced the soul gem." An alien elder, garbed in a pristine uniform, floated into the hall and knelt with utmost respect before the bald figure. Seated upon the throne, Thanos maintained an impassive expression, one hand resting lightly on the armrest while his fist supported his cheek. "Gamora, have you located her?" "Not yet," replied Corvus Glaive, one of the Black Order, shaking his head gently. She has likely ventured towards the alien civilizations of the Milky Way. I have already contacted Ronan to secure that crucial gemstone, while keeping an eye out for Gamora's whereabouts. Thanos narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. Dispatch Nebula. She can locate Gamora. Gamora is an indispensable piece of the puzzle. She must be retrieved swiftly. Yes, my lord. Glaive assented with a nod. Thanos inquired further. Have you located the dwelling of the dwarves? Glaive responded promptly. We are currently narrowing down the search. It should not be long before we ascertain their location. Excellent. Thanos acknowledged with a slight nod. He lowered his stout arm from the chair's back, clenched his fist, and spoke coldly. Once everything is prepared, it will be time for me to descend upon Earth. They shall understand that I am the embodiment of destiny. In the realm above the 9 realms, Asgard, within the celestial palace, a highly fortified barrier of divine power enclosed a small, transparent glass-like prison at its entrance. Inside, barely large enough to accommodate a mattress, a strikingly handsome, yet sinister young man suddenly awakened, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and nose, his back soaked in cold perspiration, every hair on his body standing on end. The malevolent god Loki's first reaction upon awakening was to urgently touch his chest, though the wound had healed. The memory of pain lingered in the sensation of his fingertips against his skin. How painful. Right, I am no longer on Earth. I have failed. I nearly perished. Loki muttered, succumbing to utter exhaustion as he reclined once more upon the confines of his dim prison bed. He could scarcely recall how many times he had awoken in such a manner. In the final moments of his dreams, he was haunted by the silhouette of a youth clad in a silver spider suit, the metallic silk piercing through the forehead of his doppelganger, and the dagger's blade that pierced his own chest. Even in recollection, Loki instinctively shivered, curling his body slightly. That terror was inscribed deep within his being and soul. I shall never return to Earth, he whispered, closing his eyes, uncertain of the fate that awaited him. Earth, Washington, a residential building, in an unremarkable single room. Master, it is time to rise for breakfast, or you shall be late for school. Zion awoke to the familiar, melodious call of his crimson mate. The dark-haired youth, Zion, yawned and stretched languidly, watching as a petite figure dashed across the room to draw back the curtains, allowing the cool, piercing morning light to flood in. I could have sworn today was the weekend, Zion mumbled groggily, ruffling his tousled hair. Nay, today is merely Friday, little Wanda replied before bustling out of the room. It had already been 3 days since that fateful moment, Zion thought to himself as he threw off the covers and slipped into his shoes. Making his way to the wardrobe, he opened the bottom drawer, removing a white shirt from atop it. Beneath, he discovered, on either side, a black and white bodysuit adorned with a spider emblem and a dark cloak with the insignia of the family legacy. The collection of peculiar garments is growing, mused Zion silently as he closed the drawer and opened the upper compartment of the wardrobe, retrieving a set of ordinary long-sleeve attire. After freshening up and donning his clothes, Zion joined Wanda for breakfast in the living room, where the television was still broadcasting the extraterrestrial events from days prior. However, due to the Justice League's inaugural battle and the miraculous resurrection of the superhero Superman, the media had concluded that the alien invasion had been thwarted by Superman and the Justice League. After all, who would suspect that the formidable being who single-handedly vanquished the extraterrestrial threat was merely an ordinary high school student preparing for exams? In truth, Zion felt a sense of relief, knowing that he could evade numerous unnecessary complications. He recognized that this was likely the result of his aunt's behind-the-scenes influence. Now, the world was engrossed in discussions of Superman's resurrection, with no one paying heed to the radiant figure that once illuminated the skies. With the alien forces concealed by Apocalypse eradicated from Earth, Zion was finally able to return to a relatively tranquil daily life. The only unfortunate aspect is that Auntie's evening practice has temporarily ceased, ostensibly to allow her a well-deserved rest. For Nian, who harbors a fervent passion for learning, this is an exceedingly cruel predicament. Master, what is the matter? Wanda inquired curiously, observing the somewhat dejected expression on Nian's face as she sat across from him. Nothing, Nian replied, shaking his head. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, this weekend, you will be going somewhere to study. I have arranged for a teacher. A teacher? What will I be learning? Wanda tilted her head slightly, her crimson pigtails swaying gently. How adorable. Nian responded, stay at home on Saturday. Someone will come to fetch you at 10 in the morning, and you will find out then. All right, I will learn whatever you ask me to. Wanda nodded obediently, suppressing her curiosity. Little did she know the extraordinary world she was about to enter. Chapter 120. I shall do as I please, master. I'm heading out now. Please be careful on the road. Wearing a sun-shielding and cold-resistant baker's hat that kept her crimson locks in check, Wanda sat on a stool by the door, dressed in a black and white long-sleeved uniform skirt. She lifted her fair, delicate feet slightly and slipped on a pair of white knee-high socks. As she gently pulled them up her long legs, the smooth fabric enveloped her snowy, slender calves. After donning the opaque knee-high white socks, Wanda proceeded to put on her black boots. Before leaving, she turned back to offer a soft reminder, "You too." Nian nodded in response, watching as her crimson figure disappeared from the doorway. One cannot help but acknowledge that since accepting the system's management, the increasingly diligent and capable Wanda often made Nian feel as though he were the younger one in the household. Consequently, he found himself growing more lethargic at home, lying flat in complacency. With a renewed sense of purpose, he thought to himself, "I should also get moving." Stretching out once more, Nian prepared to head to school. Outside, ever since the Justice League's debut and the resurrection of Superman, the concealed extraterrestrial forces had been eradicated. The clouds that once shrouded the city's sky have dissipated, heralding a daily succession of bright, sunny days, with the accumulated snow upon the streets and buildings having completely melted away. On some city streets, workers were in the process of replacing old signs and posters commemorating Superman. The white winter was officially taking its leave, and with the revival of nature, everything was embracing a new life, much like Superman himself. Before long, Nian encountered a familiar figure at a well-known corner. Upon spotting him, she waved her arm in greeting. It was none other than his childhood friend, Gwen. However, today, despite her usual neat long-sleeved shirt that highlighted her youth and intellect, she paired it with beige casual trousers that thoroughly concealed her legs, ending at the white canvas shoes she wore. A sudden thought crossed Nian's mind, stirring an inexplicable sense of concern. After all, not long ago, even amidst the chill of winter, Gwen had consistently donned skirts, undeterred by the cold. Today, as the weather turned milder, she had inexplicably opted for tight-fitting trousers, which struck Nian as rather peculiar. At this moment, perhaps unbeknownst to Nian himself, he had begun to take an unusual interest in Gwen's daily attire, a rarity indeed. "What's the matter?" Gwen inquired, casually brushing her golden hair behind her ear in a feigned nonchalance. "Nothing. Let us go," Nian replied, discreetly averting his gaze and continuing to walk ahead with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Gwen watched his retreating figure and lightly stomped her foot in frustration before following suit, pretending to be indifferent. After a few paces, Gwen heard Nian's voice beside her. "Are you cold?" "Huh." Gwen momentarily paused, quickly donning a delighted smile and shooting him a playful glare. "Not at all." Fearing Nian might abruptly shift the conversation, Gwen suddenly leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, "Do you want to know why I'm dressed like this today?" "Why?" Nian inquired, genuinely intrigued by her words. Gwen immediately halted their steps, glancing around the street nervously before her cheeks flushed a deeper hue. She anxiously tugged at the hem of her trousers. Suddenly, Nian froze. As Gwen lifted the cuff of her right pant leg, a glimpse of her slender, youthful leg, encased in sheer black stockings, was revealed, glimmering under the sunlight with a lustrous sheen. After merely 2 or 3 seconds, Gwen, blushing profusely, let it fall back down, a faint puff of steam escaping from her head. Nian's heart raced at that moment. The combination of trousers and stockings felt like a delicate gift, wrapped in mystery and surprise, and Gwen's choice of attire subtly suggested it was meant for his eyes alone. This fleeting moment of satisfaction far surpassed the allure of her usual skirts. "How did you learn this?" Nian couldn't help but ask. "It's been trending online lately, so I thought I'd give it a try," Gwen replied, her cheeks still tinged with crimson. "What do you think?" "Fantastic," Nian exclaimed, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. Sparing no praise. "Would you like to come over to my house this weekend?" Gwen mustered her courage. "You haven't visited in a while. Plus, there's that compensation you mentioned before." Upon hearing her last words, Nian's heart fluttered. Unlike their previous encounters, this surge of emotion was accompanied by a willingness to face the potential wrath of Officer George. How could he possibly refuse? Just as he was about to respond, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a figure materialized before them with uncanny swiftness. "Stealing a march, are we, Senior?" The delicate and gentle face of the beautiful girl radiated a charming smile, her flowing dark golden hair glimmering with a platinum sheen in the sunlight. The dress she wore defied the laws of physics, gracefully cascading around her, while her 2 fair and smooth legs extended elegantly from beneath the skirt. Kara Zor-El instinctively called out as she gazed at the girl before her. "Good morning, Senior." Kara playfully winked, her charm undeniable. "Good morning," replied Nian, feeling a sense of unreality, knowing the hidden identity of the girl as a superheroine, endowed with extraordinary powers. Witnessing her sweet and adorable side created an intriguing contrast that was undeniably captivating. Kara, I must insist that you refrain from using your extraordinary abilities so casually in public. Gwen quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to see that no one was paying attention. Rest assured, my speed is exceptional. I only descended after ensuring no one was watching. Kara replied with a smile, glancing down at Gwen's feet, her eyes sparkling. Ah, so you possess that trick as well. I've learned something new. Don't look. Realizing her thoughts had been inadvertently exposed, Gwen hastily shielded her legs with her hands. When she found it ineffective, she swiftly jumped behind Nian. Kara followed her gaze and quickly turned her head away, her cheeks flushing slightly. No peeking, Gwen exclaimed, startled, as she instinctively positioned Nian in front of her. Her tone laced with irritation. Can Kryptonians do as they please? After the last battle, Nian had informed Gwen about their junior, Kara's, true identity. I apologize, Kara said, blinking her eyes with a confident and sweet smile. Kryptonians are indeed free to do as they wish. Observing the playful banter between the two, Nian chuckled helplessly. Realizing the school days had become anything but tranquil, the trio arrived at school together. Before Nian could enter the classroom, he was informed by his classmates that a teacher was seeking him. Approaching the office, he noticed the door ajar and walked in. Teacher, you called for me? Nian asked, squinting against the bright light streaming through the window, where he spotted the striking silver-haired intern teacher, Felicia, the assistant instructor of their class, seated attentively in a teacher's chair.